The man traveled to a world of cultivation where the strong are respected and all kinds of methods compete with each other. He was also bound to a plug-in called sainthood system. The man once thought that this was the beginning of his destiny and his ambition to reach the top of the world, and that he would achieve great things in the future. However, fate's tricks were beyond the man's imagination. The top of Fuyun Mountain, where the man landed, was blocked by an invisible barrier. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break through this confinement. In this way, the man was trapped in this isolated place for a full 10 years. Although this sainthood system sounds impressive, it actually has nothing to do with cultivation. Not only does the system not teach any martial arts, but also makes him practice music, chess, calligraphy, painting, cooking, and gardening every day like a literary and artistic husband, and it has left him with only poetry and elegance. The most outrageous thing is that when the barrier was finally loosened and the man was about to go down the mountain, the system suddenly ran away because of the man's behavior of urinating in public. Men nowadays, apart from having top-notch cooking and manual skills, don't even know the most basic methods of cultivation. But the man never realized that the dog he casually raised on this mountain turned out to be a demon lord who swept across the demon world. The carp he raised in the pond actually jumped over the dragon gate and transformed into a nine-sky blue dragon. How many undiscovered secrets does this seemingly ordinary man have? Damao yawned, still looking sleepy. My master has always been traveling around the world and doesn't like others to treat him as a hermit. If he comes back, you must treat him as an ordinary person, understand? Princess Tianyao thought, Master? This powerful dog actually has a master? Who is its master? He must be a hermit hidden here. Great! I didn't expect to have such an opportunity. Chu Yinyu muttered to herself in her heart, and then nodded quickly. He is truly an otherworldly expert, and his temperament is just so weird. Damao stretched out his tongue, rolled up the body of the black-clothed man, and swallowed it into his mouth in a few bites. There was not even a trace of blood on the ground, as if nothing had happened. At this time, a figure came from not far away. It was Yi Qingyun. He originally planned to go down the mountain to have a look, but when he reached the foot of the mountain, Yi Qingyun changed his mind and thought that he had not even learned how to practice. Wouldn't it be a death sentence if he encountered danger? So, Yi Qingyun decided that it was safer to stay on the mountain and returned in disgrace. Yi Qingyun froze when he saw two women standing outside his yard. How could someone find his hiding place when his luck was so bad? These two women looked complicated, and Yi Qingyun couldn't help but turn his head and wanted to leave. However, Chu Yinyu had already spotted him. Senior. Sir, please stay. Chu Yinyu was about to call him senior, but when she thought of Daomao's warning, she quickly changed her words. Yi Qingyun had no choice but to walk over. What do you two need? He forced himself to remain calm and smiled. Chu Yinyu did not sense any warrior's aura from Yi Qingyun, and she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. This person's cultivation is unfathomable, but I can't sense any aura at all. It's terrible. Chu Yinyu had no idea that Yi Qingyun in front of her was actually just an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. Young master, we, the master and servant, were being chased and accidentally escaped here. I hope you can forgive us. Chu Yinyu said apologetically. Yi Qingyun's heart tightened. Chasing? They won't chase me here, right? I don't want to die. As if sensing Yi Qingyun's worry, Chu Yinyu quickly said, Don't worry, sir. It's been resolved. Oh, that's good. Yi Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. Damao at the gate yawned leisurely, as if everything had nothing to do with it. Have you always lived here, sir? Chu Yinyu asked curiously. Yes, I've lived here for 10 years. Yi Qingyun replied. 10 years. Chu Yinyu thought of the legend of Fuyun Mountain. The top of Fuyun Mountain is always covered with black fog, which is said to have existed for 100 years. Some people even say that this black fog has existed for 1,000 years. But the person in front of him said that he had lived here for 10 years. Looking at the appearance of this place, it must be more than 10 years. Chu Yinyu secretly speculated and became more interested in Yi Qingyun's identity. Come in and sit down. Yi Qingyun invited enthusiastically. Chu Yinyu was ecstatic. She was planning to take this opportunity to get closer to this mysterious master, so she agreed without hesitation. Sorry for bothering you. Yi Qingyun smiled and said, It's okay. I'm very hospitable. Then he took the two women into the house. The scene inside the house made Chu Yinyu and Xiaoqing's eyes light up. It was full of strange items they had never seen before. Over the past 10 years, Yi Qingyun had made a lot of strange things under the coercion and inducement of the system. What Yi Qingyun is most proud of is the whole house smart system. The furniture and various furnishings in the house have been connected to this system and can be controlled by voice, which is extremely convenient. Shower. Turn on the fresh air system. Yi Qingyun shouted casually. Chu Yinyu and Xiaoqing looked at each other. Neither of them understood at all. Xiao, fresh air system? What is this? Okay, master. The fresh air system has been turned on. A pleasant female voice sounded, and fresh air began to flow in from all directions. Chu Yinyu and Xiaoqing were stunned. The spiritual energy in the air was extremely rich. As a warrior, Chu Yinyu immediately sensed this. Chu Yinyu was shocked to find that the spiritual energy here was 100 times richer than that in her palace. There must be a powerful formation here that can reverse the heaven and earth and condense the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles. Chu Yinyu was shocked, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Yi Qingyun became completely different. Chu Yinyu thought, this is my chance. If I can ask this expert to help me, the Song family will not be a problem at all. I can destroy them with just a finger. Chu Yinyu was secretly excited, feeling the rich spiritual energy that kept coming from all around. Her cheeks flushed, and her body trembled slightly. She felt the breath in her body surge out like a torrent, and she couldn't help but break through her current realm. The next moment, a ray of light emerged from Chu Yinyu's body. She felt extremely comfortable and sweated profusely. She broke through her original level of cultivation. Yi Qingyun was stunned, looking at Chu Yinyu's changes, feeling helpless. Is this what cultivation is? Why does it look so weird? Thank you, sir. I have achieved a breakthrough. Chu Yinyu said shyly with a blushing face. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. What does it have to do with me? I'll make tea for you. Yi Qingyun stood up and quickly made a pot of tea for Chu Yinyu and Xiaoqing. After the tea was poured into the cups, Chu Yinyu and Xiaoqing raised their cups at the same time. Huh, this tea. Chu Yinyu's face changed again. Chu Yinyu stared at the green tea in the cup. Her face suddenly changed, and she almost fainted from shock. What's wrong? Is this tea not good? Yi Qingyun seemed a little surprised. Yi Qingyun planted these tea leaves himself and roasted them himself. At the beginning, the system specially awarded him the title of Tea Master, which made Yi Qingyun proud for a long time. Although the 2 cups of tea in front of him were brewed by the tea-making machine of the whole house intelligence system, the quality is no less than the tea brewed by Yi Qingyun himself. No. Chu Yinyu shook her head quickly, fearing that Yi Qingyun would be unhappy. Her hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Although the taste of the tea was fine, she was even more shocked. The tea actually contained a rich spiritual liquid. The spiritual energy of this spiritual liquid was so strong that even Chu Yinyu could not imagine it at all. Chu Yinyu knew very well that once she drank this cup of tea, her body would not be able to withstand such a huge amount of spiritual energy and would most likely explode directly. Seeing that her princess didn't touch the tea, Xiaoqing said cautiously, Sir, we are not used to drinking tea. Chu Yinyu smiled bitterly and could only explain, Yes, thank you, sir. Yi Qingyun touched his chin, seemingly unconcerned, and then brought another bowl of grapes and placed it in front of the 2 girls. Chu Yinyu said, At least there are some common things. Chu Yinyu breathed a sigh of relief, looked down at the grapes, and quickly said, Thank you, young master. She picked up a grape gracefully and put it in her mouth. As soon as she chewed it, the sweet juice instantly burst out in her mouth, and the sweet aroma overflowed, leaving an endless aftertaste. It's so good. Chu Yinyu couldn't help but exclaim. Xiaoqing was also conquered by the taste of the grapes. She kept twisting the grapes and putting them in her mouth one by one. Seeing this, Chu Yinyu hurriedly grabbed the food. Xiaoqing, leave some for me. Xiaoqing, you obviously eat more than me. Xiaoqing responded vaguely, with grape juice overflowing from the corners of her mouth. Yi Qingyun was speechless as he watched this scene. Isn't it just a bowl of grapes? Why are you so excited about eating it? In the fierce fight between the 2 people, this basin of grapes was quickly eaten up. Not even the grape skins were left. Yi Qingyun stared blankly at the 2 people with grape juice all over their faces, feeling speechless. Chu Yinyu then realized that she had lost her composure just now. Her face turned red and she looked a little embarrassed. I'm sorry to make you laugh, sir. I really have never eaten grapes so delicious. Yi Qingyun smiled awkwardly. It's okay, as long as you think it tastes good. At this time, Xiaoqing suddenly whispered, Miss, my stomach is so hot. Chu Yanyu turned around and was surprised to find that Xiaoqing's face had turned red, and there was even white smoke coming out of her head. Xiaoqing, what's wrong with you? Chu Yanyu was a little worried. Xiaoqing panted quickly. I feel a surge of heat in my body, as if there had a lot of power flowing. No, I can't bear it anymore. Xiaoqing suddenly jumped up and started running around the room like crazy. She ran faster and faster, as if there was wind under her feet. Chu Yanyu was shocked. Did Xiaoqing succeed in awakening her spirit and become a warrior? Yi Qingyun was even more surprised. What's wrong with this girl? Did she take stimulants? Do you want to give her a checkup? As Xiaoqing ran, Chu Yanyu's body also began to change. White smoke came out of her head, and a mellow breath surged out of her body. What is this? Chu Yanyu was shocked. She had just broken through to the late stage of the Kaling realm, and at this moment, she actually felt that she was moving towards the great perfection. There are 8 realms in martial arts training: awakening the spirit, gathering energy, condensing the elixir, reaching the sky, refining the spirit, returning to the orifice, transforming the essence, and striving for the top. Each realm is divided into 4 levels: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and great perfection. Chu Yanyu was young, but she was already in the middle stage of the Kaling realm and had just broken through to the late stage of the Kaling realm. At this moment, Chu Yanyu's cultivation seemed to be constantly rising, and she seemed to be sprinting towards the great perfection. Xiaoqing stopped, and the spiritual energy fluctuated. Chu Yanyu was stunned. Xiaoqing, have you broken through to the spiritual realm? Xiaoqing looked confused. I don't know either. Chu Yanyu hurriedly grabbed Xiaoqing's wrist, and after checking, she was surprised to find that Xiaoqing had reached the middle stage of Kaling realm. Xiaoqing had no talent for cultivation before, but she was able to break through to the middle stage of the Kaling realm. Chu Yanyu was shocked. And I'm only one step away from the great perfection of Kaling realm. The more Chu Yanyu thought about it, the more shocked she became. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be because of the grapes? She immediately turned to Yi Qingyun and bowed deeply. Thank you for the gift, Master. Yi Qingyun was stunned. Master? Me? Chu Yanyu's heart was shocked, and she immediately remembered the instructions of the big yellow-haired dog and hurriedly changed her words. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. She understood that Yi Qingyun in front of her would never want others to reveal his true identity. He probably lived in seclusion here as a mortal, enjoying the life of the mortal world. Yi Qingyun didn't care much. It's okay, it's okay. Chu Yanyu didn't dare to despise him, and secretly sighed in her heart. This master is so low-key. What a great opportunity. Yi Qingyun shook her head helplessly and said with a smile, I am sorry to bother you today. I have no way to repay you, so I will give this thing to you. Princess Tianyao reached into her arms. Yi Qingyun was startled and waved his hands quickly. However, Chu Yanyu took out a golden token. Yi Qingyun's eyes lit up. Gold? Good stuff. This woman is really generous. Actually took out gold. Could she be a rich woman? Yi Qingyun waved his hand quickly. No, you are too polite. I just ate some grapes. There is no need to give me such an expensive gift. However, Chu Yanyu insisted on giving it to me. Sir, you must accept it. Yi Qingyun smiled helplessly, but he was very happy in his heart and finally accepted the gold medal. Well, if you want to eat grapes in the future, just come. I have plenty of grapes here, and I can't eat them all. Chu Yanyu's mouth twitched. She knew that these grapes were probably nothing to Yi Qingyun, but for her, this was a great opportunity. She finally met this master. Chapter 4. Rabbit Loves Meat. Yi Qingyun sent Chu Yanyu and Xiaoqing out of the courtyard and suddenly asked, I don't think I know your name yet. Chu Yanyu was a little stunned. Then she realized that she hadn't asked his name yet. My name is Chu Yanyu. What is your name, sir? My name is Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun replied. Chu Yanyu silently recited the name in her heart, feeling that the name was simple and plain, yet it exuded an extraordinary aura, just like the demeanor he displayed. My name is Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing on the side suddenly spoke. Yi Qingyun smiled and watched them leave. Looking at their backs, Yi Qingyun shook his head and couldn't help muttering in his heart. They look good, but they eat too much. Chu Yanyu and Xiaoqing walked down the mountain and continued along the mountain road. Princess, why are you so polite to that man? And you even gave him the gold medal of the palace? Xiaoqing asked in confusion. That guy is definitely an otherworldly expert. Didn't you see the dog? That powerful aura and the magic inside the house are simply unprecedented. Chu Yinyu replied with lingering fear. I just stayed there for a moment, and I felt like I almost broke through to the late stage of kaling. You never had the talent for cultivation, but now you have become a warrior, haven't you? Chu Yinyu asked back. All signs show that the man is unfathomable. I must make friends with him. This is truly a great opportunity. Chu Yinyu's eyes were firm. Xiao Qing was stunned for a moment. Then why didn't the princess ask him to help deal with the Song family? Chu Yinyu shook her head. It is a great blessing to be able to meet such a master. If you force him to help, it will only make him unhappy. Xiao Qing nodded, thoughtfully. I understand. Let's go and tell father. So Chu Yinyu took Xiao Qing and left Floating Cloud Mountain. After watching them leave, Yi Qingyun felt bored again. He suddenly had the idea of going down the mountain for a walk, but he was afraid of encountering danger. In the end, he decided to walk around the mountain. Yi Qingyun and Demao wandered aimlessly in the mountains. Demao was very happy, jumping and chasing the small animals on the road. Whenever a small animal appeared in his sight, he immediately chased it, causing the small animals to flee in all directions. Soon, Yi Qingyun toured the entire Fuyun Mountain. Although the mountain looked ordinary, he also gained something. Demao carried a wounded rabbit in his mouth and followed Yi Qingyun back to the yard. Yi Qingyun thought that Demao wanted to eat the rabbit, but he actually started to heal the rabbit, licking in his mouth, and the rabbit gradually regained its vitality. Yi Qingyun smiled and thought it would be enough to have a dog, and it would be okay to have a rabbit as well. At least it could help relieve boredom. When it was time for dinner, Yi Qingyun cooked a big pot of stew, which was full of fragrance. Demao and Rabbit squatted beside them, waiting to share the food. Yi Qingyun picked a big bone for Demao, and then threw a piece of mushroom to the rabbit. Unexpectedly, the rabbit was not interested in the mushroom, but stared at the meat in Demao's mouth. Yi Qingyun smiled and gave the rabbit another piece of meat, and the rabbit happily ate it. This surprised Yi Qingyun that there were actually rabbits that liked to eat meat. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, 3 figures quietly approached Floating Cloud Mountain. The 3 people were dressed in the same clothes and looked very young. The monster should be hiding in this mountain, said the tall young man. It's injured, so it can't get far. Let's chase it, added another young man. The 3 of them quickly entered the mountain and followed the blood trail to find their target. Finally, they found where Yi Qingyun was. There are people living here. The 3 of them were a little surprised. When they approached, Yi Qingyun was eating stew in the yard. Seeing the 3 people, he looked puzzled. Who are you? Yi Qingyun put down his chopsticks and looked up and asked. The only woman was about to speak, but she was pulled back by 2 young men. They looked serious and pointed at the rabbit at Yi Qingyun's feet. This is the rabbit monster we are looking for. The woman looked at the rabbit and her face changed. Yi Qingyun was startled, knowing that these 3 people were not simple. So he quickly stood up and showed a friendly smile. What can I do for you? There is no aura about this person. He looks like an ordinary person. The woman hesitated. That's impossible. If he was really immortal, the rabbit monster would have eaten him long ago. The tall young man said with conviction. That's right. He can't be immortal living in a place like this. The fat young man also agreed. The woman was a little confused and whispered to herself. But he looks like an ordinary person to me. Yi Qingyun rubbed his hands and smiled. What do you 3 want to talk to me about? The tall young man clasped his fists and asked respectfully. What is your name? Are you living in seclusion here? Yi Qingyun touched his head and said with a smile. Call me Yi Qingyun. I do live here. The young men looked around and were obviously aware of the simple environment here. Have you ever seen a rabbit demon? The tall young man asked cautiously. Yi Qingyun was stunned when he heard this. He walked to the side of the rabbit and picked it up with a smile. This rabbit was brought back by my dog. It was injured at the time. It is not the rabbit monster you mentioned at all. Yi Qingyun walked towards the 3 people holding the rabbit. The 3 people's faces changed slightly, and it was obvious that they were more vigilant. After all, they had spent a lot of effort to injure this rabbit monster. If there was no help from the sex treasure, I'm afraid that the 3 of them would not be able to defeat it together. However, in Yi Qingyun's hands, the rabbit demon was so docile, which made them even more suspicious. Chapter 5. The Docile Rabbit Demon. The plump young man Zhao Wangshun gently pulled Li Qinyuan, his tone a little heavy. Junior brother, what's wrong? Li Qinyuan looked at him with deep solemnity in his eyes. Brother, the big shot we met is probably no trivial matter. Zhao Wangshun's voice was low and full of vigilance. Li Qinyuan nodded. His eyes became deeper, and he obviously felt the seriousness of the problem. The woman next to her, Su Jinger, still had a suspicious look on her face and whispered, "Really? How come I don't feel anything at all?" Zhao Wangshun sighed softly and explained impatiently, "Look at that rabbit demon. It didn't dare to move in his hands. It's obviously afraid of him. The person who can make this rabbit monster so afraid must be a master with unfathomable cultivation." Li Qinyuan's voice was full of certainty. Su Jinger was a little slow, but she also realized that something was wrong. She looked at the rabbit demon and finally understood that, as Zhao Wangshun said, the rabbit demon's strange behavior was due to Yi Qingyun's intimidation. The three of them exchanged glances and realized that they might have met a true hermit master. A feeling of awe rose in their hearts. Yi Qingyun was confused by their reactions and had no idea what was going on. At this moment, the three of them walked towards Yi Qingyun in unison, and, at the same time, they saluted at the same time. "We are disciples of the Xianjian sect, and we have been ordered to capture the rabbit monster. Please forgive us for disturbing your place." Hearing the words, Xianjian sect, Yi Qingyun's heart was shocked. As expected, the people he met were indeed disciples of the sect. If it weren't for his good attitude just now, he might have offended these people. It seems that the practitioners in this world are really kind. As long as you have a good attitude, they will basically not cause trouble. Yi Qingyun thought to himself. Yi Qingyun responded with a smile. It's okay. Few people come here. What is your name?" The tall young man Li Chunyuan asked curiously. "Yi Qingyun." Yi Qingyun replied. "Greetings, Senior Yi." The three of them saluted again. Yi Qingyun was speechless, thinking, "Senior? Do I look that old?" Yi Qingyun quickly waved his hand to explain. "I'm not an old senior. I'm just an ordinary person." After hearing this, the three of them became even more convinced that the man in front of them must be a master who deliberately lived in seclusion and wanted to stay away from the complicated world. "We are rude, Brother Yi. Please forgive us." Li Qinyuan immediately apologized with a smile. After some conversation, Yi Qingyun finally understood the identities of the three people. The tall young man Li Qinyuan was the eldest senior brother, the fat young man Zhao Wangshun was the second disciple, and the sweet woman Su Jinger was the youngest junior sister. It turned out that they came from the Xianjian sect, one of the three major sects of the Tianwu dynasty, and Su Jinger's father was the sect's current leader, Su Chongfeng. After Yi Qingyun knew their background, he couldn't help but feel moved. Since these three people were disciples of the sect, he might as well take the opportunity to win them over. After all, he was in a strange world with weak power, and making friends with people from the sect was also a kind of guarantee. Yi Qingyun warmly invited the three people into the courtyard. "Have you eaten? Do you want to eat something with me?" Li Qinyuan waved his hand quickly. "No, we appreciate Brother Ye's kindness." Yi Qingyun sat down and continued to eat the stew. "Just take a look at it, I'll eat." Yi Qingyun felt a little disappointed. After all, he was the host, so why was there no one eating the big pot of stew? The three of them were too embarrassed to actually go for a visit, so they could only stand in the yard and pretend to admire the flowers, plants, and trees. However, as their eyes swept around, the seemingly ordinary plants in the yard aroused their amazement. "Brother, isn't that Qingyuan grass over there?" Zhao Wangshun pointed to a patch of green grass, his eyes flashing with shock. Li Qinyuan took a deep breath and said, "It is indeed Qingyuan grass." The three of them were stunned for a moment. The herb Kinjiwanko is extremely rare. It is incredible to find it in such an ordinary place. What shocked them even more was that this piece of Qingyuan grass had a very vigorous growth momentum and had a history of at least 500 years. At this time, Su Jinger pointed excitedly at the red fruit in the distance. "Is that the seven-leaf red fruit?" Li Qinyuan and Zhao Wangshun hurried over, their eyes wide open. "Seven-leaf vermilion fruit. It's really seven-leaf vermilion fruit." They couldn't believe their eyes. The seven-leaf vermilion fruit was almost extinct in the world. Once, one appeared in the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce, attracting countless forces to fight for it. But now, there was such a bunch here which was incredible. Yi Qingyun looked at their reactions and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Isn't this just a tomato? Why you seem to have never seen the world before?" Li Qinyuan and the other two stared at the bunch of fruits intently, their hands trembling with excitement, and they almost couldn't help but reach out to touch it. However, they were worried that Yi Qingyun would not like it. After all, these things were priceless in their eyes. At this moment, Zhao Wangchuan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Brothers and sisters, look at that tree." Li Qinyuan and Su Jinger immediately looked in the direction Zhao Wangchun pointed. After seeing the fruit tree, they were stunned as if struck by lightning. Could this be the Xiantian Xian fruit? Li Qinyuan's voice trembled. Xiantian Xian fruit was once a natural treasure in ancient times, capable of bringing the dead back to life. Nowadays, the Xiantian Xian fruit has almost disappeared, and according to legend, it has become extinct. But the tree in front of me is actually full of Xiantian Xian fruit, which is shocking. Yi Qingyun didn't pay much attention to it. He continued to eat the stew slowly, muttering, "He has never even seen a pear. How pitiful." The three of them looked at each other, their hearts almost jumping out of their chests. This was definitely a master who was hiding from the world. The plants in the yard that they could recognize were already natural treasures, and the ones that they couldn't recognize were even rarer spiritual things. If they could bring these back, the Xianjian sect would surely prosper and immediately surpass the other two sects to become the strongest sect in the Tianwu dynasty. "Brother Yi, did you plant all these in the yard yourself?" Li Qinyuan asked cautiously. "Yes, I planted some when I had nothing to do, and I didn't expect them to grow so well." Yi Qingyun answered casually. "Let's try some." The three of them almost fainted. "If you like, just pick some and take them home," Yi Qingyun said generously. After hearing this, the three of them almost jumped for joy. Chapter 6: The Worried Master. Li Qinyuan asked cautiously, "Brother Yi, can you really let us take these things back?" Yi Qingyun didn't even turn his head and said casually, "Pick any of them." To Li Qinyuan and the other two, Yi Qingyun's casual words sounded like a blessing from heaven. These things are extremely rare treasures in the outside world. Yi Qingyun's casualness simply shocked them. "Thank you, Brother Yi." Li Qinyuan quickly expressed his gratitude, and then began to pick treasures in the courtyard with his fellow junior brothers and sisters. Although Yi Qingyun said, "Pick whatever you want," how could Li Qinyuan and the other two really dare to pick whatever you want? With so many precious natural treasures, it was already a great blessing to be able to get a little bit. So how could they dare to take more? They carefully picked a few Qingyuan grasses and 2 7-leaf red fruits. As for the precious Xiantian Xian fruit tree, they didn't dare to touch it at all. The three of them only took some Qingyuan grass and Zhu fruit and left contentedly, as if they had gained great wealth. After finishing his meal, Yi Qingyun looked back and saw 3 people holding a bundle of grass and a few tomatoes and grinning foolishly. "Are these people really stupid?" Yi Qingyun shook his head and said with a smile, "Why are you so polite? Come, I'll pick some more for you." Yi Qingyun generously picked a few red fruits, cut a large bundle of leeks and a few garlic heads, and stuffed them into Li Qinyuan's pockets. "Take them back and try them." Li Qinyuan was flattered. "Brother Yi is too polite. How dare we accept so much?" "It's nothing, take it. Just pick some things casually." Yi Qingyun didn't care and continued waving his hands. Seeing Yi Qingyun's enthusiasm, Li Qinyuan and the other two could not refuse and could only accept it. "Thank you, Brother Yi," Li Qinyuan said. At this moment, Su Jinger pulled Li Qinyuan's clothes and whispered, "Brother, isn't it too rude for us to take so many things?" Li Qinyuan's heart moved, and he realized, indeed, we can't take this master's things for nothing. We should at least give him some gift in return. So Li Qinyuan touched his brocade bag and said, "I brought some essence pills, but nothing else." Su Jinger hesitated for a moment and said, "I brought the purple sky sword otherwise." Zhao Wangshun frowned immediately. "No, the purple sky sword is a birthday gift from your master. You can't just give it away, right?" Su Jinger was a little embarrassed, but finally decided to take out the Zixiao sword. Although the Zixiao sword is expensive, it is really not worth mentioning compared to these treasures Brother Yi gave me. Zhao Wangshun was silent, knowing that Su Jinger was right. Li Qinyuan looked at Zhao Wangshun. "I remember you found a piece of Tianyue stone some time ago. Take it out too." Zhao Wangshun was a little reluctant, but finally took out a silver stone. The three of them got together and presented these things to Yi Qingyun. "Brother Yi, we have nothing to repay you with. Please accept these things. These things are crude and not worthy of Brother Ye's liking. I hope Brother Yi will not despise them." Li Qinyuan said a little embarrassedly. Yi Qingyun took these things and said with a relaxed look, "Okay, I'll take them." He was not hypocritical at all and had a gentle attitude. Li Qinyuan and the other two were deeply moved and were more convinced that the man in front of them was a true master. His gestures were not pretentious at all, but made people feel particularly friendly. "Brother Yi, we're leaving now. We'll come back later." Li Qinyuan finally said goodbye reluctantly. Okay. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. The three of them left in a hurry with a bag full of things. They were anxious to return to Xinjian sect and tell the sect master Su Changfeng about their experience. A few hundred miles away in the Xinjiang sect master Su Changfeng was sitting in his study with a worried look on his face, holding an invitation in his hand. The martial arts competition among the three sects has been moved forward by 2 months. What should we do? Yi Qingyun had a worried look on his face, and it was obvious that he was heavy-hearted. Shen Xiaolan stood by and looked at her husband anxiously. Gong Sunyu and Qin Gongwang have both made breakthroughs, and their cultivation is much higher than ours. I'm afraid that our Xinjiang sect will be suppressed by them this time. Su Changfeng took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, Gong Sunyu and Qin Gongwang's cultivation has surpassed mine. I'm afraid I don't have the confidence to participate in the three sects' martial arts competition this time. The three major sects, Xinjiang sect, Jiling sect, and Taihao sect, hold martial arts competitions every once in a while. Although nominally for exchanges and learning from each other, in reality, it is a competition of strength between the various sects. In the past, Su Changfeng was not afraid, but this time the situation was different. Gong Sunyu and Chen Gongwang had surpassed him, and the stagnation of his cultivation made him feel apprehensive. Husband, how about we cancel this martial arts competition? Shen Xiaolan suggested. Su Changfeng shook his head. How can we refuse so easily? If we refuse, our Xinjiang sect's position in the Tianwu dynasty will be in jeopardy, and everyone will say that we are afraid of fighting. Shen Xiaolan was speechless and could only sigh silently. At this moment, a disciple ran in hurriedly. Master, the eldest brother and his friends are back. Let them in. Su Changfeng gestured. Li Qinyuan and the other two walked into the study excitedly, with excitement on their faces that could not be concealed. Why did you come back so soon? Where's the rabbit monster? Su Changfeng frowned and asked. Master, we didn't catch the rabbit monster. Li Qinyuan said with his head down. Su Changfeng was immediately furious. That rabbit monster killed my sect disciples, and you actually let it escape? Li Qinyuan quickly explained. Master, let's put the matter of the rabbit monster aside for now. Take a look at these things. Li Qinyuan said as he presented the treasures he brought back one by one. Su Changfeng was stunned and froze. Shen Xiaolan was also shocked and looked at these natural treasures in disbelief. Did you bring these back? Su Changfeng was speechless, his eyes full of shock. Master, we brought these back. Li Qinyuan said proudly. Su Changfeng's hands were shaking, and he could hardly believe what he saw. The Qingyuan grass alone was enough to improve his cultivation. Where did you get these? Chapter 7. Poor rabbit, we were in Floating Cloud Mountain. Li Qinyuan told Su Changfeng and Shen Xiaolan about their experience in detail. After listening, the couple were shocked. Su Changfeng asked in disbelief. There is actually a hermit living in seclusion on Floating Cloud Mountain. He had been to that mountain countless times. The ancient restrictions on the top of the mountain had never been solved. Many people had tried to explore it, but there had been no progress. Su Jinger added, Dad, Mom, what senior brother said is true. I saw it with my own eyes. Su Changfeng and Shen Xiaolan looked at each other with serious expressions. Su Changfeng pondered and said, If this is true, then this person must be an unfathomable, mysterious master. Li Qinyuan and the other two nodded quickly to show their approval. Shen Xiaolan's face was filled with joy, and she said excitedly, My husband, with these natural treasures, let alone the three sects martial arts competition, it is entirely possible for Xinjiang sect to become the #1 sect in the Tianwu dynasty in the future. Su Changfeng's worry expression suddenly disappeared, and he felt happy, as if he was 10 years younger. He also agreed, especially this Qingyuan grass, it can solve my urgent need. As he said this, he played with the precious herb in his hand. Su Changfeng looked at Li Qinyuan and the other two with a smile. You did a great job. Not only did you bring back these rare treasures, but you also created a great opportunity for the sect. Li Qinyuan replied with a smile. This is what a disciple should do. Seeing the joy on the three people's faces, Su Changfeng nodded with satisfaction. Su Changfeng then gave each of Li Qinyuan and the other two a barrier-breaking pill. The three were overjoyed, as the barrier-breaking pill could improve their current cultivation. Thank you, Master. They saluted hastily. Then, Su Changfeng couldn't wait to prepare to refine the Qingyuan grass. He hoped to break through his realm as soon as possible in order to prepare for the three sects martial arts competition. Su Changfeng decided that after the martial arts competition between the three sects was over, he would go to Fuyun Mountain in person to meet the mysterious master. Everything in Fuyun Mountain was undoubtedly a great opportunity for him. At the same time, Yi Qingyun was standing by the pond in the yard and felt that the pond was missing something. He decided to go down the mountain to buy some fish fry and throw them into the pond to see if he could keep them alive. With this idea in mind, Yi Qingyun asked Mao to look after the house and walked alone to the market not far from Fuyun Mountain. Mao yawned, lay down at the gate, basking in the warm sun, and gradually began to snore. The rabbit in the yard looked at Mao sleeping and suddenly showed a wicked smile. The opportunity has come. The rabbit smiled secretly in his heart. It was not an ordinary rabbit at all, but a big monster, famous within hundreds of miles, a rising star in the monster world. The rabbit demon looked at the sleeping Mao, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. A dog demon dares to be arrogant to me? The rabbit showed a ferocious look and spat fiercely. Just because your cultivation is slightly stronger than mine, what's so great about it? It decided that when everything was ready, it would skin and remove the tendons of Mao and make dog meat stew. It ran towards the 7-leaf red fruit secretly, but at this moment, Mao turned over. The rabbit was shocked and quickly retreated to the corner, waiting quietly. After waiting for a while and confirming that Mao was still asleep, the rabbit demon quietly approached the 7-leaf vermilion fruit again. However, just as it was about to succeed, a beam of white light suddenly shot towards the rabbit demon. The rabbit demon was hit by the white light and fell several times, with a lot of white hair falling off. The rabbit demon was stunned and looked into the house and found that the mirror on the wall was flashing white light. The rabbit demon was startled. Could this be a treasure? Its greed was immediately aroused, and it decided to try again. The rabbit demon saw that Mao was still sleeping soundly and quickly rushed into the house. As soon as he entered the house, another white light hit the rabbit demon again. This time was hit and flew out, and the hair on its body fell off even more. After the rabbit demon stood up, he felt helpless. This place is too scary. Everything is a treasure. The rabbit demon no longer dared to enter the house and wanted to sneak away. Just as it turned around and prepared to leave, it suddenly saw Mao squatting in front of it with a wicked smile. The rabbit demon was so scared that it almost jumped up. Mao stretched out his tongue and gently licked the bald body of the rabbit demon. A gentle but threatening voice came. Since you have entered my master's yard, stay here honestly. The rabbit demon was now powerless to resist and could only sigh silently in his heart. What sin have I committed? At this moment, Yi Qingyun returned to the yard and saw the shivering rabbit in the corner. He couldn't help but ask, why is your hair bald? The rabbit trembled all over, and a trace of grievance flashed in its eyes. Yi Qingyun looked at Mao and said with a smile, did you bully it? Mao rubbed Yi Qingyun's hand obediently, and Yi Qingyun did not pursue the matter any further. Yi Qingyun came to the pond and threw the fry into the water. Ripples appeared on the water surface, and the water in the pond suddenly began to surge violently. Yi Qingyun was startled. What's going on? Suddenly, the pond roared. The water rushed up to the sky, and the fry grew rapidly in the water. In less than a few seconds, the water was full of slender and plump carp. Yi Qingyun widened his eyes. How is this possible? It grows so fast. He approached the pond cautiously and reached out to touch the water. Suddenly, he saw a huge eye under the water staring at him. Yi Qingyun jumped away immediately and backed away in a hurry. Fuck! He ran away quickly, his heart beating faster, and he never expected that there was such a big and terrifying secret hidden in the pond. At the same time, in an ancient palace thousands of miles away from floating Cloud Mountain, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The man said coldly, in the southwest, there is actually dragon energy rising to the sky. Chapter 8. There is a dragon in the pond. Your Majesty, what's wrong? A man in red suddenly appeared in front of the dragon throne and asked respectfully with his head down. The old man on the dragon throne looked thin, but still had a majestic look with a faint golden light flickering in his eyes. This man was the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty, Dongfang Su, who had been in office for more than 50 years. In the southwest direction, 1,000 miles away from here, there seems to be a dragon's energy rising into the sky. Dongfang Su's tone was solemn, his eyes fixed on the distant southwest. Dragon Chi. The red-clothed man was surprised. In the entire Tianwu dynasty, the only place where Dragon Chi existed was the Imperial Palace. Apart from here, there was no way that a second Dragon Chi could appear anywhere else. The dragon energy is more than 10 times denser than that in our palace. Dongfang Su frowned. The vibration I feel comes from the trembling deep in my blood. This dragon energy gave Dongfang Su a long-lost sense of awe. As an emperor, Dongfang Su had not felt this emotion for many years. Guyu, go to the southwest to find out what's going on for me. Dongfang Su slowly ordered the man in red. Yes, sir. Guyu immediately obeyed the order and quickly disappeared from the spot. Dongfang Su looked into the distance with deep eyes, his heart full of doubts and uneasiness. The Tianwu dynasty has been experiencing many strange phenomena recently. Is it really going to be a time of chaos? Guyu set out quickly, leaving the capital that day and heading southwest. His cultivation was extremely high, and as Dongfang Su's personal guard, he arrived near Fuyun Mountain in 3 days at an astonishing speed. Guyu looked towards Floating Cloud Mountain and raised his eyebrows slightly. I remember there was an ancient restriction on Floating Cloud Mountain. How come it disappeared? He suspected that the dragon energy might be related to Fuyun Mountain, so he decided to go up the mountain to investigate. Guyu stopped halfway up the mountain. From a distance, he saw a young man with a dog walking down the mountain path. Mortal! Guyu glanced at the young man and could not sense any cultivation at all. This young man was Yi Qingyun, who happened to meet Guyu's eyes when he came down from the mountain. Someone else is going up the mountain. Seeing Guyu in red, Yi Qingyun couldn't help but feel curious. Guyu took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Qingyun in an instant. Yi Qingyun took a few steps back in fear, but Damao beside him seemed very calm, just looking up at Guyu. Guyu looked at Yi Qingyun and confirmed that the man in front of him had no cultivation. This is not a place for mortals like you. Hurry down the mountain. Guyu said coldly, and after he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the top of the mountain. Yi Qingyun looked back and saw that Guyu had disappeared at the end of the mountain path. What's going on? Yi Qingyun frowned. Although he didn't care much, he was a little confused. Will this guy steal my vegetables? Thinking of this, Yi Qingyun suddenly became anxious. I planted the vegetables myself. I can't let others take them away like this. Yi Qingyun turned around and rushed up the mountain, but unfortunately he had no cultivation and could not catch up with Guyu's speed. Guyu soon reached the top of the mountain and saw Yi Qingyun's yard. There are people living here. Guyu was a little surprised. He walked closer to the yard and saw that it was full of all kinds of strange plants. These are all rare treasures. Guyu looked at the plants in the yard in amazement, too shocked to speak. As a personal guard in the palace, Guyu had seen many treasures, but the scene before him still made his heart beat faster. He managed to calm down and prepared to explore further. At this moment, a bald rabbit suddenly jumped out from the yard. What a strong demonic aura! Guyu felt a strong demonic aura emanating from the rabbit and immediately became alert. This bald rabbit was obviously a demon beast, and its demonic aura was strong enough to make Guyu feel threatened. Who are you? The rabbit asked in a cold voice. His voice was cold but not without a trace of majesty. I'm the personal guard of His Majesty, the Emperor Wu. You monster! Don't be so presumptuous! Guyu shouted in a deep voice with sharp eyes. Hearing the words Emperor Wu's personal guards, Rabbit did not seem to be afraid at all. Instead, he sneered and said, "This is my master's territory. You leave quickly." Your master? Guyu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this monster was actually speaking for someone else. He couldn't help but wonder, since even this monster was so powerful, who was the master here? Guyu felt a dragon energy coming from nearby. He immediately followed the source of the dragon energy and soon came to the pond behind the yard. Dragon energy is coming from here? Guyu looked at the small pond in front of him and felt more and more confused. This pond is not big. How could it contain dragon energy? Is there any dragon remains in the pond? Just as Guyu was wondering, the water in the pond suddenly surged violently, and a whirlpool rushed straight to the sky. Guyu was shocked and instantly exerted a powerful aura to prepare for possible danger. The water's surface rolled, and a slender figure loomed in the water. Dragon. Guyu was stunned, his heart beating violently. He was sure that it was definitely a dragon in the water, and it was different from a flood dragon. It was a real dragon. The water quickly returned to calm. Guyu stood by the pond, too shocked to recover for a long time. At this moment, Yi Qingyun's dissatisfied voice came from behind. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why did you come to someone else's house without saying hello? Guyu suddenly turned around and saw Yi Qingyun standing there with a dissatisfied look on his face. Are you the owner of this place? Guyu asked in surprise. Yi Qingyun curled his lips and said, What else? Yi Qingyun walked to the edge of the pond and looked at Guyu. Are you going to steal my fish? Guyu was speechless and cursed in his heart. Steal fish? I want to steal your head. However, he clearly felt that the dragon's gaze behind Yi Qingyun was gentle and firm, and it seemed to be extremely loyal to Yi Qingyun. Guyu was panicked. Am I dreaming? Chapter 9. Are there really dragons? Dragon, you dragon. Guyu stuttered and pointed behind Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun immediately got angry. You are the deaf one, my ears are fine. Guyu was extremely anxious. His expression became even more tense. You. There's a dragon behind you. Yi Qingyun was stunned and turned to look, but he saw nothing. The water in the pond was rippling slightly, but there was no dragon, not even a sparrow. Yi Qingyun turned around and looked at Guyu suspiciously. Is this guy psycho? He thought to himself. Guyu was completely stunned, because the moment Yi Qingyun turned around, the dragon head suddenly retracted into the water. When Yi Qingyun turned back, the dragon head emerged from the water again, staring straight at Guyu. Guyu's eyes widened, and his mind went blank. Is this dragon targeting me? Guyu was shocked, but soon he realized that the dragon seemed to be full of awe for the seemingly mortal guy in front of him. Suddenly, Guyu remembered the words of the rabbit demon. The master of this place? Yi Qingyun, is he really the master of this place? If he was immortal, how could he let the rabbit demon recognize him as the master? Even let the dragon respect him so much? Guyu looked at Yi Qingyun. His eyes changed instantly. He realized that he might have underestimated the man in front of him. If this was really immortal, how could he make this real dragon surrender? Guyu immediately had the answer in his mind. This person was definitely not immortal, but a master with unfathomable cultivation. Just now, I treated such an unfathomable master in such a way. I was really looking for death. Guyu was secretly afraid, and a little bit of luck surged in his heart. I am a junior who is blind and has offended you, senior. I hope you will forgive me. Guyu knelt down with a humble attitude. Yi Qingyun was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Are you trying to scam me? He looked at Guyu warily, feeling a little uncomfortable. He never expected that the other party would kneel down directly. Guyu was stunned. Fake news? Advice from a senior? He thought about it doubtfully, but did not dare to be disrespectful to Yi Qingyun anymore. His awe of Yi Qingyun deepened in his heart. To be able to make a real dragon bow down is simply a miracle. Guyu secretly sighed in his heart. Who else in the entire continent can do this? Please forgive me, senior. I was too rude just now. Guyu lowered his head, his face full of shame. Apart from the martial emperor Dongfang Su, this was his second time kneeling, but he felt that there was nothing wrong with it, because Yi Qingyun in front of him was obviously far superior to himself. Yi Qingyun patted his head and said, I'm not a senior. Please stand up. Guyu stood up carefully. What are you doing here? Yi Qingyun asked. Guyu bowed and said, I am Guyu, the personal guard of Emperor Wu Dongfang Su. Because His Majesty the Emperor Wu sensed that there was a dragon energy rising to the sky here, he sent me here to check it out. Yi Qingyun was stunned and realized in his heart, Emperor Wu Dongfang Su? Isn't that the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty? The Guyu in front of him turned out to be the personal guard sent by the emperor. This is an important figure. In Yi Qingyun's original world, wouldn't this person be a master of the palace? He immediately changed his face. It turns out to be a master from the palace. I'm so rude. Guyu was stunned by Yi Qingyun's reaction and almost knelt down again. The two of them were more and more polite, and they were about to kowtow to each other. Guyu thought to himself, this hermit must have been living in seclusion here, experiencing the life of the mortal world, so he appeared in front of me in the form of a mortal. Since this master is unwilling to admit it, I should not reveal his identity, so as not to cause his dissatisfaction. Guyu thought silently in his heart, and felt a little more relaxed. Then, Guyu continued, What's your name, brother? Hearing Guyu say this, Yi Qingyun felt much more relaxed. He was a little embarrassed to be called a senior all the time. Yi Qingyun, he replied. Guyu immediately praised. Brother, your name is really elegant and unconventional, and your style is extraordinary. Yi Qingyun was a little helpless. This man can become the emperor's personal guard. It should not be by flattering, right? It's just a name, but you can say so many things about it. Yi Qingyun asked back, What is your name? Guyu smiled and replied, My name is Guyu. This is the name given to me by His Majesty the Emperor. Yi Qingyun smiled and said, Your name is really cool. Guyu looked confused. Cool? What kind of expert word is this? Yi Qingyun suddenly remembered what Guyu had mentioned before about the dragon energy. You just said that there's a dragon in my pond? Is that true? Guyu was about to answer, but he saw the dragon head in the pond emerge again, staring at him. Guyu was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth, and finally swallowed his words. No, I saw it wrong. Yi Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. I told you this pond is so small, it's hard to raise some fish, let alone a dragon. Guyu waved his hands hurriedly. No, I dare not delay because of the emperor's order. He quickly prepared to leave. Okay, then I won't see you off. Guyu left in a hurry, anxious to return to the palace. When Guyu returned to the palace, Dongfang Su had already noticed his return and immediately summoned him. How is it? Dongfang Su asked impatiently. Guyu knelt down and said, Your Majesty, there is indeed a dragon on the floating cloud mountain in the southwest. What? Dongfang Su stood up suddenly, his face full of shock. Then, he showed an expression of ecstasy. A dragon appeared in my country. What does this mean? His heart was full of excitement, as if his whole body was full of power. What kind of dragon is that? Is it a jiaolong? Dongfang Su asked anxiously. Guyu quickly replied, It's not a jiaolong. I saw it clearly. It was a real dragon. Dongfang Su immediately took a breath of cold air and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? It's confirmed, and I have seen it more than once. It is definitely a real dragon. Guyu nodded quickly and confirmed. Dongfang Su's hands were shaking with excitement, and his breathing was rapid. In my Tianwu dynasty, a real dragon was born. Is this a blessing from our ancestors? He was stunned. No, I want to go there in person. Guyu hurriedly advised, Your Majesty, there's a master living in seclusion on Fuyun Mountain. It seems that the real dragon was raised by this master. Dongfang Su was stunned, his face full of shock. This is impossible. Who can raise a real dragon? Guyu whispered, Your Majesty, this is what I saw with my own eyes. The master is unfathomable, and the real dragon is extremely respectful of him. If I am not smart, I am afraid I would not have come back alive. Chapter 10. Are you here to see the master too? Dongfang Su was stunned, and then he sat back on the dragon throne in silence, with shock and disbelief written all over his face. In the territory of his own Tianwu dynasty, there was actually such a hermit master hidden. To be able to make a real dragon submit, such an existence was simply incredible. As the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty, Dongfang Su had a high level of cultivation and even kept a dragon in his palace. But even so, he had to be respectful to the dragon and would never dare to show any disrespect. Now Guyu told Dongfang Su that someone could make a real dragon surrender. Dongfang Su was naturally shocked and couldn't even believe it was true. Guyu, are you under an illusion? Dongfang Su looked at Guyu suspiciously. Guyu shook his head helplessly. Your Majesty, the person is in Fuyun Mountain. If you don't believe it, you can go and see it yourself. Dongfang Su frowned slightly, his heart full of doubts. Why wait a few more days? Guyu replied, Your Majesty, the secluded places of the masters always like quietness. I just went there and disturbed the master. If you go again so soon, I am afraid it will cause disgust. Dongfang Su nodded. You are right. The hermits really don't like to be disturbed. He thought for a moment and decided, Okay, I will go to Fuyun Mountain in person in half a month. Guyu hurriedly said respectfully, Your Majesty is wise. Half a month later, the three-sex martial arts competition was officially held on Duantian Mountain. This mountain is the highest peak in the Tianwu dynasty and is also the place where the three major sects hold martial arts competitions. Today, the disciples of Xinjian sect, Juling sect, and Taihao sect gathered here. The leaders of the three major sects were fighting fiercely in the sky. The three had been fighting for almost an incense stick of time, but there was still no winner. Just when everyone thought that the battle would continue, suddenly, three figures landed on the ground together. One of them was Su Changfeng. Master Su has a high level of cultivation. I, Chun, am inferior to him. The purple-robed old man Gongsun Yu clasped his hands to Su Changfeng with a bit of helplessness. The white-robed old man Chun Gongwang also clasped his hands to Su Changfeng to show his respect. I, Gongsun Yu, thought I could suppress the two of you in this competition, but I didn't expect that Master Su would be better. Su Changfeng was beaming with joy and nodded. Thank you both for your kindness. He seemed very proud, and his inner joy was almost beyond words. Chun Gongwang looked at Su Changfeng. Can you tell me how Master Su achieved the breakthrough in such a short time? Gongsun Yu also showed a curious expression, staring at Su Changfeng, expecting his answer. The two old men had just made a breakthrough recently, so they were eager to hold the three-sex martial arts competition, hoping to severely suppress Su Changfeng before he could catch up with them. Unexpectedly, Su Changfeng not only caught up with them, but even surpassed them in strength. Su Changfeng smiled and said easily, "The sect is secret and cannot be disclosed." He did not intend to reveal his breakthrough process. Gong Sun Yu and Chun Gongwang smiled at each other and reluctantly agreed in their hearts that the three-sex martial arts competition was over. Xinjian sect surpassed Juling sect and Taihao sect and temporarily secured its position as the #1 sect in the Tianwu dynasty. After the martial arts competition, Su Changfeng couldn't wait to find Li Chunyuan and the other two. "Quick, take me to Floating Cloud Mountain. I want to meet that master in person," Su Changfeng said excitedly. In Su Changfeng's opinion, the victory in this martial art competition was entirely due to the natural treasures given by the hermit. Without these help, Su Changfeng would definitely not be able to break through in such a short time. Li Chunyuan and the other two naturally did not dare to delay, and immediately set out with Su Changfeng and headed straight for Floating Cloud Mountain. At the foot of Fuyun Mountain, hundreds of armored guards escorted two women. One of them was Tianyao Princess Chu Yinyu, and the other was her maid Xiaoqing. Accompanying them was a pretty woman in white clothes and skirt, who was Bai Suyi, a disciple of Juling's sect. Bai Suyi was also filled with curiosity when she heard Chu Yinyu mention the master of Fuyun Mountain. Chu Yinyu happened to come to visit again, so Bai Suyi followed her. On the way, Chu Yinyu warned Bai Suyi, "Su, let me tell you, that master has a strange temperament, so don't talk nonsense." Bai Suyi smiled faintly. "If he is really a master, I will respect him, but if he does not live up to his reputation, I will not be polite to him." Chu Yinyu shook her head helplessly. "You are always so self-righteous." As they were talking, they had already arrived in the mountains. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air from the sky. Chu Yinyu and Bai Suyi looked up at the sky and saw several figures flying down. It was Su Changfeng, Li Chunyuan, and the other two. The two women were stunned for a moment, and Bai Suyi quickly dismounted and saluted, "Junior Bai Suyi, greetings to Sect Master Su." As a disciple of Jiuling's sect, Bai Suyi was naturally respectful when she saw the leader of Xinjian sect, Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng nodded. "What are you doing here?" Bai Suyi looked at Chu Yinyu and replied, "I followed Princess Tianyao to come here to pay homage to a hermit master." Su Changfeng was stunned for a moment, with surprise in his eyes. "You are here to see that master too?" Chu Yinyu and Bai Suyi were both stunned for a moment and looked at each other. "Master Su, are you here too?" Chu Yinyu asked in confusion. Su Changfeng nodded, while Bai Suyi was shocked. Even a figure like Sect Master Su came to pay a visit in person. Could it be that the person in the mountain is really a hermit master, as Chu Yinyu said? At this moment, a dragon roared from the sky, and a majestic momentum changed Su Changfeng and others. The dragon chariot came from the sky with overwhelming momentum, and Su Changfeng and others also felt a sense of oppression. "The Emperor Wu has arrived." A long roar was heard, and the dragon chariot came in front of Su Changfeng and others. Chapter 11, Let's Eat Hot Pot Together. His Majesty the Emperor Wu. Su Changfeng and others were stunned. What happened today? How come even His Majesty Emperor Wu is here? Dongfang Su walked out of the dragon sedan, followed by Gu Yu. Seeing so many people here, Dongfang Su was actually a little confused. "Sect Master Su?" Dongfang Su looked at Su Changfeng first. As the leader of one of the three major sects, Su Changfeng naturally knew Dongfang Su. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Su Jianfen Baoet." Dongfang Su looked at Chu Yinyu again. Are you the girl from the Wang family in Pingxi?" Chu Yinyu immediately bowed. Chu Yinyu pays respect to His Majesty the Martial Emperor. "Dongfang Susmaiv. You are really Chu Tianchuan's daughter. When I last saw you, you were only 5 or 6 years old. In the blink of an eye, you have grown so big." Dongfang Su looked at Bai Suyi standing aside again. "Who is this?" "She is my good friend Bai Suyi, a disciple of the Jiuling sect." Bai Suyi bowed respectfully towards the east. "Greetings to His Majesty the Emperor Wu." Dongfang Sunadiv. He didn't care about him, as he was just a disciple of Jiuling's sect. Turning to look at Su Changfeng, Dongfang Su showed a look of doubt. "Sect Master Su, why are you here?" Su Changfeng did not hide it. "I'm here to meet a master in the mountains." Dongfang Su was stunned. "Are you here to see the master too?" Su Changfeng nodded, then looked at Dongfang Su in some surprise. Your Majesty too? Dongfang Su humphed. Shu Yanyu was also a little confused. Then the master we are here to meet should be the same person, right? Su Changfeng and Dongfang Su looked strange. If there is no second master in this mountain, then the master that these people want to visit should be the same person. But this is just too coincidental. How come we all bumped into each other today? Let's go. Now that we have met, let's go visit that master together. Dongfang Su said with a smile. That's great. It is Yinyu's honor to accompany His Majesty. Su Changfeng and Chu Yinyu naturally had no objections. At that moment, 3 groups of people gathered together and went up the mountain. Before reaching the top of the mountain, people could smell a fragrance from afar. It smells so good. Su Jing'er sniffed and said in surprise. Hey, Bai Suyi sneezed. Chu Yinyu frowned slightly. There's something spicy about this aroma, which is strange. Just go take a look and you'll know. Dongfang Su said this and quickened his pace. Soon, the group arrived outside Yi Qingyun's yard. At this time, Yi Qingyun was sitting next to a big pot. There was a fire burning under the pot, and the pot was bubbling. Waves of spicy aroma wafted out from this big pot. Yi Qingyun was also staring at the pot, his face full of excitement and anticipation. A bald rabbit and a lazy golden retriever were also lying at Yi Qingyun's feet, seemingly waiting for something delicious. Woof! Seeing someone coming, the big golden retriever just barked perfunctorily to remind its slow-reacting owner. Yi Qingyun then raised his head and saw the group of people outside the yard. Oh my god! Why are there so many people here all of a sudden? Seeing so many people outside, Yi Qingyun was startled and almost dropped the bowl and chopsticks in his hands. Fortunately, there were some acquaintances there, and Yi Qingyun quickly calmed down. But Dongfang Su, Su Changfeng, and Bai Suyi were a little uneasy. The 3 of them stared at Yi Qingyun, looking left and right. He doesn't look like a hermit at all. Moreover, there was no fluctuation in his cultivation. Apure mortal. Looking at the surroundings, he looks just like a farmer in the mountains. How could he be the unfathomable hermit master they claim to be? Sir, this is my good friend Bai Suyi. She is a disciple of the Zhouling sect. Chu Yinyu quickly introduced her to Yi Qingyun. Bai Suyi bowed slightly towards Yi Qingyun. Hello, sir. Yi Qingyun looked at Bai Suyi. Not bad, another little beauty. Brother Yi, this is our master, Xianjian sect master, Su Changfeng. Li Qinyuan also said. Yi Qingyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Master of Xianjian sect? A big shot. We must curry favor with him. If we encounter any troubles in the Tianwu dynasty in the future, it will be helpful to mention the name of this leader of the Xianjian sect. So it's Sect Master Su. I'm so sorry. Yi Qingyun clasped his fists and saluted. Su Changfeng returned the greeting. Your Excellency is too polite. Gu Yu on the side couldn't help it. Brother Yi, this is His Majesty the Emperor Wu. Dongfang Su couldn't help but straighten his body. After all, he is the emperor, and his status cannot be weaker than Su Changfeng, the leader of a sect. Emperor Wu Dongfang Su? Yi Qingyun looked even more surprised. How come even the emperor came here? What's going on? But since the emperor is here, he must be treated well. If I could hold on to the emperor's thigh in the future, wouldn't I be able to reach the peak of my life in minutes? It turns out to be His Majesty, the Emperor Wu. I am so rude. Yi Qingyun bowed. It's okay. I came here just to pay you a visit. Dongfang Su smiled. Yi touched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Am I so famous now? Even important figures like the leader of a sect and the emperor would come to visit him in person. Humph. Come to think of it, I'm a little proud. Dad, the rabbit demon is right there. Su Jing'er pointed at the bald rabbit in the yard and whispered to Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng looked at it carefully and his face darkened. What a beast! A hint of murderous intent appeared in Su Changfeng's eyes. The rabbit demon once killed disciples of the Xianjian sect, so Li Qinyuan and the other 2 chased it all the way to Floating Cloud Mountain. However, Su Changfeng did not get angry. Let's see the situation first. You're all guests. I am cooking hot pot here. It is time for dinner. Let's eat together. Ye Vingyun invited Karmi. Chu Yinyu suddenly became excited. The last time she ate grapes here, her cultivation level increased greatly, and she has been thinking about it ever since. But what is hot pot? What is hot pot? Dongfang Su was also a little curious. Yi Qingyun was stunned. Your Majesty, have you never eaten hot pot? Dongfang Su shook his head. Not to mention eating it. It was the first time he heard the word hot pot. Yi Qingyun looked at Dongfang Su with some sympathy. It turns out that the emperor of this world is also just an average person. He can't even eat hot pot. How miserable. Dongfang Su was a little amused and helpless when Yi Qingyan looked at him. It makes me, the great martial emperor, feel like I have never seen the world. Everyone come over. Hot pot is more lively when there are more people. Yi Qingyun asked everyone to come into the courtyard. Everyone gathered around the big pot, looking at the boiling hot pot inside. All of them looked confused. This thing looks really weird. What the hell is this? It's a mess. But it smells pretty good. Several people were talking at once. At this moment, Bai Sui showed a look of surprise. She smelled the aroma from the pot and felt warm all over. There was also a warm current surging in her body, especially the hidden injuries she suffered in her childhood, which now showed signs of healing. This so-called hot pot, could it be that it can completely heal my hidden injuries? Bai Sui was horrified. Chapter 12, Delicious Hot Pot. Bai Sui was injured in an accident when she was young. Moreover, the hidden injury has never been completely healed and is always lurking in Bai Sui's body. Every year, there would be an outbreak of hidden injuries, making Bai Sui miserable. Even after joining the Jiuling sect and becoming a cultivator, there was still not much improvement. But now, Bai Sui just smelled hot pot. The hidden injuries in her body actually showed signs of improvement. This shocked Bai Sui very much. Her hidden injury has not healed for many years. Even the leader of the Jiuling sect, Gong Sunyu, said that in order to cure the hidden injury, it would take several kinds of rare treasures to refine the elixir together. Could it be that the seemingly messy things in this hot pot are actually all natural treasures? Bai Sui couldn't help but think so. As for the others, their expressions also changed at this moment. Huh, why do I feel so refreshed when I smell the hot pot? Su Changfeng was amazed. My cultivation, which has been stagnant for many years, seems to be improving. Dongfang Su also spoke. Every single person present who smelled the hot pot could feel obvious changes in their bodies. Those who had hidden injuries are getting better. Those who suffer from poor blood circulation will immediately feel relieved. Those whose cultivation had stagnated also showed signs of breakthrough. Not to mention the youngsters like Li Qinyuan. Each of them had a rosy face and was full of energy. Don't be stunned. Hurry up and pick up your chopsticks. Yi Qingyun urged, picking out a piece of meat first and eating it with relish. Hot pot was Yi Qingyun's favorite food in the past. Yi Qingyun has done this several times since coming to this world. But it's for one person only, so at most I'll add a big bowl of dough. It's really not the right feeling to eat hot pot alone, so Yi Qingyun didn't enjoy his meal. This time it's different. So many people gathered around a big pot to eat hot pot. That's what it feels like. That's just right. Master Su, Your Majesty, I will not be polite. Chu Yinyu giggled and took the lead in picking up a piece of shiny, fluffy stuff from the pot. She didn't know what it was, but it looked delicious. Put in your mouth in one bite. Chu Yinyu's face suddenly turned red. So spicy. She exhaled and fanned her mouth. When everyone saw her like this, they were so scared that they didn't dare to pick up their chopsticks. Is it spicy? Su Changfeng asked with a frown. He has always had a light diet and doesn't even like to eat things with strong flavors, especially something so spicy. He is naturally a bit repulsive. Chu Yinyu was so spicy that she was speechless. Dad, let me try it first. Su Jing-er couldn't help it any longer and picked up a piece of beef and put it into her mouth. Delicious. Very spicy. Xu Yingye suddenly shouted in surprise. Her face, like Chu Yinyu's, quickly turned rosy. Li Qinyuan and Zhao Wanchun also started eating. They were better than Su Jing-er. Although they also felt it was spicy, they thought it was delicious. This is so delicious. The little fat boy Zhao Wanchun exclaimed repeatedly. He is the best eater among the group and has always loved delicious food. But this hot pot was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. Both the texture and the taste were extremely novel to him. Highly praised. I can't stop at all. Is it really that delicious? Su Changfeng looked suspicious and felt a little itchy in his heart. Master, please try it. It's really delicious. Li Qinyuan also said. Then I'll try it. If it's too spicy, I won't touch it anymore. With this thought in mind, Su Changfeng, with a serious face, also picked up a piece of vegetable leaf. He didn't want to eat meat and thought vegetable leaves would be lighter. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun wanted to remind him, but it was too late. As Su Changfeng took a bite of the leaf, his expression suddenly changed. Oh shit, this is too spicy. No, I have to hold it in. I am a master of my generation and the leader of a sect. I must not show weakness in front of your majesty and the younger generations. Su Changfeng held it back, chewing slowly in his mouth and nodding slightly. It tastes good. Everyone looked at him. Master, your face. Li Qinyuan opened his mouth. What happened to my face? Su Changfeng was stunned. Dad, your face is redder than mine, and your forehead is sweating. Su Yingye complained. Su Changfeng. Yi Qingyan smiled and said, Sect Master Su, the vegetarian dishes in this hot pot are actually the spiciest, because vegetarian dishes are easy to absorb flavor and can absorb oil. The spiciness almost penetrates into the vegetarian dishes. The corners of Su Changfeng's mouth twitched, and he almost cursed out loud. Why the hell didn't you say it earlier? Now I've made myself embarrassed. Haha, interesting. I want to try it too. Dongfang Su couldn't help it either. Your Majesty, please let me eat first. Guyu hurried to stop him. It doesn't matter. Sect Master Su and the others have eaten. Can I eat it too? Dongfang Su waved his hand, then picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. After chewing twice, Dongfang Su's eyes lit up. It's delicious. As an emperor, he had eaten countless delicious foods and was already tired of them. But this hot pot made Dongfang Su feel an unprecedented taste. It's an indescribable taste. Although it is spicy, it is a comfortable spiciness. What's even more rare is that although there are many ingredients in this pot, there is no conflict between them. Instead, they're mixed together to form a unique delicacy. It's truly the most delicious thing in the world. Dongfang Su couldn't help but praise. Guyu looked shocked. His Majesty hasn't shown this kind of expression for many years. He also quickly tasted it with a chopstick. Tisk, it's really delicious. As a result, Bai Suyi was the only one who hadn't picked up her chopsticks yet. Bai Suyi didn't want to eat it. She actually wanted to try it. However, she just looked at the boiling red oil in the pot, the dishes cooked together in a mess, and everyone reaching their chopsticks into the pot. Bai Suyi resisted instinctively. She has had misophobia since she was a child, and Bai Suyi found it hard to accept that she was asked to eat from the same pot with others. Su, don't you want to eat it? This is delicious. Chu Yinyu ate so much that her forehead was covered in sweat and her mouth was red. Bai Suyi smiled awkwardly. I won't eat it. You guys eat it. Oh well. Chu Yinyu continued to eat with relish. Seeing that everyone was eating happily, Yi Qingyan was also happy and was in a much better mood than before when eating hot pot. It's a pity that Big Hare and Rabbit squatted there and waited for a long time, but didn't get anything. Soon, the whole pot of food was eaten. Zhao Wangchun seemed unsatisfied and wanted to drink a sip of the hot pot soup as soon as he picked up the pot. Yi Qingyan quickly stopped him. This guy is really awesome. He even wants to drink the hot pot soup, and he's not afraid of choking to death. Zhao Wangchun was reluctant to leave because he didn't get to drink the hot pot soup, so he had to put the pot down. Everyone, are you satisfied with the meal? Yi Qingyan said with a smile. Satisfied. Tasty. This is the happiest meal I've ever had. Everyone praised the meal highly and was still not satisfied. At this moment, Li Qinyuan's expression suddenly changed. My cultivation. Boom. Li Qinyuan just felt like there was a fire burning in his stomach. The next moment, his realm broke through directly. Chapter 13, The Efficacy of Hot Pot. I think I made a breakthrough, Li Qinyuan said in a daze. Everyone looked at him. Li Qinyuan activated his own cultivation, and his aura was indeed much stronger than before. I have broken through to the middle stage of Jiyuan. Li Qinyuan was very surprised. His original cultivation level was at the initial stage of Jiyuan. If he wanted to enter the middle stage of Jiyuan, it would take at least half a year. But now, after eating a hot pot, Li Qinyuan had a breakthrough inexplicably. Very comfortable. It feels like it's a natural progression. Wait a minute, I think I'm about to break through. As Zhao Wangchun spoke, the aura around him suddenly increased. He broke through from the great perfection of spiritual opening to the initial stage of source gathering. I made a breakthrough too. Xu Yingye exclaimed. Her cultivation level rose directly from the late stage of Kaling to the great perfection of Kaling. The three brothers and sisters made breakthroughs one after another, and each of them has broken through a small realm. This can no longer be described as a coincidence. At this time, Chu Yinyu's expression also changed. I'm about to break through too. Before she finished speaking, Chu Yinyu's aura doubled. From the late stage of spiritual awakening, he directly stepped into the great perfection of spiritual awakening. Bai Suyi, who was standing by, was stunned. The last time Chu Yinyu came back, Bai Suyi was already surprised that she had advanced from the middle stage of Kaling to the late stage of Kaling. How long has it been? Chu Yinyu actually made another breakthrough. directly stepped into the great perfection of spiritual awakening. This time it caught up with me. Your Majesty, I feel like I'm about to break through. Guyu suddenly exclaimed. What? You want to break through too? Dongfang Su looked at Guyu in disbelief. As expected, Guyu broke through. As his aura doubled, Guyu smoothly moved from the early stage of Dan condensation to the middle stage of Dan condensation. The breakthroughs of others are still acceptable. After all, their cultivation is not high. But Guyu is different. He is a master in the Imperial Palace and a personal guard of Emperor Wu Dongfang Su. He has the cultivation level of nascent soul realm. At the condensation core stage, one can already serve as an elder in the three major sects. From the early stage of Dan condensation, he entered the middle stage of Dan condensation. Generally speaking, it would take at least 10 years to achieve a breakthrough. But Guyu completed it in an instant. This is incredible. The successive breakthroughs made everyone realize that this was definitely not a coincidence. They all looked at Yi Qingyun, and they all thought of the hot pot they had just eaten. Could it be that the hot pot we just ate caused our breakthrough? Li Qinyuan couldn't help but say so. Very likely. Guyu nodded repeatedly. At the same time, Su Changfeng and Dongfang Su also felt some changes in themselves. Although the two of them did not make any breakthroughs in their cultivation, but a sense of enlightenment emerged in their hearts. Sudden enlightenment. At this time, both of them experienced an extremely rare moment of enlightenment. One day of sudden enlightenment, the mind becomes clear. The boundless road is right before your eyes. Su Changfeng looked shocked. Dongfang Su was horrified. The two looked at each other, and both could feel each other's current state. For a moment, the two of them were a little unstable. This is simply a miracle. Just after eating this hot pot meal, they both had an epiphany. It's incredible. I didn't expect that I could still have an epiphany after reaching my current level of cultivation. This hot pot meal was really worth it. Dongfang Su was filled with emotion. I also suddenly realized that all the confusions I had in my cultivation in the past were suddenly cleared up at this moment. It really made me feel relaxed and happy. Su Changfeng said. Everyone was shocked. These two big guys actually had an epiphany? Isn't this too scary? Yi Qingyun was stunned as he listened. This is both a breakthrough and an epiphany. This made Yi Qingyun a little confused. Isn't it just a hot pot meal? Is it that exaggerated? Yi Qingyun was very confused. There are only some ordinary ingredients in the hot pot, so how come it has such a great effect? Besides, he felt full and had no other reaction. Could it be that I have no cultivation, so I had no reaction after eating the hot pot? Yi Qingyun thought so. At this time, Su Changfeng and Dongfang Su both stood up and bowed solemnly to Yi Qingyun. Thank you for the gift, senior. Both big men saluted. Naturally, others can't just sit there and watch. Except by Suyi, everyone else bowed to Yi Yun. Thank you for the gift, senior. Yi Qingyun was a little embarrassed. Don't be like this. I really didn't do anything, and I'm not some senior expert. When everyone saw it, they were all moved. A master is a master. He is so indifferent to fame and fortune. It is obvious that our gains are all his work, but he never takes it to heart. This is the demeanor of a master. It is really difficult for us to reach that level. Perhaps in the eyes of this expert, allowing us to achieve breakthroughs and enlightenment is just a piece of cake, and he doesn't take it to heart at all. The more Yi Qingyun denied it, the more they felt that Yi Qingyun did it on purpose, and the more they admired him in their hearts. Master, I wonder if the ingredients cooked in the hot pot just now are all kinds of natural treasures? Su Changfeng asked tentatively. Yi Qingyun shook his head. There are no rare treasures. These are just common things in my yard. They are nothing at all. When everyone heard this, they were even more shocked. This master can cook anything he wants in his yard, any of which can produce such an effect. If it is used to make pills, wouldn't it take off directly? At this moment, there is a person who regrets a lot. That is by Suyi. Because of her misophobia and psychological problems, she didn't pick up her chopsticks to eat the hot pot. But while seeing others making breakthroughs or having sudden realizations, she alone did nothing. Bai Suyi regretted it. I should have known there would be such great benefits. Why should I be so reserved? It's okay now. Everyone was eating with a smile on their face and had a great harvest. You didn't get anything, and your best friend even surpassed you in cultivation. Bai Suyi looked at Yi Qingyun pitifully. Master, I want to eat too. Everyone looked at her with sympathy. Chu Yin Yu curled her lips. You refused to eat when I told you to, but now you want to eat again? Bai Suyi's face was full of bitterness, and she could only nod. Let's wait until next time. Next time I eat hot pot, come over and I'll treat you. Yi Qingyan said. Bai Suyi was a little disappointed. How can you be so unreasonable in front of a master? Su Jinger was a little dissatisfied. Just now the master asked all of us to eat, but you didn't appreciate it. Now you want to trouble the master again. Do you think you're qualified? Li Qinyuan also glanced at Bai Suyi. The disciples of Jiling's sect really have no idea of their limits. Bai Suyi looked aggrieved. She wanted to ask an expert to heal the hidden injuries in her body. Apart from that, she didn't expect to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. Chu Yinyu couldn't bear to see Bai Suyi like this, so she spoke up for her immediately. Master Yi, Susu actually has something to ask of you. Yi Qingyan looked at Bai Suyi curiously. Just tell me if you have any problem. I'll help if I can. Chapter 14, Cupping. Susu was injured when she was a child and has never recovered. She suffers from the injury every year, causing her great pain. Please help Susu, Master Yi. Juzanu Polit. Bai Suyi also bowed to Yi Yin. Please help me, Master Yi. Yi Qingyan touched his chin. Cure disease? The dog system has taught me before. However, Yi Yin himself had never tried it, so he didn't know whether it was reliable or not. But now people are coming to us for help. If I don't agree, it would be a bit inhumane. Okay, I can try, but there's no guarantee that it can be cured. Yi Qingyan said so. Chu Yinyu and Bai Suyi were overjoyed when they heard this. Thank you, Master Yi. In the eyes of both of them, as long as this expert is willing to help, there shouldn't be any problem. When the others heard that the master was going to cure diseases, they also became interested and wanted to see how this master would cure diseases and save lives. Tell me in detail, what exactly is the hidden injury? Yi Qingyan asked. When I was 6 years old, I accidentally went deep into the mountains. I was bitten by something in the mountains. The cold air penetrated my bones and damaged my internal organs. Bai Suyi recalls her past. Although I sought treatment from many people, I was never fully recovered. Every year at the turn of autumn and winter, the cold would strike my body and last for 2 days. Later, I joined the Nine Spirits sect, and my master checked me out. He said that there were still poisonous insects in my body, but he couldn't expel them. Su Changfeng, who was standing next to him, was surprised when he heard this. Even Gongsun, you can't do anything about it. Bai Suyi nodded. My master is helpless too. Su Changfeng seemed to be thinking about something. No wonder Bai Suyi followed Chu Yinyu to pay a visit to Yi Qingyan. Even Gongsun Yu was helpless. In the Tianwu dynasty, only the mysterious master in front of him could possibly cure Bai Suyi. Is there a cold in the body? Yi Qingyan thought about it. Got it. Isn't it just cold? Then wouldn't cupping be enough? I just happen to have a cupping specialist. He immediately took a wooden box from the house. It's not very convenient here. How about you come into the house with me? Yi Qingyan said to Bai Suyi. Bai Suyi was startled. Can't we do it outside? Yi Qingyan scratched his head. Of course you can, but my method of treatment requires you to take off your shirt and expose your back, so... Upon hearing this, Bai Suyi's face immediately turned red. The other people also looked at each other strangely. Why does this treatment method sound weird? Is this the proper method? Yi Qingyan was afraid that they might misunderstand him, so he said seriously, this method is called cupping. I guess you have never seen it before. You must take off your shirt, expose your entire back, and cover your back with a cupping jar. If you don't take off your shirt, you can't proceed. This is telling Bai Suyi that if you want to be cured, then you should cooperate honestly. If you feel embarrassed, then forget it. Juzanu genli poulet Bai Shui. Try it. Maybe this master can really cure you. Bai Suyi bit her lip. Mr. Yi, let's go into the house. This sounds strange. Yi Qingyan almost had the wrong idea, but he calmed down and walked into the house carrying the wooden box. Bai Suyi followed him into the house. Mr. Yi, can I come in and take a look? Chu Yinyu suddenly thought, I'm also a woman. I'll go in and take a look. Should it be okay? Can. Yi Qingyan's voice came from inside. Chu Yinyu also entered the room immediately. Dad, I'll go take a look too. Su Jinger was also very curious. Go ahead, but don't disturb the master. Su Jianfen wouldn't, I know. Su Jinger also came into the house happily. As for the other men, they could only wait outside. Yi Qingyan moved over a folding chair and opened it. It's just enough for one person to lie down. Take off your shirt and lie down on this chair. Yi Qingyan said seriously. Bai Suyi bit her lips lightly, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, she was a woman, and it was really embarrassing for her to take off her shirt in front of a grown man like Yi Qingyan. Do you want to take it all off? Bai Suyi asked shyly. Well, leave nothing behind. Yi Yingyun nodded. At the same time, I was muttering to myself. I'm not trying to take advantage of you, but cupping really requires you to take off your clothes. Then please turn around, Mr. Yi. Bai Suyi's voice trembled a little. Yi Qingyun said, "Oh," and then turned around. "Oh no, can't see it." When Bai Suyi saw Yi Qingyun turn around, she slowly took off her shirt. 1-2. Soon, the white body appeared. Chu Yinyu and Su Jing'er stared with their eyes wide open. Especialik Su Yingya. He stared at Bai Suyi, then looked down at himself. Why is she so big? Although Chu Yinyu is Bai Suyi's best friend, she has never seen Bai Suyi's appearance at this moment. Seeing this at this moment, I can't help but feel a little jealous. Being stared at by two women, Bai Suyi blushed and quickly laid down on the chair. "Mr. Yi, I'm fine now." "Oh." Yi Qingyan turned around and took a look. My eyes almost popped out. "This. Also. Too. Big. It's done." Yi Qingyun was in a trance, but fortunately he was knowledgeable and experienced in his original world. He was stunned for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He opened the wooden box and took out bamboo tubes one by one. Yi Yin lit a candle and burned the bamboo tube over the candle flame. "Miss Bai, let's get started." Before he finished speaking, Yi Yin directly put the bamboo tube on Bai Suyi's back. Bai Suyi snorted slightly. There was a burning sensation on my back. Although it didn't hurt much, this novel experience still made Bai Suyi a little nervous. Soon, all 8 bamboo tubes were buckled on Bai Suyi's back. Chu Yinyu and Su Jing'er on the side were stunned. What kind of treatment is this? It's simply unheard of. "Okay, wait half an hour, and then you can take the bamboo tube down." Yi Qingyun wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Not tired. It is to restrain oneself. With such a fair and beautiful woman lying in front of me, I have to concentrate on cupping her. This is really not something that ordinary people can endure." "Is it that simple?" Chu Yinyu asked in surprise. "It's that simple." Half an hour later, Yi Qingyan took the bamboo tube. 8 black round brands appeared on Bai Suyi's back, looking somewhat hideous and terrifying. Su Jing'er and Chu Yinyu both frowned, feeling a little disgusted. Yi Qingyan looked at the bamboo tubes. "There really are poisonous insects." "What?" The 3 of them were startled and looked over at the same time. Yi Qingyan used a bamboo piece to scrape the inside of the bamboo tube, and sure enough, some silvery white insect corpses fell out. Chapter 15 Matchmaking. There were 8 bamboo tubes, and some white insect corpses were poured out of them. These bugs are so tiny that they look smaller than ants. Yi Qingyun reached out and touched these insects, only to find that each one was extremely cold, like ice chips. "This should come out of your body," Yi Qingyun said to Bai Suyi. Bai Suyi was a little frightened. "There are so many bugs in my body. No wonder my hidden injuries have never healed." "So, is Susu's injury considered healed?" Chu Yinyu asked with concern. Yi Qingyun shook his head. "I think it's not completely healed yet. Let's do another cupping in half a month, and it will probably be almost healed." This was Yi Qingyun's own inference. If you do cupping again and no poisonous insects are drawn out, it proves that the disease is completely healed. If poisonous insects still come out, treatment needs to be continued. "Thank you, sir. I feel so comfortable all over, the most comfortable I've ever felt." Bai Suyi put on her clothes, her face full of excitement. She could clearly feel that her body was different from before. In the past, she always felt that the circulation of qi and blood was not particularly smooth. Moreover, the hands and feet are always cold and rarely warm. But now, Bai Suyi's blood and qi flow smoothly throughout her body, and my hands and feet began to warm up. This shows that her health is improving. And this is all thanks to Yi Qingyun's cupping therapy. "No need to thank me. It is our honor to help others." Yi Qingyun didn't care. Bai Sujin and the other 2 all remembered the 4 words. Helping others. Enjoy helping others? Is this the mind of a master? In such a cruel world of cultivation, the only one who can help others is probably an extraordinary and otherworldly master like Yi Qingyun. For a moment, the 2 girls' admiration for Yi Qingyun deepened. "Mr. Yi, I also have something I want to ask you." Chu Yinyu looked at Yi Qingyun with pleading. "Tell me, do you want to do cupping too?" Chu Yinyu shook her head. "It's my Pingxi palace that's in trouble." "What's the trouble?" Yi Qingyun asked curiously. "It's the Lingshan Song family. They want to occupy my father's fiefdom and take away the heirloom of my Chu family. The last time Xiaoqing and I fled to the mountains, we were chased by the Song family." Chu Yinyu said with lingering fear. Bai Suyi on the side continued. "The Song family has evil ambitions. They rely on their close relationship with the Prime Minister Chao Yuanhua and have colluded with the great elder of Taihao sect. The Pingxi Palace is having a very difficult time. I think I've heard of the Shilling Song family." Su Jing'er frowned and muttered to herself. My father and I are really at a loss. We hope someone can give us some advice and save our palace. As Chu Yinyu said this, she was about to kneel down to Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan quickly stopped him. Alas, you're a prince after all. Why is your family being bullied so badly? Yi Qingyan was speechless. Chu Yinyu's face was filled with shame. Although their Chu family was enthroned as the king of Pingxi, they were, after all, a king of a different surname. In the Tianwu dynasty, kings of different surnames did not have much power. But the Xiling Song family is different. The Song family is a family of martial arts. Not only are they filled with many masters, they are also related to the prime minister of the dynasty and the Tai House sect. How can the Pingxi Palace be a rival to the Song family? Even protecting oneself is difficult, not to mention competing with the Song family. If the Song family hadn't been afraid of the title of king of Pingxi, they wouldn't have dared to be so direct. Otherwise, with the power of the Song family, they would have razed the palace to the ground long ago. Master Yi, please save Yinyu. Bai Suyi also pleaded. Ye Vingyun Sikit. In fact, this matter is not difficult to solve. Bai Suyi and Chu Yinyu were both stunned. The threat from the Song family made the entire Pingxi Palace feel uneasy. There is no solution yet. Unexpectedly, in Yi Qingyun's mouth, it didn't seem to be a difficult thing. Please give me some advice, Master Yi. Yi Qingyun pointed outside the house. Didn't you see it? The important people who can help you are standing outside. You shouldn't beg me, you should beg them. Chu Yinyu and Bai Suyi were stunned. They looked at each other. It seems to make sense. The two people standing outside were the leader of Xianjian sect and the current Emperor Wu. As long as these two can help, the Song family, can they still turn the tables? Why didn't I think of that before? Chu Yinyu patted her forehead and cursed herself for being so slow to react. I have eaten hot pot with Su Chongfeng and Dongfang Su, but I never thought of asking them for help. How stupid. So, Yi Qingyan brought the three women out of the yard. Master Su, His Majesty the Emperor Wu, there is something I want to talk to you about. Yi Qingyun took the initiative to speak. After all, Chu Yinyu asked for help first. Moreover, these groups of people knew each other on their side. No matter what, I have to help Chu Yinyu make the connection. Su Chongfeng and Dongfang Su both looked at Yi Qingyan. What do you want, master? Yi Qingyan didn't bother to care about this name. He was already used to it. At that moment, Yi Qingyan told the two of them about Chu Yinyu. That's the thing. I'm just an idler, and I don't have the ability to help her, so I can only ask you two to lend a hand. When Su Chongfeng and Dongfang Su heard this, they didn't know what to say. If even you are considered incompetent, then what are we? Waste? Master, rest assured. Since the Song family is on good terms with the Tai House sect, I will go to the Tai House sect in person and have a good talk with Chen Gongwang. Su Chongfeng was the first to express his opinion. He was the one who benefited the most from Yi Qingyan. First, he relied on the rare treasures given by Yi Qingyan to break through his cultivation and won the martial arts competition among three sects. His three disciples also greatly improved their cultivation under Yi Qingyan. Even he himself had an epiphany. With such a kindness, how could Su Chongfeng refuse such a small thing? Thank you, Sect Master Su. Thank you, Sect Master Su. Chu Yinyu was extremely grateful and thanked him repeatedly. Dongfang Su stroked his beard slightly. I didn't expect that there would be such rampant things under my nose. Dongfang Su was filled with anger. He knew nothing about the matter. I will definitely not sit idly by and do nothing about this matter. Since the Song family has a relationship with Prime Minister Chao Huayuan, I will go and ask Chao Huayuan if he is the one who is backing the Song family behind the scenes, making them so arrogant. Chu Yinyu was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty. With Su Chongfeng and Dongfang Su stepping forward, nothing will happen in the Pingxi Palace. No matter how powerful and rampant the Song family is, in the eyes of Su Chongfeng and Dongfang Su, they are just ants. At this time, the Song family did not know that the fate of their family had already been arranged clearly. Everyone ate the hot pot and gained something from it. They were all satisfied and said goodbye to Yi Qingyun and left. Yi Qingyun watched everyone leave. Ah, it's quiet again. Yi Qingyun looked at the empty yard, feeling somewhat bored. He still likes the fun. It's too boring on the mountain. I'd better go down the mountain for a walk tomorrow. The next day, Yi Qingyun locked the gate of the courtyard. Taking to Mao and Rabbit, they came to a market at the foot of the mountain. It's quite lively here, with many people coming and going. Yi Qingyun came to a tea house and found a good seat to sit down. At this time, there was a storyteller in the tea house, telling a story with saliva flying. The guests in the tea house were also listening attentively. However, Yi Qingyan laughed out loud when he heard it. One old story. When he smiled, the old storyteller immediately looked towards Yi Qingyan. The other guests present also glared at Yi Qingyan. Chapter 16, Let's Be a Storyteller. Sir, what are you laughing at? The old storyteller asked with some dissatisfaction. Yi Qingyan quickly shook his head. Nothing, please continue. The old storyteller withdrew his gaze and continued telling his book. After listening for a while, Yi Qingyan burst out laughing again. The old storyteller looked at him again. The other guests in the tea house also glared at Yi Qingyan again. Boy, we are listening attentively. What are you doing here to make trouble? A man stood up and shouted loudly. Yi Qingyan ignored the man and looked at the old storyteller. Old sir, you've been writing this passage for many years, right? The old storyteller was startled. What do you mean, young master? I've been telling this passage for decades, and every time I tell it, the guests in the room listen with great interest. But I don't know why you keep laughing. Is it that what I said is ridiculous, old man? Yi Qingyan waved his hand. No, it's not that what you said is ridiculous, old sir, but this passage in the book is really too old-fashioned. When the old storyteller heard this, he immediately sneered. Haha, I've been telling stories for 30 years. The Green Sword Knight has always been popular since it came out. Why do you say it is outdated? The other guests also began to blame Yi Qingyan. I don't know where this young man came from. How dare he say that the story of the Green Sword Knight is old-fashioned? Such a classic story will remain popular, even if it is sung for 100 years. He is just a young boy, talking nonsense. I don't know how his elders taught him. The old storyteller felt even more proud when he saw so many people supporting him. Young man, please apologize to me here. Today's incident is over. This is to make Yi Qingyan apologize to him. Yi Qingyan didn't want to argue with him. But if you take advantage of your age, I won't tolerate it. Why should I apologize? Did I say something wrong? Your story is so old-fashioned and cliched. It's so boring. I might as well go up and tell you. As soon as these words were spoken, the old storyteller burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I've been telling stories for so many years, but I've never seen a young man as arrogant as you. Okay, today I will give this position to you. Come on, let me, an old man, listen to what you, a reckless young man, can say. The old storyteller walked down directly. Yi Qingyan was not stage-frightened either. I'm telling you, don't blame me if I take your job away from you. The old man smiled contemptuously. I, Huang, have been telling stories for 30 years, and I make a living from this. If you, a young man, can take my job away, I will kowtow to you 3 times on the spot. Yi Qingyan stared at old man Huang. Is that what you said? I said so. Did you all hear that too? All the guests can testify. Old man Huang was full of confidence and didn't believe that Yi Qingyan could speak better than him. Joke. Storytelling seems to be a simple business, but in reality, it is very difficult. Old man Huang has been storytelling for 30 years, a skill he learned from his father. They could be considered a family of storytellers. Which storyteller today isn't the product of decades of hard work? Let's see what this kid can say. The young people nowadays really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I guess he will have to bow his head in shame and admit his mistake to old man Huang later. All the guests were waiting to see the show. Yi Qingyan stood on the stage, calm and composed, with a calm expression. He picked up the gavel. Bang! There was a crisp sound, which sounded like that of a storyteller. Today I, Yi Qingyan, will tell you about this in front of you all. But maybe you have never heard of the book I'm talking about. This section of the book is called The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Everyone was stunned. The Legend of the Condor Heroes? This is really unheard of. And the name is a bit strange? Old man Huang curled his lips. I don't know what it means. Yi Qingyan smiled slightly and started talking. 100 years ago, there was a dynasty called the Southern Song Dynasty. It was in a critical time with wars raging and foreign invasions. The story of this section of our book happened at that time. On this day, the sky was snowing heavily. A Taoist priest came walking on the snow and passed by a place called Nyojia Village. This Nyojia Village. At first, everyone listened with disdain. But as they listened, everyone became gradually absorbed in the story. Especially when they heard that Yang Tiexin, Guo and their family had suffered a tragic disaster. Many of them slammed the table in anger. This Wanyan Honglai is really abominable. Damn you, evil thief. It's a pity that he wasn't killed by Qiu Chuji. Old man Huang was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the book Yi Qingyan talked about was so exciting. Just this opening paragraph was enough to completely engage the guests present. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun smiled slightly in his heart. I'm not good at telling stories, but the books in my head are so vast that I can't finish telling them, even if I talk for 100 years. He continued to tell the story of the legend of the Condor heroes. It tells the story of the battle between the seven freaks of Jiangnan and Xiu Chuji at the Misty Rain Tower, after which both sides agreed to look for the descendants of the Gua and Yang families respectively. The seven freaks of Jiangnan traveled all the way to Ma Bei and found the land of the desert. Finally, they found a child in the northern desert. He is the descendant of the Gua and Yang families. Bang! Yi Qingyun suddenly slammed the gavel again, startling all the guests in the room. I want to know what happened next. Stay tuned for the next chapter. After saying that, Yi Qingyun bowed to everyone. Everyone suddenly woke up, as if from a dream. Why did you suddenly stop talking? Keep talking. Who is the child that the seven freaks of Jiangnan found? Are they the descendants of Guo Xiaotian, or the descendants of Yang Tiexin? Hurry and continue. Everyone was very dissatisfied. I was listening happily, but it was interrupted at this moment. Who can bear this? Yi Qingyun smiled slightly. Everyone, I am not a storyteller. Everyone was stunned. Then I reacted. The real storyteller, Old Man Huang, is still standing behind. They all turned back. Old Man Huang had a dejected look on his face, and he seemed to have lost all his energy. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but I couldn't say anything. Old Man Huang was deeply shocked by the story Yi Qingyun told. Compared with the story told by Yi Qingyun, the story of the so-called Green Sword Knight is indeed too old-fashioned. There is simply no comparison. This is what we call a story. Old Man Huang suddenly burst into tears. For so many years, I have been a frog in a well. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. Why are you still crying? He was about to step down when he saw a middle-aged man quickly walk up to Yi Qingyun and bow to him. Sir, I am the owner of this tea house. Could you please continue the previous part for the guests? Chapter 17. Women disguised as men. The owner of the tea house came out. He had been watching from the side, and when he saw Yi Qingyun was about to go on stage to speak, he felt very contemptuous. After all, he has read the books that Old Man Huang has talked about for many years and is very clear about his abilities. What can such a young man say? It will definitely expose your weakness. But unexpectedly, Yi Qingyun's storytelling was so effective. He completely defeated Old Man Huang. Looking at these guests clamoring to continue listening, you can tell how popular the passage in the book Yi Qingyun just talked about is. This is an effect that Old Man Huang has never experienced before. The tea house owner couldn't sit still any longer, so he came out quickly to invite Yi Qingyun to continue telling stories in his tea house. Tea houses and storytellers have always complemented each other. If a tea house wants to do prosperous business, attracting a good storyteller to tell stories in its store for a long time is a very effective way. Yi Qingyun shook his head. I'm not a storyteller. If you want to listen to a storyteller, let the old gentleman continue. After saying this, Yi Qingyun walked off the stage in a dashing manner. Old Man Huang felt ashamed. He knew very well that even if he wanted to go on stage and tell stories again, no one would want to listen. The story of the legend of the Condor heroes is so immersive. There is no way that those old-fashioned stories of mine can compare to this. Old sir, I just made a fool of myself. Yi Qingyun was very polite and bowed to Old Man Huang. He doesn't want to bully anyone. It was just that I was eager to win, so I went up and said that. Now that the effect has been achieved, we will naturally not push our limits and embarrass others. After all, this Old Man Huang makes a living by storytelling. It's not good to ruin someone's job. Alas, old man, I should apologize to you. Old Man Huang smiled bitterly and bowed to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun quickly supported Old Man Huang. That's unacceptable. Old Man Huang sighed. I want to ask you, sir, did you write the story of the legend of the Condor heroes? Ye Vingyun similet mysteriously. No. Oh, I don't know who did it. Yi Qingyun looked into the distance. This story was told by an old gentleman named Jin. He is a man of profound learning, like a saint of literature and Taoism. Old Man Huang looked shocked. A saint of literature and Taoism? That's a godlike existence. Where is this Mr. Jin? I want to visit him. Yi Qingyun shook his head. Mr. Jin has long passed away. Old Man Huang felt a little regretful. That's a shame. Yi Qingyun smiled and said, although Mr. Jin has passed away, he has left us, the descendants, with countless wonderful stories. Old Man Huang looked around and saw that everyone was looking at them, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sir, you better go on stage and say something, otherwise these guests won't let you leave easily. Those guests were all staring at Yi Qingyun. He seemed to want to tie Yi Qingyun to the stage. Yi Qingyun was also somewhat helpless. Well, let me tell you another story. Yi Qingyun took the stage again. Before he could even say anything, he was greeted with applause. Old man Huang also sat there with anticipation, wanting to hear what Yi Qingyun would say next. Yi Qingyun continued to tell the story of the legend of the Condor heroes. Everyone listened attentively. When Yi Qingyun mentioned that the 7 freaks of Jiangnan recognized Guojing, everyone present cheered. And when everyone heard that Guojing bent his bow and shot an eagle and was named the Golden Sword Prince Consort, they were even more excited. The stories they had heard before had never had such a refreshing plot. It's like entering a new world. Before we knew it, the entire tea house was full. There were even a lot of people gathered outside the tea house, listening attentively to the sounds coming from inside. The young man relied on his extraordinary martial arts to flirt with Mu Nianzi. Mu stepped forward to stop him, but was beaten by the young man instead. Guojing saw this below the ring and was filled with righteous indignation. He immediately kicked his feet and stepped onto the ring as light as a swallow. Bang! To know what happens next, please listen to the next episode. Having said this, Yi Qingyun stopped. I really can't say it anymore. It's getting dark. Without realizing it, I've been talking here for quite some time. That was so dry mouth. Fortunately, the shopkeeper quickly served tea and snacks, allowing Yi Qingyun to catch his breath. This storytelling is really not something that ordinary people can do. Yi Qingyun said secretly while drinking water. Everyone felt that they had not yet reached their limit. However, no one asked Yi Qingyun to tell stories again. After listening to books for a whole day, they were quite satisfied. Sir, will you come tomorrow? If you come again, I'll come and wait for you early in the morning. You must come, otherwise I don't know how to sleep tonight. I just want to know if that young man is a descendant of the Yang family. If the descendants of the Gua and Yang families were to fight, who would be more powerful? Yi Qingyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If I come here every day, wouldn't I really become a storyteller? We don't rely on this for a living. It's just a passing interest. Everyone, I won't be here tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was immediately disappointed. However, I will tell Mr. Huang the whole story of the legend of the Condor heroes, and then Mr. Huang will continue to tell the story to everyone. Everyone felt relieved when they heard this. As long as I can continue to hear the story, it doesn't matter if someone else tells it. Old man Huang was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yi Qingyun with emotion. He didn't expect that Yi Qingyun would be so generous as to tell him the story of the legend of the Condor heroes. Thank you, sir. Old man Huang bowed. I haven't asked what your name is yet. My last name is Yi Qingyun, and I live on Floating Cloud Mountain. Yi Qingyun said, Master Yi, if you don't mind my old age, I would like to be your friend regardless of age difference. It is an honor for the younger generation. Yi Qingyun woke up to Mao and Rabbit, who were already sleeping, and took them out of the tea house. Just turned a corner. 5 people came towards me. The leader was a young man with red lips, white teeth, and a handsome face. He was holding a folding fan in his hand, looking quite unrestrained. The 4 big men behind him seemed to be the servants of this young man. Stop! The young man stopped Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun looked at the other party in confusion. What's up? The young master smiled and said, I like your stories very much. Come back with me, and I want you to finish telling all your stories immediately. The tone was strong, as if Yi Qingyun would not be allowed to refuse at all. Yi Qingyun looked at the young man. Miss, I don't seem to know you. I'm sorry I can't keep you company. The young man was stunned. You can actually tell that I'm a woman dressed as a man? Yi Qingyun was speechless for a while. Girl, if you don't want others to see it, at least tighten the area around your chest. Chapter 18. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. The young man was stunned by Yi Qingyun's words, and he looked down at himself. Ouch, I really forgot. The young man dressed as a man blushed slightly, but did not care too much. It doesn't matter whether I'm a man or a woman. The important thing is, I want to continue listening to your story. As long as you speak well and make me happy, I will reward you handsomely. These words sounded like a great gift to Yi Qingyun. It seemed that it would be a bit inappropriate if Yi Qingyun didn't kneel down and kowtow to express his gratitude. Yi Qingyun looked strange. Sister, I'm not a storyteller. If you want to hear stories, just go to the tea house. After saying that, Yi Qingyun picked up the rabbit and took Damao with him and was about to leave. Stop! The young master shouted coldly. The 4 servants behind him immediately surrounded him. There were people surrounding Yi Qingyun from all sides, with no way to go. The four servants all had ferocious looks on their faces, and they deliberately clenched their fists, as if they were threatening Yi Qingyun. They had already seen that Yi Qingyun was just a mortal, with no trace of cultivation at all. They can crush such people to death with just a wave of their hands. The rabbit held in Yi Qingyun's arms winked at the big hair on the ground. Damao was also winking at the rabbit. A rabbit and a dog. It's like they are communicating. Do you want to do it? Let's see what the situation is. Okay then. The rabbit continued to be docile, and Big Hair still looked lazy. Instead, their master Yi Qingyun was frightened by this scene, and his face turned pale. Isn't it said that everyone in this world is kind? How come I'm at a bully now? Don't mess around. I have a background. Yi Qingyun said seriously. The young man smiled slightly. Do you know who I am? Yi Qingyun shook his head. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Come back with me. I just want to listen to your story. It won't do you any harm. Take it away. After saying this, the young man waved his hand. Let's go. The four servants all stared at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was helpless. Since you are weak and alone, it is better not to resist. So, Yi Qingyun followed them and walked forward. Not long after, Yi Qingyun saw a very luxurious carriage. There was also a middle-aged man sitting in the carriage who seemed to be the coachman. Sir, you're back. When the middle-aged man saw the young man, he immediately bowed. Well, I brought back a storyteller, so he can entertain me on the way. The young man got on the carriage immediately. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Qingyun, and seeing that Yi Qingyun had no cultivation, he didn't care. Go up. For servants pushed Yi Qingyun into the carriage. My dog, Yi Qingyun said quickly. Don't want this dog. A servant laughed. No, you can let me go, but you have to take my dog with you. Yi Qingyun was very determined this time and did not give in at all. Let the dog get in the car too. The young master's voice came from inside the carriage. Only then did Damao get on the car, but it could only lie outside the carriage and stay with the middle-aged coachman. Yi Qingyun entered the carriage. The young man was sitting inside, eating grapes leisurely. How come you, a grown man, are holding a rabbit? The young man glanced at the rabbit in Yi Qingyun's arms and couldn't help but smile. The rabbit cursed inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that I like to keep a low profile, I would have slapped all of you to death. You are a girl. Why do you like to wear men's clothes and show off outside? Yi Qingyun said lightly. Upon hearing this, the young master looked at Yi Qingyun in surprise. I didn't expect that this weak-looking young man could speak so sharply. Sir, we are about to set off. The voice of the middle-aged coachman came from outside the carriage. Let's go. The young master responded. The carriage started to move. Yi Qingyun looked confused. Where are you going? You don't need to know. Yi Qingyun thought. You brought me here by force, and you didn't even tell me where you were going? What if you sell me? You're not a bandit, are you? Yi Qingyun asked tentatively. The young master chuckled. If I were a bandit, you would be dead by now. She wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and rinsed her mouth with a cup of tea. Okay, start telling the story of the legend of the Condor heroes. Yi Qingyun shook his head. If you don't tell me where you're going, I won't tell you. The young man narrowed his eyes slightly. You still dare to negotiate terms with me? Yi Qingyun looked like a man who could rather be killed than humiliated. Well, I can tell you. But after I tell you, I'm afraid I won't be able to save your life. After saying this, a dangerous look appeared on the young man's face. Then you better stop talking. Yi Qingyun quickly waved his hand. At this moment, Yi Qingyun was really weak, pitiful, and helpless. Haha, just be sensible. Yi Qingyun began to continue telling the story of the legend of the Condor heroes. The young man listened attentively. The carriage swayed and soon left the market. Yi Qingyun glanced out the carriage window and found that it should be heading east. Floating Cloud Mountain is to the west of the market. In this way, one is getting further and further away from one's home. If I had known, I would not have gone down the mountain to hang around. What should I do now? Yi Qingyun secretly groaned. Soon, Yi Qingyun began to talk about the scene where Guijing and Huang Rong met Hong Qigong by chance, and Hong Qigong taught Guijing the 18 dragon subduing palms. The young man seemed to be particularly interested in this story. He sat up straight and stared at Yi Qingyun without blinking. That's so serious. How could Guijing be so lucky to be taught by a hermit master? The young master couldn't help but say something. Yi Qingyun paused slightly. He smiled faintly and said, although Guijing is dull, he has a pure heart, treats people sincerely, and has a chivalrous spirit. Hong Qigong has a keen eye for people, so the two will naturally come together. The young man nodded. You're right. She couldn't help but think of herself. I wonder if this time I go to become a disciple. Can it be as smooth as Guo Jing in this story? Before I knew it, it was already late at night. The young man was still full of energy. But Yi Qingyun couldn't stand it anymore. He is not a cultivator, so he has to go to bed early and get up early every day. After staying up all night, I suddenly felt a little dizzy. Big sister, can you let me go? Ye Vingyun pitied it. No, and also do I look old? Why do you call me big sister? The young master said with some dissatisfaction. Yi Qingyun looked bitter. Then let me rest for a while. I'm too tired. Seeing that Yi Qingyun looked sleepy, the young master did not force him. Okay, you're allowed to sleep for a while, but you better behave yourself and don't move around, or I'll chop off your hands and feet. Yi Qingyun quickly leaned against the side and closed his eyes. While resting, I was thinking about how to escape. Outside the carriage, the middle-aged driver's expression suddenly changed. Miss, we seem to have encountered a monster. Chapter 19, Monster Attack. What? When a young man heard the voice, his face changed. The carriage stopped, for servants stood guard on all four sides of the carriage. There was tension on their faces, and they looked around vigilantly. At this moment, the carriage was on a quiet, ancient road. There are low trees all around. Apart from the sound of the night wind blowing, there was no other sound. But the middle-aged driver could clearly sense that there was a strong, evil aura hidden all around. Moreover, his cultivation is definitely not weak. Monsters are not uncommon in the Tianwu dynasty because it borders the Wan Yao kingdom. The kingdom of 10,000 demons is the paradise of the demon race. Although the Tianwu dynasty had tried several times to eliminate the monsters in its territory, it was never successful. The probability of encountering monsters in the wilderness is quite high. However, except Yi Qingyun, all the people in their group were cultivators, but some monsters still dared to approach them. That means the monster in the dark is quite powerful. Yi Qingyun also opened his eyes. He really couldn't sleep anymore. He looked at the young man, who was already holding a sword in his hand, his beautiful eyes scanning out the window. What is this? Yi Qingyun secretly groaned. I am so unlucky. Why do all these things happen to me? I hope there won't be a fight later. Even if a fight breaks out, don't get yourself involved. The middle-aged driver took a deep breath. We are from the Shao family of Beichuan. Please give us some leniency and don't embarrass us. This is to reveal one's origins, hoping to scare away the monsters in the dark. Beichuan Shao family? Yi Qingyun muttered something. He had never heard of it. But if there were other people present, they would definitely be shocked by this name. Beichuan is not within the territory of the Tianwu dynasty, but is located in the farther north outside the Tianwu dynasty. There's no country like the Tianwu dynasty. There are only countless martial arts families and various large and small sects. It can be said that Beichuan is a chaotic place. This so-called Shao family is from Beichuan and is a first-rate family with great power. If it were placed in the Tianwu dynasty, it would be comparable to the three major sects. A barren hill not far from the carriage. A dark bear demon was gnawing on a tragically dead wild boar. Next to the bear monster, there's a wolf monster. The Shao family of Beichuan? Why did the Shao family come to the Tianwu dynasty? The wolf demon gnawed on the wild boar's head, muttering to himself. The bear demon curled his lips and said, Who cares? Since we are in our territory, we should keep our lives. You're right. No matter how powerful the Beichuan Shao family is, they wouldn't dare to come here and act so recklessly. The wolf demon chuckled. The two monsters stood up and released their auras. Suddenly, everyone on the carriage became more nervous. It's at least a demon beast in the condensation realm. There's more than one. The middle-aged driver's face changed drastically. He is a warrior in the nascent soul stage, but only in the early stage of the nascent soul stage. But these two demonic auras coming from all directions have at least reached the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. If there's only one monster, then he could still handle it. But now there are two of them, and there's nothing he can do. We can only hope that these two monsters will be wary of the reputation of the Beichuan Shao family. De Mao lay next to the middle-aged driver and yawned out of boredom. Inside the carriage, the rabbit in Yi Qingyun's arms also moved its ears twice. Brother Go, there seem to be two blind monsters nearby. I know. Do you want to take action? Need not. Why? I find it troublesome. What if those two guys come over? They won't. Why? Because they want to live. The bear demon and the wolf demon are gradually approaching. But just then, the wolf demon suddenly stopped. Why do I seem to smell the evil spirit of other monsters? The wolf demon twitched his nose and a look of doubt suddenly appeared on his face. The bear demon also sniffed it. No way. Did you make a mistake? The wolf demon sniffed again and found that the smell was gone. Maybe I'm just too sensitive. The two monsters no longer hesitated and rushed directly to the front of the carriage. Protect the young lady. The middle-aged coachman shouted and jumped off the carriage first to face the two monsters. The other four servants guarded the carriage closely behind them. But looking at the expressions of the four of them, it was obvious that they were very frightened. Yi Qingyun lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw the two monsters. It's over, it's over. I'm really going to die here this time. Yi Qingyun looked depressed. The young man's face also turned pale. You should leave now, she said to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was stunned, then became angry. Are you trying to get me to go down and attract their attention? Young master, I clearly wanted to let you escape with good intentions. So how did that become a way of attracting attention to you? You too. We are from the Shao family of Beichuan. Before the middle-aged driver could finish his words, the bear monster was already rushing towards him. The middle-aged driver had no choice but to take action. Bang! As soon as the confrontation began, the middle-aged driver retreated repeatedly. The bear demon grinned grimly. I have some skills. The wolf demon stepped forward. Let me. Whoosh! The wolf demon attacked at an extremely fast speed, and its sharp claws whistled in all directions, making sounds like breaking through the wind. The middle-aged driver roared and raised both palms, with spiritual energy surging. The wolf's claws were blocked. However, there were also several bloodstains on the middle-aged driver's palms. Let's go together, don't waste time. The bear demon roared loudly. Two monsters are about to attack together. The middle-aged driver had a tragic look on his face. Miss, I'm leaving first. He rushed towards the wolf demon and the bear demon regardless of everything. He planned to use his life to hold back these two monsters, to give his lady a chance to escape. At the same time, the Mao on the carriage had straightened up and looked towards the two monsters. This moment, both the bear demon and the wolf demon felt an unimaginable pressure. It was as if a demon king had arrived. In an instant, the two monsters became stiff and unable to move. But the middle-aged driver felt nothing. Instead, he was surprised why the two monsters suddenly stopped moving and looked terrified. Could it be that he was intimidated by my aura? This is a good opportunity. The middle-aged driver struck out without hesitation. Bang! The wolf demon and the bear demon vomited blood and flew backwards, without any chance to fight back. The middle-aged man looked at his hands in surprise. Am I so awesome? He couldn't quite believe it. According to common sense, any one of these two monsters would be difficult to deal with. But now, it seems that I can easily deal with both of them. The wolf demon and the bear demon were knocked to the ground. They want to get up. But this pressure came again, making it difficult for the two of them to breathe and unable to get up. There is a demon king. There is a demon king. The two monsters were horrified, but could not make a sound. Chapter 20 Calligraphy Master Yi Qingyun. The middle-aged driver attacked again. The two monsters were in tears. It was obvious that this guy was no match for them, but they couldn't even fight back. Can only be beaten. It's so frustrating. I've never felt so aggrieved. The middle-aged driver felt very happy. He was only at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, yet he was pinning two monsters at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm to the ground. So cool. Before long, the wolf demon and the bear demon were beaten to the point of spitting blood and screaming in agony. Demao in the carriage yawned. The pressure on the two monsters suddenly dissipated. The bear demon and the wolf demon noticed this, and quickly stood up and fled away without looking back. But I dare not stay here any longer. If this kind of pressure appears again, the two of them will really lose their lives here. I didn't expect these people to have the protection of the Demon King. It's almost the end of us. I guess the Demon King showed mercy. Otherwise, the two of us would not be able to escape. The bear demon and the wolf demon ran so fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The middle-aged driver did not chase after him. He quickly returned to the carriage. Miss, I have defeated those two monsters. The young master was still terrified. They won't come again, will they? The middle-aged driver shook his head. Probably not. The young master breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The middle-aged driver hesitated. Miss, I feel like there's a master helping us in secret. The young man was stunned. Why do you say that? The middle-aged driver said, the cultivation of those two monsters is actually higher than mine. Logically speaking, it would be difficult for me to deal with one, and there is no way I could defeat them both. But those two monsters just now seemed to be suppressed by some force. They allowed me to attack them without fighting back. If not for this, I would not be a match for the two of them. After hearing this, the young master also felt that it made sense. But the question is, where can we find someone expert to help them? They didn't ask any expert to protect them in secret on this trip. Could it be? The middle-aged coachman and the young man looked at Yi Qingyun, who was shivering in the carriage at the same time. Could it be him? Both of them speculated like this. Among them, only Yi Qingyun was someone they didn't know the details of. But the young master quickly ruled out this speculation. He is just a mortal, without even a single bit of cultivation, so he can't be a master. The young master thought to himself. But the middle-aged driver didn't think so. He stared at Yi Qingyun, trying to see some clues. But no matter how carefully he observed, he could not find any trace of a master on Yi Qingyun. Am I overthinking it? The middle-aged driver was secretly puzzled. Why are you looking at me? Yi Qingyun looked suspicious. Nothing. The young man shook his head. The middle-aged driver didn't say much. He continued driving, speeding away from the place. Inside the carriage, the young man kept looking at Yi Qingyun from time to time. Yi Qingyun felt very uncomfortable being looked at by her. May I have your name? At this moment, the young man remembered that he didn't even seem to know Yi Qingyun's name. Yi Vingyun. The young master was startled. Are you from the Yi family? Yi Qingyun looked confused. Yi family? What Yi family? The young master saw that Yi Qingyun did not seem to be pretending to be stupid, and if he was a member of the Yi family, he would not be completely without any cultivation. Fine, the young master said perfunctorily. Yi Qingyun was speechless. Superstitious. What's going on? Your last name is Xiao. He asked proactively. Well, my name is Xiao Shi. Disappear? That doesn't sound like a very auspicious name. Yi Qingyun said something. Xiao Shi's face darkened. It's not disappearance. It's Xiao Shi, the poetry of poetry and songs. Oh. Xiao Shi rolled his eyes. Yi Qingyun touched the rabbit in his arms. Well, why don't you just let me go? I'm just an ordinary person, and I'm of no use to you. Xiao Shi hummed softly. Why not? You could tell me a story. Yi Qingyun smiled bitterly. How about I write down the story of the legend of the Condor heroes, and you can read it slowly, and then let me go. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi also thought it was a good idea. Although she is willful, she can also distinguish the priorities. Forcing Yi Qingyun to travel such a long distance and letting him tell me stories for such a long time is enough. It would be a bit too much to bring him along. Then write it. Okay. Yi Qingyun started writing immediately. There were paper and pen in the carriage. Although they were brushes, Yi Qingyun had already mastered calligraphy through systematic and brutal training. He can easily master running script, regular script, and cursive script. You can easily reach the level of a calligraphy master. At first, Xiao Shi didn't care. But when she glanced and saw the words written by Yi Qingyun, she was stunned. Yi Qingyun's handwriting is elegant and graceful, and every word is so perfect that it makes people feel comfortable at a glance. Looking at Yi Qingyun's posture when he puts pen to paper is simply a pleasure. Your handwriting is so good. Xiao Shi was surprised. Yi Qingyun smiled slightly. It's okay, so. So. Xiao Shi looked at the words that were vigorous and powerful, yet elegant. If this is sloppy, then her handwriting can only be described as a dog's crawl. I wrote it all night. Yi Qingyun has finally finished writing the legend of the Condor heroes. Of course, in order to save time, Yi Qingyun completely distilled the main content, so he could finish it in one night. It's finally done. Yi Qingyun rubbed his numb wrist and handed the dozen pages of written paper to Xiao Shi. By the way, let me give you another picture. Yi Qingyun painted another picture. It was a scene of Guijing drawing his bow and shooting an eagle. This painting is naturally extremely exquisite. Yi Qingyun's painting skills, like his calligraphy skills, were honed under the torture of the system. Xiao Shi was stunned by this painting. It seemed as if there really appeared before my eyes a heroic figure standing in the desert Gobi, holding a precious bow, drawing the bow and drawing an arrow, and killing two birds with one arrow. That kind of strong impact, that kind of real shock. For a moment, Xiao Shi was completely attracted by the painting. He was immersed in it involuntarily and forgot everything. Ahem. Ye Vingyun Kafut. Xiao Shi was still staring at the painting. Hey, Miss Xiao. Yi Qingyun gave a reminder. Only then did Xiao Shi wake up from his dream. She looked at Yi Qingyun in a daze. What's wrong? I have to take my leave now. Yi Qingyun said. Oh, stop the car. Xiao Shi shouted. The carriage stopped. Yi Qingyun immediately got off the carriage holding the rabbit, and Da Mao also jumped down. Xiaoshi stuck his head out from the carriage. See you again someday. Yi Qingyun smiled and nodded. The carriage continued to move forward. Yi Qingyun let out a long sigh. Finally free. But he looked around. People were confused again. Where the hell am I? Chapter 21, The Shocked Hermit. Yi Qingyun was lost. To be exact, he didn't even know where he was. In the wilderness, the night wind blows. There were also occasional wolf howls. Yi Qingyun was a little panicked. He couldn't help but hug the rabbit in his arms tightly. Fortunately, Da Mao is still around. Da Mao, do you know the way home? Yi Qingyun asked tentatively. Others say an old horse knows the way. I don't know if the old dog can do it. Big Mao barked, then wagged his tail and walked forward slowly. Yi Qingyun looked suspicious. Does this guy really know the way? When Da Mao saw that Yi Qingyun didn't leave, he stopped and looked back at him, as if signaling Yi Qingyun to follow him. Yi Qingyun was helpless. I had to keep up. A man, a dog, and a rabbit were walking slowly in the wilderness. The dog is very laid back. Rabbit is very leisurely. People are panicking. After walking for most of the night, Yi Qingyun felt his legs were sore, tired, and hungry. I can't walk anymore, Da Mao. Please carry me. Yi Qingyun said with a painful look on his face. When Da Mao heard this, his face suddenly fell. Are you still human? You actually want me, a dog, to carry you? Don't you have any idea of your own weight? But Yi Qingyun really couldn't walk anymore. Seeing this, Da Mao walked to a nearby place and called out twice towards the open space. Woof woof. Yi Qingyun was wondering what Da Mao was doing. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. A big black bear ran straight over. Yi Qingyun was startled. Big Mao run. He rushed over and tried to drag Da Mao away. I was afraid that this stupid dog would be eaten by a blind bear. But Da Mao was not afraid at all. Instead, he shouted at the big black bear twice. The big black bear squatted in front of Big Hair and nodded repeatedly. It seemed as if I could understand what Da Mao was calling. A dog and a bear started communicating in front of Yi Qingyun. What the hell? Yi Qingyun looked confused. But it seems that Da Mao is not in any danger. Da Mao and the black bear communicated for a while, and then the black bear walked up to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was a little scared and took a few steps back. But the black bear suddenly lay on the ground and exposed its back to Yi Qingyun. Da Mao was also calling out to Yi Qingyun. You want to climb up there? Let this bear carry me. Yi Qingyun was shocked. Da Mao nodded repeatedly. Yi Qingyun was shocked. The dog I raise actually has this ability? He couldn't help but laugh. He was no longer afraid and immediately sat on the black bear's back. The black bear carried Yi Qingyun on its back, while Big Hair continued to lead the way in front. Big Hair, is it your friend? Woof woof. Although I don't understand it, I think it should be. Woof woof. Da Mao, you are awesome. I will reward you with a big bone when we get back. Woof woof woof. The black bear's fur is a bit sticky in my crotch. It's not very comfortable. Black bear. I'm a bear monster after all. And you actually say that my hair sticks to my crotch? If it weren't for the sake of this dog demon king, I would have beaten you weak human into a pulp with just one bear paw. This black bear is the bear monster that appeared with the wolf monster before. At this moment, he revealed his true form and was called over by Da Mao to serve as Yi Qingyun's mount. On a hill not far away, the wolf demon looked at the bear demon going away, crying silently in his heart. I'm sorry, Brother Xiong. Miss, we have arrived at Yuqian Valley. The carriage stopped at a narrow valley entrance. The middle-aged driver spoke to Xiaoshi in the car. Xiaoshi walked out of the carriage. At this moment, she had already changed into women's clothes. If Yi Qingyun were here, he would definitely be shocked by Xiaoshi's beauty. It's hard to tell when a woman is dressed as a man. But when she changed back into women's clothes, Xiaoshi became one of the most beautiful women in the world. It is precisely because of her outstanding appearance that she attracts a lot of attention wherever she goes. Xiaoshi didn't like this. That's why she often dresses as a man. It's finally here. Xiaoshi looked at the mountain pass in front of him, full of anticipation. She came here from Beichuan all the way. It is to find a master who lives in seclusion here and become his disciple. Xiaoshi's great-grandfather once had a friendship with this master. Before Xiao Shizu's grandfather passed away, he told the Xiao family that if there were any particularly talented younger generations, they could be sent to Yutian Valley to become disciples of the masters in the valley. The master in the valley once made a promise to the Xiao family. If the Xiao family sends a younger generation here to become a disciple, he will surely become a world-famous master. Now, Xiaoshi is here. came with the Xiao family's expectations. Uncle Gio, bring your apprenticeship gift and follow me into the valley. Yes, Uncle Gio was the middle-aged coachman. He picked up a package and followed Xiao Shi into Yuqian Valley. The valley is very quiet. Not long after Xiao Shi and Uncle Gio walked, they saw a thatched cottage in the distance. There is a peach tree planted next to the thatched cottage. Under the peach tree, a white-haired old man was napping on a bamboo chair. Xiao Shi's eyes lit up, but he didn't dare to go up and disturb them. She and Uncle Gio just stood far away, waiting for the master to wake up before going up to pay him a visit. I waited for more than 2 hours. The white-haired old man slowly woke up. As soon as he woke up, he saw 2 people standing not far away. The girl from the Xiao family? Xiao Shi hurried forward. Junior Xiao Shi, greetings to the senior. The white-haired old man smiled slightly. Not bad, not bad. You have excellent qualifications, which I like very much. Xiao Shi was overjoyed. Disciple greets master. Then he kowtowed 3 times to the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man smiled and accepted Xiao Shi's 3 kowtows. Master, this is the apprenticeship gift from my Xiao family. Xiao Shi took the package from Uncle Gio and presented it with both hands. The white-haired old man nodded and opened the package, but a painting fell out. Xiao Shi felt a little embarrassed and quickly picked up the painting. This was the picture Yi Qingyun had drawn for her in the carriage before, and somehow it was put together with a gift for becoming her apprentice. Master, this is not a gift for becoming a disciple. It is just an ordinary painting. Xiao Shi said. The white-haired old man seemed to be interested in this painting. Show it to me. Xiao Shi was a little worried. I was afraid that this painting would make the white-haired old man unhappy. But since the white-haired old man had already spoken, Xiao Shi had no choice but to hand him the painting. The old man immediately spread out the painting. Upon seeing this, the old man's expression suddenly changed. He stood up from the rattan chair at once, his eyes fixed on the painting. It looked as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Xiao Shi and Uncle Gio were both shocked. Master, is there something wrong with this painting? The white-haired old man's hands were shaking and his face was full of shock. This painting is extraordinary and contains a supreme truth. After these words were spoken, Xiao Shi and Uncle Gio were dumbfounded. What the hell? The Supreme Way? Chapter 22, The Little Beggar. The white-haired old man stared at the painting with great excitement, as if his eyeballs would pop out of his head at any moment. What a beautiful picture of shooting an eagle with a bow. The white-haired old man said in a trembling voice. The painting contains a desolate and heroic spirit. If you can calmly comprehend it, you may be able to touch a road that no one has ever stepped on before. The person who can draw this picture must be an unimaginable master. I'm afraid he has already comprehended the great Tao and understood everything in the world. I never thought there really is such a person in this world. I really want to see his true face. As he spoke, the white-haired old man couldn't help but beat his chest and stamp his feet. Xiao Shi and Uncle Gio were stunned by what they saw. Is this painting that amazing? Isn't this just something Yi Qingyun drew casually? Although the painting is indeed very good, to say that it contains great truths is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? Master, this should just be an ordinary painting, right? Xiao Shi said cautiously. The white-haired old man suddenly widened his eyes. This is definitely not an ordinary painting. The person who could draw this must be an unimaginable hermit master. This painting is enough to equal hundreds of years of hard work by this old man. What? Is one painting worth hundreds of years of hard work? Xiao Shi and Uncle Gio were really shocked. The two looked at each other. Could it be that? Is it possible that Yi Qingyun, who looks like an ordinary person, is actually an unfathomable and peerless master? Where did this painting come from? The white-haired old man stared at Xiao Shi, eager to know the origin of the painting. Xiao Shi naturally didn't dare to hide it. Master, this painting was painted by a young man named Yi Qingyun. The white-haired old man seemed to be thinking about something. Young man, this shouldn't be the true face of the master. Such a master must have cultivated to a high level and can easily change his appearance. Xiao Shi was a little embarrassed. Master, that Yi Qingyun is actually immortal, the kind who has no cultivation at all. The white-haired old man was stunned. Mortal? Impossible. He doesn't believe it at all. Can a mortal paint a picture that contains such great principles? Absolutely not. Anyone who can draw this kind of picture must be a master that even an old man with white hair needs to look up to. The kind that is so high that it has no limit. Perhaps it is because you have poor eyesight and cannot see through the true face of the master, and you mistakenly take the master for a mortal. The white-haired old man said. After hearing what he said, Xiao Shi and Uncle Gio began to doubt their lives. Could that boy really be a hermit master? Xiao Shi frowned. Uncle Gio was startled. Miss, we encountered two monsters on the way. I was no match for them, but they seemed to be suppressed by some kind of power, so I easily beat them away. Xiao Shi also reacted. She opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. You mean, it was Yi Qingyan who made the move in secret at that time? Uncle Gio nodded repeatedly. Hiss. Xiao Shi was stunned. That makes sense. Whether it is this painting or the situation on the road, it is enough to show that Yi Qingyun is by no means as ordinary as they see. He is actually a hermit master? What are you talking about? The white-haired old man looked at the two of them with some confusion. Master, it is like this. At that moment, Xiao Shi told the white-haired old man how they met Yi Qingyun and what happened along the way. After listening to this, the white-haired old man looked at the two of them with a look as if he wanted to slap them to death. Xiao Shi and Uncle Gio were also very embarrassed. The hermit had once traveled with them all the way, but not only did they not recognize him, they treated him like that. Thinking about it now, they both felt a little scared. You guys, the white-haired old man shook his head repeatedly. Fortunately, that great man was magnanimous and did not bother with you. Otherwise, you would be dead. The two could only nod yes repeatedly. It would be hard to let go if I didn't visit such a great man in person. The white-haired old man rolled up the scroll carefully and put it into his storage bag. Take me to this master quickly. I want to ask for his guidance in person. Xiao Shi was a little surprised. It was clearly me who came here to become his disciple. So why is it that my master is in a hurry to go and pay his respects to someone else? Master, these apprenticeship gifts. What apprenticeship gift? This painting is your best apprenticeship gift. You can take the rest back. All right. Xiao Shi looked helpless. The white-haired old man was extremely anxious and urged the two to set off quickly. Upon learning that Yi Qingyun appeared at the market at the foot of floating Cloud Mountain, the white-haired old man grabbed Xiao Shi and Uncle Gio in each hand and flew into the air. Call! The white-haired old man flew directly into the air and took the two of them towards floating Cloud Mountain. Yi Qingyun returned to floating Cloud Mountain. Looking at his old nest, Yi Qingyun felt relieved. Home is still the best. After this trip, Yi Qingyun deeply felt the warmth of home. Coo coo coo. He was very hungry, so he quickly ate something to fill his stomach. After eating, Yi Qingyun had a good sleep. I slept until noon the next day. Yi Qingyun got up comfortably. He pushed the door open and walked out. But I saw someone outside the yard. What do you do? Seeing that man was sneaking around and trying to pick pears from the tree, Yi Qingyun yelled. The man was so startled that he fell off the pear tree. This time he fell hard. The man cried out and sat on the ground, unable to get up. Yi Qingyun hurried forward. It turned out to be a child. He looks only 7 or 8 years old. He was dirty and tattered, with unkempt hair and a dirty face, looking like a little beggar. The child was trembling, and his face was a little distorted because of the pain from the fall. How dare you steal my pears? Yi Qingyun said with a sneer. The little beggar rubbed his legs and staggered to his feet. I didn't steal it. You're caught red-handed, and you still say you didn't steal? Yi Qingyun was so angry that he laughed. The little beggar snorted. So what if I stole it? Are you going to kill me? Yi Qingyun was speechless. Good job. At such a young age, he is still a tough nut to crack. Yi Qingyun didn't really want to blame him. After all, it was quite pitiful for him to become a beggar at such a young age. May I have your name? Yi Qingyun asked. I don't have a name. You don't have a name? Then what do people call you? The little beggar's nose twisted. They all call me a little bastard. Yi Qingyun shook his head helplessly. What's your last name? The little beggar was stunned. My father's last name is Guo. What about your parents? They are all dead. Yi Qingyun felt a little sympathy. He walked to the pear tree and picked a dozen pears. He took another bag of rice from the house. Take it and eat it. When you are done, you can come back to my place. Yi Qingyun handed the things to the little beggar. The little beggar was a little confused. No one dared to reach out to take it. Don't steal things anymore. Chapter 23. The Demon King blocks the way. A real dragon flies into the sky. The white-haired old man took Xiao Shi and Uncle Gio all the way to the market at the foot of floating Cloud Mountain. Master, we met Yi Qingyun at this market. Xiao Shi said. The white-haired old man hummed, then closed his eyes and explored the entire market with his spiritual sense. The old man had great cultivation and could see the entire market clearly in an instant. Just very quickly, the old man was a little disappointed. There are some warriors in the entire market, but they were all people with low cultivation and were not even worthy of his attention. Naturally, it couldn't be that mysterious master. But think about it. That master may have been hiding his cultivation level all along, wanting to travel the world as a mortal. Perhaps this mysterious master is among the mortals that I have discovered. So the white-haired old man calmed down and began to wander around the market. Xiao Shi asked Uncle Joe to go back to Beichuan first, while he followed the white-haired old man around the market. I wandered around for 7 days. The white-haired old man has already thoroughly understood this small market. He even knew exactly how many old people and children there were in the market. But Yi Qingyun was never found. Could it be that this master has gone far away? The white-haired old man couldn't help but guess so. Xiao Shi suddenly remembered something. By the way, he seems to know the old man Huang who tells stories in the tea house. The white-haired old man glared at her. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Shi was a little embarrassed. Master, please forgive me. I forgot about it. White-haired old man. Now that we have a clue, we naturally have to look for it quickly. The master and his disciple came to the tea house. It happened that old man Huang was telling a story. Moreover, the book he was talking about was the legend of the Condor heroes that Yi Qingyun told him. Old man Huang spoke eloquently and passionately. The tea house was packed with people, and the owner was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He kept asking the waiters to refill the tea and water for the guests. It can be said that ever since Yi Qingyun performed a book reading in his tea house, the business of this tea house has been booming day by day. It's much stronger than before. Although Yi Qingyun never came to tell stories again, old man Huang could still tell the story of the legend of the Condor heroes. Master, that's old man Huang. Xiao Shi pointed at the storyteller, old man Huang. The white-haired old man took one look at old man Huang and was sure that this man had no cultivation at all. He did not interrupt directly, but listened to old man Huang's story. Unconsciously, the white-haired old man was immersed in it, and his thoughts were completely following the story told by old man Huang. By the time a passage of the book was finished, many of the guests in the tea house had left. The white-haired old man then let Xiao Shi go and question him. Soon, Xiao Shi came back. Master, I've already asked, and it seems that Yi Qingyun lives in the nearby Floating Cloud Mountain. Floating Cloud Mountain? The white-haired old man frowned slightly. He seemed to remember being there before. Thinking carefully, the white-haired old man remembered. 100 years ago, the white-haired old man once had a battle with a very powerful enemy. The enemy was chasing him all the way, and they passed by Floating Cloud Mountain. At that time, the white-haired old man was shocked by the restrictions on Floating Cloud Mountain. Let's go to Floating Cloud Mountain. The two of them went to Floating Cloud Mountain without delay. When the white-haired old man saw that the top of Fuyun Mountain was no longer covered by black fog, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The ban from that year has actually disappeared. He remembers it very clearly. When he passed by Floating Cloud Mountain, he thought it was just an ordinary black fog, but it triggered a restriction and he almost lost his life here. Now, the black fog on the mountain has completely dissipated. The representative ban also disappeared. Could it be that the master did it? The white-haired old man couldn't help but guess so. He calmed himself down and walked up the mountain with Xiao Shi. Not long after, the white-haired old man stopped. Master, what's wrong? Xiao Shi looked at the white-haired old man in confusion. The white-haired old man did not speak, but looked ahead with a serious expression. Xiao Shi followed the white-haired old man's gaze. I saw a big golden dog lying on a rock not far away, lazily basking in the sun. This big golden retriever even exposed its belly, looking lazy. This is the dog that followed Yi Qingyun. Xiao Shi recognized it at a glance. She was about to go over, but was stopped by the white-haired old man. What's wrong, master? Xiao Shi was puzzled. The white-haired old man had an extremely solemn expression. One could even say that he looked a little frightened. He stared at the big golden retriever, and his breathing became heavy. This is a demon king. Xiao Shi was stunned. What the hell? Demon king? The white-haired old man's eyes were full of fear, and he didn't dare to move forward. He bowed to Damao. I am Mo Tianshu, and I am here to greet the demon king. Damao stuck out his tongue, but didn't respond. The white-haired old man became more and more nervous, because he couldn't see through Damao's depth at all, but he was sure that this was definitely a demon king. Demon king, the king among monsters. Even in places where demons gather, the number of demon kings will not exceed 10. Every demon king has the ability to reach the sky and penetrate the earth. Destroying a country is no problem. The white-haired old man is considered a rare master among the human race. But compared with the demon king, there is still some gap. You just said that this demon king was with that master. The white-haired old man suddenly asked. Xiaoshi nodded repeatedly. The white-haired old man's heart trembled. Really, Yi Qingyun is definitely an extraordinary master. Even the demon king can be driven by it. It's so scary. What a terrifying existence it is that can drive the demon king. The white-haired old man is considered knowledgeable, but when it comes to driving the demon king, I am afraid that only the Taiyan's dragon lord who was in power thousands of years ago and made countless powerful people bow down to him could do it. But even the dragon lord of Taiyan's could only make a new demon king submit to him. The big golden dog in front of him was definitely not just a new demon king. My master doesn't like to be high profile. At this time, Damao spoke. The white-haired old man and Xiaoshi both looked stern. If you want to visit my master, you must not reveal his identity, and you must not ruin his mood to travel the mortal world. The white-haired old man nodded repeatedly. Of course, since the master has lived in seclusion here, he must want to experience the secular world. I will definitely cooperate. But Xiaoshi thought more complicatedly. She recalled all of Yi Qingyun's previous performances. It turns out that it was all pretend. He is a true hermit who just wants to experience life on Earth. When Xiaoshi thought about how he was still bullying Yi Qingyun, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's so embarrassing. Fortunately, no one took it to heart. Then you guys go over there. Damao said lightly. Thank you. The white-haired old man bowed, and then took Xiaoshi to continue up the mountain. He left for a while. But then there was a loud noise breaking through the air. The white-haired old man suddenly raised his head. He saw the most shocking scene in his life. A black dragon rose from the top of the mountain and disappeared into the clouds. A real dragon? The white-haired old man was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Chapter 24. Who wakes up from the dream first? Disciple, am I dazzled? The white-haired old man rubbed his eyes and stared at the sky in a daze. Xiaoshi also saw the real dragon that sank into the clouds and was also stunned at this moment. Hearing the words of the white-haired old man, Xiaoshi also rubbed his eyes subconsciously. Master, I seem to be dazzled too. The master and the disciple looked at each other. Are we all dazzled? Impossible. The only possibility was that there was indeed a real dragon disappearing into the clouds, and they saw it with their own eyes. Could this dragon also be related to that master? The white-haired old man couldn't help but guess so. Along the way, there were demon kings blocking the way and also encountering real dragons. The white-haired old man had never felt so excited in his entire life. At this moment, he was more and more eager to see the master on the top of the mountain. The master and disciple continued to move upwards. Not long after, arrived outside Yi Qingyun's courtyard. In the yard, a rabbit was leisurely chewing a radish. He ignored the two people who came from outside the hospital. This rabbit was also held in the hands of that master at that time. Xiaoshi pointed at the rabbit and said. The white-haired old man looked around the courtyard. Although it is very simple, it is well arranged, quiet, and remote. It's much better than his thatched cottage in the valley. It is indeed a place where great people live in seclusion. It is peaceful and elegant, and makes people feel relaxed and happy. The white-haired old man said secretly in his heart. At this time, he noticed the various things planted in the yard. These are all natural treasures. The white-haired old man's expression changed drastically, and he looked incredulous. Although Xiaoshi had limited knowledge, he was able to recognize several rare elixirs and exclaimed in amazement for a while. The white-haired old man didn't know where to look. Everything in this courtyard is a treasure from heaven and earth. Some of them, even he had only seen them in ancient books. The white-haired old man was shaking with excitement. This expert actually planted so many natural treasures here. What kind of person is he? He wanted to go forward, but unexpectedly, the rabbit started talking. My master is taking a nap. Please don't disturb him. Xiaoshi was startled. The white-haired old man stared at the rabbit with a look of fear on his face. Although this is not the demon king, the rabbit's cultivation is indeed not low. We dare not disturb you, so we will wait here for you to wake up. The white-haired old man bowed to the rabbit, and to stand there obediently. Xiaoshi was speechless when he saw his master like this. It was the same when I went to Yutian Valley to become a disciple. I didn't expect that now both I and the white-haired old man would have to be here, waiting for Yi Qingyun to wake up from his nap. This is really interesting. The rabbit continued to chew the carrot and ignored the two people outside. At this time, Yi Qingyun was indeed taking a nap. He ate a little too much at noon, strolled in the mountains for a while, and then came back and fell asleep. The master and disciple waited for 2 hours, until the sun sets. Yi Qingyun, who had just woken up from a good sleep, slowly woke up. He turned over and sat up in bed, feeling relaxed and couldn't help stretching. Suddenly, I remembered the scene of 3 visits to the thatched cottage in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and I couldn't help but recite 2 lines of poetry. Who wakes up first from a dream? I know myself all my life. A good sleep in the thatched cottage in spring. The sun is setting outside the window. Yi Qingyun originally recited these 2 lines of poetry on a whim, but the people outside the courtyard heard it clearly. When the white-haired old man heard this poem, he immediately fell into deep thought. Soon, he looked shocked. What a poem! What a poem! Although this poem is plain and simple, it seems to see through the great truth, and everything else has become indifferent. The master is worthy of being a master. Even a poem recited casually after a nap can be so profound. Xiao Shi, standing aside, was full of confusion. Although this poem does sound good, is it really as magical as master said? Disciple, you must not be rude in front of the master. The white-haired old man gave Xiao Shi instructions. Disciple understands. Xiao Shi responded quickly. At this time, Yi Qingyun had already walked out. When he came out, he saw 2 people standing outside the yard. An old man with white hair who looks unusual. A very pretty woman. Among them, Yi Qingyun felt that the woman looked somewhat familiar. Who are you? Yi Qingyun asked curiously. The white-haired old man quickly bowed and said, I am Shun Tianhua. I heard that the master lived in seclusion here, so I came to visit him. This is my disciple Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi also bowed to Yi Qingyun. Xiao Shi greets the senior. Xiao Shi, isn't that the guy dressed as a man? Yi Qingyun looked carefully. It's really her. Why is she here? And she brought her master with her? You got the wrong person, right? I'm not some senior expert. Yi Qingyun said embarrassedly. When the master and disciple heard this, they immediately remembered what the dog demon king had said before. Almost forgot. The master wants to experience the mundane world as a mortal. We must not disturb his state of mind. The white-haired old man, Shen Tianhua, said secretly and gave Xiao Shi a look. Xiao Shi immediately understood. It is my fault for being abrupt. Please do not blame me, young master. Shen Tianhua immediately changed his expression. Xiao Shi also said, Mr. Yi, my master read the stories you wrote and the paintings you drew and was very interested in you, so I brought my master to visit you. This is a good reason. Yi Qingyun believed it immediately. So that's how it is. Yi Yingyun nodded. Come in and sit down. Okay. Shen Tianhua nodded repeatedly. The 2 of them stepped into the courtyard and walked carefully among the various natural treasures. Walk into the house. Shen Tianhua was shocked again. Wherever the eyes could see, every object in the house emitted a faint precious light. This whole room is full of treasures. He was secretly shocked. He looked at the brush for a while, and then at the broom leaning against the wall. TSK, full of precious light. It is definitely not an ordinary product. Shen Tianhua also collected some treasures himself, but compared with the many treasures in this house, it is nothing but a drop in the bucket and not worth mentioning at all. This is what we call a treasure. If you take out any one of them, it would probably not be worth all of my junk combined. Please take a seat. Yi Qingyun gestured for the 2 to sit down. Shen Tianhua sat down, but didn't dare to sit down. After all, Shen Tianhua is his master. How can a disciple be equal to his master? That would be treason. I have seen Mr. Ye's painting. I think it is really a masterpiece. It is really admirable. As soon as Shen Tianhua sat down, he used the painting to try to get close to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun felt a little embarrassed. I just drew it casually. It's just an average painting, not as good as the old gentleman said. Just drawing it casually? Can a casual drawing contain the truth? What if you were to draw this seriously? Wouldn't it be possible for people to gain sudden enlightenment? Chapter 25, Staying Clean in the Mud. I have always loved calligraphy and painting. Do you have any other calligraphy and painting that I can appreciate? Shen Tianhua asked cautiously. He was afraid that his request would make Yi Qingyun unhappy. After all, I came to the door on my own initiative and wanted to see other people's calligraphy and paintings. This is somewhat disrespectful. Yi Qingyan didn't care at all. Okay, I just happened to draw a picture last night. Let me show it to you, old man. As he spoke, Yi Qingyan walked to the desk beside him and took a painting. Take a look, old sir. Yi Qingyan opened the painting in his hand. A picture of a lotus pond and hundreds of flowers suddenly appeared in front of Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi. Shen Tianhua looked shocked. Xiao Shi was shocked. This painting, so beautiful. It was as if there was really a pond of blooming lotus flowers before their eyes. The lotus leaves are green. The lotus flowers are red. It is truly magnificent. So beautiful. Xiao Shi was fine. She could only see that the painting was very beautiful and could be said to be one of the best in the world. But Shen Tianhua is different. He vaguely felt a unique charm from this painting. Moreover, it seems to be beneficial to Shen Tianhua's cultivation. After just a few glances, Shen Tianhua's cultivation, which had been silent for many years without any progress, actually showed signs of a breakthrough. This shocked Shen Tianhua greatly. Could it be? I, Shen Tianhua, have already passed most of my life. Now that I have very little time left, will I still have another chance to break through? And this opportunity is right in this painting before you. This painting is simply the best in the world. Shen Tianhua couldn't think of any other words to describe it. I can only express my inner admiration by using the world's finest products. Is it so exaggerated? Yi Qingyan was speechless. He himself didn't see how good the painting was. Anyway, Yi Qingyan thought it was very ordinary. Master, here are 2 more lines of poetry. At this time, Xiao Shi pointed to the blank space in the corner of the scroll and said. Shen Tianhua's attention was focused on the painting just now, and he ignored the poem in the blank space. Hearing Xiao Shi's reminder, he immediately looked over. Out of the mud without staining, clear and not evil. When Shen Tianhua saw these 2 lines of poetry, he was stunned. He sat in the chair, lost in thought, as if he had left his body. He kept repeating these 2 lines of poetry. Xiao Shi on the side was a little worried, fearing that his master had gone insane. Yi Qingyan also looked at Shen Tianhua with a strange expression. Isn't this old man suffering from Alzheimer's? The next moment, a golden light suddenly appeared between Shen Tianhua's eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, a sense of abundant vitality spread around his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz! A sound that only Shen Tianhua could hear began to resonate in his body. This is the sound of qi and blood revitalizing and flowing faster. This means that Shen Tianhua has made a breakthrough, full of vitality. May you live a long life again. I made a breakthrough. I made a breakthrough. Shen Tianhua was shaking with excitement. He now looked much younger than before. Shen Tianhua was extremely excited and extremely happy. After practicing for hundreds of years, he finally climbed to the middle stage of Tongtian realm with great difficulty and was already considered a powerful person who dominated a region. Looking at the 7 countries in the southern wilderness, the number of people who can rival Shen Tianhua can be counted on one hand. But Shen Tianhua's cultivation has not improved for many years. Shen Tianhua himself knew that he was too old and his cultivation had reached its limit. If you want to make another breakthrough, you must have a great opportunity. Otherwise, it is simply unrealistic. But I didn't expect it. The breakthrough opportunity that Shen Tianhua had been looking for was right here at this moment. Everything will come naturally. There are absolutely no signs. The breakthrough happened so smoothly. The surprise came so suddenly. Shen Tianhua immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Yi Qingyan. His attitude was extremely serious. With deep respect, it's like a younger generation asking for advice from the older generation. This made Yi Qingyan a little at a loss. What is this old man doing? He helped Shen Tianhua up. Shen Tianhua was almost in tears. Master Yi, I couldn't help myself because I was so excited to see such a peerless painting. Yi Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine. If the old gentleman really likes this painting, then I'll give it to him. Shen Tianhua trembled all over. Sir, are you serious? Really? Are you really willing to give this painting to me? Yes. Yi Qingyan blinked, without any hesitation or reluctance. This is what he just drew. Yi Qingyan can draw dozens of such paintings a day. I don't feel sorry at all. Anyway, in his eyes, these paintings are worthless. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Shen Tianhua's hands were shaking with excitement. It's okay, it's okay. If you like it, I can give you a few more. Yi Qingyan is very generous, but it scared Shen Tianhua enough. He waved his hands repeatedly. One picture is enough. One picture is enough. Joke. This painting alone was enough to make Shen Tianhua comprehend for a long time. If I get a few more, I'm afraid I'll be unable to digest enough and end up hurting myself. Shen Tianhua touched his storage bag. He took out a crystal from it. Master Yi, this is something I got a few years ago. Although it is not as precious as your painting, it is also the most valuable thing I have. Since you have given me this painting, I will naturally give you something in return. Please accept it. Yi Qingyan took the crystal curiously. The crystal was emerald blue all over, slightly larger than a fist, and slightly warm to the touch. Apart from this, Yi Qingyun could not see anything special about this crystal, but it looks pretty good. Well, this stone is nice. Yi Qingyun nodded and placed it casually on the table. Xiaoshi was somewhat dissatisfied. That was given to the other party by his master, and it must be an extremely rare treasure. Yet they were treated so casually. But Shen Tianhua didn't care at all. Instead, I take it for granted. Although this ancient, mysterious stone is precious in the eyes of such a great person, I'm afraid it can only be regarded as an ordinary thing. I exchanged the ancient black stone for such a precious painting. I got a great bargain, Shen Tianhua said secretly. If other warriors knew about this, they would be shocked. Ancient black stone. It is said that this is the material that can be used to forge magical weapons. It is estimated that there is no second ancient mysterious stone in the entire 7 countries of the southern wilderness. Now, Shen Tianhua used this ancient black stone to exchange for a painting. And Shen Tianhua still felt that he had made a profit. By the way, why don't we have a meal together? Ye Vingyun invited Karmli. It's too boring for him to eat alone. It would be more lively with more people. Shen Tianhua was naturally happy. Although he had been fasting for many years, since a master had invited him, how could he refuse? It's my great honor. Chapter 26. People who eat need to use a bowl to eat. Wait a moment, both of you. I'll go get ready. Yi Qingyun immediately went to prepare the meal. Shen Tianhua was stunned when he saw Yi Qingyun was going to cook by himself. How can we let the master do it himself? He immediately looked at Xiaoshi. Disciple, go help Master Yi. Xiaoshi was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. It's not that she doesn't want to, but she was also spoiled and had never done such a thing in the Xiao family. Never mind cooking. She can't even recognize all the vegetables grown on the ground. However, since her master had given the order, she dared not disobey and could only follow Yi Qingyun to the kitchen. It didn't take long before it happened. Xiaoshi came out dejectedly. What's going on? Shen Tianhua was somewhat dissatisfied. I was kicked out by Mr. Yi. He said I was clumsy and causing trouble in the kitchen. Xiaoshi looked aggrieved. She was indeed aggrieved. After all, I'm the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. But just because I can't cook, I end up being despised by others. Shen Tianhua was also speechless. Okay, just sit aside quietly. Yes. Xiaoshi sat back down. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. I want to see what delicious food you can make. Not long after, waves of fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. When Xiaoshi smelled the fragrance, his stomach started to growl. Shen Tianhua, who had been practicing fasting for many years, was even more excited. It smells so good. Shen Tianhua was a little surprised. Even he, an old man, was looking forward to seeing what delicious food Yi Qingyun would make. A while later, there was a foul smell coming from the kitchen again. The master and disciples' faces suddenly turned dark. This smell is so similar to that thing. If you didn't know, you would have thought Yi Qingyun had diarrhea in the kitchen. Master, how about we just go? Xiaoshi was a little scared. Shen Tianhua was very steady and still looked calm and composed. Don't worry, the master behaves differently. Perhaps this is a test for us. A test? That's possible, but the smell is too stinky. It made Xiaoshi feel like vomiting. The fragrance was mixed with a stench. The whole house was filled with a strange smell. The master and disciple were on pins and needles, feeling both excited and afraid. I'm coming. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Yi Qingyun finally came out of the kitchen. He was carrying a tray. There are 3 dishes on the plate. A plate of braised pork, a plate of stinky tofu. There was also a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Yi Qingyun put the dishes on the table and said, there's still a pot of soup stewing. Let's eat first. After saying that, Yi Qingyun served 2 full bowls of rice to the 2 of them. The master and the disciple were both stunned when they saw the rice bowl that was as tall as a mountain. I can't eat so much, Xiaoshi asked with difficulty. Shen Tianhua immediately glared at her. The latter quickly changed his words. If you work hard, you can finish it. Yi Qingyun grinned. Then eat more. The dishes I cook are delicious. Taste good? The two looked at the three dishes on the table that they had never seen before, especially the black tofu with a strange smell. They were very skeptical about what Yi Qingyun meant when he said the taste was good. Please use your chopsticks. Don't be polite. It tastes better while it's hot. Yi Qingyun was not polite to them. I've already picked up my bowl and started eating. As a pure foodie, this is the only time I'm most pious. The master and disciple had no choice but to start eating. Xiaoshi didn't even dare to look at the plate of stinky tofu, and she felt the braised pork was a bit greasy. So she took a bite of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes first. This smell. Just the first bite made Xiaoshi's eyes light up. Eggs and tomatoes are cleverly combined together. Very appetizing. Shen Tianhua ate a piece of braised pork first. He stuffed it into his mouth with a frown on his face. As soon as he took a bite, his brows relaxed immediately. So tender. Smells so good. Tasty. Shen Tianhua chewed it a few times and swallowed it directly. His appetite was also completely whetted. Braised pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes are the most common home-cooked dishes. But in this world, there's no such thing. The master and disciple seemed to have opened the door to a new world and immediately couldn't stop eating. Try this stinky tofu. Seeing that the two of them only ate braised pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Yi Qingyun persuaded them to try stinky tofu. The master and disciple froze in an instant. The apprentice looked at his master. The master looked at his apprentice again. In the end, Xiaoshi gritted his teeth, picked up a piece of stinky tofu with a tragic heart, and put it into his mouth with difficulty. But the next moment, Xiaoshi's expression changed. This stinky tofu smells bad, but when you put it in your mouth, it has a unique fragrance. Paired with the sauce prepared by Yi Qingyun, it is spicy and delicious. It has a unique flavor. Master, it's delicious. Xiaoshi said immediately. Shen Tianhua, however, looked suspicious. This girl wouldn't deliberately trick me, right? Be skeptical. Shen Tianhua also tasted it. The result is a truly wonderful taste. And for some reason, Shen Tianhua immediately fell in love with the taste of this stinky tofu, and even felt that it was better than the other two dishes. So, the master and the disciple quickly finished the rice in their bowls. The two of them had not yet eaten enough and looked at the empty bowls, feeling a little embarrassed. I'll bring you more food. Yi Qingyun was very enthusiastic and filled their cups with rice. The master and the disciple continued to feast on their meal. While eating, Xiaoshi was suddenly stunned. Master, I think I've got it, Xiaoshi said in a daze. Shen Tianhua was startled and looked at his apprentice again. It was indeed like an epiphany. A pair of eyes with unprecedented clarity. There's a faint light emanating from between the eyebrows. I understand. This is enlightenment. Compared with a breakthrough, this kind of enlightenment is even more rare, and it is related to how far a person can go on the path of cultivation in the future. Enlightened? Can you be enlightened by eating? Yi Qingyun muttered something, not caring at all, and continued eating. Xiaoshi looked at the rice in the bowl. Could it be? I realized it because I ate too much. Xiaoshi started eating even harder. Not long after, Xiaoshi felt the spiritual energy in his body boiling. Breakthrough. Buzz. As his qi and blood surged, Xiaoshi's realm suddenly advanced from the middle stage of the Jiyuan realm to the late stage of the Jiyuan realm. Master, I have made a breakthrough. What? Shen Tianhua was stunned. While he was just eating, his disciple had an epiphany and a breakthrough. It's so scary. No, as a master, how can I lose to my disciple? Shen Tianhua felt that he could not embarrass himself. He also guessed that Xiaoshi's sudden realization and breakthrough must be related to this meal. This is the gift from the master in secret. If I can't even see through this, then I have practiced in vain for hundreds of years. So, do you have a big basin? Shen Tianhua asked. Yi Qingyun was startled. Yes, there is. I want to eat in a big bowl. Shen Tianhua said with full energy. Yi Qingyun almost choked. Turtle? Is this old man going to have a seizure? Want to eat in a big bowl? Aren't you afraid of dying of overeating? Old man, why don't you just not force it? Yi Qingyun advised. It's not that he can't bear to part with the rice. The key is that if something really happens to this old man, you have to take responsibility. It's okay. I've always had a big appetite, and I always eat in a bowl. Shen Tianhua said seriously. Chapter 27. Eat more, live longer. Oh well. Yi Qingyun immediately brought a basin, to Shun Tianhua. The basin was filled with white rice. When the bowl of rice was brought to Shun Tianhua old face is as brilliant as it can be. He probably has never eaten so many meals in his life. But in order to break through, Shun Tianhua gritted his teeth and fought. Just pick up the rice bowl and start eating. At this moment, the old man is a real eater. The one-of-a-kind one. Even Yi Qingyun, who always prides himself on being a hard worker, feels inferior to him. Take it easy, old man. Yi Qingyun looked at Shun Tianhua's posture while eating, as if he was ready to fight with someone, and couldn't help but persuade him. It's okay. I can bear it. Shun Tianhua said vaguely. Xiaoshi on the side was only concerned with eating and didn't care at all about what Shun Tianhua looked like. Yi Qingyun finished eating quickly. He just sat there, watching the master and disciple who were eating like crazy. As he watched, Yi Qingyun felt like vomiting. The 3 plates of food on the table had almost been eaten. Xiaoshi directly picked up the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, poured the rice into the plate, stirred it vigorously, and continued to eat it. Shun Tianhua was not to be outdone. He simply put the plate of braised pork into his own bowl, cleaned up all the leftover meat and soup on the plate. Yi Qingyun was stunned. Isn't this too exaggerated? This is what a starving ghost might be reborn into, right? How many years has it been since you had a proper meal? After a while, Xiaoshi couldn't stand it anymore. She suddenly put down the bowl in her hand and sat there burping. Yi Qingyun quickly poured her a glass of water, fearing that she would vomit it out. Shun Tianhua glanced at his apprentice. Snort. Old ginger is still spicy. You should practice for a few more years, little girl. Shun Tianhua continued to struggle. But at the same time, he was also very confused. I have eaten so much. Why haven't I made any breakthroughs yet? The bowl of rice was almost empty. Shun Tianhua's stomach was about to burst. Just as Shun Tianhua was swallowing the last bite of food with difficulty, an unprecedented aura surged out from Shun Tianhua's body. For a while, Shun Tianhua just felt extremely comfortable all over. The whole person seems to be several years younger. Because of observing the lotus picture, he had broken through to the late stage of Tongtian realm and gained more lifespan. At this moment, Shun Tianhua did not make a breakthrough, but his body was full of more vitality. Shun Tianhua could clearly feel that he had added another 100 years to his lifespan out of thin air. This surprised him greatly. Although there is no breakthrough, it is extremely difficult to increase lifespan. After all, only with a longer lifespan can one have enough time to pursue a higher realm. After this, Shun Tianhua will no longer have to worry about the end of his life. This old man can still eat more. Shun Tianhua still wanted to continue eating. He finally figured it out. As long as you eat more, it will definitely be beneficial. Whether it is a breakthrough in cultivation or an increase in lifespan, it is what he needs. To this end, even if his stomach burst, he would still grit his teeth and eat it. Yi Qingyun was speechless. Ahem, old man, you have an amazing appetite, but my meal has already been eaten by you two, master and disciple. Yi Qingyun brought out the empty rice pot. When the master and disciple saw this, they felt both regretful and relieved. Master, I'm a little overwhelmed. Don't talk, I want to vomit too. Seeing that the expressions of the master and disciple were one more painful than the other, Yi Qingyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Take some digestive tablets. Yi Qingyun took out 2 small pills. He did this himself. Of course, it was also made under the guidance of the system. Digestive tablets. Shun Tianhua and Xiaoshi both looked puzzled. But since it was a gift from a master, it must be an extraordinary thing. The master and the disciple ate it respectively. Not long after, both of them felt much better in their stomachs. After each of them circulated their spiritual energy, the discomfort was basically gone. Thank you, Master Yi. Shun Tianhua brought Xiaoshi and bowed respectfully to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. Old man, you can't eat like this in the future. It will damage your body. He looked at Xiaoshi again. You should persuade your master to stop eating and drinking like that. The master and disciple were very embarrassed. If the food here wasn't really delicious and could improve our cultivation and increase our lifespan, we wouldn't have eaten so much. But on second thought, Yi Qingyun's words might have a deeper meaning. Shun Tianhua pondered for a while. Suddenly I figured it out. Master, this is a warning to me that haste makes waste and biting off more than you can chew. For a moment, Shun Tianhua was filled with shame. I have been practicing for so many years, I should have understood this principle long ago. But when faced with temptation just now, he still couldn't keep his composure and completely exposed his weak side. This really shouldn't happen. A master is a master. He completely sees through me and enlightens me in such a tactful way. My lord, I will keep your advice in mind. Shan Tianhua salutit ye yingyun solemni. After finishing their meal, Shan Tianhua and Xiao Shi did not stay any longer and chose to say goodbye. During this trip, they successfully met Yi Qingyun and gained a lot. It wasn't a wasted trip. Yi Qingyun sent them out of the yard and watched them go down the mountain. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Shan Tianhua looked back at floating Cloud Mountain, feeling deeply moved. I never thought that the master in this mountain is so extraordinary. Today, I am really eye-opening. Master, this master lives in seclusion here. Why don't we come and visit him from time to time? Perhaps we can get more guidance from him? Xiao Shi said. Shan Tianhua's face darkened. Absolutely not. Xiao Shi was startled. Why? The master lives in seclusion here for the purpose of practicing in peace and quiet, and also for the purpose of playing around in the world as a mortal. Didn't you notice? He never considered himself a master and never talked about cultivation. Perhaps this master has reached an extremely profound and unfathomable realm. He has forgotten his own existence and truly regards himself as a mortal. When Shen Tianhua said this, awe flashed in his eyes. If we come here to disturb you often, I'm afraid it will upset the master's mood. If we make the master unhappy, that would be a serious sin. When Xiao Shi heard this, he felt that what his master said made sense. It is the disciple who is stupid. Shen Tianhua looked at her and said, I'm glad you understand. The master and disciple were about to leave when they suddenly saw a woman approaching from afar. The woman also saw the master and disciple and couldn't help but look a little puzzled. You too, are you coming down from floating Cloud Mountain? The woman stepped forward and bowed. It was Bai Suyi. Yes, you're going up the mountain? Xiao Shi looked at Bai Suyi. Seeing that she was so young and beautiful, he couldn't help but look a little strange. Chapter 28, Cupping. I'm going up the mountain to pay my respects to Master Yi. Bai Suyi said. She'd come to find Yi Qingyun. The last time she came to Floating Cloud Mountain with Qi Yinyu, Yi Qingyun even helped her remove the cupping jar. It's exactly half a month now. Bai Suyi came as promised. Shan Tianhua took a look at Bai Suyi and could tell at a glance that this woman's cultivation was not high, only in the late stage of kaling. However, his aptitude is very good and he is a natural cultivator. Compared with Xiao Shi, is only slightly inferior. Shan Tianhua couldn't help but have the idea of accepting a disciple. Girl, which sect are you from? Shan Tianhua asked. Bai Suyi did not dare to be negligent and bowed. To be honest, senior, I am a disciple of the Jiuling sect. Shen Tianhua nodded. Gongsun Yu's disciple. It's a pity that you have such good talent, but you are a waste of talent to be his disciple. Bai Suyi was a little embarrassed. She was a disciple of the Jiuling sect after all, but the white-haired old man in front of her was looking down on her master Gongsun Yu. This made Bai Suyi a little unhappy. Senior, although our sect is small, please be careful with your words. Bai Suyi spoke. Xiao Shi curled her lips slightly. Do you know who my master is? It's just a nine-spirit sect. Even if your master Gongsun Yu is standing here, he has to call himself a junior in front of my master. Bai Suyi was a little angry. You two have humiliated my sect. Even though I am a lowly cultivator, I will defend the dignity of my sect. Xiao Shi was happy. She was a willful person to begin with, and when she met Bai Suyi, she didn't know why she just disliked her. Seeing that Bai Suyi looked like she was about to take action, she naturally wanted it to happen. Haha, with your limited cultivation level, you dare to show off in front of me. Xiao Shi looked disdainful. She took a step forward, and her cultivation level at the Jiyuan realm was immediately revealed. Bai Suyi's face changed drastically. Jiyuan realm. That is a realm that is superior to the spiritual awakening realm. Bai Suyi certainly has the cultivation level of the late stage of kaling. But facing a warrior at the Jiyuan realm, he has no chance of winning at all and will be completely crushed. I didn't expect that she's the same age as me, but her cultivation is so high. Bai Suyi was shocked. Xiao Shi was very proud and looked at Bai Suyi jokingly. Ow, do you still dare to fight me? Bai Suyi was silent. She still showed her accomplishments. Late stage of spiritual awakening. Compared with Xiao Shi's cultivation, it is naturally much worse. But Bai Suyi still did not back down. Shen Tianhua did not stop him. He also wanted to see how strong Bai Suyi was. Just when the two women were about to start fighting, suddenly, a loud thunder sounded in the sky. The thunder was earth-shaking. The three people present were all shocked. Then they all looked up at the sky. The sky, which was originally clear, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. It seemed as if a rainstorm was coming. Shun Tianhua frowned. Why is the weather changing so strangely? The next moment, Shun Tianhua knew why the weather suddenly changed. Because a real dragon appeared and disappeared in the dark clouds. Stir up the storm. Shun Tianhua was shocked. This was the real dragon he saw when he went up the mountain. I didn't expect it was still in the clouds. Yi Qingyun on the top of the mountain was also looking at the sky in confusion. Why is it raining suddenly? He quickly trotted out to the yard and collected the clothes he had hung out to dry. Thunder rumbled and the dark clouds grew thicker. Shin Tianhua seemed to realize something and quickly said to Xiao Shi, "Let's leave quickly and don't cause any trouble." Xiao Shi was stunned, a little confused. But Shun Tianhua didn't explain to her anymore. He just grabbed Xiao Shi and flew away. Seeing the two people suddenly leave, Bai Suyi was surprised but also relieved. And after they left, the sky, which was originally covered with dark clouds, suddenly became clear again. It was as if the thunder and dark clouds just now had never appeared. What's going on? Yi Qingyin had just put the clothes in when the sky cleared up again. He cursed and took out the clothes to dry. Not long after, Bai Suyi came to the mountain. "Mr. Yi." She stood outside the yard and shouted inside. Yi Qingyin pushed the door open and saw Bai Suyi coming, and immediately invited her in. Bai Suyi then entered the house. "Master Yi, after your cupping treatment last time, I feel much better," Bai Suyi said shyly. Thinking of the last time Yi Qingyin treated her, her heart began to beat wildly. After all, there were other people present last time, so the feeling wasn't that strong. But this time, there are only her and Yi Qingyin, a single man and a single woman, staying in the same room. Such special methods are needed for treatment. How could this not make Bai Suyi feel shy? She originally wanted to bring Qi Yinyu along, but Qi Yinyu was not in the Prince of Pingxi's mansion recently. There was no other way. Bai Suyi had to come by herself. As long as it works, let's continue today, Yi Qingyun said casually. He has already used all the cupping equipment. Bai Suyi was a little embarrassed. "Mr. Yi, please turn around first." Yi Qingyun was startled and quickly turned around. His breathing was a little rapid and his heartbeat was a little fast. "No way. We are also passionate young people. The expected reaction will still happen. Yi Qingyun, you have to control yourself. Don't do anything impulsive. He is a disciple of the Jiuling sect and someone you cannot afford to offend." At the same time, Bai Suyi was also struggling. "What should I do if Mr. Yi wants to do something to me after I take it off?" Young Master Yi is a senior master, someone whom even His Majesty the Emperor Wu has to visit in person. If he really wanted to do something to me, could I resist? But if I obey, wouldn't I seem too frivolous? Otherwise, should I put up a symbolic resistance first and then give in? This seems to be the right way. With this thought in mind, Bai Suyi's face turned red with shame, and she soon fell down. "Mr. Yi, I'm fine now," Bai Suyi said softly. Yi Qingyun turned around. "Although I have seen it once before, but there were other people there last time. The feelings of the two are completely different. Ahem, then I'll start." Yi Qingyun looked straight ahead and began to concentrate on cupping Bai Suyi. Each of them had their own thoughts. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat ambiguous. There was also some indescribable embarrassment. Soon, all 8 bamboo tubes covered Bai Suyi's back. Yi Qingyun was also considerate enough to cover Bai Suyi with a blanket. Seeing that Yi Qingyun didn't seem to have done anything inappropriate, while Bai Suyi breathed a sigh of relief, she actually felt a little regretful in her heart. Alas, Master Yi is indeed a hermit. In his eyes, perhaps there is no difference between me and an ordinary woman. Bai Suyi was secretly dissatisfied. Half an hour later, Yi Qingyin took off the bamboo tube. Just like last time, many tiny white bugs were scraped out of the bamboo tube. The number is much smaller than last time. It seems that there are not many poisonous insects left in Miss Bai's body, Yi Qingyun said with a smile. But Bai Suyi's face suddenly turned very pale. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Bai Suyi's mouth. She suddenly collapsed to the ground and fell into a faint. Chapter 29 Antibiotics Make a Difference. This scared Yi Qingyun. "What's going on?" Yi Qingyun quickly helped Bai Suyi up and lay her on the bed. I touched her face, and it was extremely cold. It's like a piece of ice. Not only that, but with every breath she took, there was a burst of cold, white air emanating from her. The temperature in the entire house began to drop rapidly at this moment. It was as if I had entered an ice cave in an instant. Yi Qingyun was horrified. What's going on? Completely out of control. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and he had no idea what to do. He touched Bai Suyi's forehead again, and it was as cold as ice. If an ordinary person were like this, he would have died long ago. But although Bai Suyi felt cold to the bone, she was still alive. No, if this continues, someone will die. Yi Qingyun was very anxious. Shower, classmate. Turn on the heating and turn it up to the maximum. Yi Qingyun's house even has heating. Connected to the whole house smart system, it can be started with just a shout. The heater started up and gusts of warm air rushed in. The temperature in the house began to rise. Yi Qingyun looked at Bai Suyi nervously, fearing that the heating was not enough, and quickly brought a few hot water bottles and 2 thick quilts and placed them all for Bai Suyi. Waited for a while. Yi Qingyun touched Bai Suyi's face again. Although it was still very cold, it seemed better than before. Yi Qingyun relaxed a little. Could it be that the remaining poisonous insects in her body are multiplying? Yi Qingyun suddenly thought of this. Yi Qingyun has used cupping twice to eliminate many of the poisonous insects in Bai Suyi's body. But there are still some poisonous insects left in her body. Perhaps the poisonous insects realized that their numbers were decreasing, so they began to reproduce in large numbers, causing Bai Suyi to be in this situation at the moment. Bai Suyi's body couldn't withstand so many poisonous insects at once, so she fainted and her body temperature dropped to freezing point. It would be nice if the system was there. At this moment, Yi Qingyun missed the deceptive sainthood system very much. But the next moment, Yi Qingyun's eyes lit up. The system is gone though, but the knowledge taught by the system is still there. Yi Qingyun also mastered all the medical knowledge. In this situation, according to medical practice, we must ensure that the body temperature does not continue to drop while removing all the poisonous insects at once. Ye Vingyun Furonit. Soon, he had a targeted plan. Bai Suyi is a warrior, and her body is stronger than that of ordinary people. Moreover, the poisonous insects have been lurking in her body for many years, so Bai Suyi's body has actually developed a certain degree of adaptability to the poisonous insects. Now Yi Qingyun has taken timely measures to ensure that Bai Suyi's body temperature will not continue to drop. That would buy Yi Qingyun precious time. Yi Qingyun immediately found his medicine box. There are some commonly used medicines in it, all of which were prepared by Yi Qingyun himself, although it can't cure any serious illness. But there is one medicine that Yi Qingyun always has ready. Antibiotic. This is good stuff. Under the torture of the system, Yi Qingyun finally succeeded in extracting it. Although I don't know what the poisonous insect is, antibiotics should be useful. With this idea in mind, Yi Qingyun stuffed a white pill into Bai Suyi's mouth and asked her to swallow it. The next step is to wait. If the body temperature gradually returns to normal, it means that the antibiotics are effective. If there's no improvement, we will have to think of other ways. Not long after, Bai Suyi's breathing became steady. He immediately touched Bai Suyi's forehead. It started to heat up slightly. Yi Qingyun felt relieved. It seems the medicine is working. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. The heater, which was at maximum power, made him feel very hot. At this moment, Yi Qingyun was already shirtless, sweating all over. A while later, Bai Suyi slowly opened her eyes. She looked up in a daze, as if she had no idea what had just happened to her. Are you awake? Bai Suyi didn't react until Yi Qingyun appeared in her sight. But when she saw that Yi Qingyun was shirtless, she was immediately shocked. Then look at yourself. Although the clothes are still on. But he was lying on Yi Qingyun's bed, and he was covered in sweat. Very tired. Bai Suyi looked helpless. Could it be that something had happened to me? Mr. Yi, her face turned red with shame, and she felt angry and ashamed. Yi Qingyun wiped the sweat from his forehead. That was a close call. You almost died. Bai Suyi was stunned. Almost died? At that moment, Yi Qingyun told Bai Suyi what had just happened. After listening to this, Bai Suyi realized that she had wronged Yi Qingyun. It turns out that he didn't do anything bad. Instead, he saved his own life. Thinking of this, Bai Suyi couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. He is an hermit who is a master from another world. How could he have such dirty thoughts like an ordinary man? I really shouldn't have done that. Thank you, Master Yi, for saving my life. Bai Suyi thanked her sincerely. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. How can I just watch you die? Is saving a life better than building a 7-story pagoda? These words made Bai Suyi stunned. Faintly, Bai Suyi seemed to feel an indescribable Zen truth from this sentence. Mr. Yi, don't talk anymore. You're so weak, you should lie down and have a good rest. Bai Suyi didn't say anything else and lay down to continue resting. Wait until it gets dark. Bai Suyi stood up and walked out. Mr. Yi, I should go back now. Yi Qingyun looked her up and down. Are you okay? Bai Suyi nodded with a look of gratitude on her face. I feel completely healed. Yi Qingyun thought. Could it be that my antibiotics really have such miraculous effects? It's dark now. You can wait until tomorrow to go down the mountain. Yi Qingyun said. Bai Suyi shook her head. I can't stay here overnight. The sect has something to tell me. If I delay for a night, I'm afraid I won't be able to report back in time. What's so urgent? Yi Qingyun asked curiously. Bai Suyi did not hide it. Recently, some evil cultivators have appeared in the Tianwu dynasty. These people specialize in kidnapping children and have killed many children. Now the three major sects in the Tianwu dynasty have begun to hunt down these evil cultivators. I'm going to meet up with a few fellow sect members, and together we will investigate the whereabouts of these evil cultivators. When Yi Qingyun heard this, he realized it was indeed no small matter. Then be careful. Yi Vingyun Varnit. Bai Suyi nodded and then went down the mountain in the night. That very night, in the market at the foot of Fuyun Mountain, a strange black shadow emerged in the night. There's actually such a market here, which is just convenient for me to make a move. Chapter 30. The Song family robs people. A few days later, Yi Qingyun went down the mountain to walk the dog. Damao was walking slowly in front. Yi Qingyun followed slowly behind. The rabbit lay in Yi Yun's arms, looking lazy and sleepy. Ever since this rabbit followed Yi Qingyun, it has been either eating or sleeping every day and basically does nothing else. It hasn't been long, and he's already gained weight. It turned into a chubby rabbit. Its fur has also grown back. But for some reason, it was a white rabbit at first. But at this moment, its fur has turned gray. This made Yi Qingyun a little confused. I walked all the way to the market at the foot of the mountain, but he found that there were faint cries and noises coming from the market. Yi Qingyun immediately walked forward. I saw a lot of people gathered together, looking anxious, and some women were crying. Yi Qingyun frowned and asked someone beside him what happened. The man sighed and said, The children of these three families are all missing. We have been searching for them for several days, but still can't find their whereabouts. I'm afraid they have been killed. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun immediately thought of what Bai Suyi had said a few days ago. A group of evil cultivators appeared in the Tianwu dynasty, specifically targeting children. There have been several cases. For this purpose, the three major sects even sent disciples to assist the Tianwu dynasty in capturing these evil cultivators. Could it be those evil cultivators who did this? Ye Vingyun mutteret secretly. He felt quite sad when he saw those crying parents. Who wouldn't be anxious if their child was lost? Children are the apple of their parents' eyes. It's a pity that Yi Qingyun can't help them at all. He can only pray silently that the children can return safely. After seeing these things, Yi Qingyun no longer had the heart to continue walking the dog. I was planning to go back up the mountain. Suddenly, Yi Qingyun saw a little beggar standing not far away. He was slovenly and staring at him. Yi Qingyun was stunned. He recognized it. This little beggar was the little guy who wanted to steal pears from his yard not long ago. Yi Qingyun immediately walked towards him. The latter also seemed to have something to say to Yi Qingyun and walked towards Yi Qingyun. This is for you. The little beggar spoke first, holding something in his hands. Yi Qingyun took a closer look and couldn't help but smile. It turned out to be a steaming bun. The little beggar washed his hands very cleanly, without any stains, as if he was afraid that Yi Qingyun would despise him. You stole it. Yi Qingyun asked with a squint. The little beggar snorted and said, dissatisfiedly, I bought this. As he spoke, he pointed to the steamed bun shop not far away. Yi Qingyun was a little curious. Where did you get the money? I picked a bunch of herbs in the mountains and sold them to a pharmacy for money. The little beggar said with some pride. Ye Yingyun nodded. That's the right way. Being self-reliant is much better than stealing food like you did before. Yi Qingyun took the bun from the little beggar and took a bite. Not bad, delicious. Ye Yingyun similed. The little beggar was excited to see that Yi Qingyun did not despise him at all, and a smile appeared on his face. I took 20 pears from you, and I will give you 20 buns in return. Today is the first one. The little beggar said seriously. Yi Qingyun was happy. This guy also knows how to repay kindness. I don't need you to pay it back. Just keep the money and buy food. The little beggar shook his head stubbornly. I see that you live in the mountains and have to farm your own land. You probably don't have a good life, so I can't owe you anything. Ye Vingyun. Okay, I'm pitted by a beggar. Who made me? Yi Qingyun, just a farmer. Okay then, I'll wait for you to buy me some buns. Yi Qingyun finished eating the buns and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, the little beggar followed again. What's your name? He asked innocently. Ye Vingyun. The little beggar was startled. Your name sounds nice. As he said this, he lowered his head again. Unlike me, I don't even have a name. Yi Qingyun stopped. Do you want a name? The little beggar was stunned and nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of desire. I don't want people to call me a little asshole all the time. Yi Qingyun touched his head. Although his hair was messy, Yi Qingyun did not show any disgust at all. On the contrary, he really likes this little beggar. At least this little guy has some backbone. This is what Yi Qingyun appreciates the most. How about I give you a name? The little beggar looked eager, yet cautious. Really? How could that be false? I remember you said your father's last name was Gua, right? The little beggar nodded. As for his memories of his parents, he only remembered that his father's surname seemed to be Gua, and he was not even sure about it. Well, how about you call me Guxiaobao? The little beggar curled his lips. It feels like a little kid. Yi Qingyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you just a child? Then let's change to Gua Xiaoyan. The little beggar tilted his head and thought about it. That's a good name. Thank you for giving me a name. From now on, I will be called Gua Xiaoyan. The little beggar, Gua Xiaoyan, waved his hand and ran happily away. There were a few little beggars of similar age waving at Gua Xiaoyan. Yi Qingyun suddenly remembered something. Be careful. It's not peaceful here recently. No. Yi Qingyun left the market and planned to go back to the mountain. Suddenly a group of people came towards us. Right here, the leader, a man in black armor, pointed at Yi Qingyun and shouted loudly. Yi Qingyun looked confused. What's going on? The soldiers and horses came roaring and soon surrounded Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was a little wary. What do you want to do? I don't have any money. The man in black armor stared at Yi Qingyun for a while, then suddenly sneered. So he is just a mortal with no cultivation. I thought this so-called master was so powerful. Take it away directly. Several big men jumped out from behind the man in black armor, tied up Yi Qingyun, and threw him on a horse. Then he walked away. Only Da Mao was left standing there. He yawned and watched Yi Qingyun being taken away. Little rabbit, the master leaves it to you. It shook its head and walked slowly up the mountain, without any concern for Yi Qingyun's safety. Yi Qingyun was riding on a horse with his hands tied, making it difficult for him to move. The rabbit was still in his arms. Who are you? Why did you tie me up? Yi Qingyun asked in confusion. The man in black armor sneered. We are from the Song family. We heard that there's a hermit master on Fuyun Mountain, so we came to capture you. Song family? Yi Qingyun was stunned. Could it be the Shilling Song family that Chu Yinyu mentioned before? Chapter 31, You've arrested the wrong person. Yi Qingyun clearly remembered that Qi Yinyu's Pingxi Palace was badly bullied by the Shilling Song family, and was even hunted down by masters sent by the Song family. However, later, with Yi Qingyun's help, Qi Yinyu got help from Martial Emperor Dongfang Su and Xianjian sect master Su Chongfeng. Logically speaking, the Song family should not be able to cause any trouble. Why do you want to kidnap me now? Could it be that the Song family knew that I was the one giving advice to Qi Yinyu? So you want to take revenge on yourself? What should I do? Yi Qingyun felt a little panicked. He is just an ordinary person without any cultivation. If he fell into the hands of the Song family, he would probably suffer inhuman torture. What if the Song family wants to harm me? There will be no one to save me. Well, how about you let me go? Yi Qingyun pleaded in a very humble tone. The man in black armor smiled coldly and ignored him. Yi Qingyun wanted to cry, but had no tears. After being jolted on the horse for a long time, Yi Qingyun felt like he was about to vomit. Fortunately, it finally stopped. Yi Qingyun's face turned pale, and he looked up. A magnificent mansion appeared before our eyes. Above the gate of the mansion hangs a plaque with the words Song Mansion inscribed on it. Yi Qingyun was a little surprised. I was directly kidnapped to the Song family. Just when Yi Qingyun was feeling nervous, the man in black armor picked up Yi Qingyun and brought him into the Song Mansion. Master, young master, we have brought the person back. The man in black armor threw Yi Qingyun into the hall and spoke to the father and son in the hall. There were two figures sitting in the hall. One looked to be in his 50s, with a dignified face and thin cheeks. The other one was in his 20s, quite handsome, but his cheeks were also a little thin. The two men look 80 alike and can be seen at first glance as father and son. These two people are the head of the Song family, Song Xiaodian, and his son Song Chenglong. The Shilling Song family is very famous. The father and son of the Song family are naturally also well known. However, it was not a good reputation that spread far and wide, but a bad reputation. In his early years, Song Xiaotian used despicable means to seize the skills of a martial arts master, which greatly improved his own skills. Afterwards, he led the Song family to destroy several small families, making the Song family stronger and stronger. Compared with his father, Song Qinglong is completely of the same lineage as his father. Not only did he bully men and women and do all kinds of evil, he even set his sights on Princess Pingxi, Qi Yinyu. The Song family continues to suppress the Pingxi Palace, not only to seize the Pingxi Palace's foundation, but also because Song Qinglong wants to get Qi Yinyu. But in recent times, the Song family has had a difficult time. First, the Taihao sect, which had always had a good relationship with the Song family, directly cut off ties with the Song family. Moreover, Chen Gongwang, the leader of Taihao sect, also directly warned Song Xiaotian that the Song family should be more restrained, otherwise there would be disaster. Almost at the same time, the Prime Minister's mansion in the capital sent people to the Song family again. The people in the Prime Minister's mansion told the Song family that they would no longer provide any protection to the Song family, and that whatever happened to the Song family had nothing to do with Prime Minister Chao Huayuan. After saying this, the man from the Prime Minister's mansion left without even stopping. This attitude shows that he is trying to completely sever ties with the Song family. The Song family father and son were both dumbfounded. Tai Heimin and Prime Minister Chao Huayuan are considered the Song family's biggest backers. The Song family can be so arrogant and domineering, and can even bully the Pingxi Palace because they have these two backers to support them. But now, these two backers must cut off their relationship with the Song family. What does this mean? The Song family is in danger. After some inquiries, Song Xiaotian finally found out the inside story. It turned out that all this was because of the appearance of a so-called hermit master on Fuyun Mountain. It was this hermit who saved Chu Yinyu's life. He also gave Qi Yinyu advice, causing Taihao sect and the Prime Minister's mansion to sever ties with the Song family. The Song family naturally did not want to sit and wait for death. The father and son discussed it together. Just go all out. Just kidnap that so-called master. Let's see who he is. Originally, the father and son had no expectations at all, but I didn't expect it. He actually brought the person here. At this time, the Song family father and son stared at Yi Qingyun. Looking left and right, he almost stripped Yi Qingyun naked. Yi Qingyun felt so uncomfortable that his whole body went hairy when he was being stared at. What are your names? Yi Qingyun said embarrassedly. Song Xiaotian's face darkened. Song Tao, you idiot. The man in black armor was startled. Master, Song Xiaotian pointed at Yi Qingyun. Isn't he just an ordinary mortal? How could he be the hermit master of Floating Cloud Mountain? You are really stupid. The man in black armor looked innocent as he took out a portrait. But Patriarch, this guy is clearly the person in the portrait. The Song family father and son came closer, looked at the portrait, and then looked at Yi Qingyun. It seems to be really him. But no matter how you look at this guy, he is just an ordinary person. So ordinary, it can only be described as mediocre. A guy like this would have a hard time even being a servant in the Song Mansion. How could it be the master on Floating Cloud Mountain? Is your name Yi Qingyun? Song Qinglong asked with a frown. Yi Qingyun thought, if I admitted it, I would not be alive today. No, you must never admit that I am Yi Qingyun. Ye Vingyun. I'm not Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun said with a bewildered look on his face. The three members of the Song family all looked puzzled, especially the man in black armor. He was a little skeptical about his life. Did I really catch the wrong person? The black-armored man didn't believe it and immediately asked, what's your name? Why did you go to Floating Cloud Mountain? My name is Ouyang Feng, not Yi Qingyun. The reason why I want to go to Fuyun Mountain is to collect herbs in the mountain. Yi Qingyun remained calm and kept talking nonsense. The man in black armor was speechless. It seems that I really caught the wrong person. Song Xiaotian glared at the man in black armor. You are more likely to cause trouble than to help. Get out of here. The man in black armor went down in shame. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun felt relieved. It looks like I can escape today. Well, the person you want to arrest is Yi Qingyun. He has nothing to do with me. Ouyang Feng. I'll leave first. Having said that, Yi Qingyun was about to walk out. Run away quickly. If they react, I'll be in trouble. Ant-like thing, wasting our time. Unexpectedly, Song Qinglong slapped Yi Qingyun directly on the back. Since he is just a useless mortal and has nothing to do with the masters in Floating Cloud Mountain, just kill him directly. Yi Qingyun was caught off guard and didn't even notice the fatal palm strike from behind him. Just when Song Chenglong's palm was about to hit Yi Qingyun, suddenly, an invisible wave surged around Yi Qingyun. When Song Chenglong's palm was 3 inches away from Yi Qingyun's back, it suddenly froze, unable to move forward any further. Song Chenglong's face changed drastically. Chapter 32. Put down the knife and become a Buddha. Song Chenglong felt an indescribable force that bound his entire arm. Not only could it not hurt Yi Qingyun at all, I couldn't even move. Bang! Another huge force surged out. Song Chenglong cried out and flew backwards. Bang! Song Chenglong fell to the ground in a mess, and his face hit the ground. One of his front teeth was knocked out, and his nose was bleeding. Song Xiaotian was shocked and hurried to support Song Chenglong. Yi Qingyun, who heard the noise, turned around in surprise. What's going on? He looked confused. Someone come. Someone come quickly. Stop him for me. We must not let him go. Song Xiaotian shouted. Immediately, many warriors from the Song family came up and surrounded Yi Qingyun, staring at him with murderous eyes. Yi Qingyun was confused. I didn't do anything. Why are you suddenly not letting me leave? You are so good, Yi Qingyun. I almost got fooled by you. Song Xiaotian stared with his eyes fierce, like an eagle. Yi Qingyun was still trying to remain calm. I'm really not Yi Qingyun. You've caught the wrong person. Song Xiaotian snorted coldly. You still say you are not Yi Qingyun? You even hurt my son. Yi Qingyun looked at Song Chenglong, who had lost a front tooth, and felt confused. What did I hit him? Moreover, I am just a mortal with no cultivation. How can I possibly defeat a warrior like Song Chenglong? Isn't this an injustice? At this moment, the gray-haired rabbit in Yi Qingyun's arm smiled evilly. Hey, it was me, Lord Rabbit, who did it. Dare you touch my master? I'm really tired of living. If the master is injured in the slightest, I'm afraid the dog master will eat me alive when I get back. The gray-haired rabbit said secretly in his heart, Catch him for me. Song Xiaotian gave an order. A group of Song family warriors immediately pounced on Yi Qingyun. It's terrible. Yi Qingyun was afraid of being beaten, so he quickly closed his eyes and squatted down with his head in his hands. But as soon as I squatted down, there were bursts of screams coming from all around. Ouch! Oh my God! Accompanied by crackling sounds. Soon, there were only bursts of wailing all around. Yi Qingyun waited for a long time, but no attack came upon him. What's going on? He couldn't help but open his eyes and look around. After seeing this, Yi Qingyun was confused again. Why are these warriors from the Song family falling to the ground in a twisted state? Moreover, each of them had a bruised face and nose, as if they had been severely beaten. But these people are clearly here to beat me? Is it a scam? But this was the first time Yi Qingyun had seen so many people committing fraud and being so cruel to him. Ahem, that has nothing to do with me. You fell down on your own. I didn't do anything. Don't blame me. Yi Qingyun raised his hands to show that he was innocent. But who would believe it? It seems that you are really hiding your true power, and I have to come and suppress you. Song Xiaotian's face was gloomy, and a powerful aura surged out of him. He really wants to take action himself. Song Xiaotian has reached the late stage of the condensation pill realm and is only one step away from reaching the great perfection of the condensation pill realm. This level of cultivation is comparable to that of the elders from the three major sects. Yi Qingyun looked miserable. I originally thought that the practitioners in this world were very kind. Unexpectedly, there are still some vicious ones. It seems like it's the same everywhere. There are good people and bad people. Song Xiaotian didn't dare to be careless at all and gave it his all when he attacked. A huge palm came down with a tremendous force. Yi Qingyun had never seen such a scene before. He was so frightened that he stood still, not daring to move. I'm going to die. Just when Yi Qingyun thought he was finished. Suddenly, the huge palm collapsed with a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, a recoil force hit Song Xiaotian. Ah! Song Xiaotian screamed, spit out blood, and flew backwards. Father! Song Chenglong screamed and shouted. Even his own father is no match for Yi Qingyun. How could this person be so powerful? Song Xiaotian retreated repeatedly and suddenly bumped into the wall. Boom! The whole wall collapsed. Song Xiaotian vomited blood continuously. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of fear. This person's cultivation is unfathomable. It's really terrifying. Song Xiaotian was shocked. He has already used all his strength, but it's totally useless. He couldn't even see how Yi Qingyun made his move, but he was already seriously injured. Moreover, Song Xiaotian could see that the other party was probably holding back. Otherwise, I would probably be a corpse now. Song Xiaotian was scared. He was completely scared, especially when he thought of the reactions of Tai Heimin and the Prime Minister's mansion. Song Xiaotian completely understood at this moment. It must be this master. Tai Hao sect and the Prime Minister's mansion must be afraid of this master, so they distanced themselves from my Song family. His strength must be so strong that even these two parties have to submit to him. It's ridiculous that both father and son are thinking of kidnapping someone. You really don't know how to live or die. I'll fight you. Song Chenglong is young and energetic, and at this moment, he wants Yi Qingyun to fight to the death. Song Xiaotian quickly grabbed his son. Father! Song Chenglong looked at his father in astonishment. Don't be disrespectful to the master anymore. Kneel down and apologize immediately. Song Xiaotian said sternly. What? Song Chenglong was dumbfounded. Do I have to kneel down and apologize to this guy? Dad, you're not stupid, are you? Bang! Song Xiaotian slapped Song Chenglong directly, making him see stars. Song Xiaotian knelt down to Yi Qingyun first. Your Excellency is above us. My father and I have failed to recognize the great man and have offended him. This is truly a sin. I only ask the master to forgive both my father and me. As he spoke, Song Xiaotian began to kowtow to Yi Qingyun. Seeing this, Song Chenglong had no choice but to follow Song Xiaotian and kowtow to Yi Qingyun. Although I feel very unhappy inside. But Yi Qingyun was so powerful that Song Chenglong had no choice but to accept it. Yi Qingyun was also wondering. The father and son of the Song family suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to me, begging me to forgive them. But the problem is that Yi Qingyun has no idea what he has done. Wait, it must be my great character that influenced them. Apart from this, Yi Qingyun could not think of any other possibilities. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyun put his hands behind his back and acted like a master. Do you know you are wrong? I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. We, father and I, were totally wrong. We were terribly wrong. Song Xiaotian felt extremely remorseful and admitted his mistakes repeatedly. Yi Qingyun nodded slightly. It's good to admit your mistakes. As the saying goes, admitting your mistakes is the best way to improve yourself. It's not terrible to be wrong. Put down the butcher knife and you'll become a Buddha right away. Everyone has a chance to be forgiven. When the Song family father and son heard these words, it was as if the morning bell rang in their ears, and they were shocked. Especially behind Yi Qingyun, a shadow of Buddha appeared, and suddenly the entire Song mansion was illuminated by Buddha's light. Buddha, the ultimate truth of Buddhism. Song Xiaotian was horrified and immediately clasped his hands together with a pious look on his face. Chapter 33 Master, I understand. Yi Qingyun did not see the shadow of Buddha behind him. When he saw Song Xiaotian kneeling on the ground with his hands clasped together and a very pious look on his face, he thought that Song Xiaotian was a Buddhist. Since you believe in Buddhism, it will be easy. Look, I'm here to influence you and your son. Yi Qingyun felt relieved. Song Xiaotian, Song Chenglong, you two have committed many evil deeds and have accumulated many evil consequences. These evil consequences will eventually come back upon you. Yi Qingyun tried his best to look Buddhist. He imagined the appearance of those Buddhist monks and tried his best to imitate them. Perhaps because of this reason, the shadow of the Buddha behind Yi Qingyun became more and more solid. Even the appearance of the Buddha's shadow was somewhat similar to Yi Qingyun. This made the Song family father and son stunned. This is actually a Buddhist master. Both father and son were shocked. Buddhist monks are very mysterious beings. Although there was Buddhism in the Tianwu dynasty, it was not very popular. According to legend, Buddhism flourished in the western region outside the southern wilderness. There's even a Buddhist country where everyone believes in Buddhism and the status of Buddhists is extremely respected. The Song family father and son did not expect that Yi Qingyun was also a Buddhist. And from the looks of it, he is definitely a mysterious existence in Buddhism. For a moment, both father and son were filled with regret. If I had known he was so powerful, I shouldn't have provoked him. Master, my father and I haven't done many bad things. Song Xiaotian said somewhat vaguely. Yi Qingyun shook his head. Buddha is everywhere. Whatever you do or don't do, Buddha sees it all. Nothing can be hidden from Buddha's eyes. Before he finished speaking, the Buddha's shadow behind Yi Qingyun suddenly shone with eyes that focused on the Song father and son. The The Song family father and son trembled all over. Under the gaze of the Buddha's eyes, the father and son felt as if their minds were purified. Everything they had done in the past came to mind. The evil deeds that had been done were all so clear, one by one. Both father and son looked pale. Only then did they realize how many bad things they had done in the past. The two men were filled with shame and lowered their heads deeply. Yi Qingyun, on the other hand, had a strange look on his face. Where does this golden light come from? It's so mysterious. He turned his head to look, but couldn't see anything unusual. The shadow of Buddha was visible to everyone except Yi Qingyun himself. Master, we father and son know we are wrong. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. The father and son kowtowed repeatedly to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun nodded with satisfaction. Although you and your son have committed many evil deeds, the Buddha is merciful and everyone has a chance to be forgiven. From today on, you must do more good deeds and have good thoughts. This will surely eliminate the bad consequences of your past. The Song family father and son heard it. I suddenly became excited. They are willing to do anything as long as it can eliminate the bad consequences. Not to mention just doing good. Do good deeds? That's not too easy. We remember it. Song Xiaodian said. I'm not finished yet. Yi Qingyun continued. The most important thing is to recite Buddhist scriptures every day. Buddhist scriptures? Both father and son looked confused. Master, we don't understand the Buddhist scriptures at all. Song Xiaodian said. It's all right. I will pass on a Buddhist scripture to you. Remember to recite it 3 times a day, once in the morning, once at noon, and once in the evening. Both father and son were very happy. Thank you, Master. Yi Qingyun nodded, and then began to recite Buddhist scriptures. This Buddhist scripture is called the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita. The father and son directly took paper and pen, looking very serious, just like students taking notes in class. Ahem. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, practicing the profound Prajnaparamita, at that time saw that the 5 aggregates were empty and transcended all suffering. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. The same is true of feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Shariputra, all dharmas are empty in nature, neither born nor destroyed, neither defiled nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Therefore, in the void there is no form, no feeling, no perception, no volition, no consciousness. Gota Gota Paragota Parasamgota Bodhisva. Yi Qingyun recited a complete Heart Sutra fluently and smoothly. When he finished reciting the Heart Sutra, the shadow of the Buddha behind Yi Qingyun was brighter than ever before. A brilliant Buddha light shot straight into the sky. Boom! This moment, within 1,000 miles radius, everyone can see this golden scenery as long as they look up slightly. For a time, all parties in the Tianwu dynasty were alarmed. This is Buddha's light. This Buddha light is so rich and pure. Could it be that a great monk has suddenly attained enlightenment? Maybe even the reincarnation of Buddha. Go and see what's going on. For a moment, many people came towards the direction where the Buddha's light was emerging. At this time, the western border, far away from the Tianwu dynasty. This is the paradise of Buddhism. In the eyes of people outside, this place is also called the Western Paradise. A popular temple with bright lights and people coming and going. In the backyard of the temple, an old monk who had been in meditation for 49 years suddenly opened his eyes. There's a Buddhist spirit rising to the sky in the south. The old monk stepped out, his bright eyes looking towards the south. Faintly, he seemed to see the golden Buddha behind Yi Qingyun. Grandmaster, the appearance of the old monk alarmed many eminent monks in the temple, and they all rushed over. Quick, send people to the Tianwu dynasty in the southern wilderness. My Buddha's holy son has appeared there. What? The holy son of Buddhism? The monks were horrified. The holy son of Buddhism, that is the person that the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory has been searching for many years without success. Even in the Bodhi Buddha kingdom, only 3 suspected Buddhist saints have appeared, and they have not yet been fully confirmed. Now, the old monk said that the holy son of Buddhism was born in the southern wilderness outside the western border. How is this possible? However, none of the monks dared to doubt the old monk's words. Because this old monk is the most senior monk in Shichon Temple and one of the top figures in the entire Western Buddhist community. His words are the ultimate truth of Buddhism, and no one can doubt them. At that moment, Shichon Temple immediately sent monks to the southern wilderness. Not only Shichon Temple, but many Buddhist forces in the Western Territory also sent their Buddhist disciples to the southern wilderness, just to explore the secret of that Buddha's light. Yi Qingyun, the instigator of the incident, had no idea what a sensation his recitation of the Heart Sutra had caused in the distant Western Territory. You guys, do you remember it? The Song family father and son were completely stunned. They were immersed in the Heart Sutra that Yi Qingyun had just recited, although they did not quite understand the principles contained in the Heart Sutra. But after just listening to it once, they felt as if they had gained enlightenment. My life has changed dramatically since then. Master, I understand. Both father and son shouted together. Chapter 34. Intensifying Efforts. Yi Qingyun was not sure whether the Song father and son had realized it or not, but he knew that his life was saved. Well, it's good that you understand it. Yi Qingyun nodded and said. At this moment, the father and son of the Song family really looked like disciples of Buddhism, with faces full of piety. The look he gave Yi Qingyun was one of reverence, as if he were God. Master, we have done too many evil things before. Yes, Master. Please give us more guidance. Master, why don't we take you as our master? Master, why don't you speak? The father and son of the Song family surrounded Yi Qingyun, calling him master one by one. Yi Qingyun was almost at a loss as to what to do. There is no need to accept me as a disciple. You just need to remember my words and recite the Heart Sutra every day, and your bad karma will be eliminated. Yi Qingyun said calmly. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Both father and son bowed repeatedly. Then I know. I will take my leave now. Let's go father and son to see the master off. Nonsense. We should send a master back to Floating Cloud Mountain. Ye Vingyun. So, Yi Qingyun was respectfully sent back to Fuyun Mountain by the Song father and son. On the way, he kept asking Yi Qingyun about Buddhism. What the hell does Yi Qingyun know about Buddhism? He can only make up stories and say some specious words. Anyway, in Yi Qingyun's opinion, isn't Buddhism just some vague and specious things? When they arrived at Floating Cloud Mountain, Yi Qingyun waved to the Song father and son. Go back, and remember to recite Buddhist scriptures more often and do more good deeds. We will keep the master's teachings in mind. Both father and son bowed. Well, see you later. Yi Qingyun went up the mountain. The Song father and son returned to the Song mansion with joy. That night, the Song father and son set up a Buddhist temple in their mansion. He also specially asked someone to build a golden Buddha statue, and the face of the Buddha statue was Yi Qingyun's face. This is directly worshipping Yi Qingyun as a Buddha. If Yi Qingyun knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. The Song father and son chanted the Heart Sutra in the Buddhist temple for the entire night, and the sound of their chanting echoed throughout the Song family. So pious. The next day, although the Song father and son did not sleep all night, they felt clear-headed and comfortable like never before. Dad, I feel so good. Son, Daddy feels comfortable too. The father and son smiled at each other. In order to resolve their own karma, the Song father and son decided to do more good deeds, as Yi Qingyun said. The father and son went out with the Song family's warriors. See where they needed to do good. When the people around saw the Song family coming, they all hid quickly and did not dare to get close to them. Seeing this, the Song father and son felt extremely ashamed. It seems that my father and I have done too many evil things in the past. The father and son decided to mend their ways and never do anything evil again. Father, look at that old woman. Is she going to cross the river? Song Chenglong pointed to an old woman standing by the river not far away. When Song Xiaodian saw it, his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, son. This old woman does want to cross the river. Go and help her. Okay. Song Chenglong rushed to the river. Old man, you want to cross the river, right? Don't worry, I'll help you. Song Chenglong's face was full of enthusiasm. Without saying anything, he just carried the old woman on his back. Then he circulated the spiritual energy under his feet and walked on the water. It only takes a few strokes. We have already reached the other side of the river. After putting the confused old woman down, Song Chenglong also helped her tidy up her clothes. No need to thank me, old man. This is what I should do. Song Chenglong waved his hand and walked away. It feels so good to do good. Song Chenglong was filled with pride, as if he had been elevated to a higher level. The old woman finally came to her senses. What the hell? I just passed by the river. Why did you carry me back? The old woman cursed. The Song father and son continued to look for their next target for charity. Soon, they saw a few children playing together. They were all only 7 or 8 years old. They gathered around a well, chasing each other and playing, having a lot of fun. Father, look, these children are playing near the well. It's too dangerous. What if they fall in? Song Chenglong said with a worried look on his face. Song Xiaotian nodded repeatedly. You're right. It's really too dangerous. We must help these poor children. After saying that, Song Xiaotian walked over. Kids, please stand back for a moment. Song Xiaotian said with a kind face. The children didn't understand what was going on, but when they saw Song Xiaotian dressed in unusual clothes and had a strange smile on his face, they were immediately frightened and ran away. These kids are so cute. Song Xiaotian smiled and then circulated his spiritual energy. Boom! A large piece of soil not far away suddenly flew up into the air. Song Xiaotian waved his arm, and the soil directly filled the well in front of him. Well, this way the children won't have to worry about falling into the well while playing. Song Xiaotian turned around and left with satisfaction. We have done another good deed. If the master knew, he would definitely praise us, father and son. Not long after, some men from the village came with buckets to fetch water. The results are seen. The well was filled in. Who the hell filled up the well in our village? It's just terrible. You will be struck by lightning. A few days later, the reputation of the Song father and son for doing good deeds everywhere has spread. However, whenever the people saw the father and son of the Song family doing good deeds, they hid away more quickly than before. It can be said that wherever he went, he didn't dare to leave even a chicken behind. The Song family father and son felt very strange when they saw the people fleeing in panic. Why do we, father and son, seem to be less popular than before? Song Xiaotian was puzzled. Song Chenglong frowned and said, It must be that we haven't done enough good deeds. We should increase our efforts. You're right, son. Increase your efforts. On this day, Yi Qingyun was drying sweet potatoes. Although there are not many, they are all planted and picked by Yi Qingyun himself. Not far away, someone ran over in panic. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but look over. The man was slovenly and was a beggar. But it was not the Guoxiaoyun that Yi Qingyun knew. Are you Yi Qingyun? The beggar didn't look very old, probably only a little over 10 years old, and he asked breathlessly as soon as he came up. I am. Who are you? Yi Qingyun asked doubtfully. The beggar took a breath, looking anxious. Something happened to Guoxiaoyun. Yi Qingyun's expression changed. What happened to him? Last night, a man in black took Guoxiaoyun away. Yi Qingyun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Guoxiaoyun encountered the evil cultivator that, by Su Yi mentioned? Do you know where he was taken? Yin asked quickly. I don't know, but the man in black went east. Chapter 35, One Shot One. Going east. Ye Vingyun Furonit. He really wanted to save people. But the problem is, Yi Qingyun knows that he is a weakling and is afraid that he will die in vain if he goes. He is an evil cultivator. Since his name is evil, he must be a cruel and ruthless person. Yi Qingyun didn't dare to risk his life. Then we can only ask someone for help. Yi Qingyun actually knows quite a few experts. But the problem is that Yi Qingyun can't contact anyone at all. What to do? What to do? Yi Qingyun was very anxious. Although Guoxiaoyun and he were just casual acquaintances. But Yi Qingyun really liked this strong-willed little beggar. If he died like this, Yi Qingyun will definitely feel bad and may even feel guilty for the rest of his life. It seems that I can only use the treasure at the bottom of my box. Yi Qingyun took a deep breath. My heart skipped a beat. Give it a try. He turned and went into the house. Soon they came out fully armed. Behind him, he was carrying a long object wrapped in cloth. There were two strange boxes hanging on his waist. He was also wearing a gray vest, which looked very thick. He even wore a solid steel helmet on his head. Fully armed. These things were all tinkered with by Yi Qingyun under the destruction of the system. At that time, Yi Qingyun didn't believe that he could make these things. And it actually worked. Therefore, these things became Yi Qingyun's treasures. Yi Qingyun would never use these unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, in order to save people, Yi Qingyun had no choice but to go ahead. Damao, come with me. Yi Qingyun glanced at the lazy Damao and gave an order. Damao immediately followed, staggering along. The gray-haired rabbit was kept by Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun went down the mountain and headed east. Damao, can you smell Guoxiaoyun? Yi Qingyun asked tentatively. I didn't have much expectation, but I didn't expect that Damao actually lowered his head and sniffed around, barked in one direction, and then ran over. Yi Qingyun was startled and immediately followed. Are you sure you didn't smell it wrong? Yi Qingyun was a little suspicious. Da Mao shook his head, as if telling Yi Qingyun to trust his nose. No way. Yi Qingyun didn't know where the man in black took Xiaoyan, so he could only give it a try. I hope I can find it. Heading eastward, we soon enter the mountains. This place is sparsely populated, with lush vegetation, and the sounds of birds and animals can be heard from time to time. Da Mao continued to lead the way. It didn't take long. Yi Qingyun came to the outside of a valley. Go further, and you will enter the valley. But Da Mao stopped and let out a low growl, as if he was alert to something. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun immediately became alert. Is it in here? Ye Vingyun aprochit koshisi. Look towards the valley. Ye Qingyun's pupis sudendi shrank. There are a lot of people in the valley. Moreover, the vast majority of them are children. Basically, they are less than 10 years old, only 7 or 8 years old. These children were lying in the valley in a twisted state and seemed to be motionless. I don't know whether he is dead or alive. More than a dozen men in black stood in the valley, each sitting cross-legged, with a faint gray light surging around them. What shocked Yi Qingyun the most was the deepest part of the valley. There sat a skinny man. He was literally skin and bones, with almost no flesh on his body, only a layer of dry and black skin wrapped around the skeleton. This weirdo's eyes were like 2 gray whirlpools. The gray aura from those men in black all flowed towards this weirdo. This scene is extremely strange. This made Yi Qingyun feel horrified. It was like a satanic ritual. Yi Qingyun was anxious and kept looking for Xiaoyan. Finally, he saw Xiaoyan. He was lying not far from the valley entrance, his eyes closed, but he seemed to be still breathing. Yi Qingyun felt a little relieved. As long as you're alive. Yi Qingyun calmed his mind and counted the men in black in the valley. 12 in total. He removed the things on his back and lifted the cloth. It turned out to be a sniper rifle. Yi Qingyun looked at the sniper rifle, which he made with his own hands, but had never fired a single shot. Today, but I have to use it. Yi Qingyun took out a silencer from his pocket and installed it on the gun. Da Mao, e.g. your selfie. Da Mao ran away immediately. Yi Qingyun put his eyes on the sight. The hand holding the gun was shaking slightly. But soon, he became extremely calm. His hands were unusually steady. Aim. Pull the trigger. Puff. With almost no sound, one of the men in black had a hole pierced through the forehead. The man in black moved, then his head tilted, and he died, just sitting there. Yi Qingyun's heart was churning. This was his first murder, but he killed people in order to save them. Moreover, the person he killed was an evil cultivator, and anyone could kill him, so Yi Qingyun would not feel too much psychological pressure. Yi Qingyun continued shooting. Puff, 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 puff. 1, 2, 3. A total of 12 men in black were killed silently by Yi Qingyun. The 12 men in black were still sitting cross-legged, and none of them fell down. But the gray light on them naturally disappeared. The strange man in the valley seemed to have noticed something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the 12 men in black. Why did you stop? Keep transferring the essence of these children to me. The strange man made a hoarse sound, like 2 pieces of old bark rubbing against each other, which was extremely unpleasant. The men in black naturally could not answer him. The weirdo frowned, but the next moment, his expression changed, because he had already realized that the 12 men in black had died. Dead. Someone killed his 12 men silently? What a terrifying existence this is. An expert has arrived. The weirdo immediately stood up and looked around. Who is the master who killed my disciples? Please show yourself immediately. Yi Qingyun's heart trembled. Discovered? Never mind then. Aim directly at this weirdo. A shot fired. The bullet flew through the air. But the next moment, Yi Qingyun was shocked. The weirdo actually reached out and grabbed it. Caught the bullet. Ghost! Yi Qingyun almost dropped his jaw in shock. This kind of scene that only happens in dramas was witnessed with his own eyes today. The strange man grabbed the bullet and opened his palm to look at it. What is this? Why is it so hard? The weirdo was also secretly surprised. He was able to catch the bullet thanks to his profound skills. Seeing that the sniper rifle could not do anything to this strange guy, Yi Qingyun stopped hiding. He stood up, took out 2 pistols, and stepped into the valley. You are practicing evil magic here, harming the lives of so many children. Don't you think it is against the harmony of nature? Yi Qingyun raised the gun with both hands and shouted coldly. Chapter 36. Dugachobai? The weirdo stared at Yi Qingyun, and Yi Qingyun also stared at the weirdo. The 2 of them stared at each other. The atmosphere was slightly tense. Ian seems as steady as an old dog. In fact, I was very panicked. He cursed in his heart. This damn system taught me everything except for not letting me practice. If I could practice cultivation, why need to use a gun? I'm afraid this time it's a narrow escape from death. Although he was very panicked, in order to save his own life, Yi Qingyun could only pretend to be calm. There was even a deliberate hint of contempt on his face. Why can't I see through this person's cultivation at all? Doubts arose in the weirdo's mind. With his strength, the number of people in the Tianmu dynasty whose cultivation level he could not see through could be counted on one hand. But the strange man in front of him was completely unpredictable to the weirdo. Even, it gave him a feeling of being an ordinary person. But the weirdo would never think that Yi Qingyun was just a mortal with no accomplishments. If he were immortal, how could he kill his disciples silently? This person's cultivation is unfathomable, and the thing in his hand is really strange. My injuries have not healed yet, and my energy is depleted. I must be careful when dealing with it. The weirdo was secretly awed. These two people are more panicked than each other. They are all very afraid of each other. Who exactly is your excellency? The weirdo asked in a deep voice. Yi Qingyun took a deep breath. Want to know who I am? Do you think you are qualified? The weirdo frowned. Even if you have a high level of cultivation, I am not just any ordinary person. If we really fight, you may not be my opponent. This is just a weirdo trying to flatter himself. The purpose is just to test Yi Qingyun's background. Yi Qingyun was really a little scared. If a fight really breaks out, I will only be able to rely on these two pistols. It's definitely unreliable. Never mind. Let's just scare this old guy first. Since you are so confident in your own strength, I will tell you my name. Yi Qingyun took a deep breath. I am Dugu Qiubai. Dugu Qiubai? The weirdo was startled and recalled everything carefully in his mind. It seems like I have never heard of such a person, but this name is very domineering. Seeking defeat? It's just so arrogant. Umph, I have never heard of this name. The weirdo said coldly. Ye Vingyun Sinidit. How could a frog in a well, like you, have heard of my name? You can ask Su Changfeng from the Xianjian sect. He came to me 3 times to ask for advice on martial arts. I only gave him some pointers, but he benefited greatly from them and achieved what he has today. Yi Qingyun didn't care anymore and started making up nonsense. The weirdo was really scared. Su Changfeng was actually instructed by this person. What kind of person is Su Changfeng? He is the leader of the Xianjian sect, the most powerful person in the Tianmu dynasty today. Although the weirdo is very powerful, he would have to retreat if he faced Su Changfeng. If the monster returns to his peak strength, he can compete with Su Changfeng. And there is the martial emperor Dongfang Su. Before he ascended the throne, he came to challenge me without knowing his own limitations. I defeated him with just one finger and made him realize that there are always people who are better than you. Yi Qingyun continued to talk nonsense. The weirdo shuddered with fear. Even the martial emperor Dongfang Su was defeated by him. Although he was young, Dongfang Su was also a very powerful master when he was young. Defeated with one finger? What a terrifying power this is. By the way, Shen Tianhua, do you know? Yi Qingyun said again. Shen Tianhua? This time, the weirdo's face changed drastically, and even fear appeared in his eyes. The old man, Shen Tianhua. The weirdo was defeated by Shen Tianhua at the beginning. His cultivation was greatly damaged, his vitality was completely dissipated, and he almost died. If he hadn't relied on a mysterious skill of faking death that he practiced in his early years to deceive Shen Tianhua, the weirdo would have died long ago. Because of the disastrous defeat at that time, the weirdo couldn't help but feel frightened when he heard Shen Tianhua's name. Could it be that this guy named Dugu Qiubai actually knows Shen Tianhua? From the looks of you, it seems like you know Shen Tianhua. Yi Qingyun keenly noticed the look of fear on the strange man's face. This weirdo showed no fear of the two people he mentioned before, whether it was Su Changfeng or Dongfang Su. But when it comes to Shen Tianhua, this weirdo becomes afraid. Could it be that this weirdo had suffered at the hands of old man Shen in the past? Very likely. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyun felt a little more confident. I might as well tell you that Shen Tianhua brought his new disciples to visit me a few days ago, hoping that I could give his disciples some guidance. It's a pity that Shen Tianhua didn't have the talent back then. He only learned half of what I taught him, and he barely made it to where he is today. Yi Qingyun looked as if he was disappointed with his friend. It seemed that in his eyes, a top master like Shen Tianhua was just like this. The weirdo stared at Yi Qingyun in disbelief. You actually gave Shen Tianhua some advice? Of course. Do you think I have to lie to you? Yi Qingyun said lightly. The weirdo was finally scared. Even Shun Tianhua was instructed by this Dugu Qiubai. So doesn't that mean he is stronger than Shin Tianhua? He was defeated miserably by Shun Tianhua in the past, and today he met someone more terrifying than Shun Tianhua. Is it really God's will that I will be doomed? For a moment, the weirdo couldn't help but begin to doubt his life. Take this opportunity. Yi Qingyun shot without hesitation. Bang! 2 gunshots were heard. The 2 bullets hit the strange man's heart accurately. Puff! The bullet penetrated directly into the monster's skin. But strangely, no blood flowed out. It was as if the blood of this monster had dried up long ago, and only this skin and this skeleton were left. The weirdo was shot and lowered his head to look at his chest. Then he fell to the ground screaming. Whoosh whoosh. Waves of gray air continuously emerged from the 2 tiny bullet holes. It seems like there is a leak. Yi Qingyun plucked up his courage and slowly walked towards the strange man. Master, spare my life. Unexpectedly, this strange man suddenly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy from Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun looked indifferent. The pistol was raised again and pointed at the weirdo. How does my divine weapon feel? The weirdo looked at the gun in Yi Qingyun's hand with fear on his face. This was a treasure he had never seen before, but its power was indeed terrifying. Without sufficient energy, he could not withstand the power of the pistol. Master, please spare my life. I know I was wrong and I will never do such a heinous thing again. The strange man kowtowed to Yi Qingyun repeatedly. Yi Qingyun had no intention of letting him go. So many children were killed by him. For a crime like this, it would not be excessive to shoot him 100 times. Just when Yi Qingyun was about to take action, suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the valley. Come quickly. The kidnapped children are all here. Accompanied by exclamations, dozens of figures rushed into the valley. The leader was an old man with an immortal look and extraordinary temperament. Behind him followed a dozen young men and women. Bai Sui was also among them. Chapter 37 Gong Sun Yu's Thoughts. When he saw Bai Sui, Yi Qingyun knew that people from the Zhouling sect had arrived. The old man with an immortal look is probably Gong Sun Yu, the leader of Zhouling sect. A person who is as famous as Xinjian sect master Su Changfeng. Yi Qingyun put the gun back to his waist. Relax completely. Now that the people from the Zhouling sect have arrived, I don't need to deal with the rest of the matters myself. Gong Sun Yu also saw Yi Qingyun and the strange man kneeling in front of Yi Qingyun. His expression changed, and he stared at the strange man. Could this person be the old monster Xie Tian? Mr. Yi, Bai Sui looked at Yi Qingyun in surprise. I didn't expect to meet him here. Moreover, Yi Qingyun's appearance at this moment is very different from when he was on Floating Cloud Mountain. After all, Yi Qingyun was wearing a bulletproof vest, a helmet, and a pistol hanging on his waist. Indescribably weird. Yi Qingyun glanced at Bai Sui. I have subdued this man. As he said this, he pointed at the strange man on the ground who was no longer able to stand up. Bai Sui was shocked. Then I felt relieved. If it were someone else, Bai Sui would definitely be surprised. But if Yi Qingyun solves it, then there will be no problem. With the unfathomable strength of a master like Yi Qingyun, it would be no problem to deal with these evil cultivators. Old monster Xie Tian, you have committed many evil deeds, but today we have finally captured you. Gong Sun Yu stared at the old monster Xie Tian and spoke sternly. The old monster Xie Tian laughed miserably. If I hadn't fallen into the hands of this expert, how could you guys do anything to me? Expert? Gong Sun Yu looked at Yi Qingyun. Could this young man dressed strangely be a master? Master, I, Xie Tian, do not want to die at the hands of these mediocre people. Please do it and give me a quick death. The old monster Xie Tian spoke to Yi Qingyun in a pleading tone. When Gong Sun Yu heard this, he was extremely angry. This is clearly a sign of looking down on him. After all, he is the leader of the Zhouling sect and a top master in the Tianwu dynasty, but he's being looked down upon like this. I'll take you on your way. Gong Sun Yu didn't say anything and just struck out with his palm. He slapped Xie Tian, old monster, hard on the top of his head. The expression of the old monster Xie Tian suddenly stopped. There was still a trace of mockery on his face before his death. The next moment, the skinny body of the old monster Xie Tian fell down, dead. The corner of Yi Qingyun's mouth twitched slightly. This guy is really ruthless. He will do it as soon as he says he will, without any hesitation at all. Sir, did you subdue this old monster Xie Tian? Gong Sun Yu then asked Yi Qingyun. I guess so. Yi Qingyun said lightly. Gong Sun Yu frowned. because he couldn't see that Yi Qingyun had any cultivation at all. Apure mortal. How could a mere mortal possibly be a match for a powerful being like the old monster Xietion? Seeing that her master was suspicious, Bai Suyi quickly said, Master, this is Yi Qingyun, the young master I mentioned to you before. It was Yi Qingyun who cured my hidden injuries that had lasted for many years. Oh, so you're Yi Qingyun? Gongsun Yu looked surprised. He had already learned from Bai Suyi about the existence of such a person. However, Bai Suyi did not reveal too much, only saying that Yi Qingyun treated her injuries. Master Yi, this is my master Gongsun Yu. Bai Suyi also introduced herself to Yi Qingyun. I've heard a lot about you, Yi Qingyun said with a cupped hand. However, Gongsun Yu seemed to look down on Yi Qingyun. He just clasped his fists perfunctorily without showing much respect. Bai Suyi was a little embarrassed. She could also see that her master looked down on Yi Qingyun. This made Bai Suyi a little worried. She knew very well what a great person Yi Qingyun was, a person whom even the martial Emperor Dongfang Su had to visit in person. My master is so arrogant. What if he makes Yi Qingyun unhappy? I'm afraid the entire Jiuling sect will be in trouble. Yi Qingyun didn't care. He walked straight to Guo, squatted down, and took a look. Guo had his eyes closed. His breathing was relatively steady, but his face looked a little pale. Yi Qingyun touched his forehead. The body temperature is normal. He grabbed his wrist again. The pulse is also normal. He patted Guo face. Wake up. Took several shots. Guo eyes slowly opened. Where am I? When he opened his eyes, he saw Yi Qingyun. It's okay. I'm here to save you. Yi Vingyun simidit ganti. Only then did Guo react. He sat up and looked around. Seeing so many children, Guo face was full of horror. Almost died, Guo said in a daze. Yi Vingyun sikit. The child was indeed very frightened. He probably thought he was going to die before he fell into a coma. Yi Qingyun was still frightened. If he hadn't mustered up the courage to come and save people, Guo would probably have died. I'll take you back. Yi Qingyun was about to take Guo away. As for the other children, some are dead and some are still alive. The people from a Jiuling sect will naturally take care of it, so Yi Qingyun doesn't need to worry too much. Your Excellency, please stay. Gongsun Yu suddenly spoke. Yi Qingyun paused and looked back in confusion. Master Gongsun, is there anything else? Gongsun Yu smiled slightly. Killing the old monster Xietion is such a great achievement. Master Yi will surely be famous this time. Why don't you leave with us, so that more people can know about Master Ye's contribution? Yi Qingyun had no interest at all. He shook his head. I'll let Sect Master Gongsun take the credit for this. After saying that, Yi Qingyun took Guo away. The expression on Gongsun Yu's face turned cold. Humph, you're quite sensible. He originally wanted to take all the credit for killing the old monster Xietion. He just retreated deliberately to see if Yi Qingyun wanted to compete for the credit. Since Yi Qingyun himself gave up this credit, then I, Gongsun Yu, will take the responsibility. I can use this achievement to suppress Su Changfeng's arrogance and let my Jiuling sect surpass Xianjian sect again. Master, how could you do this? Bai Suyi was anxious. Gongsun Yu glared. How can you talk to Master? Bai Suyi said anxiously. Although Master Yi does not fight for credit, you should not have such an attitude, Master. Master Yi is not an ordinary person. At this point, Bai Suyi didn't know what to say, because she also knew that Yi Qingyun didn't like to be high profile and would rather others see him as an ordinary person. Isn't he just a young man who knows a little bit of medical skills? What's the big deal? Gongsun Yu said disdainfully. Bai Suyi was speechless. Master, Sect Master Su of the Xianjian sect, and His Majesty, the Martial Emperor, have both visited Master Yi. No way. Bai Suyi could only speak quietly. Gongsun Yu was stunned. What did you say? He suspected that he had heard it wrong. Bai Suyi sighed. Sect Master Su and His Majesty the Emperor Wu have both paid respects to Master Yi. This is what I saw with my own eyes. Chapter 38, A Monk Comes from the West. Gongsun Yu was dumbfounded. Su Changfeng and Dongfang Su actually both went to visit this young man. This is enough to show that Yi Qingyun is definitely not an ordinary person. And just now, for a small contribution, I treated Yi Qingyun like this? Gongsun Yu felt extremely regretful at this moment. I wanted to slap myself twice. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gongsun Yu even blamed Bai Suyi. I, as an apprentice, am really betraying my master. If you had told me earlier, I would never have treated him like that. Bai Suyi looked innocent. Master, I have actually been winking at you. Huh? I thought you had eye problems. I was wondering why you were making those eyes. Bai Sui. Master, you are such a fool. Yi Qingyun took Wu Xiaoyan back to Fuyun Mountain. Wu Xiaoyan was feeling a little weak, so Yi Qingyun cooked him a pot of porridge. After he ate it, Wu Xiaoyan fell asleep again. Yi Qingyun hid all his stuff again, and tell yourself to try not to use it in the future. After all, bullets are very difficult to make. Without the help of the system, Yi Qingyun had no way of making bullets on his own. Use one less. If he used them all up, Yi Qingyun would really be left with no means of saving his life. Yi Qingyun was also very tired, and he was extremely nervous when he confronted the old monster Xietian before. Even when I relaxed at this moment, I felt tired. Yi Qingyun also fell asleep. Soon, two snoring sounds, one big and one small, were heard in the room. Outside the house, Dumao and the rabbit snuggled together and slept soundly. It was as if nothing had ever happened, and everything was as peaceful as before. The people of Jiling's sect sent the surviving children to their families. For a time, people from all over the country expressed gratitude to the Jiling sect. The Jiling sect's momentum is growing, especially the sect leader Gong Sunyu, who personally killed the old monster Xietian and became extremely famous. The martial arts community is discussing this matter. What kind of person is the old monster Xietian? Hundreds of years ago, he was already a powerful figure and caused chaos in the area. Although he soon disappeared, his deeds are still remembered today. Gong Sun Yu's ability to kill the old monster Xietian is not only to eliminate harm for the people, but also to tell the entire martial arts world that his strength is no longer what it used to be. It seems that after the three sects martial arts competition, Gong Sun Yu has learned from his mistakes and has become stronger. His strength has greatly improved. Need I say more? Being able to kill the old monster Xietian, Gong Sun Yu's strength is probably comparable to that of His Majesty the Martial Emperor. I wonder if the other two sect leaders will immediately go into seclusion and chase after Gong Sun Yu after they learn of this. Xuanzhen sect. When Su Changfeng heard the news, his brows were furrowed and his face was full of confusion. How strange! The eldest disciple Li Chunyuan asked in surprise. Why did Master say that? Su Changfeng said, Gong Sun Yu's strength should not be a match for Xietian Old Monster. Why was he able to kill Xietian Old Monster? Li Chunyuan. It is said that the old monster Xietian kidnapped many children in order to heal his wounds. Perhaps it was because the old monster Xietian was injured that Sect Master Gongsun was able to kill him. That's possible. Old Gongsun has really come to the fore this time. Even my Xinjian sect has been overshadowed by him in terms of momentum. Su Changfeng shook his head and smiled. On the other side, Taihao Gate. Chun Gongwang sat on the throne of the clan leader with an expressionless face. Listening to the report from the disciples below, Chun Gongwang's expression turned a little ugly. Humph! This old man Gongsun is really lucky. He found an injured old monster Xietian and killed him. His reputation has soared. Chun Gongwang's tone was somewhat sour. He was indeed a bit sour. In the previous martial arts competition among the three sects, Su Changfeng defeated him and Gong Sun Yu, and the Xinjian sect also defeated the Jiling sect and the Taihao sect. And now, Gong Sun Yu has killed the old monster Xietian and rescued many children, and he has earned a lot of fame. In this way, Chen Gongwang was completely outdone. How can I maintain mental balance? Master, there is one more thing. The disciple below said cautiously. Anything else? Chen Gongwang asked with a frown. It's the Xiling Song family. It is said that the father and son of the Song family have suddenly become very different from before for some reason. Song family? What happened to the father and son of the Song family? Chen Gongwang was startled and asked quickly. The father and son of the Song family usually eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures, and they also tell the people in the mansion to do more good deeds. They also often go out to do good deeds. But the good deeds done by the father and son still make the nearby people miserable and complain. Chen Gongwang was speechless for a while. The Song family really can't be left alone. Because of the Song family's affairs before, Su Changfeng came to Taihao Gate in person and asked Chen Gongwang to restrain the Song family and stop them from doing anything wrong. Chen Gongwang immediately cut off ties with the Song family. No way. We still have to give Su Changfeng face. But now it seems that the Song family is still not at peace. Keep an eye on the Song family. If they go too far, stop them to avoid bringing trouble to the reputation of our Taihao clan. Chen Gongwang rubbed his brows and gave the order wearily. Yes. The border of the Tianwu dynasty. This is the gate to the west. For some reason, the border is very lively today. Monks came from the western border one after another, wanting to enter the Tianwu dynasty. This made the border guards a little helpless. He hurried over to see the situation himself. I am Hui Kong, a monk from the Xichang ancient temple. I want to enter the Tianwu dynasty to look for the holy son of Buddhism. I am Jie Qi, a monk from the Jiakang temple. I am going to the Tianwu dynasty to look for the holy son of Buddhism. I am Xian Ku, a monk from Lanhua temple. Like those two fellow monks, I am also going to look for the holy son of Buddhism. I'm a poor monk. The border guard looked at the dozens of bald men in front of him, who kept calling him poor monk or Buddhist saint, and felt dizzy. No way. These bald heads are too bright and too dazzling when gathered together. I checked their Buddhist certificates and found no problems. The border guards had no choice but to let them pass. The monks entered the Tianwu dynasty. This is also the first time that the Tianwu dynasty has welcomed so many Buddhists. The direction where the Buddha's holy son appeared is in the southwest. That's right, we're heading southwest. We must not allow the holy son of Buddhism to stay in a place without any Buddhist atmosphere. The holy son of Buddhism. Return to Buddhism. Floating Cloud Mountain. Yi Qingyan got up. As soon as he walked out of the yard, he saw a small figure watering the many vegetables planted in the yard. On the clothesline, not far away, the washed clothes had already been hung out to dry. Brother Yi, you're awake. Guo Xiaoyan wiped the sweat from his face and said to Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan felt helpless. You don't have to do these things. Guo Xiaoyan was stunned and lowered his head with some grievance. Ye Vingyun Sikit. How about this? I'll take you in as my apprentice and teach you some skills so that you can support yourself. How about that? Chapter 39. It's the same to please your apprentice. Master, I, your disciple Guo Xiaoyan, bow down to you. Yi Qingyan just said this casually. Unexpectedly, this little guy was so good at taking advantage of the situation. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Qingyan. This caught Yi Qingyan off guard. Well, okay, from now on, you're my disciple, Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan touched Guo Xiaoyan's head. Then he hurried back into the house. After a while, another red envelope was taken out. For you. Guo Xiaoyan took it with confusion. Master, what is this? A red envelope for you. Red envelope? Guo Xiaoyan was completely confused. Yi Qingyan smiled and said, according to the custom of my hometown, since you have accepted me as your master, then, as your master, I naturally have to give you a red envelope. Oh, Guo Xiaoyan opened a red envelope and found a silver note inside. Wander Tales. Guo Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly widened. Wander Tales. So much. Guo Xiaoyan panicked. His hands were shaking. Too many. That's really too much to give. Yi Qingyan didn't care at all. He has a lot of banknotes. They were all given to him by Qi Yinyu. Yi Qingyan did not refuse and accepted them all. In his eyes, these banknotes were just a pile of paper. But in Guo Xiaoyan's eyes, it was very scary. Take it. Become my apprentice in the future. You don't have to be a beggar in the market anymore. Yi Qingyan said. Yes. Guo Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly, feeling very happy. From now on, I, Guo Xiaoyan, will also have a master. Ever since he was old enough to understand, Guo Xiaoyan has been lonely and helpless, living by begging on the street. I don't know how much bullying and injustice I have suffered. I have barely survived to this day. In fact, Guo Xiaoyan is already 8 years old, but he looked to be about the same size as a 5 or 6-year-old child. In many of his dreams, Guo Xiaoyan hoped that he could have the company of his parents in a home that didn't have to be rich, but just a warm one. After waking up crying countless times, Guo Xiaoyan had no choice but to face reality. But now, Guo Xiaoyan's little wish finally came true. He has a home. I have a master who is good to me. Also has his own name. Guo Xiaoyan. He expected nothing more. As long as I can live in peace and contentment with my master, that's enough. Master, will you teach me how to practice? Practice? Yes, I know there are warriors in this world. They're all able to practice fly and hide. They're extremely powerful. I don't know how to practice either. That's impossible. Didn't you, master, save me from those bad guys? I saved you, but I really don't know how to practice. All right. Yi Qingyan could tell that Guo Xiaoyan was a little disappointed, but it's understandable. Children of this age all long to be able to fly. When Yi Qingyan was a child, he wanted to become the Monkey King. If you want to practice, I know some people who can send you to a practice sect if you're willing. Yi Qingyan said so. He was actually a little reluctant to let Guo Xiaoyan go to practice in the sect. But if Guoxiaoyan really wanted to go, Yi Qingyan would not stop him. No, it's best for me to stay with my master. Unexpectedly, Guoxiaoyan himself refused. Yi Qingyun was startled. Don't you want to practice? Guoxiaoyan grinned. Isn't it enough to be powerful without practicing, just like you, master? Yi Qingyan gave a thumbs up. Well said, it's just as amazing if you follow me. Bai Suyi was dragged to Floating Cloud Mountain by her master Gong Sunyu. No way. After learning about Yi Qingyun's identity as a hermit, Gong Sunyu became more and more frightened and worried the more he thought about it. He decided, come and visit this master in person. Ease the relationship with the elders. At the same time, it is best to get close to them. Bai Suyi didn't really want to come. She really couldn't bring herself to do that. Bai Suyi felt embarrassed just thinking about the attitude her master had used towards Yi Qingyun before. Bai Suyi could imagine that although Yi Qingyun seemed calm on the surface, as if nothing had happened, but he probably already felt quite displeased with his master and disciple in his heart. Master, you can go and meet Master Yi, but I need to tell you in advance. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. First of all, Master, you can't expose Mr. Ye's identity. He doesn't like to think of himself as a master. Well, I know this. Mr. Yi must be a hermit who wants to experience the mundane world. I won't say anything more. Also, the place where Mr. Yi lives is very quiet. Master must be careful when he goes there and must not act recklessly. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Looking at Gong Sunyu, who was grinning foolishly, Bai Suyi curled her lips. She knew her master too well. Always extremely arrogant and very rude. But other than that, there's nothing bad about it. At least, deep down in Bai Suyi's heart, she still respects Gong Sunyu very much. Young Master Yi has a dog and a rabbit, both of which are extraordinary, especially the dog, whose cultivation is unfathomable. Bai Suyi reminded, is the cultivation of a dog unfathomable? Gong Sunyu was a little surprised. As they were talking, the master and the disciple had already arrived at the mountain. Look from a distance. A courtyard and a few houses, it looks very ordinary. A dog was lying lazily at the door, and a rabbit was eating carrots in the yard. There was also a thin boy holding a hoe, seemingly planting something. Gong Sunyu and Bai Suyi came closer. Bai Suyi bowed slightly to the thin young man. My dear brother, is Master Yi here? Guoxiaoyan raised his head and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Who are you? Bai Suyi said politely. We are friends of Mr. Yi, and we are here to visit Mr. Yi. Oh, my master has gone down the mountain to buy something. Why don't you come in and wait for him? Guoxiaoyan said. Yi Qingyun's disciple? Upon hearing this, Gong Sunyu and Bai Suyi were both stunned. But then the master and disciple's eyes lit up. Since Yi Qingyun is not here, isn't it the same to please his disciples? So you're Mr. Ye's disciple, but I don't know what to call you. Bai Suyi quickly bowed. Guoxiaoyan scratched his head and said, my name is Guoxiaoyan. It's the name my master gave me. Don't be so polite. It makes me feel embarrassed. Bai Suyi immediately gave Gong Sunyu a look. Gong Sunyu understood what he meant and immediately stepped forward and took out something from his waist. Since you're Mr. Ye's disciple, since this is our first meeting, I have to give you some gifts. Please accept this, little brother. Guoxiaoyan was full of confusion as he took the thing from Gong Sunyu. This is a jade bottle. There's several pills inside. What is this? Well, this is the Jingxian pill of my 9-spirit sect. It can change the physique and temper the bones. It is most beneficial for young people like you. Gong Sunyu explained. Chapter 40, The Nagging Monk. Guoxiaoyan didn't quite understand this either, but he also knew that these pills were good for him. Since it is something beneficial, we should naturally accept it. Thank you, Guoxiaoyan said politely. Gong Sunyu felt relieved when he saw Guoxiaoyan accepted the pills. It seems that Yi Qingyun's disciple is quite easy to talk to. He just looks silly, like he is just an ordinary person. But after the embarrassing incident of looking down on Yi Qingyun before, Gong Sunyu no longer dared to really think that Guoxiaoyan was an ordinary person. Perhaps this apprentice is just like his master, hiding his talents. Come in and sit down. Okay. Gong Sunyu and Bai Suyi entered the courtyard. Guoxiaoyan politely made a pot of tea for them and poured them each a cup. Gong Sunyu picked up the teacup and was about to drink it. But the tea was emerald green, and streams of extremely pure spiritual energy emanated from it. Gong Sunyu's face changed. He looked up at Bai Suyi. The latter was also holding a teacup, staring at Gong Sunyu in a daze. Master, is this a whole cup of spiritual fluid? Bai Suyi asked. Gong Sunyu nodded solemnly. Bai Suyi took a breath of cold air. Isn't this too arrogant? Just treat them with a whole cup of spiritual liquid? Gong Sun Yu was fine, as he had a high level of cultivation. Drinking this cup of spiritual liquid directly could make his cultivation more powerful. But if Bai Suyi drank it, I'm afraid her body wouldn't be able to bear it. There's a risk of meridian rupture. Why don't you drink? Wu Xiaoyan gulped down the whole cup of tea. He had been working for the whole morning and was feeling a little thirsty. As he said this, he poured himself another cup and drank it down in one gulp. After drinking, he acted as if nothing had happened and went to hoe the fields with his hoe. This made both the master and the disciple dumbfounded. What the hell? Can spiritual liquid be drunk like this? Just 2 cups of wine in one go. He was not afraid that the powerful spiritual energy contained in the spiritual liquid would directly explode his body. Not to mention, he is a mortal with no cultivation at all. Even a warrior like Bai Suyi, who has reached the great perfection of spiritual awakening, would not dare to drink the spiritual liquid like this. Master, Bai Suyi was a little dumbfounded. Gong Sun, you looked solemn. This boy is indeed the disciple of that master. He is probably a rare genius with a special physique. He can drink spiritual liquid as if it were water. Bai Suyi was dumbfounded. Is there really such a genius? Gong Sun Yu's mouth twitched. Is there any other explanation? Bai Suyi was silent. She suddenly felt very envious of Guo Xiaoyan. No wonder he was accepted as Yi Qingyun's disciple. He turned out to be such an extraordinary genius. I am really far inferior to him. Huh? Why should I compare myself with him? There's no need to be jealous of him, right? Could it be that deep down in my heart, I also long to become Master Ye's apprentice? No. This bad idea must be put to death. Bai Suyi took a sip of the tea carefully. Then I didn't dare drink anymore. Even this small sip caused Bai Suyi's spiritual energy to surge. Thanks to Bai Suyi's continuous practice of martial arts, she was able to digest this small amount of spiritual liquid. Gong Sun, you had a profound cultivation level and drank a whole cup. After drinking this cup, Gong Sun Yu's whole body was steaming and his eyes became extremely bright. Although my cultivation has not made any breakthroughs, my spiritual energy has become 3 times stronger than before. Gong Sun Yu was secretly surprised. I didn't expect that just this trip would give me such an opportunity. A pot of tea was finished just like that. Gong Sun Yu drank 3 cups. That was so comfortable. However, after waiting until the afternoon, Yi Qingyun still did not come back. This made the master and disciple somewhat confused. What takes so long to go down a mountain to buy? Wu Xiaoyan was also puzzled. The market at the foot of the mountain is not far away. If you go back and forth quickly, you could be back in 2 hours. But why did Yi Qingyun go out so early in the morning and hasn't come back yet when the sun is almost setting? Could something have happened? Wu Xiaoyan was worried. He looked at Master Gong Sun Yu and his apprentice. You too, why don't you go back first? I also want to go down the mountain to look for my master. It's okay. Sorry for bothering you today. We'll visit you next time. Gong Sun Yu stood up and said, although I didn't meet Yi Qingyun, it was not a wasted trip. At least the gift was delivered. And he can also be considered as Yi Qingyun's apprentice. The master and the disciple went down the mountain and left. Guo Xiaoyan waited for a while. Yi Qingyun has not returned to the mountain yet. He was really anxious. Damao, let's go down the mountain and look for him. Woof woof. Wu Xiaoyan locked the gate and went down the mountain with Damao. And Yi Qingyun at this time. We did encounter some troubles. He was going to go back to Fuyun Mountain after buying the things. As a result, a monk appeared out of nowhere, claiming that he was the holy son of Buddhism and wanted to take him back to the Buddhist temple in the Western Territory. This confused Yi Qingyun. I was a normal person, I had never been a monk, and I had never been to any temple. How did I become a saint of Buddhism out of nowhere? This title sounds quite intimidating. Donor, I'm not a liar. Monk Huikong clasped his hands together, stood in front of Yi Qingyun, and said anxiously. Yi Qingyun was already on the verge of seizure. He was pestered by this monk for 2 hours. From various Buddhist histories to the legends of the Buddhist saints, as well as the various glorious and great things of Buddhism. Monk Huikong talked incessantly and didn't seem tired at all. Yi Qingyun was so dizzy after hearing this. It's just outrageous. That's enough. Seeing that Monk Huikong wanted to chatter again, Yi Qingyun hurriedly stopped him. Huikong was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Are you planning to go back to Shichuan Ancient Temple with me? Yi Qingyun clenched his fists. I really want to hit this bald guy on the head. I'll say it again for the last time. I'm not the holy son of Buddhism, as you said. Don't mention any more Buddhist nonsense to me. I don't want to hear it. Yi Qingyun almost made the sound by gritting his teeth. Then he walked past the monk Huikong. But unexpectedly, monk Huikong followed them again. Yi Qingyun was angry. Get lost. He cursed at monk Huikong. Monk Huikong was not angry at all, and even smiled. It seems that you still don't believe me, so I will tell you the legend of the Buddha's saint. Yi Qingyun took a deep breath. You've been talking for so long, it's time for me to speak. Huikong was startled. What do you want to say, benefactor? Do you know why I don't want to go to the Western Territory Buddhist sect with you? It's because you don't have the real Mahayana Buddhism at all. Yi Qingyun said. Huikong shook his head repeatedly. This is impossible. There are thousands of Buddhist temples in my Western Territory. How could there not be Mahayana Buddhism? Yi Qingyun sneered. Then tell me, what is Mahayana Buddhism? Chapter 41, Do you know Mahayana Buddhism? Monk Huikong spoke without hesitation. Mahayana Buddhism focuses on the three studies of precepts, concentration, and wisdom, and the Eightfold Path. Practice Mahayana Buddhism, practice the path to liberation, and attain liberation in this life. Achieve enlightenment as an arhat and be completely liberated in this life, no longer subject to reincarnation. These three senses are indeed the principles of practice in Buddhism. It is also the Mahayana Buddhism that Huikong and other Buddhists have always believed in, and it is also the supreme Buddhism. But after Yi Qingyun heard it, he shook his head in disappointment. Why is the donor shaking his head? Huikong was puzzled. What you said is only Hinayana Buddhism. Impossible. This is the Mahayana Buddhism of our sect. It has been passed down for thousands of years and has always been like this. Huikong did not agree with Yi Qingyun's words at all. After all, he was born into a Buddhist family and had been exposed to Buddhist teachings since childhood. In his eyes, this is Mahayana Buddhism. Yi Qingyun sighed and looked at Huikong with sympathy. It's a pity that you have been chanting Buddha's name since you were young, but you don't know what Mahayana Buddhism is. Huikong frowned. Donor, you keep saying that this is not Mahayana Buddhism. Then may I ask, donor, what do you think of Mahayana Buddhism? This is not acceptable. This is exactly the effect Yi Qingyun wants. Otherwise, what he's going to say later will not have such a good effect. Huikong, listen carefully. Yi Qingyun cleared his throat. The so-called Mahayana Buddhism, in addition to the three studies and the Eightfold Path you mentioned earlier, also requires the practice of the Bodhisattva path, including the six perfections and the four means of accomplishment. Those who practice the Bodhisattva path give up the opportunity to hear the Dharma and attain arhatship, and vow to become bodhisattvas, and eventually become future Buddhas to teach others to become arhats, or to be reborn as disciples of future Buddhas. And those who practice the path of liberation just want to quickly attain the state of an arhat while the Dharma is still around, so that they can be completely liberated in this life and no longer reincarnate. People who only practice the 5 precepts and the 10 virtues in the human and heavenly realms are still ordinary people, because they only care about practicing Buddhism for their own liberation and do not turn back to save other sentient beings. They're called Hinayana Buddhism. Bodhisattvas seek the supreme Buddhahood to free themselves from birth and death, and to help countless sentient beings escape the sea of suffering of birth and death. This is the Mahayana Buddhism. Having said this, Yi Qingyun paused. Huikong, do you understand? This shout was like the roar of a Buddhist vajra. Huikong suddenly stood there in a daze, lost in thought. Yi Qingyun's words caused Huikong's belief in Buddhism, which he had practiced since childhood, to collapse in an instant. But Huikong still found it difficult to accept. I have been practicing Buddhism for so many years, and I think I'm following Mahayana Buddhism. But I didn't expect that it was just Hinayana Buddhism. How is it possible? Huikong shook his head repeatedly. His eyes, which had been so bright before, now had no luster at all. Yi Qingyun had a cold expression, and his eyes were full of disappointment. Your Western Buddhist sects all believe that Hinayana Buddhism is all there is to Buddhism, and no one knows about the existence of Mahayana Buddhism. It's so ridiculous, and you still dare to call yourself a Buddhist holy place? Huikong became even more dejected, with a look of shame on his face. Even if I were really the holy son of Buddhism, I would not go to a place like your Western Territory Buddhism. Having said that, Yi Qingyun pointed to the ground below him. Huikong was confused and puzzled. Buddha is in heaven, on earth, in the human heart, and in all things. Buddha is everywhere. As long as there is Buddha in your heart, why should you be concerned about whether or not you practice in a temple? These words deeply shocked Huikong's heart. The young Huikong, deceived by the cunning Yi Qingyun, completely doubted his life. Buddha is everywhere. Hui Kong repeated these words, as if he had a new understanding. Suddenly, Hui Kong knelt down in front of Yi Qingyun with a plop. This scared Yi Qingyun. What are you doing? Are you going to scam me again? But Hui Kong kowtowed repeatedly to Yi Qingyun. His face was full of regret and piety. Son, I have finally heard the true Dharma. Hui Kong had tears in his eyes. Now that I have seen the Holy Sun, I know that all my years of practice have been in vain. I wish to follow the Holy Sun and practice Mahayana Buddhism from now on. I will take it as my responsibility to save the world. I beg the Holy Sun to help me. Hui Kong said excitedly. What? Yi Qingyun was a little dumbfounded. He originally wanted to trick this guy away and stop bothering him. Unexpectedly, it backfired. But Hui Kong didn't want to leave and wanted to follow me? What should I do? Do I really have to carry a monk with me all day? Isn't this too weird? Moreover, if he really accepted Hui Kong, what if that monk from Xichon Ancient Temple came to cause trouble for him? That won't work. You don't have to follow me. Yi Vingyun spoke. Hui Kong raised his head and looked at Yi Qingyun blankly. Practice does not mean you have to follow anyone. As long as you have Buddha in your heart and take it as your responsibility to save the world, then even if you don't follow anyone or stay in any temple, you are still practicing. Buddha will see it. Yi Qingyun gave a gentle smile. This smile seems nothing special to others. But in Hui Kong's eyes, it was simply a radiant light, containing infinite Buddhist teachings. Just one look at it made Hui Kong feel calm. Hui Kong stood up suddenly. There was an expression of enlightenment on his face. The Holy Sun is right. I can practice even if I am not in the temple. I have decided that from now on I will not return to Xichon Ancient Temple and will practice here. Yi Qingyun was completely speechless. He turned and left. Hui Kong didn't bother him again this time. He clasped his hands together, chanted Buddhist scriptures, and there was no trace of doubt or confusion in his eyes. He no longer wanted to bring Yi Qingyun back to the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory, because even Hui Kong himself didn't want to go back. What is the Buddhism in the Western realm? It doesn't even have Mahayana Buddhism. What's the point of going back then? Since the Holy Sun is here, this place is the real Buddhism. I will tell other Buddhist practitioners so that they can also know about the existence of Mahayana Buddhism. Only in this way can I live up to the teachings of the Holy Sun. Hui Kong made up his mind and immediately went to find other Buddhist monks. Not long after, Hui Kong gathered dozens of monks. Dozens of bald heads gathered together. The scene was quite dazzling. There's no way. Their heads are too bright and shiny. It's like it was oiled. Hui Kong, why did you gather us together? Didn't you go looking for the sun? Did you find him? What kind of person is the Son of God? Tell us about it. All the monks looked at Hui Kong, eager to hear about his meeting with the Holy Sun. Hui Kong smiled and shook his head at everyone. My fellow practitioners, Hui Kong wants to tell you something. The monks were stunned. From now on, Hui Kong will no longer return to the Xichon Ancient Temple, nor will he return to the Western Territory. The monks were in an uproar. Hui Kong, what's wrong with you? Hui Kong chanted Amitabha. Buddha is everywhere. As long as you have Buddha in your heart, you can practice wherever you are. Chapter 42, I Recruited a Genius. On the way, Yi Qingyun met Guo, who was coming down the mountain to look for him. Seeing Yi Qingyun return safely, Guo finally felt relieved. The master and his disciple returned to the mountain with Dumao. Master, 2 people came to visit you before. Guo also did not forget the master and disciple pair Gong Sun Yu and Bai Sui. Oh, who? Yi Qingyun's heart tightened. Could he be a Buddhist monk? An old man and a young and beautiful sister. That old man said he was the leader of the Jiling sect. His name was Gong Sun something. I can't remember. That beautiful sister is called Bai Sui, and she said she is your friend, master. Having said that, Guo winked at Yi Qingyun and laughed. Master, do you know such a beautiful sister? Yi Qingyun felt embarrassed. We're just friends. Don't think about those things when you're young. Oh, did they come and say anything? They said they came to visit you and gave me a bottle of medicine. I poured tea for them, but they sat there until the afternoon and you didn't come back, so they left and said they would visit you next time. Yi Qingyun nodded and didn't take it to heart. Master, this pill is delicious. Do you want to eat it too? Guo took the essence pill given to him by Gong Sun Yu and chewed it with a crunching sound in his mouth, as if he was eating broad beans. Let me have a taste. Yi Qingyun also took one and put it in his mouth. It tastes a bit sweet and has a crunchy texture. Not bad. If you like it, just eat it all. Yi Qingyun said. Uh-huh. Guo Xiaoyun immediately poured the entire bottle of essence pills into his mouth and chewed them with a crunching sound. It was so satisfying. A moment later, Guo Xiaoyun ate all 8 essence pills in the bottle. If other warriors saw this scene, they would be stunned by it. Although this essence pill is not a very superior pill. But how could a mortal who had never practiced cultivation eat up a whole bottle of essence pills? This is simply courting death. An ordinary person would definitely explode and die. But Guo Xiaoyun was fine. He acted as if nothing had happened and even burped. After returning to the mountain, Yi Qingyun's life seemed to have returned to normal. Now that Guo Xiaoyun can share some of the farm work that Yi Qingyun used to have to do, it has become much easier. Of course, Yi Qingyun did not forget to teach Guo Xiaoyun. After all, they come be my teachers, not my nannies. Yi Qingyun doesn't know how to practice, so he can only teach him something else. Xiaoyun, I will teach you how to write today. I can write. What? I can really write. Seeing that Yi Qingyun didn't believe it, Guo Xiaoyun took out paper and pen and wrote a few words in front of Yi Qingyun. Although it is written crookedly, it is still understandable. Yi Qingyun was a little surprised. Who did you learn this from? Guo Xiaoyun smiled and said, I learned it from the old man Huang who tells stories in the tea house. Old man Huang? Yi Qingyun remembered this person. Not long ago, I went to a tea house to sit around and had contact with this old man Huang. How many words do you know? Yi Qingyun asked again. I know them all, basically. Guo Xiaoyun continued writing. Yi Qingyun was speechless. It seems that I don't need to teach myself how to read. Then I will teach you how to draw. Yi Qingyun said. Okowo. Guo Xiaoyun was quite interested. Yi Qingyun first taught him to draw simple things. He brought an egg, placed it in front of Guo Xiaoyun. Draw 10 pictures based on this egg painting and see if there is any difference. Good. Guo Xiaoyun was also very obedient and started painting according to the eggs. Yi Qingyun smiled slightly. He also didn't know whether his teaching method was correct, but he remembered that there was a master painter in the original world who trained in this way. It's finished. Not long after, 10 eggs are painted. Yi Qingyun took it and took a look. Each of the 10 eggs is different, but there's one thing in common. That is, they're all very perfect. It is drawn entirely from various angles of the egg. Yi Qingyun was dumbfounded. What the hell? I wouldn't accept a talented apprentice, would I? He brought another pair. Draw it as you like. Good. A moment later, Guo Xiaoyun has finished the painting. After seeing it, Yi Qingyun further confirmed his guess. This Guo Xiaoyun is truly a genius. Draw this. Good. Draw that. Good. Yi Qingyun didn't let Guo Xiaoyun do anything else the whole day. He just kept drawing. From eggs at the beginning to landscape painting at the end. Guo Xiaoyun seemed to be born with all these knowledge and was able to do it right away without any need for Yi Qingyun's guidance. Moreover, Guo Xiaoyun's paintings are very good and there is no flaw at all. Have you ever learned to paint before? Yi Qingyun was a little surprised. Guo Xiaoyun shook his head. No. Then how can you draw so well? Guo Xiaoyun smiled somewhat embarrassedly. I don't know either. I just think about what I see and then I can draw it. Ye Vingyun. He was completely speechless. Genius. Only genius can explain all this. Suddenly, a group of monks came to the foot of Fuyun Mountain. Led by Huikong, these monks looked at Fuyun Mountain with pious expressions. The Holy Sun lived in seclusion in the mountains to practice. Huikong said, Since the Holy Sun is here, let's all stay here. That's right. The Holy Sun must have chosen to practice here for a reason. We will never go wrong if we follow him. Fellow practitioners, why don't we build a temple here to protect the Holy Sun? That's great. Agree. Agree. Huikong and dozens of other monks reached the same consensus. They began to build a temple at the foot of the mountain. This also attracted the attention of many people. Why are there so many monks on this mountain suddenly? Looking at their posture, are they planning to build a temple on the mountain? That's true. What's going on? Yi Qingyun didn't know yet that the foot of his floating cloud mountain had already started to become lively, especially when the Song father and son learned that a temple was being built at the foot of Fuyun Mountain. Things began to develop in an even stranger direction. So, hurry up. Let's go to Floating Cloud Mountain. Master Yi is building a temple at the foot of the mountain. Let's go over and help as much as we can. Don't worry, Dad. I understand and will do more good deeds. The Song family father and son, along with the Song family warriors, rushed to Floating Cloud Mountain in a hurry. When the monks saw that the Song father and son were here to help them build a temple, they naturally welcomed them very much. Especially when they saw that the Song father and son were actually devoted to Buddhism, they were extremely happy. Why do you want to build a temple at the foot of Master Ye's mountain? While chatting, Song Xiaotian asked curiously, Master Yi, are you talking about the Holy Sun? Hui Kong asked in surprise. What Yi Song? What Holy Sun? Song Xiaotian looked confused. Yi Qingyan is the Holy Sun of our Buddhist sect. The Buddhist teachings are profound and unfathomable. We came from the Western Territory Buddhist sect to build a temple here just to follow him. Chapter 43, let's call it Shaolin Temple. The Song family father and son heard it. No wonder Yi Qingyan seemed like a vision of Buddha that day. It turns out that he is a true saint of Buddhism. Now, the Yi family father and son felt even more in awe of Yi Qingyan. I also became more determined to gallop on the path to becoming a Buddha. Dad, since we are devoted to Buddhism, why don't we just get ordained? Song Chenglong said suddenly with his eyes brightening. Song Xiaotian was stunned, and then he suddenly realized. Yes, there were no temples in the Tianwu dynasty before, so even if the father and son wanted to become monks, they could not find a way. They could only spontaneously eat vegetarian food, chant Buddhist scriptures, perform Buddhist rituals, and do good deeds. It's okay now. People from the Buddhist sect in the Western region have arrived, and they're going to build a temple here. Doesn't this give them, father and son, a perfect opportunity to devote themselves to Buddhism? Seize the opportunity. Change your life. Right in front of you. The father and son found Hui Kong immediately. Master Hui Kong, my father and I want to become monks. The father and son stood in front of Hui Kong and spoke excitedly. Those who don't know would think that becoming a monk is a happy thing. Hui Kong was stunned and a little surprised. Two donors. Do you really want to become monks? Seriously? My father and I are devoted to Buddhism. Now that you are here, we must become monks. That's right. Only by becoming a monk can we realize the life value of father and son. Please ask Master Hui Kong to help me. As long as I can become a monk, even if it means that my father and I have to spend all our wealth, we will have no regrets. The Song family father and son were so determined that they were almost willing to shave their own heads. Hui Kong was deeply moved. He couldn't help but bow towards floating Cloud Mountain. It's worthy of being the place where the Holy Sun is willing to stay. It turns out that the Buddhist atmosphere here is so strong that even the head of such a big family is willing to join our Buddhist sect. Master, please help us. Song Xiaotian pleaded. Hui Kong nodded. Since you two are so determined and devoted to Buddhism, the Buddhist sect will naturally be willing to open its doors to you too. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Both father and son were extremely excited. We can finally become monks. Afterwards, Monk Hui Kong personally performed the shaving ceremony for the father and son of the Song family. The father and son of the Song family soon became bald men. You worship under my seat, and you are my disciples. To enter my Buddhist sect, one must have a Dharma name. From now on, the two of you will be called Su Hai and Su Zhu. Su Hai is Song Xiaotian's Buddhist name. Su Zhu is the Buddhist name of Song Chenglong. Once you enter Buddhism, there is no distinction between father and son, only the difference in seniority. But because both of them were disciples of Hui Kong, they are considered to be of the same generation in Buddhism. Thank you, Master. The two bald men from the Song family saluted together. This moment, the father and son seemed to have gained enlightenment and no longer had any worries in their hearts. By the way, Master, what is the name of our temple? Song Xiaotian asked. Hui Kong was stunned. He really hasn't thought about this question. Now that Song Xiaotian mentioned it, he really had to think about it carefully. With the help of the Song family, they made astonishingly fast progress in building the temple. It is estimated that in about 10 days, a brand new temple will be completed. Before that, you must think of a name for the temple. Otherwise, I won't know what sign will be hung in front of the temple. No, the name of the temple must be chosen by the Holy Sun himself. Otherwise, the temple will have no meaning to exist. Hui Kong decided to go up the mountain in person to meet Yi Qingyan. Seek the name of the temple. Hui Kong went up the mountain immediately. He doesn't want to be beaten to the punch by others. If a good temple name is taken by someone else first, then your temple will have no good name. Come to the mountain. Hui Kong saw the courtyard where Yi Qingyan lived. Quiet and elegant, ordinary and simple. Hui Kong felt emotional. The Holy Sun is truly an otherworldly master. Even the place where he practices is so quiet and elegant. He is truly a role model for me as a monk. He arrived at the front of the yard and saw Yi Qingyan picking pears from the tree. What is song? Hui Kong shouted. Yi Qingyan turned his head and looked over. After seeing this, Yi Qingyan was overwhelmed. Why did this monk come up the mountain? It's really haunting. What are you doing? Yi Qingyun asked unhappily. Hui Kong smiled and said, I am building a temple at the foot of the mountain, but I don't know what to call it, so I came to the mountain to ask you to give the temple a name. What the hell? You're building a temple at the foot of the mountain? Yi Qingyun was shocked. Yes, not only me, but also other Buddhist practitioners are building temples at the foot of the mountain. Hui Kong nodded and said. Yi Qingyun felt a little dizzy. Wait, what's going on with you guys? Hui Kong explained, since the Holy Sun told me the difference between Mahayana Buddhism and Hinayana Buddhism last time, I decided to stay here and follow the Holy Sun to practice. After learning about this, other Buddhist practitioners also made the same decision as I did. They're all starting to build temples so that they can be closer to the Holy Sun, and it will be easier for us to protect him. The corner of Yi Qingyun's mouth twitched. Oh my God, if a circle of temples were built at the foot of this mountain, what would become of my place? Has it really become a holy place for Buddhism? Take me to see it quickly. Good. Yi Qingyun followed Hui Kong and quickly came down the mountain. Standing on a high place, Yi Qingyun had already seen a spectacular scene from afar. More than a dozen temples under construction form a circle. It just surrounded the entire foot of Fuyun Mountain. From now on, no matter who wants to go up or down the mountain, they will inevitably pass by these temples. Yi Qingyun looked confused. Or you should go back to the west. If you don't go back, the Buddhists will come looking for you. Yi Qingyun persuaded. Hui Kong shook his head stubbornly. Don't worry, Holy Sun. If people from the Buddhist sect come, I and others will persuade them to stay with us. Where the Holy Sun is, there is the true Buddhism. Yi Qingyun. What is going on? How come I was inexplicably given the title of the Holy Sun of Buddhism? Never mind. Let him be. Yi Qingyun lost interest and turned around to go back. Son, you haven't named my temple yet. Hui Kong quickly stopped him. Yi Qingyun was not in the mood for that. Let's call it Shaolin Temple. Yi Qingyun said this casually, then turned and left. Hui Kong stood where he was. He kept repeating the name of Shaolin Temple. Read it for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The Holy Sun is truly brilliant. Shaolin Temple. Ha ha ha. My Huikong's temple is called Shaolin Temple. Hui Kong ran downstairs happily. Tianwu Dynasty. Capital. Emperor Wu Dongfang Su was discussing matters with his ministers in the court. Suddenly, urgent news from the border troops. Urgent news from the border troops. There was an uproar in the court. Dongfang Su's eyes narrowed. What happened to the border troops? A guard knelt on the ground, presenting a battle report in both hands. Someone immediately delivered the battle report to Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su opened it and immediately stood up. His face was full of anger. The Nebula Dynasty, the Purple Sun Dynasty, and the Phoenix Dance Dynasty have actually formed an alliance and are attacking the eastern border of our Tianwu Dynasty. At this moment, the border has been breached, and the million-strong coalition army of the three dynasties has already rushed into the territory of our Tianwu Dynasty. When these words were spoken, everyone was extremely shocked. Chapter 44, Yi Qingyun is moving. Three major dynasties, a million-strong coalition army. They had actually broken through the eastern border of their Tianwu dynasty and were now entering the dynasty's territory. This was a bolt from the blue for everyone. It was too sudden. It's too intense. No wonder even the martial Emperor Dongfang Su would lose his composure like this. If the three dynasties joined forces to deal with the Tianwu dynasty, it would be a devastating disaster for the Tianwu dynasty. Your Majesty, we should send troops immediately to curb the offensive of the three dynasties. Your Majesty, send the troops quickly. Send troops now, while the Eastern Territory has not yet been completely conquered. More than one courtier stood up and said this. At this moment, the only way to save the Tianwu dynasty is to send troops to resist the offensive of the three dynasties. Otherwise, once the eastern border of the dynasty was completely occupied by the three major dynasties, it would almost be a dream for the Tianwu dynasty to counterattack. As an emperor, Dongfang Su naturally understood this truth. General He Yun, I am here. He Yun, dressed in heavy armor, stood up and spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice. Immediately take 300,000 Tiger Guards and the 100,000 Imperial Guards from the capital and head to the eastern border to resist the enemy. Remember, we don't need to seek a great victory, but we must stop the coalition forces of the three dynasties in the east. We must not let them trample on the territory of our Tianwu dynasty at will. He Yin bowed deeply. I obey your orders. He Yin left. He took away 300,000 Tiger Guards, plus the 100,000 imperial guards in the capital, a total of 400,000 troops, and rushed to the eastern border. These 400,000 troops are the fastest troops that the Tianwu dynasty can deploy. It is not impossible to gather more troops, but it will take some time to deploy them. It is absolutely impossible to do it within 3 to 5 days. No one in the court was optimistic. The coalition forces of the three dynasties numbered as many as 1 million. Such a large number of troops came rolling in, trampling everything into mud. Can He Yun, with his 400,000 troops, stop the enemy's million-strong coalition force? This is really difficult. Many people speculated that this 400,000-strong army could only hold out for 3 days at most before being defeated. By then, the Eastern Territory will be in ruins, and the Tianwu dynasty will be in danger of extinction. After retiring from court, Dongfang Su was still feeling uneasy. He wished he could go to the East Territory in person right away. But as an emperor, if he appeared in the East at this time, the three major dynasties would definitely take action. If something happened to Dongfang Su, the Tianwu dynasty would be really over. Your Majesty, there may still be a glimmer of hope in the East. Guyu suddenly appeared and knelt in front of Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. You don't need to comfort me. He Yun's 400,000 soldiers and horses have already won a great victory by surviving for 3 days. It will be extremely difficult to keep the East Territory. He didn't hold out much hope in his heart. The only thing that can be done is to gather more troops and contact other countries to form an alliance before the eastern border falls. Only in this way can we preserve the Tianwu dynasty and regain the Eastern Territory. However, the current situation is extremely unfavorable to the Tianwu dynasty. Guyu said, Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Floating Cloud Mountain is in the east. As soon as these words came out, Dongfang Su was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. Yes, only then did he remember that there lived an unfathomable hermit master on Floating Cloud Mountain. With this expert here, perhaps we can save the Eastern Territory. Guyu, go see this expert immediately and ask him for help. Dongfang Su said, I obey your command. Guyu left, carrying Dongfang Su's token and heading straight for Fuyun Mountain. He set out alone, but arrived at the eastern border earlier than He Yun's 400,000-strong army. While the million-strong coalition army had not yet reached Floating Cloud Mountain, Guyu hurried to Floating Cloud Mountain. But when he saw it, Guyu was a little dumbfounded. Why are there so many temples at the foot of Fuyun Mountain? They were built next to each other, blocking the way up the mountain. The largest temple has a sign that says Shaolin Temple. Solemn and dignified. So majestic. If you don't know, you might think it was a big Buddhist temple from the Western Territory that moved here. Guyu was confused, but he didn't bother to explore them. He quickly passed through the temple and headed straight for Fuyun Mountain. Arrived at the mountain, Guyu saw from afar Yi Qingyun leisurely drinking tea on a recliner and Guo Xiaoyan washing clothes. Master, someone is coming. Guo Xiaoyan saw Guyu first and shouted to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun opened his eyes and saw that it was Guyu who came, and he couldn't help but smile. Guyu, you haven't been in my place as a guest for a long time. Guyu didn't have any intention to say these things and quickly bowed to Yi Qingyun. Master Yi, I really want you to come out this time. Yi Qingyun was stunned. Guyu had a serious look on his face and even asked me to come out of retirement. What is going on? What happened? Yi Qingyun asked. At that moment, Guyu told Yi Qingyun what had happened. When Yi Qingyun heard this, he almost fell off his chair. Oh my God, let's go to war. There was actually a war. What should I do? Master, why don't we move? Guo Xiaoyan also looked worried. As a child who once was a beggar, Guo Xiaoyan knows the importance of preparing for a rainy day. If a large army attacks, they will probably be in trouble if they stay here. Yes, yes, yes. Move. Move quickly. Yi Qingyun immediately ran into the house and moved all his belongings away. Everyone in Guyu was dumbfounded. Master Yi, this time it's up to you to repel the million-strong army. Guyu quickly caught up with Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was speechless for a while. You want me to fight off a million-strong army? Who do you think I am? Sun Wukong. Guyu looked confused. Who is Sun Wukong? But now is not the time to study who Sun Wukong is. In today's Tianwu dynasty, apart from Master Yi, there is really no one who can turn the tide. Guyu knelt directly in front of Yi Qingyun. Begged earnestly. Ye Vingyun Sikit. It's no use begging me. I'm just a mortal. Let alone a million-strong army. A few strong men can take care of me. You should go back and tell His Majesty the Emperor that I, Yi Qingyun, am moving away. If he wants to eat for free in the future, he should not come to Floating Cloud Mountain anymore. After saying that, Yi Qingyun continued to pack his luggage. Guyu was filled with despair. Even Yi Qingyun is unwilling to take action? Is it really God's will to destroy the Tianwu dynasty? Guyu had no choice but to turn around and leave. Just shortly after Guyu left, Hiyun rushed to the battlefield with an army of 400,000. And the enemy's million-strong army has already arrived. A great battle broke out on a battlefield not far from Fuyun Mountain. But it didn't even take a day. An army of 400,000 was defeated. The remnants of the defeated troops continued to flee. Ah! Is this all the Tianwu dynasty is capable of? Kill, kill, kill. Kill our way into the heart of the Tianwu dynasty. After this battle, the Tianwu dynasty will no longer be able to resist. Millions of troops galloped across the country and soon arrived at the Floating Cloud Mountain area. At this time, Yi Qingyun and Guishaoyan had just packed their luggage and were about to go down the mountain to escape. But at this time, Monk Huikong came up with a large group of monks. Holy Sun, the mountain is already surrounded by a large army. I will fight to the death to protect you. Monk Huikong said with a firm look on his face. Chapter 45, Swearing to Protect the Sun. What is that? Yi Qingyun was completely stunned. He then packed his luggage and planned to move out quickly. And you tell me that the mountain is surrounded by a large army? What should I do? Holy Sun, don't panic. With our protection, you'll be safe and sound. Huikong said, clasping his hands together. That's right, Saint Sun, just stay on the mountain. Even if there are millions of troops, we can still repel the enemy. This is already a pure place for our Buddhist sect. The secular army cannot invade. Other monks also spoke up. Yi Qingyun's face was conflicted. He really doubted how capable these monks were. Can they stop the millions of troops at the foot of the mountain? But now, Yi Qingyun's idea of moving was no longer realistic. I can only stay in the mountains and leave it to fate. Okay, my life is in your hands. That's all Yi Qingyun could say. Don't worry, Holy Sun. Huikong and others went down the mountain. They have to protect Floating Cloud Mountain. Protect Yi Qingyun, the Holy Son of Buddhism who protects them. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. The news of Hiyun's defeat soon reached the court. Everyone in the court was shocked. How could we lose so quickly? Hiyun is a great general of our dynasty. How could he be so vulnerable? Could it be that Hiyun was afraid of fighting? Did he flee on purpose? Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's think about how to protect the East Territory. The East Territory is doomed. The enemy's million-strong army has probably already occupied the entire East Territory. Alas, is it true that our Tianwu dynasty is at the end of its road? The court was in chaos and the people were in panic. I originally thought that Hiyun's 400,000 troops will be able to hold out for at least 3 days. But I didn't expect it. Defeated in 1 day. This was really unexpected. There is simply no time to dispatch more troops there now. They could only allow the Eastern Territory to be ravaged by the million-strong coalition army. Guyu came back in a hurry. He immediately paid a visit to Emperor Wu Dongfang-su. Ow! Dongfang-su asked quickly, Your Majesty, Master Yi is unwilling to take action. Guyu said with a sad and angry look. Dongfang-su was suddenly struck by lightning, and he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. It seems that we have been too slow in treating the master, so that when our Tianwu dynasty is in danger, the master is not willing to help us. Dongfang-su regretted it very much. If I had known this would happen, I should have gone to Fuyun Mountain more often and built more relationships with that master. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Guyu was extremely anxious. Dongfang-su took a deep breath, a look of determination appearing on his face. I will lead the army in person. The Buddha saves the world. Today, we are here to save those who are caught up in worldly disputes. Let them put down their weapons and follow the footsteps of the Buddha. Monk Huikong and the other monks stood outside the gate of Shaolin Temple, their faces full of piety. All the monks are like him. Even when facing an army of millions, he remained fearless. It seemed as if what was in front of them was not a million-strong army at all. They are a group of confused children. They are needed to enlighten and teach. This is the duty of Buddhist monks. The army arrives. Crowded. The crowd was densely packed, a huge black mass. At first glance, it's hard to count how many there are. There is simply no end in sight. Ordinary people would have been trembling with fear after seeing such a scene. But none of these monks were afraid at all. Even the Song family father and son, who had just become ordained monks not long ago, had a calm look on their faces. There is Buddha in your heart. Fearless. The army arrives. 3 generals riding tall horses came out in formation. These 3 people came from different dynasties. They are also the 3 vanguard generals of this million-strong army. Before, it was these 3 people who led an army of 1 million and defeated the army of 400,000 led by Fuyun in one battle. Haha, this is quite interesting. I didn't expect that there is such a group of monks in the Tianwu dynasty. Zhao Jingming, the vanguard general of the Nebula dynasty, said with a smile. This is the first time I've seen real monks. The bald heads are really interesting. Wu Sanjing, the vanguard general of the Purple Sun dynasty, said, looking at the appearance of these monks, could it be that there are some important Buddhist figures on this mountain? Sun Zhao, the vanguard general of the Fengwu dynasty, asked in confusion. At this time, Monk Huikong came up. Amitabha. Huikong clasped his hands together and bowed to the 3 people. 3 of you. This is a quiet place for Buddhists. I hope the 3 generals will take your troops and leave quickly and don't disturb the Buddhist practice. Huikong spoke in a calm tone and with a steady expression. But such an attitude made the 3 generals somewhat dissatisfied. Seeing our million-strong army, you are not afraid at all? Doesn't this make us lose face? Even if you're really not afraid, at least you should pretend to be afraid on your face, right? We, the million-strong coalition army of the 3 great dynasties, are here to defeat the Tianwu dynasty. If you monks don't want to die, retreat quickly and don't seek death here. Zhao Jingming said in a deep voice. Huikong shook his head. My Buddhist saint is practicing in the mountains. No matter what, we cannot let you disturb him, unless you step over the dead bodies of us. The words haven't finished yet. Then a golden light surged around Huikong's body. It was as if an arhat had descended and the Buddha's light was shining everywhere. The other monks were just like Huikong, with golden light shining all around them. Even the Song family father and son, who had just entered Buddhism, had a faint golden light shining on their bodies. The 3 generals frowned when they saw this. These Buddhist monks obviously have extraordinary cultivation. If we really have to fight, it will take some effort to destroy them. What worried them most was the holy son of Buddhism mentioned by Huikong. It sounds like he is a big shot in Buddhism. But when did such a great Buddhist figure come to the Tianwu dynasty? You too. The purpose of our trip is to destroy the Tianwu dynasty, not to make enemies with Buddhism. Sun Zhao spoke out. What is there to fear from Buddhism? Are my million-strong army made of mud? Wu Sanjing looked indifferent. It seems that he is not very afraid of Buddhism. We must take Fuyun Mountain. The mountain here is steep and can be used as our base camp. With this place as a foundation, the army will be guaranteed to come and go wherever they want. Zhao Jingming nodded and said. Seeing this, Sun Zhao said no more. I'll say it one last time. If you don't leave, I'll send you on your way. Zhao Jingming shouted angrily. Buddha is merciful and does not want to kill. Huikong's expression darkened. But if push comes to shove, Buddha also has the wrath of the King of Light. Boom! With golden light shining, a statue of Akalanatha appeared behind Huikong. Akala, the chief of the 8 Vidyarajas of Buddhism, is able to clear away obstacles and remain unshakable in times of crisis. The wrath of the Ming King makes the evil demons that disturb living beings fear and retreat. Chapter 46, The Birth of a True Dragon. Monks like Huikong all came from the Buddhist community in the western regions. Each of them is an outstanding monk in their respective temples. In addition to their profound knowledge of Buddhism, each of them has very strong martial arts skills. To practice Buddhism, one must practice martial arts. This is common sense among Buddhists. After all, if a Buddhist is traveling outside without any cultivation, if he encounters difficulties, he will not only be unable to save others, but also unable to save himself. Therefore, people in Buddhism attach great importance to cultivation. Huikong is a master in the condensation realm, comparable to the elders of the 3 major sects. The other monks were not much different. The power that can be unleashed when a dozen Buddhist masters in the nascent soul realm gather together is naturally extraordinary. But facing an army of millions, even a dozen or so condensation pill masters were just a small boat on the sea, unable to create any waves at all. But Huikong and others were fearless. They would rather use their own lives to protect the safety of the holy sun on the mountain. They even felt that it was an honor. Being able to die for the holy sun of Buddhism is enough to allow them to completely embrace the Buddha's arms. You don't know how to live or die. Shoot me. Zhao Jingming snorted coldly and gave the order immediately. For a while, Thousands of arrows fired at once. A vast rain of arrows came towards the monks like an overwhelming force. Huikong put his hands together, and the Akalanatha behind him suddenly flew into the air. Ding, 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 ding. The arrows shot at Akalanatha's body, but they were unable to move it at all and fell down one after another. Other monks also used their own methods to resist this wave of dense rain of arrows. But the first wave was blocked. There's a second wave. It seems that the cultivation base of these monks is not low. So let's just use the magic-breaking arrows. Wu Sanjing said coldly. Soon, the soldiers switched to a special kind of arrow. The arrowhead of this kind of arrow is pitch black and seems to have some strange patterns engraved on it. The entire arrow contains an extraordinary aura. Breaking magic arrow is a kind of arrow specially designed to deal with people who practice cultivation. It is made of special material and is engraved with a formation that can break the spiritual energy. At Wu Sanjing's command, all the magic-breaking arrows were shot out. Swish, swish, swish. The spell-breaking arrow came whistling. Monks like Huikong didn't recognize the Dharma-breaking arrow at all. They were born in the peaceful Buddhist West Territory and had never experienced war. They also had no idea that there were such things as magic-breaking arrows in the world, until the spell-breaking arrow arrives. Only then did they realize that something was wrong. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the law-breaking arrow was incredible, and the methods used by the monks were broken one after another. What? How is this possible? This is no ordinary arrow. The monks were all horrified and quickly retreated. Kill! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Jingming immediately ordered an attack. Instantly, the cavalry began to charge, brandishing long swords and rushing towards the monks. Huikong and others fought hard. For a while, a river of blood flowed under Fuyun Mountain. Huikong and his men were fearless. Although they were unable to deal with the magic-breaking arrows, they still had an absolute advantage over ordinary soldiers. Although Buddhism prohibits killing, but it does not mean that killing is not allowed at any time. Especially at this time, Huikong and others will not show any mercy. These monks are quite powerful. Each of them has reached the nascent soul stage. Zhao Jingming was a little surprised. They are really powerful, but it's a pity that they are too few in number. If there were more than 100 of them, we might not be able to take over this mountain. Wu Sanjing said, the Buddha's saint is on the mountain. Is it really okay for us to do this? What if the Buddha's saint is a powerful person? I'm afraid we will get into trouble. Sun Zhao was still a little worried. From the very beginning, he didn't want to offend the Buddhists. Different from Zhao Jingming and Wu Sanjing, Sun Zhao had once witnessed the power of Buddhists. He was an old Buddhist monk who traveled around the world and once came to the Fuyun dynasty. Sun Zhao, who was still a young general at the time, witnessed with his own eyes how the old Buddhist monk easily knocked down more than a dozen powerful men of the Fuyun dynasty. No matter what means were used, it was impossible to cause any harm to the old Buddhist monk. That scene deeply shocked the young Sun Zhao. Until now, Sun Zhao was deeply wary of people from the Buddhist sect. At this moment, Sun Zhao felt a little scared when he heard that the holy son of Buddhism was in the mountain, even though there are millions of troops behind him. But the title of the holy son of Buddhism is really scary. What is there to be afraid of? That so-called Buddhist saint dared not even show his face, yet he left these monks to die at the foot of the mountain. Do you think he could be a master? Zhao Jingming looked disdainful. Sun Zhao frowned. Don't argue. But I always had a bad feeling in my heart. I always feel like something bad is going to happen. At this time, the monks in front of Shaolin Temple have begun to fall into a disadvantage. Although they are very powerful, ordinary soldiers are not worth mentioning in their eyes. But there are too many people. The crowd was so huge that no matter how hard they tried, they could not kill them all. Soon, the spiritual energy of Huikong and others began to fail. Puff! One monk was careless and was injured by a spear, and his fighting power was greatly reduced. Roar! Seeing this, Huikong did not hesitate. The Buddhist lion's roar was suddenly performed. The lion's roar shook the sky. Suddenly, the soldiers around fell to the ground in pain. The monks were able to relieve the pressure. But Huikong looked pale and a little shaky. The power of the Buddhist lion's roar is indeed astonishing. But it is also extremely exhausting for the monks. Originally, Huikong could still hold on for a while. But in order to rescue his fellow practitioners, he was forced to use the lion's roar. At this moment, he has very little spiritual energy left. The fellow practitioners were very grateful, But they also knew that once the lion's roar was unleashed, Huikong would not be able to hold on for long. Protect Huikong, a monk shouted, and the others immediately rushed forward, protecting Huikong in the middle. Kill! The army attacked again. The monks were engaged in a bitter battle. Almost everyone was injured. He was about to die. Just at this moment, the sky suddenly became gloomy. The dark clouds came very suddenly. In an instant, the wind was howling and there were lightning and thunder. It seems like a heavy rain is coming. Everyone on the ground looked shocked. They all looked up at the sky. Roar! A low dragon roar sounded. There was also a winding dragon shadow that appeared and disappeared in the dark clouds. This moment, everyone on the ground was stunned. Whether it was the 3 vanguard generals, monks such as Huikong, or the millions of troops. All of them stood there in a daze. Am I seeing right? Is that a dragon? That's right. It's a dragon. A real dragon. A true dragon is born, just as millions of troops were stunned. The real dragon poked its head out from the dark clouds. Boom! An indescribable, powerful aura gushed out from the dragon's mouth. Fall straight to the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang. A large piece of ground disappeared, and a huge pit appeared. Along with the ground, tens of thousands of soldiers also disappeared. In just a moment, tens of thousands of soldiers died. Not even a corpse was left behind. It just evaporated. Chapter 47. The enemy flees. The real dragon appears. A mouthful of dragon fire. Tens of thousands died. This is the power of a true dragon. Crush all living things. For a moment, the millions of coalition troops were stunned. Each of those soldiers was terrified and wanted to flee immediately. The army was in great chaos. Almost collapsed. Don't mess around. This is an enemy illusion. This is not true. The 3 vanguard generals shouted desperately, trying to stabilize the morale of the troops. Under their desperate roars, the morale of the army, which was on the verge of collapse, was actually stabilized a little. But the second breath of dragon flame came down. Boom! The rolling dragon flames fell like a meteorite and landed with a loud bang. Boom! There was another loud noise. A huge pit appeared on the ground again, and tens of thousands of soldiers turned to ashes. This time, this directly caused the complete collapse of the million-strong coalition army of the 3 dynasties. Combined, nearly 100,000 people died in these 2 incidents. How can we fight this? These 100,000 people were like grass and were wiped out in an instant. For the rest of the people, the shock was unimaginable. If they stayed here any longer, they would surely be turned into ashes in an instant, just like those who were killed before. Even the 3 vanguard generals were trembling with fear at this scene. Retreat quickly! Retreat quickly! There was no need for the 3 to give orders. The million-strong coalition army had already begun to flee in all directions. There is absolutely no military discipline at all. These soldiers who were so brave and confident before now only regretted that their parents had not given them 2 more legs. Run! This place is horrible. Mom, I want to go home. The Tianwu dynasty has a real dragon. It is invincible. Under the extremely astonished gaze of Huikong and the others, the million-strong army dispersed. Just broke up like that. It comes like the tide and goes like the tide. There were corpses all over the ground and 2 extremely terrifying pits. Apart from this, there seems to be no trace of this million-strong army having arrived. A real dragon has appeared. Could this be the real dragon raised by the Holy Sun? It must be. I saw it with my own eyes. The real dragon flew from the top of floating cloud mountain into the dark clouds. Oh my God, the Holy Sun has taken action. Is this the sun's method? Monks Huikong and others became excited. Some of them saw with their own eyes that a real dragon flew from the top of floating cloud mountain into the dark clouds. Then this real dragon must be related to Yi Qingyun. It is most likely the real dragon raised by Yi Qingyun. I never thought that the Holy Sun is so powerful. He doesn't even need to take action himself. The real dragons he raises are enough to scare away this million-strong army. Huikong was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He became more and more aware of how correct it was for him and others to choose to stay here and follow the Son of God. The ability to control a real dragon alone has already surpassed the realm of anyone in Buddhism. Everyone, hurry up and heal your wounds. Once your injuries have healed, we will go up the mountain to thank the Holy Sun. Good. Agree. The monks began to heal their wounds. Each of them was seriously injured, but fortunately no one died. This is already very lucky. At the same time, the news of the defeat of the million-strong army also reached the court at the first opportunity. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, great victory in the East. Great victory in the East. The coalition forces of the three great dynasties suffered 1,000,000 casualties and fled in defeat. They are completely routed. The good news that came into the court made the originally solemn atmosphere in the court suddenly lively. Everyone was shocked. The news of Yun's defeat came not long ago, and everyone thought that the Eastern Territory was bound to fall. But I didn't expect that only how long had passed. The good news has come. 1,000,000 enemy troops had 100,000 casualties. The enemy was routed. They fled in defeat. What is going on? Even Emperor Wu Dongfang Su, who was sitting on the throne, was stunned for a moment, and it took him a long time to recover. This surprise really came too suddenly, and the surprise was huge. It would be unacceptable to anyone. Tell me the details quickly. Dongfang Su immediately asked. The messenger said excitedly, Your Majesty, the million-strong coalition army attacked Floating Cloud Mountain and was initially blocked by a group of monks at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain. The monks were trapped in a siege, but for some reason a real dragon suddenly descended from the sky. A real dragon descended from the sky. When everyone heard this, their faces changed drastically and they exclaimed in surprise. Dongfang Su's eyes moved around. Real dragon? Could it be that the master took action? As soon as the real dragon appeared, 2 breaths of dragon flames fell, directly turning 100,000 enemy troops into ashes. When the enemy saw this, their morale collapsed. Their formation became chaotic, and they fled in disarray. Only then did everyone understand why the million-strong army retreated. It turned out that a real dragon appeared and wiped out 100,000 enemy troops in one breath. Who wouldn't be scared? Everyone was extremely surprised, but also a little confused. Why are there a group of monks in the Tianwu dynasty, and a real dragon will appear? Only Dongfang Su could understand the reason. He already knew that the monk would appear in search of some holy son of Buddhism. Dongfang Su had already known that the real dragon was raised by Yi Qingyun in the pond in the backyard. A real dragon appeared and defeated the enemy. It must have been Yi Qingyun who took action. Dongfang Su couldn't help but feel complicated. He originally thought that Yi Qingyun would stand idly by. However, unexpectedly, Yi Qingyun finally took action at the critical moment. Saved the Tianwu dynasty. In this way, Yi Qingyun's kindness to the Tianwu dynasty is enormous. It was so great that Dongfang Su didn't know how to repay it. Immediately send troops to rebuild the eastern border defense line and always be vigilant about the movements of the 3 dynasties to prevent the enemy from attacking again. Dongfang Su gave the order immediately. Although the enemy forces of the 3 dynasties retreated, no one knew whether they would come back again. Therefore, it is necessary to re-establish the defense line in the east as soon as possible to prevent any unexpected events. After adjourning the court, Dongfang Su returned to the back hall. Lonely Moon, I am here. A lonely moon appeared. Follow me to Floating Cloud Mountain. Yes. Gu Yu was excited. He knew that Emperor Wu was going to personally thank Yi Qingyun for saving him. You also need to bring valuable gifts. Dongfang Su thought about it and decided to open the imperial capital's treasury and select the most precious gifts to take with him. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed to see Yi Qingyun. At the same time, Floating Cloud Mountain. Yi Qingyun and his apprentice Gua Xiaoyun hid in the house, trembling. Disciple, do you think those soldiers will attack us? How should I know? What if they come to kill us? What should we do? What else can I do? Kneel down and beg for mercy. You're right. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Your life is the most important. Master, there seemed to be thunder outside just now. You're about to die, and you still care whether there's thunder outside? Yes. The master and the disciple huddled under the bed, staring at each other, feeling extremely tormented. Just at this moment, there were footsteps outside the yard. It's over. It's really coming up. Ye Vingyun secretly groaned. Chapter 48. The Dharma named Shuju has a promising future. Disciple, when you kneel down later, remember to be neat and tidy. Don't let others think that we have bad intentions. Yes, I remember that. Also, if they really want to kill us, we can't just sit there and wait for death. You must hold on to the things your master gave you, and don't let your hands shake when the time comes. Master, rest assured, I have learned how to use that thing. Very good. Whether we can survive today depends on our luck as master and disciple. The master and the disciple waited silently for the arrival of the enemy with tragic moods. But after waiting for a long time, no one broke in as expected. There was no shouting either. "Is the sun here?" The voice of Monk Huikong was heard from outside. "Is it Huikong?" Yi Qingyun was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed. The enemy army did not attack. They must have been blocked by Huikong and his men. "I didn't expect these monks to be so useful." Yi Qingyun felt relieved. "Let's go out and take a look." Yi Qingyun brought Gua Xiaoyan out from under the bed, opened the door carefully, and looked inside. Really, there were no enemy troops outside the courtyard, only Huikong and other monks. It can be seen that Huikong and others had experienced a fierce battle and were all injured. But they looked extremely excited and thrilled. "So it's you guys. I was scared to death." Yi Qingyun opened the door, let out a long sigh, and said. But Huikong and others all knelt on the ground and paid great respect to Yi Qingyun. This really confused Yi Qingyun. "What are you doing?" Huikong said respectfully. "We are here to thank the Holy Sun for saving our lives." "What?" Yi Qingyun looked confused. "What life-saving favor? Shouldn't I be the one thanking you?" Gua Xiaoyan on the side also had a puzzled look on his face. He looked at his master and then at the monks. He was also a little confused about the situation. No. I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't fought off the enemy, my apprentice and I would have been in danger of death." Yi Qingyun hurried to support Huikong and others. Huikong and others were all stunned when they heard this. "Son, it's not you." Just as a monk was about to speak, Huikong immediately gave him a look. The latter understood and quickly shut up. The Holy Sun has realized the mundane world and has devoted himself to cultivation. We must not ruin his state of mind. Huikong used the secret Buddhist technique to transmit the message to everyone. "You are right. The Holy Sun has great wisdom and great virtues, but he does not care about these things. He practices as a mortal. This is a true master. Compared with the Holy Sun, we are far behind. The Holy Sun must have been willing to transform into a mortal in order to save the world. This greatness is enough for our Buddhist sect to celebrate for thousands of years." In the eyes of the monks, Yi Qingyun had become a highly accomplished monk who was willing to practice as a mortal in order to save the world. They saw all the great things Yi Qingyun did, but they did not reveal them. Only this way. Only then can Yi Qingyun's practice go more smoothly. Huikong and others all thought so. Yi Qingyun looked at these monks, exchanging eye contact, seeing various changes in expression, and nodding from time to time. "What are these bald guys doing?" Yi Qingyun was speechless. "Holy Sun, we won't bother you for now. We'll go down the mountain and practice now." Monk Huikong said. "Yeah, okay, I'll come down the mountain and visit your temple some other day." Yi Qingyun said casually. "We are honored to have the Holy Sun come to visit us." Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyun's casual words made Huikong and others excited. "I wish I could get Yi Qingyun's patronage immediately." Yi Qingyun scratched his head. "I just said it casually, and you guys really became happy." "Huh, why do you two look familiar?" Suddenly, Yi Qingyun pointed at the two bald men kneeling beside him. These bald men, one old and one young, looked familiar to Yi Qingyun. Those two people were naturally the father and son of the Song family. Seeing that Yi Qingyun still remembered them, the Song father and son were extremely excited. "Son of God, I am Song Xiaotian, and this is my son Song Chenglong." Song Xiaotian said excitedly. "Oh, it's you guys." Yi Qingyun nodded. "Why did you become a monk?" Song Xiaotian said, "Ever since the Saint's son taught us that day, we have devoted ourselves to Buddhism and have been eager to join the Buddhist sect. It just so happened that Master Huikong and his team came to build a temple here, so my father and I came to help them and asked Master Huikong to ordain us. That's how we entered Buddhism." Song Chenglong continued, "Son, my father's Dharma name is Su Hai, and my Dharma name is Su Zhu." Ye Vingyun Fronit. "Your Dharma name is Su Zhu?" Song Chenglong nodded repeatedly. Yes, this is the name given to me by Master Huikong." Ye Vingyun Similit Strangiri. "This is a good Dharma name. It looks like it has a bright future." Song Chenglong was overjoyed. "Even the Holy Sun thinks so? I also think it has great potential." Not long after Huikong and the others left, Emperor Marshal Dongfang Su flew in the sky with Guyu, speeding all the way from the imperial capital. When they arrived near Floating Cloud Mountain, Dongfang Su and Guyu both saw two large pits on the ground not far away from the sky. Both of them were secretly awed. Only a real dragon can do this. Dongfang Su exclaimed, "Your Majesty, there are indeed many temples built at the foot of Fuyun Mountain. Yu pointed to the foot of Fuyun Mountain and said. Dongfang Su also looked over there and saw that there were indeed more than a dozen temples. The most magnificent one among them is called Shaolin Temple. All these monks are gathered here. Could it be that Yi Qingyun is the holy son of Buddhism? Dongfang Su said doubtfully. Yu was shocked. It is very likely that only such a great person is worthy of the title of the holy son of Buddhism. Dongfang Su felt emotional. I feel that Yi Qingyun is more and more unfathomable. Let's go and meet the master. Dongfang Su brought Yu directly to the top of Fuyun Mountain. As soon as he landed, Yi Qingyun and Guo Xiaoyan were frightened. Master, they can fly. Guo Xiaoyan's face was full of shock. Yi Qingyun was relatively calm. Greetings to His Majesty, the Emperor Wu. Yi Vingyun Boit. When Guo Xiaoyan saw this, he also hurriedly followed suit and saluted. Dongfang Su saw that Yi Qingyun was still so low-key, and he secretly admired him in his heart. You are truly an expert. You have done something so earth-shattering, yet you are still so low-key and normal. If it were Dongfang Su, he would admit that he did not have the same peaceful state of mind as Yi Qingyun. So strong. It's too unfathomable. This is the demeanor that a hermit should have. Mr. Yi, who is this? Dongfang Su did not mention the appearance of the real dragon, but instead asked about Guo Xiaoyan's identity. Oh, this is my latest apprentice, Guo Xiaoyan. Yi Qingyun waved to Guo Xiaoyan and said, This is His Majesty, the Emperor Wu of our Tianwu dynasty. Guo Xiaoyan stared at Dongfang Su in a daze, his heart filled with shock beyond words. Your Majesty, the Emperor. For Guo Xiaoyan, who was once a beggar, this was definitely an unimaginable big shot. Chapter 49. The Movements of the Three Dynasties. Yi Qingyun's disciple. Dongfang Su and Yu were both a little surprised. The master actually accepted a disciple? To be noticed by such a great master and accepted as a disciple, he is definitely not an ordinary person, but a gifted child of heaven with extraordinary talent. For a moment, Dongfang Su and Yu were secretly sizing up Guo Xiaoyan, wanted to see what was so outstanding about this kid. Brother Yi, this is a gift from His Majesty. You must accept it and don't refuse it. Yu presented two valuable gifts and spoke very seriously. These two are absolutely great gifts. They were all selected by Dongfang Su from the Imperial Palace Treasury. Each one of them is 1 in 100. Why are you so polite? Yi Qingyun smiled, without being pretentious, and accepted the gift from Yu. Then I'll just open it and take a look. Brother Yi, please do as you please. So, Yi Qingyun opened the two gifts. Guo Xiaoyan also tiptoed over to take a look. A long sword. A piece of soft armor. Very good. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ye Vingyun nodded towards Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su felt relieved when he saw Yi Qingyun accepted it. It seems that this master is willing to accept my favor. In this way, my Tianwu dynasty will have a strong backer. As long as we remain on good terms with this master, our Tianwu dynasty will be able to rest easy. Dongfang Su couldn't help but start imagining the bright future of the Tianwu dynasty. Actually, Yi Qingyun was not interested in these two things. You gave me a sword and a piece of soft armor. What can I do? Are you going to wear it and go to fight with others? If you want to give me these, you might as well give me some local specialties. At least the local specialties are edible. Yi Qingyun did not know the origin of these two treasures. This sword is the sky-slaying sword, one of the 3 famous swords in the southern wilderness. It was made by Oyezi, a master weapon refiner who has been famous for 2,000 years. Oyezi forged the 3 swords of the southern wilderness, which caused chaos in the southern wilderness at that time. The last 3 swords each have their own owner. Among them, the sky-slaying sword was obtained by the Tianwu dynasty and has been preserved to this day. Now Dongfang Su gave the sky-slaying sword directly to Yi Qingyun, which shows how much Dongfang Su respects Yi Qingyun in his heart. And that soft armor also has an extraordinary origin. This soft armor comes from the land of the East, a superpower called Datang. The situation is different from that in the southern wilderness. The East is a vast land with rich resources. Originally, the land of the East was full of disputes and there were hundreds of small countries. But just 800 years ago, the land of the East was unified. The country that unified the eastern land was the Tang Empire. Dongfang Su once sent an envoy to the Tang Empire and brought back this soft armor. 2 treasures, extremely valuable. Yi Qingyun was not interested, but Guo Xiaoyan on the side had shining eyes and seemed to be very fond of and curious about the sky-slaying sword and the soft armor. How do you like it? Yi Qingyan looked at Guo Xiaoyan and asked. Guo Xiaoyan nodded heavily, and there seemed to be stars popping out of his eyes. Then I'll give it to you, but don't play with it. Yi Qingyan directly handed the two treasures to Guo Xiaoyan. This scene, Dongfang Su and Gu Yu were both stunned. These are two national treasures. Just give it to the child like that? Isn't this too generous? The corner of Dongfang Su's mouth twitched, but he was not unwilling. After all, these two treasures were given to Yi Qingyun, so it is Yi Qingyun's business how to deal with them. He just felt that Yi Qingyun seemed to be too good to this disciple. Even such a valuable treasure was given away so easily. It is clear that the importance of this disciple in Yi Qingyun's heart is incomparable to any treasure. It seems that in the future, I have to find a way to build a good relationship with the master's disciples. Dongfang Su muttered secretly in his heart. By the way, Your Majesty, a large army attacked us earlier. Thanks to the monks at the foot of my mountain, we were able to repel the enemy. Yi Qingyun suddenly said, Your Majesty, please remember to reward them. Dongfang Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then a deep admiration emerged. This is what a master does. Even though he has made great contributions, he still acts nonchalantly and even pushes the credit onto others. What kind of noble sentiment is this? So touching, so noble. If Dongfang Su was not an emperor, he would really want to give Yi Qingyun a great gift at this moment. Don't worry, Master Yi. I will definitely reward them handsomely. Dongfang Su said seriously. Since the master said he would reward those monks, then I will just cooperate and act accordingly. Dongfang Su did not stay long and left quickly with Gu Yu. After returning to the capital, Dongfang Su immediately gave orders and sent many rewards to Fuyun Mountain. These rewards were given to monks such as Huikong. Huikong and the others didn't want to accept it at first, but when they heard that it was a reward that Yi Qingyun had asked for them, they accepted it. The reward that the Son of God asked for must not be rejected. Otherwise, the good intentions of the Holy Son would be wasted. At the same time, the news of the defeat of the three dynasties also spread back to their respective dynasties. For a while, the three dynasties were shocked. Unacceptable. They simply cannot accept such a result. This is simply a joke. The million-strong army of the three great dynasties was defeated miserably. I would like to ask, how did this million-strong army fail? How many troops does the Tianwu dynasty have in total? How could they defeat an army of 1 million so easily? At first, no one believed that it was the Tianwu dynasty that defeated their three dynasties. They all suspected that the commander of this million-strong army had ulterior motives and deliberately led to defeat. But as more and more news came back, the three dynasties were angry and questioning at the beginning, but gradually they became confused. Everyone already knows. The million-strong coalition army was not defeated by the army of the Tianwu dynasty. Instead, he was defeated by a real dragon. Is there really a real dragon in the Tianwu dynasty? This scared the people of the three dynasties. You must know that the Tianwu dynasty is the most powerful of the 7 countries in the southern wilderness, and the other 6 countries are very familiar with the Tianwu dynasty. Although the Tianwu dynasty is powerful, there shouldn't be any real dragons there, right? There is a dragon, and it is in the capital of the Tianwu dynasty. Are there real dragons? That's too outrageous. Have you heard? A mysterious master appeared in the Tianwu dynasty, and that real dragon was raised by this master. This is impossible. Raising a real dragon? What kind of means is this? It's absolutely true, and it is said that the master is related to Buddhism in the Western Territory. Now, there are Buddhist temples built in the Tianwu dynasty. A master from the Buddhist sect? That's a bit scary. Now, the martial arts community of our three dynasties is completely restless. Masters from all sides are planning to go to the Tianwu dynasty to meet this so-called master. That must have been quite lively. The three dynasties were discussing this. And the martial arts circles of the three dynasties were indeed getting restless, just as rumored. Strong men from all sides took action upon hearing the news. They all rushed to the Tianwu dynasty. I want to see the true face of that so-called master. Chapter 50. Join in the fun. Your Majesty, the martial arts masters from the three dynasties have all been dispatched. Inside the imperial palace in the capital, Gu Yu held a piece of intelligence in his hand and reported it to Emperor Wu Dongfang Su with a worried look on his face. Dongfang Su froneth. Do you know who they are? Gu Yu said, Situ Xian, Shan Lianhua, and nether swordsman from the Xingyue dynasty, Zhao Wuji, Chen Daolin, and Zhuge Ming from the Ziri dynasty, and Jining Shuangxiu, Dao Wuji, and Luo Yuankong from the Fengwu dynasty. All of them are among them. Hearing these names, Dongfang Su's expression became extremely solemn. These 9 people are the top masters among the 3 dynasties, and each of them has a cultivation level above the Tongtian realm. Each of them is a strong man, comparable to the level of the 3 sect masters. Even the martial emperor Dongfang Su did not dare to say that he could suppress the 9 of them. I didn't expect all 9 of them would come. Dongfang Su said in a deep voice. In addition to the 9 of them, there are some other experts, about 30 people in total. Lonely Moon Road. Are they here for the master? Good. Dongfang Su snorted coldly. How can I, a master of the Tianwu dynasty, allow myself to be harassed by these people? Gu Yu was startled. What are your plans, your majesty? Go tell the 3 major sects to go to Floating Cloud Mountain immediately. We have to support the master as well. Yes. Gu Yu immediately went to make the call. Soon, the 3 major sects all receive a message from Martial Emperor Dongfang Su. Not a request, but it's an order. The 3 major sects must be present, otherwise they will be punished. This is a rare case where Dongfang Su issues such a strict order to the 3 major sects. The leaders of the 3 major sects also realized the seriousness of the matter and took action immediately. The 3 great dynasties are really crazy. They actually want to disrespect the masters. In Xinjian sect, Su Changfeng stood with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of Fuyun Mountain. Master, I'm afraid the master will be angry this time, Li Qinyuan said with some concern. Oh, why do you say that? Su Changfeng was a little curious. The master is cultivating in seclusion, and he doesn't want to be disturbed. But this time there are so many masters from the 3 dynasties. I'm afraid the master doesn't like so many people disturbing him. Li Qinyuan said. Su Changfeng nodded upon hearing this. I'm afraid there will be a bloody storm in Floating Cloud Mountain. The next moment, Su Changfeng said, no matter what, we have to stand on the side of the master. Let's set off immediately. Yes, the same thing also happened in Jiuling sect and Taihao sect. The leaders of the 3 major sects did not hesitate at all and immediately dispatched their elders to rush to Floating Cloud Mountain. Yuqian Valley. Shen Tianhua was looking at the paintings hanging on the wall. This painting was the one Yi Qingyan gave him, although I have watched it for many days. But Shen Tianhua could never get enough of it. It seems like every time I watch it, I can gain something from it. Master, something happened. Just then, Xiao Shi ran in panting. Why are you so impatient? What happened? Shen Tianhua asked with a frown. He felt a little helpless. This disciple of mine is good in every way, except that he has an impatient temper and cannot calm down at all. Something big has happened. The million-strong coalition army of the 3 great dynasties attacked the Tianwu dynasty, but was defeated and retreated. Rumor has it that it was the master on Floating Cloud Mountain who took action, causing the million-strong coalition army to be defeated. Xiao Shi said. Shen Tianhua's pupil shrank. Master Yi has taken action. He didn't actually make a move. It was the real dragon he raised that made the move. The real dragon appeared and instantly killed 100,000 enemy troops. Xiao Shi said, a real dragon? Shen Tianhua's face was filled with shock. When he first visited Yi Qingyun, he also saw a real dragon soaring into the sky. Now it seems that the real dragon was indeed raised by Yi Qingyun. As expected of a master, a million-strong army is like grass in his eyes, totally insignificant. Shen Tianhua sighed. But now, the masters of the 3 dynasties are all rushing to Floating Cloud Mountain. Xiao Shi said hurriedly. Shen Tianhua's face darkened. A bunch of ignorant people. The 3 great dynasties are courting death. They actually dare to disturb the master's meditation. They are really tired of living. Xiao Shi looked at Shen Tianhua expectantly. Master, are you going to take action? Shen Tianhua snorted. After all, I have received the master's kindness. Now that the master is in trouble, I naturally cannot stand idly by. Let's go. Go to Floating Cloud Mountain immediately. I want to see if these people from the 3 dynasties are really brave enough to disrespect me. I will kill them all. Good. Xiao Shi was very excited. This is a big event. We must join in. Perhaps you can see with your own eyes Yi Qingyun's heroic appearance when he takes action. That is definitely not to be missed. Floating Cloud Mountain. Yi Qingyun had no idea that his place would become extremely lively. At this time, he moved out a guqin from the house and placed it in the yard. The guqin is covered in dust, and it's obvious that it has been put away for a long time. When Guo Xiaoyan saw the guqin, He looked confused. Master, can you still play the piano? Yi Qingyun smiled slightly. Of course, master. There is nothing I can't do. Then can you practice? Yi Qingyun was completely speechless. Except for practice. He emphasized fiercely. Guo Xiaoyan chuckled. But Yi Qingyun can indeed play the piano. Under the training of the Saint system, Yi Qingyun is proficient in everything from playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And they have all achieved extremely high levels of accomplishment. He can be called a master of his generation. This Guqin was also the reward Yi Qingyun received after completing the system trial. Thought it was some kind of treasure, but after Yi Qingyun fiddled with it for a long time, he found out that it was just an ordinary Guqin. So Yi Qingyun was disappointed. For a long time, he never used this Guqin again. But today, Yi Qingyun had nothing to do, so he decided to take out the Guqin and play with it. If Guo Xiaoyan is also interested, I can also teach him to play the piano. Boys, if I could play the piano, it would be easier to find a partner in the future. After wiping off the dust off the Guqin and adjusting it for a while, I finally restored it to normal. I haven't played it for so long, I wonder if it's rusty now. Yi Qingyun sat behind the Guqin with his hands on the strings. Guo Xiaoyan watched attentively from the side. Yi Qingyun just pushed it gently. The pleasant sound of the piano was heard immediately. Yi Qingyun showed a look of satisfaction. It seems that this piano is really good. The sound quality hasn't changed at all after being kept for such a long time. Yi Qingyun continued to pluck the strings. He didn't play any music, he just plucked it casually. But even so, the sound of the piano is still beautiful and moving. Guo Xiaoyan was a little dazed as he listened. At this time, the masters of the 3 dynasties and the troops of the 3 sects had all come flying in the air. Is there piano music? When everyone heard the sound of the piano, they all stopped in the air. They all looked downward. I happened to see Yi Qingyun playing the piano. Chapter 51, How Terrifying. What is he doing? Do you want to play the piano? Humph. Didn't he realize that we were here? When the masters from the 3 dynasties saw this situation, they couldn't help but frown. On the one hand, he felt that the situation below was very strange, and on the other hand, he had some doubts in his heart about Yi Qingyun, the so-called master. There seems to be no spiritual energy fluctuations on this person. Yes, not only is there no spiritual energy fluctuation, even the blood and qi are so weak. Too weak, he is just an ordinary person. That's right. Have we all been deceived? The masters from the 3 dynasties were discussing the matter. In their eyes, a hermit who can control a real dragon must be someone with an immortal appearance and extraordinary bearing. At the very least, he should be a handsome and elegant man. But now take a look. This is really too common. Don't even mention that he's some kind of hermit master. He is just like an ordinary person who doesn't know how to practice. Go down and find out what's going on with him. Someone was about to fall from the sky with this thought in mind. But at this moment, Yi Qingyun began to play the piano seriously. His expression became extremely focused. He placed his hands lightly on the strings. The strings of the zither are plucked, and pleasant music flows out slowly like running water. For a while, whether in heaven or on earth, everyone who heard the sound of the piano was stunned. So wonderful. This was a piece of music they had never heard before. When the sound of the piano entered my ears, I felt the blood in my body surging along with it. The piano piece that Yi Qingyun played was a famous piece from his original world, called High Mountains and Flowing Water. And at this moment, this famous song was played at Yi Qingyun's fingertips. It sounded for the first time in this world. This song makes me feel as if I'm seeing a painting of mountains and flowing water. It's more than just a painting. I feel like I'm actually in this landscape. This person's attainments in the art of playing the zither alone can be called a grandmaster. It's a pity that just because one can play the piano, it doesn't necessarily mean he is a martial arts expert. Everyone started talking about it. Although the piano music was beautiful, it could not change everyone's first impression of Yi Qingyun. But the next moment, the expressions of everyone in heaven changed, because the space they were in turned out to be a real mountain and flowing water. What's going on? Something's wrong. Is this a formation? Everyone was shocked. They had unknowingly fallen into an extremely terrifying formation. There are towering mountains and streams flowing downstream. The landscape was extremely beautiful, but everyone inside it couldn't find a way to escape. It was as if they had been in this landscape from the beginning. This person is so terrifying. He can actually use the sound of the piano to evolve the formation. An old man said in a trembling voice, This person is Situ Xian, the top master of the Star Moon Dynasty, who is also well-versed in zither music. But Situ Xian could never have imagined that someone could use piano music to such an extent. A song that transforms into a formation. Imprisoned all the masters. What a masterpiece this is. How do we get out? Some people cried and expressed regret for getting involved in this mess. Just wait. Once this expert finishes playing, perhaps the formation will be able to dissolve on its own. Situ Xian said with a bitter face. He also tried several times to break this formation. Too bad it's totally useless. He couldn't even find any trace of changes in the formation. It is simply mysterious to the extreme. The pleasant sound of the piano continued to be heard. The formation in which everyone is located is becoming more and more real. It even gives people a feeling that reality and illusion seem to be indistinguishable. Until the piano music stopped abruptly. Everyone suddenly realized that they had escaped from the scene of mountains and flowing water just now. Everyone looked at each other in shock. So scary. So horrible. If one wanted to kill them with such a formation, their lives would be taken in an instant. This high mountains and flowing water is too easy. Let's try another 10 sides of ambush. Yi Qingyun began to play the strings again. This time, the melodious and graceful piano music turned into the sonorous and murderous sound. The sound of the piano is full of murderous intent. It makes you feel as if you are in an ambush trap set by a large army. There's murderous aura all around. There are weapons all around. It's a dead end. Just wait for death. The scene before everyone's eyes changed again. They saw countless soldiers holding swords and guns, each with an expressionless face, surrounding everyone together. Everyone wanted to escape, but there is no escape at all. All he could do was watch the soldiers around him getting closer and closer. The murderous aura coming from all directions was becoming more and more intense. Everyone was sweating profusely, and fear appeared on their faces. The murderous intent in the music is too strong. Combined with this kind of formation, it is simply suffocating. Some people can't bear it anymore. A master from the Fuyun Dynasty screamed and spat out blood, his face turning pale in an instant. If there is a first, there'll be a second. Soon, one master after another vomited blood and screamed. Only a very small number of powerful people with profound cultivation could barely hold on amidst the sounds of killing. But they were also holding on with great difficulty. Their faces turned pale, and the blood in their bodies was surging. At the same time, people from the three major sects also came. Before they got close, they saw from afar a large group of people standing in a daze in midair. Most of them were vomiting blood. These are warriors from the three great dynasties. Su Changfeng frowned. At this time, bursts of piano sounds came. People from the three major sects also heard the sound of the piano. Suddenly, just like the warriors from the three dynasties, they all fell into the illusion of piano music. Until the piano music stopped abruptly. All the talents came out of the illusion. Some people fell directly down. Plop, plop. Then, a group of people fell down. Only a very small number of people can still barely stay flying in the air. This person is too terrifying. We must not make an enemy of him. What unpredictable means. Compared to them, we are like ants. Run. He intends to let us go. Alas, I didn't expect that after so many years of training, we would still be so weak in the end. The warriors from the three dynasties were completely terrified. They all looked at Yi Qingyun with fear in their eyes. At this moment, there was only one word in their minds that could describe Yi Qingyun. So terrifying. I almost gasped. People from the three dynasties were all speculating that this master was intentionally letting them off the hook and not killing them all. Otherwise, the murderous piano music just now was enough to kill them several times. Where can I dare to stay at this moment? So, under the watchful eyes of Su Changfeng and other people from the three major sects, the warriors from the three major dynasties fled. I dare not stay here for a moment longer. Did we come here for nothing? Su Changfeng and others looked at each other. Chapter 52, let's have some fun together. Su Changfeng and the others came to support Yi Qingyun, although they also knew that it was probably not their turn to take action. But they didn't expect that as soon as they arrived at Floating Cloud Mountain, the masters from the three dynasties fled in panic. What is this? Wouldn't it be a wasted trip? However, Su Changfeng and the others were also affected by the music of the ambush and saw the murderous illusion, so they could understand why the masters of the three dynasties fled in panic. If they were in his place, facing such a terrifying existence, they would definitely run away. I dare not stay any longer. Fortunately, we have a good relationship with the master. That's great. Su Changfeng and others all fell down. Yi Qingyun was just about to play another song when a lot of people suddenly came down from the sky. It scared him to death. Guo Xiaoyun was also startled, but then he looked at Su Changfeng and the others with shining eyes. It could be seen that he envied those practitioners who could fly in the air. Greetings, Master Yi. Su Changfeng saluted first. Afterwards, Chen Gongwang and Gong Senyu also bowed. This was the first time Chen Gongwang had seen Yi Qingyun. He was secretly amazed that Yi Qingyun was so young, but his cultivation was so unfathomable. What's going on with you guys? Yi Qingyun was a little confused. So many people came at once that he didn't know what they were for, and they all came down from the sky. It's scary. Please don't blame me, Master Yi. We heard that someone wanted to harm you, so we came here to protect you. Su Changfeng spoke out. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. No way. I didn't provoke anyone who would do anything bad to me. Su Changfeng and the others all had strange expressions. Didn't you just defeat the masters of the 3 dynasties easily with your piano music? Why are you pretending not to know now? Su Changfeng reacted quickly. Isn't this the usual style of the masters? Then we won't say much. Everything is implied. We are relieved to see that Master Yi is safe and sound, so we will take our leave now. Su Changfeng said, It's not easy for you to come here, so please sit for a while. I just brought out my piano, so you guys can come and listen to me and see how I play. Yi Qingyun said enthusiastically. Listen to you play the piano? Su Changfeng's eyes immediately lit up. Is this to give me some advice? Well, we won't bother you anymore. Just as Chen Gongwang was about to say this, he was interrupted by Su Changfeng. Hey, Mr. Yi has invited us so graciously, so we must come and show our support. Yes. Let's all stay and listen to Mr. Yi playing the piano together. Gongsun, you also joined in. Chen Gongwang looked confused. The two of them kept winking at him. The latter finally reacted. Could this be an opportunity? His heart tightened, and he immediately cursed himself for being stupid. This almost missed a great opportunity. I want to stay too, Chen Gongwang said quickly. Yi Qingyun smiled and said, Okay, you guys listen to me play the piano, and then we can have dinner here later. Good. Su Changfeng was so happy. He gained something from eating hot pot here last time. Who knows what benefits it might bring if I eat here again? Such an opportunity is hard to come by. Apprentice, go cook. Okay. Guo Xiaoyan rolled up his sleeves and went to cook for everyone. Apprentice? When everyone heard this, they all looked at Guo Xiaoyan. This young man is actually the master's apprentice? When did the master accept such a disciple? However, anyone who can be accepted as a disciple by a master must be an extraordinary person. There will definitely be a bright future ahead. We must build good relationships now. So you're Mr. Ye's disciple. You came in a hurry and didn't bring anything with you. This top-grade spirit stone is your greeting gift. Me too. I came in such a hurry that I only have this top-grade spiritual sword with me, so I'll give it to this little brother. I have a Tianyuan pill here. Su Changfeng and the other 3 sect leaders took out gifts from their pockets. Ye Vingyun déjeunet répétidly. You are so polite. How could Su Changfeng and others take it back? Of course, I insist on giving it. Have no choice. Yi Qingyun could only accept it on behalf of Guo Xiaoyan. Just at this moment, 2 figures fell from the sky, one old and one young. It was Shun Tianhua and Xiao Shi who came after hearing the news. This master and disciple flew all the way from Yutian Valley without stopping, but they were still a step late. Where are the people from the 3 great dynasties? Why is there not a single one? When Shun Tianhua arrived, he only saw people from the 3 major sects, but no masters from the 3 major dynasties. I couldn't help but feel a little confused. When the people from the 3 major sects saw Shun Tianhua and Xiao Shi suddenly appear, they thought that the people from the 3 major dynasties had made a comeback. For a moment, everyone showed a look of vigilance. Yi Qingyun greeted him. Mr. Shun, long time no see. Shun Tianhua quickly bowed to Yi Qingyun. Master Yi, I'm here to bother you again. Yi and wave his hand. It's no big deal. People from the 3 major sects are also here. Let's have some fun together. When everyone from the 3 major sects saw each other, they realized that they knew each other. Only then did everyone let down their guard. May I ask what your name is, old sir? Su Changfeng asked proactively. I am Shen Tianhua. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone from the 3 major sects showed expressions of shock. You are Shen Tianhua, the great master who once dominated the southern wilds. Shen Tianhua smiled slightly. It is the old man. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Shen Tianhua is a very famous person. The old man Sanju is feared in the southern wilderness. There is no warrior of the older generation in the southern wilderness who does not know the seventh elder. Even among the young warriors, the reputation of the old man Sanju is well known. This is the most powerful person in the southern wilderness. In the entire southern wilderness, the number of people who could be compared with the three wonders old man Shen Tianhua can be counted on one hand. Such a legendary figure appeared before their eyes today. How not to shock everyone. But looking at Shen Tianhua's attitude towards Yi Qingyan again, he was like a junior. This is even more shocking. How perverted is Yi Qingyan? Even a strong man like Elder Sanju has to be respectful to him? For a moment, Su Changfeng and the others felt awe in their hearts. They had already imagined Yi Qingyun to be very powerful. But now it seems that Yi Qingyun's strength is far beyond their imagination. Old man Sanju, so Mr. Shen, are you so powerful? Yi Qingyun was shocked. Shen Tianhua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How dare I claim to be so powerful in front of you? No, it's just a false reputation. Shen Tianhua said embarrassedly. Yi Qingyun smiled and said, that's great. You can come and listen to me play the piano. You can stay here for dinner later. Good. Shen Tianhua naturally didn't dare to refuse. Not to mention eating. Even if he was asked to plow the land here, he would do it happily. Yi Qingyun started playing the piano. As soon as he played the piano, clear and crisp sounds flowed out. For a while, everyone looked infatuated. Chapter 53. Fantasy in the Piano Music. This is not an act. Everyone was indeed attracted by the sound of the piano and immersed in it involuntarily. Even the simplest sound of the piano seems to contain an intoxicating beauty. Even an old man like Shen Tianhua, who has experienced the baptism of time, was moved at this moment. Through the sound of the piano, Shen Tianhua seemed to see his youth. At that time, he was a rookie with high aspirations and felt that he could beat anyone. But soon he encountered unimaginable setbacks. The huge blow almost left him devastated. Those years were the most difficult time in Shen Tianhua's life. At this moment, through the sound of the piano, he seemed to have returned to the past, and tears welled up in his eyes. Time flies, and what's past can never come back. Shen Tianhua muttered to himself in a daze. The piano music continued. This is a very ordinary piano piece. The level is not as good as the high mountains and flowing water and 10 sides ambush that Yi Qingyan had played before. But it was this simple piano piece that made everyone present have different insights. Shen Tianhua recalled his most difficult years in the past and lamented that time is fleeting and youth, once gone, will never come back. Su Changfeng saw a scene he had never experienced before. The Xinjian sect was in ruins, with disciples either dead or scattered. In such a huge sect, only Su Changfeng was left sitting on the dusty throne, with no one below him. Is this the future of the Xinjian sect? Su Changfeng couldn't believe it. At this moment, the scene in front of Su Changfeng changed again. The sect turned into flying smoke. Su Changfeng is already very old. He stood on the hilltop that was once the home of the Xinjian sect, looking at the sect that no longer existed, with no expression of sadness or joy on his face. The old Su Changfeng and the present Su Changfeng looked at each other. They all seemed to have noticed each other's existence. This moment, Su Changfeng's mind became extremely calm. He felt what was in the heart of the old man, Su Changfeng. Two identical people, in different years, are connected in mind and heart. Everything in the world is illusory. As long as the original intention is there, the sect will be there. Su Changfeng seti is silenti. This moment, his state of mind was elevated to an unprecedented level. The whole person has entered a whole new realm. This is an unimaginable opportunity. Chen Gongwang also saw his own scene. He saw himself when he was still a child and had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation. Chen Gongwang, who was only 7 years old, was just a child from an ordinary family. He has a simple and honest father and a gentle and kind mother. While his parents were working in the fields, Chen Gongwang was playing in the fields. At noon, Chen Gongwang sat between his parents and ate a simple meal. But his heart was filled with peace and fulfillment. Night, Chen Gongwang was sleeping soundly between his parents. His father fanned him, and his mother gently stroked his head. Mother doesn't expect you to be rich and powerful in the future, nor does she care whether you have a great future or not. Mother only hopes that you will be safe and happy in the future. Chen Gongwang seemed to see his father's smiling face and his mother's gentle whispers in a trance. This moment, Chen Gongwang felt pained. This was the warmest time in his life, but he had clearly forgotten it for 100 years. But now I recalled it to the sound of the piano. Dad, Mom, Chen Gongwang, who had already been the leader of a sect, burst into tears and let out an almost hoarse cry. Pity. His parents had long since disappeared in the years. Chen Gongwang cried and shouted bitterly. He was willing to give up everything he had now, give up his profound cultivation, and give up his position as the leader of a sect. I just want to go back to being a kid again. I just want to go back to my parents. Call Mom and Dad again. Listen to your parents' voices again. Pity. Such a humble wish has long become a luxury that will forever separate us from each other. However, the scene that Gongsun you saw was completely different from everyone else. He came from an aristocratic family and was the eldest son of the Gongsun family. He was extremely talented, far surpassing his peers. Later, he joined the Zhuoling sect and became a talented disciple of the Zhuoling sect. He has always been the focus of attention and has been dazzling. But the scene he saw at this moment was the time when he was with a young girl when he had just joined the Zhuoling sect. Gongsun Yu vaguely remembered that the girl was called Xiao Kai'er, and she was also a disciple of Zhuoling sect and her junior sister. The two are of similar age and start at the same time, so they have a good relationship. Gongsun Yu likes Xiao Kai'er and often takes care of her. Xiao Kai'er is also very nice to Gongsun Yu. In the eyes of others, they're a perfect match. Gongsun Yu also thought that this kind of time would continue forever. Until one day, Xiao Kai'er is dead. He died outside the sect with his hands and feet twisted, blood spurting from his mouth, and his eyeballs bursting. The elder said that Xiao Kai'er was tortured to death by a monster. Gongsun Yu looked at Xiao Kai'er's twisted body. He is crazy. He roared and screamed, vomited blood, and fainted. A full 10 days. Gongsun Yu kept lying on the bed crying, until tears of blood seeped out of his eyes. From now on, Gongsun Yu no longer had a smile on his face, and his heart became extremely cold. He hated monsters. I also hate all evil people. He practiced madly and tried his best to improve himself. Everything he did was to avenge Xiao Kai'er. Gongsun Yu looked at his past self in the picture, feeling filled with emotion. He has been the sect leader for many years. But Xiao Kai'er's death has always been a thorn in his heart. Can't let it go. Tortured Gongsun Yu for most of his life. Suddenly, Xiao Kai'er's figure actually appeared in front of Gongsun Yu. Gongsun Yu was in a daze, looking at Xiao Kai'er with tears in his eyes. Junior sister, Xiao Kai'er smiled sweetly, stretched out an illusory hand, and gently stroked Gongsun Yu's already aged face. Brother, Kai'er is gone. You must take good care of yourself and stop thinking about Kai'er. Let's untie the knot. Make peace with yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Kai'er disappeared. Gongsun Yu's face seemed to still have the warmth of Xiao Kai'er's touch just now. Junior sister, don't worry. I made peace with myself. A smile appeared on Gongsun Yu's face. The thorn in his heart melted away invisibly. Everyone present was affected by the sound of the piano. They saw the biggest obstacle in their hearts and the biggest regret in their lives. Everyone stood there crying. Some people shouted and screamed, while others sobbed silently, until the piano music stopped abruptly. Everyone was still in a dream. Yi Qingyun looked intoxicated and proud. I played it so beautifully. Perfect. He looked up. Oh shit. What's wrong with these people? Possessed? Why are you all crying and laughing? Yi Qingyun was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. It was not until a moment later that everyone who was affected by the piano music woke up. Chapter 54. Noodles with Gravy. Everyone looked as if they had just woken up from a dream. Someone touched his face and found that he was crying. I couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Then, everyone looked at Yi Qingyun. Plop. Shun Tianhua knelt directly on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Su Changfeng and 3 others also knelt down. All the elders knelt down as well. This scared Yi Qingyun. It's not Chinese New Year. Why give such a big gift? What's going on? What are you doing? Get up quickly. Yi Qingyun said somewhat at a loss. But no one stood up. Gao. Mr. Yi, thank you for your music. I have benefited a lot from it. Shun Tianhua said with great emotion. Yes. Master Ye's music has changed my state of mind. Me too. I feel like I've reached a point of enlightenment. Everyone spoke up. Their state of mind was sublimated by the sound of the piano. From now on, their path of cultivation will be free of obstacles and will be smoother. This is something that cannot be obtained with any amount of hard work. It can be called an epiphany. In the eyes of everyone, Yi Qingyun deliberately kept them here to influence them with the music of the piano. This is a great gift from heaven. Naturally, they felt both admiration and gratitude in their hearts. This is a true master, moisturizing things silently. So noble, so great. If they didn't know very well that Yi Qingyun didn't like to think of himself as a superior and wanted to maintain his status as a mortal. Otherwise, they all wanted to directly become Yi Qingyun's disciples. Yi Qingyun really didn't expect this. Just playing the piano casually can have such an effect? Well, actually I didn't do anything. Maybe it's your own realization, and it has nothing to do with my piano music. Yi Qingyun scratched his head and said. Everyone smiled bitterly. This master is really too modest. He had clearly done such a great favor to everyone, but he pretended to be completely unaware of it. What does it mean to be a hermit? This is the example of a hermit. It is like a towering mountain, worthy of admiration. Shen Tianhua and others were completely convinced. In their minds, Yi Qingyun has become a godlike existence. Unattainable. It is even more unfathomable. Since the master is unwilling to admit it, then we will not say anything more, so as not to displease the master. That's right. The master certainly doesn't want us to pay too much attention to these things. In the eyes of the master, enlightening us is probably just a common method, so he doesn't care at all. Everyone communicated secretly. Just at this moment, waves of fragrance came. Get up quickly, dinner will be served soon. Ye Vingyun greeted. Everyone then stood up, looking expectant, especially Su Changfeng. He had eaten hot pot here before. I know that eating here is an opportunity not to be missed. Soon, Xiaoyan came out pushing a big bucket. Everyone gathered around. As soon as he saw it, his expression became strange. Inside the bucket, there was a pile of cooked noodles. Although it's still quite fragrant, how can such ordinary noodles satisfy these big guys? Except for Su Changfeng and Shun Tianhua, everyone else was a little disappointed. But they didn't dare show it. Perhaps this is what the master eats on a daily basis. Well, Takato likes to keep a low profile, so it's normal to eat noodles. I haven't eaten noodles for many years. Today I will have a meal with you, master. Everyone said secretly in their hearts. Master, there are too many people. I can only make noodles with gravy. Xiaoyan wiped the sweat from his head and said. Yi Qingyun nodded. The noodle soup is pretty good, but I wonder if you guys would dislike it? Noodles with gravy? What kind of noodles is this? It sounds quite novel. How could that be? Master Yi invited us to eat noodles, which shows that he thinks highly of us. That's right. Let alone eating noodles. Even if it's just vegetable leaves, it's our honor. Hee, you know what? I've loved eating noodles since I was a kid. Yi Qingyun was speechless for a while. These guys are really good at flattering others, but it's a bit disgusting to hear them. Xiaoyan came out carrying 2 slightly smaller buckets. Yi Qingyun leaned over to take a look, and his eyes lit up. Both buckets are filled with brine. One is tomato and egg stew. One is meat sauce. They all emit their own different aromas. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but salivate. He really likes to eat noodles with meat sauce. I can eat 3 big bowls every time. Since becoming Yi Qingyun's apprentice, Xiaoyan has also learned some of Yi Qingyun's cooking skills, especially the noodles with gravy, which is Xiaoyun's best dish. These 2 buckets of marinade are cooked to perfection. Come on, everyone, have a try. This is my apprentice's specialty. Yi Qingyun said so. Everyone listened. Everyone understood it. This is a good time to flatter someone, regardless of whether it tastes good or not. Since it is made by the master's beloved disciple, it must be delicious. No matter how bad the food tastes, they will pretend it is delicious. You must flatter the master's disciple clearly. Xiaoyan served noodles to everyone and then poured a spoonful of sauce on the noodles. Soon, everyone held a bowl in their hands. Mix the noodles before eating. Ye Vingyun reminded. Okay. Everyone started mixing the noodles. But looking at the sticky mess in the bowl, everyone was very suspicious. Can this thing be eaten? Why does it look like that? Zalihilu. However, there was one person who didn't care about all that and just started eating the noodles in the bowl. That is Su Changfeng. A bunch of idiots. Su Changfeng ate while feeling sarcastic in his heart. He was very clear that the food from the master contained opportunities. Why bother with him? Just eat it. It can't be wrong. This smell. Su Changfeng originally thought that this bowl of noodles tasted ordinary or even not very good. But I didn't expect it. Take this bite. Such a wonderful taste. Such a smooth taste. It's so delicious. The noodles and the stew are a perfect match. Just right. The saltiness is just right. One more point is too much. Any less is not enough. It was a completely different experience from the hot pot he had eaten before. Su Changfeng really likes this simple and rich taste. Tasty! Su Changfeng exclaimed that the noodles were delicious and finished the whole bowl of noodles in one gulp. Another bowl, please. Su Changfeng handed the bowl to Guo Xiaoyan. Guo Xiaoyan was very happy to see that Su Changfeng liked the noodles he made, and quickly served Su Changfeng another full bowl. Try this sauce instead. Guo Xiaoyan poured a spoonful of tomato and egg sauce. He just poured meat sauce on Su Changfeng. Good. Su Changfeng didn't care and started eating with the bowl in his hand. Others saw this. He also started eating quickly. For a while, the courtyard was filled with the sound of murmurs. Chapter 55: A group of people who eat food. Isn't this noodle delicious? I've never had noodles so delicious in my life. This pasta looks plain, but it tastes so good. The taste of this noodle reminds me of my mother. You cry over a bowl of noodles, you're useless. The taste of the noodles with gravy shocked all the masters of the Tianwu dynasty present. This bowl of noodles is so ordinary, but why can't our hands and mouth stop eating it? So amazing. I want more. Another bowl, please. Fill me up. Everyone enjoyed the meal. One bowl of noodles is not enough. They all ran to Guo Xiaoyan to serve noodles. Don't worry, there's plenty of noodles. You can eat them slowly. Guo Xiaoyan didn't have time to serve noodles to these people, so he shouted quickly. Su Changfeng, who had already finished his third bowl of noodles, sneered. A bunch of idiots. The noodles can't even be eaten hot. Su Changfeng ate his third bowl of noodles. Immediately, my body felt different. I ate too much. Su Changfeng touched his belly and found it was bulging. This made Su Changfeng, who always attached great importance to his image, feel a little embarrassed. Hurry up and tighten your stomach. He was secretly puzzled. Why has there been no opportunity this time? Could this really be just an ordinary meal of noodles? It shouldn't be. Just when Su Changfeng was confused, suddenly, a strange feeling came over me. Su Changfeng was shocked. An indescribable gleam of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. All the spiritual energy in his body surged at this moment. It took only a few breaths. Su Changfeng's spiritual energy was 30 stronger than before. It's really an opportunity. Su Changfeng was overjoyed. The meals prepared by the masters are indeed filled with opportunities. My guess was not wrong at all. Su Changfeng quickly moved over with the bowl, planning to have another bowl. Su Changfeng, would rather die here today. I want another bowl too. After Su Changfeng, other people who ate the noodles also began to show growth in their spiritual energy. They all showed expressions of shock. Has your spiritual energy increased? Yes, it has increased by 20. I grew by 30. What? You can actually grow by 30. Well, I ate 3 bowls of noodles. I only ate 2 bowls. It seems I need to eat a few more bowls. Don't fight with me. These martial arts masters, who usually pride themselves on their status, were almost fighting each other just to grab a bowl of noodles with gravy. It is true that this noodle soup is not only delicious, but also can increase your spiritual energy after eating it. Who can withstand this? Even if you are full, you have to eat it. Otherwise, if your spiritual energy doesn't grow as much as others, wouldn't that be a huge disadvantage? The most pitiful one among them is Xiao Shi. She is the weakest one here. Being sandwiched between so many masters, I couldn't even grab a bowl of noodles. At this time, she had finished her first bowl of noodles for a long time, but she couldn't eat the second bowl. There are too many people fighting for it ahead. Disciple, the master has prepared a bowl for you. Shen Tianhua looked at the pitiful Xiao Shi, smiled slightly, and took out a bowl of noodles from behind him like a magic trick. There's also a layer of tomato and egg sauce on top. Xiao Shi's eyes lit up. Thank you, master. He picked up the bowl and started to eat. Shen Tianhua smiled, but his smile seemed a little stiff. Belch. Shen Tianhua burped. He really couldn't eat anymore. Even though he's always been low-key, he was the fastest one when eating noodles just now. He drank 4 bowls in a row without even taking a breath. Shen Tianhua really couldn't finish the 5th bowl. Then he remembered his poor apprentice and gave the 5th bowl of noodles to Xiao Shi. Alas, I'm really old. I can't even eat as much as young people. Shen Tianhua sighed. If others heard what he said, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. You're an old man who is hundreds of years old. You finished 4 bowls of noodles in a row and still say that you can't eat as much as young people? There are not many young people who can eat as much as you, an old man. Soon, the whole bucket of noodles was eaten up cleanly. There is not a single one left. In front of Guo Xiaoyan, there were more than a dozen martial arts masters who were crying for food, even though they were already full. But in order to increase their spiritual energy, They wanted to eat 2 more bowls. Even if it means vomiting, it doesn't matter. Guo Xiaoyan's face was filled with worry. The noodles are finished. It's okay, it's okay. Go cook some noodles for us. Yes, this noodle is so delicious. We want to eat more. Please, give us some more. If I don't eat this bowl of noodles, I will die. Guo Xiaoyan was at a loss and could only look to Yi Qingyun for help. Yi Qingyun was already frightened by the way these people ate. He was always worried. Could it be that the cultivators in this world can't even get enough food to eat? It's just some ordinary noodles with gravy. Why are they all going crazy? No matter how delicious it is, it would be too much if you eat 3 or 4 bowls. Especially, there are many elderly people among you. Is it really appropriate to eat like this? Forget it, go cook some more. Yi Qingyun said helplessly. All right. Guo Xiaoyan went to cook noodles again. Everyone held their bowls and stood in the yard, waiting anxiously. Soon, another bucket of noodles was brought out. Everyone rushed forward. The sound of eating noodles could be heard again in the yard. Until the afternoon, a group of people who had been eating left with satisfaction. It's just different from when I came. When they came, they flew in the air with a graceful posture. When they left, everyone held their stomachs and walked away from Fuyun Mountain. No way. I ate so much that it was difficult for me to even fly. After everyone left, Guo Xiaoyan was carrying 2 empty buckets. Master, we haven't eaten yet. Those people just now fought so fiercely that Yi Qingyun and his disciples couldn't get a bite of it. Well, just get something to eat. Yi Qingyun said helplessly. Oh, Guo Xiaoyan went to cook again. Yi Qingyun was just about to put the guqin into the room. Suddenly, 2 figures came rushing over. It was Emperor Wu Dongfang Su and his personal guard Gu Yu. When Yi Qingyun saw the 2 people falling, he couldn't help but groan inwardly. It's over. You're not here to eat for free again, are you? Although Yi Qingyun likes a lively atmosphere. But it's not a good thing to have people coming like this all the time. And these people are really good at eating. Yi Qingyun is not a big landlord, and his family only has this little food. Your Majesty. Yi Qingyun bowed solemnly towards the east. Mr. Yi, thank you for your courtesy. I came here not only to visit you, but also to tell you something. Yi Qingyun was startled. Oh? What is it that requires your Majesty to come here in person? Dongfang Su's expression was somewhat solemn. The Buddhist sect in the Western Territory sent monks to question why our Tianwu dynasty detained their Buddhist monks, and even sent high monks to the Tianwu dynasty to discuss Buddhism with our people. Chapter 56, I won't go back. Just yesterday, envoys from the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory arrived at the capital of the Tianwu dynasty, and he paid a visit to Emperor Wu Dongfang Su. The Buddhist community in the Western Territory rarely sends envoys to other countries. So Dongfang Su received him very solemnly. Unexpectedly, they came to call for punishment. May I ask your Majesty, why has my Buddha's holy son not returned to your country yet? And my Buddhist sect sent many monks to search for the holy son, but they were all trapped in your country and unable to return. Excuse me, your Majesty, is your country going to embarrass my Western Territory Buddhist sect? These words made Dongfang Su dumbfounded. If Dongfang Su had not been afraid of the power of Buddhism, he would have chopped this arrogant bald man to death on the spot. It's so fucking rampant. Even if your Buddhist sect in the Western Territory is very powerful, this is the Tianwu dynasty after all. No matter how arrogant your Buddhist sect is, you should not be so presumptuous here. Dongfang Su was extremely angry, but you still need to comfort them with kind words. Finally, the monk told Dongfang Su that a high-ranking Buddhist monk would come again to demand the detained Buddhist monks and to argue about Buddhism with the Tianwu dynasty. Dongfang Su knew the seriousness of the matter, so he came to Fuyun Mountain the next day and told Yi Qingyun about it. After hearing this, Yi Qingyun felt extremely regretful. I wanted to slap myself in the face. What is this? If I hadn't talked about Mahayana Buddhism with Huikong, these monks would not have stayed here. What is happening now would never have happened. It's okay now. The Buddhists really came to ask for people. And we also need to study the theory of Buddhism. No matter how you look at it, it seems like this is someone with bad intentions. Your Majesty, this matter actually has nothing to do with me. At most, there is a slight connection. Yi Qingyun said somewhat embarrassedly. Dongfang Su boit solemnly towards Yi Qingyun. We know that Master Yi is well versed in Buddhist principles. We ask Master Yi to deal with the Buddhists this time. Otherwise, the dignity of our Tianwu dynasty will be completely trampled by the Buddhists in the Western Territory. Yi Qingyun was overwhelmed. How could I understand anything about Buddhism? I'm not a monk. Who can I go to for justice? Otherwise, I will go and persuade the monks at the foot of the mountain to return quickly. The Buddhist sect will probably not pursue this matter any further. Yi Qingyan came up with this idea. Dongfang sunadi, mabi. Then I'll go find them now. After saying that, Yi Qingyun rushed down the mountain in a hurry. Not long after, Yi Qingyun came to Shaolin Temple. Looking at the huge temple plaque, Yi Qingyun's mouth twitched. Huikong actually used the name Shaolin Temple. As if noticing Yi Qingyun's arrival, Huikong immediately came out with two monks. Odi Song. Huikong was very excited and quickly came forward and bowed to Yi Qingyun. The two monks behind him were naturally the father and son of the Song family. In the entire Shaolin Temple, there are actually only 3 monks, Huikong and the Song father and son. The Holy Son has come to visit us. The 3 of us, the monk and I, are honored. What instructions do you have? Huikong said with excitement on his face. Yi Qingyun had a tearful face. You don't know yet. Someone from your Buddhist sect has come. At that moment, Yi Qingyun told Huikong and the other 2 what Dongfang Su had said. After hearing this, Huikong also fell silent. I say, you should all return to Buddhism as soon as possible, otherwise I will be in trouble. Ye Yingyun persuaded. But Huikong shook his head, his face full of determination. I won't go back. What? I won't go back. Ye Vingyun. What should I do if you don't go back? What if someone from the Buddhist sect comes to my house? How should I deal with it? Do I really have to argue about Buddhism with them? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Huikong, listen to me. It's the same wherever you practice. There's no need to worry about this. You can go back to Buddhism and practice the Mahayana Buddhism I taught you. And after you go back, you can also reduce the trouble for the Tianwu dynasty, which is equivalent to you doing a great deed. Be good and go back. Please, can you go back? After much persuasion, Yi Qingyun almost knelt down to Huikong. But Huikong's will was extremely firm. He even felt that Yi Qingyun was deliberately testing him to see whether he was determined to practice Buddhism. This left Yi Qingyun completely helpless. In desperation, Yi Qingyun could only return to the mountain with a sigh. Ow! Dongfang Su couldn't help but ask when he saw Yi Qingyun coming back. Ahem, I said all the nice things I could, but it's a pity they didn't listen. Alas, this may be the charm of me. Yi Qingyun. What does charm mean? Anyway, no one else can really understand it. Then we can only ask Master Yi to come forward and deal with those Buddhists. Dongfang Su saluted again. Yi Qingyun's face was full of bitterness. Okay, I'll try. If you are embarrassed, Your Majesty, please don't blame me. Dongfang Su was speechless for a while. Who dares to blame you? I came here to ask you to come forward this time, feeling very cautious and nervous for fear of making you unhappy. Alas, being an emperor is so difficult. Dongfang Su and Guyu left. Yi Qingyun was still worried about the Buddhist theories that might arrive at some unknown time. Guo Xiaoyan advised, Master, why don't we move? Yi Qingyun shook his head. We can't move this time. The monks at the foot of the mountain are watching us. Wherever we go, they will go too. Guo Xiaoyan thought about it and agreed. With so many monks with him, he would be conspicuous wherever he hides. Forget it, we'll work it out when the time comes. Ye Vingyun Suden relayed. He has thought it through. If Buddhists really come, won't they just discuss Buddhist teachings? Yi Qingyun, can't do anything else, but don't I know how to talk nonsense? As for the mysterious stuff in Buddhism, just talk about it in a mysterious way. And even if I can't win the argument, that's normal. I'm not a monk. This makes sense. Think about it this way. Hey, it really feels comfortable. Apprentice, hurry up and cook. I am starving. Good. Guo Xiaoyan prepared the meal quickly. After the master and disciple finished their meal, Guo Xiaoyan took Demao down the mountain to walk the dog. Yi Qingyun was lying in the house, taking a nap. Guo Xiaoyan brought Demao all the way to the market. It's the little bastard. The little bastard is coming. A group of little beggars gathered around. These were Guo Xiaoyan's former companions begging on the streets. Although Guo Xiaoyan had a master and lived a peaceful life, he did not forget them. He would go down the mountain to visit them from time to time and bring them some food. Don't call me a little bastard. My master gave me a name. I am now called Guo Xiaoyan. Guo Xiaoyan said somewhat dissatisfiedly. He has said it several times. But these guys still call him a little bastard. Okay, Brother Xiaoyan, I don't know what's wrong with Brother Dakong recently. He follows a very strange guy all day long, and he's talking nonsense. We are all a little worried about him. A beggar about 7 or 8 years old said with a sad face. Chapter 57 Guo Xiaoyun's Explosive Power. Dakong is also one of these beggars. Like Guo Xiaoyan before, he has a high status among these beggars. Moreover, Dakong is also Guo Xiaoyan's best friend. When Guo Xiaoyan was captured by the disciple of the old monster Xietian, it was Da Kong who went to Fuyun Mountain to ask Yi Qingyun for help. Hearing that something seemed to have happened to Da Kong, Guo Xiaoyan naturally became worried. "Where's Da Kong?" he asked quickly. "He followed that weirdo to the west woods early in the morning. I don't know what he went there for," the little beggar said. "Okay, I'll go find him." Guo Xiaoyan immediately took Da Mao and the dog with him and headed west. "Be careful, that weirdo looks fierce," the little beggar quickly reminded. Guo Xiaoyan nodded and headed west with Da Mao. After leaving the market, continue west. It took about half an hour to walk. A forest came into view. The big hairy nose sniffed, seemed to smell something, and let out a low growl at the forest. "Come on, let's go in." Guo Xiaoyan patted Da Mao's head, as if to tell him not to be afraid. Da Mao walked in front, wagging his tail. Not long after entering the forest, Guo Xiaoyan felt a little cold all around. The sun is shining brightly. Why is it so cold in the forest? After all, he was young and didn't know much, so he walked in rashly alone. If it were a cultivator, he would definitely be very wary of this place, because this place is filled with cold and gloomy air. Warriors in the Kaling realm cannot hold out here for long. Only warriors above the Jiyuan realm can withstand it. Guo Xiaoyan just felt that it was a bit cold here, but there was nothing unusual other than that. As for Da Mao, it seemed as if it felt nothing and continued to shake its head as if it was following its owner for a walk. "Da Mao, are you afraid?" "Woof. If you are afraid, go back first." "Woof. Well, I'll protect you. You don't have to be afraid." "Woof." After walking for a while, Da Mao suddenly stopped. Guo Xiaoyan also stopped. A person suddenly appeared in front. He looked to be about 8 or 9 years old, taller than Guo Xiaoyan, with dark and thin cheeks. "It's Da Kong." When he saw Da Kong, Guo Xiaoyan was surprised. "Da Kong, what are you doing here?" He was about to step forward when he noticed that something was not right with Da Kong. Da Kong's eyes turned completely dark, looking extremely strange. Guo Xiaoyan was stunned and took a few steps back in fear. "Da Kong, is something wrong with you?" He was still questioning Da Kong. Unfortunately, Da Kong had no intention of answering him at all. Guo Xiaoyan took a deep breath. "Da Kong, everyone is worried about you. Come back with me." As he spoke, Guo Xiaoyan mustered up his courage and walked towards Da Kong. Da Mao just watched from the side without taking any action. Just at this moment, a man in black appeared behind Da Kong. Guo Xiaoyan was shocked. "Who are you?" The man in black looked to be in his 40s, with a gloomy face and a dark aura between his brows. "I am Da Kong's father," the middle-aged man said in a low voice. Guo Xiaoyan was stunned. Da Kong's father? He remembered very clearly that Da Kong was an orphan like himself and had been living on the streets since he was very young. How could a father suddenly appear? "You're lying," Guo Xiaoyan scolded. "Little guy, if you want, I can be your father." The man in black laughed strangely. Guo Xiaoyan's scalp tingled. "Da Kong, come here quickly," he shouted loudly to Da Kong. Unfortunately, Da Kong remained indifferent and just stood stupidly in front of the man in black. The man in black touched Da Kong's head and laughed strangely. "This is a good and obedient child. He belongs to me completely now." Guo Xiaoyan looked grim. "What did you do to him? If you want to know, just come here yourself." The man in black waved to Guo Xiaoyan. For a while, Guo Xiaoyan trembled all over. His eyes also began to be filled with confusion. Come on, come on my side." A strange sound came out of the black-clothed man's mouth. Guo Xiaoyan took a step forward and walked towards the man in black like a puppet. Da Mao looked up at Guo Xiaoyan, still remaining indifferent. In the blink of an eye, Guo Xiaoyan had already walked close to the man in black. The man in black smiled. "I already have 2 boy puppets. If I have one more, I can practice the 3 corpses heavenly resolving technique." Just as a man in black reached out to pat Guo Xiaoyan on the head. But Guo Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly became clear again. The man in black was startled, seeming a little surprised. "Bang!" Guo Xiaoyan suddenly reached out and grabbed the black-clothed man's wrist. "What you up to?" Guo Xiaoyan asked angrily. The man in black couldn't help but sneer. "You're just a kid. How can you turn the world upside down?" The man in black was about to shake off Guo Xiaoyan's hand. However, Guo Xiaoyan was unexpectedly very strong. The man in black shook it, but it didn't move at all. "Huh, you have quite some strength, kid. That's good. The better the physique of the child, the better the boy puppet that can be made." The man in black circulated his spiritual energy, thinking that he could directly shock Guo Xiaoyan away. Unexpectedly, Guo Xiaoyan remained motionless. "You are a bad guy." Guo Xiaoyan stared at the man in black and held his wrist tightly. The man in black was a little confused. He tried again, but his wrist was still tightly grasped and he couldn't break free. That's not all. Guo Xiaoyan continued to exert force with his hands. The man in black suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if his bones were about to be crushed by Guo Xiaoyan. Hiss! The black-clad man's expression finally changed. This seems to be a normal kid. Is it a natural, supernatural power? Or is it a special physique that he was born with? The man in black immediately used his other hand to attack Guo Xiaoyan's forehead. Bang! Guo Xiaoyan did not dodge or evade and took the blow hard. But he was unharmed. Instead, the palm of the man in black felt numb from the shock. What kind of monster is this? The black-clothed man's expression changed again. He seemed to realize that something was wrong. You are a bad guy. Guo Xiaoyan spoke again. He exerted force and threw the man in black out. Plop! The man in black fell to the ground, looking extremely miserable. Who are you? The man in black was shocked and angry. Guo Xiaoyan frowned. I also want to ask who you are. The man in black gritted his teeth. A long sword as black as ink suddenly flew out from behind him. Go! The man pointed his finger, and the black sword flew towards Guo Xiaoyan. Guo Xiaoyan was also a little scared. But the next moment, a powerful aura burst out from Guo Xiaoyan's body. Boom! The aura was so strong, like a raging sea wave, that it instantly knocked the black sword away. Even the surrounding trees were broken in half. Chapter 58, Are You Here to Cause Trouble? When everything calms down, Guo Xiaoyan's face was full of horror. What has happened? Why are all the trees around broken? Where's the man in black? I looked around, and fortunately Mao was still standing there, but his fur was a little messy. Kong was also blown to the side and was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Guo Xiaoyan quickly ran to Kong. Kong, are you okay? Kong's eyes were closed, and his face was pale. But fortunately, I'm still breathing. Just a little weak. Guo Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're not dead. I'll take you to find my master. He will definitely be able to save you. Guo Xiaoyan quickly carried Kong on his back. Mao, let's go. Mao looked back into the distance, then followed Guo Xiaoyan away. Wait until they leave. The man in black stood up from not far away with a pale face. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with deep shock. This kid actually has such a profound cultivation. You should know that the man in black has already reached the early stage of nascent soul realm. In the Tianwu dynasty, he is definitely considered a master. But in front of Guo Xiaoyan, he seemed vulnerable and so weak. The man in black couldn't imagine what level Guo Xiaoyan's cultivation had reached. Could it be that such a child is already a strong man in the Tongtian realm? The man in black thought of this possibility. He couldn't help but shiver. The Tongtian realm at the age of 7 or 8. This is outrageous. No, we must find out the truth about this kid. The man in black rolled his eyes and decided not to give up so easily. He first took out a pill and swallowed it to relieve his injuries. Then he followed quietly in the direction Guo Xiaoyan left. I want to see who you are. Guo Xiaoyan carried Kong on his back and ran all the way back to the market. Then he ran back to Fuyun Mountain without stopping. There was no rest along the way. It was not until he reached the halfway point of the mountain that Guo Xiaoyan suddenly realized. How come I don't feel tired at all? Kong is heavier than me. I ran for more than half an hour with him on my back, but I didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, the more I ran, the easier it became. I'm not sick, am I? Guo Xiaoyan was a little worried, as something was clearly not right with him. But the most urgent task is to ask the master to save Kong. When Guo Xiaoyan ran back to the mountain, Yi Qingyun was still taking a nap. Master! Master! He shouted loudly. What are you doing? Yi Qingyun was woken up and responded with some dissatisfaction. Master, please come out and save them. Guo Xiaoyan shouted anxiously. Yi Qingyun then hurried out. What's going on? As soon as Yi Qingyun came out, he saw Guo Xiaoyan carrying someone on his back, and his face changed immediately. Put it down and let me see it. Guo Xiaoyan put the man down. After Yi Qingyun took a look, his face looked a little heavy. This person is badly injured. Not only were many of his bones broken, but the most serious thing was that his internal organs were definitely injured. Blood kept coming out of his mouth. Master, his name is Kong. He is my good friend. You must save him, Guo Xiaoyan said worriedly. Ye Vingyun Furonet. He is seriously injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer. When Guo Xiaoyan heard this, he immediately became anxious. Master, is there nothing you can do? In Guo Xiaoyan's eyes, his master knows everything. But unexpectedly, even a master couldn't save Kong's life. Let me try. Yi Qingyun quickly ran back into the house and took out a bottle of medicine that he didn't know who had given it to him. He remembered that this medicine seemed to have a good healing effect. It depends on whether this medicine works or not. Yi Qingyun took out a pill and stuffed it into Da Kong's mouth. Soon, faint green light emanated from Da Kong's body. Yi Qingyun felt his pulse. It seems to be a little stronger than before. Master, is his life saved? Guo Xiaoyun asked with concern. I don't know yet. Let's see what happens first. Yi Qingyun shook his head. He didn't dare to guarantee whether this pill could save the child's life. The key is whether he can get through it. Let's carry him in first. Good. At that moment, Guo Xiaoyun and Yi Qingyun carried Da Kong into the house. Guo Xiaoyun was worried, so she stayed by Da Kong's side. And at this time, the man in black also reached the foot of floating Cloud Mountain. Huh? There are so many temples here. The man in black looked at the circle of temples at the foot of the mountain and was suddenly confused. The largest temple among them is called Shaolin Temple. Could it be here? The man in black muttered something and walked straight to the gate of Shaolin Temple. At this time, there was a monk sweeping the floor in front of the mountain gate. It was Song Chenglong, one of the father and son of the Song family, and now the monk Su Zhu of Shaolin Temple. When Su Zhu saw the visitor, he could not help but put his hands together and asked, What can I do for you, benefactor? The man in black narrowed his eyes. It was the first time he met a real Buddhist. But it seems that this monk is so young and should be just a minor character. Get lost. The man in black shouted coldly. Su Zhu was startled. Why is the donor so irritable? The man in black was also stunned. I told you to get out of here, but you asked me why I was so mad? Are you mentally ill? Hand him over. The man in black grabbed Su Zhu by the collar and shouted angrily. Su Zhu still looked confused. Donor, there are only 3 monks in my Shaolin temple. Who are you looking for? Don't give me your F*** king game. Where are those 2 kids? And the dog? Hand them over to me. Otherwise, I will burn down your broken temple. The man in black was very vicious. Upon hearing this, Su Zhu was not afraid. Instead, there was a gleam in his eyes. Donor, are you here to cause trouble? The man in black was speechless for a while. I'm not here to cause trouble. Am I here to buy vegetables from you? I don't want to waste my time talking to you. The man in black raised his hand and slapped Su Zhu, trying to kill him. But Su Zhu took a step and actually broke free from the black-clothed man's hands. Amiba, this is a quiet place in Buddhism. You are too irritable, benefactor. Su Zhu clasped his hands together, his face solemn and dignified. Behind him, the shadow of a Buddha statue emerged. The appearance of this Buddha statue is exactly the same as Yi Qingyun. If Yi Qingyun saw this scene, he would be dumbfounded. When did I become a Buddha? The man in black was a little shocked. This monk seems to have average cultivation level, but I didn't expect that he has quite impressive strength. For a while, the man in black got serious. Who dares to cause trouble in Shaolin Temple? At this time, Su Zhu's father Su Hai also came out, holding a demon-subduing staff in his hand and with an angry look on his face. Haha, how many of you can come out? I want to see what you bald monks are capable of. The man in black looked very arrogant. Although he had suffered a loss at the hands of Guo Xiaoyun before, he thought it was because he was careless. Now dealing with some monks is naturally no problem. That's what you said. Ding, ding, ding. For a while, the bells in Shaolin Temple rang. Crash! Monks rushed out from a dozen nearby temples. For a while, dozens of bald monks surrounded the man in black. Amiba, you're the one causing trouble, right? A fat monk rolled up his sleeves and said with a kind face. Chapter 59 Chi Family Father and Daughter. The man in black was a little confused. Something doesn't seem right. Wait, actually Before the man in black could finish his words, the fat monk had already swung his fist at him. Then dozens of monks surrounded and beat the man in black. Bang, 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 bang. The man in black wanted to resist at first. It turned out that each of these monks was an expert. It only took a short while. The man in black was beaten to the ground, screaming in agony. Amipa. Huikong chanted the Buddha's name and signaled everyone to stop. When everyone stopped, the man in black was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His nose and face were bruised, and blood was still flowing from his mouth. You are going too far. The man in black spoke incoherently. It looks like even his teeth were knocked out. You were the one who started the trouble first. So why are you accusing us of going too far? Su Zhu said with a strange look on his face. The man in black started crying. If I had known that you monks were so brutal, I would never have dared to cause trouble, even if you killed me. Amiba, don't be sad, don't be upset. Huikong stood in front of the man in black with a kind face. The man in black raised his head and stared at Hui Kong in a daze. As the saying goes, you can become a Buddha immediately after you put down your butcher knife. I wonder if you are willing to become a monk or join my Buddhist sect. What the hell? Let me become a monk? The man in black thought he might have heard wrongly. What did you say? Donor, it doesn't matter if you have poor hearing. I will say it again. I wonder if you are willing to become a monk and join my Buddhist sect. Hui Kong raised his voice a little and spoke to the man in black. The man in black looked aggrieved. You beat me up, and now you want me to become a monk? Don't bully people like this. I won't become a monk. The man in black said cautiously. He was afraid that if he said this, he would be beaten up by the monks again. Hui Kong showed a look of regret. Well, all right then. Hui Kong did not force the man in black to become a monk. But the door of my Shaolin temple is always open to donors. If you achieve enlightenment one day and want to become a monk, you can come to my Shaolin temple. After saying this, Hui Kong waved to everyone. My fellow practitioners, thank you so much for today. It's okay. We Buddhists should help each other. We Buddhists have always been united. The Buddhist temple is a quiet place, and it really does not allow outsiders to come and do whatever they want. The monks returned to their respective temples. The man in black crawled away quickly. He swore, I will never come to this damn place again. He didn't want the 2 children anymore. Anyway, I have already mastered the secret method of making a boy puppet. The worst that can happen is that I can find another one. 3 days later, Da Kong, who had been in a coma, finally woke up. Guo Xiaoyun, who had been staying by the bed, was suddenly surprised. Da Kong, you finally woke up. Hearing the noise, Yi Qingyun also walked in from outside. Da Kong woke up and looked around with a dazed look. Although his face was still a little pale, it was much better than in the previous few days. Where am I? Da Kong asked weakly. Floating Cloud Mountain, this is Floating Cloud Mountain. Guo Xiaoyun said hurriedly. Da Kong looked at Guo Xiaoyun with some confusion in his eyes. Little bastard? Yeah, I'm a little asshole. Guo Xiaoyun responded quickly. Da Kong, do you remember what happened? Yi Qingyun asked from the side. Da Kong frowned and thought about it. There's a man who said he could give me a lot of food as long as I followed him. Then what? Then I followed him, and he made me eat a lot of weird-tasting meatballs and tapped me a lot. I just felt a little unwell during those few days, and then I can't remember anything. Having said this, Da Kong showed a bit of pain. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly. It seems that there is something wrong with this child's memory. But it's okay. It looks like his life has been saved. This is a blessing in disguise. Yi Qingyun brought a bowl of vegetable porridge and asked Guo Xiaoyun to feed it to Da Kong. After drinking the vegetable porridge, Da Kong's complexion obviously improved. There is even a hint of redness. By the afternoon, Da Kong was able to walk again. This surprised Yi Qingyun. Could it be that the vegetable porridge I cook is more effective than the elixirs taken by those practitioners? In any case, Da Kong survived and is getting better at a visible rate. Another day passed. A long line of people came down the mountain. There were dozens of tall horses with soldiers in armor riding on them. Further back, there was a luxurious carriage. Inside the carriage sat a father and daughter. The woman was none other than Princess Qi Yinyu of the Prince of Pingshi's mansion. Qi Yinyu's father, the king of Pingshi, Qi Jinghua, also came with Qi Yinyu this time. The father and daughter came to thank Yi Qingyun for saving the lives of the Prince of Pingshi. At the beginning, the Pingshi palace was suppressed by the Song family and was once in a desperate situation. Even Qi Yinyu, a princess, was hunted down and almost died. It's okay now. The Song family was completely quiet. He also sent people to the Pingshi palace to apologize and presented a generous gift. Only then could the Pingshi palace truly heave a sigh of relief. How can we not thank our benefactors when we are through the hard times? This time, Qi Yinyu not only came by herself, but also brought her father Qi Jinghua with her. Qi Jingua's appearance is somewhat similar to Qi Yinyu, but for some reason, his face looked a little sallow, his eyes were a little yellow, and he looked a little listless. Qi Yinyu looked at her father's expression and felt a little worried. My father has been showing these symptoms for some time. She also consulted many famous doctors, but they were all helpless. There was even a famous doctor who said that once this symptom appears, unless you rely on rare and precious medicines to prolong your life, you will not have much time left. Qi Yinyu was very worried, so she brought her father along, not only to thank Yi Qingyun, but also to ask Yi Qingyun to see her father. After all, Qi Yinyu had witnessed Yi Qingyun's abilities with her own eyes. Even by Suyi's strange disease, which she had suffered from since childhood, was cured by Yi Qingyun. Perhaps Yi Qingyun is the only one who can cure his father's illness. Daughter, I'm a little worried. Do you think a master like that would be willing to heal me? Qi Jinghua said worriedly. Although he was the king of Pingxi, he knew that in the eyes of the real big shots, he was nothing. Especially since Qi Yinyu said that even the martial Emperor Dongfang Su had to be polite in front of Yi Qingyun. This made Qi Jinghua even more nervous. It's all right, father. Master Yi is very easygoing and doesn't act like a master at all. Qi Yinyu comforted her. And Master Yi is now comprehending the mortal world as a mortal. So we shouldn't call him master, nor should we be too respectful to him. It's better to be more normal. I see. As expected of an otherworldly expert, his actions are so strange. Qi Jinghua nodded and felt a little more relaxed. Princess, we have arrived at Floating Cloud Mountain, but the captain of the guard suddenly came to report. Just what? Qi Yinyu asked. The captain of the guard looked strange. For some reason, many temples have been built at the foot of Fuyun Mountain. Now we're stopped in front of a temple called Shaolin Temple. Temple? Qi Yinyu and Qi Jinghua were both stunned. I'll go down and take a look. Qi Yinyu immediately got off the carriage and went straight to the gate of Shaolin Temple. Just then, Su Zhu came out with a broom to clean the place. The two of them happened to bump into each other. Song Chenglong. Qi Yinyu was shocked. Why is this dude here? Chapter 60, Do you like drinking? Su Zhu was startled by this shout. The broom in his hand almost flew out. Looking closely, it turned out to be Qi Yinyu. Su Zhu was slightly surprised. Then he revealed a gentle smile. It's the princess. Long time no see. Qi Yinyu immediately became alert. Song Chenglong, what are you doing here? Are you planning to attack my Pingxi palace again? No wonder Qi Yinyu thought so. She was a little surprised to see Song Chenglong so suddenly. Moreover, given Song Chenglong's past behavior, Qi Yinyu found it hard to imagine that he would mend his ways. Su Zhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Princess, I have become a monk. The past has nothing to do with me anymore. What the hell? You became a monk. Qi Yinyu was stunned. Then look at Song Chenglong's head. It was so shiny and bright. Qi Yinyu was a little confused. Did Song Chenglong become a monk? When did this happen? Not only me, but my father has also become a monk now. He is in the Shaolin Temple with me, practicing with Master Huikong. Su Zhu said again. Your father also became a monk? Qi Yinyu was even more shocked. The father and son of the Song family. Both of them became monks? This is really the sun rising from the west. The Song family father and son, who were once notorious, have now become Buddhist monks? This is a huge change. Soon, Su Zhu's father Su Hai also walked out of Shaolin Temple. When Qi Yinyu saw Su Hai, her jaw almost dropped to the ground. This father and son actually became monks. These bald heads are brighter than each other. Amitabha. Thank you, Mr. Qi. Su Hai clasped his hands together and bowed to Qi Yinyu. This made Qi Yinyu a little overwhelmed. You're welcome. Qi Yinyu could only follow suit and clasped her hands together. She felt very awkward. It was really strange that the Song family father and son, who used to be so ferocious and arrogant, were now so gentle and polite. Donor Qi, my father and I have already entered Buddhism. The past is like a passing cloud, and we have long let it go. I hope Donor Qi will forgive us. Su Hai said with a faint smile. It was like talking to an old friend. If one didn't know the grudge between the two families, one would even think that they were good friends from aristocratic families who had known each other for many years. But in fact, the Song family and the Pingxi Palace used to be mortal enemies. You and your son have become monks. What will happen to the Song family? Qi Yinyu asked doubtfully. Su Hai smiled slightly. Of course the Song family is still there. I handed it over to a nephew of the Song family and let him take charge of the Song family. Oh, Qi Yanyu nodded. Master Qi, are you going up the mountain to meet the Holy Sun? Su Zhu asked from his side. The Son of God? Who is the Son of God? Qi Yinyu was startled. It's Master Yi, Su Zhu said. This confused Qi Yinyu again. Isn't Yi Qingyun a hermit? How did he become the Holy Sun? How many identities does this Master Yi have? Well, I'll take my dad to meet Master Yi, Qi Yinyu said. Then go quickly. Master Yi should be working in the fields with his disciples right now. Su Hai said. Well, see you later. Qi Yinyu returned to the carriage. The carriage then passed by the Shaolin Temple and headed up the mountain. When they reached the halfway point of the mountain, the others stayed behind to wait, and only the Qi family father and daughter went up the mountain. The closer they got to the top of the mountain, the more anxious Qi Jinghua became. Seeing her father like this, Qi Yinyu felt a little helpless. When they reached the top of the mountain, the father and daughter saw from afar Yi Qingyun and a child hoeing the fields outside the yard. Apprentice, hurry up and prepare this piece of land. When summer comes, these watermelons will sprout up. Good. Have you ever eaten watermelon? No. By the way, master, what is a watermelon? Really? You don't even know what a watermelon is? I really don't know. Well, watermelon is a very delicious melon, juicy and sweet, and the watermelons are very big. A big watermelon is enough for several people to eat. It sounds like it's really delicious. Hee hee. You'll know when the watermelon is ripe. As the master and the apprentice talked, they worked even harder. The chief family father and daughter came closer at this time. Mr. Yi, Qi Yanyu shouted. Yi Qingyun, who had his back to the chief father and daughter, turned around. When he saw it was Qi Yanyu, Yi Qingyun smiled. It's the princess. You haven't been here for a long time. I remember that after eating hot pot last time, Qi Yanyu has never come back. Qi Yanyu bowed. Qi Jinghua also followed his daughter in bowing to Yi Qingyun. Mr. Yi, I came here to thank you. Yi Qingyun quickly reached out to help. As a result, because his hand were covered with mud, the mud got on Qi Yanyu's clothes. Both of them felt a little embarrassed. Sorry, I forgot to wash my hands. Qi Yun naturally wouldn't care. Not to mention that Yi Qingyun had mud on his hands. Even if he had dog shit on his hands, Qi Yanyu wouldn't mind at all. Mr. Yi, this is my father. Qi Jinghua stepped forward, looking nervous. I am Qi Jinghua, and I have long heard of Mr. Ye's great name. It is a great honor to meet you today. Qi Jinghua looked very respectful, and his smile was brilliant. He also took the initiative to grab Yi Qingyun's muddy hand and squeezed it hard. Yi Qingyun was a little overwhelmed. It turns out to be the prince. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yi Qingyun reacted and spoke quickly. Qi Yanyu saw that her father was very reserved and seemed to not know what to say. He immediately spoke up. Master Yi, thank you for your guidance and help in helping my Pingxi palace overcome the difficulties. Here's a small gift. It is not a token of respect, but I hope you will accept it, Master Yi. Qi Yanyu handed over a storage bag with both hands. My lord, you are too polite. I just gave you a little reminder last time. It was not that exaggerated. Yi Qingyun was very polite and did not feel that he had done any great favor to the father and daughter of the Qi family. Naturally, I felt embarrassed to accept this gift. After all, Qi Yanyu had given him a lot of things before. Yi Qingyun's daily expenses all come from Qi Yanyu. Otherwise, Yi Qingyun would have to worry about his livelihood. Mr. Yi, please accept it. Qi Yanyu suddenly knelt down. Yi Qingyun had no choice but to quickly take the storage bag. You should get up soon. Qi Yanyu then stood up. Disciple, go make tea and prepare lunch. Good. Guo Xiaoyan went there happily. At this time, Yi Qingyun noticed Qi Jinghua's expression. I couldn't help but frown slightly. Coincidentally, Qi Yanyu also spoke. Master Yi, I have another unwelcome request. My father has been unwell for some time, and now his mental state is getting worse, but we still can't find the cause of the disease, so I hope, Master, you can treat my father. Qi Jinghua also hurriedly said, Thank you, Master Yi. Yi Qingyun stared at Qi Jinghua's face. My lord, do you like drinking? Chapter 61, Divine Doktor Ye Vingyun. The Qi family's father and daughter were both stunned. I didn't expect Yi Qingyun to ask this. Why does Mr. Yi ask that? Qi Jinghua was puzzled. My lord, this is very important. Tell me the truth. Yi Qingyun said seriously. Seeing Yi Qingyun's serious expression, Qi Jinghua did not dare to hide it. I love drinking. I drink at least half a caddy of wine every day. Especially before going to bed, I like to have a couple of drinks so that I can sleep more soundly. Yi Qingyun heard it. This guy's alcoholic is really a big deal. I drink at least half a pound of alcohol a day and have 2 sips before going to bed. No wonder. Yi Qingyun sighed and said. Qi Yanyu frowned. Master Yi, could it be that my father's illness is related to his drinking? Ye Yingyun nodded. But my father has been drinking for decades. Why did he get sick only a while ago? It's because of decades of drinking that your father's health has problems. Hearing Yi Qingyun say this, the father and daughter looked at each other. So, is my father's illness serious? Qi Yanyu asked nervously. Because Yi Qingyun's face looked a little heavy, she was naturally very nervous. Even Yi Qingyun was afraid that his father's illness would be difficult to deal with. It's not serious, actually. But to say it's not serious, if we continue to let it go, it will really be fatal. Yi Qingyun said with a stern face. Qi family father and daughter. Well, Master Yi, why don't you speak frankly? Qi Yanyu smiled bitterly. Yi Qingyun touched his chin. Wait a minute, let me take a look. He waved towards Qi Jinghua. She motioned for him to follow her into the house. Qi Jinghua was stunned for a moment and looked at his daughter again. Qi Yinyu nodded and motioned Qi Jinghua to follow. So, Qi Jinghua followed Yi Qingyun into the house. You lie down flat on your back, face up. Yi Qingyun pointed to a recliner not far away. Okay. Qi Jinghua lay down, as he was told. Yi Qingyun washed his hands and walked in front of Qi Jinghua. My lord, I will press your stomach later. Please don't be offended. Qi Jinghua felt strange. Press your belly? What is going on? He had never seen anyone treat patients in this way. But he is an hermit, and perhaps he really has some unique methods. It's all right, Master Yi. Please do as you please. Qi Jinghua said. Yi Qingyun hummed, and then lifted up Qi Jinghua's shirt. Qi Jinghua was very embarrassed. After all, he is a grown man, and he lets another grown man simply lift up his clothes and expose his belly. This is really the first time. It feels weird no matter how I think about it. Yi Qingyun was serious, with no distracting thoughts in his mind. He stretched out his right hand and gently pressed on Qi Jinghua's right abdomen. What do you feel? No. Yi Qingyun then increased the strength in his hands. This time, a look of pain appeared on Qi Jinghua's face, and his brows suddenly furrowed. Ow! It hurts like a needle prick, Qi Jinghua said while holding his breath. Yi Qingyun increased his efforts again. This time, Qi Jinghua took a deep breath and his face turned pale. Even beads of sweat were oozing out. It hurts. Master Yi, be gentle. Qi Jinghua exclaimed. Even Guo Xiaoyun, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard the shouting and ran out to watch curiously. Master, what are you doing? Adults are doing things, children should stay aside. Oh, Guo Xiaoyun went to the kitchen to work again. Yi Qingyun raised his hand, a solemn look appearing on his face. Now he was almost certain. This Qi town has liver disease, and it's already quite serious. His face was sallow and his eyeballs were yellow, which was a direct manifestation of deteriorating liver function. In addition, he felt pain when pressing Qi Jinghua's right abdomen, which meant that there was a serious problem with Qi Jinghua's liver. Because the liver generally doesn't hurt. Pain, when pressing, will only occur when there is a serious illness. He called Qi Yinyu in. Your Majesty, your illness is not simple. You must pay close attention to it. Otherwise, your life may be in danger. Yi Qingyun said. Both the father and daughter panicked after hearing this. Master Yi, please save my father. Qi Yinyu immediately pleaded. Qi Jinghua was also panicked. Mr. Yi, as long as you can save me, I am willing to give everything. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. Don't worry. Wait until I finish. The father and daughter stopped talking. First of all, Your Majesty, you must not drink alcohol anymore. As soon as these words came out, Qi Jinghua immediately felt a little embarrassed. Can you drink less? No. If you want to save your life, I suggest you pour out all the wine in the house and never think of drinking again. Yi Qingyun said very seriously. Qi Yinyu also immediately looked at Qi Jinghua. Father, never drink a drop of alcohol again. Qi Jinghua always listened to his daughter's words, and at this moment, he could only nod repeatedly with a bitter face. Just thinking about not being able to drink anymore made Qi Jinghua feel extremely uncomfortable. In addition, the diet should be light and avoid eating too much fish and meat. Good. By the way, can't the prince practice? Qi Jinghua nodded. My cultivation aptitude is very poor, so my cultivation is very low, only the middle stage of the Kaling realm. Yi Qingyun said, That's fine, just get some pills to nourish your body and take them. Good. Besides, Yi Qingyun gave some instructions. Basically, they're all about regulating the body and protecting the liver. After all, the problem lies with the liver. As long as the liver is taken care of, Qi Jinghua's health will naturally get better. Especially since Qi Jinghua himself has some cultivation foundation. He is different from ordinary people. As long as you change those bad habits and take care of yourself slowly, you will naturally recover. Master Yi, can my father's illness really be cured so easily? Qi Yinyu couldn't believe it. It's easy to say, but it's not easy to stick to it. Yi Qingyun looked at Qi Yinyu deeply and said, Don't relax just because there is a little improvement. You must persist. We understand. The father and daughter bowed to each other. Master Yi is truly a great doctor. He is simply a miracle doctor among miracle doctors. The father and daughter both praised each other. Yi Qingyun was also a little proud. Put your hands on your hips. It really makes me angry. Master, the meal is ready. At this time, Guo Xiaoyun shouted in the kitchen. Yi Qingyun said to the Qi family father and daughter, It's a good opportunity for us to have a meal together. Qi Jinghua was about to politely say no, but Qi Yinyu agreed immediately. Ugh. Qi Yinyu was full of anticipation, but she knew that Yi Qingyun must have delicious food here. And after eating it, there will definitely be some opportunities. Now, a word has been secretly spread in the cultivation world of the Tianwu dynasty. Want to get a chance? Want an epiphany? Want to extend your lifespan? You can get all of this as long as you can get a meal at the top of Floating Cloud Mountain. Disciple, what did you do today? Stir-fried pork liver with leeks, fried duck liver with soy sauce, and beef liver soup. Ye Vingyun. Qi family father and daughter. Good job. This meal is all liver. Gui Xiaoyan brought the food to the yard. Sit down and eat. Don't be polite here. It's like home. Ye Vingyun greeted calmly. The Qi family father and daughter sat down. Qi Yinyu was very impolite. She picked up a bowl of rice and started eating. Seeing his daughter eating voraciously, Qi Xinghua couldn't help but grumble to himself. Why does this girl seem like a different person when she eats here? Don't you usually have enough to eat in the palace? Chapter 62. Personal maid? Qi Xinghua looked at the 3 dishes on the table, chopsticks in his hand, but for a moment he didn't know which one to eat first. Dad, eat quickly. Qi Yinyu said to her father while shoveling rice in her mouth. Well, Qi Xinghua also quickly picked up a piece of pork liver and put it in his mouth. This smell. I thought ordinary pork liver wouldn't be very delicious, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious when I put it in my mouth. The pork liver was just the right degree of tenderness and seemed to have been marinated in advance, with the fresh and fragrant flavor already infused into it. Paired with the unique flavor of leeks, the taste is simply indescribable. The dishes in Beachy Town's palace are much more delicious. A piece of pork liver immediately whetted Qi Xinghua's appetite, who had been having a poor appetite recently. He picked up the bowl and started eating like Qi Yinyu. Yi Qingyun and Gui Xiaoyun ate slowly and leisurely, not in a hurry at all. The father and daughter of the Qi family seemed like 2 starving ghosts reincarnated, and they finished the bowl of rice very quickly. As soon as Qi Yinyu put down her chopsticks, she felt something coming to her immediately. Here it comes. Qi Yinyu's cheeks suddenly flushed, and her eyes became blurred. Seems to feel very comfortable. The next moment, Qi Yinyu actually let out a moan. Her breath suddenly became stronger. I made a breakthrough. I made a breakthrough. Qi Yinyu was ecstatic. She went directly from the great perfection of the Kaling realm to the Juyuan realm. This is the state she has always longed for. Now, just because of a bowl of rice, I have made a breakthrough so simply. Qi Yinyu was extremely happy and even more grateful to Yi Qingyun. In Qi Yinyu's opinion, she was able to break through so easily because of this meal. This is the opportunity Yi Qingyun gave her. Thank you, Master Yi. Qi Yinyu couldn't help but thank him. Yi Qingyun, with rice in his mouth, looked at Qi Yinyu with a puzzled look. Qi Xinghua was also very happy to see his daughter had made a breakthrough. His talent for cultivation is very poor, and he can only stop at the spiritual realm in this life. But I have a daughter who is very talented. Seeing his daughter going further and further on the path of cultivation, Qi Zhenghua felt extremely gratified. Dad, your complexion doesn't seem so yellow anymore. Qi Yinyu looked at her father in surprise. Qi Zhenghua was startled. Really? He touched his face. Yi Qingyun also took a look. Really? Not so yellow anymore. Yi Qingyun immediately asked Gui Xiaoyun to bring a mirror from the house. Qi Zhenghua looked in a mirror and found that his complexion looked better than before. Although it is still yellowish, it is not as frighteningly yellow as when it first came. Could it be because of the food you ate? Qi Zhenghua was secretly shocked. Qi Yinyu seemed to have thought of this as well, and immediately signaled to her father with her eyes to eat more. Qi Zhenghua quickly continued to eat. During this time, I didn't forget to put some food into the bowl. The bowl of rice was quickly finished. Qi Yinyu could clearly see that her father's complexion was improving, and it's visible to the naked eye. Dad, I'll get you another bowl. Without further ado, Qi Yinyu filled another bowl of rice for her father. Qi Zhenghua looked at the rice in the bowl that had almost piled up into a small mountain and groaned inwardly. I haven't eaten so much in many years. I remember when I was a young man, I had such a big appetite. But now, for some reason, although Qi Zhenghua ate a lot, he didn't feel full at all. On the contrary, my appetite has gotten better. It seemed that these meals were very much to his liking. Master, look at his face. Gui Xiaoyun was sitting on the side, also looking at Qi Zhenghua's face. Yi Qingyun glanced a few more times, his face full of confusion. That's strange. Are you okay now? If this is true, it would be a medical miracle. Such a serious liver disease will take at least half a year to recover. As a result, before the meal was over, his complexion was about to return to normal. Yi Qingyan looked at the dishes on the table and then at the rice in his bowl. Apprentice, you didn't add anything to the food, did you? Yi Qingyan couldn't help but ask. Wei Xiaoyan shook his head repeatedly. I didn't add anything. I just did what you taught me, master. Yi Qingyan thought about it and realized that if something was added, how could he not be able to tell? If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Anyway, it's a good thing that Qi Jingwa's condition has improved. There's no need to worry so much. After the meal, Qi Jingwa's complexion not only returned to normal, but even turned rosy. This is a sign of abundant qi and blood. Qi Jingwa stood up excitedly and waved his hands. I feel that my body is indeed better, and I have a lot more strength than usual. Qi Yinyu was overjoyed. Dad, you are really well. Both father and daughter were very excited. Immediately, they came to Yi Qingyan. The father and daughter knelt down immediately to Yi Qingyan. No, get up, get up. Yi Qingyan hurried to support him. However, the father and daughter were very stubborn and kowtowed to Yi Qingyan 3 times. Master Yi, you have been so kind to my father and me, and we have no way to repay you. Qi Jingwa's voice trembled and was full of excitement. If Master Yi has any orders, my father and I will go through fire and water for him without hesitation. Qi Yinyu's face even blushed. If Master Yi doesn't mind, I am willing to follow you from now on. Even if I have to be your personal maid, I am willing to do so. When Wei Xiaoyan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Will I soon have a new mistress? That's good. Yi Qingyun, however, had a strange look on his face. Personal maid? How close-fitting is it? This is too easy to make people think wrongly. Am I, Yi Qingyun, that kind of person? Although you, Qi and you, are pretty and your figure isn't as good as Bai Suyi's, it's still pretty good. But I, Yi Qingyun, don't care about these at all. Ahem, you guys get up. I didn't actually do anything. You don't need to thank me so much. Yi Qingyun said somewhat embarrassedly. He really felt that he had done nothing. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that Qi Jingwa was able to recover. Even if he didn't come to me, he would probably be able to recover. This just happened to happen to me. Seeing this, the Qi family father and daughter admired Yi Qingyun even more. This is a master. The grace of saving a life and the virtue of giving birth to a new one are nothing in his eyes. Such noble character cannot be described with any praise. Wei Xiaoyan sighed. It seems that this person is not my master's wife. At the same time, the western border of the Tianwu dynasty, a golden light shot up into the sky, slowly coming from the western border. The soldiers at the border had already seen the Buddha's light and were all very alert. When the golden light came closer, only then did everyone see clearly. An old monk in white clothes, barefoot, twirling Buddhist beads in his hands, with a peaceful face. The bursts of golden light came from the old monk in white. Amitabha, a Buddhist chant, is like the sound of heaven descending. For a while, everyone at the border looked confused. It seemed as if at this moment, they had forgotten everything. Chapter 63, White-Robed Old Monk. The old monk in white looked at the border soldiers who were in confusion, and a sacred and ethereal expression appeared on his face. If you stray and return to the right path, you will be able to attain liberation through Buddhism. If you stray and return to the right path, you will be able to attain liberation through Buddhism. Return to the right path. The old monk in white robes kept repeating this sentence. The soldiers at the border seemed to be bewitched and knelt before the old monk in white. Their faces were filled with fanaticism and piety. The old monk in white robes walked up to the border guard. The latter knelt at the feet of the old monk in white and kowtowed deeply. Okay, very good. The old monk in white stroked the guard's head with a smile on his face. Then, the old monk in white continued to move forward, and those soldiers at the border followed the old monk in white like the most devout believers. The old monk in white soon arrived at a town. It is still a Buddhist chant. Amitabha. For a moment, Buddha's light shone everywhere. The people in the town were all illuminated by the Buddha's light. Bang! The blacksmith dropped the hammer in his hand. The hawker put down the goods in his hands. The owner of the restaurant pushed the abacus aside. If you stray and return to the right path, you can enter my Buddhist sect and attain liberation. It's still the same sentence. It echoes in the ears of every citizen in the small town. Plop, plop, plop. The townspeople knelt down one after another, just like the border soldiers before them. The old monk in white smiled and waved gently. The common people spontaneously joined the team of followers and then continued to move forward with the old monk in white. That's all. Wherever the old monk in white arrives, he attracts a large group of believers. It was only 3 days. Behind the old monk in white, tens of thousands of believers gathered. Among these people, there are even some who practice cultivation. They chanted Buddhist scriptures. Each of them was as pious as a monk. Such a commotion naturally alarmed the entire Tianwu dynasty. The court was shaken, and Emperor Wu Dongfang Su summoned all the ministers for an emergency court meeting. Your Majesty, that evil monk has already bewitched nearly 100,000 people. When the latest news came, the court was immediately in an uproar. Dongfang Su's expression turned extremely ugly. 100,000 people. In just 3 days, 100,000 people were bewitched by the evil monk. This is simply terrifying. If this continues, the entire Tianwu dynasty will be turned upside down by this evil monk. Send someone immediately to stop this evil monk. Yes. One by one, the palace masters were dispatched. Led by a master in the early stage of Tongtian realm, the rest of the people also have the cultivation level of the late stage of Ningdan realm. The lineup is quite powerful, but the result was unexpected. The experts sent out retreated in less than half a day. Your Majesty, that demon monk is extremely powerful. We are no match for him at all. The leading Tongtian realm warrior said helplessly. Dongfang Su was shocked. Is this evil monk really so powerful? Yes, at least he has reached the peak of Tongtian realm. The subordinate said. Dongfang Su took a breath of cold air. This is a difficult situation. The peak of Tongtian realm is already comparable to Dongfang Su's cultivation. Is he going to go out in person to deal with that evil monk? That's not impossible. But if Dongfang Su, the emperor, took action personally, the situation would be completely different. Even if the evil monk was defeated, the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory would certainly be furious about this matter. It is impossible for the Tianwu dynasty alone to withstand the wrath of the Buddhist sects in the Western Territory. Your Majesty, it seems there is only one way now. Guyu on the side said in a deep voice. Dongfang Su glanced at him and said, Do you mean to let that evil monk discuss Buddhism with Master Yi? Guyu nodded. Dongfang Su sighed. It seems to be the only way. Guyu immediately clasped his fists and said, Your Majesty, I will go find that evil monk. Okay, go tell him that the Buddhist forum will be held at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain in 3 days. Yes. Guyu left. Dongfang Su also went out in person and headed straight for Fuyun Mountain. At this time, Yi Qingyun was still planting watermelons with Guoshaoyan. Place the watermelon seeds in the soil, cover them carefully, and then water them. That's about it. Yi Qingyun patted the mud off his hands and said with satisfaction, He has already begun to imagine what it would be like here when summer comes and the land is full of watermelons. He had been longing for watermelon juice for a long time. Suddenly a man fell from the sky, and Yi Qingyun was scared to death. Oh my God! Yi Qingyun couldn't help but curse. Dongfang Su quickly bowed and saluted. Master Yi, I am sorry for my impoliteness. Seeing that it was Dongfang Su, Yi Qingyun could only smile bitterly and said, Your Majesty, please don't be so elusive in the future. Dongfang Su was also a little embarrassed. I was so anxious that I couldn't care about these things for a moment. Master Yi, people from the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory are here. Just come, it's just. Yi Qingyun was suddenly stunned. Then he looked at Dongfang Su nervously. Are you here to cause trouble? Dongfang Su nodded solemnly. Yi Qingyun groaned in pain. It's over. The Buddhists really came. What should I do? Master, it's okay. Everything will work out when the time comes. Guoshaoyan comforted. Yi Qingyun glared. You know nothing, kid. Guoshaoyan looked aggrieved. Isn't this what you always say? Dongfang Su added. Master Yi, the Buddhist forum will be held at the foot of the mountain in 3 days. By then, we will be relying on you, Master Yi. Yi Qingyun's head is bigger than 2. I don't know if I can do it. Dongfang Su thought. If even you can't do it, then no one in my Tianwu dynasty can do it. Master Yi, I'm counting on you. Dongfang Su looked pleading and almost knelt down to Yi Qingyun. Ye Vingyun Sikit. Well, if I get embarrassed then, don't blame me. How dare I? Dongfang Su felt bitter. But since Yi Qingyun is willing to come forward, then the matter is settled. In Dongfang Su's opinion, there is nothing in this world that Yi Qingyun cannot solve. Soon, the entire Tianwu dynasty knew about this. 3 days later, a grand Buddhist discussion ceremony was held at the foot of Fuyun Mountain. For a time, the entire Tianwu dynasty was in an uproar. Even the entire southern wilderness was in an uproar over this matter. On Buddhist scriptures? This is a grand event in Buddhism. But now, the Tianwu dynasty is going to hold a grand ceremony to discuss Buddhism with the Buddhists. What is this for? Want to compete with the Buddhist sect in the Western region? Let's go. Let's go to the Tianwu dynasty and join in the fun. It is said that the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory sent an old monk in white, which caused a great disturbance in the Tianwu dynasty. Yes, the Tianwu dynasty was forced to agree to hold the Buddhist discussion ceremony to compete with the Western Territory Buddhist sect. This Buddhist discussion ceremony concerns the relationship between the Western Territory and the Southern Wilderness. It is very important. Chapter 64, Bewitching People. At the foot of Fuyun Mountain, Dong Fongsu had already arranged for people to build a high platform for discussing Buddhism. Monks, such as Hui Kong, seemed to already know what was going to happen. For Hui Kong and the others, their feelings at this moment are still somewhat complicated. Because they are monks from the Western Territory, each of them comes from a different temple. Now, because of Yi Qingyun's enlightenment, he chose to stay here and follow Yi Qingyun in practicing. But now, it was because they were unwilling to return to the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory that the Buddhist sect sent people here. Hui Kong and others did not want to see this happen, but they could not go against their own hearts. Rather than returning to the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory, they hoped to follow Yi Qingyun. No regrets, even if it means being torn to pieces. It doesn't matter what. Hui Kong and others gathered together and went directly to the top of the mountain. Son, we have decided. We will stand firmly by your side, no matter what. That's right. We follow the Holy Sun without regrets. The Western Territory Buddhism cannot shake us, no matter what. Based on the Buddhist theory, we believe that the Holy Sun can defeat the Western Territory Buddhism. Looking at these monks who were full of confidence in him, Yi Qingyun really didn't know what to say. Why are you so confident in me? I really don't have any confidence at all. Forget it. Just do whatever you need to do and stop bothering me. Yi Qingyun waved his hand and said. When the monks heard this, they were stunned at first. Then a look of understanding appeared on their faces. The Holy Sun is telling us to keep our hearts as calm as still water. As Buddhist monks, our state of mind is the most important thing to us. The Holy Sun is so calm under such pressure. We are far inferior to him. The Holy Sun is worthy of being the Holy Sun. He has not forgotten to enlighten us even at this moment. Yi Qingyun, I'm very annoyed now, but you think I'm enlightening you? I'll give you a leg. Get down on your feet. After driving Hui Kong and others away, Yi Qingyun walked back and forth in the yard with his hands behind his back. I really can't calm down. Talk about Buddha. Talk about Buddha. How can I talk about it? Yi Qingyun scratched his head and thought about a solution. Master, please stop shaking. I feel dizzy, Guishaoyan said helplessly. Yi Qingyun suddenly looked at Guishaoyan. Disciple, how about you give me some advice? How to deal with the Buddhists? Guishaoyan sighed. Master, if even you can't do anything, what else can I think of? Master, please turn around slowly. I'm going to play chess with Dakong. Dakong still lives here. He is recovering rapidly from his injuries. Now I'm basically recovered. A few days ago, Yi Qingyun taught them how to play Go, and the two kids really fell in love with this new game and played Go together whenever they had free time. Go ahead, go ahead. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. Suddenly, Yi Qingyun seemed to have thought of something. Play chess, play chess. His eyes suddenly lit up. Got it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, the platform had already been built, and the whole foot of the mountain is very lively. Not only warriors from the Tianwu dynasty, but warriors from several other countries in the southern wilderness also came here. They all wanted to see how this earth-shaking Buddhist debate would proceed. Dongfang Su, surrounded by a group of palace masters, sat in a seat beside the platform. The leaders of the three major sects were also present. Even Shun Tianhua, who had always lived in seclusion in Yutian Valley, appeared in the viewing seats. Hui Kong and other monks gathered under the high platform at this moment, looking far towards the west. There was tension on their faces. And on the high platform, Yi Qingyun stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and graceful. He looked down at the people below and smiled. Everyone looked at Yi Qingyun's demeanor and couldn't help but admire him secretly. This Master Yi is truly a man of extraordinary demeanor. It is a great honor to be able to see this master's heroic figure. It is said that this Master Yi is a saint of Buddhism and possesses great wisdom. No wonder so many monks stay here and are unwilling to return to the West. Everyone was talking about it. The reason why Yi Qingyun on the stage did not move. It's not about being extremely graceful, nor is it about pretending to be cool. This platform is really too high. Who the hell came up with the idea to make the stage so high? I don't even dare to move now. Yi Qingyun's feet trembled slightly. I can only try to keep myself calm as much as possible. Suddenly, the sound of chanting sutras could be heard from afar. Everyone looked in the direction where the chanting sound came from. A golden light shot up into the sky, dazzling. Everyone present changed color. This golden light contains a strong Buddhist atmosphere. There is also an indescribable pressure. It seems to be deliberate. Here it comes. Many people were secretly awed. The first ones to notice it were Hui Kong and others. As Buddhists, Hui Kong and others can feel more deeply the power of this Buddha's light. This is the breath of the great light Buddha. A monk exclaimed. Hui Kong looked solemn and clasped his hands together. My people from Xichang Ancient Temple are here. If my guess is correct, it should be my uncle Master Xianjing. Mysterious and pure. Upon hearing this Dharma name, the other monks all changed color. Xianjing of Xichang Ancient Temple is an extremely powerful person. The monks of the Xian generation are very powerful in themselves, and Xianjing is the best among them. His strength is enough to rank among the top 3 among the monks of the Xian generation. In addition, Xianjing has practiced the Great Light Buddhist Sutra for many years, and his Buddhist attainments are very profound. He is very good at using the Buddha's light to save the world. I didn't expect that Master Xianjing would come. I don't know how the Holy Sun will respond. It doesn't matter. The Holy Sun must be full of confidence. We should also believe in the Holy Sun. The sound of chanting scriptures came from far away. An old monk in white robes, barefoot and with a peaceful face, walked towards us from a distance. Seeing this old monk in white, everyone present stared at him. Look behind this person, someone exclaimed. And I saw that the old monk in white was followed by many people. The vast majority of these people are ordinary people, but there are also those who practice cultivation. The only thing these people have in common is that they all have their hands clasped together, look pious, and recite Buddhist scriptures. This strange scene gave everyone here an invisible pressure. Amitabha. A Buddhist chant was heard. A golden Buddha suddenly appeared behind the old monk in white. Great Light Buddha. The Buddha's light shines everywhere, and everyone is affected invisibly. Those with lower cultivation levels suddenly had confusion in their eyes. However, those with high levels of cultivation can still resist. But his mind was also a little dazed. Only those who have practiced at the nascent soul stage and above can remain completely calm. I am Xianjing, a monk who has come from the Western Territory to meet you all from the Tianwu dynasty. Xianjing stood under the high platform with a peaceful expression and bowed slightly to everyone. Chapter 65, What is Buddha? There was total silence. They were all stunned by the scene when Xianjing arrived. 100,000 people followed them, chanting sutras. What a spectacular sight. No one present had ever seen such a scene. This is simply a demonstration. After Xianjing saluted, he looked at Hui Kong and others opposite him. Seeing Hui Kong and others looking at him with fear, Xianjing couldn't help but feel a little stunned. He originally thought that Hui Kong and others would be excited and happy to see him. But now it seems that I was wrong. Aren't Hui Kong and the others detained here by the Tianwu dynasty? Brother Hui Kong, why don't you return to the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory? Xianjing asked. Hui Kong bowed to Xianjing. Uncle Master, we are willing to stay here and follow the Holy Sun to practice. As soon as these words were spoken, Xianjing's brows immediately frowned. Odison, have you found the Holy Sun? Hui Kong nodded and pointed at Yi Qingyun on the platform. The sun is on the stage. Only then did Xianjing look at Yi Qingyun on the high platform. But after looking at him, Xianjing couldn't see any trace of Buddhism in Yi Qingyun. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation in his cultivation. How could such an ordinary young man be the holy son of Buddhism who could lead Buddhism to glory as rumored? Absolutely not. Hui Kong, you have been deceived. He is not the holy son of Buddhism. Xianjing shook his head and said. Unexpectedly, this sentence made Hui Kong and others angry. Uncle Xianjing, I respect you, but you cannot offend the holy sun. Hui Kong said with a serious face. You're right, we can't offend the holy sun. The holy sun is our lifelong belief, and we will not allow anyone to disrespect him. We swear to defend the Son of God to the death. Hui Kong and the others all glared at Xianjing angrily. even though they knew that there was a huge gap between them and Xianjing. But he is also willing to fight Xianjing for Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was watching on the stage, feeling speechless. These monks really think I am their holy son. This is a huge misunderstanding. If I get caught, won't these monks hack me to death? Yi Qingyun became a little worried. Xianjing was even more shocked by the attitude of Hui Kong and others. You should know that monks like Hui Kong are all very outstanding in their respective Buddhist temples in the Western Territory. Each of them is an expert in Buddhist teachings among their peers. Their will cannot be easily shaken. But now, Hui Kong and the others want to become enemies with me just for the sake of so-called holy son? Xianjing couldn't help but feel doubtful. Could it be that this boy also knows the art of bewitching? At this time, Dongfang Su stood up. Master Xianjing, didn't you come here today to discuss Buddhism? Yi Qingyun, the Buddhist master of our Tianwu dynasty, is on this platform. Do you dare to go up? Buddhist master Yi Qingyun? Why does this sound like a big liar? Yi Qingyun had a strange look on his face and was muttering to himself. Xianjing smiled slightly. I'm not very knowledgeable about Buddhism, so I dare not speak nonsense about Buddhism. Dongfang Su, since the master is so humble, why not return to the West? Xianjing shook his head. But in order to awaken these monks in my Western territory, I have no choice but to perform on stage. Before he finished speaking, Xianjing lightly stepped on the ground. A lotus flower appeared out of thin air. Xianjing stepped on the lotus and rose steadily, all the way to the high platform. Yi Qingyun was extremely envious when he saw Xianjing coming up like this. When he got to power before, he had to climb up the ladder. My legs shook several times, and I almost missed a step and fell. Others thought that Yi Qingyun didn't want to show off his magical powers, so he chose such a simple way of climbing the ladder to get on stage. Thank you, benefactor. Xianjing bowed to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun clasped his hands together and said, Master, you are polite. When others are polite, you should also be polite and observe proper manners. But unexpectedly, Xianjing suddenly attacked. Donor, are you really the holy son of Buddhism? This is a very direct question. If Yi Qingyun admitted it, then the next step would be to start the real Buddhist reasoning. If Yi Qingyun does not admit it, Xianjing can just say that Yi Qingyun is an impostor, which will shake Hui Kong and others below. An experienced monk. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. I don't know, actually. This answer is ambiguous. Xianjing frowned slightly. Don't you know it yourself? Yi Qingyun spread his hands. I really don't know. Xianjing smiled. But Hui Kong and the others keep saying that you are the holy son of Buddhism. Yi Qingyun, what do you think? Xianjing was stunned. I didn't expect Yi Qingyun to ask me back. Donor, I am asking you. He reminded Yi Qingyun. I'm asking you that too. Xianjing. The people in the audience were speechless after hearing the conversation between the two. This doesn't sound like Buddhist reasoning, but more like two mentally ill people talking. But for some reason, everyone always felt that Yi Qingyun's words seemed to contain another mysterious meaning. Xianjing's expression turned serious. I would like to discuss Buddhism with you. It's finally coming. Yi Qingyun had already prepared himself mentally. But when I saw that it was really going to happen, I couldn't help but feel a little scared. Good, he responded. Xianjing asked first. I want to ask you, what is Buddha? When the people in the audience heard this, they couldn't help but frown. Is this first question so obscure? What is Buddha? How can one answer this? Monks, such as Hui Kong, also fell into deep thought. There are many teachings of the Buddha in the Buddhist scriptures. But what exactly is Buddha? How many people can explain it clearly? I don't know how the Holy Son will respond. Hui Kong and others were secretly worried. Yi Qingyun similed. Xianjing was puzzled. Why are you laughing, benefactor? Could it be that you can't answer? No. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. Then please answer, what is Buddha? Before I answer, I want to hear your answer first. Yi Qingyun said so. Xianjing laughed. Donor, if I answer, your answer cannot be the same as mine. Of course. All right. Xianjing showed a pious look on his face. Buddha means Buddha, one who has perfected the practice of merit and wisdom. Those who practice cultivation can attain Buddhahood after 3 immeasurable kalpas. The Buddha is a being that has escaped from the cycle of reincarnation and has gained a profound understanding of all things in the world. Hui Kong and other monks nodded repeatedly. This is indeed the most profound definition of Buddha in Buddhism. People who are not Buddhists will never be able to understand the meaning of what Buddha said. Donor, it's your turn. Xianjing looked at Yi Qingyun and motioned for Yi Qingyun to answer. I am the Buddha. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Chapter 66. Have you heard the story of Buddha cutting off his flesh to feed the eagle? Everyone changed color. This is too crazy. People ask you what Buddha is, and you say that you are Buddha? Even if you're a saint of Buddhism, you cannot say that. As expected, Xianjing's face changed drastically, and anger suddenly surged up. Hui Kong and others in the audience were also shocked. Yi Qingyun's image of a tall and wise holy son also collapsed at this moment. Could it be that we really have mistaken the Son of God? But the Holy Son clearly revealed the true meaning of Mahayana Buddhism. A person who can speak the true meaning of Mahayana Buddhism now speaks such wild and outrageous words. This was really hard for Hui Kong and others to accept. The donor is too arrogant. Xianjing's face looked gloomy and ugly. Buddha is supreme. How can you, a donor, blaspheme him? Yi Qingyun looked at Xianjing with a puzzled expression. Why can't I be a Buddha? Xianjing was furious. There are tens of thousands of Buddhist monks in my Western territory, and many of them are proficient in Buddhism, but no monk dares to call himself a Buddha. What right do you have to say that you are a Buddha? Yi Qingyun shook his head. In your heart, Buddha is supreme. But in my eyes, I am a Buddha, you are a Buddha, and everyone present can be a Buddha. These words made Xianjing stunned. Even everything in the world can be a Buddha. Yi Qingyun put his hands behind his back, his expression empty and indifferent. Can everything be Buddha? These words, like the sound of a huge bell, immediately resounded in the ears of everyone here. Especially those in the Buddhist community were deeply shocked. This was a kind of speech they had never heard before. It can be said that this directly overturned the Western Buddhist community's consistent understanding of the existence of Buddha. This is a fallacy. How can everything in the world be a Buddha? Xianjing was not easily shaken. Why can't everything in the world be a Buddha? Yi Qingyun showed a meaningful smile. The Buddha said that all living beings are equal and all things can become Buddhas. All beings are equal. Everything can become a Buddha. As soon as these words were spoken, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. At the same time, the sound of chanting could be heard from more than a dozen temples at the foot of Fuyun Mountain. And in the distant Western Buddhist territory, every temple and every ancient monastery was filled with the sound of loud chanting. Moreover, all the Buddha statues enshrined in their temples also became brighter. The Buddha said that all living beings are equal and everything in the world can become a Buddha. The resounding voice echoed throughout every Buddhist place in the Western territory. Amipa. Countless monks knelt down. Even those old monks with profound cultivation felt as if in a dream at this moment, as if they had gained great enlightenment. Rays of Buddha's light rise into the sky, and these Buddha lights coming from all directions eventually converged together. It fell on Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun couldn't see any light on himself, but Xianjing on the opposite side could see it, and Hui Kong and others in the audience could see it. Everyone present could see it. This moment, Yi Qingyun's image deeply shocked everyone. This is the ultimate truth of Buddhism. Oh my God! The sound of chanting suddenly rang out in the temple. The Buddha appeared. This is absolutely the truth of Buddhism. Monks such as Hui Kong were extremely excited. Before, their faith in Yi Qingyun had been shaken because of Yi Qingyun's words. But this moment, not only did their faith not waver in the slightest, but it became even firmer than ever before. Xianjing was stunned. He stared at Yi Qingyun blankly. To be precise, he was looking at the Buddha's light gathered on Yi Qingyun's body. That is the purest and most sacred Buddha light. He had never seen such a sacred Buddha light. Under the shining of Buddha's light, Yi Qingyun really seemed like the Buddha in the world. For a moment, Xianjing was stunned. I never thought that your words are the true Buddhist truth. I am convinced. Xianjing was convinced. At the same time, he was very happy in his heart. Although I was convinced by Yi Qingyun's argument, but they, the Buddhists, gained a new Buddhist truth. This also invisibly strengthened Buddhism. Thank you. Yi Qingyun also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this old monk is quite easy to fool. I should be able to get by today. But Xianjing did not let Yi Qingyun go just like that. Donor, I have a second question. Yi Qingyun forced a smile. I'm all ears. Xianjing said, Donor, my second question is if there's a wicked person who has committed all kinds of evil, such as burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of crimes, and has a lot of blood debts on his back, but he wants to escape to Buddhism and become a monk. Should I accept such a person, benefactor? When the people in the audience heard this question, they all looked puzzled. What kind of problem is that? Such a wicked person, of course, cannot be allowed to become a monk. Indeed, if Buddhism accepts even such evil people, what kind of Buddhism is it? But if we don't accept it, wouldn't that go against the purpose of Buddhism to save the world? Well, it seems so. Ordinary people initially think this question is meaningless. But if you think about it a little more, you will find that this problem actually contains a very big contradiction. Buddhist monks like Huikong are even more deeply touched by such issues. Buddhism emphasizes saving the world. Anyone who has done evil will naturally be accepted if he wishes to join Buddhism. But if a person as guilty as Xianjing described wanted to become a monk, it would be too easy for him. Once he becomes a monk, will all the bad things he did in the past be wiped out and blown away by the wind? At least the vast majority of people cannot accept it. How should the Holy Sun answer? Huikong's face was full of worry. Yi Qingyan frowned and thought for a while. It's a simple question. Oh, but I don't know what the donor's answer is. Xianjing asked curiously. Yi Qingyan looked at Xianjing. As the Buddhists say, if you put down your butcher knife, you will become a Buddha instantly. Good. Xianjing smiled slightly. He thought that Yi Qingyan meant that since he was willing to lay down his butcher knife, he should convert to Buddhism. But in this case, how can the sins of the past be resolved? Since a person who has committed the 10 most heinous crimes is willing to join the Buddhist sect, then we should naturally give him the opportunity to be enlightened and enlightened. Having said that, Yi Qingyun suddenly changed the subject. But the sins of this person will not disappear just by entering Buddhism. The grudges must be resolved. Xianjing asked doubtfully. Then I wonder how you think we can resolve this? Yi Qingyun looked solemn. Have you ever heard of the story of the Buddha cutting off his flesh to feed the eagle? Xianjing was stunned and shook his head in confusion. Yi Qingyun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no such Buddhist story in this world. Then please listen carefully, Master. The Buddha was once out and about and encountered a hungry eagle hunting a poor pigeon. The dove hoped the eagle would let it go, but the eagle said, "If I don't eat you, I will starve to death." When the Buddha heard this, he felt compassion and hid the pigeon in his arms. The eagle was very angry, thinking that although the Buddha was merciful and saved the pigeon, he wanted to let the eagle starve to death. Master, guess what the Buddha said? Chapter 67 people are not stupid. I can't guess. Xianjing shook his head. Yi Qingyun took a deep breath. In a loud and clear voice, he said, "The Buddha told the eagle, I can't bear for you to eat this innocent pigeon, nor do I want you to starve to death." Xianjing was stunned. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Then the Buddha took out a scale, placed the pigeon on one side of the scale, and then cut the flesh from his own body. Wow! Hearing this, everyone was stunned. For a moment, the whole scene was silent. There was only the occasional sound of people gasping for air. Xianjing felt as if he had been hit hard, and he suddenly fell into a daze. Huikong and others in the audience were subjected to a strong mental shock. Yi Qingyun didn't seem to notice anything unusual happening to the crowd and continued to speak. That pigeon may look small, but no matter how much flesh the Buddha cuts, he can't support its weight. When the Buddha cut off the last piece of flesh from his body, the scales finally balanced. The heaven and earth changed color, and the true Buddha was born. Having said that, Yi Qingyun looked at Xianjing. Master, do you understand? Xianjing looked at Yi Qingyun in a daze. No one spoke for a long time. Plop, plop, plop. Under the high platform, monks, including Huikong, knelt down one by one. Their faces were full of piety and solemnity. Buddha, have mercy on me. Buddha, have mercy on me. Buddha, have mercy on me. The monks kept talking. They were all shocked by the story Yi Qingyun told. Xianjing finally recovered from the story. He looked at Yi Qingyun deeply. Then he bowed to Yi Qingyun. Please accept my greeting. Yi Qingyun smiled in response. After Xianjing bowed, his face was filled with emotion. If I don't go to hell, who will? The Buddha's words are truly enlightening. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for conveying the Buddha's words to us, the world. Yi Qingyun smiled. Now, do you understand why I answered your question this way? Xianjing smiled bitterly. I understand now. If that evil person wants to join Buddhism, we will give him a chance. But his past sins cannot be erased. We, the Buddhists, should take the blame and pay for his sins. This is exactly what they mean when I don't go to hell. Who will? No matter how great the evil is, using my life to atone for it is also a form of salvation. Ye Yingyun nodded. Good. Xianjing sighed, looking ashamed. I never thought that I would receive such a teaching from Master Yi today. I feel that all my years of practice have been wasted. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. Master, you are too modest. When the people in the audience saw this, they all cheered for Yi Qingyun. Dongfang Su's face was filled with excitement. Master Yi is really amazing. With just a few words, he convinced the evil monk. Yes, I never thought that Master Yi's attainments in Buddhism were so profound. Su Changfeng said with full respect. The Buddhist philosophy, just now, is really memorable. Chen Gongwang sighed. I feel like becoming a monk now. Gongsun laughed. The most excited people, of course, were Hui Kong and others. They felt more and more that it was the right decision to follow Yi Qingyun. Everything in the world before can become a Buddha. If I don't go to hell now, who will? This is the truth of Buddhism. There was a faint golden glow on Hui Kong's face. For him, it was a great opportunity to be able to listen to two different Buddhist truths at the same time. The other monks were similar to him, with a faint golden glow on their bodies. Their respective Buddhist cultivation has improved to varying degrees. This is all thanks to Yi Qingyun. In their eyes, Yi Qingyun is no longer just the holy son of Buddhism, but a one-of-a-kind existence in Buddhism. At this moment, Xianjing on the high platform had a complicated expression on his face. Actually, I have one last question. Yi Qingyun originally thought that it was all over. So you still have questions? He almost wanted to curse. Yi Qingyun had been standing on the stage for too long and didn't dare to move. His legs were numb at this moment. But I still have to pretend to be calm and composed. I'm so angry. But it doesn't hurt to ask. Ye Vingyun lafit dirili. Xianjing calmed himself down and asked his last question. People in this world are ignorant, blinded by all kinds of worldly things, unable to see through the illusions. How should we, as Buddhists, persuade people? This is another tricky but very difficult question. How to persuade the world? This is a difficult problem that Buddhism has not been able to solve for many years. Although Buddhism has a great influence, it is too difficult to make people realize the truth simply by preaching Buddhist teachings. Like Xianjing, he had hundreds of thousands of followers following him along the way. But they were all bewitched by him using the secret methods of Buddhism. As long as the secret technique dissipates, these people will return to normal. It's not really being enlightened. This old monk is really difficult to deal with. Each question is more difficult than the last. Yi Qingyun also had a headache. Fortunately, he was well prepared. After thinking about it, I came up with an idea. The world is not stupid. Yi Qingyun said seriously. Xianjing was stunned, but did not agree. If people in this world were not ignorant, why didn't they attain enlightenment earlier and join the Buddhist sect? Yi Qingyun asked in return, is it only by joining the Buddhist sect that one is considered not ignorant? This. Xianjing was speechless for a moment. Yi Qingyun smiled and said, the world is vast and diverse, and everyone who descends into this world is unique. They will all experience their own lives and see their own highlights. Like a mortal, he will experience birth, aging, sickness, and death. He will experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and his life will be just 100 years in the blink of an eye. Perhaps this mortal, when his life is about to come to an end, will still lament the brevity of time, and he will still miss his life, which is not that happy. Can you say he is stupid? Xianjing frowned. He felt something was wrong, but for a moment he couldn't think of anything to refute. And those who practice cultivation have a long lifespan, and they strive throughout their lives just to achieve a higher realm and a wider world. Their lives are magnificent and colorful, but they may fall sadly or be forgotten by everyone. But if you ask the Prime Minister, do you think they will regret it? I think no one will regret it. Speaking of this, Yi Qingyun couldn't help but sigh. You think the world is ignorant, but it is because you do not truly understand the world. Only when you truly understand everything in the world and see through all the sufferings in the world can you work hard to save the world. Before this, you and I were just passers-by in this world. Chapter 68. Do you know how to play chess? Plop. Xianjing knelt on the ground. There was an indescribable expression on his face. It seemed that at this moment, Xianjing had already achieved enlightenment. Visible to the naked eye, a strong golden light emerged from Xianjing's body. A shadow of the great light Buddha appeared behind him. And at this moment, the face of the Great Light Buddha actually turned into Yi Qingyun's appearance. Of course, Yi Qingyun couldn't see it, but the others present saw it clearly. "Uncle Master, he has realized it." Under the stage, Huikong said with a trembling voice. A group of monks put their hands together and silently chanted scriptures for Xianjing, who had achieved enlightenment at this moment. Xianjing kowtowed deeply to Yi Qingyun. "Thank you for your enlightenment, Holy Son. Xianjing has realized it." At this moment, Xianjing's way of addressing Yi Qingyun finally changed from Donor Yi to Holy Son. That is to say, Xianjing was completely convinced by Yi Qingyun. He finally acknowledged that Yi Qingyun was the true saint of Buddhism. Yi Qingyun felt a little embarrassed. "You should get up soon." He really wanted to help Xianjing up, but my legs were numb from standing, so I didn't dare move at all. If you slip and fall, it would be a real embarrassment. Xianjing has no regrets in this life, as he has been taught by the Holy Son. Xianjing looked at Yi Qingyun with full piety. "I only hope that the Holy Son can come to the Western Territory and bring the supreme Buddhist teachings to the Buddhist monks in the Western Territory." This is an invitation for Yi Qingyun to go to the Western Territory Buddhist Temple to explain Buddhism. Huikong and others were extremely excited. This is an unimaginable opportunity. If all Buddhist sects in the Western Territory could listen to the Holy Son's Buddhist teachings, then their Buddhism would surely be more prosperous than it is now. "Well, when I have time in the future, I will go to the Western Territory." Yi Qingyun said so. "Thank you, Holy Son." Xianjing was overjoyed and didn't care when Yi Qingyun would go to the Western Territory. To him, the words of the Holy Son are the supreme Buddha's will. Since it has been said that it will come, it will definitely come. There is no need to rush. When the people in the audience saw Xianjing kneeling before Yi Qingyun and respectfully addressing Yi Qingyun as the Holy Son, they knew that this Buddhist debate was completely settled. "I never thought that Master Yi had such unfathomable Buddhist cultivation that even such a great Buddhist monk was impressed by him." Of course, didn't you hear that even Xianjing called Yi Gaoren the Holy Son of Buddhism? It is our great fortune that such a great man is willing to stay in our Tianwu dynasty. Alas, it would be great if this master could come to our country. The people in the audience were talking about it. All of them were amazed at Yi Qingyun's Buddhist attainments. Many warriors from other dynasties were envious. In their eyes, the Tianwu dynasty was simply lucky to have such a hermit willing to stay here. Dongfang Su's face was full of smiles. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. This time, his Tianwu dynasty was in the limelight. Although they relied on Yi Qingyun's power, it was actually the Tianwu dynasty that blocked the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory, saved the face of the 7 countries in the southern wilderness. In this way, the position of the leader of the 7 kingdoms of the Tianwu dynasty became more stable. Fortunately, we have a good relationship with Mr. Yi. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable to offend such a master. Yeah, that's right. The 3 sect leaders nodded repeatedly, feeling even more fortunate that they had established a good relationship with Yi Qingyun early on. At the same time, they also made up their minds to hold Yi Qingyun's thighs tightly in the future. Following such a hermit, you will surely be able to rise to a higher level in the future. Xianjing slowly stood up, and the figure of the Great Light Buddha behind him also retracted into Xianjing's body. "Son, it is now your turn to ask me questions." Yi Qingyun looked painful. Is this going to continue? Yi Qingyun naturally had nothing to ask, but he was prepared. "Hey, please help me bring the things up." Yi Qingyun shouted to the people below. "Yes, sir." Then a man jumped into the air and brought a chessboard and 2 chess boxes to the platform. Yi Qingyun placed the chessboard on the ground and sat down. Comfortable. Yi Qingyun groaned in his heart. "After standing for a long time, I finally got the chance to sit down. What does this mean, Holy Son?" Xianjing looked at Yi Qingyun with some confusion. "I don't have anything to ask you, but I would like to play a game of chess with you." Yi Qingyun placed the chess box on the chessboard. "By the way, you can play chess, right?" Yi Qingyun once saw people playing chess in a tea house in the market, so he knew that Go also existed in this world. "I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Saint's son. I know a thing or two about this." Xianjing smiled. He knew more than just a little bit. In the entire Xichon ancient temple, the person with the highest attainment in Go was Xianjing. Monks all love to play chess, because in the eyes of monks, playing chess can make their mind peaceful and more conducive to their practice. So, basically every monk knows how to play chess. The more advanced the monk's cultivation is, the higher his attainments in chess will be. "Well, let's play a game of chess." Yi Qingyun invited. It is an honor to be invited by the Holy Sun. Xianjing sat opposite Yi Qingyan. Want to guess first? Yi Qingyan asked. I will hold the black chess piece, and the Holy Sun will hold the white chess piece and go first. Xianjing said. Good. Yi Qingyan was not polite either. He immediately held the white chess piece and placed it directly on a corner of the chessboard. This move is extremely unorthodox and completely different from the normal start of a chess game. Xianjing was stunned for a moment. He's been playing chess for so many years, but he has never seen anyone play chess like this right from the start. Not acting according to common sense at all. Is this really someone who can play chess? However, Xianjing did not dare to doubt Yi Qingyan. He just felt that the Holy Sun must have his own deep meaning in playing chess in this way. Looking again, Xianjing's expression suddenly changed. Although there was only one white chess piece on the chessboard, for some reason, in Xianjing's eyes, this white chess piece looked like a whirlpool. It can absorb Xianjing's mind into it. Xianjing was suddenly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. The Great Tao. This chess piece actually contains the Great Tao. Xianjing was extremely shocked. This seemingly strange move of chess actually contains unimaginable avenues. Xianjing was shocked. How terrifying is this Holy Sun? It's your turn. Seeing Xianjing sitting there in a daze, Yi Qingyan couldn't help but urge him. Xianjing picked up a black chess piece with trembling fingers. He looked at the empty spots on the chessboard, wanting to place his piece, but found that no place seemed to be suitable. In the end, Xianjing gritted his teeth and placed the chess piece next to the white piece that Yi Qingyan had just placed. The black and white chess pieces are close together. Yi Vingyun simidet. Make another move. But it was placed in another corner of the chessboard. Xianjing looked at the chessboard and felt dizzy. For a while, he seemed to see the vast stars. Chapter 69, come on. Olga. What a vast avenue is this? Xianjing was extremely shocked. At this moment, he was like an ant under a sky full of stars. Looking up at the starry sky, I can only feel more insignificant. For a moment, Xianjing trembled all over. Seeing him shaking like that, Yi Qingyan couldn't help but feel worried. Is this old monk having a seizure? If he collapses here, I won't be held responsible, right? Yi Qingyan didn't dare to call him. I was afraid that I would shout and the old monk would be called away. After a long time, Xianjing finally came back to his senses from the shock of the sky, full of stars. He stared at Yi Qingyan in a daze. Then he put down the chess piece in his hand. I lost. After just one move, Monk Xianjing admitted defeat. His face was full of admiration. The Holy Sun has great virtues and has long comprehended the boundless avenue. I am just a frog in a well and do not even have the qualifications to glimpse the Holy Sun's avenue. Yi Qingyan looked confused. What is this old monk saying? What boundless road? What is a frog in a well? Why are you making so much of a fuss when playing chess? Isn't it just that my chess playing style is a little weird? Is it that exaggerated? Son, I don't want to go back to the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory. I just want to practice here with you, son. Xianjing's words were shocking. This scared Yi Qingyan. That won't do. Xianjing was stunned and then felt a little lost. Does the Holy Sun think that I am too unqualified to follow him? Yi Qingyan waved his hands repeatedly. If it's not for this reason, if you stay here, won't the Western Territory Buddhist sect send people over? Wouldn't I be in even greater trouble then? Xianjing thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. The reason why he came here was because Hui Kong and others were unwilling to return to the Western Territory, so the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory asked him to come here to ask for people. If even he stayed in the Tianwu dynasty, the Buddhist community in the Western Territory would probably be in complete chaos. The people who come over at that time will be even more terrifying existences in Buddhism. Why don't you go back to the West and tell them clearly what's going on here? Once they understand, they won't cause any more trouble. Yi Yingyun persuaded. Xianjing nodded. Since the Holy Sun has said so, I will return to the Western Territory and tell everyone in the Buddhist sect about the Holy Sun's teachings to us. I think everyone will have great respect for the Holy Sun after hearing this. Yi Qingyan laughed awkwardly. He doesn't care whether he admires him or not. I just hope that you monks won't bother me again. Xianjing calmly walked down from the platform. Yi Qingyan looked at the bottom of the platform and was speechless. Who the hell took my ladder away? How can I get down from this? Just when Yi Qingyan was helpless, suddenly an eagle flew in from nowhere, just stopped at the edge of the platform. When everyone saw this, they were all amazed. Could it be that even this eagle has been enlightened by Master Yi? It must be. This eagle is not a demon beast, but it is willing to be ridden by Master Yi. It is truly the eagle's good fortune. It is said that when a saint is born, all spirits in the world will respect him. Could it be that Master Yi has also reached the level of a saint? Don't dare to say that. Yi Qingyun looked at the eagle with an attentive face. The eagle looked at Yi Qingyun with anticipation. One man and one eagle staring at each other. The eagle seemed to be saying, "Come up quickly." Yi Qingyun's face was full of rejection. He didn't want to fall to death. I don't want to step on a bird. But no one in the audience was willing to help Yi Qingyun. They were not even willing to bring a ladder for Yi Qingyun. It's faded, the feelings have faded, and you're not even willing to give me a ladder to use. Yi Qingyun let out a long sigh, still chose to go on the eagle's back. As soon as Yi Qingyun stepped on it, before he could stand firmly, the eagle whooshed to the ground. Yi Qingyun was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Fortunately, the eagle landed safely. Yi Qingyun also came down trembling. "Master, what is song?" Suddenly, everyone gathered around. There was admiration on everyone's face. Yi Qingyun had no choice but to keep smiling. Everyone should go away, but no one wanted to leave. "Master Yi, we admire you very much. Can you give us some advice?" "Yes, we all admire Master Yi very much, and we would like to ask for your guidance. We would be willing to die if we can get some advice from Master Yi." Yi Qingyun looked at the extremely enthusiastic crowd and felt very gratified. It seems that I, Yi Qingyun, am still quite popular in this world. Thinking of this, my mood suddenly became relaxed and happy. Ahem. Yi Qingyun cleared his throat. "Quiet down. Master Yi is about to speak." Someone shouted. Everyone immediately quieted down. At this moment, Yi Qingyun was like an old cadre who was about to express his opinions at a meeting. But I have to say that the feeling of being an old cadre is really good. No wonder those cadres always like to speak a few words at various meetings. Since everyone asked me to say a few words, I will say a few words and show my ugliness. Yi Qingyun also spoke in the tone of a veteran cadre. Everyone's face was full of anticipation, and they looked at Yi Qingyun with curiosity in their eyes. Yi Qingyun thought about it and decided what to say. "We are all cultivators, so I won't say much else. In short, I hope everyone can maintain a good attitude. No matter what kind of cultivation you are in or what age you are, you should be optimistic, positive, and enterprising, and be a cultivator full of positive energy. Here, I've come up with a slogan for everyone. The first thing you should do when practicing every day is to cheer yourself up. Shout out Oligay 3 times. You will be full of energy for the whole day." Everyone looked confused. Awesome? Full of energy? Where do these words come from? Why does it sound so weird? "Mr. Yi, how do you want to shout?" Someone asked tentatively. "Like this." Yi Qingyun took a deep breath and then opened his throat. "Come on, Ollie good." This shout stunned everyone. Yi Qingyun was not embarrassed at all. "I feel pretty good about it. Let's give it a try. What Master Yi said shouldn't be wrong. Yeah, let's shout too. Maybe it really works." So, many people began to try to shout. "Come on, Olga, come on, Olga, come on, Olga." For a while, shouts of "Ollie Gay" were heard one after another. After some people shouted, excitement suddenly appeared on their faces. "It seems to be working." "Yeah, after I shouted, I felt full of energy. I feel my blood boiling. I can't wait to have a big fight with my enemy. I want to practice. I want to fight." Yi Qingyun looked at these people, and each of them became excited. Is it really so magical to just shout out "Ollie Gay"? He began to doubt himself. Chapter 70 Tourist Attractions, Floating Cloud Mountain. The Dharma Conference is over. Monk Xianjing came with full confidence and left with full of excitement. He felt that his trip was not in vain. Although he did not bring Hui Kong and the others back, he still received guidance from Yi Qingyun. Xianjing's attainments in Buddhism became more profound, and he had a clearer understanding of the future path of practice. This was the biggest gain from his trip. Although Xianjing still had to return to the Western Territory, his devotion to Buddhism had already completely remained in the Tianmu dynasty and in Fuyun Mountain. When I return to the Western Territory, I will spread the Holy Sun's Buddhist teachings widely, so that all Buddhists can be grateful for the Holy Sun's enlightenment. Xianjing swore secretly in his heart. The Holy Sun's Buddhist teachings must be spread throughout the Western Territory. Let all Buddhists be enlightened by the Holy Sun. After the Buddhist conference ended, the process of discussing Buddhism was quickly spread by those who watched it. The entire 7 countries of the southern wilderness were filled with various legends about Yi Qingyun. Have you heard? Yi Qingyun is truly an otherworldly master. Even the high monks from the Western Territory are impressed by him and kowtow to him. I saw it with my own eyes. Yi Qingyun was like a god, majestic and radiant. He was just like a saint descended to earth. Is it that exaggerated? Someone expressed doubts and was immediately attacked by the crowd. That's not an exaggeration. It is said that when this person opens his mouth, he speaks profound Buddhist teachings, causing Buddha statues all over the sky to appear. Also, there is news coming from the Western Territory that the Buddha statues in countless temples have resonated with Yi Qingyun. I was there listening to Master Yi's Buddhist teachings, and I felt like I had been enlightened, and I wished I could become a monk. At the beginning, these rumors seemed to be plausible and could basically restore the facts. But as the story spread, it began to become more and more outrageous. Yi Qingyun is not only the holy son of Buddhism, he is also the reincarnation of Buddha. I heard from my second uncle's uncle next door that when Yi Qingyun was born, auspicious signs fell from the sky, and a real dragon and a phoenix appeared together. TSK. My eldest uncle's brother-in-law used to be Yi Qingyun's neighbor. He saw what Master Yi looked like when he was a child. He peed more than 10 feet farther than other children. TSK. I have an acquaintance in the Tianwu dynasty. He said that Master Yi is actually an old monster who has practiced for tens of thousands of years. He needs to practice with a woman every night to stay young. All in all, Yi Qingyun became completely famous this time. Even he himself didn't realize how outrageous his current fame was. After the Buddhist discussion ended, he returned to Fuyun Mountain. And the martial arts world doesn't seem to have changed much. The only change is that there's a group of practitioners who like to shout, "Ali Gay." These people are like they're injected with chicken blood every day, their blood is boiling, and it is hard not to be infected. Not long after, a wave of enthusiasm swept the cultivation community. It seems that if you don't say "Ali Gay" twice before practicing, competing, or fighting, you won't feel that way. Floating Cloud Mountain. Yi Qingyun's life returned to normal. He got what he wanted and finally lived a worry-free life. But Guo Xiaoyan was a little dejected. Master, Da Kong is gone. Guo Xiaoyan held a letter and said to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was stunned and took the letter and took a look at it. The letter was left by Da Kong. There was a line of words written crookedly on it. "I can't stay here forever. I have to go somewhere else. Thank you for saving me." Just this one line of words written very ugly. Yi Qingyun smiled and didn't care. He had long seen that Da Kong would not stay here for long. That child is different from Guo Xiaoyan. Guo Xiaoyan longs to be with the people he cares about and live a peaceful and harmonious life. But Da Kong is a child who longs for the outside world and has a strong desire for knowledge. He eagerly memorized everything Yi Qingyun taught him. But this small hill naturally cannot satisfy Da Kong. So he left, to find a wider world. "Master, I want to find him back," Guo Xiaoyan said. Yi Qingyun shook his head. "Even if you go to find him, he won't come back with you." "Why?" Guo Xiaoyan was a little confused. "Da Kong and I are obviously very happy living here. Why does Da Kong want to leave and is unwilling to come back? He is different from you. He likes the outside world and is not willing to stay on this small hill like you." Guo Xiaoyan seemed to understand, but not quite. But he also gave up the idea of looking for Da Kong. A few days later, however, Yi Qingyun discovered that the peaceful life he had imagined was not as good as he had thought, because many people sneaked up to Fuyun Mountain and wanted to meet Yi Qingyun. Most of these people had heard of Yi Qingyun's reputation and came here with the hope of getting some opportunities. Yi Qingyun was warm and welcoming at first, but as more and more people came, Yi Qingyun could no longer bear it. Looking at the people all over the mountains, Yi Qingyun was dumbfounded. Damn it, this place is almost becoming a tourist attraction. How can this be tolerated? Especially after seeing those people wantonly trampling on the watermelon field that he and Guo Xiaoyan had worked so hard to cultivate, Yi Qingyun became completely furious. He knew he couldn't stop these people from going up the mountain, but Hui Kong and others at the foot of the mountain can. So, Yi Qingyun asked Guo Xiaoyan to go down the mountain quickly. Shake people. Hui Kong and others were actually very dissatisfied with these people's intrusion, but they didn't dare to stop him casually, for fear of making Yi Qingyun unhappy. "It's okay now." Guo Xiaoyan came over for help. Hui Kong and others naturally would not be polite. The monks went up the mountain and drove out all the uninvited guests. Some people were not convinced and wanted to compete with Hui Kong and others. The result was naturally that he was beaten up by Hui Kong and others and thrown off the mountain. After experiencing the Buddhist theories, Hui Kong and the others seemed to have gained something, and their cultivation became stronger than before. There is naturally no pressure in dealing with this mob. After driving everyone away, Hui Kong and the others also thought of a solution. Use the Buddhist formation to cover the entire area below the mountain. Anyone who wants to go up the mountain will be blocked by the formation. In this way, unless someone flies in directly, no one will be able to disturb Yi Qingyun under the noses of Hui Kong and others. The Buddhist formation prevented a considerable number of people from entering the mountain to pay a visit to Yi Qingyun. But there are also some people who come to the foot of Fuyun Mountain not to meet Yi Qingyun, but to join Buddhism. Hui Kong and others were very happy that they could finally recruit many disciples in the Tianwu dynasty. All this was brought by Yi Qingyun. Because of Yi Qingyun and Xian Jing's Buddhist theories, more people came to know the significance of Buddhism. This day, a beautiful woman came outside the gate of Shaolin Temple. She knelt in front of the gate of Shaolin Temple, her eyes dull and her face full of despair. I wish to enter Buddhism. Master, please help me. Chapter 71, The Body of Disaster. Hui Kong was troubled for a moment when he saw this pretty woman with a sad face. There are women in Buddhism. For example, the Guanyin Temple in the Western Territory and the Amei sect both accept female disciples. But the problem is that Hui Kong's Shaolin Temple is full of men. He has never accepted any female disciples. He didn't dare to set this precedent lightly, afraid of causing some unnecessary trouble. However, Hui Kong did not refuse directly, but looked at the pretty woman with concern. Donor lady, why do you want to become a nun? There was a hint of deep despair on the pretty woman's face. Her eyes, which used to be very beautiful, were now dull, as if she had completely given up on her life. My name is Song Ruer. I was born with a miserable life. My parents died when I was young. I was adopted by a foster mother when I was 7 years old. But within 2 years, my foster mother was also killed by me. When I was 10 years old, I was finally accepted as a disciple of Linghui sect. But 3 years later, there was an internal conflict in the sect. The headmaster died, the elders left, and Linghui sect was gone. I became a disciple of a master when I was 14 years old. However, the next day after I became his disciple, Master Bai became possessed due to a mistake in his cultivation and died on the spot. Upon hearing this, Hui Kong's expression changed. Oh my God, this is really a case of dying wherever you go. It's a bit too weird. Later, I didn't want to cause any more suffering to innocent people, so I hid in the mountains. Unexpectedly, a wildfire broke out in the mountains, and all the birds and animals on the mountains were burned to death. Even several farmers at the foot of the mountain were affected. I've been wandering around for several years, and innocent people have been killed by me all the time. I really have no other choice. When Song Ruer said this, she bowed deeply to Hui Kong. I just want to shave my head and become a monk to be away from the mundane world and always be close to the Buddha. Master, please help me. Hui Kong frowned. Su Hai and Su Zhu, standing aside, also had conflicted expressions. Song Ruer's life experience is indeed pitiful. Almost everyone involved died. I don't think anyone would be able to withstand such a blow. No wonder Song Ruer is so young, but wants to become a nun. Master, why don't you accept this poor girl? Su Zhu said with some sympathy. Hui Kong sighed. But there are no women in my Shaolin temple. Su Zhu pointed at Song Ruer and said, if she becomes a disciple, she will be the first female disciple of Shaolin temple. Song Ruer also pleaded quickly. I have no other request. I just want to spend the rest of my life in the temple. Hui Kong hesitated for a long time. Finally, I agreed. Okay, but you don't have to shave your head for now. Wait for me to write a letter and ask the monks and nuns from the Western Territory to come here. Then you can become a disciple of the monks and nuns. This is the proper way. Song Ruer was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Hui Kong waved his hand. Get up. Song Ruer stood up. These are the monks from our temple, Su Hai and Su Zhu. Hui Kong introduced. Ba. Su Hai and Su Zhu, father and son, saluted Song Ruer together. Song Ruer clasped her hands together in return. Suddenly, a tile from the roof suddenly fell down. With a snap, it hit Su Hai directly on the head. Several people were confused on the spot. Su Hai touched his head. Although it was fine, he still felt a little dizzy after being hit suddenly. Su Hai, are you okay? Hui Kong said in surprise. Master, I'm fine. Su Hai looked puzzled. I just don't know why. When the tile fell, I couldn't react. It's not just him. Neither Hui Kong nor Xu Zhu reacted. Logically speaking, with their level of cultivation, it is just an ordinary tile. How could they not be able to avoid it? It's really strange. Song Ruer seemed to want to say something but stopped herself with a worried look on her face. It was a small accident, so Hui Kong and the other two didn't take it too seriously. Song Ruer stayed in Shaolin Temple, following Su Hai and Su Zhu in eating vegetarian food and chanting Buddhist scriptures every day. It's quite peaceful. Only a few days passed. An accident happened. One day, Su Zhu went out to sweep the floor with a broom, but somehow he fainted in front of the temple. If people from other temples had not discovered it and informed Hui Kong in time, Zhu would have had to lie there for who knows how long. Hui Kong checked on Zhu and found that Zhu's body had become very fragile and his internal organs were failing. This shocked Hui Kong and Xu Hai. Hui Kong checked Zhu over and over again, but could not find out the reason. But in order to save Su Zhu's life, he still tried his best to treat him. The third day since Su Zhu fell ill, the Buddhist hall in the backyard of Shaolin Temple suddenly caught fire. Fortunately, Su Hai discovered the fire in time and put it out. Otherwise, this fire would be enough to burn down the entire Buddhist temple. 2 days later, Su Zhu's condition did not improve, but strange things happened one after another in Shaolin Temple. The first thing was that the golden statue of Buddha in the main hall suddenly fell down at night. Hui Kong was so frightened that he got up at night to check. Several more birds landed in front of the Shaolin Temple for no reason, creating a foul stench. Many snakes, insects, rats, and ants crawled out from the backyard, but they all died in an instant. All signs point to this. Shaolin Temple is in trouble, and it's a big deal. Hui Kong couldn't hold it anymore. Seeing Su Zhu getting weaker day by day, everyone in Shaolin Temple was on edge, so he immediately called Song Ruer. Song Ruer was fine, but it can be seen that she seems to have realized something. Donor lady, are you hiding something from me? Hui Kong asked very seriously. No. Song Ruer shook her head guiltily. Female donor, you have also seen the situation of my Shaolin Temple in the past few days. If you don't tell the truth, I am afraid that my Shaolin Temple will be implicated by you. Hui Kong said sternly. Tears welled up in Song Ruer's eyes. 2. Actually, I was born with a body that brings disaster. When these words came out, Hui Kong was stunned at first. Then he was shocked. He jumped up and almost jumped onto the roof. Hurry up. Leave Shaolin Temple as soon as possible. Hui Kong, who was always calm and peaceful, was like a mouse seeing a cat at this moment and was eager to drive Song Ruer away. Song Ruer knelt on the ground, crying, Master, I have nowhere to go. Hui Kong also wanted to kneel down to her. My aunt, your evil body can kill people. Even though my Shaolin Temple is blessed by the Buddha, it cannot withstand the disaster brought by your evil body. The body of disaster is a special physique that is extremely terrifying in ancient legends. Wherever people with this physique go, disasters will occur. Those close to them will not die a good death, and people related to them will also die one after another. To put it bluntly, he is a born disaster. You will die wherever you go. Chapter 72, Your cultivation is still too shallow. The body of disaster is extremely rare, having only appeared twice in ancient times. Once, it caused a huge catastrophe, resulting in the destruction of dozens of sects and the death of hundreds of powerful people for no reason. In the end, it was only through the siege of heroes from all over the world that the evil body was killed. Another time, a bloody storm broke out in Beichuan, which almost led to the destruction of countless families in Beichuan. Now, 10,000 years have passed. This calamity-inducing entity that made countless people shudder with fear had actually appeared again. And it appeared in his own temple. How could this not make Hui Kong afraid? He is now completely certain that both Su Zhu's sudden serious illness and the various strange things that have occurred in Shaolin Temple were caused by Song Ruer's evil body. A complete disaster. Donor Song, it's not that I am cruel, but do you know what a body of misfortune means? Hui Kong said with a bitter look on his face. Song Ruer also looked helpless. I know, but I really have nowhere to go. Perhaps only Buddhism can help me eliminate the influence of this evil body. Can Buddhism eliminate it? Hui Kong didn't know, but he knew that he would not be able to bear it. It is estimated that it won't be long before I will be affected by the body of disaster. I'm afraid he won't live long. No, we can't let her stay here. Hui Kong was in a heavy mood and made up his mind to get Song Ruer away. He thought about it. In the world today, the only person who can possibly solve this evil body is Yi Qingyan. Apart from him, Hui Kong couldn't think of anyone else who had this ability. For now, there's only one person who can help you. Hui Kong said in a deep voice. Song Ruer was startled. Who is the person the master is talking about? Ye Vingyun. Song Ruer had naturally heard of Yi Qingyun's name. After all, Yi Qingyun's name is now known to everyone in the southern wilderness. But I heard that Master Yi lived in seclusion in the mountains, and I don't know where he is. Song Ruer asked doubtfully. Huikong smiled slightly. Yi Qingyun is the holy son of our Buddhist sect. He now lives in seclusion on this floating cloud mountain. Song Ruer was overjoyed. Can I really meet this master? Huikong nodded. I am familiar with the Holy Sun. If I take you up there and explain the situation, I think the Holy Sun will be willing to help you. Song Ruer quickly bowed. Thank you very much, Master. It's okay. I just hope that your body of misfortune can be resolved as soon as possible. At that moment, Huikong took Song Ruer to Floating Cloud Mountain. When they reached halfway up the mountain, Huikong was walking when he suddenly missed a step and fell to the ground. Master! Song Ruer was shocked and rushed over to support him. Huikong got up covered in dust and looked at the ground in confusion. It was such an ordinary piece of land, but I missed it. Huikong thought that Song Ruer's ill-fated body might have begun to affect him. So, Huikong quickened his pace and immediately brought Song Ruer to the top of the mountain. Right now, Yi Qingyun was practicing Tai Chi with his apprentice Guo. Disciple, you must watch carefully. This is my unique skill, which is passed down to men, not women. Yi Qingyun slowly performed his moves while speaking to Guo. Guo looked confused. Can this slow and leisurely move be called boxing? I'm afraid you can't even beat an old man. But after all, it was taught by Yi Qingyun. Even though Guo had some doubts, he still carefully memorized the moves. Huikong, who was watching from a distance, was extremely shocked. From Yi Qingyun's every move, he vaguely saw a great truth that he had never encountered before. The moves seem slow, but they are extremely smooth. Every gesture is just right. At first glance, it's full of flaws. But upon closer inspection, there was no flaw. Compared to his fierce Buddhist boxing, it seems to be a whole new realm. Of course, Huikong didn't know what Tai Chi was, or what it meant to overcome hardness with softness. But he could already see that the boxing skills Yi Qingyun was displaying at this time were very unusual. For a moment, Huikong didn't dare to step forward to disturb them, afraid of ruining the atmosphere. It was Yi Qingyun himself who discovered the two people not far away. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly and walked over immediately. Greetings to the sun. Huikong bowed quickly. Yi Qingyun has also gotten used to it and doesn't care at all how these monks call him. What do you want from me? Yi Qingyun glanced at Song Ruer, who was standing behind Huikong, and couldn't help asking. Huikong said quickly, Son, this Miss Song Ruer has encountered some troubles. She wants to join my Buddhist sect, but... Just what? Yi Qingyun looked confused. Although it is rare for women to enter Buddhism, there are still nuns after all, so Yi Qingyun didn't find it strange. But this girl has a body of disaster that is rare in the history. Huikong said in a deep voice. I thought Yi Qingyun would also look solemn. But Yi Qingyun had no reaction. It's like I didn't hear it. What body? A body of disaster. Hungry. Yi Qingyun looked at Song Ruer with a twisted face. How can a grown-up girl like her become a hungry person? But he looked listless, as if he had been hungry for several meals. Please help this girl and help her get rid of the evil spirit. Huikong clasped his hands together and said. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. Isn't he just starving? Is your Shaolin temple so poor that you can't even afford to eat a full meal? Huikong and Song Ruer were both stunned. Then both of them showed strange expressions. Holy Sun, the body of misfortune is... At that moment, Huikong told Yi Qingyun the origin of the body of disaster. Guo, who was standing by, was stunned after hearing this. Is there such a strange physique in the world? Wherever you go, people there will be unlucky. Guo suddenly felt a little scared. Yi Qingyun was also dumbfounded. What the hell? Yi Qingyun almost kicked Huikong directly. This evil monk actually brought such a terrifying person up here. Is this because he is afraid that he will get unlucky? How abominable. Yi Qingyun glared at Huikong. Huikong looked stunned. Huikong, I'm going to talk to you. Huikong quickly lowered his head. I am willing to listen to the Holy Sun's teachings. When I was discussing Buddhism before, I told your uncle that as a Buddhist, you should be aware that if I don't go to hell, then who will? Yi Qingyun looked disappointed. Look at yourself. Do you have this awareness? Huikong's face was immediately filled with shame. If I were you, I would definitely not bring this girl here, but would rely on my own Buddhist teachings to slowly resolve the issue. Even if she brings bad luck, what does that matter? Would a monk be afraid of this? Huikong, Your cultivation is still too shallow. Chapter 73, The Broom, shows its power. These words made Huikong feel ashamed. I was almost dying of shame. Huikong's face was filled with shame. He clasped his hands together and bowed his head deeply. What the Holy Sun taught me is that my cultivation is really too shallow. I even forgot what the Holy Sun taught me a few days ago. Yi Qingyun patted Huikong on the shoulder. So you should take this girl back. After all, she is your disciple. If anything happens, you, as her master, should be responsible for it. Huikong nodded with determination. Son, you're right. This matter is indeed my responsibility. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Miss Song, even if I have to sacrifice my entire cultivation in my life, I will do my best to help you get rid of this hungry body. Huikong turned and looked at Song Ruer, but he saw Song Ruer already kneeling in front of Yi Qingyun. Please help me, sir. Yi Qingyun was a little embarrassed. You should go down the mountain with Huikong. Song Ruer raised her head and looked at Yi Qingyun pitifully. If you don't save me, I will kneel here forever. Yi Qingyun was speechless for a while. This is really cheating. Huikong, take her away. Yi Qingyun ordered. Huikong was about to take Song Ruer away by force. But suddenly, a black light appeared on Song Ruer's body. As soon as the black light appeared, it shot straight into the sky, like a beam of light. For a moment, everyone in the Tianwu dynasty could see this black beam of light. What is this? This direction seems to be Floating Cloud Mountain. Could it be that something happened at Floating Cloud Mountain? This black light is disturbing. Emperor Wu Dongfang Su, Xianjian Sect Master Su Changfeng, Jiuling Sect Master Gong Sunyu, Taihao Sect Master Chen Gongwang, and Shen Tianhua, who lives in seclusion in Yuqian Valley. These powerful men sensed the horror of the black light column at the same time and flew up to the sky together. Could it be that this is the aura of disaster? Shen Tianhua's face was solemn, his eyes fixed in the direction of the black light column. Could it be that something happened to Master Yi? Shen Tianhua flew to Fuyun Mountain without hesitation. Dongfang Su, Su Changfeng, and others, like Shen Tianhua, realized that there was something wrong with the black light and immediately rushed to Fuyun Mountain. This black light revealed an ominous feeling. Huikong was shocked and quickly stepped back. This is the aura of disaster. You must not get involved in it, or you will be entangled in disaster and your life will be in danger. Yi Qingyun was so scared that he quickly pulled Guo Xiaoyan back. Song Ruer's face was full of pain, and her eyes had turned as dark as ink. The aura of disaster continued to emanate from her body, visible to the naked eye. The grass under Song Ruer's feet withered. Even the soil began to rot. Yi Qingyun was terrified. This is too scary. It's like a nuclear weapon. Whoever touches it will die. Huikong, take her away quickly. If this thing explodes, won't my Floating Cloud Mountain be ruined? Yi Qingyun quickly shouted to Huikong. When Huikong saw this, he made up his mind. If I don't go to hell, who will? He shouted and rushed forward with gritted teeth. Buzz! A moment. Huikong was then infected by the aura of disaster. He froze for a moment, then began to twitch all over. A face turned black, and the eyes also turned black. Plop! Huikong fell to the ground and seemed to have lost consciousness. Yi Qingyun was dumbfounded. Is this evil aura really that powerful? Huikong is considered an expert, but he couldn't hold on for a moment. How to fix it? Seeing that the aura of disaster was still spreading, Yi Yun and Guo Xiaoyan had already retreated 100 steps away. But if this continues, the entire Floating Cloud Mountain will be affected. Master, what should I do? Guo Xiaoyan also became anxious. At this time, Big Hare and Rabbit also walked out of the yard. A dog and a rabbit looked at the black air and looked at each other. Rabbit, brother dog, I can't handle this. Damao, I can do it, but it's too much trouble. Rabbit, what should I do? Damao, just watch first. If it doesn't work, I'll take action. Rabbit, okay. A rabbit and a dog just stood by and watched the fun. In the backyard pond, a dragon head quietly surfaced, took a look at the situation in the front yard, and then buried its head back into the water. Master and disciple Yi Qingyun and Guo Xiaoyun watched as the black energy continued to spread and was about to reach them. No way. The master and disciple had no choice but to abandon this place. Run down the mountain. Brother Go, why don't you take action? Rabbit asked, somewhat worriedly. Damao didn't say anything and was about to raise his paw. Suddenly, a lot of people flew over from the sky. It was Shen Tianhua, Dongfang Su, and others who arrived. These people stood in the air and saw the situation here. The air of disaster. Shin Tianhua's expression changed drastically. When the others heard what Shin Tianhua said, they were also shocked. What? This is actually the aura of disaster. Senior Shun, are you seeing this wrong? If this is really the aura of disaster, then this woman, could it be the body of disaster mentioned in the rumors? Dongfang Su and his companions were extremely shocked. It's even a little unbelievable, because the body of disaster is a special existence that only appeared in ancient times. Now, tens of thousands of years have passed since the ancient times. How is it possible that a body of disaster would still appear? Shin Tianhua shook his head repeatedly. I'm sure you are right. This is the aura of disaster. We must not be contaminated by it. Even if we have a high level of cultivation, it is difficult to resist the erosion of the aura of disaster. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Su and others felt even more awed. Looking down, Yi Qingyun had already disappeared. Could it be that Master Yi also left because of this ominous aura? Everyone couldn't help but guess this. But this is not surprising. The aura of disaster and misfortune is a force that heaven and earth cannot tolerate. Unless one reaches the level where one can mobilize the power of heaven and earth, one will be unable to resist this disastrous aura. At this time, the black gas was approaching the yard where Yi Qingyun lived. And just at this moment, suddenly something flew out of the house. Several people in the sky looked over together. It turned out to be a broom. This broom is the one Yi Qingyun often uses to sweep the floor. At this time, the broom flew out, flashing a mysterious and deep light. It suddenly flew into the air of disaster. No matter how strong the evil energy was, the light on the broom remained steady and was not affected at all. What treasure is this? Shin Tianhua and others were shocked. How could this broom remain intact in such a disaster-filled atmosphere? It's incredible. And the next moment, something even more incredible happened. The broom swept violently. Boom! The heaven and earth were shaken. For a moment, the black air rolled back. They actually retreated back into Song Ruer's body. The aura of disaster that was about to permeate the entire mountain disappeared in an instant. Shen Tianhua and the others were stunned. The aura of disaster was actually eliminated just like that. Chapter 74, Humble Master Yi. The broom swept away the evil spirit and immediately fell on Hui Kong, who was lying unconscious on the ground. The broom just swept across Hui Kong's face. The dark energy on Hui Kong's face suddenly dissipated. He opened his eyes blankly and saw a broom floating in front of him. Hui Kong was a little confused. Why did I see a flying broom? The broom dissipated the evil spirit from Hui Kong and flew back into the house in a flash. It continued to lie in the corner of the room, quietly. It was like it had never moved. But everyone present was deeply shocked by this scene. Even Big Hare and Rabbit didn't expect this to happen. I almost forgot that the master's house is full of treasures. I don't need to take any action to deal with the evil spirit. Damao stretched and said casually. The rabbit looked back into the house, showing a lingering fear. It remembers clearly that when it first came here, it was badly beaten by these treasures. Even the hare was beaten off. Looking back now, I felt that I was lucky at the time. I guess those treasures didn't really harm me. Even the aura of disaster could be easily swept away. A little rabbit demon, like him, was not taken seriously by those treasures at all. At this time, Shin Tianhua and others also fell to the ground. They immediately came close to Song Ruer and Hui Kong. Dear donors, were you the ones who saved this poor monk? Hui Kong asked in confusion. Shin Tianhua and the others all shook their heads. They have no way to dispel the evil spirit. If the aura of disaster had not disappeared, they would not have dared to land. Who saved me? The aura of disaster here seems to be gone too. Hui Kong looked puzzled. It is Master Ye's treasure. It dispelled the evil spirit and saved your life. Dongfang Su said, Master Ye's treasure? Hui Kong was a little surprised. Yes, a treasure flew out of Master Ye's house just now. It is the broom you saw just now. It was that broom that swept away the evil spirit and saved your life. Hui Kong thought of the broom that had just flown in front of him, and his face was filled with shock. Where is the sun? He looked around, but did not see Yi Qingyun. Shin Tianhua sighed. I think the master has been harassed repeatedly recently and is annoyed and does not want to meet with us. Su Changfeng also smiled bitterly and said, Yes, the master didn't want to meet me, but he was still compassionate and used the treasure to dissolve the evil spirit and nip a huge disaster in the bud. The master is so low-key, yet still cares about the world. He is truly a role model for us. Yes, yes. In our minds, Master Yi has become even more majestic and taller. Several people said in succession. In his words, he completely put all the credit for eliminating the evil spirit on Yi Qingyun. This is not surprising. The broom was from Yi Qingyun's house. If Yi Qingyun hadn't cast a spell in secret, how could the treasure have been launched? So this is Yi Qingyun's credit. Amitabha, the saint's son has great virtues. I am afraid that even if I practice for thousands of years, I will never be able to reach the saint's son's level. After saying that, Huikong thought of Song Ruer again and hurried to check on Song Ruer's condition. At this time, Song Ruer had fallen into a coma, but his breathing was steady and his complexion was normal, so there was nothing serious. Huikong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. Gong Sun Yu at the side asked jokingly, "What's wrong, monk? Is this woman your lover?" Huikong's face froze, and he said angrily, "Donor, please be careful with your words." Gong Sun Yu touched his head awkwardly. Shen Tianhua stared at Song Ruer. "Monk, is this woman really a body of disaster?" Huikong nodded heavily. "She is indeed a body of misfortune." Hiss. For a moment, the sound of people gasping for air was heard continuously. Several people were shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. I was afraid that the horrible aura of disaster would erupt again. I never thought that I would be able to see the legendary body of disaster in my lifetime. Shen Tianhua sighed. Dongfang Su felt even more worried. He was not only surprised by the appearance of the body of disaster, but he was also worried that the body of disaster would appear in his own country. If it can't be controlled, it will be a disaster. No, we must find a way to get this girl away. Dongfang Su said secretly. Su Changfeng suddenly said, "Although the body of disaster is terrible, since Master Yi has a treasure that can restrain the energy of disaster, I think he also has a way to deal with the body of disaster." Hearing this, several people nodded. In their opinion, as long as Yi Qingyun is in the hands of others, there is nothing that he cannot solve. Let's wait here for Master Yi to come back. Uh-huh. At this time, Yi Qingyun and Guo Xiaoyan had already run halfway up the mountain. Yi Qingyun wanted to continue running, but Guo Xiaoyan suddenly grabbed him. "What's wrong?" Yi Qingyun turned around and asked in confusion. "Master, it seems everything is fine." Guo Xiaoyan pointed to the mountain and said. Yi Qingyun was startled and looked upwards. Really? The black beam of light that was visible just now has now disappeared. Could it be that Huikong solved the black energy? Yi Qingyun was suspicious, but he didn't dare to go up easily. If the black energy doesn't dissipate, wouldn't I be dead? "Master, let me go up and take a look." Guo Xiaoyan volunteered. Yi Qingyun shook his head repeatedly. "You stay here, I'll go up and take a look." Just as he was about to take a step, he turned back and said to Guo Xiaoyan, "If anything happens, run quickly." Guo Xiaoyan nodded heavily and looked at Yi Qingyun with great concern. "Master, please don't die." Yi Qingyun almost stumbled. "The more you say this, won't I die faster?" Yi Qingyun took a deep breath. "Never mind. Let's go up and take a look first." Yi Qingyun immediately rushed up the mountain. When we were almost at the top of the mountain, Yi Qingyun cautiously stuck his head out and took a look. There is no black air at all. There are also a few people standing in front of their own yards. What's going on? Is it Master Yi? At this time, Dongfang Su also saw Yi Qingyun popping up not far away. Several people looked over at the same time. Only then did Yi Qingyun come up. "It's you." Yi Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. Several people looked at Yi Qingyun with admiration. "Why are you looking at me?" "I have much to thank you for," Yi Qingyun said with a puzzled look. Several people were stunned. "Thank you for what we did. If you hadn't arrived in time and resolved this evil aura, there would be no grass growing here," Yi Qingyun said with lingering fear. Several people looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. However, they all knew that Yi Qingyun would definitely not want to admit that he was the one who resolved the disaster. So he said that. "Since Master Yi asked us to cooperate, let's cooperate." Several people knew it tacitly, but no one pointed it out. "It's what we should do." "That's right. Master Yi, you said that it's fun to help others." "It's just a small matter, Mr. Yi. Don't take it to heart." Several people laughed awkwardly. Suddenly, Song Ruer murmured. Everyone was shocked. They all looked at Song Ruer. I saw black energy emerging from Song Ruer's body again. "Damn, you're coming again?" Yi Qingyun was so scared that he almost ran away. Fortunately, Song Ruer also woke up at this time. The black energy immediately subsided. Am I going to hell?" Song Ruer looked confused. Chapter 75. The Chinese Knot That Suppresses Misfortune. Song Ruer quickly woke up. She realized that not only was she not dead, but she was alive and well. Suddenly, Song Ruer fell into great pain. Why am I not dead? I should be dead. As long as I die, no one will be implicated by me anymore. Let me die. Let me die. Seeing Song Ruer, who desperately wanted to commit suicide, everyone was speechless. Yi Qingyun, in particular, could not understand at all why someone wanted to commit suicide. What's good about death? If you die, you will have nothing. No nothing, nothing exists. Fall into eternal darkness. There was no day to wake up again. It's so scary. Just thinking about it. Yi Qingyun felt like he was suffocating. So Yi Qingyun is very afraid of death. It's better to live one more day. Girl, the world is so wonderful, and you still have a wonderful life to experience, so don't be so anxious to die. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but persuade him. Song Ruer shook her head repeatedly. If I don't die, more people will die because of me. I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. Yi Qingyun looked strange. Then you could have ended your life a long time ago. Song Ruer looked bitter. I have tried, but every time I want to end my life, something unexpected happens. What? Everyone was stunned. Then Song Ruer continued. The first time I tried to commit suicide, I wanted to jump off a cliff, but somehow I was blown back by a gust of wind. If I jumped again, I would be blown back up again. Everyone. Song Ruer, once again I tried to cut my neck with the sword, but the sword just broke. Everyone. Song Ruer, the most recent time, I finally got a pill that was extremely poisonous. It is said that if you take it, you will bleed from all 7 orifices and die in a moment. But after I ate it, my stomach just hurt for a while, and then there was no reaction. Everyone. Song Ruer looked desperate. For so many years, I have been unable to die even if I wanted to. But if I live, I will continue to hurt others. I really don't know what to do. Everyone. Shun Tianhua looked at Song Ruer with a serious look in his eyes. I have read in ancient books that people with a body of disaster are born with bad luck, but things will turn into the opposite when they reach the extreme. If a person with a body of disaster encounters danger, he will turn danger into safety. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Can it still be like this? No wonder Song Ruer couldn't die even though she wanted to. Love is a curse that, apart from being bad for others, can be extremely good for oneself. Yi Qingyun was also amazed. This physique is really amazing. This is a typical case of harming others for personal gain. Others will be unlucky because of her, but she herself will always encounter good things because of her unlucky body. Holy Sun, please lend a helping hand and help her resolve the evil spirit. Huikong spoke. Yi Qingyun looked helpless. What can I do? Huikong smiled and said, Son, you only need to do one thing to help her resolve the evil spirit. What is it? Give her an amulet. Yi Qingyun looked puzzled. Is it so easy? Huikong nodded. The Holy Sun has infinite blessings and virtues and must be blessed by our Buddha. If there is an amulet given by the Holy Sun himself, I think the power of our Buddha will also descend on Donor Song and eliminate disasters and difficulties for her. I see. Ye Vingyu nodded. He also knew that Buddhism had its own set of rules. To put it bluntly, it is a consecration ceremony. Once the objects in the temple are said to be consecrated, they become valuable. But whether it is useful or not is a matter of opinion. Anyway, in Yi Qingyun's opinion, the so-called consecrated objects are just for psychological comfort. All right, Yi Qingyun thought about it, and then went back into the house. Not long after, he came out again. Yi Qingyun was seen holding a red object in his hand, which seemed to be made of some silk thread. None of them had seen this kind of thing before, and they were all a little curious for a moment. Mr. Yi, what is this? Su Chanfeng asked curiously. This is the Chinese knot. Yi Qingyun smiled slightly. Chinese knot. Several people looked at each other, having never heard of such a thing. This thing looks quite festive. Shun Tianhua said with a smile. Of course. Yi Qingyun handed the Chinese knot to Song Ruer. Although I don't know if this thing is useful, it's for the sake of safety. Just wear it. Thank you, Master Yi. Song Ruer took it with both hands. Just when Song Ruer got the Chinese knot, a warm current instantly flowed through Song Ruer's body. Song Ruer was stunned, and then looked at the Chinese knot in disbelief. For some reason, she always felt that something seemed to have changed in her body. But it is impossible to explain exactly what the changes are. The other people looked at Song Ruer receiving the gift from Yi Qingyun with envy. This thing was made by Yi Qingyun. That is definitely a treasure. It must be extraordinary. Pity. They could only watch with envy, but did not dare to have any covetous thoughts. Moreover, it is definitely not a wise move to steal things from the body of disaster. Donor song. Please follow me down the mountain and return to Shaolin Temple. Good. At that moment, Huikong took Song Ruer and walked down the mountain. Shin Tianhua and his companions did not stay long. They bid farewell to Yi Qingyun and left one after another. On the way back to Shaolin Temple, Huikong and Song Ruer met Guo Xiaoyan and asked him to return to Yi Qingyun. The turmoil caused by the evil spirit has temporarily subsided. Song Ruer returned to Shaolin Temple, but she was still worried. He was always worried that his unlucky body would bring disaster to Shaolin Temple. For several days, Shaolin Temple was peaceful. Nothing happened. Even Su Zhu, who had been unable to get out of bed, began to feel better. Huikong was very meticulous and determined that the Chinese knot that Yi Qingyun gave to Song Ruer played a huge role. Song Ruer also found it very strange. Wearing the Chinese knot every day, I feel relaxed and my mood becomes cheerful unconsciously. And she was very happy to see that the people around her were no longer affected by her. Master Yi is truly a god. Song Ruer sat in the Buddhist hall, holding the Chinese knot in her hand, feeling extremely grateful to Yi Qingyun. She could finally feel at ease. Yi Qingyun, who had unknowingly done a great thing, was now looking at the large area of scorched earth on the ground and felt a little worried. It's too ugly. Yi Qingyun smacked his lips. Master, let's go down the mountain and buy some seeds, tidy up this place and expand the yard. What Xiaoyan said. Yi Qingyun's eyes lit up. Good idea. At that moment, the master and disciple went down the mountain together and came to the market. After buying the seeds, we are ready to go back to the mountains. Tell fortunes and interpret the words, and tell fate. An old blind man wearing a blue shirt, dark and skinny, was sitting on the side of the road, shouting constantly. Originally, Yi Qingyun and Guo Xiaoyan didn't care. Just when the master and disciple passed by him, the old blind man suddenly reached out and grabbed Guo Xiaoyan's arm. Young man, let me tell you your fortune. Chapter 76, The Blind Fortune Teller. Fortune telling? Guo Xiaoyan was stunned, then looked at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun glanced at the old blind man. We don't believe that. After saying that, he was about to pull Guo Xiaoyan away. Don't leave. If it doesn't work, you don't want the money. The old blind man shouted quickly. Yi Qingyun turned a deaf ear. He doesn't believe in fortune telling. In his eyes, such people are purely money scammers. Say something plausible and then let your response speak for itself. Totally unbelievable. Tisk, it's a pity that such a good child has to die soon. The old blind man let go of his hand, shook his head, and sighed. Yi Qingyun paused. He looked down at Guo Xiaoyan. Upon seeing this, Yi Qingyun's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. There was actually some darkness between Guo Xiaoyan's brows. The forehead is black. I'm afraid it's unclear. Although Yi Qingyun doesn't believe in fortune telling, but anyone could tell something was wrong with Guo Xiaoyan's face. Master, what's wrong? Guo Xiaoyan looked at Yi Qingyun in confusion. Yi Qingyun frowned. Nothing. Let's go find that old blind man to tell our fortunes. Guo Xiaoyan was startled. Why? Don't ask. Just listen to what he says. Yi Qingyun took Guo Xiaoyan and walked to the old blind man's stall again. The old blind man seemed to have expected that the two of them would turn back and smiled slightly. You too. Would you like to have your fortune told? Yi Qingyun, you just said that my disciple will not live long. What's going on? The old blind man was a little surprised. He is your apprentice? Good. I see. I was wondering if you were so young and don't look like him. You are not father and son, nor are you brothers. It turns out you are master and apprentice. The old blind man said with a smile. Yi Qingyun was a little impatient. Tell me quickly, why is my disciple dying? The old blind man. Excuse me, young man. Please stretch out your right hand. Guo Xiaoyan looked at Yi Qingyun. Ye Vingyun nodded. Guo Xiaoyan immediately stretched out his right hand. The old blind man grabbed Guo Xiaoyan's arm and felt around. After the old blind man fumbled around for a while, his face suddenly changed. A hint of solemnity emerged. Good bones. Good bones. A rare talent among men, a peerless hero. The old blind man exclaimed in amazement. This is the bone structure of a natural king. It is rare to see such a thing in 1,000 years. It is rare to see such a thing in 1,000 years. Both Master Yi Qingyun and his disciple had strange expressions. What this old blind man said is too exaggerated. What is a born king? What is rare to see in 1,000 years? It would be better if the lies you tell were a little more reliable. Yi Qingyun was very disappointed. He felt that the old blind man was a liar who talked nonsense and made sensational claims. Old man, you'd better save your words. Yi Qingyun sneered. The old blind man shook his head seriously. I have never said anything nonsense. You, my disciple, are indeed born with the bones of an emperor, and you are not just an ordinary emperor. It's a pity. Having said this, the old blind man seemed to be hesitant to speak. What a pity, Yi Qingyun asked. Unfortunately, his imperial bone has 3 bone scars. The old blind man stroked his goatee. These 3 bone scars represent that he will face 3 life and death tribulations before he achieves his great cause as an emperor. If you can't get through it, the emperor's star will fall, and it will be difficult to accomplish great things. His first bone scar has gradually disappeared, which means he has survived the first tribulation. But this second tribulation is 10 times more ferocious than the first one. At this point, the old blind man asked, Young man, have you ever encountered any danger before? Yi Qingyun and Guo Xiaoyan were both stunned. Then they looked at each other. They recalled their previous encounter with the old monster Xietian. At that time, Xietian's disciples captured Guo Xiaoyan, wanting to absorb Guo Xiaoyan's essence to restore Xietian's vitality. If Yi Qingyun hadn't risked his life to kill the old monster Xietian, Guo Xiaoyan would have died long ago. I actually encountered it once, Yi Qingyun said with a frown. The old blind man nodded. That's right. He survived the first of 3 disasters, but the second one is coming. If he doesn't take precautions early, his life will be in danger. Guo Xiaoyan was a little scared. After all, he is only 8 years old. Hearing this, I naturally felt scared. Yi Qingyun remained silent. He doesn't believe in fate. But in this world, there are some things he has to believe. After all, people can fly and hide underground, so it's not surprising that some people can tell fortunes. Old sir, I apologize for offending you before. Please forgive me. Yi Qingyun became serious and bowed to the old blind man. No problem. The old blind man waved his hand. But I wonder if you have any solution? Yi Qingyun continued to ask. The old blind man tapped the table with his fingers. It's not that there is no way to save it, but he rubbed his fingers lightly. The meaning is self-evident. Yi Qingyun understood immediately and quickly took out a gold ingot. Please accept it, old sir. The gold ingots were stuffed into the old blind man's hands. An expression of ecstasy suddenly appeared on the old blind man's face. Gold ingots. This is really the case of closing business for 3 years and then making enough money for 3 years after reopening. He quickly stuffed the gold ingots into his sleeves. Young man, take a stick out of the bamboo tube and let me help you figure out how to resolve the disaster. Oh, Guo Xiaoyan took the bamboo tube, which was full of bamboo sticks. Just can't tell any difference. Guo Xiaoyan picked one up at random and handed it to the old blind man. The old blind man touched the bottom of the bamboo stick. The calamity of the origin, fire. He was born in the north. After the old blind man finished speaking, he was about to put the bamboo stick back into the bamboo tube. Yi Qingyun took the lead, took the bamboo stick, and took a look. I saw a few incomprehensible symbols engraved on the bottom of the bamboo stick. Yi Qingyun had no choice but to put the bamboo stick back into the bamboo tube. Your apprentice's calamity is related to fire, and there is little hope of survival. If you want to survive, you have to head north. Maybe you can find a chance of survival. The old blind man said so. North? Yi Qingyun was worried. If the Tianwu dynasty went all the way north, wouldn't it reach a place called Beichuan? He remembered that Shun Tianhua's apprentice, Xiao, sure came from a family called Xiao family in Beichuan. Old sir, can you tell me more details? The old blind man shook his head. It's hard to predict the future. Yi Qingyun was speechless. Oh well, Yi Qingyun was about to take Guo Xiaoyan away. But at this moment, the old blind man suddenly said, My dear brother, can I tell you a fortune? Yi Qingyun actually became somewhat interested. Well, you can calculate it for me too. After saying that, he stretched out his arm. However, the old blind man did not touch Yi Qingyun's bones. Instead, he took out a pen and paper. I will tell you a fortune for you, brother. Okay. Yi Qingyun immediately picked up the pen, thought for a moment, and wrote a word on the paper. Holy. A big holy word. The pen moves quickly and is domineering. This was written in cursive by Yi Yun. It is vigorous and powerful with a flying gesture. As soon as he finished writing this word, Yi Qingyun looked up. The old blind man was already standing there in a daze. Then, blood gushed out of the old blind man's nose. Then a line of blood flowed from his already shriveled eye sockets. Extremely horrifying. Chapter 77, Fortune-Telling Duo. Yi Qingyun and Guo Xiaoyan were both shocked. The old blind man covered his mouth and nose, but blood continued to flow out and his face was full of pain. This word, this word. The old blind man let out a low roar, as if he wanted to say something. Unfortunately, both Master Yi Qingyun and his disciple were frightened and had no idea what the old blind man was going to say. Or maybe the old blind man himself suddenly grabbed the paper and tore it into pieces. Puff! The old blind man spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly sat on the ground. But because of this, the pain on his face disappeared instantly. Both the master and the disciple were stunned. People in the market were also attracted by the noise here. What's going on here? Why did this fortune teller bleed so much? I'm afraid he got beaten because his fortune telling was inaccurate. It's very likely. I've never seen this old blind man before. People around were talking about it. Yi Qingyun and Guo Xiaoyan were both a little worried, afraid that they would get into trouble. Just at this moment, the old blind man suddenly stood up. He wiped the blood off his face and seemed to be fine. Old man, are you okay? Yi Qingyun asked cautiously. Ahem, I'm fine. I'm fine. The old blind man said quickly, but for some reason, his voice seemed to be trembling, as if afraid of something. The old blind man packed up his stall in a hurry and ran away without looking back. Yi Qingyun and Guo Xiaoyan looked confused. What is going on? Why did this fortune teller suddenly run away? Master, what happened to him? I guess it's his old illness that's coming back. You should go back and take medicine in a hurry. Oh, it seems to be true. Let's go, it's time to go back. Bang! A simple courtyard gate was closed roughly. The old blind man who had hurried back from the market leaned against the door, breathing rapidly and his face pale. Brother, you're back so early today? A middle-aged man in coarse linen clothes walked out of the house. The man was not good-looking, probably in his 40s, with a pale face and thin body, looking like a typical farmer. The only special thing was the man's left arm, which was broken at the shoulder, leaving only an empty sleeve. Junior brother, pack up and leave quickly, the old blind man said in panic. When the middle-aged man heard this, his expression changed. What's wrong, brother? The old blind man complained bitterly. I have been contaminated by a great karma. As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Brother, with your cultivation, you can resolve even the cause and effect of a country's rise and fall. What else can make you lose your composure like this? The old blind man waved his hands repeatedly. The cause and effect of a country's rise and fall? Compared with the great cause and effect I just encountered, it's simply not worth mentioning. The middle-aged man also became anxious. Brother, please speak quickly, the old blind man said solemnly. Do you still remember the divination that Master made for the southern wasteland before he died? The middle-aged man nodded. Of course I remember that Master saw a glimpse of the secrets of the heavens and had a premonition that the southern wilds would face a great disaster. He made a divination for the survival of the people in the southern wilds. But because the karma of this hexagram was too strong, the master was also attacked by the power of karma and died soon after. There was a hint of reminiscence in the middle-aged man's eyes. I remember Master said that the hexagram has found a savior for the southern wasteland, and this person will also become the leader of the human race in the southern wasteland, the emperor of the southern wilderness. The old blind man had a complicated expression. Yes, the southern wasteland emperor will be the key person to save the southern wasteland. Just now, I met a man at the market. This man is the bone of the human emperor. What? The human emperor? The middle-aged man was horrified. They have been searching for the human emperor of the southern wilderness for more than 30 years. After many fortune-tellings and practicing secret techniques, they finally found a clue. Tianwu dynasty. The human emperor who will save the southern wilderness in the future will most likely be born in the Tianwu dynasty. So they traveled thousands of miles to the Tianwu dynasty. But after the Tianwu dynasty, they lost their direction again. A vast sea of people. Who will be the future emperor? So, the master and disciple mingled among the mortal world, silently searching for the human emperor. Originally, they felt that the current emperor of the Tianwu dynasty, Dongfang Su, seemed to have the status of a human emperor. But I just couldn't get close to Dongfang Su. Brother, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? The middle-aged man was shocked, then asked suspiciously. The old blind man slapped his thigh and said, Although I am blind, you know my bone-touching skills. The bone structure of the emperor, such a special bone structure, How could I feel it wrong? That's true. The middle-aged man was well aware of his senior brother's abilities. Apart from anything else, the bone-touching method is the most outstanding one in their school. What kind of bone structure a person has can be determined immediately after passing through the old blind man's hands. Brother, finding the human emperor is a good thing. Why are you so anxious? The middle-aged man was puzzled. If I just want to find the future emperor, I wouldn't do this, but... At this point, the old blind man didn't know what to say for a moment. What's going on? The middle-aged man also became anxious. Well, the old blind man stamped his feet. The future emperor is now a disciple of someone else, and the emperor's master has the karma of a saint. I wanted to see who this person was, but ended up being opposed by the karma of a saint. If I hadn't cut off contact with this person in time, I would have lost my life. When he said this, the old blind man felt a sweetness in his throat again, and a mouthful of blood gushed out again. The middle-aged man was also frightened when he saw this, and hurried over to help. Brother, is this really the karma of a saint? It can't be wrong. Hurry up and go. Good. The two brothers packed up their things without hesitation and left the place immediately without stopping for a moment. They took advantage of the night and headed west. We just happened to pass by the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain. Why are there so many temples here? The middle-aged man said with some surprise. It is said that there's a Buddhist saint on Floating Cloud Mountain, so it is not surprising that there are some Buddhist temples here. The old blind man said. The middle-aged man was suddenly startled. Brother, do you still remember when my master told me my fortune when I was a disciple? The old blind man nodded. Of course I remember. Master said that in addition to the 5 disadvantages and 3 deficiencies that you are bound to experience in your life, there will also be an evil calamity. Only under the Buddha's light of Yinshan can you get through it safely. At this point, the old blind man was stunned. Buddha light in Yinshan? Could it be that? The middle-aged man looked excited. Brother, I have searched more than 10 mountains named Yinshan, but I still can't find the Buddha's light. Now, there are so many temples at the foot of Fuyun Mountain. Isn't this God's will? Chapter 78, How could it be such a coincidence? The old blind man was silent for a while. He originally wanted to leave the Tianwu dynasty directly and completely stay away from the terrifying cause and effect of the saint. However, he couldn't ignore the hexagrams of his junior fellow apprentice in the past. Their faction is already sparsely populated, and each generation can only have 3 people at most. By their generation, there were only 2 brothers left. Because they often spied on the secrets of heaven, both brothers had already suffered the backlash of the secrets of heaven and experienced 5 disadvantages and 3 shortcomings. The so-called 5 disadvantages and 3 shortcomings. The 5 evils are widowhood, loneliness, solitude, and disability. The 3 deficiencies are wealth, life, and power. Both the old blind man and the middle-aged man suffered from these 5 disadvantages and 3 deficiencies. In addition to the 5 disadvantages and 3 shortcomings of middle-aged men, there is another evil disaster that is even more fatal. Forget it. My brother's life is more important. The old blind man finally gave up his plan to escape from the Great Xia dynasty. Let's go explore the temples here. Thank you, brother. The middle-aged man showed gratitude. Then, the 2 brothers went straight to the gate of Shaolin Temple. At this time, the gate of Shaolin Temple was wide open, and an incense burner was placed behind the gate. Wisps of green smoke floated out of the incense burner. A pretty woman in white clothes, holding a broom in her hand, was sweeping the yard. Seeing someone coming in, the pretty woman immediately smiled. Are you 2 here to worship Buddha? The old blind man didn't say anything, and the middle-aged man smiled and nodded. This way, please. The pretty woman made a gesture of invitation. Led by the pretty girl, the fellow disciples went to the Buddhist temple. But at this moment, the middle-aged man and the old blind man changed color at the same time. Especially the old blind man, a look of shock appeared on his face. He immediately used his spiritual energy to secretly transmit the message. Junior brother, this woman, the middle-aged man said solemnly, Brother, your guess is correct. This woman is most likely the calamity body mentioned in the ancient book. The old blind man couldn't help but gasp. A body of disaster. They actually encountered a creature of disaster in this temple. This is really unexpected. For a moment, the 2 brothers were afraid to step forward. A body of misfortune. Whoever gets involved will be unlucky. Especially for those like them who can peek into the secrets of heaven. They are more aware of the horror of the body of disaster. Why don't you 2 come in? Song Ruer turned around and found the two men standing outside whispering, and asked in confusion, we suddenly have something to do, so we won't bother you anymore. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly, and then he and the old blind man quickly left here. But they had only taken 2 steps and had not yet walked out of the temple gate. Suddenly, the incense burner behind the door fell down unexpectedly. The two had not expected this to happen and dodged in a hurry. Bang! The incense burner fell heavily to the ground. Incense ashes were scattered all over the floor. A cloud of dust rose. Oops, why did the incense burner fall over? Song Ruer was startled and ran over quickly. The noise naturally alarmed the other monks in the temple. Then Su Hai and his son Su Zhu rushed out. When they saw the situation outside, they immediately thought that the 2 old blind men had kicked over the incense burner. Hey! Su Hai shouted loudly, his eyes wide open with anger. Where did this lunatic come from? How dare he cause trouble in my Shaolin temple? Both the father and the son thought that the old blind man and the middle-aged man were causing trouble. Both brothers felt helpless. What is this? They clearly had no intention of causing trouble, but the monks in the temple thought they were causing trouble. 2 masters, we are not here to cause trouble. Yes, the incense burner fell down by itself. It has nothing to do with us. The old blind man and the middle-aged man hurriedly explained. Nonsense. The incense burner was placed perfectly. How could it fall down for no reason? Obviously, Su Hai and Su Zhu could not believe these words. Junior sister Song, are these 2 here to cause trouble? Su Zhu looked at Song Ruer and asked her. The 2 of them said they came to worship Buddha. Song Ruer said with some embarrassment, because she didn't know whether these 2 people were here to cause trouble. It's just that they look weird and their behavior is indeed a bit suspicious. The old blind man and the middle-aged man were both speechless. Now it's hard to explain, but the timing of the incense burner falling down was really too coincidental. He fell down just as the 2 of them were passing by. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the 2 of them knocked over the incense burner on purpose. We really didn't knock over this incense burner. The old blind man spoke. Su Hai frowned. Are you 2 also cultivators? The old blind man and the middle-aged man could only nod. What are your origins? How should the 2 of them respond? Their origins have always been unknown to outsiders, because once it is told, it is likely to cause big trouble. Us. The old blind man was just trying to fool around, but his storage bag suddenly fell to the ground. Crash. A lot of things came out from inside. The rest is fine, but there was one thing that made Su Hai, Su Zhu, and Song Ruer change their expressions. It was a skull with white bones, very scary. How can someone who carries this thing with him be a good person? Su Zhu and Su Hai immediately widened their eyes and stared at the old blind man and the middle-aged man with extremely fearful looks. These 2 people must be evil cultivators. The 2 concluded. The old blind man quickly picked up the thing and wanted to explain. But Su Hai and Su Zhu had already taken action. The father and son have greatly improved their cultivation during this period and are no longer the Song father and son of the past. When the 2 of them attacked, they were quite powerful. Go straight to the old blind man and the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the middle-aged man also became angry. A monk cannot distinguish right from wrong. His one arm swung violently. A white light appeared. Su Zhu and Su Hai were immediately enveloped by the white light. For a moment, both of them were unable to move. Buddha's light shines everywhere. Su Hai roared, and a golden Buddha appeared behind him. And the face of the Buddha was Yi Qingyan. Boom! Under the shining golden Buddha light, the middle-aged man's white light suddenly dissipated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Zhu used the Buddhist Vajra palm and attacked the middle-aged man directly. At the critical moment, the old blind man took out a compass. Certainly, the old blind man shook the compass, and suddenly everyone seemed to be standing on the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. For a moment, Su Zhu and Su Hai were trapped in the formation, and what they saw was no longer the Shaolin Temple. Go now, hurry up. The old blind man coughed repeatedly and pulled the middle-aged man away. Just walked out of the temple gate. But then another bald monk blocked the way. 2 donors, why did you leave in such a hurry? The person who came had a gentle and approachable face. Is Huikong. The middle-aged man was suddenly shocked. Brother, here come the powerful monk. The old blind man also felt Huikong's cultivation, and his expression became serious. Boom! Suddenly, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck unexpectedly. The range was exactly where Hui Kong and the other two were. What's going on? At this moment, Hui Kong and the old blind man were both dumbfounded. Chapter 79. Almost something happened. Thunder falls from the sky. It really came too fast. Neither Hui Kong nor the old blind man were able to react at all. Boom! The three were struck directly by the thunder. The ground suddenly turned charred black. Along with the ground, Hui Kong and the other three also turned black. Hui Kong and the other two were seen standing there, twitching all over, their clothes were torn, black smoke was coming out of their bodies, and their hair and beards were all burnt. Song Ruer, who was standing by, was so frightened that her face turned pale. She was just there, but the lightning did not strike her, but only struck Hui Kong and the other two. Master, are you okay? Su Hai and Su Zhu were also shocked. They wanted to go forward to check, but they were afraid that more thunder would fall. Plop, plop, plop. Hui Kong and the other two all fell straight to the ground, their hands and feet still twitching. But looking at their appearance, it seems that their lives are not in danger. But he looked so miserable, just like roast suckling pig. Amipa. Hui Kong reluctantly chanted the Buddha's name, then raised his head with difficulty. Donor Song, are you still wearing a Chinese knot? Huoxiao ninth. Of course, huh? Where's my Huaxia knot? Song Ruer touched her waist, and her face changed drastically. The Chinese knot that Yi Qingyun gave her to suppress her evil body had disappeared. What? Su Hai and Su Zhu were immediately dumbfounded. When they looked at the situation here again, they immediately understood. The two old blind men were not here to cause trouble at all. The real reason lies with Song Ruer. The Chinese knot is gone. Song Ruer's evil body began to cause trouble in the temple again. The incense burner fell down, the two sides fought, and the thunder that just fell for no reason. They're all caused by the body of disaster. Quick, find the Chinese knot back. Otherwise, we will have to suffer from you again, Hui Kong said with a helpless tone. Okay, I'll go find it right away. Song Ruer was also anxious and hurried to her residence to look for Hua Xiajie. Not long after, Song Ruer came over happily. Found it. She came running over, dangling something in her hand. It's the Chinese knot. Seeing that the Huaxiao knot was still there, Hui Kong, Xu Zhu, and Xu Hai all breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Nothing serious happened. If the Huaxiao knot disappears, Song Ruer's evil body cannot be suppressed. No one can predict what will happen then. Fortunately, the Chinese knot is still there. Otherwise, not only would something bad happen, but they would not even have the face to ask Yi Qingyun for help again. Song Ruer hung the Chinese knot around her waist again. She was a little embarrassed. I forgot to put it on after I took it off when I changed my clothes yesterday. Hui Kong wanted to cry, but had no tears. You forgot to wear the Chinese knot when you changed your clothes, which caused me to be struck by lightning for no reason. What is this? Fortunately, the power of this thunder was not too strong, so neither he nor the old blind man was seriously injured. After putting on the Chinese knot, there seems to be no change. But the entire Shaolin Temple seemed to be missing something. Only then did Su Hai and Su Zhu dare to help Hui Kong up. Master, you smell so good, Su Zhu said in a daze. He even swallowed his saliva. Hui Kong glared at him and said, monks should avoid meat and fish. Su Zhu said aggrievedly, I don't eat meat, so I can't even smell it. The old blind man and the middle-aged man also slowly climbed up. Both brothers sighed. If I had known that this would happen for no apparent reason, I should not have come here. Brother, let's go. Good. The brothers were about to leave. Hui Kong quickly stopped the two of them. What? Master, are you going to embarrass us again? The middle-aged man said coldly. Hui Kong waved his hands repeatedly. The two donors have misunderstood. The misunderstanding just now has caused the two donors to suffer injustice. I feel really guilty. Please go into the temple to rest and let me make amends. After saying this, Hui Kong bowed to the two of them. The old blind man patted the middle-aged man's hand and said, since we are here, let's just follow their wishes. All right. Su Zhu, serve the tea quickly. Su Hai, prepare the vegetarian meal immediately. Yes. The father and son immediately went to work. Hui Kong invited the two old blind men in. However, the three of them did not look very good, so they took a shower and changed into new clothes. When we arrived at the back hall, vegetarian food and tea had already been prepared. The old blind man and the middle-aged man sat together, and Hui Kong sat opposite them. What are your names? Hui Kong asked proactively. My surname is Yin, and my given name is Zhao. Yin Zhao is indeed the old blind man's real name. My surname is Chu, and my given name is Hanyang. The middle-aged man did not hide his real name. Hui Kong nodded. You two seem to have extraordinary abilities, but I don't know where you came from. The old blind man shook his head and said, Master, please forgive me, but I really cannot tell you about my brother and I's origins. Hui Kong smiled slightly. I can understand. Please have some vegetarian food. Yeah, okay. There was no further conversation during the meal. After dinner, the old blind man couldn't help it anymore. Why is there a body of disaster in your temple? This was something he really wanted to know. The body of misfortune is a physical condition that has been rumored to exist and has not appeared for many years. But now I met him in this temple. How could the old blind man not be curious? To be honest, this is a long story. At that moment, Hui Kong told the story of Song Ruer. He didn't hide anything and even told them the fact that Yi Qingyun had given them the Chinese knot. After all, monks do not tell lies. Hui Kong usually speaks the truth and is unwilling to lie to others. After hearing this, both of them were somewhat shocked. Is there anyone who can suppress the body of disaster? Isn't this person too powerful? Master, is the Holy Sun you mentioned on this floating cloud mountain? Chu Hanyang asked. Yes, the Holy Sun lives in seclusion on floating cloud mountain. Hui Kong smiled and said, he has always loved quietness and often regards himself as an ordinary person. Oh, why is that? The old blind man and Chu Hanyang were both a little confused. This is the Holy Sun's understanding of the mortal world and comprehending a more vast avenue. It is beyond our ability to guess. Hui Kong clasped his hands together and said with admiration. Chu Hanyang was somewhat moved. He wanted to meet the Son of God. Perhaps he could find this so-called Son of God to help him escape the evil calamity destined for him. Brother, let's go up and visit him as well. Chu Hanyang said. The old blind man nodded. Okay, I also want to pay a visit to this Holy Sun. Hui Kong's eyes lit up. Then tomorrow, I will take you two up the mountain to meet the Holy Sun. In that case, thank you very much, Master. Chapter 80 Ancient Buddha Yoga Sutras. The second day, the old blind man and Chu Hanyang followed Hui Kong up the mountain. When we reached halfway up the mountain, a big golden retriever came towards us. Chu Hanyang's expression froze, and he couldn't help but look at the big golden-haired dog a few more times. Junior brother, what's wrong? The old blind man asked doubtfully. No, nothing. Chu Hanyang shook his head. For some reason, he always felt frightened when he saw this big golden dog for the first time. It was like seeing something extremely terrifying. But look carefully. This is clearly a very ordinary dog. It seems that I am really too sensitive. Even a dog can make me so uneasy. Chu Hanyang smiled bitterly in his heart. Keep going up. The old blind man suddenly stopped again. Brother, what's wrong? The old blind man had a solemn expression on his face, as if he was counting something with his fingers, and then he stretched out his hand and grabbed twice in front of him. True dragon breath. This place has been haunted by a real dragon. The old blind man said in shock. What? Chu Hanyang was also horrified. Real dragon. That's a creature from the legend. Even in ancient times, true dragons only existed in rumors. Even though there were records of real dragons in ancient books, the descriptions were vague and no one could explain it clearly. But his senior brother was here and felt the real dragon energy. This is simply unimaginable. Brother, is this correct? Perhaps a dragon passed by here. Chu Hanyang said. The old blind man snorted. Have you forgotten that I once got a piece of ancient dragon scale? How could I be wrong about the breath of a real dragon? Upon hearing this, Chu Hanyang's expression changed. My senior brother has a high level of cultivation and is far better than me in the art of observing qi. Since senior brother said so, there must be dragon energy here. You too. There is indeed a dragon here. Hui Kong said lightly. What? The old blind man and Chu Hanyang exclaimed in unison. Hui Kong smiled slightly. I and many of my fellow practitioners down the mountain have seen it with our own eyes. A true dragon was born, and with a breath of dragon flame, tens of thousands of troops were annihilated in an instant. And that real dragon was naturally raised by the Holy Sun. Hiss! Upon hearing that it was the real dragon raised by the Holy Sun, the two brothers couldn't help but gasp. So scary. So horrible. So scary. Is there anyone who can actually raise a real dragon? This is something only gods can do, right? For a moment, the two brothers became even more curious about the Holy Sun mentioned by Hui Kong. What kind of shocking person is this? After walking for a while, the two brothers became a little nervous. Junior brother, when you meet the Holy Sun later, you must not show any fear. I understand, brother. Also, we must not let that saint sun see our origins. Uh-huh. Junior brother, do you think my behavior, will disturb the Holy Sun? I don't think so, junior brother, or we should not go up there. Chu Hanyang was somewhat helpless. Brother, you are too nervous. The old blind man smiled bitterly. Somehow, ever since he met that strange master and disciple on the street yesterday, he had been so frightened that he still hadn't recovered. We're here. The Holy Sun's residence is just ahead. At this time, Huekong's voice sounded. The old blind man shuddered all over. He was blind and couldn't see anything, but he could feel that this place was very quiet and there was an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. It makes you feel extremely comfortable all over. The old blind man hasn't felt so comfortable for many years. I couldn't help but stretch. Chu Hanyang saw a very strange scene. A young man and a child who looked about 7 or 8 years old were standing in the sun. Make a very strange movement. The young man raised one of his feet high behind him, holding his raised foot with one hand and stretching the other hand forward. The child was also doing the same thing, but because he was still small, he was staggering a little. Master, can this really prolong my life? Trust the master, it's right. But this movement looks so strange and difficult. It's okay. It's hard at first, but it will be easy once you get used to it. Master, my legs seem to be cramping. Then let it smoke. Ouch. The child sat on the ground, hugging his legs, his face full of pain. It looks like he really has cramps. The young man took a look and ignored it, still doing his weird movements. Master, what is this called? The child suddenly looked up and asked. Yoga. Oh. The child stood up again and continued to follow the young man and bent his feet behind him. As for the 3 people in the distance, except for the old blind man who couldn't see, the other 2 were stunned. Especially Huikong. There was a look of shock in his eyes. Could this be a move from the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra that has been lost for thousands of years? In the history of Western Buddhism, there was an extremely mysterious scripture called the Ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. This sutra has a long history and is said to be traceable back to the origin of Buddhism. In the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras, there's a practice called yoga, which can continuously improve the qualifications of the practitioner and also has the effect of prolonging life. However, the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras have been lost in ancient times. Today, there are only a few oldest Buddhist temples in the Western Territory, which are said to have preserved only 1 or 2 fragments of the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras. How many Buddhists are searching for the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras? Even if they cannot find the originals, it would be a great fortune to be able to find some rubbings. Pity, there has been no progress. Nowadays, Huikong saw this scene before his eyes. Yoga. Especially when Huikong heard Yi Qingyun say the word yoga, he was even more shocked. Although Chu Hanyang did not understand the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras, he felt an indescribable charm from Yi Qingyun's movements. This strange yet simple movement seems to contain the great path of life and imply endless evolution. This master is truly unfathomable. Chu Hanyang couldn't help but admire. Just at the first glance, Chu Hanyang was sure that this was definitely an extraordinary person. At this time, Yi Qingyun also saw 3 people standing in the distance. He was startled at first, then frowned. Isn't this the blind fortune teller on the street? Why is he here? Gua Xiaoyan also looked over. It's really that old gentleman. At this time, Huikong came over with 2 people. Son, I'm here to bother you again. Huikong said somewhat embarrassedly. Yi Qingyun was also speechless. Huikong, why do I feel like you're a pimp? Why do you always bring people here? Huikong looked confused. Pimp? What is pimping? What are you pimping for? Is this some profound Buddhist verse? Chapter 81. Are you here to rob money? Huikong really wanted to ask, what does it mean to be a pimp? But he was afraid that Yi Qingyun would think he was too ignorant, so he didn't dare to ask. After some hesitation, Huikong found himself very conflicted. Yi Qingyun no longer paid attention to Huikong, but looked at the old blind man and Chu Hanyang. Of course, he knew the old blind man. However, Yi Qingyun was very unfamiliar with this man with a broken arm. He had never seen him before. Chu Hanyang looked at Yi Qingyun with some awe, but deep down I also have some doubts. This person looks a bit strange, and there is no aura fluctuation on his body. Is he really the holy son of Buddhism that Huikong mentioned? A hermit master? No wonder he was so suspicious. Yi Qingyun really looked so ordinary from head to toe. To describe it in one word, it's mediocre. There is absolutely no sign of any master in him. But Chu Hanyang did not dare to underestimate Yi Qingyan, because he also knew that many hermit masters could not be identified from the surface. Perhaps their cultivation has reached an extremely unfathomable level, and they have long since returned to their original state. So it is impossible for others to see their true colors. Blind man, we meet again. Yi Qingyan spoke to the old blind man. The old blind man was startled, and then turned pale with horror. This sound. Yi Qingyan smiled and said, "Old blind man, didn't we just meet on the street yesterday? You even told fortunes for us, master and disciple." Ah, the old blind man finally remembered. This voice was exactly the one he encountered at the market yesterday. Moreover, he was the one who caused himself to be contaminated by the karma of a saint. How can we meet here? The old blind man was horrified and turned around to run away. When the old blind man thought about what happened yesterday, he felt that he would not live long. It seemed that the longer he stayed with Yi Qingyun, the less his life would be. Seeing that the old blind man wanted to leave, Yi Qingyun grabbed him. "Why are you here and leaving again?" The old blind man was trembling all over. Takato, please let me go." He begged for mercy, hoping that Yi Qingyun would let him go. Yi Qingyun was a little confused. "I didn't do anything to you. Why do you want me to let you go?" "What are you talking about? I didn't do anything to you yesterday. It was you who suddenly spurted blood while you were fortune-telling and left in a hurry. I was worried about you for a while," Yi Qingyun said speechlessly. At this time, Chu Hanyang also reacted. He looked at Yi Qingyun with shock. Could this person be the one who caused senior brother to be contaminated by the karma of a saint? The cause and effect of a saint cannot be peeped into. Once infected, you'll be hurt or even die. Yesterday, the old blind man suffered backlash on the spot because he was contaminated by a trace of saint's karma. Chu Hanyang clearly remembered how panicked and frightened his senior brother was yesterday. "It's all because of the young man in front of me. 2 donors, what's wrong with you?" Huikong was also a little confused about the situation. Why did these 2 people become weird after arriving here? It was like seeing something horrible. Although the Son of God is indeed an otherworldly master and unfathomable, he is so friendly and approachable. Why should we be so afraid? Nothing. Chu Hanyang shook his head repeatedly, but he didn't dare to tell the truth at all. The more Yi Qingyun looked at it, the more strange it seemed to him. There must be something wrong with these 2 people. He suddenly thought of something. "I see." Yi Qingyun narrowed his eyes and stared at the old blind man and Chu Hanyang. Under Yi Qingyun's gaze, the latter too felt as if their whole body was seen through and felt extremely uncomfortable. "Old blind man, was it because I gave you a gold ingot yesterday that you had evil intentions and brought an accomplice to rob the house?" Yi Qingyun questioned. As soon as these words came out, Huikong was suddenly shocked. "What? You 2 have already met the Holy Sun? And the Holy Sun gave you a gold ingot?" Guo Xiaoyun said, "My master and I went down a mountain to buy things yesterday. We met this old blind man who told us our fortunes. My master gave him a gold ingot." Hearing Guo Xiaoyun say this, Huikong also looked at the 2 old blind men with suspicion. "You 2, are you really going to harm the Holy Sun?" There was already a hint of sharpness and unkindness in his tone. For Huikong, the person he admires most now is Yi Qingyun. It can even be said that Yi Qingyun is his belief in this life. If anyone dares to harm Yi Qingyun, that person would be Huikong's enemy. With this humble monk here, no one can dare to touch a hair of the Holy Sun. Huikong shouted loudly. The 2 old blind men felt that they were really wronged. They didn't dare to have any bad intentions towards Yi Qingyun. He was really too scared to have such a reaction. Instead, I was misunderstood by others. "Apprentice, hurry up and hide the money in our house." "Good." Guo Xiaoyun rushed into the house, and he closed the door. "Brother, you misunderstood." Chu Hanyang spoke quickly. "So what are you doing here?" Yi Qingyun asked vigilantly. "Us." Chu Hanyang was speechless for a moment. He really didn't know what to say at this moment. Plop. But the old blind man suddenly knelt on the ground. "Your Excellency, I have no intention of offending you. I hope you will forgive me." As he spoke, the old blind man kowtowed 3 times to Yi Qingyun. Seeing this, Chu Hanyang followed his senior brother's example. "Please forgive me, master." Bang, bang, bang. 3 more kowtows. This really confused Yi Qingyun. I didn't know what to say for a moment. When the old blind man and the other man saw that Yi Yun didn't say anything, they thought he was deliberately testing them. So, the 2 brothers began to kowtow to Yi Qingyun. 2 heads, one above and one below. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of kowtows continued. It only took a short while. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang both had bruised foreheads. The blood dyed the ground red. But the two of them seemed unaware and were still kowtowing hard. All right, hurry up and get up. Yi Qingyun spoke quickly. He was really afraid that these two people would die here. Thank you, master. Both brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Now, you should tell me why you are here, right? Yi Qingyun asked again. The old blind man sighed. To be honest, I didn't know you were the one living here. If I had known, I would never have come up here, even if I was beaten to death. He really didn't expect that the holy son mentioned by Huikong, the master who could easily suppress the body of disaster, was actually the person he met yesterday. This is such a coincidence. But think about it. Only such a great person can accomplish such deeds. This is not a conflict either. I dare not hide the truth from you, master. Actually, I and my junior brother are both descendants of Tian's sect. The old blind man finally revealed their origins. Chapter 82, The Legend of Tian's Sect. Tian's Gate. Huikong frowned slightly, as if he had heard of the name of this sect before. But I couldn't think of it for a moment. And Yi Qingyan had naturally never heard of it. I'm a disciple of Tian's sect. I know how to spy on the secrets of heaven and predict good and bad luck. The old blind man told the story of Tian's sect. Because of leaking too many secrets, almost every generation of disciples in our Tian sect will be affected by the 5 disadvantages and 3 deficiencies and will inevitably suffer hardships in their lives. As an old man, my eyes became blind after practicing the sky-seeing technique. My junior brother's right arm was broken because of this. Hearing this, Huikong suddenly remembered. Jiangsu sect. I remember it now. Yi Qingyun was startled by Huikong's shout. Why are you yelling so loudly? He said to Huikong unhappily. Huikong was very embarrassed. It is a sin to disturb the Son of God. From the looks of you, you've also heard of Tian's sect? Yi Qingyun asked with a pout. Huikong nodded. I have indeed heard of Tian's sect. 500 years ago in the East, there was a mysterious young man who claimed to be the descendant of Tian's sect and was summoned by the ruler of the Tang dynasty. That mysterious young man once asserted that the Tang Empire could last for 999 years, but if it wanted to become a millennial empire, it would need to survive a great catastrophe. If we can't make it across, the Tang Empire will be reduced to ashes overnight. Once we get through this, the Tang Empire will be extremely prosperous and will never decline. The Tang Empire had been established for 999 years at that time, and there were only 99 years left before the millennium of the dynasty. At that time, no one believed what the young man said and expelled him from the Tang Empire. And what happened next? Yi Qingyun asked. Huikong glanced at the old blind man and Chu Hanyang, and both of them were silent. So Huikong continued. 99 years later, a disaster really happened to the Tang Empire, and it almost led to its demise. What disaster is it? This disaster is actually somewhat related to my Buddhist sect. Huikong's expression was somewhat complicated. The Tang emperor of that generation was a rare hero in the world. He led the Tang army to conquer the East and the West and conquered a vast territory. Because of this, the Tang emperor accumulated extremely heavy sins. In his later years, he became possessed by the devil, which led to the outbreak of his sins. It happened that there were evil people in the palace who used evil methods to refine the Tang emperor's sins into a demon, causing chaos in the Tang palace. The Tang palace was in chaos, and at that time, several small countries that had been conquered by the Tang dynasty also started a rebellion and counterattacked the Tang dynasty. With internal and external troubles, the Tang dynasty is in danger. It just so happened that there was a great monk in the Tang dynasty at that time. It was this great monk who stepped forward and suppressed the evil demon with his great Buddhist teachings, and the life of the Tang emperor was saved. The emperor of Tang is safe, so naturally those rebellions could not succeed and were all suppressed one by one. The Tang dynasty has finally survived the millennium catastrophe and entered the ranks of millennium dynasties. Having said this, Huikong clasped his hands together, his face full of admiration. That eminent monk is a role model for all Buddhists and has always been widely praised by them. Yi Qingyun also felt a sense of emotion. It seems that Buddhism is really a great place. If I have a chance, I must go and visit him so that I can learn a few skills myself and show off in front of monks like Huikong. Then I will look more like a real master. Since you two are descendants of Tian's sect, I think you should also know the story I told you, right? Huikong asked. The old blind man sighed. The mysterious young man in the master's story is our two brothers' master. When these words were spoken, Hui Kong was shocked. That mysterious young man is actually your master? Chu Hanyang and the old blind man both nodded. Hui Kong was extremely surprised. I didn't expect that you two are actually his disciples. It seems that you two really have a connection with our Buddhist sect. Yi Qingyun blinked his eyes. Then your master should be 500 or 600 years old now, right? Master has been dead for nearly 100 years. Chu Hanyang said sadly. Hui Kong felt a pity. It is such a pity that I cannot meet such a person. The old blind man smiled bitterly. Master, he has explored countless secrets of heaven throughout his life, and he suffered the backlash of shortening his lifespan. He should have lived for 1,000 years, but he only lived for 600 years before he passed away. Are you two brothers the only ones left in Taiyan's sect? Yi Qingyun asked. Yes. Yi Qingyun looked at the two men. One was blind and the other was disabled. It's really miserable. If these two people died again, the Taiyan sect would be cut off. The reason why we brothers and I came here is because our master read our fortune for us before he died. The old blind man explained why the two of them came here. After listening, Yi Qingyun and Hui Kong finally understood why the two men wanted to go up the mountain. The feeling was to help Chu Hanyang survive the disaster. Yinshan Buddha Light? It sounds like it is right here. Hui Kong said thoughtfully. Yi Qingyun, however, looked straight into the old blind man's eyes. He hadn't paid close attention at the market, but it seems now, the old blind man's eyes did not seem to be damaged by trauma. Old blind man, can you open your eyes? Yi Qingyun asked. The old blind man was stunned, not knowing why Yi Qingyun asked this, but he still opened his eyelids. A pair of white eyeballs were revealed. When Yi Qingyun saw it, he couldn't help but reveal a look of I see. My eyes have been blind for nearly 30 years, and I'm used to it. The old blind man said self-deprecatingly. Really? Well, since you're used to it, I won't heal you. Yi Qingyun said lightly. The old blind man froze for a moment. Chu Hanyang and Hui Kong both looked at Yi Qingyun in disbelief. Holy Son, do you have a way to heal his eyes? Hui Kong asked in surprise. Yi Qingyun nodded. There's a way, but I'm not sure it will work, but we can give it a try. The old blind man suddenly became excited. Please, Holy Son, heal my eyes. If you can cure me, I will serve you like a slave without any regrets. Chu Hanyang also pleaded quickly. Please ask the master to treat my brother. Even if you can't cure him, we two brothers will be grateful. Yi Qingyun was a little embarrassed, but he said he's used to it. If I cure him, what if he doesn't get used to it in the future? The old blind man. Chu Hanyang. Hui Kong. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with saying this. Master, please stop teasing this old man. Guo Xiaoyun, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. The old blind man was extremely excited when he heard Guo Xiaoyun speaking for him. He really deserves to be the future king of Southern Wilderness. He has been so kind-hearted since childhood. Chapter 83. See the light of day again. Okay, for the sake of my apprentice, I will treat you. Yi Qingyun said so. Thank you, Holy Son. Thank you, Holy Son. The old blind man was extremely happy. Chu Hanyang also had a look of joy on his face. Although my broken arm cannot be restored, it would be a great joy if my brother's eyes could be restored. Amit Ba, it is a great blessing for you to be healed by the Holy Son himself. Hui Kong said sincerely. Yi Qingyun got goosebumps when he heard this and waved his hands repeatedly. All right, stop flattering me. Hui Kong smiled awkwardly. Yi Qingyun said to the old blind man, come with me into the house, and let me take a good look at you first. Okay. The old blind man immediately followed Yi Qingyun into the house. Yi Qingyun also secretly paid attention and found that although the old blind man could not see, he was able to follow him closely without taking a wrong step. Although he is blind, it does not seem to affect his daily life much. Of course, the blind all long to regain their sight. Who would want to be blind if they could see? After entering the house, although the old blind man could not see anything, he could still feel the vibrations of treasures coming from all directions. For a while, the old blind man was shocked. My legs are weak too. Because of the aura of treasure coming from all directions, every one of them made the old blind man feel suffocated. So strong, so horrible. The aura of these treasures was like a raging storm, almost drowning the old blind man. Yi Qingyun turned around and saw the old blind man standing there trembling all over and was stunned. Is this old guy still suffering from epilepsy? Seeing the old blind man's reaction getting more and more intense, he became anxious. He rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and stuffed them directly into the old blind man's mouth. Old blind man. He was totally confused. What does it mean to put chopsticks in my mouth? Could it be related to treating eyes? Perhaps this is the mystery of the masters. The old blind man looked confused. Yi Qingyun also stared at the old blind man. Old man, are you okay? I'm fine. The old blind man was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Yi Qingyun was speechless. He thought the old man had epilepsy, and he stuffed chopsticks into his mouth because he was afraid that the old man would bite his tongue during the attack. Please sit down first. Yes. The old blind man sat stiffly on a chair. Yi Qingyun examined his eyes carefully. It's really cataracts. After reading it, Yi Qingyun confirmed it. This old guy has severe cataracts. Old man, bear with it. It might hurt a little. It doesn't matter. As long as I can regain my sight, I can endure any pain. Yi Qingyun held a delicate and sharp knife in his hand. Then I'll just do it. Don't move, old man. If you move, it won't be cured. After saying that, Yi Qingyun's knife fell down. Suddenly, the old blind man felt a sharp pain in his left eye. Oh shit. The old blind man almost jumped up. Fortunately, he remembered what Yi Qingyun had just said and gritted his teeth to hold on. It really didn't move at all. A moment later, one eye's healed. The old blind man just breathed a sigh of relief. It hurt so fucking much. His back was wet with cold sweat. Now the right eye. Before the old blind man could catch his breath, Yi Qingyun attacked again. Oh my god. The old blind man wailed in his heart. The pain was so severe that he began to wonder if he was going to die from the pain. Fortunately, the old blind man was a cultivator and had experienced many storms. At this moment, he endured the severe pain and did not move. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably faint from the pain. Another long quarter of an hour passed. To the old blind man, it only felt like a few decades, when his consciousness began to fade away due to the pain. All right. Yi Qingyun's voice rang out. The old blind man finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Whether it's cured or not, I won't come here no matter what you say. The old blind man wailed in his heart. Wait an hour, then slowly open your eyes and try again. Yi Vingyun Varnit. Okowo. When Yi Qingyun and the old blind man walked out of the house, Chu Hanyang and Hui Kong came to greet them. Brother, how are you? Chu Hanyang asked with concern. The old blind man smiled bitterly. The Holy Sun told me to wait an hour before opening my eyes. Now I don't know. Chu Hanyang nodded, then bowed to Yi Qingyun and said, Thank you, Saint, for healing my brother. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. It's just a small matter. Apprentice, pour tea for the guests. Good. Wu Xiaoyan want to make tea. Hui Kong walked up to Yi Qingyun, seeming to want to say something, but stopping himself. What's wrong with you? Yi Qingyun asked proactively. Hui Kong finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. Son, were you practicing yoga when I and the others came up here just now? Yi Qingyun was stunned. Practice? I guess so. Hui Kong suddenly became excited. The Holy Sun actually knows the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra? What the hell? The ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra? Yi Qingyun looked confused. Yes, the action that the Holy Sun just did is a unique practice method in the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra. And the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra is one of the most secret scriptures of our Buddhism, and it has been lost for countless years. Hui Kong became more and more excited as he spoke, and he couldn't wait to ask Yi Qingyun for advice on the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. He was just practicing yoga. How is it related to that ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra? Son, can I practice the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra with you? Hui Kong asked nervously. He was afraid that Yi Qingyun would not be willing to teach him the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra. Sure. Great. Thank you, Holy Sun. Hui Kong was extremely happy. Hui Kong felt that he would be happy even if he lived 10 years less in order to practice the legendary supreme secret scripture of Buddhism. An hour later, the old blind man slowly opened his eyes. His originally cloudy and pale eyeballs now looked no different from those of ordinary people. The old blind man blinked his eyes and looked to the left and then to the right. His expression gradually became excited. Brother, can you see it? Chu Hanyang asked very worriedly. I'm afraid it won't be cured. I see it. I can see it. The old blind man was so excited that his whole body was shaking and his voice became hoarse. Chu Hanyang was also very happy. Brother, can you really see it? Yes, yes. I see it clearly. Haha. I can finally see the light of day again. The old blind man laughed heartily and even shed tears of excitement. More than 30 years. The old blind man originally thought that he would live like this until he died. I never expected that there would be a day when I could see clearly. Now, this unrealistic fantasy actually came true. How could this not excite the old blind man? Thank you, Holy Sun. From now on, if the Holy Sun sends me any orders, I will never hesitate and will go through fire and water for him. The old blind man immediately knelt in front of Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun smiled slightly. There is one thing I want you to explain clearly. The old blind man was startled and looked up in surprise. You said at the market that my apprentice would encounter a disaster and that he had to go north to survive. What exactly happened? Chapter 84, I'll treat you to dinner. The old blind man felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. The reason why Yi Qingyun asked this was because he thought the old blind man was being mysterious. But after knowing that this guy was the successor of Taiyan's sect, Yi Qingyun began to worry about his apprentice. If there really is such a thing as the so-called Yuanhua disaster, we should indeed be on guard against it. The Holy Sun's disciple has indeed encountered a disaster. The old blind man said, the hexagram shows the signs of the primordial fire tribulation, but I cannot figure out the details. As for heading north, it is indeed the only way for the Saint Sun's disciples to survive. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun immediately frowned. It looks like we really need to go north. Yi Qingyun said secretly in his heart. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang thanked Yi Qingyun again and then returned to Shaolin Temple. The two of them planned to live in Shaolin Temple for a while. Let's see if Chu Hanyang's evil disaster can be resolved here. As for Hui Kong, he stayed on the mountain excitedly, waiting for Yi Qingyun to teach the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. Yi Qingyun was not in any mood. He looked at Hui Kong. There's something I want you to do for me. Hui Kong was stunned for a moment, then became excited. This is a good opportunity to help Yi Qingyun. If you get things done well, you will definitely get Yi Qingyun's praise. This is an opportunity that others would love to have. But now it is right in front of Hui Kong. We must seize it well. Whatever your instructions are, I will do my best to get it done for you. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. It's not a big deal. Please go to Yutian Valley and invite Senior Shen Tianhua and his apprentice Xiao Shi over. I will treat them to a meal. Please have dinner. Hui Kong was stunned. Originally thinking it was a difficult task, he planned to call a dozen of his fellow disciples from the mountain to go out together. The result is such a simple dinner invitation. Isn't too simple, but think about it. What kind of person is the Son of God? Every word he says and every decision he makes must have a deeper meaning behind it. If I really think it is simple, then I will be too stupid. I will go right away. Hui Kong did not dare to delay, so he left these words in a hurry and went down the mountain directly. He didn't even go back to Shaolin Temple, but ran all the way towards Yutian Valley. After Hui Kong and others left, Yi Qingyun looked at Guo Xiaoyun. I plan to let you go to Beichuan. Guo Xiaoyun was stunned, then lowered his head in disappointment. Master, I don't want to go. He didn't want to leave Yi Qingyun. I don't even want to go to Beichuan. After all, Beichuan is so far away from the Tianmu dynasty and the southern wilderness. After he left, he didn't know when he would be able to return to Yi Qingyun. Ye Vingyun Sikit touched Guo Xiaoyun's head. You heard it too. The old blind man said that you were in trouble. If you don't go north, you might not be able to survive it. Guo Xiaoyun curled his lips. That blind man must be lying. Yi Qingyun also hoped that the old blind man was lying. But the old blind man is the successor of Taiyan's sect. Since it was calculated by the successor of Taiyan's sect, it must be correct. Yi Qingyun didn't dare to gamble with Guo Xiaoyun's life. The safest way is to do as the old blind man says. Send Guo Xiaoyun to Beichuan. Be obedient. The master will arrange everything, and you will have a good life in Beichuan. Ye Vingyun comforted. Guo Xiaoyun did not insist any longer. He always obeyed Yi Qingyun's orders. Even if he was asked to go to Beichuan, he was unwilling in his heart, but he would not disobey Yi Qingyun. Master, what will you do after I go to Beichuan? Guo Xiaoyun looked up and asked. Yi Qingyun felt warm in his heart. Before I accepted you as my apprentice, didn't I always live alone? Guo Xiaoyun frowned and said, but master, you like to get up in the middle of the night to pee in the yard. If I hadn't gotten up every day to clean it up, the yard would have stunk a long time ago. If I leave, master, please don't pee in the yard at night. Otherwise the yard will stink after a while. Ye Vingyun. He almost laughed out of anger. This unfortunate child, what is he thinking about all day long? Huikong ran all the way without stopping for a single breath. Just like that, I ran all the way to Yutian Valley. Arrived at Yutian Valley. From afar, I saw Xiao Shi sitting cross-legged in the valley practicing. Donor Xiao, Huikong shouted. Xiao Shi frowned and stopped practicing. When she saw that it was Huikong who came, she couldn't help but feel a little confused. Master Huikong, why are you here? Huikong ran so hard that he was out of breath and almost ran out of all his spiritual energy. At this moment, he was breathing heavily and couldn't speak for a long time. Speak up. Xiao Shi was a little anxious. Wait a minute. Huikong panted for a while before calming down. Yes, the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun invites you two, Master and disciple, to have a meal in Floating Cloud Mountain. Huh? Did Master Yi ask you to invite us? Xiao Shi was shocked. Yes, the Holy Sun told me so himself. Please go quickly, Master and disciple. Don't keep the Holy Sun waiting for too long. Huikong said, I'm going to find my master. Xiao Shi immediately went to find Shen Tianhua. Not long after, Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi came over together. Master, you want to see you? Shen Tianhua asked in surprise. Yes, the Holy Sun asked me to invite you to have a meal in the mountains. Huikong said, Okay, let's go quickly and don't keep Master Yi waiting for too long. Shen Tianhua didn't delay at all. He grabbed Xiao Shi and flew into the air, heading straight for Floating Cloud Mountain. And me? Take me too. Huikong was standing below, jumping with anxiety. Unfortunately, Shen Tianhua had already flown away with Xiao Shi. Huikong's voice could not be heard at all. Huikong was confused. I ran here exhausted. Now I have to run back again. What is this? At this time, Huikong only regretted that his cultivation was too low and he had not yet entered the Tongtian realm. Otherwise, he would be able to fly in the air instead of having to walk on his own two legs. Shen Tianhua took Xiao Shi and flew all the way to Floating Cloud Mountain. Halfway through the journey, we passed a mountain range. However, one could see animal shadows gathering in the mountains and several powerful demonic auras rising straight into the sky. There seemed to be quite a few monsters gathering in the mountains below. Shen Tianhua frowned and said solemnly, Master, do you want to take care of these monsters? Xiao Shi asked. Shen Tianhua hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. Don't mind your own business. Besides, Master Yi has invited us. If we don't go right away, I'm afraid Master Yi will be unhappy. All right. The master and disciple flew over the mountains. And in the mountains, three strange figures emerged. The three people, 2 men and 1 woman, all look very young. But there was an extremely strong demonic aura lingering around them. The man just now has already flown far away. It seems that he has no intention of attacking us. Haha, that person's cultivation is extraordinary, but if the 3 kings like me fight him, he may not have a chance of winning. Our target this time is Martial Emperor Dongfang Su. We want to kill him and rescue Lord Jiaolong, who is trapped in the palace. Chapter 85: Eating Steak and Drinking Red Wine. There were many monsters surrounding the 3 people. Hearing what the 3 said, the monsters became excited. Dongfang Su, save Lord Jiaolong. It is our duty to restore the glory of the demon race. Hundreds of monsters shouted together, and the scene was quite lively. The 3 transformed demon kings were all excited when they saw this. We are afraid that we will suffer heavy casualties when we go to the palace this time. But in order to rescue Lord Jiaolong, no matter how many casualties there are, it is worth it. The woman said loudly, Yes, we are willing to sacrifice. As long as we can rescue Lord Jiaolong, we are willing to die immediately. It is our honor to sacrifice for the demon race and for Lord Jiaolong. The monsters spoke one after another, reflecting the determination and will of these monsters. Good. The woman looked determined, set out immediately, and charged towards the palace. Dongfang Su, rescue Lord Jiaolong. Kill. Led by the 3 demon kings, more than 1,000 demon beasts came towards the direction of the imperial palace. And the Tianwu dynasty knew nothing about all this, completely defenseless. At the same time, Shen Tianhua and his disciple Xiao Shi have arrived at Floating Cloud Mountain. 2 people fell from the sky. Yi Qingyan had been waiting here for a long time and even had the food prepared. This old man greets Master Yi. Shen Tianhua quickly bowed to Yi Qingyan. Greetings, Master Yi. Xiao Shi also bowed his head, his face full of awe. Don't be so reserved. We are old friends. Please sit down. Yi Qingyan greeted with a smile. The master and disciple then sat down. Seeing the food on the table, the master and disciple couldn't help but become curious, because the things on the table were something the master and disciple had never seen before. A tall, transparent cup with some red water in it. A plate with a whole piece of meat on it, which seemed a little undercooked. There was a knife and fork placed next to the plate. Even though Shun Tianhua had lived for hundreds of years, he had never seen such a thing. Not to mention Xiao Shi. Both the master and the disciple were very curious for a moment. Yi Qingyun smiled slightly. You too, this is a delicacy from my hometown called Western food. Western food? The master and the disciple looked at each other. It was indeed very strange. They had never heard of it before. Xiao Shi picked up the knife and fork with both hands, her pretty face full of confusion. How do you use this? Yi Qingyun also picked up the knife and fork and demonstrated it to Xiao Shi and Shun Tianhua. Like I do, cut it with a knife and bring it to your mouth with a fork. The master and the disciple nodded repeatedly and then followed suit. But since it was their first time using a knife and fork, both the master and the disciple felt awkward no matter how they used them, especially when they cut a piece of meat and put it in their mouths. The master and disciple's expressions changed immediately. They looked at each other and seemed to be communicating with their eyes. Master, this meat doesn't seem to be cooked. It's not like it. It's just not cooked yet. What should we do then? Don't spit it out. This is something the master prepared for us. There must be a purpose behind it. Then I'll swallow it. Good. After the master and the disciple exchanged glances, they both swallowed the meat in their mouths. It's delicious. Tasty, the two of them said in unison. But looking at the two of them, you can tell they are just pretending. It's as reluctant as it can be. Yi Qingyun ate with gusto, savoring the tender texture of the steak. Guo Xiaoyan was sitting aside, also eating with big mouthfuls. His eating style was rather crude. He would simply pierce the entire steak with a fork and then gnaw on it with his mouth. Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi could even see blood flowing from the steak that Guo Xiaoyan was chewing. Xiao Shi suddenly felt a little nauseous. The corner of Shun Tianhua's mouth twitched, and he also felt a little nauseous. Yi Qingyun glanced at the master and disciple opposite him. Seeing that they didn't touch their knives and forks, I knew that they were not used to eating steak. This steak is delicious. Yi Qingyun spoke out. Don't think it's not ripe, because if it is really ripe, it will not taste good. This medium rare is actually the best. Don't swallow it all at once. Chew it slowly and you'll find that this steak is really good. Guo Xiaoyan also nodded repeatedly. The chef is right, this steak is really delicious. He had already stuffed the entire steak into his mouth. Can it really be delicious? Both Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi felt a little unsure. But since Yi Qingyun said so, they could only bite the bullet and give it a try. So, the master and the disciple clumsily took another bite with their knife and fork. Shoot it twice in your mouth. It's really fresh and tender. Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi's expressions changed slightly at the same time. There is no bloody smell at all, but instead there is a natural aroma of beef. The most important thing is the taste of this steak. Too tender. It is so smooth that it seems like it will slide down your throat if you're not careful. Oh my God, this is so delicious. Xiao Shi was amazed. Shen Tianhua also nodded repeatedly and admired Yi Qingyun even more in his heart. This Master Yi is truly unfathomable. He always comes up with new ideas for food. The master and the disciple thus opened a new door. The two steaks were quickly finished by the two of them. Even felt like it wasn't enough. After all, one piece of steak is not enough for one person. Just as the master and disciple were savoring the taste, an inexplicable breath suddenly surged out of their bodies. The master and the disciple looked at each other, and it was obvious that they were experiencing the same situation. This breath is very gentle, carrying a hint of vitality. It makes their qi and blood stronger, especially Shun Tianhua. He is already quite old, and although he has achieved great success in his cultivation, his body is still somewhat aged. But now, after eating a piece of steak, Shun Tianhua felt that his energy and blood were particularly vigorous. The whole person seems to be full of energy. It was as if I suddenly became 20 years younger. Not to mention Xiao Shi. She was young to begin with, and after eating the steak, her blood and energy surged, and she looked radiant and her face flushed. After a while, the blush on Xiao Shi's face faded, replaced by a hint of rosy white. It looks very beautiful. The master and the disciple looked at each other, their hearts filled with great excitement and joy. I told you that coming to Master Yi would definitely bring good things. Shen Tianhua was secretly delighted. Come on, don't just eat meat, drink some red wine too. Yi Qingyan picked up the wine glass and shook in his hand. Wine? What kind of weird thing is this? Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi both picked up the wine glasses in front of them and shook them like Yi Qingyan did. Then he took a sip. After taking this sip, the expressions on the faces of both the master and the disciple were somewhat complicated. The taste of this wine is indescribable, but if you savor it carefully, it really has a unique flavor. May I ask, Master Yi, what is this red wine? Shen Tianhua asked curiously. Chapter 86, Disciple's Journey. How do you say it? Yi Qingyan touched his chin. Red wine is also a kind of wine from my hometown. The taste should be very unique to you. I don't know if you're used to drinking it. Get used to it. Very used to it. Shen Tianhua said quickly. Even if he is not used to it, he will say he is used to it. Moreover, this red wine tastes really good. After Xiao Shi drank it, a blush appeared on her face. It's like he's a little drunk. Guoxiayan poured some more red wine for the two of them. They both drank it in one gulp. That's just 2 cups. Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi were both a little drunk. That's not all. Both of them felt extremely comfortable. It was as if countless pairs of large hands were massaging their bodies with a force that was neither too light nor too heavy. Shen Tianhua breathed a sigh of relief. The taste of this wine is truly unforgettable. It's so comfortable. Xiao Shi was even more exaggerated. His eyes were dazed, and he sat there grinning foolishly. Guoxiayan looked at the 2 men in confusion. He had already drunk red wine. But not once was I drunk. To Guoxiayan, this red wine is just like fruit juice, and he has no feeling no matter how he drinks it. The atmosphere seems to be about right. Yi Qingyan put down his wine glass. In fact, I asked you two to come here not only for dinner, but also for something I want to discuss with you too. Yi Qingyan said. Oh, does Master Yi have any instructions? Shen Tianhua asked solemnly. Yi Qingyan waved his hand. It's not a big deal. I recently asked someone to tell my apprentice's fortune. It said that he would have a disaster and he would need to go to the north to survive. But I'm not familiar with the north. Isn't Miss Xiao, your disciple, born in the north? I just want Miss Xiao to take my apprentice to live in the north for a while. Yi Qingyan felt a little embarrassed. After all, you're asking someone else to do something for you. He seldom asks others for help. Is there a disaster in my life? Shen Tianhua was stunned and couldn't help but look at Guoxiayan. Yeah, if not for this, I wouldn't want to send him to Beichuan. Yi Qingyan said somewhat helplessly. Shen Tianhua frowned slightly. Master Yi, please forgive me for what I said, but I'm afraid you shouldn't trust fortune-telling. Yi Qingyan shook his head. This is what the heir of Taiyan's sect said. What? Zhan's sect? Shen Tianhua. Taiyan's sect is a rumored existence and is extremely mysterious. There have been only 2 or 3 people in every generation. But Taiyan's sect is also the only sect that can peek into the secrets of heaven. Even an old senior like Shen Tianhua had only heard of the legends of Taiyan's sect, but had never seen a real person from Taiyan's sect. I didn't expect that Yi Qingyan even knew people from Taiyan's sect. It's really amazing. If this is really what the people from Taiyan's sect said, then we should really take it seriously. Shen Tianhua nodded and said, he is indeed from Taiyan's sect, no doubt about it. Yi Qingyan said. Seeing Yi Qingyan so confident, Shen Tianhua was surprised and curious at the same time. If there is a chance, I will definitely meet the heir of Taiyan's sect through the relationship of this Master Yi. Of course, now is not the time to talk about this. Shen Tianhua looked at Xiao Shi. Disciple, take Master Yi's disciple to Beichuan. Xiao Shi was born and raised in Beichuan. Moreover, his family, the Xiao family, is also a first-class family in Beichuan with deep roots. If Guoxiayan arrives in Beichuan and is taken care of by the Xiao family, there will be no problem. Don't worry, with my Xiao family here, nothing will happen to Guoxiayan in Beichuan. My Xiao family will take good care of him. Xiao Shi said, patting his not-so-firm chest. Yi Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Only with Xiao Shi's assurance could he safely hand Guoxiayan over to her. There is no time to lose. Let's set off tomorrow. Yi Qingyan suggested. Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi naturally had no objections. Yi Qingyan can set off whenever he wants. Even now, as long as Yi Qingyan gave the order, Xiao Shi would definitely take Guoxiayan straight to Beichuan immediately. Guoxiayan was a little depressed. Master, Yi Qingyan rubbed his head. Be careful on your way to Beichuan. Also, when you get to Beichuan, don't forget what I taught you. Guoxiayan shook his head repeatedly. Absolutely not. I will definitely remember what my master taught me. That's good. Yi Vingyun Simidet. The next day, Guo Xiaoyun followed Xiao Shi and left Fuyun Mountain. Before going down the mountain, Guo Xiaoyun's eyes were filled with tears, and she was almost crying. Yi Qingyun was also very reluctant. After all, Yi Qingyun has been with Guo Xiaoyun for such a long time, and he really likes this child. But there is no way. In order for Guo Xiaoyun to escape danger, he had no choice but to go to Beichuan. Shun Tianhua volunteered to personally escort the two to Beichuan. With such a great master escorting him, Yi Qingyun naturally felt more at ease. Floating clouds at the foot of the mountain. Yi Qingyun watched Guo Xiaoyun and the other two go away. Just as I was about to go back to the mountain, I saw a monk running towards me from a distance, panting. Take a closer look. It is Huikong. Yi Qingyun was happy. Huikong, why did you come back just now? Monk Huikong was really running away and almost died. Seeing Yi Qingyun right in front, he thought he was waiting for him. For a moment, Huikong was deeply moved. The Holy Sun still cares about me, a poor monk. Huikong hurried to Yi Qingyun. Odisong. When Yi Qingyun saw that he was breathing rapidly and his lips were turning blue, he knew that this guy had been running for a long time and was almost exhausted. Don't talk yet, take a breath. Huikong took a long time to breathe slowly, and finally he calmed down. Son, I have traveled all the way to Yutian Valley and invited Senior Shun and his disciples to come. Huikong looked aggrieved, but they flew too fast and didn't take me with them. I ran all the way back from Yutian Valley. Yi Qingyun looked at Huikong with sympathy. Thank you for your hard work. Although it was just a very ordinary word of comfort, it made Huikong feel a warm current flowing through his body. It seemed that getting a word of comfort from Yi Qingyun was already the supreme honor. Son, have Senior Shun and the others arrived? Huikong asked. They arrived yesterday. I have asked them to send my apprentice to Beichuan. That's good. Huikong nodded, then felt a little embarrassed. Holy Sun, the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra. Yi Qingyun was stunned for a moment. Then he started laughing. You want to learn yoga? Yes, yes, yes. Yi Qingyun thought for a moment and said, how about this? Come to the mountain tomorrow morning, and I will teach you the essentials of yoga. Does the Holy Sun really want to teach this poor monk? Huikong's heart trembled, and his voice suddenly became excited. Didn't I promise you before? Yi Qingyun looked at Huikong strangely. It's just teaching you yoga. It's no big deal. Chapter 87 Door God. No big deal? Huikong smiled bitterly. If other Buddhists heard this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. The ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras, which the Buddhist community has been searching for countless years, have haunted countless Buddhist monks, and they were always thinking about them before they passed away. Why does it seem like cabbage is everywhere in this person's mouth? But it's no wonder. After all, he is a rare hermit and a holy son of Buddhism. In his eyes, the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra may not be that important. But for Huikong, being able to practice the ancient Buddha's Yoga Sutras is the greatest opportunity of his life. Even if he had to live 10 or 20 years less, he would be willing to do so. After Yi Qingyun and Huikong separated, they went straight back to the mountain. Looking at the empty yard, Yi Qingyun was distracted for a moment. At this time every day, there would be a child busy in the yard, either watering and fertilizing or loosening the soil and sowing seeds. But it can't be seen nowadays. Yi Qingyun couldn't help feeling a little lonely. Alas, it seems that humans are indeed social animals. Living alone is really a bit boring. Yi Qingyun couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Calming down his mood, Yi Qingyun picked up the hoe and started working in the yard. I just had some noodles at noon, then lie down in the house and take a nap. And just when Yi Qingyun was taking a nap, the sky suddenly became gloomy. A dark cloud came roaring in. There was a sinister aura in the dark clouds. Waves of strong, evil aura broke the tranquility of floating Cloud Mountain. Damao, who was taking a nap in the yard, raised his head, glanced at the dark clouds in the sky, and then closed his eyes again. Continued to nap. The rabbit, lying under the tree, also opened its eyes and looked at it, and couldn't help laughing. Another group of people are coming to die. The rabbit was very excited. He looked like he was enjoying a good show. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. They were the 3 transformed monsters that had gathered the monsters in the mountains before. And in the dark clouds, there were a large group of monsters, numbering more than 1,000. This is an extremely terrifying force. It is enough to plunge any of the 7 countries in the southern wilderness into disaster. The transformed monsters are comparable to human warriors at the Tongtian realm. Moreover, the strength of monsters is generally stronger than that of human warriors. A transformed demon beast can rival two Tongtian realm warriors in terms of combat power. These three transformed monsters can at least defeat 5 or 6 masters of the Tongtian realm. And in the entire Tianwu dynasty, there are not many masters, not to mention the thousands of other monsters. Even if it was the imperial palace of the Tianwu dynasty, they were confident that they could break into it. Just as this demon army was about to fly over floating Cloud Mountain, the three transformed monsters were all shocked. I don't know why. When they arrived above floating Cloud Mountain, a sense of crisis suddenly arose. It was as if there was something extremely terrifying beneath the surface. It makes them feel creepy. If only one person has this feeling, it might be an illusion. But it's obvious. All three of them felt the same way. Why am I so uneasy? Among the three, the tallest and most muscular man asked in confusion. Me too. I just felt my heart pounding, as if something was about to happen. The other man with a pointed chin and monkey face frowned. As for the only woman among the three, she remained silent. She was looking at the yard below. This yard is very strange. The woman spoke out. This yard is indeed a bit strange. The sturdy man took a look and agreed. Not only is it weird, it's also a little mysterious. The man with the pointed chin and monkey face nodded. The three of them looked at each other, decided to find out more about this yard. You two, go check this yard. Yes. The two winged monsters flew down immediately, just as the two monsters were about to land. Suddenly, 2 rays of light appeared. A black light, a golden light. Puff! 2 rays of light directly beat the 2 monsters into meat paste. He didn't even have time to scream. When the monsters in the sky saw this, they were immediately horrified, especially the 3 transformed monsters. Their expressions changed drastically. The 2 rays of light just now seemed to be emitted from the door of that house. The woman said in a deep voice. Indeed, the sturdy man frowned and wanted to take action. Wait a minute, let's explore again. The woman said. She waved. This time, 4 flying monsters were dispatched, and their strength is much stronger than the 2 just now. The 4 flying monsters immediately flew downwards. The monsters were all staring closely. As expected, the 2 rays of light appeared again. The 4 flying monsters were prepared and immediately dodged. However, he did not expect that the 2 rays of light followed him like a shadow and at an extremely fast speed. The 4 flying monsters were terrified and couldn't dodge at all. Puff, puff, puff. For muffled sounds were heard. These 4 flying monsters were beaten into pieces just like the previous 2. Suddenly, a bloody rain began to fall from the sky. The monsters were terrified. Even the 3 transformed monsters trembled in their hearts. So horrible. For demon beasts with the cultivation level of nascent soul were killed so easily. What is going on? At this time, on the door of Yi Qingyun's house, the 2 door gods are flashing a faint light. One yellow and one black. These 2 door gods were painted by Yi Qingyun himself. Because he felt that the door was too monotonous, he asked Wu Xiaoyan to paste them on the door. However, it is these 2 door gods that at this moment make the thousands of demons in the sky dare not act rashly. Brother Go, what's going on? Even the rabbit didn't expect that the 2 strange paintings on the door could be so powerful. Da Mao yawned, looking indifferent. How can you and I guess the master's methods? The rabbit nodded in agreement. That's right. The master has already transcended the ordinary and become a saint. Even a painting he drew casually has unimaginable power. At this time, Yi Qingyun was still sleeping soundly in the house. I have no idea what's happening outside. The 3 transformed monsters in the sky decided to take action themselves. No matter what, we must find out what mystery this yard holds. The 3 of them fell down at the same time, and each of them displayed their skills. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 transformed monsters have extremely powerful auras, like 3 beams of light shooting straight into the sky. When they stood in front of the door, they saw the 2 glowing door god patterns on the door at a glance. On the left is a door god, looking majestic, with black armor and a black face, holding a black whip and glaring. On the right is a door god with an imposing appearance, golden armor, and a yellow face. He holds a golden mace in his hand and looks dignified. In this world, apart from Yi Qingyun, no one else can recognize these 2 door gods. The black-faced door god Yu Qigong, Qin Shu Bao, the golden mace door god. Chapter 88, Lord Demon King. These 2 door gods were painted by Yi Qingyun based on his own memory. Because he had been tortured by the system, Yi Qingyun's painting skills were extremely advanced. He even got the title of a master of painting. Although Yi Qingyun didn't know, the title of master of painting was of no use. But at least, Yi Qingyun's attainments in painting are indeed very impressive. At least in this world, Yi Qingyun estimated that he would not be able to find anyone who could compare to himself. The three transformed monsters stared blankly at the two door god portraits. They didn't know what door gods were, but these two paintings alone were enough to scare them. It was as if this was not a painting at all, but there were really two powerful figures like gods of war standing in front of them, glaring at them. Just these two portraits have such power. It's so scary. I can't even look at these two portraits. The person who could draw these two pictures must be an unimaginable master. The three transformed monsters were terrified. They even found it a little funny. The three of them are all demon beasts in the Tongtian realm, and are considered masters among the demon clan. But in front of these two portraits, I was so timid. I don't even have the courage to look him in the eye. Who is in this room? The three of them looked at each other, all curious about the person in the room. But the two door gods on the door made them dare not go in. Perhaps the master in the house has no intention of making things difficult for us. Why don't we just leave now? Said the man with pointed chin and monkey cheeks. The two nodded. They all planned to leave here, just like this. Just pretend nothing happened. But just when the three of them wanted to fly away, crunch, the door actually opened. The three men froze in their movements, each of them maintaining a posture ready to take off. Yi Qingyun walked out sleepily, scratching his butt as he walked. He seemed not to notice the three people outside the house and walked straight to the edge of the yard. Then take off your pants. Start peeing. Crash. The water streamed down. Yi Qingyun looked relieved. The three of them were all stunned, especially the woman. Her face suddenly turned red with shame, and she quickly covered her eyes. But I couldn't help it, and took a few more sneaky glances. Yi Qingyun urinated, pulled up his pants, and turned around to go back into the house. Suddenly, Yi Qingyun saw three people standing not far away. Oh my God! Yi Qingyun was almost scared to death. He screamed out loud. This sound frightened the three of them. Who are you? Why are you standing here and watching me pee? Yi Qingyun asked unhappily. When he thought about how he had urinated just now, Yi Qingyun couldn't help but want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's so embarrassing. They must have all been seen. Oh my God, so cunning. He actually watched me peeing while I was half asleep. Yi Qingyun was furious, but when he saw the appearance of the three people, he knew they were not ordinary people, and he felt a little scared. What on earth do you guys do? Yi Qingyun questioned. Us. For a moment, the three of them didn't know how to answer. Yi Qingyun looked suspicious. The strong man suddenly came out. We are the demon race. Yi Qingyun was startled, and then his pupils shrank. Demon clan. Of course, Yi Qingyun had heard of the name of the demon clan. He has also seen real demons. That time when Xiao Shi forced him onto the carriage and headed for Yutian Valley, he encountered two monsters on the road. But the three in front of me clearly look like humans. Boy, are you the only one living here? The strong man continued to ask. Yes. Ye Vingyun nodded. Impossible. You are just a mortal. Yi Qingyun was a little speechless. Why can't I live here just because I'm a mortal? Is this the territory of your demon clan? That's really unreasonable. What does my living here have to do with me being a mortal? Yi Qingyun asked coldly. The strong man wanted to say that you are a mortal and it is impossible for you to draw such a picture. But when the words came to my lips, I didn't say them. This guy's a bit weird. Let me give him a try. The sturdy man thought about it and prepared to attack Yi Qingyun. But at this moment, Damao, who was dozing off not far away, came over staggeringly. Woof! Damao cried out. The three of them were startled and turned their heads stiffly. I also saw Damao yawning. The three of them suddenly had their pupils shrink. I was extremely shocked. Monster King. This dog turned out to be a demon king. There is absolutely no mistake. As masters of the demon clan, the three of them would definitely not be wrong in sensing the breath of the demon king. The aura of this golden dog is so powerful that it can only be described by someone at the level of a demon king. Demon king. The king of the demon clan can only be crowned if he has the strength to suppress all the demons and make them submit to him. The three of them are all monsters that have reached the Tongtian realm and are able to transform. But in the entire demon clan, he definitely does not have the strength to become king. But this big golden dog is far stronger than them. Even the three of them couldn't imagine how big the gap was between them and this big golden dog. The three of them were trembling all over and wanted to kneel down to Damao. Damao just glanced at them lightly. In an instant, the three of them immediately understood what Damao meant. At the same time, an indescribable fear surged in their hearts. This young man, who looks like an ordinary person, is actually the master of this demon king? How powerful is this person? It's so horrible. No wonder the portraits on the doors are so scary. A painting by a powerful person who can make a demon king recognize him as his master must be a rare treasure. It's ridiculous that they just wanted to test this strong man. It's simply courting death. Fortunately, the demon king showed up in time and saved the lives of the three of them. Otherwise, the three of them would have been dead by now. For a moment, the three of them were extremely grateful to Damao. Sir, we are so sorry for offending you. Please forgive the three of us, sir. I will leave now and will never bother you again. The three of them didn't dare to stay and ran away quickly. Yi Qingyun was speechless for a while. I didn't know where these three people came from. After peeping at me peeing, they just slipped away. What's going on? Yi Qingyun thought that he met some strange people every now and then. Is it time to consider moving? And at this time, the three of them slid all the way to the middle of the mountain. After a while, Damao walked out slowly. Master Demon King. The three of them knelt down immediately to Damao. His face was full of awe. You three are really brave. Damao glanced at the three of them and said indifferently, Master Demon King, we really don't know. The woman said with a bitter look on her face. Chapter 89 Rescue the Dragon. Damao looked at the three people with disdain. A monkey demon, a bull demon, and a fox demon. How dare you three offend my master? Under Damao's ruthless eyes, the true forms of the three transformed monsters had nowhere to hide and were seen through by Damao long ago. The three transformed monsters were extremely shocked. I'm even more in awe of Damao. At the same time, they were more curious about the identity of the young man. What kind of person is this who can be called master by such a demon king? How do you three want to die? Damao said lightly. These words really frightened the three of them. Master Demon King, please spare my life. I won't dare to do that again. Please, sir, forgive us. The three of them quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Damao. If other people saw this scene, they would be shocked. Three people actually kowtowed to this dog. It's simply a spectacle. To offend my master is a capital crime. Damao's tone suddenly became stern. An even greater pressure was released. For a while, all three of them felt a huge pressure and immediately fell to the ground, almost unable to move. The three of them were terrified. The cultivation level of this demon king is too terrifying. Just a burst of pressure made the three transformed monsters unable to move. Just like an ant. They had no doubts. If Damao really wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have to put in any effort. The three of them could be easily wiped out. My master lives in seclusion here. He has long abandoned his status as a master and is experiencing the mundane world as a mortal. He doesn't want to be disturbed. But what about you? Why do you have to come and get into this bad luck? My master is magnanimous and doesn't bother with you. But I cannot forgive you. After Damao finished speaking, he raised one of his paws. When the three of them saw this, they were so frightened that their souls almost scared out of their wits. They were filled with remorse. If I had known I would encounter such a situation, I wouldn't have been so curious and had to come down to take a look. It's okay now. See what's going on. Even my life is about to be lost. What is this? All three of them were in despair. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. The three of them raised their heads cautiously and found that Damao did not drop his claws. Instead, he scratched his belly with his paws. Damao yawned. What are you three planning to do with so many monsters? We plan to go to the palace, kill the martial emperor Dongfang Su, and rescue Lord Jiaolong, who is trapped in the palace. The man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks blurted out. This person is also the monkey hair mentioned by Damao. The sturdy man was the bull demon. As for that woman, she was naturally a fox demon. Damao said, oh, without showing any surprise. It seemed that nothing could cause a change in its mood. Why did you go to save the dragon? Damao asked again. The fox demon woman said, Master Jiaolong was once our leader, but later he was suppressed by the human race. We have always wanted to rescue him and let him lead us to counterattack the southern wilderness. Good job. It seems like a counterattack on the southern wilderness. Damao looked at the three guys in front of him and shook his head helplessly. Have you been hiding in the mountains for many years? The three of them nodded in surprise. They had indeed practiced in the mountains for many years and finally completed their transformation. Only then did they have the confidence to leave the mountains. I'm telling you, let alone the three of you. Even if you rescued the dragon, you won't be able to counterattack the southern wilds. Damao said. All three of them were a little depressed. At this moment, the force pressing on them disappeared. All three of them can move freely. I'm going to let you go this time today. I won't care what you do, Damao said lightly. But if you dare to come here and offend my master again, I will slaughter all the monsters in your southern wilderness. Do you understand? The three were granted amnesty. Thank you, Master Demon King. We will never dare to come here again. The three of them quickly slipped away. Damao looked at the three people going away and walked slowly up the mountain. The three of them returned to the sky and reunited with the group of monsters. At this time, the group of monsters didn't know what was happening below. My three lords, why did you take so long? A monster asked curiously. Don't be nosy, just follow us and leave quickly. The fox demon woman shouted coldly. All the monsters were confused. Why do these three look like they're frightened? But they didn't dare ask more. Afraid of angering these three. Let's go. Let's continue straight to the palace. Yes, we must rescue Master Jiaolong. As long as we don't disturb this place, nothing will happen. The three of them made up their minds and did not give up the idea of rescuing the dragon because of what happened before. The group of monsters continued to head straight for the palace. Soon, the monsters then saw the capital. Dongfang Su, today is the day you die. There was a fierce light flashing in the eyes of the three transformed monsters. Dongfang Su, who was practicing deep in the palace, also felt the strong, demonic aura for the first time. Dongfang Su suddenly opened his eyes. A solemn look emerged. Your Majesty, something happened. Guyu also showed up immediately and came to report. I already know. Dongfang Su stood up and immediately came to the top of the palace. At this time, there were dark clouds over the palace. The monsters roared ferociously in the dark clouds. Three transformed monsters stood above the clouds, looking down at the entire palace proudly. The masters in the palace also appeared together, looking at the three transformed monsters with extremely fearful eyes. They are actually three Tontian realm monsters. Where did these three monsters come from? Such a strong aura. I'm afraid there will be a bloody battle today. Everyone was filled with awe. The monsters in Tontian realm are extremely powerful. What's more, the three demon beasts in the Tontian realm are enough to plunge the entire Tianwu dynasty into disaster. Moreover, the other party brought so many monsters and killed their way here directly. Their purpose was clear, and they obviously had some plan. Who is this evildoer who dares to act wildly in front of me? A roar rang out, accompanied by golden light rising into the sky. Dongfang Su flew directly to the front and faced the group of monsters from a distance. The three transformed monsters looked at Dongfang Su, and their expressions changed slightly. Is Dongfang Su's aura so powerful? They originally thought that although Dongfang Su was also a Tongtian realm warrior, he could definitely not compare with them in terms of combat power. After all, everyone knows that at the same level, the combat power of monsters is stronger than that of human warriors. But now, the three of them felt a very powerful aura from Dongfang Su. It made them extremely fearful. Dongfang Su, release Lord Jiaolong, and we will leave immediately. Otherwise, I will turn your palace into a sea of blood today. The bull demon roared angrily. Dongfang Su smiled. So you wanted to save the dragon. What a pity. The bull demon frowned. What a pity. It's a pity that you came but can't leave. Chapter 90, A Sudden Barking of a Dog. As soon as Dongfang Su finished speaking, he suddenly opened his hands. Boom! The terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire palace. It was like a big net, which put the entire sky under Dongfang Su's control. Control the world? The three demons were all shocked. This is something that can only be achieved by comprehending a certain degree of the great principles of heaven and earth at the Tontian realm. Ordinary Tontian realm warriors can only borrow some power from heaven and earth, but they're still far from being able to control heaven and earth. But Dongfang Su took control of the entire imperial palace with just a wave of his hand. This is clearly the power that controls heaven and earth. Under this kind of power, any monster or warrior at the same level could never be Dongfang Su's opponent unless they could also control the world. Dongfang Su displayed his control over heaven and earth and seemed invincible. The expressions of the three transformed monsters became extremely solemn. They originally thought that the three of them working together would be enough to defeat Dongfang Su. But it seems now, Dongfang Su's strength was far beyond their imagination. Even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Dongfang Su. But things have come to this. It's obviously impossible to retreat. The only option is to fight. Kill. The three monsters attacked at the same time and killed Dongfang Su together. The other monsters rushed into the palace. Guard the palace. Guyu and other palace masters rushed out and fought fiercely with the monsters. The entire palace was suddenly in chaos. A melee broke out. In the sky, three transformed monsters joined forces to fight Dongfang Su. But Dongfang Su was as steady as Mount Tai, displaying dragon energy. He looked like the reincarnation of the Dragon King, with dragon might in his every move. The three of them became even more angry when they saw this. Dongfang Su has the aura of a dragon, which is clearly the result of refining the dragon blood from Lord Jiaolong. The three of them each used their own methods and attacked with all their might. Suppress. Dongfang Su suddenly raised his hand. The power of heaven and earth gathered in an instant. Boom! The three monsters froze at the same time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dongfang Su struck out with his palms one after another. Bang, bang, bang! The three monsters flew backwards one after another. They looked horrified. At that moment, just now, Dongfang Su directly mobilized the power of heaven and earth to suppress them. This is truly powerful. Unless the three monsters have also reached the realm of controlling the heaven and earth, there is no way they can compete with Dongfang Su. Not to mention, Dongfang Su's cultivation has already reached the great perfection. He is only one step away from entering the realm of spirit refining. In the entire Tianwu dynasty, Dongfang Su is likely to be the first person to enter the realm of spirit refining. Of course, except for the old monster Shun Tianhua. Once Dongfang Su enters the realm of spirit refining, the Tianwu dynasty will reach a new level, and it will be very likely to conquer other countries in the southern wilderness and unify the southern wilderness. And all this was brought by Yi Qingyun. Dongfang Su dealt with the three monsters with ease, and couldn't help but feel more grateful to Yi Qingyun. The reason why he could have such cultivation and strength was because of the benefits he received from Yi Qingyun. Especially the hot pot meal he had at Yi Qingyun's place gave Dongfang Su a hint of the great truth. After coming back, Dongfang Su has been contemplating and thinking. Finally, let Dongfang Su reach the realm of controlling the heaven and earth. If it weren't for the opportunity given by Yi Qingyun, Dongfang Su would definitely not be able to fight against the three monsters alone at this moment. The three demons could not win the fight for a long time and were finding it increasingly exhausting. I couldn't help but feel heavy in my heart. Are we destined to fail today? The three demons were filled with grief and anger. Dongfang Su will not show mercy. They have already come to the palace. If I don't kill all these monsters, how can I save my dignity as an emperor? Sword! With a loud shout, Dongfang Su raised his hand. Suddenly, a long sword flew from the depths of the palace and fell into Dongfang Su's hands. With the long sword in hand, Dongfang Su's momentum became even more powerful. A sword is swung. The rolling sword energy was like a rainbow piercing the sun, heading straight for the three monsters. The three demons were shocked, joined forces to fight back. Boom! But even so, the three demons were still severely injured, each of them spurting blood and almost falling from the sky. However, the group of monsters on the ground suppressed the masters in the palace. But what really plays a decisive role is the battle situation in the sky. Seeing that the three monsters were losing, the morale of the other monsters dropped greatly, and some of them didn't want to fight anymore. The masters of the palace took this opportunity to chase after the monsters. The monsters were in crisis. Dongfang Su looked at the three monsters coldly. Do you have any last words? The three demons were filled with grief and anger. Without saying a word, they fought again. You don't know your own limits. Dongfang Su was like a god, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth once again. Boom! The three demons were suppressed and could not move. And Dongfang Su's sword is already attacked, until the fox demon woman among them. The fox demon woman was horrified. I almost thought I was going to die here. At this critical moment, Dongfang Su's eyes suddenly fixed, because he saw that there seemed to be a few dog hairs on the fox demon woman's body. This dog hair looked very familiar to him. Woof! Another dog barking sound came from nowhere and rang in Dongfang Su's ears. Dongfang Su's body suddenly froze, unable to move. Moreover, The power of heaven and earth that he controlled was shattered in an instant. What? Dongfang Su was extremely shocked. Just a dog barking sound that seemed real and illusory was enough to break his power of heaven and earth. This is simply incredible. No, this dog barking. Dongfang's pupils shrank. He finally remembered. He had heard the dog barking before when he was on floating Cloud Mountain. It was the big golden retriever that Yi Qingyun raised. Dongfang Su's expression changed completely. These three monsters are actually related to that big golden dog? Could it be that these three demons have also received favors from Master Yi? Thinking of this, Dongfang Su didn't dare to take any more action. If this is true, then once I kill these three monsters, wouldn't I offend Yi Qingyun? Killing the three monsters was a small matter, but he didn't dare to think about the consequences if he offended Yi Qingyun. Have you three ever been to Floating Cloud Mountain? Dongfang Su put away his sword and shouted sternly. At this moment, the three monsters were all wondering why Dongfang Su suddenly stopped. Seeing him ask this question, the three demons were startled again. How does he know we've been to Floating Cloud Mountain? The three demons were filled with doubt and uncertainty. When Dongfang Su saw that the three monsters didn't say anything, he had already guessed something in his mind. We to go to Floating Cloud Mountain. The monkey demon man said. Really? Dongfang Su's heart tightened. These three monsters have actually been to Floating Cloud Mountain. Then it must be related to Yi Qingyun. Dongfang Su felt helpless. Since he knew that these three monsters were related to Yi Qingyun, he could not kill the three monsters no matter what. You guys go, Dongfang Su said calmly. The three demons were all stunned. Dongfang Su clearly had the advantage. As long as the fight continued, the three monsters would most likely die here. But now Dongfang Su wants to let them go? What's going on? Just at this moment. Roar. Deep in the palace, a dragon roar was heard. Immediately afterwards, a purple dragon soared into the sky. It's Lord Jialong. The three demons were overjoyed. Dongfang Su froneth. What is this guy going to do? Chapter 91, A Sneeze. There existed a dragon in the Tianwu dynasty. This is something many people know, but there are only a handful of people who have actually seen this dragon. Nowadays, the appearance of the purple dragon immediately caused everyone present, whether human or monster, to tremble. The three demons were extremely excited. They finally saw the dragon. The group of monsters fighting hard below seemed to have seen the light and showed fanatical expressions. Master Jialong. Ha ha! Lord Jialong has escaped. With Lord Jialong here, we can definitely fight our way out. Kill! The morale of the monsters soared, as if they had sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. Dongfang Su looked at the dragon with sharp eyes. What are you doing out here? The dragon glanced at Dongfang Su. Can I come out? Dongfang Su couldn't respond to this. The dragon had an arrogant look on his face and didn't seem to take Emperor Dongfang Su seriously. Master Jialong, we are here to rescue you. The three demons immediately stepped forward and said. The dragon chuckled. If I want to leave, no one in this palace can stop me. These words reveal a sense of dominance and confidence. The three demons were even more excited. Lord Jialong is still as domineering and powerful as ever. Jialong, you promised me that the Dongfang clan would guard the palace. Are you going to break your promise today? Dongfang Su questioned. The dragon curled its lips. Of course I won't break my promise, but I didn't say I couldn't go out, did I? This, Dongfang Su was speechless again. The three demons on the side were a little surprised. Master Jialong, aren't you suppressed in the palace? The fox demon woman asked. The Tianwu dynasty wants to suppress me? This is ridiculous. The dragon sneered. Back then, I had a friendship with the ancestor of the Dongfang family. It was the ancestor of the Dongfang family who saved me with his life, allowing me to survive. In order to repay the Dongfang family's kindness, I am willing to stay in the palace and guard the palace for them. If I encounter a strong enemy, I will kill him. It's been almost 900 years. The dragon said so. The three demons were shocked. This is what they don't know. Dongfang Su did not refute anything. It was obvious that what Jialong said was true. Dongfang Su, I've been very loyal to your Dongfang family for so many years. Now I want to go out for a walk. It's not like I will never come back. Are you going to stop me? The dragon asked Dongfang Su very rudely. Dongfang Su froneth. How do I know if you will never come back? The dragon glared. I, Xianjiao, will never go back on my words. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. After saying that, the dragon ignored Dongfang Su. Let's go. Take me to see what the demon tribe is like now. Yes. The three demons were filled with joy. Although the situation was not quite what they thought. But at least I got to see the purple cloud dragon, so the trip was not in vain. Moreover, the purple cloud dragon is willing to return to the demon clan, which is definitely a good thing for the demon clan. It can rekindle hope for the demon race that has been decadent for thousands of years. Wah! The purple cloud dragon roared loudly, and suddenly a gust of wind emerged. All the monsters on the ground were swept up by the strong wind and flew into the sky. The three monsters joined a group of monsters. The purple cloud dragon flew in the front, roaring away with a group of monsters. Dongfang Su just watched silently and did not stop it. His Majesty, Guyu and others came to Dongfang Su. Count the dead and wounded, and restore peace to the palace as soon as possible. Dongfang Su ordered. Yes, but the dragon followed these monsters away. What if it? Guyu said with some concern. Dongfang Su shook his head. The purple cloud dragon always keeps its promises. Since it said it would come back, it will definitely come back. Guyu, your Majesty, what if the purple cloud dragon comes back after a few hundred years? Dongfang Su was stunned for a moment. It dawned on me. Yes. Although Xianjiao said he would come back, he did not say how long he would be back. What if he comes back after hundreds of years? Dongfang Su wanted to catch up, but after hesitating for a moment, he gave up the idea. Even if he caught up with Xianjiao, it would be impossible for him to persuade it to come back. Even if he took action, Dongfang Su knew that he was no match for the purple cloud dragon. In the entire palace, Xianjiao is the truly strongest existence. Once, a powerful person from the Tongtian realm came to attack, but Dongfang Su happened to be in seclusion at a critical moment and was unable to take action. The purple cloud dragon easily killed the Tongtian realm expert with just 2 claws. Even though Dongfang Su's strength has greatly increased now, he is very clear that there is still some gap between himself and Xianjiao. If this purple cloud dragon doesn't come back, I will have no choice but to go to Floating Cloud Mountain and ask Master Yi for help. Dongfang Su said so. The purple cloud dragon led the group of monsters away. On the way, the 3 demons told Xianjiao about their experiences in Floating Cloud Mountain. What? There's a demon king on Floating Cloud Mountain? And there's a mysterious master who can make the demon king recognize his master. Xianjiao looked unconvinced. Master Jiaolong, this is true. We almost lost our lives there. The fox woman said with lingering fear. Xianjiao snorted. Then I'd like to go and see who is hiding on this Floating Cloud Mountain. The 3 demons were shocked. Unexpectedly, these words actually aroused the interest of Xianjiao. If they had known this, they would not have told Xianjiao about the matter of Floating Cloud Mountain. Now it's fine. Xianjiao insisted on going to Floating Cloud Mountain. They tried to persuade him, but failed. In desperation, the 3 demons could only let the other monsters leave first, and the 3 of them followed the purple cloud dragon to Floating Cloud Mountain. Arrived at the top of Floating Cloud Mountain, the 3 demons showed fear. This place left a deep shadow on them. If this moment comes again, I will naturally feel fear involuntarily. The purple cloud dragon, however, had a look of arrogance on his face. It does have the capital to be arrogant. The purple cloud dragon suddenly transformed into a purple-haired young man with an evil and crazy look on his face, and even his pupils were purple. The purple cloud dragon landed directly into Yi Qingyun's yard. The 3 demons also followed down. Sir, the mysterious master is in this room. Let's go. The fox woman was still trying to persuade. But Xianjiao simply couldn't listen. He seemed determined to see the true face of the master of Floating Cloud Mountain. Just when Xianjiao was about to push the door open, suddenly a sneeze was heard in the room. Ache! This is Yi Qingyun sneezing. And the sneeze happened to be heard by Xianjiao and others outside the house. For a while, the purple cloud dragon and the 3 monsters were all horrified. It was as if a world-destroying thunder had struck them heavily. Suddenly, white smoke came out of the purple cloud dragon and the 3 monsters, and then they collapsed to the ground. In a moment, the purple cloud dragon transformed into its original form and looked only the size of a loach. The 3 demons were even worse. The main body was shaken out. A calf, a little monkey. There was also a shivering little fox. And this was just because someone in the house sneezed. Chapter 92, The Dragon's Path to Survival. I feel like I'm going to catch a cold. Yi Qingyun walked to the door muttering to himself and pushed it open to go out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw 3 animals standing outside, plus a loach lying on the ground. Yi Qingyun was stunned. He looked at the loach on the ground and the 3 animals that were staring at him in a daze. Is it that I opened it the wrong way? Yi Qingyun closed the door again, then opened it again. is still like this. There were 3 animals squatting outside the door, including a half-dead loach. Yi Qingyun was a little confused. What is going on? Fortunately, these animals looked stupid, so Yi Qingyun plucked up the courage to walk out. The 3 animals dared not move and trembled. Yi Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. He touched the calf's head, which had a simple and honest look on its face. Then he picked up the little monkey again. This monkey is quite skinny. Yi Qingyun put the monkey down and grabbed the little fox's tail. This fox fur is nice. If I pluck it off and make a scarf, it should be quite comfortable. Yi Qingyun's words scared the little fox so much that he almost peed himself. When Yi Qingyun caught the loach, he smiled. My food has been a bit bland lately, so I'll just get some loach to make some soup. After saying that, he grabbed the loach and walked into the house. The 3 demons were all frightened. What the hell? Is Lord Jiaolong going to be stewed like a loach? Isn't this crazy? What should I do? The little fox was so anxious that he was about to cry. The calf gritted his teeth and said, "Let's rush in and rescue Lord Jiaolong." The little monkey curled his lips. What the hell are you trying to save us? Look at our current state. We have lost all our powers and have been beaten back to our original form. What can we use to save us? The calf was speechless. The demonic powers of the 3 of them were temporarily sealed at this moment. Moreover, even its true form was revealed, and it was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary wild beast. The only difference is that they have intelligence. But we can't just watch Master Jiaolong get eaten, can we? The little fox said anxiously. Let's go find the Demon King. Only he can save Master Jiaolong, said the little monkey. Good. The 3 monsters immediately went to find Mao. What a pity. At this moment, Da Mao was having a meal in a temple at the foot of the mountain and had no idea what was happening on the mountain. Yi Qingyun grabbed the loach and walked into the kitchen. He took out a piece of tofu, which was white and tender and cut into neat squares. This loach is really fat. This is the first time I have seen such a fat loach. Yi Qingyun looked at the loach with a smile on his face. He planned to make a pot of loach stewed with tofu. This is a delicious dish. If it's done well, it's very delicious. Yi Qingyun began to drool just thinking about it. At this time, the dragon held in Yi Qingyun's hand was completely confused. Who I am? Where am I? What is this person going to do to me? 3 doubts now shrouded the dragon's little head. It looked up at Yi Qingyun. Seeing Yi Qingyun smiling foolishly at him with a greedy look on his face, the dragon couldn't help but tremble all over. Ouch! This loach is still trying to struggle. When Yi Qingyun saw the loach tossing around in his hands, he was immediately delighted. Now that you are in our hands, how can we let you slip away? Yi Qingyun threw the loach directly into the water and scrubbed it thoroughly. The dragon was washed so hard that he began to doubt his life. This human, does he want to eat me? The dragon finally understood the current situation. It seemed that he, a noble dragon, was about to be eaten by this humble human. How can this be tolerated? The dragon became anxious and tried its best to use its magic power. But it was surprised to find that it had no magic power left in its body. What on earth is going on? The dragon couldn't believe it. Yi Qingyun felt annoyed when he saw the loach struggling so vigorously. Be honest. He simply picked up the kitchen knife and hit the loach on the head. The dragon was suddenly hit so hard that it felt dizzy and could not move. It wants to cry, but has no tears. I'm a mighty dragon, arrogant all my life, but I never thought that I would end up like this today. The dragon shed tears. If I had known that something like this would happen, I would have stayed in the palace. Although the palace is boring and stuffy, at least there is no need to worry about one's life. It's okay now. I'm about to be eaten. Ian cleaned the loach, then put it on the chopping board, ready to cut it into pieces. Just at this moment, suddenly there was lightning and thunder outside the house. It seemed like a heavy rain was about to fall. Yi Qingyun was stunned and quickly put down the kitchen knife and ran out. I just washed my pants. I can't let them get wet again. Yi Qingyun ran to collect the clothes. Good opportunity. When the dragon saw the man leave, a burning hope suddenly ignited in his heart. Why not escape now? One more. So, the dragon struggled to twist on the chopping board and finally reached the edge. Then jump. Just jump down. Snap. The dragon fell to the ground. It was thrown all over the place. But in order to survive, the dragon endured the discomfort and crawled on the ground like a loach. It twisted and cried. Woo woo woo. Why has my Lord Jiaolong ever been so embarrassed? When I, Lord Jiaolong, recover, I will flatten this hill. The kind where not even a blade of grass is left. But for now, let's run out first. The dragon spotted a way out and crawled forward without stopping. Just as the dragon was about to crawl out of the kitchen, it suddenly sensed something. It looked up. I found a bell hanging on the door. After just one look, the dragon was horrified. Could this be the heaven-shaking bell? The dragon quickly lowered its head, not daring to look again. It was trembling all over and was extremely frightened. Absolutely right. This is the heaven-shaking bell. Why did this ancient treasure appear here? The sound of the heaven-shaking bell can kill souls. Even a strong man in the spirit-refining realm will die instantly under the heaven-shaking bell. At this moment, the dragon was most afraid of the ringing of the heaven-shaking bell, because once the sound is made, I will die on the spot. It took a few deep breaths. I secretly cheer myself up. Jialong, you can do it. Keep moving forward. Rush out of the kitchen and through the front hall. The way to survival is ahead. The dragon sprinted forward with all its might and was about to pass through the front hall. But the next moment, the dragon was stunned. Crunch. Yi Qingyan pushed the door open and came in. Look down. Why did this loach get here? Yi Qingyan was a little surprised. But without thinking too much, he picked up the loach again and went into the kitchen holding it in his hand. God wants to kill me. The dragon howled in its heart. Entering the kitchen again, Yi Qingyan put the loach in water and washed it again. Then he put the loach on the chopping board. This time, the dragon was in complete despair. Never mind. I'm tired. Destroy it quickly. The dragon closed its eyes and waited for death. Chapter 93 Dragon Soup. When the three demons finally found Damao in the courtyard of Shaolin Temple, it was already dark. The three monsters were anxious and begged Damao to rescue the dragon as soon as possible. After hearing this, Damao didn't care much and walked slowly up the mountain. The three monsters want to lift Damao up and run away, but they can only think about it. They don't have the courage to do so. After finally reaching the mountain, the three demons were almost going crazy with anxiety. They were afraid that the dragon had already been eaten by the master. Exactly. Yi Qingyan was eating dinner in the yard at this time. 2 dishes and a bowl of soup. It's Yi Qingyan's dinner. Seeing Damao coming back with 3 little animals following him, Yi Qingyan couldn't help but feel happy. Damao, are these 3 little guys your little brothers? Woof woof, Damao shouted twice, as if telling Yi Qingyan that these 3 guys were not qualified to be his younger brothers. The 3 demons were trembling with fear. Damao walked to the table and took a look at the bowl of soup. Then he turned around and looked at the 3 demons. Your Lord Jialong has been stewed. Ah, the 3 demons were shocked, as if struck by lightning. Has Lord Jialong really been stewed? They wanted to go forward and take a look, but they were afraid of Yi Qingyan. Coincidentally, Yi Qingyan spat out a bone from his mouth. This loach and tofu soup is so delicious. As he spoke, he picked up the soup bowl again and took a sip. When the 3 demons heard this, they immediately despaired. Lord Jialong is really dead, and it was made into a soup. So miserable. Woo woo woo. The 3 demons started crying immediately. They regretted deeply. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have gone to rescue Lord Jialong. Now, things are different. Lord Jialong followed them out. As a result, he died so tragically in less than a day. Woof woof. Damao called out to Yi Qingyan twice again. Yi Qingyan smiled faintly. Don't worry, you'll have one. Yi Qingyan walked into the kitchen, brought out another bowl of soup, and placed it in front of Damao. But Damao didn't drink it, but turned around and looked at the 3 monsters. Would you like to drink this bowl of soup? 3 demons. Seeing the 3 monsters in a daze, Damao asked again, this bowl of soup contains the essence of a dragon. Do you want to drink it? The 3 demons looked at each other, all angry. After all, we were once under the command of Lord Jialong and have been loyal to him all our lives. Now that Lord Jialong is dead, you want us to drink the soup made from Lord Jialong's body? It's simply an insult to us. We 3 demons also have backbone and dignity. Even if we die here or jump off this mountain, we will never drink the soup cooked by Lord Jialong. No way, but it does smell a bit good. Moreover, this soup is rich in the essence of dragon. For monsters like the 3 demons, it is definitely a great tonic. But the 3 demons still persisted. Absolutely not drink. I'd rather die than drink it. Woof! Damao bared his teeth at them. Just look at the situation. The 3 demons immediately panicked. Let's drink now. The 3 demons immediately started drinking the soup. Originally, the 3 demons drank it with grief and anger. As a result, after taking a sip of the soup, ouch, really good. Not only was the soup delicious, But what shocked the three monsters the most was the dragon essence contained in the soup. It's really rich. The surging essence poured into the bodies of these three monsters. This caused the three monsters' physiques to change rapidly. The three demons were greatly shocked and even more delighted. This bowl of soup is enough to equal their 100 years of practice. For a moment, the three demons forgot about everything else and just focused on drinking the soup. Seeing this, Yi Qingyan couldn't help but smile. Damao, you are really generous today. You gave all your soup to the three little brothers. Damao wagged his tail with a look of disdain on his face. It's just a bowl of dragon soup. It simply doesn't look good. Just consider it as a reward to the three monsters. Soon, the bowl of soup was almost finished. The three demons were all very satisfied with the drink, and some even felt a little reluctant to finish it. At this moment, the three monsters completely forgot about the tragic death of Lord Jiaolong. Just immerse yourself in the wonderful feeling brought by the Jiaolong soup. So comfortable. So comfortable. I feel like there's a force in my body that's getting stronger. Is this the breath of a dragon? Although the three monsters are all Tongtian realm monster beasts that could transform, their own monster bloodlines are actually very ordinary. But the purple cloud dragon is a real dragon. Although it is not a high and mighty creature like a true dragon, it is still out of reach for the three monsters. It is no exaggeration to say that after drinking this bowl of dragon soup, the three monsters all had a trace of dragon power in their bodies. This is a huge opportunity for the three demons with low bloodlines. The three demons had never expected to enter the realm of spirit refining in this lifetime. But now we have this opportunity. As long as they practice hard for another 100 years, they will have the opportunity to reach the realm of spirit refining. And all of this was brought about by this bowl of dragon soup. After the three demons finished drinking the soup, they looked at each other. Are we being a little bit unfair? Well, since Lord Jiaolong is dead, we just need to follow Lord Jiaolong's will and work hard to strengthen the demon race. That's right. Master Jiaolong has always lived in our hearts. Yi Qingyun naturally could not hear the whisperings among the monsters. Yi Qingyun was not averse to these three little animals. Anyway, after Xiaoyan left, this place seemed a bit deserted. It would be nice to have a few more small animals here. Yi Qingyun finished his dinner. The three demons haven't left yet. It's not that they don't want to leave, but Damao didn't let them go, so they simply didn't dare to leave. Damao, do these three of your brothers want to stay? Yi Qingyun asked curiously. Big Hair stuck out his tongue and nodded his head. Yi Qingyun was happy. Okay then. Yi Qingyun went back to the house and found two ropes. One was tied around the bull demon's neck. The other was tied around the monkey demon's neck. As for the little fox, Yi Qingyun felt that it was useless to tie it up. When this calf grows up a little bit, it can help plow the land. Yi Qingyun patted the bull demon's head and said happily. The bull demon felt extremely aggrieved. I am a demon beast at the Tongtian realm after all, and you actually want me to plow the land for you? Isn't this a waste of talent? I can train this monkey. If I can't make it in the future, I can make a living by performing monkey shows on the street. Yi Qingyun muttered. The monkey demon almost fainted. Yi Qingyun looked at the fox demon again. Then he caught the fox demon. The fox demon trembled. Oh, it's still a female fox. Yi Qingyun was delighted. When we catch another male fox, it will give birth to a few fox cubs, and then we can catch more foxes to breed. Then maybe I can set up a fox farm. When a fox demon heard this, she was almost frightened to death. Are you treating yourself as a sow for breeding? After all, I am a fox demon. How can I be treated like this? Chapter 94. The son inherits his father's business. Early in the morning, Huikong came to the mountain with great interest. He came to ask Yi Qingyun about the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra. When I came up, I saw from afar that Yi Qingyun's yard was very lively. A calf, a little monkey, and a little fox. Plus the big hare and rabbit that were already here. It's almost become a zoo. Huikong was a little surprised. The three listless demons also saw Huikong. A Buddhist. The three demons immediately showed fear. The Buddhist sect and the demon clan have never gotten along well. Especially in the eyes of the demons, people from the Buddhist sect are like their mortal enemies. But at this moment, the demonic powers of the three monsters were sealed, so Huikong couldn't tell that they were monsters. Yi Qingyun had not gotten up yet. Huikong didn't dare to disturb them, so he just stood outside and waited quietly. But I didn't expect that I would have to wait for more than an hour. Yi Qingyun slowly got up. Yi Qingyun, who was walking into the yard with a cup of water and a toothbrush to brush his teeth, happened to see Huikong outside the yard. Huikong, you're here so early? Hui Kong hurried forward and bowed. Greetings to the sun. Yi Qingyun no longer cared about the title of Holy Sun. He hummed and started brushing his teeth. It was the first time Hui Kong saw someone brushing teeth, and she couldn't help but feel curious. What is the Holy Sun doing? Brush teeth. Brush teeth. Well, just use this toothbrush to clean your teeth. Hui Kong looked confused. Do your teeth still need cleaning? Fortunately, Hui Kong had also witnessed many of Yi Qingyun's peculiarities, so he didn't care too much. After Yi Qingyun finished washing up, he began to teach yoga to Hui Kong. Hui Kong, just follow me. Okay, Holy Sun. Yi Qingyun then struck a yoga pose. Hui Kong quickly followed his instructions. Follow me, breathe, breathe. Yes. Good rhythm, keep it up. Stretch your arms as far as you can, then slowly open them. That's right, you have a good understanding. Go on. Exhale, and then slowly bend your legs. Whatever moves Yi Qingyun made, Hui Kong would follow and imitate him. I have to say, Hui Kong is indeed a genius. He can perform any action exactly the same. Hui Kong also remembered all the key points that Yi Qingyun said. He grasped the essence of every rhythm of breathing and every amplitude of movement. Soon, Hui Kong felt as if there was a flow of air in his body. This energy surprised Hui Kong very much. Different from his own cultivation, this energy seems to contain infinite vitality and is extremely inclusive. Hui Kong's own power and this energy can be perfectly integrated together. No sluggishness at all. And, as Hui Kong gradually mastered the essentials of yoga, this energy became stronger and stronger. Hui Kong felt that his cultivation seemed to show signs of a breakthrough. He is about to step into the great perfection of the nascent soul realm from the late stage of the nascent soul realm. This discovery made Hui Kong ecstatic. After practicing for a while, Yi Qingyun felt that it was almost there. Have you remembered everything I taught you just now? Hui Kong nodded repeatedly, his face full of joy. I have memorized them all. Yi Qingyun smiled and said, then go back and practice well. Although this yoga has no other uses, it can also strengthen your body. Hui Kong smiled bitterly. This makes the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra, which countless Buddhists dream of, sound so unbearable in Yi Qingyun's mouth. If other Buddhists heard this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Thank you for your guidance, Holy Sun. Hui Kong is grateful. Hui Kong said sincerely. All right, don't be so polite. Just don't bring some strange people here for no reason in the future. Yi Qingyun curled his lips. Hui Kong felt a little embarrassed. He had previously brought up Song Ruer, who had a body of disaster, and later brought up the old blind man and Chu Hanyang. They are indeed rare weirdos. It also brought some trouble to Yi Qingyun. Fortunately, they have all been resolved. There were no consequences. After Hui Kong went down, Yi Qingyun also went to the market at the foot of the mountain. Because of the 3 new monsters, the yard felt a little crowded. In addition, Yi Qingyun and his apprentice had previously opened up a watermelon field, so the yard needed to be expanded. Need to buy some utensils. It would be best to see if I can buy a male fox. Yi Qingyun always kept the matter of breeding the female fox in mind. For Yi Qingyun, this world where one can practice cultivation is cruel, because Yi Qingyun cannot practice. So Yi Qingyun also thought it through. His advantages are what the system taught him. As long as you can give full play to your abilities, it won't be difficult to make a name for yourself in this world. Farming and breeding. This is what Yi Qingyun is going to do now. Grow bigger and stronger. Create more glory. It would be best to build a Fuyun ecological breeding base. By then, Yi Qingyun will no longer have to worry about food and drink. Yi Qingyun took the rabbit down the mountain. He was afraid that if he forgot to bring the rabbit with him, it might be eaten by the female fox. In Yi Qingyun's impression, don't foxes eat rabbits? The market is still bustling, and it seems that because it is close to floating Cloud Mountain, there are more people practicing here. Yi Qingyun walked in the market and greeted many acquaintances enthusiastically. During this period of time, he has become familiar with the people in the market. After buying some tools for building the yard, Yi Qingyun walked around the market again, but didn't find anyone selling foxes. So he went to the tea house and sat for a while. Inside the tea house, a young man in his 20s was standing in front of many guests and telling a story. And the content of the storytelling was the legend of the Condor heroes. Yi Qingyun was a little surprised. He remembered that this tea house was where old man Huang always told stories. Why was a young man replaced? The young man was speaking excitedly when he suddenly saw Yi Qingyun sitting in the corner. The young man was startled, but quickly recovered and continued telling the story until a passage of the book is finished. The guest applauded. Yi Qingyun was also clapping. He really said it well. Both the emotion and the tone were perfect. Yi Qingyun was about to leave when he saw the young man walking towards him. "Are you Mr. Yi?" The young man asked. Yi Qingyun was stunned. "Do you know me?" The young man was overjoyed and immediately bowed to Yi Qingyun. "Master Yi, I finally see you. Please accept my greetings." Yi Qingyun was a little confused. He didn't know this young man. How come the other party seems to have known me for a long time? "Who are you?" "Mr. Yi, you don't know me, but you should know my father. My father's name is Huang Jiushan." "Who is Huang Jiushan?" Yi Qingyun still looked confused. The young man was a little embarrassed when he saw this. "My father used to be the storyteller in this tea house. Everyone called him Old Man Huang." Yi Qingyun suddenly realized. It turned out that this was Old Man Huang's son. No wonder he always felt that this young man's face was a bit like Old Man Huang. "How is your father?" Yi Qingyun asked. The young man was a little depressed. "My father passed away just a month ago. He was too excited while telling a story and died on the stage because he lost his breath." Ye Vingyun. This really means dedicating one's entire life to the great cause of storytelling. "My father always said that, Master Yi, you are knowledgeable and talented. I hope I can learn a lot from you when I see you in the future." The young man said with admiration. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. "Actually, I'm not that knowledgeable." Chapter 95. Crown Prince of Xianyuan Dynasty. After a conversation, Yi Qingyun already knew the young man's name. Huang Fuxing. A very blessed name. Unlike Old Man Huang, Huang Fuxing was born to be a storyteller, and he was very eloquent. But Yi Qingyun could tell from Huang Fuxing's words that although this guy inherited his father's business, he didn't like storytelling very much. "Mr. Yi, I've always wanted to go out and take a look." Huang Fuxing sat opposite Yi Qingyun, holding a teacup in his hand with a bitter look on his face. "I grew up listening to my father's storytelling. There are so many stories and the world outside is so exciting, but I have never seen anything and have always stayed in this small town. Unlike you, Master Yi, who is well-informed, knowledgeable, and knows everything." Having said that, Huang Fuxing looked at Yi Qingyun with envy. Yi Qingyun was a little embarrassed. In fact, he has basically never been to any other place since he came to this world. As for the outside world, Yi Qingyun actually doesn't know much about it. "Mr. Yi, can you tell me about the outside world?" Huang Fuxing said with anticipation. Yi Qingyun looked at him. "Instead of listening to me, why don't you go out and take a look yourself?" Huang Fuxing shook his head. "My father is buried here. If I die, who will provide for him in the future?" He sounds like a very filial son. But Yi Qingyun couldn't help but frown because of these words. "Your father has passed away. He is no longer here. Are you going to be tied down by your father for the rest of your life?" Huang Fuxing was stunned and looked at Yi Qingyun in astonishment. Yi Qingyun showed sympathy on his face. "Even in his grave, your father would not want you to stay here forever. He would rather hope that you can go out into the bigger world. It is enough for the living to remember the dead in their hearts, but your own days are still long." Huang Fuxing's breathing became rapid. Yi Qingyun's words were like thunder in a dry land, and Huang Fuxing felt as if they were thunder in his ears. It instantly aroused Huang Fuxing's yearning for the outside world. "Mr. Yi, Huang Fuxing stood up suddenly, looking very excited, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. "Ye Vingyun Simidet. Don't get excited yet." Huang Fuxing sat down again. "Actually, I can understand why you young people want to go out and explore the world. When I was young..." Having said this, Yi Qingyun paused. He then realized that he wasn't really an old man. "But why don't I want to go out and explore the world at all? Is my mentality really old?" "Mr. Yi?" Seeing Yi Qingyun in a daze, Huang Fuxing shouted in some confusion. Yi Qingyun came back to his senses. "Whereas I just now? You said when you were young." "Oh, when I was young, I often went out to explore the world. It's not an exaggeration to say that I traveled all over the country. But in the end, I still think that being able to live in a stable place, surrounded by people I care about, and being able to do what I like is enough." Speaking of this, Yi Qingyun couldn't help but miss Guishaoyan. I wonder if this kid has arrived in Beichuan. Is he used to the life there? For Yi Qingyun, he has no relatives or friends in this world. The only person worth caring about is his apprentice, Guishaoyan. "But Mr. Yi, don't you find such a day boring?" Huang Fuxing was puzzled. Yi Qingyun shook his head. "When you have experienced many things, you will truly understand the benefits of tranquility. Hometown is the place where you can feel at peace." Speaking of this, Yi Qingyun stood up and left. Huang Fuxing was left sitting there in a daze. Peace of mind? Native land? For a moment, Huang Fuxing was in a state of confusion. He originally wanted to find encouragement from Yi Qingyan to go out and explore the world. But I didn't expect it. But it puts oneself in greater entanglement. I don't know why. Huang Fuxing always felt that Yi Qingyun's words contained profound truths. It was as if Yi Qingyun was a wise old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life and had already seen through everything. But Yi Qingyun looks to be about the same age as me. Yi Qingyun walked out of the tea house and was about to return to the mountain. But suddenly a group of people walked on the street. Soldiers in armor and armed with sharp weapons were following in front and behind, and there were two tall and handsome horses. A man and a woman riding on horses. Yi Qingyun took a look and found that he happened to know the woman. It was Chu Yinyu, the princess of the prince of Pingshi's mansion. Next to Chu Yinyu was a handsome and elegant man. It seems that he is of extraordinary status. The two of them were talking and laughing and seemed very warm. Just at this moment, Chu Yinyu saw Yi Qingyun standing at the door of the tea house. Chu Yinyu was startled, then pale with horror. Get off your horse immediately. The handsome young man looked puzzled. I have absolutely no idea what happened. But Chu Yinyu quickly walked up to Yi Qingyun and bowed to him. Master Yi. Yi Qingyun smiled and said, what a coincidence. Chu Yinyu was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Master Yi. Yi Qingyun didn't think anything of it. At this time, the handsome young man also came over. He first glanced at Yi Qingyun and saw that Yi Qingyun was dressed in ordinary clothes and had an ordinary appearance. He did not look like a person of status. The handsome young man couldn't help but curl his lips, revealing a bit of disdain. Master Yi, this is my friend. He is Yang Wenkong, the crown prince of the Xianyuan dynasty. The Xianyuan dynasty, like the Tianwu dynasty, is one of the 7 kingdoms in the southern wilderness. Ever since the million-strong coalition army of the 3 dynasties attacked the Tianwu dynasty also began to attach importance to its relations with other countries. Although the Tianwu dynasty is strong, if the enemy countries join forces to attack again, the Tianwu dynasty will be in great danger. Therefore, the Tianwu dynasty sent envoys to the countries in the southern wilderness some time ago. Want to win over 1 or 2 allies. Consolidate your position. The Xianyuan dynasty was the first country to be wooed by the Tianwu dynasty. This time, Prince Yang Wenkong of the Xianyuan dynasty brought a group of people to the Tianwu dynasty to visit Dongfang Su. After the visit, Yang Wenkong began to travel around the Tianwu dynasty. It just so happened that Chu Yinyu and Yang Wenkong had met when they were children, so they were half acquaintances. So, with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Ome Yi Yingyun. My apologies. When Yi Qingyun heard the man's identity, he immediately bowed to Yang Wenkong. Joke. This is the crown prince of a country. As an ordinary citizen, I have to remain humble in front of the prince. Yang Wenkong just hummed and didn't want to pay much attention to Yi Qingyun. Chu Yinyu noticed Yang Wenkong's arrogant attitude and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She was also worried about Yang Wenkong. If you offend Yi Qingyun, don't even mention you, a mere prince. Even the entire Xianyuan dynasty would probably be in disaster. Princess, Yang wants to give you some advice. Just listen to Yang Wenkong saying, we are of extraordinary status, so don't lower yourself and have too much contact with insignificant people so as not to lose face. Chapter 96, Am I going to become a eunuch? As soon as these words came out, the expression on Yi Qingyun's face froze. Damn it, even if you're the prince, there's no need to look down on people like that, right? After all, I, Yi Qingyun, am a handsome man. Even if I am just an ordinary person, you shouldn't ridicule me in person, right? Yi Qingyun was a little unhappy, but because he was the prince, Yi Qingyun didn't dare to say much. No way. After all, I am just an ordinary mortal. Chu Yinyu's expression suddenly changed. She first glanced at Yi Qingyun. Seeing that Yi Qingyun didn't look angry, he felt slightly relieved. Fortunately, Master Yi is broad-minded and did not argue with him. But Chu Yinyu couldn't help but angrily said to Yang Wenkong, Prince, please be careful with your words. Master Yi is my friend. Yang Wenkong also looked a little unhappy. Princess, have you been deceived? Chu Yinyu was furious. Yang Wenkong. Seeing that the two seemed to be about to quarrel, Yi Qingyun quickly spoke up. Don't be so excited. I'm leaving now. You two can chat slowly. After saying that, Yi Qingyun left quickly. It's really too dangerous. It's too dangerous outside. I'd better go back to the mountains as soon as possible. Stop. Do you think I will allow you to leave? Yang Wenkong shouted angrily. Immediately, several soldiers rushed over and blocked Yi Qingyun's way. Yi Qingyun was speechless. Who did I offend? This kind of thing happens every time I go out. Young Wenkang walked over. Chu Yinyu was horrified when she saw this. Yang Wenkang, what do you want to do? Yang Wenkang ignored Chu Yinyu and stared at Yi Qingyun. Who are you? What is your intention in approaching the princess? If you don't tell the truth, watch out for your head. Yi Qingyun suddenly felt a chill down his spine. I really have no intention. Yang Wenkang raised his hand. Several soldiers immediately held Yi Qingyun down. When Chu Yinyu saw this situation, her heart skipped a beat. It's over. Being treated like this, Yi Gaoren would certainly be furious. When a master gets angry, millions of people die. It's all over. I'm going to play along too. But what Chu Yinyu didn't expect was that after Yi Qingyun was pinned down, he only looked aggrieved and helpless, and didn't look angry at all. That pitiful look really makes him look like an ordinary person who is powerless. How can he look like a hermit at all? Chu Yinyu was stunned for a moment, and then she admired Yi Qingyun more and more. Even after being treated like this, Master Yi still didn't show his strength, and is still being treated as a mortal. It seems that Master Yi has completely integrated into the mortal world, and has already reached a very high level where he is indifferent to everything, and can be happy or angry as he pleases. If Yi Qingyun knew what Chu Yinyu was thinking, he would be so sad that he would cry. How the hell am I the kind of person who could be indifferent and calm? I was simply being held down and couldn't get up. At this time, the rabbit in Yi Qingyun's arms became a little conflicted. Should I take action? Or should I just watch? The rabbit is very conflicted. If he took action, he would be afraid of ruining his master's state of mind in understanding the mundane world. But if I don't take action, am I just going to watch this person bully my master? Nothing seems quite right. So, the rabbit rolled its eyes and kicked its legs. Pretend to be dead first. Anyway, the master will be fine. Yang Wenkang, let him go immediately. Zhuzanu Li. Princess, I will take this man away for interrogation. After I find out his background, I will hand him over to you for punishment. Yang Wenkang waved his hand. Take away. Yi Qingyun was tied up and thrown onto the horse's back. Chu Yinyu became anxious. How can this be tolerated? At the same time, she was also thinking that Yi Gaoren had not shown any signs of resistance until this moment. This may be giving myself a chance to perform. If not now, when? Chu Yinyu immediately took action and prepared to rescue Yi Qingyun. But Yang Wenkang also has experts around him. A middle-aged man in red with a pale face raised his hand and easily repelled Chu Yinyu. Chu Yinyu stepped back repeatedly, looking at the man in red with some shock. Ningden Realm. This man in red was actually a powerful cultivator in the nascent soul realm. Chu Yinyu is only at the Jiyuan realm. How can anyone be this man's opponent? Chu Yinyu was helpless. She could only watch Yi Qingyun being taken away. Yi Qingyun was placed on the horse's back, which was bumpy all the way, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. I almost vomited. Not long after, Yi Qingyun was taken to Yang Wenkang's residence. Lintian City is 100 miles away from Fuyun Mountain. The largest mansion in the city is Yang Wenkang's temporary residence. Yi Qingyun was thrown into the yard. Yang Wenkang sat in front of him with an arrogant look and cold eyes. Boy, do you know why I brought you here? Yang Wenkang drank a cup of tea and spoke slowly. Yi Qingyun shook his head. Yang Wenkang snorted coldly. I'm telling you, Chu Yinyu is the woman this prince has set his eyes on. She is not only the princess of the Tianwu dynasty, but also the future crown princess and queen of the Xianyuan dynasty. A lowly person like you has no right to be by her side. Yi Qingyun groaned in his heart. He really felt wronged. He had no feelings for Chu Yinyu at all. They were just friends. Prince, in fact, Chu Yinyu and I really have nothing. Yi Qingyun explained. Yang Wenkang narrowed his eyes slightly. Is there anything else you want? No, that's not what I meant. Yi Qingyun quickly waved his hands. Yang Wenkang snorted softly. I originally wanted to kill you directly, but now I have changed my mind. I will take you back to the Xianyuan dynasty and let you enter the palace to be a eunuch. Yi Qingyun was simply dumbfounded. Want to make him a eunuch? How is this possible? Yi Qingyun felt cold in his crotch. I haven't enjoyed my life yet. How can I become a eunuch when I have never even touched a woman since I came into this world? Isn't this too unfair? Well, can I not be a eunuch? How about being a royal chef? I'm pretty good at cooking. Yi Qingyun asked tentatively. To be a royal chef, you must also purify yourself. Ye Vingyun. It's over. I, Yi Qingyun, have been famous all my life, but in the end, I'm going to become a eunuch. Woo woo woo. Yi Qingyun wanted to cry, but had no tears. Yi Qingyun was taken away, and Chu Yinyu was very anxious. She knew that she couldn't save Yi Qingyun by herself, so she could only find help quickly. She found Bai Suyi first. Bai Suyi happened to be staying in the Prince of Pingshi's mansion. Bai Suyi was also shocked when she learned about this. Something big is going to happen. This was Bai Suyi's first reaction. Yi Qingyun was captured and did not resist at all. This was already a very dangerous signal. Once Yang Wenkong did something out of line, Yi Qingyun would be completely enraged. No one can predict what will happen then. The most likely possibility is that Yi Qingyun, in a rage, massacred the entire Xianyuan dynasty. Even the Tianwu dynasty would be implicated. Hurry up and inform His Majesty the Emperor Wu that Master Yi has been captured. I also want to tell Master right away. Chapter 97, Hurry to Rescue. 9 Spirit Sect. Gong Sun Yu is practicing. Recently, Gong Sun Yu felt that his training was becoming increasingly difficult. Although the process of cultivation is the same as usual, but at every critical moment, the spiritual energy in the body will always dissipate a little. In this way, Gong Sun Yu's practice efficiency was greatly affected. He even had some doubts. Have I reached the legendary bottleneck period? The so-called bottleneck period is a difficult hurdle that all practitioners will encounter. When you reach the bottleneck period, no matter how much you practice, it will be difficult to make progress. And the harder you try to practice, the harder it will be to see results, and it may even backfire. Gong Sun Yu didn't think about the bottleneck period at the beginning. But as time went by, Gong Sun Yu felt that he might have really reached a bottleneck period. He was a little impatient, even more helpless. I'm not too old and I'm very talented, but I am stuck in this damn bottleneck period. Is this the only way my life will end? Will I never be able to enter the realm of spirit refining? Just when Gong Sun Yu was in distress, Bai Suyi's message has arrived. Gong Sun Yu was shocked when he read what Bai Suyi sent back. Master Yi was actually taken away by force. He was a little bit unbelievable. How could a hermit like Yi Qingyun be taken away so easily? And the person who took Yi Qingyun away was actually the prince of the Xianyuan dynasty? What is the prince of Xianyuan dynasty? Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, the crown prince of Xianyuan dynasty is indeed out of reach. But in front of a true master, the so-called prince is nothing. There is no way that Yi Gaoren could be taken away by a mere prince of a dynasty. A test. This must be a test specially set by Master Yi. When Gong Sun Yu saw the message sent back by Bai Suyi, he immediately determined that this was a test deliberately set by Yi Qingyun. This is to see the reaction of the crowd. If you don't do your best at this moment, it will be difficult to pass Master Ye's test, and you will not be able to get the opportunity given by Master Yi. Must go. Gong Sun Yu immediately summoned many elders. Give the order, all the elders of the sect, follow me. Yes, all the elders of Jiuling's sect went out together and followed Prince Gongsun out of the sect. The same thing also happened in Xinjian sect and Taihao sect. It was already quite late when Su Changfeng and Chun Gongwang learned that Yi Qingyun was taken away by Yang Wenkong. However, their reactions were the same as Gong Sun Yu's. They both thought that Yi Qingyun did on purpose. Otherwise, with Yi Qingyun's level of cultivation, how could he be taken away by a mere Yang Wenkong? This must be Yi Qingyun taking this opportunity to see the reactions of all parties. Therefore, both Su Changfeng and Chun Gongwang summoned all the elders at the first opportunity and set off together with them. Go and rescue Yi Qingyun. The 3 major sects of the Tianwu dynasty all went out together. The event was grand and spectacular. Many people who are not in the know are confused and have no idea why the 3 major sects have mobilized such a large force. Dongfang Su, who was in the palace, also received a message from the Pingxi Palace. Dongfang Su's expression changed drastically when he looked at the jade slip of communication presented by Gu Yu. He stood up suddenly. His Majesty. Gu Yu was also startled. Dongfang Su's face looked quite ugly. I didn't expect Yang Wenkong to be so bold as to disrespect Master Yi. Damn it. Dongfang Su really didn't expect that Yang Wenkong would do such a thing. This is simply outrageous. 2 people who have nothing in common. But it happened anyway. It's okay now. The person has been taken away by Yang Wenkong. I don't know what the situation is. But Dongfang Su was very clear about one thing. That means Yang Wenkong is dead. But it would be fine if Yang Wenkong died alone. But it would be terrible if the Tianwu dynasty was implicated. After all, the Tianwu dynasty and the Xianyuan dynasty had just formed an alliance, and the two dynasties had not yet become close, but then this kind of thing happened. Dongfang Su quickly calmed down. The most urgent thing is to quickly make your attitude clear. Although it is impossible for Yi Qingyun to get into trouble, but I must also take action to let Yi Gaoren see my attitude. Did Yang Wenkong go to Lintian City? Dongfang Su asked immediately. Your Majesty, Yang Wenkong is indeed in Lintian City. Lonely Moon replied. Well, bring a team with you and follow me to Lintian City immediately. Guyu was startled. Your Majesty, are you going to go out in person? Dongfang Su said helplessly. If I don't go there in person at this time, things will be difficult to deal with. Master Yi is deliberately testing us. How can we fall behind others at this time? Upon hearing Dongfang Su say this, Guyu immediately understood. I will go immediately. Soon, Dongfang Su set out with Guyu and other palace masters. Head straight to Lintian City. In addition to the three major sects and the imperial palace, another group of people were also taking action. Those are the monks living at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain. When Yi Qingyun was taken away, Huang Fuxing in the tea house also saw it. He knew that he could not save Yi Qingyun, but he knew that Yi Qingyun had a good relationship with the monks at the foot of Fuyun Mountain. So Huang Fuxing ran to Shaolin Temple. Huang Fuxing was received by Su Hai and Su Zhu, father and son of Shaolin Temple. Huang Fuxing told Su Hai and Su Zhu that Yi Qingyun was forcibly taken away. Upon hearing this, the two were shocked and immediately went to find Huikong, who was practicing yoga in the backyard. When Huikong heard this, he was shocked. The holy son of Buddhism, was actually taken away by a mere prince like you? This is simply a slap in the face of our Buddhist community. Huikong was furious and immediately summoned all the people in Shaolin Temple, including the old blind man and his brothers, plus monks from a dozen other temples. There were more than 30 monks in total, all heading towards Lintian City together. And at this time, in Lintian City, Yang Wenkong had no idea that the entire Tianwu dynasty was in chaos. He was having people pack up and prepare to return to the Xianyuan dynasty. Yi Qingyun was still tied and placed on the horse's back. Yang Wenkong wants to bring Yi Qingyun back to the Xianyuan dynasty so that Xu Yinyu will never see this person again. Yi Qingyun looked miserable. He didn't want to go to the Xianyuan dynasty, and even less did he want to be a eunuch. But after waiting for so long, why didn't anyone come to rescue me? Are all those bigwigs of the Tianwu dynasty going to just watch me die without helping me? Well, the feelings have faded. It's really faded. If I had known these people were so heartless, I would not have given them free meals. Now no one comes to save me. He is really cold-blooded and heartless. Your Highness, everything is ready. The man in red said to Yang Wenkong. Yang Wenkong nodded and got on the horse. It's time to go back. The man in red immediately shouted loudly. Set off. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden strong sound of wind above the sky. Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another came like chasing the wind and the moon. Yang Wenkong was stunned and looked up blankly. When he saw the figures in the sky, he was shocked. He was so scared that he fell off the horse. Chapter 98, The Generous Yi Qingyun. Above the sky, figures stood in the air. Master. They're all masters. What shocked Yang Wenkong the most was that Emperor Wu Dongfang Su, as well as Su Changfeng, Gong Sunyu, and Qin Gongwang were all there. This is the most powerful person in the Tianwu dynasty. How come you suddenly appear here? Master Yi is indeed here. Dongfang Su and others saw Yi Qingyun on horseback and immediately got off the horse one by one. Your Majesty, Yang Wenkong was about to speak, but he saw that Dongfang Su didn't even look at him. Not only him, but also the leaders of the three major sects and other masters. No one paid any attention to Yang Wenkong. They all gathered around Yi Qingyun. This made Yang Wenkong a little confused. I have absolutely no idea what happened. Mr. Yi, I'm late, and I'm sorry for making you suffer. Dongfang Su helped Yi Qingyun off the horse, his face full of guilt. Yi Qingyun looked at them and finally felt relieved. With them around, he would not be brought to the Xianyuan dynasty, let alone become a eunuch. Alas, if he had come any later, I would have been taken back to be a eunuch. Yi Qingyun smiled bitterly. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Su, Su Changfeng, and the others all had changes of expression. This is crazy, right? Could it be that Yang Wenkong wanted to bring Yi Qingyun back to the Xianyuan dynasty to be a eunuch? This idea is too terrifying. What kind of person is Yi Qingyun? If anyone really dared to do something so disrespectful to him, I'm afraid the Xianyuan dynasty would turn into a sea of blood and corpses in an instant. At the same time, Several people were also pondering Yi Qingyun's words. Is this a hint to them? Several people turned around and stared at Yang Wenkong. Yang Wenkong felt creepy for a moment when he was stared at by so many martial arts masters. Yang Wenkong, what crime should you be charged with? Dongfang Su shouted angrily. Yang Wenkong had no idea what he had done. I'm even more confused as to why Dongfang Su and the others care so much about an ordinary person. Your Majesty, what crime have I committed? Yang Wenkong was puzzled. Dongfang Su snorted, his face extremely gloomy. Master Yi is my close friend. How dare you disrespect him? What? Yang Wenkong was a little stunned. How could this ordinary young man be the close friend of Emperor Wu Dongfang Su? Yang Wenkong really couldn't believe it. Yang Wenkong, Master Yi is also a close friend of our three major sections. Su Changfeng said lightly. Hiss. Yang Wenkong was even more shocked. What the hell is going on? Are even the three major sects close friends with this guy? This is too outrageous. Your Majesty, three clan leaders, you are not mistaken, are you? He is just an ordinary person. Yang Wenkong said with some disbelief. Ordinary people? When they heard this, they all looked strange. If Yi Qingyun is also an ordinary person, then they're not even considered human beings. It's a huge joke. Yang Wenkong, you have offended Master Yi, so don't go back to Xianyuan dynasty. Let your father come and take you back. Dongfang Su said in a cold voice. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Wenkong became anxious. Your Majesty, our two countries have just formed an alliance. You can't treat me like this. Dongfang Su snorted angrily. What? You want to use the alliance to pressure me? Yang Wenkong lowered his head slightly. I dare not. But as the crown prince of the Xianyuan dynasty, I cannot be humiliated in your country for no reason. If His Majesty the Emperor really wants to detain me because of this person, then I'm afraid I'll have to reconsider the alliance between my Xianyuan dynasty and your country. As he finished speaking, the corners of Yang Wenkong's mouth rose slightly. He felt that what he said was very clever. Not only did he not appear humble, he also demonstrated his confidence as a prince. What a pity. Yang Wenkong took it for granted. Bang! Dongfang Su said nothing and just slapped Yang Wenkong in the face. Yang Wenkong was beaten so hard that he spun around twice on the spot, and then he sat down on the ground all of a sudden. Half of his face was swollen. Yang Wenkong was dumbfounded. He never expected that Dongfang Su would directly attack him, and even slap him in the face. You are such a fool. Dongfang Su looked at Yang Wenkong with cold eyes. The three clan leaders also looked at Yang Wenkong with sympathy. Having offended Yi Qingyun, his Xianyuan dynasty is on the verge of death, and he is still unaware of it, and is still talking nonsense here. If Dongfang Su had not been present, their three sect leaders would have taken action against Yang Wenkong long ago. Mr. Yi, how do you think we should deal with him? Dongfang Su asked Yi Qingyun for instructions. After all, the person Yang Wenkong really offended was Yi Qingyun. Naturally, Yi Qingyun should have a final say on how to deal with Yang Wenkong. Well, he didn't do anything to me, so let it go. Yi Qingyun was very tolerant and had no intention of arguing with Yang Wenkong, although he almost became a eunuch. But fortunately, nothing happened. Forgive others when you can. After all, he is the crown prince of a country. If the matter gets out of hand, the Tianwu dynasty will be in big trouble. This is Yi Qingyun's truest thought. But in the eyes of others, it was a manifestation of Yi Qingyun's immense magnanimity. Dongfang Su and the others all showed expressions of surprise and admiration. This is a true master. Even after suffering such humiliation, he was still willing to forgive the other party. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible for them to be so magnanimous. Mr. Yi is truly magnanimous. Mr. Yi's character is admirable. We still have a lot to learn from Master Yi. Several people surrounded Yi Qingyun and flattered him. This made Yang Wenkong dumbfounded. What is going on? Why is this ordinary guy treated so seriously by Dongfang Su and others? Isn't he actually an ordinary person? Yang Wenkong, why don't you come over and kowtow to Master Yi? Dongfang Su said angrily. Yang Wenkong walked closer in a daze. He knelt down in front of Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was a little embarrassed. It doesn't have to be so serious. Dongfang Su shook his head. Master Yi, he is sincerely apologizing to you, so please give him this chance. Yi Qingyun was speechless. Yang Wenkong lowered his head with a look of regret on his face, although he still didn't know who Yi Qingyun was. But the person who could make Dongfang Su and others so cautious must not be someone he could offend. Master Yi, I was wrong before. I was blind and offended you. I hope you can forgive me. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. Get up. It was all a misunderstanding. Yang Wenkong stood up. He just got up. But I saw a lot of people coming all of a sudden from the distance. Everyone turned to look and couldn't help but laugh. The people who came were monks such as Huikong. All the monks from the foot of floating Cloud Mountain came. It was a huge scene. Moreover, each monk held a stick in his hand, looking very menacing. It seems that Yang Wenkong still has a lot of trouble to go through. Dongfang Su said secretly. Chapter 99, Wine Tasting. Huikong and the others are here. They all look ferocious and don't look like monks at all. They look more like a gang of gangsters. Huikong and the others ran all the way here. Upon learning that Yi Qingyun had been captured, Huikong and others were furious. Dare you arrest our sacred and inviolable son of Buddhism? That's too much. So Huikong and others rushed all the way to Lintian City, even though he ran here on 2 legs. But because Fuyun Mountain was not far from Lintian City, they did not arrive too late. Holy Sun! Huikong and others were surprised to see Yi Qingyun surrounded by Dongfang Su and others. Yi Vingyun Simidet. Even you guys are here. Huikong and others hurried over. They looked up and down and were relieved to see that Yi Qingyun was unharmed. I'm glad that you're okay. You almost scared me to death. Huikong patted his chest and said, Master Huikong, we rushed here as soon as we learned that young Master Yi was in trouble. Fortunately, young Master Yi is fine. Dongfang Su said to Huikong. Huikong clasped his hands together. Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, 3 masters. You're welcome. After some greetings, Huikong turned and looked at Yang Wenkong. How dare you, a thief, disrespect my holy son of Buddhism? What crime should you be punished for? The holy son of Buddhism? Yang Wenkong was dumbfounded again. What the hell kind of monster did I provoke? Dongfang Su and the 3 sect leaders all came to rescue people. Even the Buddhist monks were alarmed. What sin have I committed? If I had known this guy was so powerful, I would never have messed with him even if I were beaten to death. Yang Wenkong regretted it very much. But it's no use regretting now. Yang Wenkong didn't know how to respond for a moment. Yi Qingyun quickly said, Huikong, forget it. This matter is just a misunderstanding. Don't embarrass others anymore. Huikong's face was moved. The Holy Son is magnanimous and magnanimous. He is truly a role model for our Buddhist sect. Huikong admires him very much. Yi Qingyun felt embarrassed. Huikong's skill in flattery is really becoming more and more perfect, and he can do it fluently without even opening his mouth. But Yi Qingyun also found it pleasing to the ear. Yang Wenkong, even though Master Yi has forgiven you, it doesn't mean you are completely fine. Dongfang Su said in a cold voice. Yang Wenkong was stunned. I will tell your father and let him deal with you. Yang Wenkong sighed. I understand. Go back to your Xianyuan dynasty. Yes. Yang Wenkong walked away dejectedly. Although he was just slapped to Yang Wenkong, it felt like he was dreaming. I offended a big shot for no apparent reason. The key point is that Yang Wenkong still doesn't know where this big shot comes from. What did I just hear those monks talking about the holy son of Buddhism? Could this person be a Buddhist master? The more Yang Wenkong thought about it, the stranger it seemed. But right now, the most important thing is to return to the Xianyuan dynasty. Yang Wenkong left with his men. Dongfang Su and the 3 sect leaders were invited back to Fuyun Mountain by Yi Qingyun. After all, they all came here specifically to rescue Yi Qingyun. No matter what, you should thank others properly. Dongfang Su and the 3 sect leaders were all flattered. They were all happy to visit Fuyun Mountain. And there is a hidden expectation in my heart. I wonder what kind of opportunities one will have this time when I go to Fuyun Mountain. Yi Qingyun also invited Huikong and others. But Huikong and others declined. Yi Qingyun did not insist. After all, Huikong and the others lived at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, so it was easy for them to come up. The group returned to Floating Cloud Mountain. Dongfang Su and the 3 sect leaders all asked the people they brought with them to go back first. The 4 of them followed Yi Qingyun to Floating Cloud Mountain. When we reached the mountain, Guo Xiaoyan did not come out to greet us. All 4 of them looked a little strange. Master Yi, where is your disciple? Su Changfeng asked curiously. He went to Beichuan. Yi Qingyun said casually. Went to Beichuan? The 4 of them were a little surprised when they heard this. Why did you go to Beichuan for no reason? However, seeing that Yi Qingyun didn't seem to want to say anything, they didn't ask any more questions. Afraid of displeasing Yi Qingyun. Why are there so many monsters in this yard? When they arrived in front of the courtyard, the 4 of them saw the 3 monsters in the courtyard and were all stunned. especially Dongfang Su. His expression changed drastically. Aren't these the three transformed monsters that led the group of monsters to attack the Imperial Palace that day? Why are you all here? And it has become like this? When the three monsters saw Dongfang Su coming, they were also scared. Especially when he saw that the three sect leaders were also there, he was trembling with fear. Damao lay on one side, lazily basking in the sun. To Damao, this was all just a small matter. Demon beasts? These three little guys are not monster beasts. They're just ordinary wild beasts. Yi Qingyun said with a smile. The four of us looked at each other. These three are clearly monsters, but for some reason, their bodies appear so young. But since Yi Qingyun said they were wild beasts, then they're just ordinary wild beasts. Anyway, in the eyes of an expert like you, there's no difference between monsters and wild beasts. Dongfang Su was a little worried. Since the three monsters are here, where would the purple cloud dragon be that left with the three monsters? Will it be here too? Please sit down for a while. I'll get you something delicious to drink. Ye Vingyun similet mysteriously. All four of them were a little reserved. Although this was not their first time here, they were still a little nervous to ask Yi Qingyun to serve them tea and water every time. It only took a short while. Yi Qingyun came out carrying a jar of wine. The four of them were stunned when they saw this. This is to ask them to drink. All four of them smiled. They're all people of status, so what kind of good wine have they not tasted? The four of them thought that although Yi Qingyun was an hermit, the wine he brought out might not be better than the famous wines they had tasted. This is the wine I brewed myself. It's about time to be ready to be served. It's a good time for you to have a taste. As Yi Qingyun spoke, he poured a bowl of wine for each of the four people. The wine was not very clear and was slightly yellow, but the aroma of the wine is very strong. Just smelling the aroma of the wine, the four of them couldn't help but brighten up. What a strong aroma. Just by smelling the aroma of the wine, they felt a little hot all over. It's a no-brainer. This is definitely a strong drink. Try it now. Yi Qingyun looked at the four people with anticipation. Then I will be disrespectful to refuse. Dongfang Su and the other three picked up their bowls, and each took a sip. This first sip of wine, the four people's expressions changed. A blush quickly appeared on their faces. Breathing also became rapid, feeling very high. How is it? Does this wine taste good? Yi Qingyun asked with a smile. The four of them didn't say anything, because at this moment they felt a burning sensation in their throats, as if they had swallowed a knife. It was so refreshing. Chapter 100: The Joy of Drinking. This wine is so spicy. After holding in for a long time, Gongsun, you finally uttered these words. It's not just spicy, the aftertaste is also very strong. Shin Gongwang said while taking a deep breath. The four of them just took a sip and were already a little drunk. This shows how strong this wine is. I once drank a kind of wine shipped from the Tang dynasty in the East. It was also very strong and overbearing. Compared with this wine, it seems to be inferior. Dongfang Su was full of admiration. Yi Qingyun was surprised to see that the four people's faces were all red. Really? You just took a sip and that's it? All four of them looked up. Master Yi, this wine is really strong. Yi Qingyun frowned, poured himself a bowl, and drank it in one gulp. He smacked his lips. It's not that strong. It's still a lot worse than white wine. Yi Qingyun brews rice wine. According to his estimation, it should be slightly stronger than ordinary rice wine, but it shouldn't be exaggerated. But after taking just one sip, the four of them started to blush. This made Yi Qingyun wonder if he had made a mistake in some step when brewing the wine. But after drinking it, Yi Qingyun discovered that the wine was actually quite good. Not too spicy. It is completely within the acceptable range. Could it be that the alcohol that people here drink is very low in alcohol content? Yi Qingyun could only speculate this way. The four were a little surprised to see Yi Qingyun drink the whole bowl of wine. None of them used their skills to overcome the effects of alcohol. If one were to use cultivation to neutralize the effects of alcohol, then that would be nothing. But Yi Qingyun obviously did not use his cultivation to overcome his drunkenness. But he didn't show any signs of being drunk. This is a bit scary. Could it be that Master Yi not only has unfathomable cultivation, but also has an unfathomable alcohol tolerance? The four of them couldn't help but think so. Yi Qingyun finished the drink in one gulp. The four of them did not dare to delay and quickly drank all the wine in their bowls. Come, fill it up for you. Yi Qingyun filled the four people's glasses with wine again. The four of them looked at the wine in the bowl and felt a little scared. It's really a bit unbearable. After drinking a bowl of wine, the four of them felt a burning sensation in their stomachs, and waves of heat rushed to their limbs. I'm addicted. Among the four, Su Changfeng is the one who can drink the least. He didn't drink much on normal days, but after drinking a bowl of wine, he broke out in sweat. Everyone became a little excited. There's a feeling of floating in the air. It feels so comfortable that I can't describe it. Even wanted another bowl. Just drinking isn't enough. I'll go get some snacks to go with it. Yi Qingyin put down the jar of wine and ran into the kitchen. The four of them didn't dare to pour the wine themselves and just sat there obediently. The three demons in the yard were looking at the four people sitting there in a precarious position, and they were all filled with amazement. It seems that this person is truly an unrivaled master. Even the four of them are in awe of him. These four are all top masters of the Tianwu dynasty, but they are more honest than the other here. Do you think if the four of them get drunk, will they cause trouble for us? The three demons were muttering to each other, pointing at Dongfang Su and the other three from time to time. Damao continued to yawn. It was noon and the sun was very strong, making Damao feel sleepy. The rabbit was diligently chewing the carrot not far away. It's as if nothing has anything to do with it. After a while, Yi Qingyin came out with 4 dishes. They're all snacks. A plate of smashed cucumbers, a plate of peanuts, a plate of pig's head. There was also a plate of braised chicken feet. Yi Qingyin did all of this himself. The four had never seen such dishes before and were very curious. Try it now. Yi Qingyin greeted warmly. The four of them then tasted it with chopsticks. Tasty, the four of them said in unison. Whether it is the refreshing smashed cucumber, the fragrant and crispy peanuts, or the pork head and chicken feet, they are all delicious. Although they are all very common things. But the taste is very comfortable. With these 4 dishes of appetizers, it is natural to have a few more bites. Yi Qingyin toasted with them. Unconsciously, the jar of wine is almost empty. Yi Qingyin's face also turned red, but he is still sober. But Dongfang Su and the other 3 couldn't bear it anymore. Su Changfeng was already drunk and slumped over on the table, mumbling something incoherently. Dongfang Su sat there seriously, his eyes blurry from drunkenness, as if he still thought he was attending court. Gong Sun Yu held the empty jar of wine and grinned foolishly. Chun Gongwang cried silently, and while crying he did not forget to stuff Pig's head into his mouth. Looking at the 4 people, Yi Qingyin knew that they were all drunk. He was also a little tipsy, just slightly tipsy. This state makes Yi Qingyin feel most comfortable. If you drink any more, you'll really get drunk. Yi Qingyin did not disturb the 4 people. I went back to my room and lay down to sleep for a while. Wait until he gets up. I found that these 4 guys were sleeping like dead pigs, and he was lying on his back in the yard. Among them, Gong Sun Yu even held the rabbit in his arms. The latter looked like he had lost all hope in life. Yi Qingyin smiled and went back to sleep. Until dusk falls, Yi Qingyin woke up slowly, slept very comfortably. Dongfang Su and the other 3 in the yard had also woken up. The 4 of them looked at each other and remembered what happened when they were drunk before. I couldn't help but find it funny. How many years? They had never been so drunk before. But today, I really let myself go. Are you all sober now? Yi Qingyin pushed the door open and said to the 4 people. All 4 of them felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Master Yi. Yi Qingyin waved his hand. What's so funny about that? The purpose of drinking is to relax and have fun. It's okay to drink too much, as long as you don't get drunk and act crazy. The 4 of them smiled at each other. Just at this moment, the 4 of them were suddenly startled. Immediately following, a figure appeared in each of their minds. The figure seemed to be practicing a set of martial arts. The moves are weird and the actions are tricky, but it contains infinite changes, which are arbitrary and hard to guard against. All 4 of them were shocked. They looked at each other. Make sure the other person is seeing the same thing as you are. What is going on? The 4 of them were full of doubts. But the next moment, they all looked at Yi Qingyin. It dawned on me. This must be a gift from Master Yi. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the 4 of them saw the same martial arts? It must be that Yi Qingyin secretly taught them while they were drinking. The 4 of them were extremely excited and thrilled. I wished I could kneel down and kowtow to Yi Qingyin on the spot. The moves in my mind have been practiced. Then a detailed martial arts lesson appeared in their minds. This moment, the 4 of them all knew what martial arts they had obtained. Drunken Fist. Chapter 101, I don't have any spiritual energy. The 4 were ecstatic. I didn't expect that just having a drink with Yi Qingyin would result in such a gift. This is really a big profit. This Drunken Fist is so mysterious. Yes, it's completely different from any martial arts I've come across before. No trace to be found, no rules to follow. Just do whatever you want, no way to break it. This, could it be that this has reached the state where no moves are better than moves? All four of them were shocked by the drunken fist, because this is a martial art they have never been exposed to before, full of novelty. Moreover, this drunken boxing is apparently a martial art of extremely high level. He reached the state where no moves were better than moves. For a moment, the four of them all admired Yi Qingyun immensely. In their opinion, only an unfathomable hermit master like Yi Qingyun could create such a shocking martial art as Drunken Fist. The four of them stood up at the same time and bowed to Yi Qingyun. "Thank you, Master Yi," the four of them said in unison. Yi Qingyun was a little surprised. "Isn't it just treating them to a drink? Why are you all so polite?" "You are so polite. I feel a little embarrassed." Yi Qingyun smiled shyly. The four of them looked at each other, and then they all understood what Yi Qingyun meant. This is to ask the four of them not to make it public. Masters always act in a low-key manner. The four of them admired secretly. "Master Yi, it's time for us to leave," Dongfang Su said. Yi Qingyun nodded, and suddenly he remembered something. "For jars of wine were taken out from the house. Take it back and drink it." The four of them were flattered and waved their hands repeatedly. No, we can't have it." "Yes, this wine is so precious. We really can't accept it." In the opinion of the four people, this wine must be extraordinary. It must be a rare wine. They didn't dare to take such precious wine. "What's so precious about it? I can brew dozens of jars a year. You can just take it and drink it," Yi Qingyun said with a nonchalant look on his face. The four of them were a little confused. "Such a good wine? Dozens of jars can be brewed in a year? In that case, thank you very much, Mr. Yi." "Thank you. Next time, we will definitely visit Master Yi with valuable gifts." The four of them left with the jars of wine. After watching the four people leave, Yi Qingyun tidied up his yard. Then the expansion of the yard began. Been busy for most of the day. The yard expansion was finally completed. He also included the previous watermelon field into his yard. "I'm so tired." Yi Qingyun wiped the sweat from his head and sat in a chair to rest. Just at this moment, a figure fell from the sky. "Mr. Yi." The visitor bowed to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun stood up immediately. "Mr. Shun." The person who came was Shun Tianhua. Shun Tianhua had personally sent Xiao Shi and Guo Xiaoyan to Beichuan and escorted them all the way, allowing the two to arrive in Beichuan safely. After the person was sent there, Shun Tianhua naturally had to go back to Fuyun Mountain to tell Yi Qingyun. "Master Yi, my disciple, and Master Yi's top disciple have arrived in Beichuan and are now living in the Xiao family. He also asked me to tell Master Yi not to worry about him and that he would live a good life in Beichuan." Shun Tianhua said. "Ye Vingyun nodded. As long as you arrive safely." "Thank you for the journey, Mr. Shun," Yi Qingyun said. Shun Tianhua smiled and said, "It's okay. It's just an escort along the way. It's nothing." Yi Qingyun felt emotional. His apprentice finally arrived in Beichuan safely. As for the disaster that the old blind man mentioned, I don't know if Guo Xiaoyan can survive it safely. He was unsure. After all, it is not clear whether the old blind man's reference to going north refers to Beichuan. In case it's not, that would be bad. "Mr. Yi, I am leaving now." Shun Tianhua is about to leave. "Mr. Shun, please wait a moment." Yi Qingyun suddenly called out to Shun Tianhua. Shun Tianhua was startled. "Master Yi, do you have any other instructions?" Yi Qingyun felt a little embarrassed. Mr. Shun, do you have any contact information?" "Contact details?" Shun Tianhua was a little confused. If I want to contact you, is there any way?" Yi Qingyun explained. Shun Tianhua heard it. "So that's how it is." Then Shun Tianhua had an idea. "Could it be that Master Yi wants to use me? This is a good thing. To be appreciated and valued by such a great person is an opportunity that you can't ask for. We will definitely be able to get closer in the future. Master Yi, this is a jade slip for communication. As long as you inject a little spiritual energy into it, I will be able to communicate with you." Shun Tianhua took out a green jade slip. Yi Qingyun took the jade slip and looked embarrassed. "Mr. Shun, I don't have any spiritual energy." Shun Tianhua. Ye Vingyun. Shun Tianhua was completely convinced. This Master Yi really regards himself as immortal. He reminds himself all the time that he is now a mortal, not a cultivator. No aura. Shun Tianhua felt a little ashamed. He subconsciously took out the communication jade slip because he still subconsciously believed that Yi Qingyun was an otherworldly master. But he never expected that Yi Qingyun was so deeply immersed in his mortal identity. If Shen Tianhua didn't know that Yi Qingyun was unfathomable, he would really doubt whether Yi Qingyun was really just immortal. It was my negligence. Shen Tianhua put away the jade slip of communication. He took out another flag from a storage bag. Master Yi, this flag was made by me. As long as I wave it 7 times in a row, I will know where Master Yi is and can communicate with him remotely. Yi Qingyun took the flag curiously. Why 7 shakes? Well, because only when you shake the flag 7 times will the magic circle on it be activated. What if I shake it twice more? It can be activated just the same. Is there any requirement for the intensity of shaking? Just the right amount. Left hand or right hand? All is fine. Will this flag not work? Not as long as it's not destroyed. Yi Qingyun asked a lot of questions in a row. I didn't feel relieved until I completely understood how to use the command flag. Shen Tianhua's face turned green from being asked. He kept telling himself in his heart that this person was a senior master and he should not be angry with him. You must cooperate well. Just answer whatever you ask. Does Master Yi still have any doubts? Shen Tianhua asked with a dry laugh. No more. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. Then I'll take my leave first. Well, see you later. Shen Tianhua is gone. Yi Qingyun put the flag into his pocket. He was just about to turn around and go back to the house when he saw a man running up the mountain path, panting. Master Yi. Yi Qingyun looked carefully. It turned out to be Huang Fuxing. Huang Fuxing looked extremely tired. After all, he is not a cultivator, and walking from the foot of the mountain to the top requires a lot of physical effort. Brother Huang, why are you here? Yi Qingyun was a little surprised. I saw you being taken away before, and I didn't know if you had come back, so I came to see you. Huang Fuxing gasped. Yi Vingyun simidet. It's okay, I came back yesterday. That's good. Suddenly, Huang Fuxing's eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 1, 02 Guoxiaoyan's Experience. What's going on? Yi Qingyun was startled and ran over quickly. Huang Fuxing fell to the ground. His face was pale, he had stopped breathing, and his hands and feet were still twitching. Yi Qingyun quickly bent down and listened to his heartbeat. Really? Cardiac arrest. Yi Qingyun felt Huang Fuxing's pulse again and was startled and distracted. Not good. This guy is so weak. He must have been unable to catch his breath after running here, which may have led to cardiac arrest. Ye Vingyun Furonet. If this is not handled properly, someone may die. The situation is urgent. Yi Qingyun didn't care about anything. He immediately started performing CPR on Huang Fuxing. He folded his hands and placed them on Huang Fuxing's heart. Then 1, 2, 3 times. The 3 demons standing by were all stunned. Oh shit, what is this doing? Is this some kind of unique punishment? This is going to crush someone to death. So cruel. It's so horrible. It turns out that the Hermit Master also has a cruel and brutal side. Just when the 3 demons were feeling awe, Huang Fuxing, who was pressed by Yi Qingyun for more than 30 times, suddenly opened his eyes. Call. Huang Fu took a deep breath and sat up suddenly. Yi Qingyun looked at his complexion and felt relieved as it seemed to have improved a little. It almost cost someone a life. Huang Fuxing looked at Yi Qingyun in a daze. Mr. Yi, what happened to me just now? Yi Qingyun said unhappily. You almost lost your life just now. Huang Fuxing was in a daze. I seem to have had a very long dream. It didn't take long, just a cup of tea. I feel like I've experienced a lifetime. You must have been deprived of oxygen for too long and your brain is hallucinating. What is hypoxia? Lack of oxygen means you just ran out of breath. When you run out of breath, your brain turns into a paste and you can see everything. I see. The confusing conversation left Yi Qingyun speechless. Huang Fuxing stood up, still feeling a little dizzy. He bowed towards Yi Qingyun. Thank you, Master Yi, for saving my life. I have no way to repay you. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. I don't expect you to repay me, but your body is so weak that you almost died climbing a mountain. You should exercise more in the future. Huang Fuxing sighed. I have been weak since I was a child. I am sorry to make you laugh, Master Yi. Yi Qingyun said nothing. The experience just now made me understand it completely. Huang Fuxing said suddenly. What do you understand? Yi Qingyun looked at him in confusion. I understand why my father had never left here. Clam. A look of emotion appeared on Huang Fuxing's face. And Mr. Yi, I also understand what you said to me the day before yesterday. Although the outside world is vast, this piece of my hometown is where I can truly feel at peace. I was born and raised here. I know everyone here, and I'm familiar with every inch of this land. If I leave here and die outside, there won't even be anyone burning incense and kowtowing in my father's grave. Speaking of this, Huang Fuxing laughed at himself. What's more, the people here have listened to my father's stories for half their lives. If I leave, the folks here will never hear the stories my father and I tell again. This moment, a faint warm glow suddenly emerged from Huang Fuxing's body. The three demons were horrified upon seeing this. This person actually had an epiphany. Wow, this guy is just a mortal. How can he have such an opportunity? It's no surprise that he has some sudden enlightenment after being enlightened by a master. The three demons were surprised and envious. At the same time, I made a secret decision in my heart. I will follow Yi Qingyan from now on. Only by following this master can you achieve success. As for the great cause of the revival of the demon race, they have long forgotten about it. Huang Fuxing did have an epiphany, although he is just an ordinary person. But at this moment, Huang Fuxing came into contact with the great road of life. This is something that many practitioners cannot achieve even after spending their entire lives practicing. Although Huang Fuxing was still immortal, his soul quietly transformed at this moment. Moreover, he embarked on a path that was completely different from those who practice cultivation. Mr. Yi, I have an unwelcome request. Huang Fuxing said. Go ahead. Huang Fuxing. My father once said that Master Yi knew a Mr. Jin who had written many amazing stories. Could Master Yi please teach me a few, so that I can tell more and better stories to the folks down the mountain? So that's what it is. No problem. Yi Qingyun immediately walked into the house. They took out a book. Take a look at this book. It's as exciting as the legend of the Condor Heroes. Huang Fuxing took the book and saw 4 big, powerful characters written on the cover. The Return of the Condor Heroes. Huang Fuxing was stunned. Another sculpture? Master Yi, is this book related to the legend of the Condor Heroes? He couldn't help but ask. Of course there is. You will know when you go back. Ye vingun similet mysteriously. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yi. Huang Fuxing bowed, and he went down a mountain with the book. The land of Beichuan. Xiao family. Guo Xiaoyan frowned as he looked at the boys in front of him who were 2 years older than him. Boy, how can the resources of my Xiao family be used by an outsider like you? One of the chubby boys had a fierce look on his face and shouted at Guo Xiaoyan. Hand over the elixirs that belong to my Xiao family quickly, or we will beat you up. The 3 teenagers rolled up their sleeves and acted as if they were about to beat someone up. Okay, I'll give it to you. Guo Xiaoyan was not angry and calmly took out a jade bottle. The fat boy grabbed the jade bottle, and a smug smile appeared on his face. You're smart, the fat boy said with a grin. Guo Xiaoyan turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute, but the fat boy stopped Guo Xiaoyan again. Anything else? Guo Xiaoyan asked in confusion. I remember Sister Xiao Shi also gave you a treasure. Please hand it over as well. The fat boy held out his hand for it. Guo Xiaoyan was a little unhappy this time. When he and Xiao Shi returned to the Xiao family together, Xiao Shi gave him a heart-nourishing jade. Yangxin jade can nourish the mind and warm the blood, which is of great benefit to people who are not yet adults. Guo Xiaoyan doesn't need the elixir. After all, he doesn't know how to practice it. But the Yangxin jade was given to him by Xiao Shi. Guo Xiaoyan didn't want to resell the things that were given to him by others. No. Guo Xiaoyan shook his head. The fat boy was stunned. He didn't expect Guo Xiaoyan to reject him. What did you say? I said no. Guo Xiaoyan said seriously. The fat boy immediately got angry. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? The 3 of them glared at Guo Xiaoyan together. Guo Xiaoyan shook his head. I'm not afraid. Chapter 103 Shock Father and Daughter. I'm not afraid. These 3 simple words reflect Guo Xiaoyan's inner strength. Even when facing 3 boys taller than himself, Guo Xiaoyan did not show any fear. The reason why he was willing to give them the pills just now was because Guo Xiaoyan didn't want to cause trouble. After all, this is not Floating Cloud Mountain. But now, if the other party goes too far, Guo Xiaoyan will definitely not be afraid. So what if I get beaten up? Anyway, he was beaten a lot when he was a beggar. I've gotten used to it. I think you're just asking for a beating. The fat boy was also rude and came up to push Guo Xiaoyan down. But the little fat man pushed Guo Xiaoyan on the shoulder. Guo Xiaoyan didn't move at all. Instead, the little fat boy cried out, ouch, and fell down. Guo Xiaoyan looked at the other person with confusion. What's this guy doing? You didn't even have to use any strength, but ended up falling down by yourself? Could it be that he fell on purpose and wanted to wrongly accuse himself in front of everyone in the Xiao family? The little fat boy sat on the ground, looking at Guo Xiaoyan in disbelief. Why are you so heavy? You are the heavy one. Look how fat you are, Guo Xiaoyan said bluntly. The fat boy was angry. You guys come on too. Good. The other two boys also rushed up. Each of them grabbed one of Guo Xiaoyan's arms, as if trying to push Guo Xiaoyan down. Guo Xiaoyan still had a strange expression on his face. What are you doing? The two were stunned. We're beating you. Then why are your hands so limp? It's like you have no strength at all. Guo Xiaoyan said this, raising his hand slightly. Whoosh. Then the two young men flew out, one on the left and one on the right. The two men fell to the ground in a mess, crying out, ouch, ouch. Obviously, they were badly hurt. This time, Guo Xiaoyan became even more confused. I just raised my hand. Why are you guys making such a fuss? Even if you want to frame me, you don't have to be so outrageous, right? Brother Tian, this kid is so strong. Yeah, he threw us away. The two teenagers said to the fat boy. The little fat man stood up at this moment and looked at Guo Xiaoyan with surprise and doubt. Are you a cultivator? Guo Xiaoyan shook his head. I don't know how to practice. Don't know how to practice? That's good. The fat boy breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe this kid is just born stronger. I have been practicing for 2 years, although I'm only in the initial stage of the spiritual realm. But there will definitely be no problem in dealing with a guy who can't practice. I saw the little fat man circulating his spiritual energy. Then he punched Guo Xiaoyan. This punch. The fat boy was confident that he could beat Guo Xiaoyan badly. Guo Xiaoyan still stood there fearlessly. Bang! The fat boy's punch hit Guo Xiaoyan hard. But Guo Xiaoyan didn't move at all, with a look of confusion on his face. The fat boy was completely dumbfounded. Why did this punch of mine, which contained spiritual energy, have no effect on Guo Xiaoyan? It was like hitting a stone. You didn't eat? Guo Xiaoyan's small eyes were filled with great confusion. This sentence immediately made the fat boy so angry that he almost vomited blood. He punched Guo Xiaoyan repeatedly viciously. Fists rained down on Guo Xiaoyan. If he really was a person who didn't know how to practice cultivation, he would have been beaten half to death by the fat guy. But Guo Xiaoyan was really fine. The fat boy's fist landed on him, but it felt like raindrops, light and fluttering, without any strength at all. Is this little fat guy teasing me on purpose? In a corner not far away, there were two people who saw the entire scene. One is Xiao Shi, and the other is Xiao Shi's father, Xiao Zhenan, the current head of the Xiao family. Although Xiao Zhenan is nearly 50 years old, he still has an extraordinary appearance and a handsome appearance. It is obvious that he must have been very handsome when he was young. That's why Xiao Shi has such a beautiful daughter. At this moment, both the father and daughter were stunned, looking at Guo Xiaoyan not far away in disbelief. Daughter, does this boy really not have any cultivation at all? Xiao Zhenan asked with some doubt. I guess so. Xiao Shi said uncertainly. Xiao Zhenan frowned. I think his cultivation is very advanced. At least he has reached the Juyuan realm. Xiao Shi looked puzzled, but he has never practiced all the way with me, and there is no spiritual energy on his body. Xiao Zhenan glanced at Xiao Shi. Perhaps your cultivation level is far inferior to his, so you can't detect it at all. Xiao Shi. Although Xiao Shi felt a little embarrassed, perhaps it was true. If Guo Xiaoyan's cultivation was far superior to Xiao Shi's. Well, unless Guo Xiaoyan takes the initiative to reveal his aura, Xiao Shi will absolutely not be able to feel how advanced Guo Xiaoyan is. This kid is Master Ye's disciple. To be accepted as a disciple by Master Yi, he must be an extraordinary person. I actually naively thought that he was really an ordinary person. Xiao Shi recovered. Father, I told you that his master is an otherworldly expert, right? Xiao Zhenan nodded. Xiao Shi did mention this matter. However, Xiao Shi did not explain it in detail, so Xiao Zhenan only knew that Guo Xiaoyan had an extraordinary master. As for how it is not simple, it is unknown. Father, his master is a very remarkable person. Even my master Shen Tianhua has to be respectful in front of him. Xiao Shi said so. What? Even your master, Senior Shun, has to be respectful. Xiao Zhenan was stunned. What kind of person is Shen Tianhua? A great master in the realm of spirit refining, the most top-notch existence in the entire southern wilderness, and there are only a handful of people who can rival him. The ancestors of the Xiao family had a friendship with Shen Tianhua. Thanks to this relationship, the Xiao family was able to make Xiao Shi Shen Tianhua's disciple. But unexpectedly, Guo Xiaoyan's master is even more powerful than Shen Tianhua. Isn't this possible? Xiao Zhenan was a little unconvinced. Xiao Shi rolled his eyes. My dear father, would I lie to you? Not only my master, but also the martial emperor Dongfang Su of the Tianwu dynasty and the leaders of the three major sects are extremely respectful to Guo Xiaoyan's master. There is also the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory. The monks in the Buddhist sect all call Master Guo the Holy Son of Buddhism. These words completely stunned Xiao Zhenan. Oh my god, is his origin so scary? Then this Guo Xiao Zhenan reacted immediately. Xiao Shi nodded solemnly. Hiss. Xiao Zhenan took a breath of cold air. To be accepted as a disciple by such a great master, one must at least be an extraordinary genius. Looking at Guo Xiaoyun's appearance, it is obvious that he is a hidden talent. It is quite in line with the identity of a master's disciple. At this time, the little fat guy couldn't be beaten anymore. He threw so many punches that he almost vomited blood. In the end, Guo Xiaoyun was fine and just stood there. I can't do it anymore. You, what kind of monster are you? The little fat man said breathlessly. Chapter 104 Guo Xiaoyun's Qualifications. I don't know what happened, but I felt that your fist was soft and had no strength at all. Guo Xiaoyun scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. The fat boy was stupid. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, his face covered with beads of sweat. This moment, the little fat boy is questioning his life. Have I been practicing for 2 years in vain? I can't even beat an ordinary person? No, it's not that I can't beat him. It's just that I can't beat him at all. At this time, Xiao Zhenan and Xiao Shi, father and daughter, finally came out. Master! When they saw Xiao Zhenan, the fat guy and the other two were so scared that they turned pale. Xiao Tian, what are you three doing? Xiao Zhenan asked sternly. Xiao Tian, the little fat guy, quickly got up from the ground. Master, we didn't do anything. Xiao Tian was timid and didn't dare to face Xiao Zhenan. I saw it all. The three of you are bullying Guo Xiaoyun. Return the pills to him immediately. Xiao Zhenan said angrily. Xiao Tian and the other two all had bitter faces. They just wanted to bully Guo Xiaoyun, but instead they three were left in disgrace. Who is bullying whom? Xiao Tian didn't dare to say anything more and quickly returned the pill to Guo Xiaoyun. If I see you again, I will never forgive you. Roll. Xiao Tian and the other two left in shame. Xiao Zhenan and his daughter looked at Guo Xiaoyun with fiery eyes, as if they were looking at a priceless treasure. Guo Xiaoyun felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. It's very embarrassing. Patriarch Xiao, Sister Xiao Shi, why are you looking at me? Xiao Shi grabbed Guo Xiaoyun's shoulders, and her beautiful face was about to get close to Guo Xiaoyun's face. Guo Xiaoyun suddenly became shy. Xiaoyun, tell me, has your master ever taught you how to practice? Xiao Shi asked with great concern. Guo Xiaoyun shook his head. My master doesn't know how to practice, and he never taught me how to practice. What the hell? Your master doesn't know how to practice? Xiao Shi rolled his eyes on the spot. If your master doesn't know how to practice, I, Xiao Shi, will commit suicide on the spot. It's amazing. Your master's cultivation is so profound and unfathomable. How is it possible that he doesn't know how to practice? She subconsciously felt that this boy was lying to her. But think about it. Perhaps that Master Yi really never taught Guo Xiaoyun how to practice. Instead, he was cultivated subtly and secretly. I'm afraid Guo Xiaoyun himself doesn't know how powerful he is now. Father, why don't we take him to the Xiantang and find out what his qualifications are? Xiao Shi suggested. Xiao Zhenan nodded. Good. Then, Xiao Shi looked at Guo Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, let's take you somewhere. Oh, okay. Guo Xiaoyun is very obedient. The father and daughter took Guo Xiaoyun all the way to the back hall of the Xiao family. Ask Xiantang. This place is used by the Xiao family to test the cultivation qualifications of the family members. There is a formation in the Wenshuan Hall. Once you step into it, you can see the qualifications of this person. What is this place? Guo Xiaoyun looked at the gate of Wenshuan Hall and asked puzzledly. This is where the children of my Xiao family test their qualifications. Xiao Shi explained. Those who practice cultivation all have qualifications, and qualifications will also be divided into different levels. People with high aptitude can achieve twice the result with half the effort in their practice and are called geniuses. People with low qualifications will progress slowly and can only be considered mediocre. There is another type who does not even have the qualifications to practice and is purely immortal. All the children of the Xiao family will undergo aptitude testing when they reach the age of 6. Places with good qualifications will focus on training. For example, Xiao Shi, she was detected to have extremely high talent when she was 6 years old and has always been highly valued by the Xiao family. Later, he even used the relationship between the Xiao family and Shun Tianhua to make Xiao Shi become Shun Tianhua's disciple. Xiaoyan, go in and stand for a while. Xiaoshi said. Xiaoyan nodded and walked in. The Xiao family's father and daughter stood outside, watching without blinking. Is it all right to just stand inside? Xiaoyan turned around and asked. Yes, yes, just stand inside. It will be fine in a moment. Xiaoshi nodded repeatedly. Oh, Xiaoyan just stood there obediently. A moment later, a halo appeared under Xiaoyan's feet. Seeing this, the Xiao family's father and daughter both frowned. First grade qualification? This is the worst qualification. This shouldn't be the case. Before he finished speaking, a second halo appeared. Then comes the third one. 3 halos lingered under Xiaoyan's feet, shining brightly. Third rank qualification, although not great, but barely acceptable. But Master Ye's disciple shouldn't have only this level of qualifications. Xiaoshi still felt that something was not quite right. You know, Xiaoshi himself had directly reached the 7th level of qualification back then. It can be said that he's the most qualified person in the history of the Xiao family. However, Xiaoyan only has the 3rd grade qualification, which is far inferior to Xiaoshi. How could Yi Qingyun, such a great man, accept someone with such qualifications as his disciple? It's really unacceptable. Look, daughter, there's a halo again. Xiao Zhenan suddenly said. Xiaoshi looked carefully. Really? The 4th halo appeared. 4th grade qualification. He has surpassed the vast majority of Xiao family members. It should be more than that. As Xiao Shi spoke, the 5th halo appeared under Xiaoyan's feet. 5th grade qualification. Only then did Xiao Shi and Xiao Zhenan show some excitement. With 5th grade talent, he could be considered a genius, although still not as good as Xiao Shi. But among the young men of the Xiao family, only a handful can compare with him. This should be his limit. Xiao Shi thought in his heart. I couldn't help but feel secretly happy and proud. It seems that although Master Yi is extremely powerful, his vision in accepting disciples is not that sharp. This little guy's qualifications are not as good as mine. Although Xiao Shi knew that he had no chance of becoming Yi Qingyun's disciple, but as long as he is better than Yi Qingyun's disciples, Xiao Shi will feel a little proud. Just at this moment, the 6th halo, the 7th halo, appeared almost at the same time. The expression on Xiao Shi's face froze instantly. At the same time, the secret joy in my heart disappeared in an instant. It seems that this boy's talent is no less than yours. Xiao Zhenan said with some amazement. Xiao Shi stopped talking, but I still feel a little unconvinced. Even if his aptitude is the same as mine, how can this kid become Yi Qingyun's apprentice? Buzz. At this time, another halo appeared. The 8th one. In an instant, the faces of the Xiao family's father and daughter froze. 8th grade qualification. He is a rare genius among millions. And in the whole of Beichuan, there are only 2 people with such qualifications. These 2 people are the most outstanding among the younger generation in Beichuan. Compared with those 2, Xiao Shi pales in comparison. And Xiaoyan actually also has the 8th grade qualifications. It seems that this boy is really blessed with extraordinary talent. Xiao Zhenan said in amazement. Xiao Shi didn't say anything. She just stared at Xiaoyan's feet. There are 8 halos at this moment. She secretly told herself that it was impossible for a 9th halo to appear. But for some reason, Xiao Shi always had a feeling that he was going to be slapped in the face. As expected, the 9th one suddenly appeared. For a while, the entire Wenshuan Hall was shining brightly. Chapter 105 Beyond the 9th grade. The entire Xiao family could see the light emerging from the back hall, straight into the sky. Everyone in the Xiao family was shocked. They all looked in the direction of a light column. What happened? This seems to be asking for the direction of Xiantang. Such a radiance can only be seen by a peerless genius of the 9th rank. Could it be that a peerless genius with 9th grade talent has appeared in my Xiao family? Go check it out. Go! A large group of people from the Xiao family came towards the Wenshuan Hall. They were all very excited. Everyone thought that a genius with 9th grade qualifications had appeared in the Xiao family. That was so exciting. The Xiao family itself is a first-class family in Beichuan, with powerful strength and many experts. But they were never able to dominate Beichuan, can only coexist with a few other families. But what if a genius with 9th grade qualifications appeared in the Xiao family? That's a different situation. A genius with 9th grade talent is destined to have a bright future. The Xiao family is likely to give birth to another powerful person in the realm of spirit refining. By then, the Xiao family will definitely be able to surpass other families and become the #1 overlord in Beichuan. And in the Wenshuan Hall, Guo Xiaoyun looked at the halos under his feet, confused. He also thought the halos were pretty nice. The Xiao father and daughter outside were completely dumbfounded. This is fucking scary. Ninth grade qualification. In the entire Beichuan, there has never been a genius with ninth grade qualifications. Even in the past 1,000 years, there has only been one genius with ninth grade talent in the entire Beichuan. That man once appeared out of nowhere and dominated the entire Beichuan. But then he disappeared in a hurry and was never seen again. Although this person is missing, his legends are everywhere in Beichuan. Nowadays, they saw the second person with ninth grade qualifications. Guo Xiaoyun. Xiao Zhenan was ecstatic. Great, great. This boy is destined to become a peerless warrior in the future. Although he is not from my Xiao family. If my Xiao family can establish a good relationship with him, he will surely be able to rise to prominence in the future. Xiao Zhenan's hands were shaking with excitement. Back then, the ancestor of the Xiao family had a good relationship with Shun Tianhua, and it was because of this friendship that Xiao Shi was able to become Shun Tianhua's disciple. And now, it seems that their Xiao family can seize another great opportunity to prepare for the future of the Xiao family. Could it be that my Xiao family is so lucky that it is destined to prosper forever? Xiao Zhenan looked at Guo Xiaoyun as if he was looking at a piece of delicious cake. I wish I could hide Guo Xiaoyun immediately so that no one could see him. Xiao Shi's mood was very complicated. At first, she wanted to compete with Guo Xiaoyun. It seems now, she is just ridiculous. Guo Xiaoyun is a peerless genius with ninth grade talent, while you, Xiao Shi, are only of seventh grade talent. How can I compare with others? No wonder. Xiao Shi looked bitter. No wonder Master Yi accepted him as his disciple. I am really far inferior to him. Xiao Shi suffered a considerable blow. She felt very ashamed when she thought about how smug she was just now. Oops. It's so embarrassing. But just when the father and daughter had their own thoughts. At Guo Xiaoyun's feet, all the halos disappeared, immediately following. When Xuan Hall was shaken. What's going on? Both father and daughter were shocked. Boom! The Xuan Hall shook violently. Even a main door collapsed. Guo Xiaoyun was also startled and turned to look at the Xiao father and daughter. The Xiao family's father and daughter were also extremely panicked. Fortunately, the vibration only lasted for a moment. It doesn't happen all the time. Xiao Zhenan rushed in quickly. At a glance, Xiao Zhenan was confused. All the magic formations in Xuan Hall collapsed. It was as if it couldn't withstand some powerful force and simply disintegrated on its own. How could this be? Xiao Zhenan couldn't believe it. This magic formation in the Xuan Hall has existed for so many years. It has never collapsed. Why did the magic circle stop working when Guo Xiaoyun stood inside today? Is it because... Thinking of this, Xiao Zhenan suddenly turned his head and looked at Guo Xiaoyun. It must be because of him. Perhaps his talent is even more terrifying than that of a ninth grade talent. So the magic formation of the Xianxian Hall could not withstand it and collapsed directly. The more Xiao Zhenan thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. At the same time, I felt even more excited. My Xiao family has truly found a treasure. If my Xiao family doesn't hold on to such a rare genius, we would be fools. We must hurry. Master Xiao, what happened just now? It's okay, it's okay. This is Beichuan's characteristic. Earthworms often turn over. The earth dragon turned over. It's just that the ground will shake from time to time, but there's nothing to worry about. All right. At this time, everyone from the Xiao family also arrived. Quickly check who is in the Xiantang. Is he the new genius of my Xiao family? I don't know which lineage he is from. Everyone in the Xiao family gathered outside the Xuan Hall, sticking their heads out, wanting to see who was inside. Unfortunately, none of them saw it. As early as when everyone from the Xiao family arrived, Xiao Zhenan had already taken Guo Xiaoyun away. This can't be known to too many people. Otherwise, once the news leaks out, it is inevitable that the enemies of the Xiao family will have ideas about the Xiao family. Such a rare and extraordinary genius cannot be allowed to die young. Especially, behind this genius, there is an unfathomable master. If anything happened to Guo Xiaoyun, it would not only be a loss for the Xiao family, but would also cause a catastrophic disaster. Xianyuan Dynasty. The main hall of the Imperial Palace. Yang Wenkong knelt down with a depressed look on his face and his head lowered. Father, this is the case. Please help me. A middle-aged man in a purple dragon robe sat at the top. The appearance of this middle-aged man is quite similar to Yang Wenkong, but he is more majestic, and there is a sense of vicissitudes of life between his brows. This person is Yang Wenkong's father, the emperor of the Xianyuan dynasty, Yang Shenting. Is the Tianwu dynasty bullying the Xianyuan dynasty because there is no one there? Yang Shenting shouted angrily, a deep anger appearing on his face. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. Some of the ministers on the side spoke out to persuade him. Unexpectedly, the minister's persuasion made Yang Shenting even angrier. Dongfang Sudu slapped my son in the face. Isn't this also a slap in the face of our Xianyuan dynasty? Yang Shenting's eyes widened with anger. The crown prince went to the Tianwu dynasty to form an alliance, not to be humiliated. This matter concerns the dignity of our Xianyuan dynasty. We must ask Dongfang Su for an explanation. The next moment, Yang Shenting stood up suddenly, his whole body full of vigor. I recently acquired an ancient weapon and was worried about where to display its power. This time, I'll use Dongfang Su to test the power of this weapon. Chapter 106 Emperor Wu accepts the challenge. The second day, a piece of news exploded in the southern wilderness. Emperor Yang Shenting of the Xianyuan dynasty took the initiative to challenge Emperor Dongfang Su of the Tianwu dynasty. When this news came out, the 7 countries in the southern wilderness were all shocked, because it had been many years since an emperor had actively challenged another emperor to a fight. This is a contest between emperors. It is not only about the victory or defeat of the 2 emperors, but also about the dignity of the 2 dynasties. A single move can affect the entire body. Once you lose such a battle, the blow to their own dynasty was too great. But Yang Shenting did it, and it was done with great fanfare. This is enough to show that Yang Shenting came well prepared and had very strong confidence. For a while, there was a lot of discussion in the southern wilderness. Didn't they say that the Xianyuan dynasty was going to form an alliance with the Tianwu dynasty? Why did it suddenly become like this? Who knows? But I don't know if Dongfang Su will accept the challenge. Yang Shenting is really decisive. He took the initiative to challenge Dongfang Su. If he doesn't accept the challenge, he will inevitably be accused of being cowardly. But if I accept the challenge and lose, it will be a huge disgrace. Hee. Anyway, I think there will be something interesting to watch. When the news reached the Tianwu dynasty, it also caused a great stir. Capital, the main hall of the imperial palace. Dongfang Su listened to the reports from the people below with a normal expression, nothing unusual. Your Majesty, our dynasty does not need to pay attention to Xianyuan dynasty's invitation to fight. We can even question Xianyuan dynasty and ask whether it wants to break the alliance agreement. Yes, Your Majesty, this war is completely meaningless. If we really accept the war, it will not benefit either dynasty in any way. Your Majesty, please understand. Your Majesty, please understand. All the ministers spoke up. They all felt that the Xianyuan dynasty's invitation to war was very rude and that there was no need for their Tianwu dynasty to respond. Dongfang Su nodded slightly, but did not speak. Your Majesty, the envoy from the Xianyuan dynasty has arrived. Outside the palace, a guard spoke loudly. Come in. Yes. Soon, a messenger dressed in brocade clothes walked in. All the ministers in the hall glared at this man. The envoy in brocade clothes showed no fear and walked calmly to the center of the hall. Cui Shangyan, the envoy of the Xianyuan dynasty, pays homage to His Majesty the Emperor Wu. Cui Shangyuan bowed solemnly towards the east. Excuse me, Your Excellency. Dongfang Su spoke calmly. Cui Shangyuan stood up and presented a letter of challenge with both hands. Your Majesty, this is a declaration of war written by our emperor himself. Please have a look at it. Dongfang Su narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. The ministers present were extremely angry. What a courage! How dare you come to my Tianwu dynasty to issue a declaration of war? Your Xianyuan dynasty is too rampant. The ministers rebuked, but Cui Shangyuan remained calm and turned a deaf ear to it. Dongfang Su looked at the man's calmness and admired him secretly in his heart. If someone who is sent as an envoy to deliver a declaration of war cannot even handle such a small situation, then he is not worthy of being an envoy. Dongfang Su opened the letter of challenge, and there were no extra words in it. There's only one big, vigorous, and powerful character. War. There is only one word, war, written on the declaration of war. A strong fighting spirit suddenly emerged from the letter of challenge. It was as if Yang Shenting had already arrived, ready to fight Dongfang Su with all his might. Dongfang Su couldn't help but be moved. Then I became excited. He stood up suddenly, holding the letter of challenge in his hand. Go back and tell Yang Shunting that this declaration of war. I took it. Wow. The ministers were in an uproar. Unexpectedly, Dongfang Su would eventually accept the challenge. Your Majesty, this is absolutely impossible. If we lose this battle, will the face of our Tianwu dynasty be? Your Majesty, please think twice. It's a pity that Dongfang Su had made up his mind at this time. He simply wouldn't listen to any advice. Cui Shangyuan smiled. Then please ask Your Majesty the Emperor to set a date and place for the battle. Dongfang Su pondered for a moment. In 7 days. As for the place where we will fight, it will be at the sky-splitting peak, which is the border between our two countries. Yes. Cui Shangyuan bowed and then left. Dongfang Su also immediately announced his withdrawal from court. The ministers shook their heads, sighed, and left one after another. Dongfang Su returned to the back hall. Your Majesty, do you really want to accept the challenge? Guyu appeared and looked at Dongfang Su with some confusion. Dongfang Su glanced at Guyu. You've been with me for so many years, don't you know me? Guyu was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. He knew Dongfang Su too well. Dongfang Su was not just the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty. He is also a martial arts expert. In Dongfang Su's mind, the pursuit of martial arts is even more important than the position of emperor of the Tianwu dynasty. To put it bluntly, Dongfang Su is actually still a pure warrior. Faced with the challenge, Dongfang Suru refused to respond. Then he is no longer a martial emperor. Your Majesty, you will definitely win. Guyu said secretly in his heart. Once the news that Dongfang Su accepted the challenge spread, the southern wilderness became even more lively. Many warriors came from all over the place and rushed to the Tianwu dynasty. They all wanted to see with their own eyes who would have the last laugh in this battle between the two emperors. And at this time, Yi Qingyun, the handsome boy from Fuyun Mountain, had no idea what was happening outside. He's been really bored these days. So I thought about going out for a walk. Yi Qingyun got a map of the Tianwu dynasty. I studied it for most of the day. Final decision. He wanted to visit a place called Lietian Peak. Lietian Peak is located at the junction of the Tianwu dynasty and the Xinyuan dynasty. Half of it is in the Tianwu dynasty and half of it is in the Xinyuan dynasty. This place is full of mountains and the scenery is magnificent, which is truly unique. Yi Qingyun planned to take a walk here. However, he also knew that he was immortal, and if he encountered any problems on the way to such a far place, he might lose his life. So Yi Qingyun went to find Huikong. Let Huikong accompany him to Lietian Peak. When Huikong knew about it, he agreed immediately and was very happy. It is my great honor to be able to accompany the Holy Sun on this trip. Huikong immediately decided to take all the monks at the foot of the mountain to travel with Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun quickly stopped him. He didn't want to bring a large group of people, especially a large group of monks. This is too conspicuous. I just want to go out for a walk quietly and don't want to make too much noise. In the end, Huikong only brought people from Shaolin Temple to follow Yi Qingyun. There are quite a lot of people in Shaolin Temple alone. In addition to Huikong, there are Xu Hai and his son Xuzhu, plus the old blind man and his fellow apprentice Chu Hanyang. There is also Song Ruer. There are 6 people in total. They all want to follow Yi Qingyun on the trip. Yi Qingyun stood in front of the gate of Shaolin Temple, looking at the 6 people in front of him, feeling helpless. What kind of combination is this? The 7 freaks of Jiangnan? Son, it's time for us to set off. Huikong said, clasping his hands together. If we set out now, it will take about 6 or 7 days to reach Lietian Peak. Okay, let's go. Chapter 107, The 18 Arts. Yi Qingyun originally wanted to travel and enjoy the scenery. But I didn't expect that after only 1 day of departure, something was not right. Donor, would you like to know more about the Buddhist Holy Land Shaolin Temple? Huikong had a peaceful look on his face and said this to every passerby he met. Not just him. Xu Hai and Xuzhu were the same as Huikong. Whenever they met someone, they would say that the person had a connection with Buddhism and ask the person if he or she wanted to become a monk. Later, even Song Ruer joined them. Just now, Song Ruer met a muscular man. She even asked people seriously if they wanted to become monks. The burly man stared at Song Ruer, his eyes full of greed. If I become a monk, can I be intimate with you? Song Ruer was so angry on the spot. The sturdy man was also beaten up by Su Hai and Su Zhu and was almost forced to become a monk. The master and his 2 disciples asked along the way, but no one was willing to become a monk. I was scolded several times. Later, the old blind man couldn't bear it anymore. He also began to persuade people to become monks. The old blind man is worthy of being a fortune teller. He is very good at talking. At the beginning, he met an old man, and the old blind man went up to him and said a few words to him. The old man knelt down in front of Hui Kong on the spot, crying and shouting that he wanted to become a monk, and even said that if he was not ordained, he would die in front of Hui Kong. This moved Hui Kong deeply. He took out a razor and shaved the old man's head on the spot. He also gave her a Buddhist name, Xujing. So, Yi Qingyun's traveling team immediately had one more member. With the experience of the old blind man's successful persuasion, Hui Kong hoped that the old blind man could play a role and allow him to recruit more Buddhist disciples. The old blind man patted his chest. No problem at all. The first day of the trip, including Su Jing, he had 3 disciples. The second day of the trip, he accepted 7 more apprentices. The third day of the trip, the group arrived at a village. The old blind man went in and took a look around. When the results came out, he was followed by more than 50 villagers. These villagers rushed to Hui Kong impatiently, begging him to accept them as his disciples. This made Hui Kong so happy that he almost burst into tears. He quickly took out his razor and shaved the villagers' heads himself. Yi Qingyun was standing behind, his face turning pale. How long will it take to shave these 50-plus people? Is he just going to wait here? Yi Qingyun couldn't help it. He walked behind Hui Kong. Ahem, Hui Kong, why don't you accept a disciple when you come back? Hui Kong didn't even turn his head and concentrated on shaving the villagers' heads. Yi Qingyun was speechless for a while. This monk has gone insane. It seems that shaving is his main job. Hui Kong, do you admit your sin? Yi Qingyun suddenly shouted. Hui Kong was frightened. He almost scalped the villagers. Holy Son, Hui Kong looked at Yi Qingyun with some confusion. Yi Qingyun stood with his hands behind his back with a cold face. Hui Kong, as a Buddhist disciple, have you forgotten the Buddhist teachings? Hui Kong shuddered and quickly put down the razor. I wonder what I have done wrong. Yi Qingyun pointed at the villagers. They were all deceived by the old blind man, and you want to shave their heads for them. This is making a mistake on top of a mistake. It's simply ridiculous. The old blind man was very embarrassed. But what Yi Qingyun said was not wrong. These villagers were indeed deceived by the old blind man. He was very eloquent and could make something dead seem alive. It was too easy to deceive these villagers who had never seen the world. As Buddhist disciples, we practice Buddhism to help sentient beings resolve their doubts and free them from suffering, not to deceive them into Buddhism. Monks do not tell lies. Your current behavior is simply a disgrace to the monks. Yi Qingyun deliberately spoke very harshly in order to make Hui Kong completely give up the idea of accepting disciples. Hui Kong stood there in a daze, his face full of guilt. Son, I know I was wrong. Hui Kong suddenly knelt in front of Yi Qingyun. Su Hai and Su Zhu also quickly asked the villagers to go home. The old blind man also came out to appease the villagers, and only then did the villagers go back obediently. Fortunately, in addition to the 10 people who were accepted in the previous 2 days, 8 more villagers were ordained just now. There are 18 people in total. These 18 people have already been ordained, and Hui Kong has also bestowed Dharma names on them, so they're already considered formal Buddhist disciples. Yi Qingyun did not let Hui Kong drive away these 18 people. It made Hui Kong feel better. There have never been many people in Shaolin Temple. Seeing more and more monks coming from other temples, Hui Kong appeared calm on the surface, but he was a little anxious in his heart. After all, it was Yi Qingyun who gave the name of Shaolin Temple. Logically, it should be the largest and most prosperous temple at the foot of Fuyun Mountain. But there are so few disciples. Hui Kong had long wanted to go out and recruit disciples himself, but he was too involved at the moment and delayed Yi Qingyun's travel plans. Holy Son, please punish this disciple. Hui Kong took the initiative to plead guilty. Yi Qingyun glanced at him sideways. You will be punished by reciting the Heart Sutra along the way without stopping. Yes, and so everyone continued on their journey. The team just grew larger, and Hui Kong was constantly reciting the Heart Sutra along the way. After 2 days of reciting, everyone in the group felt their scalps tingling from his reciting. It feels like the sound of Hui Kong chanting sutras is always there, especially Yi Qingyun. The others are all cultivators and do not need to sleep. Yi Qingyun can't do it. You have to go to bed on time. As soon as I fell asleep, The sound of Huikong chanting scriptures rang out in my dream. Yi Qingyun had no choice but to ask Huikong to stop reciting. But Huikong was very stubborn. He felt that he had done something wrong and should be punished. If you say you should recite the Heart Sutra all the way, then you should recite it all the way. Not even a step less will do. Yi Qingyun had no choice but to let him recite silently in his heart. At least this way he couldn't hear his voice. The 18 disciples accepted by Huikong were deceived by the old blind man. But he is truly devoted to Buddhism. He practiced with Su Hai and Su Zhu along the way and was completely integrated into Buddhism. Yi Qingyun also found it interesting, so he gave him a nickname. 18 Arhats. The sixth day of the trip, the group was gradually approaching the border of the Tianwu dynasty. Going further east, you will reach the Lietian Peak. But for some reason, the closer you get to the Lietian Peak, the more people you see. Moreover, they're basically all practitioners. Some are clearly from other countries. This is strange. Is this Lietian Peak really that famous? Does it usually have so many people visiting here? Yi Qingyun looked confused. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang noticed something was wrong. The two of them went to inquire about it. Soon, the two came back with serious expressions. Master Yi, something big is going to happen at Lietian Peak. The old blind man said this as soon as he came back. Yi Qingyun was stunned. What's the big deal? Xianyuan Dynasty Emperor Yang Shunting took the initiative to challenge martial Emperor Dongfang Su. And the place where the battle is scheduled is right here at the sky-splitting peak. The war will begin tomorrow. Chapter 108, Heavenly Luck Stone. What the hell? Yi Qingyun was stunned when he heard this. Oh shit. It turns out that this place is about to become a dueling arena. The two emperors are going to fight on the Lietian Peak. What a coincidence. How could it be such a coincidence? Yi Qingyun felt helpless. He studied at home for most of the day before deciding to visit the Lietian Peak. As a result, this kind of thing happened. How can Yi Qingyun have fun in this situation? Master Yi, the foot of Lietian Peak is very lively right now. Many warriors from various countries in the southern wilderness have come. Yes, there's a market at the foot of the mountain now, and those who go to the market are all cultivators. Master Yi, do you want to go for a walk? The old blind man said to Chu Hanyang. It can be seen that the two are quite interested in such scenes. Ye Vingyun nodded. He thought to himself, since I'm here anyway, why not just sit here and watch the fun? It's none of my business anyway. Joining in the fun won't necessarily cause trouble, right? Go take a look around. Yi Qingyun said. Monks such as Huikong wanted to chant sutras, so they did not follow Yi Qingyun out. The old blind man, Chu Hanyang, and Song Ruer followed Yi Qingyun out. Soon, the group of four arrived at the market at the foot of Lietian Peak. Although it is called a market, it is actually very large in scale. It's almost become a town. Many warriors from various countries in the southern wilderness came, all wanting to witness this earth-shaking battle with their own eyes. At this time, at least thousands of warriors gathered at the foot of Lietian Peak. With so many warriors gathered together, there is naturally a business opportunity. People with brains have already started taking action. This is also the reason why the market was formed. As the group of four walked into the market, they heard constant hawking sounds all around. 500-year-old spiritual medicine, sold in batches of 10. This is a top-quality weapon made of 100-fold tempered black steel. Come take a look. Superior chi-nourishing pills, 12 pills in a bottle. Each bottle only costs 800 spirit stones. A rare monster cub that can be trained as a monster slave. 5,000 spirit stones each. Yi Qingyun thought to himself, what a guy. It's really lively. They sell everything. It looks like a market where people who practice cultivation hang out. Some people set up stalls on the street, while others simply built simple houses to use as shops. What's more, pavilions and towers were even moved directly from other places. The three old blind men were also overwhelmed. Song Ruer, in particular, was quite curious about everything, looking around happily. Suddenly, there were many people standing in front, and they all seemed to be attracted by something. Yi Qingyun and three others also came over. But there were too many people in front, and the four of them had a hard time seeing clearly what was inside. A strangely shaped stone, shining with 5-colored light. Everyone, this stone is called the Heavenly Luck Stone. It is said that only people with great luck can pick up this stone and comprehend the great principles of heaven and earth contained in the Heavenly Luck Stone. An old man with a red face and long beard sat there and spoke to everyone with a smile. Old man, is this really the Destiny Stone? Someone asked with a skeptical look on his face. The red-faced old man smiled slightly. You can give it a try. If anyone can pick up this heavenly fortune stone, I will give it to him for free without asking for anything else. But if you can't lift it, you have to give me 1,000 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones is neither too much nor too little for an ordinary warrior. If it were under normal circumstances, many people would probably think this was a liar. But after all, people are curious. The Tianyan stone is a long-rumored strange stone that they have never actually seen. Naturally, everyone wants to give it a try. I'll do it. A big man came out. Everyone looked at the big man and exclaimed in surprise. This person is a master of the Fuyun dynasty. It is said that he has reached the level of the heavens. Yes, it won't take many years for him to become a true master. If it's this person, it's very likely that he can pick up the heaven's fortune stone. The premise is that this fortune stone is not fake. Amid the discussions of the crowd, the big man stood confidently in front of the Tianyan stone. He stared at the fortune stone and took a deep breath. Get up for me. The big man grabbed the fortune stone with both hands. As a result, the Tianyan stone did not move at all. The big man's face changed. I just don't believe it. He exerted force again, and his face turned red. But the stone of fortune still cannot be picked up. A moment later, the big man gave up. He dejectedly took out 1,000 spirit stones and gave them to the red-faced old man, then walked away dejectedly. When everyone saw this, they were all amazed. Could this really be the stone of destiny? Another person stepped forward and wanted to give it a try. Unfortunately, just like the big man just now, he tried hard for a long time, but couldn't lift anything. I'll do it. Let me try. I'm coming too. One after another, the watching warriors stepped forward. In the end, no one was able to lift the heavenly stone. On the contrary, the red-faced old man made a lot of money and his face was full of smiles. Mr. Yi, why don't you try it too? Chu Hanyang on the side suggested. Yi Qingyun shook his head. How can I possibly lift it? He really felt that he couldn't possibly lift it. After all, so many practitioners can't lift it. Why should a mortal like me join in the fun? But the old blind man and his friends didn't think so. Master Yi, give it a try. It's only 1,000 spirit stones anyway. The old blind man also laughed. Yi Qingyun looked embarrassed. The problem is that even if I want to try, I don't have any spirit stones. The three of them were stunned. Then I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This hermit master doesn't even have any spirit stones. I have, Chu Hanyang said. He directly took out 1,000 spirit stones. Master Yi, if you can pick it up, you can save these 1,000 spirit stones, and you can also get a piece of heavenly luck stone for free. Chu Hanyang said. Yi Qingyun thought so too. It's not shameful if you can't lift it. So many people can't lift it, so it's no big deal if you can't lift it either. What's more, it was Chu Hanyang who provided the spirit stones, so he would not lose anything. So, Ye Vingyun stood collusive. Let me try. The red-faced old man glanced at Yi Qingyun, and seeing that he had no aura fluctuations, he immediately showed disdain on his face. A mortal is here to join the fun? Ha ha ha, this kid is really ridiculous. Boy, everyone here is a cultivator. You are just a mortal. Get out of here now. Go wherever is cooler. The people around also saw that Yi Qingyun had no cultivation and started to mock him. The three old blind men all looked indignant, but there was no attack. Although Yi Qingyun's face felt a little hot, he didn't care too much. I'm just a mortal, and being laughed at by these cultivators is not a big deal. Let them be. My lord, the heavenly luck stone cannot be touched by mortals. The power of the great Tao contained in it will cause extremely serious damage to the body of a mortal. You better not join in the fun, the red-faced old man advised. But the next moment, his expression changed, because Yi Qingyun's hand was already placed on the Tianyan stone. But nothing seemed to happen. It doesn't seem to be anything special, Yi Qingyun said doubtfully. The next moment, he tried to pick up the fortune stone. I thought I wouldn't be able to lift it. The result is unknown. Yi Qingyun raised his hand. He picked up the fortune stone. This time, everyone present was dumbfounded. Chapter 109, it has nothing to do with me. What's going on? How could this guy pick up the heavenly luck stone so easily? Isn't this boy a mortal? Oh my god, a mortal can actually pick up the sky stone. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone exclaimed. This scene was really too shocking. So many people have tried it before, let alone picking up the sky luck stone. He didn't even move. Now, things are different. This mortal who was laughed at by everyone picked up the stone of destiny. And it looks so easy and comfortable. There's no difficulty at all. How can people accept this? Are we, the cultivators, really not even as good as a mortal. Yi Qingyun was also confused at this time. He held the fortune stone in his hand, but could not feel the weight of the stone at all. It's like picking up a piece of cotton. Isn't this too easy? Those people just now, they all tried their best, but they couldn't even lift such a stone. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but doubt his life. Could it be that I, Yi Qingyun, am really awesome? Actually, I never noticed it before. But Yi Qingyun quickly overturned his own guess. How could I be such a great person? Since traveling through time, I haven't practiced for even half a day. I'm a pure mortal. Yi Qingyun had no doubt that every person present here could kill him with a single punch. Yi Qingyun weighed the Tianyun stone and glanced at the red-faced old man. Old man, you used this thing to cheat so many spirit stones. Now I have exposed you, right? Red-faced old man. Sir, I am not lying. He felt very wronged, because this is the real Destiny Stone. Oh, you didn't lie. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but sneer. According to what you just said, only a person with great luck can lift this heavenly luck stone. No one else can lift it. Can you pick it up then? The red-faced old man shook his head. I can't lift it either. Oh, that's right. Yi Qingyun had a look on his face as if he saw through everything. At this moment, he felt as if he was possessed by Bao Gong. Since you can't even lift it yourself, how did you get this fortune stone here? It can't be that it appears right here, right? After Yi Qingyun finished speaking, he looked around complacently. I thought everyone would be enlightened by his reasoning, but I didn't expect it. Everyone around had a strange look on their face. Even the old blind man and the other two began to twitch in their expressions. Yi Qingyun felt a little panicked. Am I wrong? These guys should applaud my brilliant reasoning. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? Just when Yi Qingyun was feeling embarrassed, the red-faced old man spoke. Sir, the heavenly luck stone cannot be lifted directly, but it can be lifted up with jade, wood, gold, iron, or other materials. Like this. As he spoke, the red-faced old man picked up a stone slab placed under the Tianyun stone. Please put the fortune stone on it. Yi Qingyun then placed the heavenly fortune stone on it. Really, the red-faced old man can pick up the stone slab holding the sky fortune stone. Is it possible? Yi Qingyun looked shocked. He reached out and took the fortune stone, but it still felt weightless. Old blind man, you come and try it. Yi Qingyun said to the old blind man behind him. The old blind man stepped forward immediately, and Yi Qingyun placed the Tianyun stone on the stone slab. As a result, the old blind man tried his best, but still couldn't lift the Tianyun stone from the stone slab. But if it were an old blind man, he could calmly pick up the stone slab containing the heavenly fortune stone. Mr. Yi, this is indeed the case with the heavenly luck stone. The old blind man whispered. Yi Qingyun was suddenly embarrassed. I was feeling very smug just now, thinking I had exposed this old guy's scam. It seems now, it turns out that I was the one who embarrassed myself. Fortunately, Yi Qingyun was thick-skinned and tried to remain calm at the moment. He looks like an old dog. In fact, I was very panicked. Master Yi, have you felt the great Tao of heaven and earth? The old blind man asked curiously. Not just him. Everyone else present was also staring at Yi Qingyun. Even the red-faced old man was no exception. There's a great road in the Tianyun stone. This is common knowledge. But no one knows whether it is true or not. Now, someone happens to be able to pick up the stone of destiny. So naturally one would like to see if this person can feel the great way of heaven and earth. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. It seems like there is nothing. No way. Everyone didn't believe it. I feel that Yi Qingyun is deliberately concealing it. Perhaps this person has already sensed the great Tao of heaven and earth. Of course, if it were me, I wouldn't say it either. I really envy this person. Seeing that they didn't believe it, Yi Qingyun was speechless. He really couldn't feel anything. Just at this moment. Click, click, click. The sound of shattering was heard one after another. Everyone looked at the fortune stone in Yi Qingyun's hand. I saw cracks appearing on the Tianyun stone. What? Everyone was shocked. The red-faced old man was so frightened that he was almost out of his wits. The stone of destiny. The destiny stone is about to break. What is going on? Yi Qingyun was also shocked. His hands shook. The fortune stone fell directly to the ground. Snap! This time, the heavenly fortune stone was completely shattered. It became a pile of rubble. There was total silence. Everyone feels a little dizzy. I can't catch up. The red-faced old man sat down on the ground with a thud, his face dull. My destiny stone! The red-faced old man screamed. Yi Qingyun looked embarrassed. Grandpa, I really didn't mean it. I thought the stone was very hard, but it fell off when my hand shook. Yi Qingyun hurried to explain. You can't blame me. You all saw that the stone was already cracked when it fell. This must be a fake stone, not a destiny stone. No one spoke. At this moment, everyone was doubting life. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun hurriedly pulled the old blind man and the others. Run away quickly. It will be troublesome if you get entangled. The three of them also thought it made sense. He hurriedly left with Yi Qingyun until the red-faced old man reacted. Yi Qingyun and his companions had already disappeared. Who is this person who can pick up the heavenly fortune stone and shatter it? The red-faced old man stood up quickly. Then he ran away too. When they reached a place where there was no one around, the red-faced old man stopped, looked around, and then took out a jade slip for sending a message. Master, I have made a discovery. Explain. A cold voice, unidentifiable as male or female, came from the jade slip. The fortune stone that I brought was picked up by someone. Who is it? Dong Fangsu, Yang Xinding, or Su Changfeng? Neither, but a young man whose origins are unknown. Chapter 110, I'll give you food. Don't know its origin. The voice in the jade slip suddenly turned cold. You don't even know where you came from. Why are you reporting to me? The red-faced old man's heart trembled. Master, I will immediately find out the origins of this person. Well, since this person was able to pick up the fortune stone, he must be a person with great fortune. You must find out and tell me as soon as possible. Actually, I have one more thing to do. Explain. Actually, the fortune stone is broken. The voice in the jade slip fell silent. After a moment, can you say that again? The voice sounded with a hint of disbelief. The red-faced old man complained bitterly. But the truth still needs to be reported. Master, the destiny stone is broken. The voice in the jade slip fell silent again. What the hell are you talking about? The roar exploded. The red-faced old man was almost scared to the point of sitting on the ground. The heavenly luck stone contains the great Tao. It is a sacred object created by heaven and earth. How could it break? What the hell are you talking about? The red-faced old man was about to cry. Master, I didn't lie to you. The heavenly destiny stone is really broken. That young man picked it up, and then cracks appeared on the heavenly fortune stone in his hand. The guy's hand shook, and the heavenly fortune stone fell to the ground and broke directly. The leader on the other side of the jade slip was completely dumbfounded. The destiny stone is broken? They had been searching for the stone of destiny for many years before they finally found it. They had hoped to use the stone to find a person of great fortune to complete their sex 1,000-year plan. And you told me that the Tianyun stone was broken? Who can I go to for justice? Fortunately, we found someone who could pick up the fortune stone, so this fortune stone was not wasted in vain. Qin Zheng, you must find out the origins of that man, and keep an eye on him. This person is the key to my great plan. If there is any mistake, you don't have to come back. Find a place to end it yourself. Understand. I will definitely not let the leader down. Qin Zheng made repeated assurances, feeling relieved. Fortunately, the leader did not pursue the matter of the shattering of the heavenly fortune stone. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 8 mouths. After putting away the communication jade slip, Qin Zheng quickly took action and chased in the direction where Yi Qingyun and others left. Soon, Qin Zheng caught up with Yi Qingyun and others. They didn't go too far and were still in the market. Qin Zheng didn't dare to follow too closely, so he followed from a distance behind, staring at Yi Qingyun and the others carefully. At this time, Yi Qingyun was still afraid. Fortunately, the old man didn't catch up with me. Otherwise, if he had been lying on the ground and falsely accused me of breaking the stone, I really wouldn't have been able to explain myself. Yi Qingyun was filled with emotion. I think people in this world are too kind. If it were Yi Qingyun's original world, I'm afraid Yi Qingyun would have been scammed long ago. The old blind man and his companions were still immersed in the shock of the shattering of the Tianyun stone. They looked at Yi Qingyun from time to time. Seeing Yi Qingyun's calm face and not caring at all, he admired him even more. Master Yi is truly unfathomable. He can pick up the heavenly fortune stone and shatter it easily. This is simply an unfathomable method. Perhaps in Master Ye's eyes, the heavenly luck stone is nothing at all. It is a great honor to have such a good relationship with such a great person. Just at this moment, Yi Qingyun suddenly saw a noodle shop in front of him. There seems to be only one noodle shop like this in the entire market. Yi Qingyun's eyes suddenly lit up. He was already hungry. We were in a hurry along the way and didn't have a good meal. Now I see a noodle shop that seems pretty good, and I immediately want to go in and try it. Come on, come on. I'll treat you to some noodles. Yi Qingyan quickly greeted. Naturally, the old blind man and the others didn't dare to refuse. When a master invites you to dinner, don't even think about eating noodles. Even if you eat shit, it still smells delicious. At the same time, they were also a little curious. This place is full of people who practice cultivation. So how come there is a noodle shop here? And it seems that there are quite a few people eating it. It's really unusual. Yi Qingyan and 3 others walked in. Someone came forward to greet us immediately. Would you like to eat noodles? The person who greeted him was a pretty-looking woman, about 25 or 26 years old, with a charming figure and a seductive smile. The customers who were eating noodles in the noodle shop kept looking at the woman from time to time, but the noodles in their bowls were hardly touched. Obviously, these people are not eating noodles at all. Instead, he was coveting this enchanting and beautiful woman. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang are both veterans. The 2 brothers looked at each other and could tell that there was something strange about the woman in the noodle shop. But Song Ruer was young after all, and she couldn't figure out what was going on, so she was still looking around curiously. Eat noodles. Yi Qingyan just wanted to eat noodles. As for how beautiful the woman was, he didn't care at all. Okay, the woman shouted to the back with a smile. 4 bowls of noodles. Yi Yun and the other 3 found a seat and sat down. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang remained vigilant at all times. Yi Qingyun and Song Ruer were waiting to eat noodles. Not long after, 4 bowls of noodles were served. The woman was still at the end. She even bent down in front of Yi Qingyun on purpose. The loose collar suddenly opened, revealing a clear hint of Snow White. Yi Qingyun was only focused on the noodles in the bowl and didn't notice it at all. Instead, it was Song Ruer who was sitting next to Yi Qingyun. Look up. Good job. All I could see was a vast expanse of white. Song Ruer was almost dizzy. Song Ruer looked down at herself again. I suddenly felt that life was unfair. Why are they so big? Please enjoy your meal. All 4 of you. When a woman saw that Yi Qingyun didn't even look at her, she felt helpless. She stepped aside, sneering in her heart. Umph. No man can ignore me. Once you eat my noodles, I'll see how you can control yourself. Yi Qingyun looked at the noodles in the bowl. What a disappointment. What kind of noodles is this? It's just boiled noodles in plain water. Too bland. Yi Qingyun picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. His face immediately fell. The other 3 people also took a bite. Although they didn't think it was delicious, it wasn't bad either. I can only make do with it. But Yi Qingyun is different. He can make do with anything. It's just that when it comes to eating, it's absolutely not okay. He couldn't swallow it all. Boss lady, Yi Qingyun shouted. The woman immediately came closer. What's wrong, young master? Yi Qingyun glanced at the woman. Your noodles are too disgusting. The woman was suddenly embarrassed. You're joking, sir. My food is not delicious, but at least the guests who have come here all say it is good. Why do you say it tastes bad when it comes to yours? For a moment, everyone else in Noodle Shop was looking at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun stood up and stared at the woman. The woman was not afraid at all and even deliberately puffed out her chest. Madam Boss, I'll give you something to eat. Let me show you what really delicious noodles are. Chapter 111, I Have Principles. Can you give me food from below? The woman was startled. Why does it sound weird? She couldn't help but glance at Yi Qingyun's lower body. Yi Qingyun had already gone straight to the kitchen. The woman finally reacted and quickly followed. The 3 old blind men naturally followed immediately. Arrived at the kitchen, another woman was kneading dough. This woman looked quite similar to the woman outside, but she was younger, apparently only in her early 20s. The 2 women should be sisters. Sister, what's wrong? Nothing. This gentleman wants me to eat his bottom. Yi Qingyun doesn't care what the 2 sisters think. He just wanted to show his skills at this moment. Let them see what truly delicious noodles are. Yi Qingyun rolled up his sleeves and got to work. The 2 sisters stood aside, staring at each other. The 3 of the old blind man also knew Yi Qingyun's temper, so they just let Yi Qingyun act up. Yi Qingyun started from kneading the dough until it was finished. It took less than an hour in total. All right. Yi Qingyun wiped the sweat from his head with his sleeve, and his face was stained with a lot of flour. In front of Yi Qingyun, there are 5 bowls of noodles. Every bowl is exactly the same. Oil splash noodles. What Yi Qingyun made was oil splash noodles. The 3 old blind men and the sisters from the noodle shop looked at the oil splashed noodles in confusion. They had never seen this kind of face before. Try it quickly. Mix the noodles before eating. Yi Qingyun urged. The 3 old blind men immediately picked up a bowl of noodles each, mixed the noodles quickly, and then took a bite. Suddenly, the three people's expressions changed. This taste, it's simply wonderful. The three of them had never eaten such delicious noodles, especially the last spoonful of hot oil poured on top, which fully brings out the aroma of the chili peppers. Fragrant and spicy, and there's a smell of vinegar in it, which makes people even more appetizing. The three of them immediately started eating voraciously. Even Song Ruer, who couldn't eat spicy food, had red cheeks and a burning mouth after eating it, but she couldn't stop. The sisters in the noodle shop were stunned. Is it really that delicious? They looked at each other and then picked up the oil splash noodles. Took a tentative bite. Then, the two sisters started eating without caring about their image at all. This bowl of oil splash noodles completely overturned their previous understanding of noodles. Compared with the oil splash noodles made by Yi Qingyan, the noodles they made in the past were just crap. After eating the oil splash noodles, the two sisters shed tears silently. Not moved. I just cried because of the spicy taste. It's too spicy, but it tastes so good. It's so addictive. Yi Qingyan himself also ate 2 bowls in one go. That was so comfortable. This kind of oily and spicy noodles are the best. Yi Qingyun put the last piece of noodles into his mouth and said with a satisfied look on his face. At this time, Qin Zheng, who was hiding in the dark outside the noodle shop, was staring inside the shop with a dazed look on his face. What's going on? Why did this group of people run into the noodle shop to eat noodles? And it tastes so delicious? It makes me want to try it. Qin Zheng frowned. It must not be as simple as eating noodles. This group of people all look mysterious, especially the young man, who seems to have no accomplishments, but perhaps he is a master who is hiding his true abilities. Could it be that this noodle shop is extraordinary? Qin Zheng immediately became suspicious. How's it going, Madam Boss? Are the noodles I made more delicious? Yi Qingyun put down his bowl and chopsticks and said to the sisters across the table with a smile. The noodle shop sisters were very embarrassed. They opened a noodle shop here, but they didn't actually want to sell noodles. Instead, he used the excuse of selling noodles to secretly poison the noodles, and then controlled those who came in to eat the noodles. Now that Yi Qingyun had done this to them, the sisters naturally had nothing to say. Let's go. After Yi Qingyun had eaten his fill, he was ready to leave. Sir, please stay. The two sisters came to Yi Qingyun together. Yi Qingyun didn't understand. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang both looked alert. The two sisters both had cold expressions and suddenly attacked Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was startled. I couldn't react at all, but the old blind man and Chu Hanyang were always on guard. Seeing the two sisters fighting, the old blind man and Chu Hanyang stepped forward at the same time, each blocking one. The two sisters were horrified, backing away again and again. They are all only at the Jiyuan realm. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang are both masters in the condensation pill realm. There's a big gap. There is no way they can be a match for each other. Bold! Chu Hanyang glared and was ready to continue attacking. But the sisters suddenly knelt in front of Yi Yun. Sir, can you take us sisters in? What the hell? Yi Qingyun was stunned for a moment. Sir, my name is Lu Changyue, and this is my sister Lu Xingyue. Lu Changyue's face looked so pitiful, coupled with her naturally charming eyebrows and eyes. She really made people feel pity for her. We sisters are being hunted by others, so we opened a noodle shop here to seek shelter. Today I saw that you are so extraordinary, and I know that you have a great background. I hope you can take us sisters in. If you don't mind, we sisters are willing to serve you for the rest of our lives. As they spoke, the Lu sisters all showed a shy look as if they were ready to let the man have his way. Who can withstand this? Yi Qingyun is no exception. He looked at the two shy sisters, and for a moment he really had some impure thoughts about them. But soon, Yi Qingyun calmed down. How can such a good thing happen? You said you were being hunted, and you opened a noodle shop to seek asylum? Yi Vingyun sneered. I just want to know, how do you seek protection when you run noodle shop? Do you ask the people who come in to eat noodles to help you deal with your enemies? The Lu sisters were both a little embarrassed. To be honest, sir, we sisters actually put some special medicinal powder in the noodles we made. Once you eat it, you will obey us sisters' orders. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun and the others' faces changed drastically, especially the old blind man and Chu Hanyang. The two of them were really scared. Just now, they all took a bite of the noodles made by the Lu sisters. Didn't find any issues at all. If I really eat the whole bowl, then you'll be controlled by the Lu sisters. The reason why we sisters took action was to see the strength of the young master, but we didn't expect that the two people around the young master would be so powerful. I'm sorry for offending you, sir. Please forgive me. The Lu sisters bowed. Yi Qingyun still found it a little unconvincing. No way. Women are such deceptive creatures. Who knows whether what they said is true or not? And it's obvious at first glance that these two women are not simple people. If I really stay with you, I'm afraid my life will be over before I can enjoy anything. Give up. Master Yi will not take you in. Song Ruer said lightly. Yes, Mr. Yi has principles. The old blind man also nodded. Sir, please. Lu Changwei blinked her beautiful eyes. Ye Vingyun swallow it. Well, just follow me. Chapter 112. This is the style of strong man. Thank you, sir. The Lu sisters were overjoyed. The three old blind men looked at Yi Qingyun with strange expressions. They just said that Yi Qingyun is principled. As a result, Yi Qingyun accepted the two sisters in a blink of an eye. Yi Qingyun remained calm and composed. You must not let them see that I accepted these two sisters because they are beautiful. Yi Qingyun said secretly in his heart. Get up. Yi Qingyun, always like to help others. Yi Qingyun said calmly. Since you are in trouble, I will naturally not stand idly by. Young master is truly a man of great righteousness. From now on, we sisters belong to the young master. The two sisters said in succession. These words made Yi Qingyun feel a little bit ecstatic. And the more you look at these two sisters, the more beautiful they become. Yi Qingyun felt that his good days had finally come. But since you are following me, there are some things that need to be made clear first. Yi Qingyun did not forget to remind the two sisters. Sir, please speak. Lu Changwa said. First of all, I'm just a mortal, without any cultivation at all. Yi Qingyun's first sentence stunned the two sisters. But I know a lot of people who practice cultivation, and I have some connections in the Tianwu dynasty, so you don't have to worry about your enemies chasing you. But I don't want you to be evil either. If I knew that you were not kind, I would not keep you too. The Lu sisters looked at each other. Why don't you two kneel down and thank me? The old blind man shouted angrily. Being chosen and taken in by Master Yi is a blessing that you two will never get in your lifetime. That is. Song Ruer also joined in. She also wanted to stay by Yi Qingyun's side. Unfortunately, I don't have this luck. It's so good that this pair of sisters can actually follow Master Yi. Song Ruer would be so envious that she would die. We sisters will remember what you said, sir. Thank you for taking me in. The two sisters quickly knelt down to express their gratitude. Ye Yingyun nodded. Okay, it's time to go to Lietian Peak to see what's going on. After saying that, Yi Qingyun walked outside first. The three old blind men followed behind. The Lu sisters also hurried to follow. As for this noodle shop, it was naturally abandoned. After leaving the noodle shop, the group headed straight for Lietian Peak. Qin Zheng, who was hiding outside the noodle shop, became even more confused when he saw this. How come there were 4 people when they went in, but 6 when they came out? What is going on? Qin Zheng felt more and more suspicious. It looks like they're going to the sky-splitting peak. I will follow them as soon as possible. Qin Zheng continued to follow. Soon, the group reached the Lietian Peak. However, unexpectedly, there were more people on Lietian Peak. At first glance, there were people everywhere. Even some of the trees were occupied by people. It was spectacular. Yi Qingyun and his friends came up quite late and couldn't get any good position at all. They couldn't even see where the peak was. What should I do? Yi Qingyun frowned and looked around. He actually saw an acquaintance. Su Jianfeng. The people from Xinjian sect were right in front and occupied a very good position. The other warriors were afraid of the power of the Xinjian sect and did not dare to get close. Yi Qingyun quickly shouted, Sect Master Su. Sect Master Su. After shouting a few times, Su Changfeng actually heard it. He turned around and saw Yi Qingyun, who was blocked behind the crowd, not far away. Su Changfeng was horrified. Why is this master here? Su Changfeng did not dare to delay and hurried over to greet him in person. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Give way. The power of the Xinjian sect master is naturally extremely great. Many warriors gave way and showed awe on their faces. Su Changfeng walked straight up to Yi Qingyun. Mr. Yi, why are you here? Su Changfeng said this with excitement on his face and saluted respectfully to Yi Qingyun. Many people present were stunned. Who is this young man? How could a strong man like Su Changfeng be so respectful to him? Especially the Lu sisters. They just followed Yi Qingyun and didn't know much about Yi Qingyun's background. Seeing Su Changfeng being so respectful to Yi Qingyun, he couldn't help but be shocked. Who on earth is this Mr. Yi? The two sisters felt awe-inspiring. The leader of Xinjian sect, Su Changfeng, is someone that the sisters need to look up to. If they met under normal circumstances, the sisters would kneel on the ground and kowtow. But now, even a strong man like Su Changfeng has to pay respect to Yi Qingyun. This shows that Yi Qingyun's identity is extremely extraordinary. At least he must be superior to Su Changfeng. I said I was just out for fun, and I just happened to catch you. Do you believe me? Yi Qingyun was a little embarrassed. Su Changfeng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Mr. Yi is indeed different from others. He clearly came to watch the duel, but deliberately said he was here for fun. But since he said so, I won't point it out. Mr. Yi, please come over to my place and take a look. My place is in a good position, and I have disciples serving me. There are too many people here, Su Changfeng suggested. Yi Qingyun was waiting for this sentence. That would be disrespectful. So, Yi Qingyun and the others followed Su Changfeng and came to the place where the people from Xianjin sect were. Sure enough, the location is much better. You can have a clear view of the top of the mountain. There weren't many people around, so it was quite quiet. Li Qinyuan, Zhao Wanchun, and Su Jinger are all here. These three people were old acquaintances of Yi Qingyun. Apart from Chu Yanyu, they were the first people from outside the mountain that Yi Qingyun met. Su Changfeng looked at the people following Yi Qingyun. Su Changfeng could see through everyone's cultivation at a glance. Be it the old blind man, Chu Hanyang, or the Lu sisters, they all felt awe in their hearts. Su Changfeng quickly withdrew his gaze, because the people from both sides of the duel have already arrived. Above the sky, a flaming lion came flying from the sky. This flaming lion is extremely powerful, with flames blazing under its feet. On the back of the flaming lion sat a heroic man, Emperor Yang Shunting of the Xianyuan dynasty. Yang Shunting is here. In addition to Yang Shunting, there are also a group of royal masters from the Xianyuan dynasty, each with a powerful aura. And on the other side, Dongfang Su sat in the golden chariot, which was driven by 8 flying horses, equally powerful. Although Dongfang Su looked heroic, he was actually a little depressed. If the purple cloud dragon was still there, he could let it drive the golden chariot instead of using the 8 celestial horses. How domineering it is to use a dragon. The arrival of the 2 emperors caused countless warriors on the Litian peak to exclaim in surprise. This is the strongest person from the 2 dynasties. What a terrifying aura, like 2 blazing suns in the sky. This is bound to be a shocking battle. Yi Qingyun looked up at the 2 emperors above and felt envious. This is the demeanor of a strong man. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Su Changfeng, the old blind man, and others looked at him with strange eyes. Chapter 113, Drunken Fist of All Things. The appearance of the 2 emperors brought the atmosphere on Litian Peak to its peak. Countless people looked up at the sky, all with enthusiasm and awe. Of course, more people are still looking forward to the confrontation between the 2 emperors. Yang Shunting looked at Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su was also looking at Yang Shunting. The 2 emperors looked at each other without saying much. Yang Shunting raised his hand. A pitch-black spear appeared in his hand. Dongfang Su looked at the spear in Yang Shunting's hand, and his eyes couldn't help but focus. He could feel that there was a very ancient and powerful aura on the black spear. It is definitely an ancient weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such an aura to appear. Dongfang Su, do you recognize this thing? Yang Shunting waved the black spear in his hand, as if to show off. This is an ancient weapon, Dongfang Su said calmly. Yes, this is indeed an ancient weapon. Yang Shunting smiled complacently. Today you, Dongfang Su, will also be defeated by this spear. Dongfang Su smiled. Wait until you actually defeat me before you say that. Let's fight. Yang Shunting could no longer hold back. As soon as the battle was announced, the 2 emperors attacked almost at the same time. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 men punched each other with a force that shook the world. The terrifying force instantly poured out in all directions. It seemed as if the sky was about to be broken apart. Everyone on Litian Peak was extremely shocked. Is this the confrontation between the 2 dynasties' top powers? It's really terrifying. It makes one want to gasp. What a terrifying contest. I feel like I'll be torn to pieces by this aftermath. I don't know if I can reach the level of these 2 emperors in this lifetime. Countless people were amazed. Yi Qingyun looked at the battle in the sky, and his blood boiled in his heart. This was the first time he had truly seen a battle between powerful men. I have never seen it before. Now, Only then did Yi Qingyun truly understand how perverted the strong people in this world were. It's like a dream. While Yi Qingyun was excited, he also felt envious. Damn dog system, it ran away before teaching me how to practice. As a result, I have no cultivation at all now. He doesn't look like a time traveler at all. It's such a disgrace to the time travelers. Look at other people's time travelers. Each one of them is extremely awesome and has always conquered the world on their own. Look at yourself again. I can only stand on the ground and watch others fighting. Well, we are both time travelers, so why is there such a big difference between us? Just when Yi Qingyun was sighing. The confrontation between the two emperors has already taken place several times. The two men continued to attack, but the result was that both sides retreated at the same time. Both Yang Shunting and Dongfang Su became solemn. Come again. Yang Shunting roared and swung the black spear in his hand suddenly. He had never used the spear before, just to test Dongfang Su's strength. It seems now, if I don't use this spear, it will be difficult to defeat Dongfang Su. So Yang Shunting no longer hid and directly used the spear. Boom! The spear was swung and black light filled the sky. For a while, the sky seemed to have turned into an ancient battlefield from ancient times, full of murderous intent. There was also a sound of vast and angry roar coming from the darkness. It's depressing. Suddenly, the black light in the sky turned into a spear. Suppress. Yang Shunting swung his spear, and the huge black spear fell towards Dongfang Su with a bang. Faced with such an offensive, Dongfang Su did not dare to be negligent at all. I saw him raise both hands at the same time. Two phantoms of dragons appeared in his palms. Keep circling. Go! Dongfang Su raised both his palms, and two phantoms of dragons entangled together. Suddenly it became huge, and it collided heavily with the black spear. Boom! The heaven and earth were shaken. The terrifying air waves even affected the Laition Peak below. Fortunately, there was an expert like Su Changfeng on the Laition Peak, who immediately took action to resolve the situation, so that the people on the Laition Peak were not affected. When everyone looked up again, Dongfang Su was no longer in his original position and was blasted back more than 10 feet. Yang Shunting did not move at all, and there was a smug smile on his face. Dongfang Su, how does my spear taste? Yang Shunting sneered repeatedly. Dongfang Su's face was slightly pale. But that's all. He was secretly surprised. The power of this pitch-black spear is indeed extraordinary. Just now, Dongfang Su used almost all his strength to block the spear. It looks like a powerful weapon indeed, Dongfang Su said secretly. The next moment, but Dongfang Su took the initiative. No frills. It was just a very simple punch. But it made Yang Shunting feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. Dragon Emperor Fist. This is a move created by the Dongfang clan after years of observing the Purple Cloud Dragon. When it was passed to Dongfang Su, it was further improved. Because Dongfang Su had an epiphany in Floating Cloud Mountain, the power of the Dragon Emperor Fist became even greater than before. It can be considered as Dongfang Su's most powerful trick. As soon as this punch was thrown, it was like the Dragon Emperor himself had arrived. Suppress the heavens. Even someone as strong as Yang Shunting felt extremely fearful when facing the Dragon Emperor Fist. He swung the spear, infusing all his spiritual energy into it. The spear trembled violently. The next moment it flew out on its own. Head straight to Dongfang Su. The Dragon Emperor Fist attacks. Dongfang Su's punch hit the black spear directly. A moment of silence. Then it was like a volcanic eruption. Dongfang Su flew backwards and could hardly stand. The black spear also flew backwards towards Yang Shunting. Yang Shunting quickly reached out to catch it. However, he did not expect that the whole person was carried away by the black spear. The tiger's mouth was cracked. Yang Shunting managed to steady himself with great difficulty, his face full of horror. He found that his spear had dimmed. I didn't expect Dongfang Su to be so powerful. Yang Shunting was secretly awed. He originally thought that relying on the power of the black spear, he would be able to defeat Dongfang Su. But it seems now, Yang Shunting's thinking was too simple. If it weren't for the black spear, Yang Shunting would not be a match for Dongfang Su relying solely on his own strength. Even in terms of their cultivation level, Dongfang Su is actually better. Dongfang Su made many gains in Floating Cloud Mountain. His cultivation has reached the great perfection of Tong Tian and can almost be regarded as half a step into the realm of spirit refining. However, Yang Xining was only in the late Tongtian stage, and his cultivation was weaker than Dongfang Su's. With the help of the power of the Black Spear, Yang Xining was able to fight Dongfang Su to a draw. Yang Xining, I recently learned a new move, but I can't find anyone to perform it on. Today, I will use you to try this trick. Dongfang Su suddenly laughed. The words haven't finished yet. Then Dongfang Su's figure flashed. Then, Dongfang Su's figures appeared in the sky. Every figure looked drunk. He even showed various punching postures. This is a move that Dongfang Su created on his own after he obtained the Drunken Fist in Floating Cloud Mountain that day. Vientian Drunken Fist. What kind of move is this? Yang Xining was shocked. When Su Chanfeng below saw this scene, he was also shocked. He can actually comprehend Drunken Fist to such a level. While speaking, Su Chanfeng also glanced at Yi Qingyun beside him. But Yi Qingyun was watching with great interest, as if he didn't realize anything. Chapter 114, Who is the Master? Yang Xining, this move was taught to me by a master from my Tianwu dynasty. Today, I will let you experience its power. Above the sky, hundreds and thousands of Dongfang Su made their voices sound together. The momentum is quite huge. Yang Xining was shocked. Was it taught by some master from the Tianwu dynasty? Could it be that there are still unknown masters in the Tianwu dynasty? Just at this moment, these hundreds and thousands of Dongfang Su have already taken action. Each figure attacked with a drunken boxing posture. They all attacked Yang Xining. Yang Xining roared and swung the black spear. But as the spear was swung out, Dongfang Su in front of him suddenly changed his body's shape and easily avoided the black spear. Yang Xining was stunned. It's just this moment of being stunned. Dongfang Su seized the opportunity. For a while, all the figures changed simultaneously. False and true, true and false. Moreover, the moves of each figure are strange and unpredictable. It is impossible to see the clues. This is the subtlety of drunken boxing. There is no trace of the moves, and no flaws can be found. Yang Xining was dazzled for a moment, and could only hack and chop randomly. Pity. Dongfang Su, who performed the drunken fist of all things, was destined to be invincible. Bang, 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 bang. Fists came from all directions. Yang Xining was caught off guard. In an instant, he was hit by many punches. Although the power of these punches is not too great, but there are too many of them. Yang Xining was soon beaten to the point of vomiting blood and was defeated repeatedly in a miserable state. Puff! Another punch. Yang Xining was hit in the chest by a punch, blood spurted out, and his breath plummeted. After this punch, Dongfang Su did not continue to attack. All the figures in the sky disappeared in an instant. Only Dongfang Su was left standing with his hands behind his back. You lose, Dongfang Su said calmly. Yang Xining wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Dongfang Su, although extremely unwilling. But Yang Xining was also very clear at this moment. I have already lost. Even if he still had the strength to fight again, he could not be a match for Dongfang Su. If we insist on fighting, we will only lose more people and suffer more serious injuries. I lost. Yang Xining also admitted defeat very straightforwardly. Although he was an emperor, admitting defeat in public was not a glorious thing. But the emperor also has the mind of an emperor. There is no shame in admitting failure. Being unwilling to admit failure is truly shameful. Besides, Dongfang Su has always been nicknamed the strongest emperor among the 7 countries in the southern wilderness, and his name of martial emperor also comes from this. It is not shameful to be defeated by Dongfang Su. Very good. Then it's time for your Xianyuan dynasty to fulfill its promise. Dongfang Su said. Can. Yang Xining had just finished speaking when he changed the subject. But I have one condition. Dongfang Su's face darkened. You've already been defeated by me, and you still dare to negotiate? Yang Xining smiled. Who said you can't negotiate if you lose? Dongfang Su felt helpless. After all, Yang Xining is also the emperor. Even if he lost, he still had the capital to negotiate. Tell me about it. Dongfang Su asked. I want to meet the master you mentioned. Yang Xining said directly. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Su was stunned at first. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought this guy had some conditions. So that's it. However, Dongfang Su didn't dare to agree easily. After all, Yi Qingyun is a hermit master. Although Dongfang Su thought he was familiar with Yi Qingyun, but it's still a bit taboo to bring anyone to visit him. People live in seclusion in Fuyun Mountain just to seek peace and quiet. What will people think if you take people there all the time for no reason? They will definitely find you annoying. Just at this moment, Dongfang Su glanced downwards inadvertently. Why does this person on Laition Peak look so familiar? Looks like Yi Qingyan. I must have seen it wrong. Dongfang Su withdrew his gaze, but couldn't help but take another look. Huh? Dongfang was stunned for a moment. Why does this person look so much like Yi Qingyan? Etc. It seems to be Yi Qingyan. Isn't Su Changfeng standing right next to him? Dongfang Su was horrified. Yi Qingyan actually came here too. Could it be that he came here specifically to watch me fight with others? When I think of this, Dongfang Su couldn't help but feel a little proud. It seems that Master Yi still thinks highly of me and even came here to watch me fight with others. Dongfang Su was secretly delighted. It's like a little kid feeling happy when receiving attention from adults. This is how Dongfang Su feels at the moment. Since Master Yi is here, I should be able to introduce Yang Shunting to Master Yi without any problems. Thinking in his heart, Dongfang Su looked at Yang Shunting. I can take you to see that master right now. Yang Shunting was shocked. Really? Dongfang Su smiled slightly. Because that master has already arrived here. After saying that, Dongfang Su fell downwards. Yang Shunting was curious and followed him. Soon, the two emperors arrived at the Laition Peak together. It happened to fall where Yi Qingyun and others were. Sect Master Su. Dongfang Su first nodded to Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng nodded, then looked at Yang Shunting. Yang Shunting also looked at Su Changfeng. This person has a very deep cultivation. Yang Shunting could tell at a glance that Su Changfeng was a man of profound cultivation and was definitely not inferior to himself. Your Excellency? He couldn't help but ask. Su Changfeng from Xianjian sect. When Yang Shunting heard this, he suddenly understood. It turned out to be Su Changfeng, the leader of Xianjian sect. No wonder his cultivation is so high. But Su Changfeng shouldn't be the expert who guided Dongfang Su, right? Although Su Changfeng is strong, he is at most on par with Dongfang Su. Maybe even worse than Dongfang Su. Who could that expert be? Yang Shunting glanced around. He looked at the old blind man standing next to him. The old blind man looks a bit like a hermit. He also looked the oldest person there. This person must be an expert. Yang Shunting was full of confidence. He immediately came up to the old blind man and was about to bow to him. What are you doing? Dongfang Su looked at him strangely. I am here to pay my respects to the master. Yang Shunting asked in confusion. The corner of Dongfang Su's mouth twitched. This is not the master I am talking about. Yang Shunting was dumbfounded and extremely embarrassed. The old blind man chuckled and didn't care. Yang Shunting looked at the people around him again. He saw that Chu Hanyang had only one arm and seemed like a hermit, but I'm not sure. Then he thought that although Song Ruer looked weak, what if she was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years? As for the two sisters who looked similar, that is also very possible. Dongfang Su did not say whether there were one or two masters. As for Yi Qingyan, it was directly ignored by Yang Shunting. He didn't even notice what Yi Qingyan looked like. Yang Shunting, this is the master I told you about. At this time, Dongfang Su truly revealed Yi Qingyun's identity. Yang Shunting was stunned. What the hell? Is this young man the real master? Chapter 115, A Palm. Yang Shunting stared at Yi Qingyun blankly. He found it a little hard to accept. This seemingly ordinary young man could actually be the master that Dongfang Su mentioned. What kind of master is this? This young man doesn't even have the slightest fluctuation in his cultivation level. He is simply an ordinary mortal. Yang Shunting was a little unhappy. He felt that Dongfang Su didn't want to take him to see the real master, so he deliberately pointed to someone at random to fool him. Dongfang Su, are you teasing me on purpose? Yang Shunting said dissatisfiedly. Dongfang Su's expression changed. Don't be so presumptuous in front of a master. He also glanced at Yi Qingyun, fearing that Yi Qingyun would be unhappy. Fine. Yi Qingyun just looked confused, but did not show any displeasure. Master? You said he's a master? Yang Shunting looked at disdainful. I think he's just a mortal. How can he be considered a master? Dongfang Su was startled. I was just about to apologize to Yi Qingyun. But Yi Qingyun scratched his head. I'm sorry. I'm really not an expert. As he spoke, Yi Qingyun showed some apology. Seeing this, Yang Shunting looked at Dongfang Su with a squint. It seemed to be saying, look, he has admitted it himself, and you still want to lie to me? Dongfang Su was truly speechless. But he also remembered Yi Qingyun's usual attitude. That is, I have never considered myself superior. Moreover, I have always faced them as a mortal. Dongfang Su felt a little regretful. Yi Qingyan clearly didn't want to reveal his identity as a master. But he had brought Yang Xining here. Wouldn't that just cause trouble for Yi Qingyan? Fortunately, Lord Yi Qingyan was magnanimous and did not hold it against me. Otherwise, Dongfang Su was really afraid that Yi Qingyan would become so angry that his Tianwu dynasty would be flooded with blood. Yang Shanting, this Mr. Yi is my good friend. Dongfang Su quickly changed his words. Yang Shanting curled his lips. At this point, you still want to deceive me? Yang Shanting didn't say anything either. He glanced at Yi Qingyan. Then he directly attacked Yi Qingyun in the face with his palm. This action frightened everyone present. Stop! Except for the Lu sisters. Everyone else shouted in unison. But it was still too late. Yang Shanting's palm landed directly on Yi Qingyun's chest. Bang! A muffled sound. Everyone was in despair. It's over. Yang Shanting is in big trouble. If we anger Master Yi, the Xianyuan dynasty will be in calamity. What should I do? Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Yang Shanting hit Yi Qingyun on the chest with a solid palm. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone's eyes widened. They seemed to have seen the brutal scene where Yi Qingyun attacked in a rage and blasted Yang Shanting into pieces. They were even prepared to be implicated by Yang Shanting. But surprisingly, there were no brutal scenes. Yi Qingyun looked at Yang Shanting with confusion. Why are you filming me? Yang Shanting was also stunned. He looked at Yi Qingyun in astonishment. What the hell? Why are you filming me? Seeing Yang Shanting in a daze, Yi Qingyun thought that the other party didn't hear clearly, so he asked again. Yang Shanting was dumbfounded. In this palm strike, I used at least 80 of my strength, if not 100. Even if it was Dongfang Su, if he was caught off guard and hit by this palm of his, he would definitely vomit blood and get injured. But the young man in front of me looks like an ordinary person. But nothing happened. Is he really a hermit? Yang Shanting couldn't help but guess so. Yi Qingyun felt even more strange. Why did this guy suddenly pat his chest? Could it be that he has some special hobby? I have heard that these big shots are all weird, and today, Yi Qingyun really ran into one. Yi Qingyun looked at Yang Shanting with strange eyes. Dongfang Su saw that Yi Qingyun didn't seem to be angry, so he quickly pulled Yang Shanting back. His heart was trembling. I was afraid that Yang Shanting, this stubborn guy, would do something out of line again. Mr. Yi, he is joking with you. Dongfang Su said very embarrassedly. Yi Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Otherwise, he would really think that this guy had some weird quirks. Who would pat someone on the chest right away? Yang Shanting, why don't you quickly apologize to Master Yi? Dongfang Su glutted at Yang Shanting. Yang Shanting finally understood. Oh shit. It turns out that this person is really a hermit master? No wonder he acted like nothing happened after getting hit by me. This is what we call unfathomable. Yang Shanting couldn't help but feel a little regretful. I was so rude and reckless just now. He actually attacked Yi Qingyun. Fortunately, he is broad-minded and doesn't take it to heart. Otherwise, there might be terrible consequences. Mr. Yi, I apologize for offending you just now. Yang Shanting immediately bowed and said with an apologetic look on his face. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. Fine. Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yi Qingyun says it's okay, he will definitely not care about anything anymore. At this moment, the most shocked people were naturally the Lu sisters. The two of them were standing behind Yi Yun and were already confused at this moment. Who are we? Where are we? What are we doing? What is going on? The Lu sisters simply could not imagine that Dongfang Su and Yang Shanting, two high and mighty emperors, the most powerful beings in the 7 southern wilderness countries, would be so respectful to Yi Qingyun. What kind of existence did the two sisters choose to follow? The two sisters couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed to mean that we sisters have really followed the right person. If even two emperors had to be so respectful to him, then what could the enemies of the sisters matter to them? Master Yi, I will definitely come to visit you with a valuable gift someday. I will take my leave for now. Yang Shanting boed du Ye Qingyun. Ye Qingyun nodded. Okay, see you later. Goodbye. Yang Shanting left in a hurry. I have to leave. First he lost to Dongfang Su, and then he made a fool of himself in front of everyone. He was too embarrassed to stay any longer. Moreover, according to the previous agreement, he lost to Dongfang Su, and the Xianyuan dynasty was about to formally form an alliance with the Tianwu dynasty. This is also a big deal, and he needs to go back to take charge of the situation. A war that attracted worldwide attention came to an end. Those who witnessed it with their own eyes all talked about it with great relish. They were very fortunate to be able to witness such a stunning battle. Regardless of their cultivation level, this confrontation can bring them many benefits. Yi Qingyun followed everyone down the mountain. Mr. Yi, are you going back to Floating Cloud Mountain next? Dongfang Su asked. Yi Qingyun also wanted to return to Fuyun Mountain. But after thinking about it, it seems there is no point in going back. It would be better to stay out for a few more days. I want to go around again. Yi Qingyun said so. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Su's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that Yi Gao is hinting at me? Do you want me to take Master Yi to some ancient ruins or forbidden places? Chapter 116, Ancient Emperor's Tomb. It's too boring to stay in Fuyun Mountain. It's a rare opportunity to come out this time, so I'll play for a few more days before going back. You don't know how bored I'm staying alone in Floating Cloud Mountain. Is there any fun place nearby? Take me there. It's better to go somewhere unique and exciting. I won't go to any boring place. Yi Qingyun said so. When Dongfang Su heard this, he became more certain of his guess. Is this already a hint from Master Yi? This is completely a statement of myself. This is definitely because he wants me to take him to places like ancient ruins. Well, there must be nothing wrong with it. Master Yi, I know there's a very interesting place nearby. Why don't I take you there? Dongfang Su suggested. Yi Qingyun's eyes lit up. Is it an interesting place? Certainly. Is it far? It can be reached in one day. That's good. Let's go now. Good. So, Dongfang Su led the team personally and took Yi Qingyun and others to the southwest. Yi Qingyun did not forget to call Hui Kong and the others. Hui Kong and the 18 arhats did not follow them to the Lietian Peak, but were still chanting sutras and reciting Buddhist scriptures at the foot of the mountain. Yi Qingyun didn't dare to abandon them. Dongfang Su didn't bring many people with him. He only brought 4 personal guards, including Gu Yu. One day later, a group of people took a flying boat and arrived at a mountain range. Yi Qingyun found a flying boat very new and novel. Although the speed is not fast, it is very stable, and you can breathe fresh air. Very comfortable. Your Majesty, do you have any extra flying boats? Yi Qingyun asked Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su was stunned. Yes, I have. Yi Qingyun felt a little embarrassed. Can you give me one? As if he was afraid that Dongfang Su would be embarrassed, Yi Qingyun quickly added, it doesn't have to be too big, just the smallest flying boat will do. If it doesn't work, forget it. Dongfang Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The flying boat is not a treasure at all. Each of the 7 countries in the southern wilderness has one, and there are a lot of them. Mr. Yi, you are joking. When we return, I will have someone send you a flying boat. It will be the largest one. Yi Qingyun was overjoyed. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Mr. Yi is too polite. Dongfang Su was also very happy. Giving him a flying boat was nothing. The important thing is that I can rely on a flying boat to get closer to Yi Qingyun. The flying boat landed and everyone got off. Yi Qingyun looked around and couldn't help but sigh. It's a beautiful place with clear water and beautiful mountains, singing birds and fragrant flowers. It's a great place. Dongfang Su looked a little strange when he heard Yi Qingyun's words. This place has nothing to do with beautiful scenery. What Yi Qingyun saw was just the surface. This is a great place for a picnic. Yi Qingyun was full of praise. Picnic? Everyone looked confused. What does picnic mean? Could this be some profound and mysterious words from an expert? It's puzzling. Mr. Yi, what is a picnic? Dongfang Su asked curiously. Yi Qingyun looked strange. You don't even know about a picnic? Dongfang Su shook his head bitterly. He really doesn't know. Yi Qingyun sighed and shook his head. Dongfang Su's face was suddenly filled with shame. It seems that it is shameful not to know what a picnic is. A picnic means we use local materials, make a fire and cook, and eat together. Yi Qingyun explained. Everyone. After all this time, it turns out it's all related to eating. They thought it was something profound and mysterious. Mr. Yi, the place we're going to is still ahead. Dongfang Su pointed to the mountain wall, not far away. Yi Qingyun looked at it carefully. Isn't that a mountain? Dongfang Su nodded. It is indeed a mountain, but this mountain is extraordinary. I think only Master Yi can enter it. When Yi Qingyun heard this, he became quite curious. Is it so strange? He immediately walked towards that direction. Naturally, everyone followed immediately. Before reaching the rock wall, Yi Qingyun looked left and right, up and down. It's still just a bare rock wall. There was nowhere to go in. Your Majesty, where's the door to get in? Yi Qingyun turned around and asked. But Dongfang Su stretched out his hand and pressed on the rock wall. Suddenly, strange lines appeared on the rock wall. The next moment, Dongfang Su was bounced away by a force and took a few steps back. Master Yi, there's a special magic circle on this rock wall, and I still can't figure it out. Dongfang Su said helplessly. Yi Qingyun frowned. He knows nothing about magic circles. Why did you bring yourself here? Thinking of this, Yi Qingyun also reached out and touched it. Result. Buzz. All the lines on the rock wall collapsed. Immediately following. Boom. An invisible stone door opened in front of Yi Qingyun. Everyone was stunned, especially Dongfang Su. He had been here many times, but he still couldn't find the entrance to this ancient ruins. But unexpectedly, Yi Qingyun just stretched out his hand and pressed the door, and it opened by itself. Isn't the gap between people too big? What is going on? Yi Qingyun didn't expect it to be so easy. He looked back at Dongfang Su and found that everyone was in a daze. Is this the door we are going through? Dongfang Su reacted immediately and nodded excitedly. Master Yi is really amazing. This door opened in an instant when it came into Master Ye's hands. Yi Qingyun was speechless for a while. He did absolutely nothing but reached out and touched the rock wall. The stone gate appeared by itself. It's probably just a coincidence. Yi Qingyun looked inside the stone gate and saw that it was pitch black inside. He was a little scared. Hui Kong, why don't you guys walk in front? Yi Qingyun turned around and said, I will obey the command of the Holy Sun. Hui Kong responded immediately and led the 18 arhats towards the stone gate. Yi Qingyun and the others walked behind. When everyone entered the stone gate, the front suddenly became bright. Lamps carved from crystals emit bright light. The entire passage was illuminated. Except for Yi Qingyun, everyone else looked alert. After all, it is an ancient relic, and no one knows what kind of dangers may exist here. Even though they had an expert like Yi Qingyun following them, they still felt a little unsure. Yi Qingyun became excited. This place is really interesting. It feels a bit like a haunted house adventure. The group continued to move forward. Not long after, everyone stopped. I saw a figure standing in the passage ahead. This is a figure wearing gray armor. The face cannot be seen, and there's a gray mask on his face. His whole body was covered with thick dust. Everyone looked alert. Yi Qingyun looked at this person curiously. Click! The man suddenly moved. The dust on his body also fell off. Ancient Emperor's Mausoleum. Trespassers. Kill. Chapter 117, The Legend of the Great Zhou Dynasty. With a shout of kill, the mysterious man suddenly rushed towards everyone. Careful! Gu Yu and 4 other bodyguards immediately stepped forward and fought with the mysterious man. The ancient imperial mausoleum that the mysterious man mentioned made everyone except Yi Qingyun look shocked. Ancient Emperor's Mausoleum? Could this be the resting place of the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty? The old blind man said in shock. Very likely. Dongfang Su also nodded solemnly. Yi Qingyun was stunned when he heard this. What is the Great Zhou Ancient Emperor? What the hell is that? Seeing that Yi Qingyun didn't know, Dongfang Su explained. Mr. Yi, you don't know that tens of thousands of years ago, the southern wasteland was once a unified empire. However, due to the unrest in the world and some natural disasters, this great empire that once unified the southern wasteland disappeared. This great empire is called the Great Zhou Dynasty. A hint of longing appeared on Dongfang Su's face. This is a dynasty that countless people in the southern wilderness will never forget. Even after tens of thousands of years, there are still many people talking about the glory of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Every emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty was buried in the imperial mausoleum after his death, and the location of the imperial mausoleum has always been unknown to outsiders. The only exception is the last emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The last emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, who called himself the Ancient Emperor, once tried to turn the tide and save the crumbling Great Zhou Dynasty. It's a pity that he failed in the end. After his death, he was not buried in the imperial mausoleum. His body is missing. Having said that, Dongfang Su looked at the mysterious man in front of him who was fighting with Gu Yu and his 4 companions. Perhaps this is the resting place of the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Yi Qingyun heard it. Good job. Didn't you say you would take me to a nice place? Why did they start tomb robbing adventures out of nowhere? It's exciting though, but isn't this a bit too stimulating? I have also heard a legend. The old blind man said, back then, the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty had a premonition that the Great Zhou Dynasty could not be saved, so he moved the royal treasury. Countless people have searched for it for thousands of years, but to no avail. Some people speculate that if we find the tomb of this ancient emperor, we will find the we may be able to find the treasure of the great Zhou dynasty. As soon as these words came out, Dongfang Su's eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance. His expression immediately became fiery. The others also had different expressions. The treasure of the great Zhou. This existence is enough to drive countless people in the southern wilderness crazy, especially for the 7 countries in the southern wilderness. Whoever can obtain the treasure of the great Zhou dynasty may be able to recreate the glory of the great Zhou dynasty. And now, they have entered this place, which is suspected to be the ancient emperor's mausoleum. It is the most likely to find the treasure of the great Zhou. It seems like I've come to the right place this time. Dongfang Su couldn't help but feel a little excited. Seeing his excited look, everyone knew that the Emperor Wu had something in mind. No wonder. The coexistence of the 7 countries in the southern wilderness has lasted for thousands of years. Although there were constant disputes between them, no one was able to unify the southern wilderness. But if Dongfang Su got the treasure of the great Zhou, the situation would be different. Perhaps he will be another person who unifies the southern wilderness after the ancient emperor of the great Zhou dynasty. Of course, the prerequisite is that he can obtain the treasure of the great Zhou. If you can't find it, then it's undoubtedly just empty talk. Tomb robbing doesn't seem appropriate, Yi Qingyun said with some embarrassment. It's not that he thinks it's inappropriate. I just feel a little uneasy. Everyone looked at Yi Qingyun. Master Yi, do you think we should leave? Dongfang Su felt a little regretful. If Yi Qingyun insisted on leaving, then he would have to leave with him. Well, I think we shouldn't disturb the eternal sleep of our ancestors. Let's go, Yi Qingyun said quickly. But at this moment, why is the passage gone? Everyone turned around and looked. I saw that the passage I came from was gone. There was only a rock wall blocking them here. Yi Qingyun was shocked and rushed forward to check. This time, no matter how he slapped the rock wall, no portal appeared. Yi Qingyun was dumbfounded. I'll give you a long. This has trapped me and others here. If I had known this would happen, why the hell did I come in here? Yi Qingyun cursed in his heart. Dongfang Su and the others looked at each other. It seems that the only way for us to find a way out is to continue exploring. The old blind man sighed and said, Ye Vingyun, I don't want to stay here. It's so scary here. At this time, Gu Yu and his 3 companions were still fighting with the mysterious man. Because the place was narrow, although Gu Yu and his 3 companions were very powerful, they found it difficult to display their strength. Although the mysterious man was hit hard many times, he still stood firm. The old blind man narrowed his eyes and immediately noticed something unusual. This is a puppet. It would only be a waste of energy to continue fighting. Gu Yu and the other 3 had already realized that this mysterious man was not a flesh and blood person at all. But no matter what means they used, this puppet was difficult to defeat. Let me. Dongfang Su took action. Gu Yu and the other 3 cooperated very well and withdrew at the same time. Dongfang Su blasted out with one palm. The mysterious man was instantly beaten to pieces. But in the blink of an eye, the mysterious men gathered together again. Unharmed, Dongfang Su's expression also changed. Keep fighting like this. Even a strong man like him would not be able to afford it. Your Majesty, let us brothers give it a try. The old blind man spoke. Dongfang Su looked at the old blind man. Are you too sure? The old blind man laughed and said, as the heirs of Taiyan's sect, we are also somewhat proficient in puppetry. After saying that, the old blind man and Chu Hanyang stepped forward together. Just at this moment, the mysterious man had already come over with a knife. Certainly, the old blind man made a hand seal and shouted loudly. An invisible force suddenly enveloped the mysterious puppet. The puppet immediately became unable to move. Junior brother, the old blind man shouted. Chu Hanyang took action immediately. A bronze mirror appeared in Chu Hanyang's hand. Chu Hanyang pointed the bronze mirror at the puppet. Buzz! The puppet shook all over and then stopped moving. Crash! With the naked eye, wisps of yellow sand can be seen flowing out from the gaps in the puppet's armor. Then, the armor broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Nailed it! The old blind man breathed a sigh of relief. Dongfang Su's face was full of surprise. The heir of Taiyan's sect is indeed a good man. The old blind man waved his hand. It's just a little trick. I'm embarrassed to show it in front of your majesty. I have heard of the reputation of Taiyan's sect for a long time, but I have never seen it. Today I saw the methods of the 2 of you, and they are really well deserved. Your majesty, you are too kind. We brothers really don't have any special abilities. If there's a chance, I hope you two can come to my palace as guests. Of course, of course. We brothers have long wanted to visit His Majesty. Yi Qingyan looked at the old blind man and Dongfang Su chatting with each other, and actually became polite with each other. All right, stop wasting time and find a way out. Yi Qingyan couldn't help but interrupt them. Chapter 118, A Slap to Wake Up. The group continued to move forward. The passage seemed to have no end. After walking for a long time, I still couldn't get out. As for the puppet, everyone encountered it several times. When I encountered it for the second time, the number of puppets increased from 1 to 2. It was still the old blind man and Chu Hanyang who took action and easily dealt with the 2 puppets. When they met for the third time, they had turned into 4 puppets. The fourth time, 8 puppets appeared. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang encountered some difficulties when dealing with these 8 puppets. With the help of Dongfang Su, he was able to barely get rid of the 8 puppets. But everyone couldn't help but worry. The 8 puppets are not easy to deal with. What should we do if we encounter more puppets later? I'm afraid that by then, it will be up to Master Yi to take action. Everyone had this thought in their mind. It is because Yi Qingyun is among them that they have full confidence. Otherwise, they would really not dare to go any further. We walked for a while longer. The puppet did not appear again. However, murals began to appear on the rock walls on both sides. This is a mural from the ancient Zhou dynasty. Dongfang Suixglamth. Everyone looked towards the murals on both sides. It is obvious that the mural is very old. The colors have faded, but I can still see it very clearly. From the establishment of the great Zhou dynasty, to its heyday in the middle, to the subsequent chaos in the southern wilderness, to the final fall of the ancient emperor. This mural records the entire life of the great Zhou dynasty from its establishment to its fall. Everyone was immersed in it involuntarily. Before their eyes, they seemed to see the establishment of a dynasty and countless heroes stepping onto the stage of history. One after another, touching, tragic, and hateful stories keep appearing on the murals. Unconsciously, everyone was affected by the mural, and their consciousness became confused. Even someone with a high level of cultivation like Dongfang Su just stood there motionless, with a fanatical look on his face. Only one person. It seems very special. That is Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun looked left and right. Although he could understand the content on the mural, he was not completely affected by it like others. I don't know who left this mural. It's a bit crude, but I can barely understand it. Yi Qingyun muttered this. He turned around and looked. Why are everyone else stunned? He looked at the expressions of the others, and they looked as if they were possessed. What's going on? Yi Qingyun pushed the old blind man beside him. The latter didn't react at all. His eyes were still dull as he stared at the mural. Only then did Yi Qingyun realize that something was wrong. He quickly slapped the old blind man. Bang! The slap was so loud that the old blind man turned around on the spot. After this blow, the old blind man actually came to his senses. He looked at Yi Qingyun blankly and touched his face again. Master Yi, why did you hit me? Yi Qingyun was speechless. If I don't hit you, you might not wake up. Yi Qingyun pointed at the others. When the old blind man saw it, he was shocked. He could tell at a glance that the others were distracted by the mural. I must have been the same as them just now. If it weren't for Yi Qingyun's slap, I would have found it difficult to wake up. Thank you, Master Yi, for saving me. The old blind man quickly thanked him. Yi Qingyun, don't thank me yet. Just wake up everyone else. Good. The old blind man followed suit and quickly slapped others in the face. He first walked up to Chu Hanyang and slapped him in the face. Chu Hanyang was slapped and just staggered a little, but he did not wake up. The old blind man was a little surprised. Another slap. In the end, Chu Hanyang still didn't wake up. The old blind man attacked Chu Hanyang in the face with arrows left and right. Chu Hanyang's face was swollen, but I still haven't woken up. The old blind man was embarrassed. He looked at Yi Qingyun with a pleading look. Ye Vingyun Sikit. He could only go over and slap Chu Hanyang in the face. This time, it really woke Chu Hanyang up. Chu Hanyang's eyes regained clarity. As soon as he woke up, he covered his face with his one arm and screamed. Who hit me? The old blind man was extremely embarrassed. Junior brother, I was the one who beat him. Chu Hanyang stared at the old blind man. Brother, why did you hit me? If I don't hit you, you won't wake up. The old blind man also imitated Yi Qingyun's just now and pointed at other people. Chu Hanyang understood immediately after seeing it. Thank you, brother. Chu Hanyang quickly thanked him. The old blind man waved his hands repeatedly, I was also awakened by Master Yi. Chu Hanyang then looked at Yi Qingyun in surprise. But Yi Qingyun had already started to slap other people. Snap, snap, snap. Yi Qingyun slapped everyone on the face. Everyone woke up one after another. What's wrong with me? It seems like someone slapped you just now. Why does my head feel dizzy? Everyone was at a loss. The old blind man explained the situation to everyone, and then everyone realized what had just happened. Thank you, Master Yi. If it weren't for Master Yi, we would be in real danger. This place is so weird. Everyone expressed their gratitude. Yi Qingyun didn't think anything of it, but everyone knew it very well. Just now, everyone was affected by the mural, except Yi Qingyun. It was Yi Qingyun who woke everyone up. What does this mean? This shows that Yi Qingyun has a profound cultivation level and can completely ignore the influence of this mural. It seems that we can only get out of this trip safely with the help of Yi Gaoren. Everyone has this idea. They didn't dare to look at the mural any longer, so they calmed themselves down and continued walking forward. Finally, everyone walked out of the passage, came to a place where everything suddenly became clear. A palace. This is a very magnificent and ancient palace. At first glance, it looks like a palace. This is the palace style of the former Great Zhou dynasty. Dongfang Suixglamth. Look at the palace gate. Chu Hanyang pointed at the palace gate. Everyone looked intently. His expression suddenly changed. Then I saw a man in black robe standing at the palace gate. This man in black robe is different from the puppet scene in the passage before. This is a real person, but at this moment, the man in black robe had his eyes closed and did not move, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. Don't act rashly. The old blind man quickly greeted everyone, but someone still accidentally took 2 steps and touched something. The man in black robe suddenly opened his eyes. An indescribable majestic aura instantly enveloped the scene. Even Dongfang Su, who had profound cultivation, couldn't help but hold his breath. A strong person in the spirit refining realm. Dongfang Su was shocked. Chapter 119I. Yi Qingyun will kneel down and beg for mercy. God refining realm. This is a realm that 90 of the warriors in the world need to look up to. In the entire southern wilds, the number of masters in the spirit refining realm can be counted on one hand. Even as strong as the martial emperor Dongfang, Su has not yet been able to enter the realm of spirit refining and is still half a step away. But the aura exuded by the black-robed man who was blocking the way was truly that of a person at the spirit refining realm. So terrifying. For a moment, everyone felt a sense of oppression. You who trespass into the ancient emperor's mausoleum are guilty of death. The word death penalty was like a huge mountain pressing down on one's head. Everyone present felt their bodies sink as if a heavy burden had been placed on their shoulders. Only Dongfang Su, who had a high level of cultivation, felt slightly less pressure. But it still made Dongfang Su's face look very solemn. There's only Yi Qingyun. He seemed to feel nothing and stood there with a confused look on his face. He also looked at the others, and seeing that they were all gritting their teeth and persevering, he couldn't help but become even more confused. What's going on? The man in black robe raised a hand. He raised his head slightly towards the crowd. Not good. Dongfang Su shouted loudly and used his own strength to forcibly break free from the oppression of the man in black robe and rushed directly towards the man in black robe. The man in black robe was slightly surprised. It seemed he had not expected that anyone would break free from his bonds. Half a step to spiritual cultivation, not bad. The man in black robe glanced at Dongfang Su, and there seemed to be admiration in his words. Seeing Dongfang Su attacking, the man in black robe did not stand idly by, but stretched out a finger. A mysterious finger. Boom! An extremely condensed finger light, carrying a powerful and majestic aura, came straight towards Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su was not afraid at all, and his powerful aura turned into a fist print. Bang! The fist and the finger collided, causing a dull sound. However, the fist print dissipated in an instant, and the finger light also disappeared into thin air. You are indeed good enough to be able to break my mysterious finger. The man in black robe nodded slightly, expressing his affirmation of Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su did not relax at all, although he blocked the black robe man's moves. But he could also see that the man in black robe was not trying his best. Next, it's the second mysterious finger. The man in black robe attacked again. A more condensed finger light emerged. Faster speed. The breath is stronger. Dongfang Su's pupils shrank. If I can't block this finger, I will definitely be seriously injured. He didn't hesitate at all. He used his signature dragon fist. A dragon shadow emerged from the fist print. Boom! Dongfang Su was shocked by the huge force and retreated repeatedly. Blood even flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was deeply shocked. This is the first time that Dongfang Su has encountered such a strong opponent since he made great progress in his cultivation. People like you shouldn't come here, let alone disturb the ancient emperor's slumber. The man in black robe shook his head. He attacked again. 3 mysterious fingers. A finger beam with even greater power appeared. This is a fatal blow. Dongfang Su was horrified. He knew that he might not be able to withstand this finger light. But there is no way out now. Go all out. Without reservation. Boom! Dongfang Su retreated repeatedly, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly turned pale. His Majesty, Guyu and the other 3 hurried forward and supported the staggering Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su's face changed, and he was almost speechless. The old blind man and others were all terrified. Even Dongfang Su was easily defeated by the man in black robe. People like me are no match for this person. Unless the old blind man and the others looked at Yi Qingyun. Unless this person takes action, there's a chance of winning. Now that Dongfang Su has been defeated, it is estimated that this guy will not hide his weakness anymore. The true strength must be revealed. Dongfang Su also looked at Yi Qingyun, thinking that he had done his best, and master, you should not blame him. It's not shameful. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Yi Qingyun was stunned. What the hell are you looking at me for? Can I go up and fight? It made me quite nervous. Yi Qingyun was extremely embarrassed. He really wanted to say something. But in such an atmosphere, everything we say seems weird. As a close follower of His Majesty the Ancient Emperor, I sentence you to death right now. The black-robed man's words rang out again. His hand was raised again. Everyone became nervous, and his eyes looked at Yi Qingyun with more anticipation. The master should also take action, right? Let us see the real methods of a master. Yi Qingyun was completely numb. Am I really going to die here today? Digging graves is really not a job for humans. Digging graves is fun. Keep digging graves? No, they were all sent to the crematorium. Yi Qingyun gritted his teeth in his heart. I, Yi Qingyun, am young and promising in the prime of my life. How can I die here? No, I must survive. This man in black robe looks powerful, but he's also quite polite. As long as I kneel down and beg him loudly and cry, maybe he will spare my life. It was a happy decision. I, Yi Qingyun, just beg for mercy. Not only ask for mercy, but also cry bitterly and express real feelings. Make sure others are embarrassed to kill you. This is the highest level of begging for mercy. Although it's a bit embarrassing, but losing face is better than losing your life. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyun suddenly took a step forward. He was about to kneel on the ground in the most handsome posture. When everyone saw Yi Qingyun standing up, they were all overjoyed. The master is really going to take action. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must take good care of it and don't miss it. Just when Yi Qingyun was about to kneel down, plop! Unexpectedly, the man in black robe knelt down first. This kneeling completely confused Yi Qingyun. What does this mean? Go my way and leave me with nowhere to go. Could it be that this guy knew that Yi Qingyun, was going to kneel down and beg for mercy? So he knelt down in front of me first and then killed me with a clear conscience? Isn't that too cruel? It's simply not leaving myself any chance to survive. Everyone else was also confused. Why is the situation different from what I expected? I didn't see Master Yi take any action, so why did this man just kneel down? Or was it that this person realized how powerful Master Yi was and was frightened, so he knelt down and begged for mercy first, making Master Yi feel embarrassed to kill him? If that's true, then the man in black is quite clever. Master Yi is truly an out-of-this-world expert. He has already intimidated this person without even making a move. Dongfang Su was filled with admiration, and his awe for Yi Qingyun deepened a lot. How can we guess what Master Yi is like? He is simply unfathomable. The old blind man was also filled with emotion. Such a powerful expert in the spirit-refining realm doesn't even have the courage to attack Master Yi. Master Yi is really too terrifying. Xu Hanyang's face was filled with shock, just when everyone thought that was the case. The man in black robe looked at Yi Qingyun with tears in his eyes. Your Majesty, you are back. Chapter 120: The Secret of the Ancient Emperor's Reincarnation. His Majesty? Upon hearing the black-robed man's address, everyone, including Yi Qingyun, was stunned. Wait, what's going on? Your Majesty? Who is this man in black robe calling Your Majesty? Could be Yi Qingyun? Your Majesty, is it really you? The man in black robe came to Yi Qingyun on his knees and kowtowed to him several times. This really confused Yi Qingyun. It's a bit unclear what's going on. Are you calling me? Yi Qingyun asked tentatively. The man in black robe nodded repeatedly. Yes, Your Majesty. Have you forgotten? Yi Qingyun thought. Didn't I forget? I have no impression at all. Besides, I am not the Majesty you mentioned at all. This is an outrageous mistake of identifying the wrong person. I can't remember clearly. Please remind me. Yi Qingyun said awkwardly. The man in black robe stared at Yi Qingyun in astonishment. Your Majesty, you are the ancient emperor, and your appearance is exactly the same. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. The ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty actually looks exactly like Yi Qingyun. What's going on? Could it be that the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty is not actually dead? Yi Qingyun is the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty? This is not impossible. If Yi Qingyun is really the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty as rumored, then it can explain why Yi Qingyun is so mysterious and powerful. Isn't this right? Your Majesty, before you died, you once said that even if you died, you would come back one day. The black-robed man's face was filled with excitement. I knew that Your Majesty would perform the secret method of reincarnation, but I didn't expect it to take so long. Tens of thousands of years have passed before your reincarnated body arrived here. These words made Yi Qingyun even more confused. Am I really the reincarnation of the ancient emperor? Because I am the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, I look exactly like this so-called ancient emperor of the Great Zhou. Even I myself began to believe it. But Yi Qingyun knew very well. I am not the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. He is a time traveler with a good pedigree, although he is just an average person and does not have the same strength as other time travelers. But I am indeed a time traveler. You can't force yourself to become the reincarnation of an ancient emperor just because you are weak, right? Yi Qingyun knew it clearly in his heart, but others may not think so. After hearing what the black-robed man said, Dongfang Su and the others became even more suspicious. Could it be that Master Yi is really the reincarnation of the ancient emperor? It's very possible. Otherwise, how could Master Yi look exactly like the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty? So there is such a connection. The ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty was very famous. Although he was the last emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, he also left a significant mark in many historical records. Even though the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty passed away, there are still countless people who miss him and feel sorry for him. There are even many people who have conducted in-depth research on the Great Zhou dynasty and have suggested that if it were not for the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty who turned the tide, the Great Zhou dynasty would have perished long ago. It was the appearance of the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou that prolonged the Great Zhou dynasty for hundreds of years. He is not a king who lost his country. Instead, he was a hero who tried his best under the general trend, but ultimately suffered the consequences. A hero will naturally not be despised or ridiculed by others. There will only be countless people praising him and missing him. Your Majesty has returned. As your former subjects, we will continue to follow Your Majesty until death. The man in black robe said in a sonorous voice, his face full of determination. Yi Qingyun was a little embarrassed. He really wanted to tell the man in black that he was not the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, nor was he Your Majesty. But right now, it seems better not to say anything. Just think of this as a beautiful misunderstanding. You get up first. Yi Qingyun spoke out. I haven't kneeled before Your Majesty for many years. Please let me kneel for a while longer. Okay. So, the man in black robe knelt in front of Yi Qingyun for a long time. Only after Yi Qingyun's repeated requests did he stand up. Even after standing up, the man in black robe still looked at Yi Qingyun with the utmost respect. That look made Yi Qingyun feel uncomfortable all over. Well, it's been too long. I can't remember clearly what happened back then. What on earth is going on with this mausoleum? Yi Qingyun pretended to be confused and asked the man in black robe. The black-robed man immediately said, Your Majesty, In order to save the Great Zhou, you spent your entire life cultivating and forcibly deduced the way of heaven and spied on the secrets of the heavens 10,000 years later. However, you suffered a backlash from the way of heaven and were seriously injured and dying. Your Majesty, before you died, you said that the Great Zhou would not perish, but would remain silent for a long time. 10,000 years later, the Great Zhou would rise again and would bring unprecedented glory. And before you died, Your Majesty, you performed the secret method of reincarnation and told me that you would eventually come back. You asked me to hide in the mausoleum that had already been built, isolate myself from life, and wait for your return. Having said this, the man in black robe became excited again. I've been guarding here for so long, and finally Your Majesty has arrived. Yi Qingyun was surprised. It turns out that the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou did so many things before his death. He is both deducing the way of heaven and practicing the secret method of reincarnation. This really makes him awesome. According to what you said, besides you, there are other people from the Great Zhou here? Yi Qingyun asked. Yes, in addition to my subordinates, Your Majesty's 36 heavenly generals, 72 earthly generals, and 108 royal guards are all guarding here. Ghost, there are quite a lot of people. What about the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly generals? They're just like the heroes of Liangshan. It's scary. And who are you? I'm one of the 108 royal guards. Fortunately, Your Majesty has given me the name Wu Gui. Immaculate? Is this also called a name? Ye Vingyun Complain Inyardli. If it were him, he would never give his subordinates such an ugly name. At least he should be called Long Batian or something like that. It's a deterrent when it's spoken out. When Dongfang Su and others heard Wuqiu's words, they were all shocked. With Wuqiu's strength and his cultivation level at the spirit refining realm, he is just one of the 108 royal guards. There are another 107 people who are as strong as him. There are 108 people who are stronger than him. This is simply terrifying. If they all went out, wouldn't the entire southern wilderness be in chaos? Who can stop so many masters? I am afraid that even if the Great Zhou dynasty is restored on the spot, it will be too late for the 7 kingdoms in the southern wilderness to submit. Yi Qingyun was so happy. It seems that I am really lucky this time. How can you get so many powerful thugs for no reason? I wonder who will dare to mess with me again in the future. Let me ask my brothers first. Where are they now? Call them out quickly. Yi Qingyun asked excitedly. Wuk shook his head. They all fell into a deep sleep, and I was the first to wake up. Yi Qingyun was stunned. Then why not just wake them up? Your Majesty, you forgot that except for me, everyone else has the mark you left on them. Only you can resolve it and make them wake up. Chapter 121, isn't this just mosquito coil? So that's how it is. Yi Qingyun curled his lips. If that was the case, he would have to give up the idea of taming a group of thugs. He didn't have the ability to wake up those sleeping guys. My body should be in here, right? Yi Qingyun pointed to the ancient palace not far away. My body? This sounds weird. Your Majesty's dragon body is indeed sleeping in the underground palace. We have been guarding it carefully, and no one has ever entered the underground palace. Wuk nodded and said, Well, let's go in and take a look. Yi Qingyun said. Wuqiu was startled, then looked at Dongfang Su and others not far away. Your Majesty, who are these people? Oh, they are my friends. Yi Qingyun said casually. Friend? Upon hearing these 2 words, Wuqiu was immediately surprised. In his impression, His Majesty the Ancient Emperor has no friends. What we have is only the kingly way and strength. But since he is a friend of His Majesty the Ancient Emperor, there is nothing much to say. I will open the door to the underground palace right away. Wuk said. Good. Yi Qingyun looked back at everyone and gave them a wink. It seemed as if he was asking everyone, Do you think I'm awesome? What else can everyone do? He could only look at Yi Qingyun with admiration. Only Huikong looked confused. He scratched his bald head. Master Yi is clearly the holy son of Buddhism. How come he became the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty? Huikong was very confused. He suddenly felt that his bald head seemed not enough. Perhaps the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty was just one of the reincarnations of the Holy Sun. Huikong could only guess this way, because ancient Buddhist scriptures have mentioned that some high-ranking Buddhists will go through reincarnation, experience the bitter fruits of hundreds of lifetimes, and ultimately achieve Bodhi. As the Holy Son of Buddhism, Yi Qingyun has probably experienced many lives as mentioned in the Buddhist scriptures. The ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty was just one of the many lives he had experienced. Thinking of this, Huikong suddenly felt relieved. It must be like this. The Holy Son must have experienced many lives. Only in this way can one be worthy of the title of the Holy Son of Buddhism. After experiencing many shocks, the Lu sisters are now numb. No matter how horrifying the thing was that happened to Yi Qingyun, they would not find it strange. The two sisters have completely determined that the Master Yi they are following is an extremely powerful person. It was completely beyond their imagination. The sisters were all secretly delighted. Following Yi Qingyun should be the best choice they have ever made in their lives. The two sisters held on to this towering tree tightly, no matter what. Even if it means committing herself to Yi Qingyun, she would not hesitate. Even in the eyes of the two sisters, it would be a great honor for them if Yi Qingyun could favor them once. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang felt quite complicated. In their minds, Yi Qingyun is unfathomable. The future emperor of Southern Wilderness is Yi Qingyun's disciple. The Buddhist sect in the Western Territory regards Yi Qingyun as the holy son of Buddhism. The masters of the Tianwu dynasty all regarded Yi Qingyun as a hermit. And now, the mysterious halo around Yi Qingyun is now further enhanced by the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. It's really terrifying. It makes one want to take a deep breath. Brother, do you think this Master Yi is a saint? Chu Hanyang was secretly communicating with the old blind man using Tai and Sek's unique method of transmitting sound. Shut up. The old blind man looked extremely serious. The karma of the saints is extremely powerful. Even if we discuss it secretly, we will be affected by the karma of the saints. Even if it's in your mind, don't speculate. When Chu Hanyang heard this, he quickly calmed down. But the old blind man's words had already answered Chu Hanyang's question from the side. Ye Vingyun. He may very well be a true saint. At this time, Wuk had already arrived in front of the palace gate. There is also a painting engraved on the gate. That was the scene when the Great Zhou dynasty was at its most glorious. An emperor stands proudly in the clouds. Below, there are countless sentient beings kneeling devoutly. This is a picture of all races paying homage to the emperor. Although it is just a painting, it can show how powerful the Zhou dynasty was at that time. Wuk took a deep breath and placed his hands on both sides of the palace gate. Buzz! A mysterious force instantly covered the entire palace gate. Boom! The palace gate slowly opened. However, there was a refreshing fragrance wafting from inside the palace gate. When the people outside smelled the fragrance, they all couldn't help but feel refreshed. They felt their ears and eyes become sharper, and their blood seemed to become more active, especially the injured Dongfang Su. I even felt that my injuries were recovering faster. Everyone was amazed for a moment. Only Yi Qingyun sniffed and felt that the smell was very familiar. There is no other feeling besides this. And the more I smell it, the more familiar it feels. Suddenly, Yi Qingyun's expression turned strange. Isn't this the smell of mosquito coils? As expected, when the palace gate was completely opened, the ancient lanterns hanging on both sides appeared. Inside the glass cover of the lamp, there were some spiraling and curved objects burning. The fragrance wafts from these spiraling and curved objects. Are these the calming and soothing incense mentioned in ancient books? The old blind man was knowledgeable and spoke immediately. Wuk smiled slightly. Yes, this is indeed a calming incense. It was often used in the palace back then. The old blind man looked shocked. Incense that calms the mind and soothes the nerves is an extremely rare item. It is said that in the distant dark sea, there lives a huge creature called the giant koan. This calming and soothing incense is made by melting the special body fluids from the giant koan. When a warrior is practicing, if he can light a plate of calming incense beside him, it can avoid the danger of going astray, improve the efficiency of practice, cleanse the mind, and have many benefits. But this item is extremely precious. Nowadays, in the southern wilderness, it is estimated that only the most hidden ancient clans may have some calming incense. Even in Dongfang Su's palace, there was no such thing. The Great Zhou dynasty is indeed generous. Yes, such a rare item should be hung here as a decoration. Too extravagant, too arrogant. Everyone praised it highly, and Wuk also had a look of pride on his face. It was as if he was a country boy who had never seen the world, and that Wu Qiu, a city boy, was showing off his power. Yi Qingyun was speechless. Isn't this mosquito coil? How come it looks like a treasure from heaven? He can make this thing himself, and he can have as much as he wants. Is it necessary to make so much noise? Chapter 122. Where is the Great Zhou treasure? A group of people walked into the underground palace. Everyone was very excited. Being able to explore the mausoleum of the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty is a rare opportunity in this lifetime. Passing through a long corridor lined with calming incense sticks, they soon arrived in front of a large hall. This is a very magnificent palace. 18 stone pillars like Optimus Prime support the front of the hall. Each stone pillar is carved with a different majestic figure. The only thing these 18 figures have in common is that they are all wearing dragon robes. As majestic as a king, Your Majesty, these are the 18 former emperors of the Great Zhou. Wuqiu introduced Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun looked up at the 18 figures and felt nothing. The others all showed admiration. They all bowed to the 18 figures. Anyway, these are the 18 emperors of the past, worthy of their respect. There were only 19 emperors in the Great Zhou dynasty. The ancient emperor of the Great Zhou was also the last generation of emperors. The main entrance of the hall was open. A silver stream flowed out from the hall and split into 2 tributaries outside the hall gate. These 2 tributaries surround the entire hall, forming a square waterway. Amazingly, the silver stream is still flowing. Even after tens of thousands of years, it has never dried up. What kind of water flow is this? How can it last for tens of thousands of years without drying up? Dongfang Su's face was full of surprise. Wu Go smiled faintly. This is Tianjin water. Tianjin water. Upon hearing these 3 words, everyone except Yi Qingyun, the idiot, was shocked. Tianjin Shui. This is actually Tianjin Shui. It is said that Tianjin water is the only proof of its existence in the prehistoric times. It is a natural treasure that has existed since the prehistoric times. I have always thought that this was all made up by the ancients to prove the ancient times. How could it be true? This is unbelievable. I can actually see the real Tianjin water. There has always been a unified saying throughout the world. That is, before the ancient times, there was a mysterious period of primitive times. In the ancient times, everything was in chaos. There are giant beasts that devour all living things. There is a 9-headed giant snake raging in the raging sea. There is a giant 10,000 feet tall chasing the scorching sun. There are ferocious ancients who shattered stars with their bare hands. That was an unimaginable era. Even the warriors of ancient times found it difficult to find any traces proving the existence of the primitive times. Only Tianjin water. Tianjin water comes from the ancient times and is eternal, possessing the eternal breath of life. Legend has it that it was the rootless water that gave birth to many living things on Earth. Rootless water will exist forever, unless the heaven and earth collapse and the sun and the moon turn upside down. In ancient times, there was a man with extraordinary luck. He obtained a strand of rootless water and became an overlord. According to legend, the founding monarch of the Tang dynasty in the East was reborn with the help of a drop of rootless water, which led to the establishment of the current Tang Empire. Even in the distant Western Buddhist world, there's a legend about the existence of rootless water. 1,000 years ago, a young monk was meditating and chanting under a Bodhi tree when a drop of rootless water fell on his forehead. The young monk attained enlightenment instantly. It has become a long-standing legend in Buddhism. And at this moment, a stream of water like a brook. It is actually formed entirely by rootless water. How horrifying this is. No wonder people reacted so strongly. It's really shocking. Rootless water. It involves the existence of the ancient times and those fascinating legends. How not to be shocking? This is impossible. Even if the Great Zhou dynasty once unified the southern wilderness, it would be impossible to collect so much Tianjin water. The old blind man recovered from his shock and became somewhat skeptical. Wuk nodded. Indeed, Tianjin water is very rare. The Tianjin water here was not collected by our Great Zhou dynasty. The old blind man was startled. Where does all this Tianjin water come from? Wuqiu looked at Yi Qingyun. The latter looked bewildered. Could it be related to me again? No. Is it related to the so-called ancient emperor of the Great Zhou? It was His Majesty the ancient emperor who found a secret place with some remaining heavenly root water. He took the only trace of heavenly root water and diluted it into this stream. After hearing this, everyone finally understood. It turns out that this stream of water is not the real Tianjin water, but has been diluted by Tianjin water. But even so, the value of this stream is still unimaginable. After all, It has been diluted with real Tianjin water. Taking out a little bit of it at random may cause competition among various forces. This stream of water is the foundation of the mausoleum. No one is allowed to move it without permission. Wuqiu saw that Dongfang Su and the others seemed to be interested, and said in a neither light nor heavy tone, "This is to warn them not to take Tianjin water." Dongfang Su and others felt a little embarrassed. They really want to take some away from here. It's a pity that this idea seems unrealistic. Following the stream, everyone went inside. An empty and majestic hall came into view. Above the main hall, there is a statue of 9 flying dragons. And in the middle of this statue of 9 flying dragons, there's a purple and gold coffin hanging. It's a no-brainer. The coffin that could be placed here must be used to store the body of the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. Wuqi's face showed fanaticism and awe. He knelt down in front of the purple gold coffin. His Majesty the Ancient Emperor. Really? This is the coffin used to hold the body of the ancient Emperor Dragon. Everyone followed suit and saluted. Yi Qingyun is no exception. However, everyone looked at him with strange eyes, as if they thought it was very strange that Yi Qingyun, as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, was saluting the ancient emperor's dragon body. After the ceremony, Wuqiu looked at Yi Qingyun with anticipation. "Your Majesty has returned now, and he must be bringing us to revive the Great Zhou." These words made Yi Qingyun not know how to respond for a moment. Revive the Great Zhou? The Great Zhou has been gone for tens of thousands of years. There is no hope of revival. Don't tell me that I'm not the reincarnation of an ancient emperor at all. Even if I am really the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, with the current situation outside, would I sacrifice my head to help you revive the Great Zhou? Ahem, reviving the Great Zhou is of course imperative, but we must wait for the right time and not act blindly. Yi Qingyun could only speak vaguely. Wuk nodded repeatedly. "Your Majesty is right. Although I have not been to the outside world for tens of thousands of years, I think the outside world has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Reviving the Great Zhou is by no means an easy task. Your Majesty must make a careful plan." Yi Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. "Fine. This guy is easy to fool. By the way, where's my Great Zhou treasure? If the treasure is there, the cause of revival will be much easier." Yi Qingyun said so. Everyone became more excited. After so long, we are finally reaching the treasure of the Great Zhou. But unexpectedly, Wuqiu looked confused. Treasure? What Great Zhou treasure? His behavior actually stunned everyone. What's going on? Could it be that even Wuqiu, the ancient emperor's personal guard, doesn't know the whereabouts of the Great Zhou treasure? Or is it that there is no treasure of the Great Zhou at all? Are legends all lies? Chapter 123. The ancient emperor is going to transform into a corpse? Isn't there any treasure of the Great Zhou dynasty? Yi Qingyun couldn't help but ask. Wuk shook his head. "It seems that your Majesty has really forgotten a lot of things. When the Great Zhou was facing a crisis of life and death, it was your Majesty who exhausted all the resources in the national treasury and forcibly extended the national fortune of the Great Zhou for 200 years. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun was speechless. Dongfang Su and others were speechless. After all this fuss, it turns out that the rumor about the Great Zhou treasure was false. This is really a scam. The legend of the Great Zhou treasure has been passed down to this day, and countless people believe it. I don't know how many people are looking for the treasure of the Great Zhou. Now Dongfang Su and his companions have finally arrived at the mausoleum of the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. As a result, they were told that the treasure of the Great Zhou was fake. There isn't at all. If this gets out, I'm afraid countless people will beat their chests and cry. Ahem, if there is none, then there is none. Yi Qingyun touched his nose awkwardly. Anyway, the treasure is good to him, so it would be good if he had it. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. Your Majesty, you once said that if you want to restore your country, it does not depend on any treasures, but on the inheritance of the Great Zhou. What said so? Before Yi Qingyun could react, Dongfang Su, the old blind man, and others behind him were all trembling violently. The inheritance of the Great Zhou? Could it be that, according to the instructions of His Majesty before his death, all the books in the Great Zhou arsenal have been stored here? What said? Really? Dongfang Su and the others suddenly became extremely excited. The classics of the Great Zhou arsenal. They are all here. This is 10 times more valuable than any treasure. What kind of classics could be found in the Great Zhou's arsenal? that naturally includes countless kinds of ancient martial arts. You have to know that ancient martial arts have always been extremely rare. Any ancient martial arts that pop up will attract crazy scrambles from all parties. Being able to master ancient martial arts is equivalent to having the capital to become a strong person. The martial arts contained in the arsenal of the Great Zhou dynasty are naturally extensive and profound. It has great appeal to any warrior in the world. The originally disappointed hearts of Dongfang, Su, and others became active again. They couldn't wait to read those ancient books right now. Where? Yi Qingyan also asked quickly. Although I cannot practice it, if I can take it out, I can make a lot of money. It's in the back hall. What pointed to a palace door at the back? Open it quickly, Yi Qingyan urged. Wu Qiu immediately made a hand seal. The palace door opened with a loud bang, but a pure white light spread out and formed a barrier. Everyone came to the barrier. Dongfang Su reached out and touched it. Suddenly, I felt a mysterious force appear, which made me retreat several steps. There is a formation, Dongfang Su said in surprise. Wu Qiu nodded. There is indeed a formation here, and only the power of His Majesty the Ancient Emperor can open it. After saying that, Wu Qiu looked at Yi Qingyan. Everyone also looked at Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan looked normal, but he was very panicked inside. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. But now so many people are watching. You can't just not take action, right? Ye Vingyun Sikit. I can only give it a try. I hope I can have some luck. So, Yi Qingyun stretched out a hand and placed it on the white light barrier. An amazing scene appeared. The white light barrier not only did not disappear, instead, it became more intense. And the entire mausoleum began to tremble. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. This made Yi Qingyun dumbfounded. What the hell? Although I am not the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, there is no need for this mausoleum to react so violently. Right? Is this going to self-destruct? Everyone became nervous. Senior, what's going on? The old blind man quickly asked Wuk. Wuk was also a little overwhelmed at this moment. He looked at Yi Qingyun in confusion. Logically speaking, the reincarnation of the ancient emperor can open this formation. But why did this formation not only not open, but instead became stronger? Has such a change occurred in the entire ancient imperial mausoleum? This was something Wuk had never expected, and even he didn't know what had happened. Boom! The next moment, the door to the rear hall suddenly closed. This made everyone even more confused. What's going on? Wu Qiu was also horrified. He suddenly looked up at the purple gold coffin hanging above. I thought of something extremely scary. Could it be that Your Majesty's dragon body is about to awaken? Wu Qiu's expression became extremely frightened. Ba, I sense an ominous aura. Monk Huikong also chanted the Buddha's name with a solemn expression, and the rosary beads in his hand hummed. As a Buddhist disciple, Huikong is very sensitive to ominous things. Right now, an extremely strong ominous atmosphere was spreading throughout the hall. The source of this ominous aura is the purple gold coffin above. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang also quickly used their secret techniques to deduce what had happened. After this deduction, the brothers spat out blood at the same time, their faces filled with horror. 10,000-year corpse king! The two brothers exclaimed in unison. They deduced that there was a 10,000-year-old corpse king that was about to awaken here. This is impossible. Wuk shook his head repeatedly. Your Majesty's body will never turn into a corpse. It's even more impossible that he is a 10,000-year-old corpse king. The old blind man had blood at the corners of his mouth, and his mouth tasted bitter. His deduction, based on the secret method of Taiyan's sect, could not possibly be wrong. I see. No wonder I felt an ominous aura. It turns out that the 10,000 years corpse king is about to awaken. Huikong also spoke. Bang! There was a loud noise. Everyone looked toward the coffin of funds. I saw the lid of the coffin actually flew up. It seemed like it was kicked open by something. A strange and eerie atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire hall. Everyone present felt cold all over and chilled to the bone. A dry hand stretched out from the coffin, grasped the edge of the coffin. His Majesty, Wuk was horrified and cried out in surprise. The old blind man looked extremely solemn. Corpse transformation is extremely rare. It can only happen when there is enough extremely energy gathered underground, and the corpse still has a trace of obsession. If the corpse of the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty were to transform into a corpse, it would definitely be at the level of a 10,000-year-old corpse king. The next moment, The old blind man looked at Wuk. Is this a very een place? Wuchio's expression was complicated. This is indeed a very een place. The old blind man was horrified. Since it is a very dark place, couldn't the people of your great Zhou dynasty see it back then? Chapter 124, The Terror of the 10,000-Year Corpse King. Only people from our great Zhou can see that this is an extremely een place, Wu Go explained. But the national teacher of our great Zhou once asserted that if the ancient emperor's mausoleum is chosen here, it will be able to transform extreme yin into extreme yang after 10,000 years. At that time, yin and yang will complement each other, and the good fortune of our great Zhou will come again. Your Majesty, the ancient emperor does not need to reincarnate. He can be revived directly. The old blind man frowned immediately. There's indeed a saying in the world that yin and yang transform. But the location of a mausoleum must not be chosen in a place with extremely yin. The body is originally of the yin element. If it is buried in an extremely yin place, it will absorb the overwhelming yin energy of that place. If the corpse has no obsession at all, then it's fine. But the ancient emperor's corpse clearly has not yet dissipated his obsession. This extremely dark place has become a great hazard. Wuk stood there in a daze. Could it be that the imperial master is deliberately trying to harm your Majesty? At this moment, no one could answer Wuk's question, because the ancient emperor's body has indeed awakened. But he didn't really wake up. Instead, he turned into a 10,000-year-old corpse king. That is zombies. Zombies are rare, and zombie kings are even rarer. As for the 10,000-year corpse king, there are not many records, even in ancient books, because once the 10,000-year corpse king appears, it will be extremely terrifying. It will cause great suffering to the people. It's a catastrophe. Right now, the corpse of the ancient emperor of the great Zhou dynasty has become a 10,000-year-old corpse king. It sat up from the coffin, revealing its upper body. Shriveled, black, and hideous. This is a shriveled corpse. But at this moment, he woke up strangely. The 10,000-year corpse king. It's really the 10,000-year corpse king. Chu Hanyang's pupils contracted and his voice changed. Yi Qingyun looked up at the 10,000-year-old corpse king sitting in the coffin. Turtle, isn't this the zombie he often saw in movies and TV shows in his original world? It's just that this zombie seems to be particularly fierce. They should be able to handle it, right? Yi Qingyun couldn't help but look at Wuqiu, Dongfang Su, and others. But they all looked desperate, as if they didn't even have the courage to fight him. This made Yi Qingyun a little uneasy. If these people can't deal with this zombie, won't I die here too? Amipa. Huikong chanted the Buddha's name and immediately stood in front of the crowd. His face was full of determination and resolve. It was as if he had let go of everything, and he looked like he was determined not to go to hell unless he did. As a Buddhist disciple, I absolutely cannot allow such an evil thing to harm the world, Huikong said loudly. Behind him, the 18 arhats also shouted together. It is the Buddhist sect's duty to eliminate demons and defend the way. For a moment, both Huikong and the 18 arhats were illuminated by a strong Buddha light, especially Huikong. Behind him, a Buddha statue appeared. The face of this Buddha statue is exactly the same as Yi Qingyun's. Everyone can see it, except Yi Qingyun. The energy of Buddhism is the nemesis of evil things. The old blind man spoke, but there was still one thing he hadn't said. That is, the Buddhist spirit can restrain evil things. But if the power of this evil thing is too strong, it will suppress the spirit of Buddhism. The 10,000-year-old corpse king seemed to have sensed the Buddhist aura of Huikong and others, and immediately looked at Huikong. Roar! The 10,000-year corpse king let out a fierce roar. The sound is extremely deafening. Everyone quickly covered their ears. The Lu sisters and Song Ruer, who had weaker cultivation, were all knocked unconscious immediately. The next moment, the 10,000-year corpse king pounced directly towards Huikong. Huikong clasped his hands together. The Dharma is boundless. A loud Buddhist chant sounded. The golden Buddha statue behind him suddenly grew 3 times larger, and it becomes brighter and brighter. The golden Buddha statue stretched out its hands and walked towards the 10,000-year corpse king. But the 10,000-year corpse king didn't even look at him and just raised his hand. Boom! The golden Buddha statue was torn to pieces by the 10,000-year corpse king in an instant. Puff! Huikong was also seriously injured, and blood spurted out of his mouth, and he flew backwards. The 18 arhats were even worse. They were completely useless and flew away in pieces along with Huikong. Vulnerable. Huikong is not weak. But in front of the 10,000-year Corpse King, it is not enough. Bang! The 10,000-year Corpse King fell to the ground. He was still wearing the dragon robe, but his body was shriveled, so the dragon robe looked extremely strange on him. Vaguely visible. The face of this 10,000-year-old Corpse King is really somewhat similar to Yi Qingyan. Your Majesty, please wake up. Wuk knelt on the ground, howling and shouting at the 10,000-year Corpse King. He is not your Majesty. He is just a zombie. The old blind man shouted. Wuqiu was shocked and looked back at Yi Qingyan. Yes, His Majesty has been reincarnated, but I really can't accept that His Majesty's dragon body has actually turned into this. The old blind man sighed. The most urgent task now is to suppress this 10,000-year-old Corpse King. Otherwise, not only will we not survive, but once he goes to the outside world, countless lives will die because of him. The old blind man hadn't finished speaking. The 10,000-year-old Corpse King had already taken action first. He was so fast that in less than a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the old blind man and Chu Hanyang. The two men had no time to react and were slapped away one by the 10,000-year Corpse King. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang fell into the corner. One fell at the door of the hall. It looked like he was half dead and fainted. Dongfang Su's expression also became nervous. He knew that he was no match for this 10,000-year-old Corpse King. But he was confused. Faced with such a terrifying Corpse King, why was Master Yi indifferent and had no intention of taking action? Does he think that he and others can get rid of this Corpse King? Isn't that overestimating them? Or does it mean that even a strong man like Master Yi feels that he is no match for this 10,000-year-old Corpse King? That is very likely. The 10,000-year Corpse King is so powerful that even those in the spirit refining realm may not be able to confront it head-on. Yi Qingyan is indeed powerful. However, facing the 10,000-year-old Corpse King is probably difficult to have a countermeasure. Ahem, I have a way that may be able to deal with him. Just then, Yi Qingyan's voice rang out. Dongfang Su and Wuqiu both looked at Yi Qingyan. Dongfang Su thought to himself, he is worthy of being called Master Yi. Facing the 10,000-year-old Corpse King at this moment, he actually has a countermeasure. What Wuk thought was that His Majesty the Ancient Emperor was still as resourceful as he was in the past. What good plan does your Majesty have? Wuk asked quickly. Zombies should be afraid of fire, right? Or thunder. Yi Qingyan said so. These are the things that he thought zombies were afraid of. Fire and thunder. This is also what Yi Qingyan figured out himself. He actually doesn't know whether it works or not. Dongfang Su and Wu Go heard it. They all brighten up. It seems to make sense. Chapter 125, Avalokitesvara. Thunder and Fire. It just so happened that Dongfang Su knew a martial art that allowed him to use his spiritual energy to condense the fire of a dragon. Wuqiu raised his hands, and fine silver rays of light appeared on his palms. The two of them performed their own moves. Boom, boom. Flames and lightning appeared at the same time, directly approaching the 10,000-year-old Corpse King. Really, when the 10,000-year-old Corpse King saw the flames and lightning, he immediately retreated repeatedly, seeming to be very frightened. Dongfang Su and Wu Go were also very happy. It seems that Yi Qingyan's advice is really useful. As long as we can restrain this 10,000-year-old Corpse King, there will be nothing to be afraid of. Yi Qingyan was also very surprised when he saw this. It really works. But before Yi Qingyan could completely relax, he saw the 10,000-year-old Corpse King suddenly move. Bang! In an instant, he appeared behind Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su reacted quickly, turned around, and punched out. Pity. He is no match for the 10,000-year Corpse King. The 10,000-year Corpse King slapped out with his dry palm, and Dongfang Su flew out in an instant. Upon seeing this, Wuk quickly pressed down on the 10,000-year Corpse King with his palms filled with the power of thunder. Although this 10,000-year-old Corpse King was transformed from the corpse of the ancient emperor, Wuqiu could not care about that at the moment, and had to suppress this 10,000-year-old Corpse King. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. The 10,000-year Corpse King easily avoided Wu Go's palms, opened his mouth wide, and bit towards Wu Go's face. Wuk shouted angrily. A mysterious finger. Bang! With this move, the 10,000-year Corpse King was knocked away by Wuqiu's finger. But the body of the 10,000-year Corpse King is too strong. No damage at all. The next moment, he rushed over again. Wuqiu held on hard, but was still no match for the 10,000-year-old corpse king. Bang! With a muffled sound, Wuqiu flew out. He fainted on the spot. So far, except for Yi Qingyun, everyone else was either shocked or knocked unconscious. Only Yi Qingyun was still standing there. But he was the only one left to face the terrifying 10,000-year-old corpse king. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Yi Qingyun looked at the 10,000-year corpse king, cold sweat broke out, and his legs trembled. The 10,000-year corpse king also stared at Yi Qingyun with his green eyes. At this moment, countless classic images flashed through Yi Qingyun's mind. They are all different, but they have one thing in common. They are extremely good at killing zombies. What a pity. Yi Qingyun could only fantasize about it in his mind. He himself doesn't have this ability. Roar! The 10,000-year corpse king roared at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun trembled all over. Oh my god, I'm afraid Yi Qingyun, will really die today. Yi Qingyun secretly groaned. He never thought that he would die at the hands of a zombie. Isn't this too miserable? As a time traveler, why am I so unlucky? I guess I'm the most miserable time traveler in the world. Etc. If I die here, won't I even have a grave? After Guo Xiaoyan came back, he probably didn't know where I went. From now on, no one will burn incense or kowtow to my grave. No, the more I think about it, the worse it gets. Yi Qingyun couldn't help crying. The main reason is the fear of death. Well, how about we discuss it and let me go? Yi Qingyun pleaded to the 10,000-year-old corpse king. What a pity. The 10,000-year corpse king would not answer him at all. If it doesn't work, I'll kneel down for you. Yi Qingyun knelt on the ground trembling. The 10,000-year corpse king was still staring at him. Then, with a roar, he pounced towards Yi Qingyun. Death. I'm really going to die this time. Yi Qingyun's heart tightened, and he closed his eyes. Just wait to die. But I waited for a long time. But still nothing happened. What's going on? Am I going to die so easily? Without any pain at all? Yi Qingyun couldn't help but open his eyes. But he saw a pair of green eyes right in front of him, almost face to face. Yi Qingyun could even see the rotten holes on the face of this 10,000-year-old corpse king. What the hell? Yi Qingyun was so frightened that he almost died on the spot. The whole person fell backwards all of a sudden. When Yi Qingyun stood up, the 10,000-year-old corpse king was standing in front of Yi Qingyun again. Yi Qingyun wailed in his heart. My god, this corpse king is a pervert. Could it be that he has a crush on me? Although I, Yi Qingyun, am indeed handsome and elegant, I can also accept some heavy tastes. But my taste is not that strong. This is outrageous. Yi Qingyun cursed in his heart and gave it his all for a moment. He took a stance and glared at the 10,000-year-old corpse king. Come on. Today, I, Yi Qingyun, will fight you. Come on, come on. Aren't you very awesome? Kill me if you can. Let's see who is more arrogant. Yi Qingyun knelt on the ground and said harsh words. He is really cowardly and fierce. The 10,000-year corpse king pounced on him again. Yi Qingyun was so scared that he started talking nonsense. Mamma mia, Buddha bless you. Buzz, is this blessing from Bodhisattva? A statue of Bodhisattva appeared behind Yi Qingyun. She is stepping on a flying fish, wearing a white gauze, and holding a jade bottle in her hand. He has a peaceful face and kind eyes. It's a pity that Yi Qingyun himself can't see it all. Otherwise, he would have cried out in surprise. Guanyin Bodhisattva. This is exactly the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva. The 10,000-year-old corpse king wanted to pounce on Yi Qingyun, but unexpectedly, this Bodhisattva statue appeared. For a while, the 10,000-year-old corpse king let out a shrill and strange cry, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Don't be so presumptuous, you evil creature. The voice of Guanyin Bodhisattva sounded. She raised her hand slightly, and the willow branches in the jade bottle flew out. Bang! The willow branches gently whipped the 10,000-year corpse king's body. The 10,000-year-old corpse king suddenly lay on the ground and wailed. Yi Qingyun stared at the 10,000-year-old corpse king in a daze. Why did this guy suddenly start shouting on the ground for no apparent reason? And why is there white smoke coming out of your body? It's like it's melting. The willow branches kept whipping. Every time he was whipped, there would be an additional wound on the 10,000-year corpse king's body. And white smoke continued to emerge. The 10,000-year corpse king howled in pain, but was powerless to resist. It could only dissipate little by little in front of Yi Qingyun. Final. Under Yi Qingyun's astonished gaze, the 10,000-year-old corpse king is gone. There was only a pitch-black bead left on the ground. What the hell? Yi Qingyun had no idea what was going on. How come this 10,000-year-old corpse king disappeared inexplicably? He walked closer and picked up the black bead. It feels cold to the touch. Other than that, there's no other feeling. Could it be that this guy is just weak? He can't survive for long. Yi Qingyun suddenly thought of it. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this is the case. This 10,000-year-old corpse king couldn't possibly survive for too long, so he just disappeared on his own. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I, Yi Qingyun, have saved my life again. Chapter 126. Zombie Inner Elixir performs a great service. Waited for a long time. The unconscious people woke up one after another. Except for the old blind man and Chu Hanyang, who were seriously injured, the conditions of everyone else were relatively good. Dongfang Su and Wu Qiu had high levels of cultivation, so their injuries were not serious. We're not dead. After waking up, everyone looked confused. They thought they were dead, but now everyone is still alive. The 10,000-year corpse king is also gone. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Qingyun. If there is anyone who can get rid of the 10,000-year-old corpse king, it can only be Yi Qingyun. For a moment, everyone took it for granted that it was Yi Qingyun who killed the 10,000-year-old corpse king. Yi Qingyun looked at everyone and said with a lingering fear, "You didn't see it just now. I was almost killed by the 10,000-year corpse king. Fortunately, he disappeared, otherwise we would all be dead now." When everyone heard this, they all smiled in their hearts. Even at this time, Master Yi is still so low-key. It was clearly you who defeated the 10,000-year corpse king, but you deliberately said that the 10,000-year corpse king disappeared on his own. That's really too modest. But everyone also knows Yi Qingyun's personality. Since the other party himself is unwilling to admit it, they naturally won't expose Yi Qingyun. Only Wu Go said foolishly, "Didn't you, your majesty, solve the 10,000-year corpse king?" "What?" Yi Qingyun looked at Wu Qiu in astonishment. "How can I possibly solve that thing?" Wu Qiu looked suspicious. In his opinion, the reincarnation of His Majesty, the ancient emperor, should be able to deal with the 10,000-year-old corpse king. Why doesn't your majesty admit it? Puff! At this moment, the old blind man suddenly vomited blood, and his breath suddenly became weak. "Senior brother," Chu Hanyang exclaimed, his face full of worry. Everyone looked at the old blind man. His face turned blue, his lips turned black, and a fishy smell emanated from his body. "Oh no, this is corpse poison." Dongfang Su took a look and his tone became serious. Chu Hanyang became even more anxious when he heard this, and quickly checked the old blind man. Really, there was a claw mark on the old blind man's shoulder, so deep that the bone is visible, and only black blood flowed out of the wound. This is indeed a sign of being infected by corpse poison. The poison of the 10,000-year corpse king is fatal. There is no hope for him. Wuk said lightly. Upon hearing this, Chu Hanyang became so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He looked at Yi Qingyun. "Master Yi, please save my brother." In Chu Hanyang's opinion, Yi Qingyun was the only one present who had the ability to save the old blind man's life. Yi Qingyun came over to take a look, and his expression became very ugly. He didn't know what corpse poison was. But looking at the old blind man's current condition, I'm afraid he doesn't have much time left. If this were in Floating Cloud Mountain, Yi Qingyun could try the medicine he prepared himself. But here there is nothing. Even with his bare hands, Yi Qingyun could hardly save the old blind man's life. "I can't help it," Yi Qingyun said with a frown. Upon hearing this, Chu Hanyang was completely desperate. Even Yi Qingyun has no way. Then who in the world can save his brother? Doesn't this mean that my senior brother is dead? Chu Hanyang burst into tears. Senior brother. By their generation, there are only two of them left in the Tian sect. The two brothers have a deep friendship and share life and death. If the old blind man died, it would mean that Chu Hanyang's last relative in the world would be gone. This is a blow more painful than death. Amipa. Huikong also felt very sorry and recited the mantra of rebirth. Song Runer's eyes were blurred with tears. They had all been with the old blind man for some time and had developed feelings for him. So naturally, they couldn't bear to see him die from the torture of corpse poison. To cure the corpse poison, there is no other way unless we find the zombie inner elixir in the body of the 10,000-year corpse king. Wuk sighed and said, "Zombie inner elixir?" Yi Qingyun was stunned. Could it be the thing I picked up before? He immediately took out the black bead. Is this the inner elixir of a zombie? Yi Qingyun asked. When everyone saw it, their faces changed. That's right. This is the zombie's inner elixir. Wok was surprised. Everyone looked at Yi Qingyun with strange expressions. Even the zombie's inner elixir is in your hands, but you still say that it was not you who defeated the 10,000-year-old zombie king. It's too fake. But now is obviously not the time to worry about this. Yi Qingyun quickly used the zombie's inner elixir to detoxify the old blind man. But he was in trouble again. How do you use this thing? Wok said, put the zombie's inner elixir on the wound, and it will absorb the corpse poison in the person's body by itself. Oh. Yi Qingyun then placed the zombie's inner elixir on the old blind man's shoulder. Really? Streams of black air flowed out of the old blind man's body and gathered into the zombie's inner elixir. Not long after, all the black air was absorbed by the zombie's inner elixir. The old blind man's complexion also began to return to normal. Although it was still very pale, it at least looked much better than when it was poisoned just now. The old blind man's breathing gradually stabilized. That's great, senior brother. Chu Hanyang was extremely excited. The old blind man woke up slowly, still looking frightened. Thank you, Master Yi, for saving my life. The old blind man quickly said to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. I just picked up this bead. You are lucky and you are not destined to die. Good luck. Picked up this bead? Who would believe this if I told others? Naturally, no one believed it. I still think Yi Qingyun is being modest on purpose. The old blind man smiled and didn't say much. I hope everyone understands it. Yi Qingyun holds the zombie's inner elixir. How do we deal with this thing? Everyone looked at me, and I looked at him. Finally, Wuk spoke up. Your Majesty, if this thing is left unchecked, it will cause chaos. That means that only Yi Qingyun would accept this item. After all, other people may not be able to control this thing. When Yi Qingyun heard this, his face turned green. What the hell? Do you want me to bring it with me? What should I do if this bead causes trouble again? Yi Qingyun immediately looked at Hui Kong. He directly stuffed the zombie's inner elixir into Hui Kong's hand. Hui Kong looked stunned. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Yi Qingyun said seriously, you are a Buddhist. This thing is so evil that it should be kept by a Buddhist like you. Seeing Yi Qingyun say this, Hui Kong couldn't help but get excited. This is the important task entrusted to me by the Son of God. It shows that the Son of God appreciates himself. This is a great thing. Although the task was arduous, Hui Kong felt extremely happy. Thank you for your trust, Holy Son. Hui Kong quickly bowed to Yi Qingyun. Don't worry, Saint's son. Nothing will happen to this thing in my hands. Yi Qingyun nodded repeatedly. Of course I believe you, but I felt greatly relieved. Finally, this hot thing was given away. Don't come to me if you have any problems in the future. After dealing with the 10,000-year corpse king, everyone once again set their sights on the Great Zhou Armory. They arrived at the armory gate again. Wuqiu tried to open the door using the old method. But after trying, the palace door showed no response. Wuqiu frowned and tried twice more. In the end, the door of the temple still couldn't be opened. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Wuk. Wuqiu looked helpless. I'm afraid that the incident just now has caused problems in the underground palace. I can no longer open this palace door. Chapter 127, A World Ago. Can't open it? Yi Qingyun. Everyone. Wuk. After all this time, the door of this palace can't be opened? What is going on? Is it really impossible to open it? I can't open it. Nothing at all. There is only one way to open the door. Now that the only way can't open it, there's really nothing we can do. How about using brute force? If you use brute force to break the door, it will immediately trigger the killing array in the underground palace. By then, not only you, but even I will be killed. Everyone was completely speechless. It seems that they really have no way of entering the Great Zhou Armory. But it's just one step away. Just one step away. You can then step into the Great Zhou Armory and experience the many martial arts collected by the Great Zhou dynasty. But it is out of reach. How nerve-wracking this is. It feels so uncomfortable. Especially Dongfang Su. Deep down in his heart, he longed to see the splendor of the Great Zhou arsenal. Because there is the Tianwu dynasty behind him. If we can bring back some ancient martial arts from here, the Tianwu dynasty will definitely become more powerful. By then, it will be possible to unify the southern wilderness. But it was blocked by a door. Dongfang Su was really conflicted and regretful. What side? Maybe this is God's will. Everyone was silent. There's no need to be so depressed. At this time, Yi Qingyun spoke. Everyone looked at Yi Qingyun. We are lucky to be alive. Even if we can't get into this place, it doesn't matter. As long as we get out alive, that's all. Yi Qingyan looked calm and composed. Remember, be content with what you have. The four-word contentment is the greatest happiness, echoed in everyone's ears. For a while, everyone was stunned. These four simple words reveal so many life truths. Be content. How many people would be content? Human greed is endless. Ordinary people want more gold and silver and want to live a better life. Those who practice cultivation want higher levels of cultivation and greater strength. The emperor wanted larger territory and more power. All in all, everyone has endless greed, but there are very few people who are content. Be contented and happy. It is obvious that as long as you are content, you can have more happiness than ordinary people. But how many people can do it? Yi Qingyun's words touched everyone and gave them insights. Alas, Master Yi is right. We should be content with what we have. We already have a lot. Even if we cannot enter the Great Zhou Armory, it doesn't matter. At least we are all still alive. The old blind man said with deep emotion. Brother is right. For us brothers, being able to survive is the greatest luck. Chu Hanyang also nodded and said, Amit Ba, as disciples of the Buddha, we naturally won't be greedy. If we get it, I am lucky. If we lose it, I am dead. Everything is fate. Hui Gong said with a pious look on his face. Amit Ba, the 18 arhats and Song Ruer chanted the Buddha's name together. Dongfang Su took a deep breath. Then he bowed to Yi Qingyan. Mr. Ye's words are like a revelation, clearing my mind. I'm glad you understand. Dongfang Su sighed secretly in his heart. It turned out that Master Yi had already reached a level that they could not imagine. Just a few casual words have already explained the ultimate truth of the world. Only by understanding all aspects of life can one have such an understanding. Apart from the Great Zhou Arsenal, are there any other places here? Yi Qingyun asked Wuqiu. Wuk shook his head. There is none left. All right. Yi Qingyun looked at everyone. Then we should go out too. Wuqiu was stunned and looked at Yi Qingyun with reluctance. Is your majesty leaving? Yi Qingyun hummed. Wuqiu seemed to want to say something, but stopped himself. You come out with us. Yi Qingyun said. Wuk is a bit of bitterness. If I leave the underground palace now, I will turn into dry bones and disappear. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Wuk in astonishment. Yi Qingyun also didn't expect that Wuqiu couldn't leave the underground palace. What about the others who are sleeping? Yi Qingyun asked again. They are still sleeping, and just like my subordinates, they are unable to leave the underground palace. Unless your majesty can take this underground palace away and refine it into treasures, we can leave the underground palace. Wuk said. Ye Vingyun. Refining the underground palace into treasures? How do you do this? Then send us out. Good. Soon, Wuk let everyone out of the underground palace. Before leaving the underground palace, Wuqiu knelt in front of Yi Qingyun. I know that your majesty must have his own difficulties. Yi Qingyun didn't know what to say for a moment. But please, your majesty, do not keep us waiting too long. Wuqiu looked at Yi Qingyun seriously. Your subordinates will wait for your majesty to return again. I am willing to fight for your majesty again. After saying that, Wuqiu kowtowed to Yi Qingyun several times. Everyone saw it and felt deeply moved. These former ministers of the Great Zhou are still loyal to the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou. Even though the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou has been reincarnated, this loyalty remains unchanged. Perhaps for the survivors of the Great Zhou dynasty, following the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou and reviving the Great Zhou is their only obsession to survive. Even after countless reincarnations, this obsession will continue. Yi Qingyun didn't say anything to Wuqiu. He really wanted to explain that he was not the reincarnation of the ancient emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he held them back when he saw Wuk's determined and expectant expression. If he told Wugo the truth, Yi Qingyun was worried that this man who had lived for tens of thousands of years would immediately disappear into thin air. It still gave Wuk a glimmer of hope that he could continue to live. Walk out of the underground palace and return to the outside world. Everyone looked at the rock wall behind them, which had no trace left and felt as if they were in another world. It was as if everything that happened before was an illusion. But the injuries on everyone's body were enough to prove that everything that happened before was real. Absolutely no falsehood. I didn't expect this journey would be so tortuous. Dongfang Su said this in a complicated tone. Everyone felt the same way. It is really unimaginable to be able to explore the ancient imperial tomb and walk out alive. A flying boat landed. It was the people from the Tianwu dynasty who came. Everyone got on the flying boat and sailed away slowly. A few days later, Yi Qingyun returned to floating Cloud Mountain. 2 more days passed. 2 people came down from Fuyun Mountain, an old man with a face as red as a date. The other person was a young and handsome man. This handsome young man was holding a folding fan and had an elegant demeanor. It was obvious at first glance that he was a man of distinguished status. Master, I have figured it out. This person lives here. Chapter 128, Master. This red-faced old man was none other than Qin Zheng, who had displayed the heavenly luck stone at the foot of the Lietian Peak not long ago. The handsome young man standing next to Qin Zheng was none other than the leader whom he revered so much. Qin Zheng's face was full of awe, and he didn't dare to look the leader in the eye. Even though he knew that the leader beside him was just a clone, Qin Zheng did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. The reason is simple. The master's cultivation is unfathomable, and his wisdom is unimaginable. No one in the sect can escape the control of this great leader. Moreover, as long as the Lord Leader has his eyes on someone, no matter how heroic he is, he can only be used by the Lord Leader in the end. It's just that scary. Back then, Qin Zheng himself was also a strong man. As a result, he met this great leader and soon began to serve him wholeheartedly. This mountain is extraordinary. The leader looked up, with a hint of admiration in his clear eyes. The mountain is not high, but it is beautiful and has hidden charm. It is truly a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. He waved the paper fan. Let's go up the mountain and pay a visit to the man who can lift the heaven's fortune stone. The leader walked towards the mountain. Qin Zheng naturally did not dare to delay and followed carefully behind, all the way to the top of the mountain. The courtyard where Yi Qingyun lived could be seen from afar. This place is quite quiet. The leader smiled slightly. He fell in love with this place at first sight. But the next moment, the leader's expression changed a little. He saw many things planted in the yard. So many natural treasures. The leader restrained a smile on his face, and his brows became more solemn. There are so many natural treasures, some of which are extremely rare. There are quite a few planted in this yard. It's really shocking. Qin Zheng also saw it and was horrified. Master, could these be? The leader waved his hand, signaling him to be quiet. Qin Zheng quickly shut his mouth, but the shock on his face remained unchanged. The leader walked forward, but did not step rashly into the yard. He looked intently into the courtyard. His eyes fell on a couplet on the gate of the courtyard. This couplet. The leader was stunned for a moment. What is this couplet about? First couplet. After the year of the rooster comes the year of the dog. Second line. After the year of the dog comes the year of the pig. Horizontal banner, 1 year at a time. What a mess. My lord, I find it a bit difficult to understand this couplet. In this world, there is indeed no such thing as the year of the rooster or the year of the dog. But for some reason, when looking at this couplet, the Lord Leader vaguely felt an indescribable truth. The leader's heart moved. Close your eyes immediately and think carefully. Qin was standing by and didn't dare to disturb them. Soon, the leader suddenly opened his eyes again. Could this be related to the way of time? There was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. This simple couplet seems to make no sense at first glance, but it can allow those who practice it to feel the existence of the way of time. How horrible this is. Could it be that this person has already mastered the way of time? The leader couldn't help but become suspicious. If he had not mastered the way of time, how could he have written such a couplet? Master, is there any problem with this couplet? Qin Zheng also looked at the couplet for a long time. Apart from thinking that the couplet was weird, I didn't feel anything else. The leader took a deep breath. This couplet contains the avenue of time. What? After hearing these words, Qin Zheng was stunned. This ridiculous couplet actually contains the truth about time? How is this possible? He quickly looked again. But I still can't see it. Perhaps only someone like the master can see the great truth contained in this couplet. Qin Zheng said secretly in his heart. The master stared for a long time, wanting to comprehend more about the great principles of time. But he could only see that the couplet contained the great principles of time, but he was unable to integrate it into himself. It seems that there's a threshold in the avenue of time in the couplet, and the Lord Leader is temporarily unable to cross this threshold and truly touch this avenue. Forget it. Maybe everything will become clear when I meet that person. The master suppressed all other distracting thoughts for the moment and was about to step in. But at this moment, a little fox, a little monkey, and a calf appeared out of nowhere. The 3 little guys blocked the entrance to the yard, blocking the leader's way. Where did these three beasts come from? Qin Zheng was stunned. There were clearly no such creatures in the yard just now. The leader also frowned slightly. Did this old guy just call us beasts? It seems so. Damn it, we are monsters, and you actually call us beasts. The three demons immediately became angry. We are proud monsters. How can we be compared to ordinary domestic animals? The three demons bared their teeth and immediately released their own aura. Boom, boom, boom. Three evil spirits rose into the sky. The leader and Qin Zheng's expressions changed at the same time. Qin Zheng, in particular, had a look of horror in his eyes. Three great demons in the Tongtian realm. He could never have imagined that these three guys who looked like livestock were actually three great demons in the Tongtian realm. And judging from the demonic aura of the three of them, they're all at least in the middle stage of Tongtian realm. Where on earth is this place? Why are there three great demons in the Tongtian realm? Snort! The leader snorted softly. An extremely deep aura permeated the air. The three demons wanted to show off their power, but when they felt the aura of the Lord, they immediately wilted. This guy is so scary. It's far beyond the spirit refining realm. What is the origin of this person? The three demons were afraid and looked at the leader in doubt and amazement. The leader intimidated the three demons, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Although he was somewhat surprised to see three great demons in the Tongtian realm. But with his strength, three mere Tongtian realm demons are nothing. Just at this moment, a large golden retriever that looked very lazy came wandering in from outside the yard. The big golden retriever was yawning, as if he had just woken up. There is a rabbit lying on the golden retriever. A dog and a rabbit, quite harmonious. The leader and Qin Zheng looked at the dog and the rabbit. The three demons quickly prostrated themselves on the ground. Another sky-reaching monster? The leader glanced at the rabbit, then looked at the big golden dog. I thought that this big golden-haired dog was also a great demon in the Tongtian realm. But he was wrong. Just when the leader wanted to test the cultivation level of the golden-haired dog, unexpectedly the golden-haired dog looked at him. This one glance immediately shocked the leader. His power worked on its own, and he assumed a vigilant posture to meet the enemy. How can this dog threaten me? The leader looked shocked. Chapter 129, Yi Qingyun has diarrhea. The leader was deeply shocked, because ever since he had achieved success in his cultivation, he believed that no one in the world could threaten him. Even the emperor of the Tang dynasty in the east, the three great Buddhist monks in the Western Territory, and the old monster of the Zhuge family in Beichuan were no match for him. But this big golden dog can make the leader feel the same sense of threat as those people. This really made the master suspicious. Among all the monsters, the only one who can threaten me is the Monster King. The leader's heart sank. He has concluded, this big golden dog must be a demon king. That's not right. The two demon kings of the demon race, one was sealed under the Five Dragons Mountain, and the other has been sleeping since ancient times. Where did this demon king come from? The leader frowned. He was very clear about the current situation in the world. The demon clan has been weak for many years, and the two surviving demon kings, one was suppressed, and the other was asleep. Among the demon tribe today, there is no demon king at all. But this big golden dog has the strength of a demon king. Could it be that the demon clan has given birth to another demon king like this? If that's true, then this place is too terrifying. A yard filled with natural treasures, a couplet containing the theme of the great way of time for powerful demons and a demon king. Fear. The Lord Leader can only describe this place as horrifying. Although he has not yet met the real owner of this yard, he has been shocked several times. I am Meng Yuran, the leader of the Xianwang sect, and I am here to greet the Monster King. Realizing that the other party was the Demon King, Meng Yuran did not dare to be negligent and bowed. Demon King, Qin Zheng, who was standing by, was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Damao in disbelief. This dog is actually the Demon King? How is this possible? If someone said that a dog was the Demon King, Qin Zheng would never believe it. But these words were said by Meng Yuran, and Qin Zheng absolutely believed them. A dog Demon King? No one would believe it if I told them. Damao just glanced at Meng Yuran indifferently, without any other reaction. Cold sweat broke out on Meng Yuran's forehead. Being stared at like this by a Demon King, he felt a little scared. Just at this moment, a man walked out of the small house next to the yard. This person walked in a very strange posture. His legs and feet seemed to be not very flexible. He limped along, and his face was full of pain. Master, it's him. When Qin Zheng saw this person, he immediately whispered something to Meng Yuran. Meng Yuran also looked at this person, but was stunned. A mortal with no accomplishments? How is this possible? Meng Yuran has a profound cultivation level, and he can tell the cultivation level of ordinary warriors at a glance. Moreover, he also knows the secret method of observing people. Even if a warrior knows how to hide his own cultivation, he can see through it. But now, Meng Yuran was completely unable to see through this person's cultivation level. Or say, he couldn't see any cultivation in this person at all. A complete mortal. The person who could pick up the stone of destiny is actually immortal? Ouch. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten so much meat last night. Now I have diarrhea, and it's killing me. Yi Qingyun rubbed his stomach, looking distressed. His legs hurt. My legs are numb because I squatted in the toilet for too long. I almost lost my balance and fell into the pit. Fortunately, he caught him in time. Otherwise, you'll get yourself into trouble. He walked out with trembling legs. Yi Qingyun was about to go in and lie down for a while, but when he turned around, he saw two people standing outside the yard. The two people were also looking at Yi Qingyun, especially Yi Qingyun's muttering just now, which was heard clearly by the two of them. For a moment, the atmosphere in the yard was a little awkward. Qin Zheng, Meng Yuran, Yi Qingyun. Are you sure it's this person? Meng Yuran turned to look at Qin Zheng and asked in a very suspicious tone. Qin Zheng was almost crying. Master, it's really him, there's no doubt about it. Meng Yuran said nothing. Meng Yuran's intuition told her that she shouldn't judge a person by his appearance. But this guy is really... It's hard to put it into words. Huadi Uchu. Yi Qingyun took the initiative to ask. Meng Yuran winked at Qin Zheng. The latter understood and stepped forward immediately. Sir, do you still recognize me? Yi Qingyun stared at Qin Zheng for a while. I suddenly remembered. Oh shit, isn't this the red-faced old man? I broke his fortune stone myself, and at that time, I was worried that this old guy would come after me to settle the score. I didn't expect that this old guy would chase me all the way here. This is really persistent. Old man, I really didn't break that stone of yours. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Qingyun explained immediately. Qin Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He is not here to settle scores. This young master, my name is Meng Yuran, and he is my subordinate. Meng Yuran spoke. Yi Qingyun looked at Meng Yuran curiously. Aren't you here to settle accounts with me? Meng Yuran smiled. The heavenly destiny stone is broken, so it is broken. I am just very curious about you, so I came to visit you. In fact, Meng Yuran still felt helpless. The destiny stone is extremely rare. His Xianwang sect searched for many years before finding this piece. It was originally intended to be of great use. It just broke into pieces. It really hurts him, but it's no use feeling the pain now. It's broken and can't be fixed. We can only come to see who this person is who broke the heavenly destiny stone. That's good, that's good. I was so scared. I thought you were here to cause trouble for me. Yi Qingyun patted his chest. Meng Yuran had a complicated expression. Why is this person a little different from what he imagined? It's really too unpresentable. By the way, what did you say your name was? Meng Yuran. Mr. Meng, please come in. Good. Meng Yuran didn't hesitate and took Qin Zheng into the courtyard. But when they passed by Damao, they still felt nervous. I was afraid that the Demon King would suddenly attack. Fortunately, Damao just yawned and didn't show any intention of taking action. What's your name, sir? Meng Yuran asked. In the lower leaf. Gurgle gurgle. Yi Qingyun was just about to introduce himself when his stomach started to hurt again. It was also accompanied by a very loud gurgling sound. And a bunch of farts. Oh shit. Yi Qingyun's face changed drastically, and he rushed to the toilet without even finishing his words. So fast. It's jaw-dropping. As soon as he entered the toilet, Yi Qingyun started to complain. When you have diarrhea, you really can't believe a single word. Maybe even soup and water will come out. It's okay now. Pants finished. In a courtyard, two people stood in a very disheveled state, especially listening to the crackling sounds coming from the toilet. Meng Yuran and Qin Zheng both began to doubt their lives. Who I am? Where am I? Why am I here? Chapter 130 Portrait of Guangong. After a long while, Yi Qingyun finally came out of the toilet. This time, Yi Qingyun felt as if he was about to collapse. He didn't even bother to greet Meng Yuran and hurriedly dragged his trembling legs into the house. He took out a bottle of wine and gulped it down. Many bayberries are soaked in this bottle of wine. Bayberry wine. This is the wine that Yi Qingyun made himself. One of the major benefits of bayberry wine is that it can cure diarrhea. Although it is a folk remedy, It is extremely effective. After drinking several sips of bayberry wine, my stomach felt like it was on fire. Not long after, Yi Qingyun's stomach, which had been churning a little before, immediately calmed down. The effect is obvious. Yi Qingyun let out a long sigh. If I continue to pull like I did just now, I'm afraid I'll be stuck in the toilet forever and won't be able to get out. Yi Qingyun walked out of the yard. Meng Yuran and Qin Zheng were still standing there, but the expressions on their faces were quite strange, especially Meng Yuran, who looked at Yi Qingyun with extremely complicated eyes. It seems hard to accept that a person who can hold the fortune stone and live in such a place would look so ugly because of diarrhea. It's really hard to understand. I'm sorry to have made you two laugh. Yi Qingyun was also very embarrassed. I ate too much last night, and I have some stomach discomfort. Meng Yuran forced a smile. No problem, no problem. Are you really not here to settle accounts with me? No, no. Oh, that's good. Realizing that the other party was not here to settle a score, Yi Qingyun was completely relieved. He warmly invited the two into the yard. Meng Yuran and Qin Zheng walked into the courtyard, and everything they saw were rare treasures. The two were secretly shocked. Even with the foundation of the Xianhuang sect, I am afraid it would be difficult to compare with this courtyard. It's not that the quantity is insufficient, but the quality is far from good. Although the Xianhuang sect has a profound foundation, it is still unrealistic to say that it has so many natural treasures in the academy. Has Master Yi always lived here? Meng Yuran asked proactively. Yeah, I've always lived here. Yi Qingyun said casually. Meng Yuran frowned slightly. I have been to the Tianwu dynasty many times, but I have never heard of this person. It seems that this person has always lived in seclusion. Meng Yuran said secretly in her heart. Soon, Meng Yuran saw two paintings on the door. To be sure, they were two door gods pasted on the door by Yi Qingyun. Yu Qigong on the left, Qin Shubao on the right, standing majestically with a murderous aura. It seems that with these two images of door gods, no evil can invade at all. Meng Yuran just took a look and was shocked. There is no other reason. The evil spirit in these two paintings is too strong. It's almost like it's alive. This made Meng Yuran feel fearful. But these are just two paintings. Why do they make me feel so scared? Could it be that the painter's cultivation is too profound, so the painting also contains such extraordinary power? This is very possible. For a moment, Meng Yuran's attitude towards these two paintings changed. At first, I just took a cursory look. Now he looked at it carefully. Yi Qingyun felt strange when he saw this person staring at the door god on the door. Are the door gods watching with such relish? In his original world, this could be seen everywhere on the streets. Moreover, he painted these two door god pictures himself. Although his painting skills are excellent, there's no need to look at them so seriously, right? Master Yi, I would like to ask, who are the painters of these two paintings? Meng Yuran asked. I drew it. Yi Qingyun said. Meng Yuran was startled. Mr. Yi, did you draw this? Yes, this is what I drew. Yi Qingyun nodded naturally. Meng Yuran became a little suspicious. The person who could draw these two pictures must have extremely high level of accomplishment. But Yi Qingyun seemed to have no cultivation. Just an ordinary mortal. How can such a mortal draw such a picture? Meng Yuran was a little unconvinced. Mr. Yi, please don't joke. This painting is extraordinary. If it is really painted by Mr. Yi, I am willing to pay a large sum of money for it. Yi Qingyun was delighted when he heard this. Why don't you believe this? It's really drawn by me. If you want, I can draw one for you on the spot. Then I'll have to trouble Master Yi. Yi Qingyun didn't act pretentiously and immediately took out paper, pen, and dye from the house. Then start painting. As soon as this first stroke was made, Meng Yuran and Qin Zheng felt it was extraordinary. Although it is just a simple stroke, it is extremely smooth and natural. Unique beauty. It's hard to find any faults. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Qingyun wrote with ease and freedom, splashing ink everywhere. It takes less than a cup of tea. A painting is already painted. What Yi Qingyun painted was not a door god, but a picture of Guangong. Although the painting is not very complicated, a majestic and upright Guangong already comes to life on the paper. He is tall, with a dignified face, wears a green scarf on his head, a black robe, and holds a green dragon crescent blade in his hand. Meng Yuran was shocked. Although he did not recognize the person in the painting, he could feel the aura contained in the painting. It made him feel intimidated and want to worship it. The more I look at it, the more frightened I become. The more I look at it, the more horrified I feel. But Meng Yuran felt a little strange. Why aren't the eyes of the person in this painting open, but squinting? Master Yi, this painting is indeed very good. But why is this person painted with squinting eyes? Meng Yuran asked curiously. Yi Qingyun shook his head. Because you can't draw open eyes. Meng Yuran was stunned. Why can't I open my eyes? Guangong kills people as soon as he opens his eyes. Yi Qingyun said lightly. Meng Yuran was shocked. He looked at Guangong in the painting again. Really? Guangong, who had originally lowered his head and closed his eyes, seemed to have the urge to open his eyes. Moreover, murderous intent was revealed in those eyes that were slightly opened. It made Meng Yuran feel as if she was on a desolate battlefield. And in front of Meng Yuran, there is a mighty general riding a red rabbit horse and holding a green dragon crescent blade. The appearance of this divine general is exactly the Guangong in the painting. Only, at this moment, Guangong's eyes were fully open. It is like the angry glare of a god, making all mortals tremble with fear. Meng Yuran had never seen such a horrifying scene. It seemed as if his body would shatter into pieces with just one glare from Guangong. A moment. Meng Yuran was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Zheng, who was standing by, was shocked to see Meng Yuran's head covered in sweat. Master? Master? Qin Zheng shouted a few times hurriedly. Meng Yuran just woke up from the painting. He looked around blankly. Did I lose control just now? Yi Qingyan looked at him with a strange look. What's wrong with this guy? Are you sweating while looking at a painting? This isn't a pornographic picture. Is there any need to be so excited? Chapter 131. Too much. Mr. Yi, I bought this painting. Meng Yuran said immediately. Well, it's just an ordinary painting. Yi Qingyun was a little confused. He just casually drew a picture, and this guy actually wanted to buy it? Is it that exaggerated? When Meng Yuran heard Yi Qingyun say this, he was speechless. An ordinary painting? If this painting is considered ordinary, then all the paintings in the world are not even as good as dust. This person is too modest. Mr. Yi, I really want to buy this painting. As long as you make an offer, I will definitely not bargain. Meng Yuran said with a firm expression. He was determined to buy the painting. Moreover, he also wanted to show this painting to his disciples so that they could understand the mystery contained in the painting. This painting can be considered treasure. It would not be Meng Yuran's character if she didn't get such a treasure. You really want me to name a price? Yi Qingyun felt a little embarrassed. Meng Yuran smiled slightly. As long as Mr. Yi opens the door, I will definitely not bargain. Well, then 100 taels of gold. Yi Qingyun said shyly. He himself felt that the price was too outrageous. Asking someone for 100 taels of gold for just a casual painting is really asking for too much. What if they are unhappy? Yi Qingyun was also worried that his bid was too high and might upset Meng Yuran. But unexpectedly, Meng Yuran looked at Yi Qingyun stupidly. 100 taels of gold. Yi Qingyun was a little embarrassed. Isn't it too high? How about 80 taels of gold? 80 taels of gold? Meng Yuran became even more stupid. Qin Zheng, standing aside, was also speechless. How is this the same as selling vegetables at the market? Meng Yuran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked Yi Qingyun to bid, but it was not the gold and silver of the mortal world, but the things used by people who practice cultivation, such as elixirs, spiritual stones, secret books, and treasures as exchanges. But Yi Qingyun said he wanted gold. What is gold to a cultivator? Meng Yuran looked at Yi Qingyun with some doubt. Mr. Yi, are you sure you only want 100 taels of gold for this painting? Yi Qingyun nodded repeatedly. Yeah, what I want if not gold? Meng Yuran looked conflicted. Don't you want some spirit stones, pills, or something? Spirit stone elixir? Yi Qingyun shook his head repeatedly. Why do I need those things? I don't know how to practice, so they're useless to me. Gold is still real. You can buy whatever you want. Meng Yuran, he seriously suspected that Yi Qingyun was pretending to be crazy. Although I cannot see through your cultivation level. How could you be a mortal who does not know how to cultivate? There's no way to cheat like this. You totally treat me, Meng Yuran, as a fool. Qin Zheng suddenly thought of something and pulled Meng Yuran to the side. Master, I understand. Qin Zheng said mysteriously. Meng Yuran looked at him in confusion. What do you understand? Master, this person's cultivation is unfathomable. Everything here is enough to prove that he must be a hermit living here. And people like these who are beyond the reach of the world usually like to pretend to be ordinary people. Even worse, one can completely forget the identity of a cultivator and completely place oneself in the mortal world, thereby transcending to a higher realm. Qin Zheng had a confident look on his face. It was as if he had completely seen through Yi Qingyun. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Meng Yuran also looked thoughtful, then nodded. That makes sense. Meng Yuran himself once traveled around the 7 countries of the southern wilderness as a mortal and experienced the mundane world. Although it was only a short period of time, Meng Yuran gained a lot and made significant progress in his realm. Yi Qingyun must be more direct and transform himself completely into a mortal in order to pursue the Great Way. If this is the case, you must cooperate well. If it affects Yi Qingyun's understanding of the mortal world, it would probably make the other party unhappy. Meng Yuran did not forget the purpose of her visit. He wanted to win over Yi Qingyun to join his Xianhuang sect to achieve great things together. It is even better now that we realize that Yi Qingyun is an unfathomable hermit master. As long as he maintains a good relationship with him, if the Xianhuang sect rises in rebellion in the future, he can ask this master to come out and help. When that time comes, why worry about not achieving great things? Yi Qingyun was not far away, watching the 2 people whispering behind his back, and he also felt strange. Then, Meng Yuran then took out a brocade bag. Master Yi, there are 10,000 taels of gold in here. He handed over the treasure bag with both hands. 10,000 taels of gold? Yi Qingyun was startled. I only asked for 100 taels, which I felt was too much. This guy is nice. Just gave myself 12,000 taels of gold. There must be something wrong with this person. Yi Qingyun opened the brocade bag and took a look. Oh my god, there's a large golden area inside. He quickly returned the sachet to Meng Yuran. Mr. Meng, this is too much. My painting is not worth so much gold at all. Yi Qingyun was quite honest and did not accept the 10,000 taels of gold directly. Meng Yuran smiled and said, I think it's worth the price. Mr. Yi, don't refuse it anymore. Just accept it. No, there are really too many. I can't take them. Take it. To me, this gold is nothing. That won't work either. I, Yi Qingyun, have principles. Master Yi really doesn't want to accept it. Well, since you insist so much, I will accept it reluctantly. After some false excuses, Yi Qingyun still accepted the 12,000 taels of gold. No way. The other party was so enthusiastic and too tough that Yi Qingyun felt that if he didn't accept it, he would be giving them no face. Yi Qingyun was ecstatic. 10,000 taels of gold. I will never have to worry about food and drink in this life. The liberated serf sang. Hey. Meng Yuran carefully put away the portrait of Guangong. He was also very happy. With this painting in hand, his Xianhuang sect had gained another precious treasure. And he also met such a hermit master. May God bless our Xianhuang sect. Ahem. Actually, I have a lot of paintings here. Would you like to take a look at them, Mr. Meng? Yi Qingyun suddenly said. Meng Yuran was stunned. There are many more paintings? Okay. Afterwards, Yi Qingyun brought out a large pile of paintings from a house. When Meng Yuran saw it, she felt sick immediately. Each of these paintings is so lifelike that one will be deeply attracted by them at first sight. The most important thing is that these paintings, like the previous portraits of Guangong, contain an extremely mysterious charm. It can make people understand. But the question is, isn't this too much? There are more than 100 of them. If you don't mind, Mr. Meng, I will sell all these paintings to you, and I will give you a wholesale price. Yi Qingyun looked like a profiteer. Chapter 132, Special Way of Cultivation. These hundreds of paintings were all painted by Yi Qingyun himself when he was bored in the past few years. It was a little rough at first. Later, I got better and better at painting. Especially the paintings he drew in the past year can be said to be ingenious, and he can be called a master of painting. Yi Qingyun held the hundreds of paintings in his hands and looked at Meng Yuran with anticipation. Meng Yuran's face twitched. This is treating yourself as a fool. If you want to fleece someone, don't just pick the wool from one sheep. You pluck them all out. Mr. Yi, this is too much. Meng Yuran said in embarrassment. It's okay, just look at these paintings. I drew them all myself. Although the quality is a bit uneven, the advantage is that there are so many of them. How about this? I'll sell all these paintings to you for 100,000 taels of gold. 100,000 taels. This price is naturally nothing to Meng Yuran. Meng Yuran thought about it and decided to take a look first. So he picked up the painting in Yi Qingyun's hand and looked at one first. Then I looked at another one. Then I looked at another one. After looking at 4 or 5 paintings in succession, Meng Yuran took out another brocade bag without saying a word. Master Yi, this is 1,000,000 taels of gold. I want all these paintings. Meng Yuran said simply and clearly. When Yi Qingyan heard this, his head buzzed. 1,000,000 taels of gold? He quickly opened the brocade bag and took a look. Oh shit, it's golden inside. The storage bag is almost full. Too many to count. Yi Qingyan didn't need to count. Even if there was not 1,000,000 taels of gold, there must be 500,000 taels. For Yi Yin, this is definitely a big profit. Okay, you can take all these paintings. Yi Qingyan quickly gave the painting to Meng Yuran. Meng Yuran put all the paintings into his bag. I was also extremely excited. I really found a treasure this time. Meng Yuran said secretly in her heart. Each of these paintings has its own unique mystery. Bringing them back to the sect, Meng Yuran had no doubt that a group of masters would soon emerge in his Xianwang sect. Just 1,000,000 gold coins, what does that count for? Yi Qingyun felt that he had made a profit. Meng Yuran also felt that she had made a profit. Anyway, both of them were very happy. Meng Yuran even felt a little embarrassed. I only spent some gold that ordinary people use and got so many treasures in return. This is a bit too much. After thinking about it, Meng Yuran took out another item from the storage bag. Mr. Yi, this is our first meeting and I didn't bring any gifts. This is my gift to you, Mr. Yi. Yi Qingyan looked at what was in Meng Yuran's hand. There was something that looked like a seal, only the size of a child's fist, with a dragon carved on it, so lifelike that it seemed as if it was about to take off if you looked at it for a long time. The seal is bright red in color. At the bottom of the seal, there are flame patterns engraved. This is... Yi Qingyan looked confused. What is this? Qin Zheng on the side was shocked. The leader is actually willing to give the mysterious fire dragon seal to this person. The mysterious fire dragon seal is a treasure that Meng Yuran obtained 10 years ago. At that time, in order to obtain this item, Meng Yuran fought with a master several times and finally defeated him and took the mysterious fire dragon seal. This mysterious fire dragon seal can activate both mysterious sky fire and true dragon fire and is extremely powerful. It is also a well-known treasure in the entire martial arts world. The leader is willing to give this thing away, which means he's going to great lengths to win over this person. Qin Zheng felt secretly awed. This is the Black Fire Dragon seal. It can be considered a small gadget. Meng Yuran said with a smile. Then he demonstrated the usage of the Black Fire Dragon seal. Meng Yuran was seen holding the Black Fire Dragon seal and pressing it on the ground. Suddenly, a cluster of flames appeared on the ground. Yi Qingyan also found it interesting when he saw it. That's good. It's much better than a lighter. Lighter? Meng Yuran and Qin Zheng looked at each other. Naturally, they didn't understand. Yi Qingyan was not polite and took the Black Fire Dragon seal. You are so polite. It's almost time for dinner. Why don't you stay for dinner? Ye Vingyun invited karmi. Meng Yuran smiled and shook her head. I have something important to do, so I will not accompany you today. I will visit Master Yi next time. Is that so? All right then. Yi Qingyun felt a little regretful, but since the other person had something to do, it would be hard to force him to stay. Meng Yuran, who went down the mountain, let out a miserable roar a few months later because he missed the meal. Did I have shit in my brain at that time? After Meng Yuran and Qin Zheng went down the mountain, Yi Qingyan made some lunch and then hurried down the mountain. He's going to spend some money. That amount of gold was enough for him to buy everything in the market thousands of times. Yi Qingyan skipped all the way down the mountain. When he passed by the Shaolin temple, the monks in the temple looked at Yi Qingyun in astonishment. Yi Qingyun was humming a tune and jumping around, leaving all the monks stunned. What happened to Master Yi? Why does it look so abnormal? Huikong stared at Yi Qingyun for a while and suddenly realized. This must be a special cultivation method of a master. Let's learn it quickly. Don't miss this opportunity. Upon hearing this, everyone felt that it made a lot of sense. This must be Master Ye's unique method of cultivation. This was shown to us out of the kindness of Master Yi. So, starting with Huikong, all the monks followed suit. Soon, everyone in the Shaolin temple joined in. They were jumping around and humming strange tunes. Then, seeing this, monks from other temples immediately joined in. So, a very strange scene appeared. Yi Qingyun was humming a little tune and jumping in front, followed by a large group of monks. He also hummed a little tune and jumped as he walked. Yi Qingyun didn't notice it at first. Until I got close to the market, passers-by looked at me with strange eyes and pointed at me from time to time. That's outrageous. What are these monks doing? Go away quickly. I'm afraid he's been possessed by evil spirits. Monk? Yi Qingyan turned around. Damn it. Why are so many people following me? Huikong and others were all looking at Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan was also looking at them. What are you doing? Yi Qingyan asked. Uh, isn't the Holy Sun teaching us how to practice? Huikong asked seriously. What the hell? Yi Qingyun looked confused. Just do what you need to do. Huikong and others then dispersed in a swarm. Yi Qingyun smiled helplessly and walked straight to the market. As soon as he arrived at the market, many people greeted Yi Qingyun. Master Yi is here again? Master Yi, I have some fresh big live fish that I just caught. Would you like to take 2 of them? Master Yi, I just killed a pig. Please take a pig leg back with you. Mr. Yi. Yi Qingyun greeted people with a smile. He comes here often and spends lavishly, so almost everyone in the market knows him. Master Yi. Suddenly, a figure blocked Yi Qingyun's way. Chapter 133, Great Changes in Heaven and Earth. Yi Qingyun looked carefully. It's Huang Fuxing, the son of storyteller Huang. Ever since Huang Fuxing was lectured by Yi Qingyun last time, this guy has become different. In the past, he longed for the outside world, and ever since old man Huang passed away, he has always wanted to go out. But now he no longer has the idea of going out. He stayed here peacefully and took over old man Huang's storytelling career, continuing to tell stories for the local folks in the tea house. Moreover, Huang Fuxing is better than his teacher, and his storytelling skills are even better than old man Huang. Whenever he was telling stories, the entire tea house would be packed, and the owner would be so happy that his nose would snot. Mr. Huang, how are you these days? Yi Qingyun said with a smile. Huang Fuxing's eyes were very clear, without the confusion and anxiety he had before. It can be seen that he has indeed changed a lot. Did Master Yi go out before? I went to Fuyun Mountain to look for Master Yi, but he was not there. Huang Fuxing bowed. I went out a while ago and just came back a few days ago. Yi Qingyun said. Huang Fuxing looked somewhat embarrassed. Master Yi, I've already told you about the book The Return of the Condor Heroes several times. Although the guests in the tea house are very satisfied with what they have heard, they still want to hear newer stories. So, I wonder if you, Mr. Yi, are here. So that's what it is. Is The Return of the Condor Heroes very popular? Yi Qingyun was a little curious. Very popular. This book is connected to the story of the legend of the Condor Heroes. All the characters in the previous book appear, and there are other interesting characters. It is very moving and touching. All the guests who heard this story applauded. Huang Fuxing said excitedly. When he first told the story of the return of the Condor Heroes, was he worried whether the story would be popular? After all, some of the plots in this story are unacceptable to ordinary people. Even when he watched it himself, he felt uncomfortable for a long time. But I didn't expect it. It is such a somewhat incomplete and regrettable story, but it is so popular. However, no matter how good a story is, it will become boring after being heard several times. Moreover, the folks here have become more sophisticated in their tastes because they have become accustomed to the storytelling of the Huang father and son. Those old jokes from the past are simply not worth listening to. They insisted that Huang Fuxing tell some stories they had never heard before. And it can't be worse than the legend of the Condor Heroes and the return of the Condor Heroes. This really stumped Huang Fuxing. Where could he find such a good story? Write it yourself. Don't even think about it. Although Huang Fuxing is good at storytelling, he is not good at making up stories. No way. I can only come to find Yi Qingyun. I hope Yi Qingyun can give him some more good stories. After stating his request, Huang Fuxing did not forget to thank Yi Qingyun. This is my reward for storytelling. Give it all to Master Yi. Huang Fuxing took out a purse. Yi Qingyun quickly refused. That's not necessary. I don't need money. This is the truth from Yi Qingyun. He really has no shortage of money now. Instead, I don't know how to spend the money. Moreover, Huang Fuxing had such a small amount of money that he really didn't care about it. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Master Yi. Huang Fuxing scratched his head in embarrassment. Yi Qingyun thought about it. Well, the previous 2 stories are actually similar. I will tell you a different story. Huang Fuxing immediately became alert. Then please come to the tea house and have a seat, Mr. Yi. Good. Immediately, the 2 went to the only tea house in the market. When they arrived at the tea house, Huang Fuxing was already very familiar with the owner and asked for a private room directly. Entering the box, the 2 sat opposite each other. A pot of hot tea was poured and they each took a sip. This tea is just average. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly. Huang Fuxing was a little surprised. This is already the best tea in the tea house. A pot of tea costs 20 taels of silver. This is not something that ordinary people can afford. This is because Huang Fuxing has a good relationship with the tea house owner and has earned a lot of money for him. Otherwise, he would really be reluctant to drink this pot of tea. I have better tea. Come over and try some when you have time. Yi Qingyun said. Of course, of course. After drinking tea, Yi Qingyan began to tell Huang Fuxing stories. You better listen carefully. When chaos was first divided, Pangu came first, and the Taiji, the two yin and yang, and the four images were suspended. Zitian Cho, Di Renin Shu. Avoid beast disasters with nests of wise men. Swearin made fire to avoid fresh food, and Fushi drew hexagrams in front of yin and yang. Shinnong governed the world and tasted hundreds of herbs, and Xinyuan rituals and music were combined with marriage. Xiaohao and the five emperors made the people prosperous, and King Yu controlled the floods and calmed the waves. In the 7th year of King Zhou, in the 2nd month of spring, news suddenly arrived at Chaoga. The 72 princes of Beihai rebelled, including Yuan Fudong, and Grand Tutor Wenzhong was ordered to march north. One day, King Zhou went to the palace early in the morning and gathered civil and military officials, but saw Yi Qingyun talked incessantly, as if he would never end. A magnificent and vast story of the investiture of the gods was heard for the first time in this world. Just when Yi Qingyun was telling Huang Fuxing this story, the sky was clear outside, but suddenly it was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, as if a heavy rain was about to come. Not only here, but also the entire floating cloud mountain, the entire Tianwu dynasty, and even the entire southern wilderness. Everything changes in an instant. Even the Tang dynasty in the east, Buddhism in the west, and the land of Beichuan are undergoing the same changes. The sky and the earth changed color. Countless sleeping ancient beings seem to open their eyes that have been closed for countless years at this moment. Someone has revealed the eternal secret. Who dares to do this? Everything about the conferred God has been erased. Why do people still know about it? Who is it? Who is it? In the distant western Buddhist land, there's an ancient temple that has long disappeared. A broken Buddha statue buried in the yellow sand was now quietly emitting a faint golden light. Suddenly, yellow sand flew up, form a vortex, blow away all the dust around the Buddha statue. A strange figure actually emerged from under the yellow sand. This person sat cross-legged, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and his whole body was covered with Buddha's light and evil light. The eternal secret was revealed by someone, and the power that sealed me was also affected, allowing me to escape. The man with 3 heads and 6 arms looked up at the sky, and 3 different faces showed strange smiles. Boom! The sky, which was already covered with dark clouds, suddenly began to rain blood. Countless Buddha statues throughout the western Buddhist territory began to tremble. Tears of blood flowed down the faces of the Buddha statues. Countless monks were shocked. The blood rain appears. The Buddha sheds tears. The devil Buddha, Pasun, comes to destroy the world. An old monk recalled a very ancient legend. Chapter 134, Demon Buddha, Bosun. 3 holy peaks. Located in the westernmost part of the western Buddhist land. A high mountain, but with 3 peaks at the top. From a distance, it looks like a 3-edged steel fork connecting the sky and the earth. The 3 sacred peaks are extremely tall and are the highest mountains in the western region. A long time ago, the Sansheng Peak was not called the Sansheng Peak, but was called the Jietian Peak. It means the mountain that connects to the sky. But nowadays, people in the Buddhist community call this peak the 3 Saints Peak. There is no other reason, because the 3 saints of Buddhism now live in seclusion on the 3 Saints Peak. Right now, there are 3 peaks on the Sansheng Peak. Each of them had a figure sitting cross-legged. These 3 figures are the 3 saints of Buddhism. He is also the person with the highest status in Buddhism in the Western Territory today. The 3 saints of Buddhism have been sitting on the 3 Saints Peak for 800 years. Except for the time when the giant monster suppressed by Lanrua Temple escaped, the 3 saints went there personally to suppress it. Apart from this, the 3 saints have never left the 3 Saints Peak at all. He is always at the top of the mountain, comprehending the profound Buddhist teachings. This day, the world changed drastically, and a bloody rain covered the Buddhist land. The 3 saints all stopped meditating on Buddhism and looked at the sky together. Amitabha, the tranquility of Buddhism has finally been broken. Among the 3 saints, the stout monk with kind eyes and brows sighed and said, "The blood rain appears, the Buddha sees tears, the demon Buddha Pasun comes to destroy the Buddha. The ancient proverb has come true." Another skinny old monk with dark spots on his face spoke in a hoarse voice. The monk in the middle looked to be only 12 or 13 years old, with red lips and white teeth, and was very handsome. But although he looks young, he is the oldest monk among the three saints. He was also a direct disciple of the great Buddhist monk Xuanzang. In the past, 9 seniors of my Buddhist sect exhausted their entire life's efforts to suppress the demon Buddha Pasun. I thought it would be impossible for this demon Buddha Pasun to appear again, but in the end, it is God's will that cannot be escaped. The young monk looked up at the sky, clasped his hands together, and let out a long sigh. Now, only if we take action can we suppress the demon Buddha Pasun again. The skinny old monk said, I'm afraid that the skills of the 3 of us are still slightly inferior to those of the 9 seniors back then. The fat monk was a little lacking in confidence. The demon Buddha Pasun has been sealed for thousands of years, and his power has not yet recovered. Now is the best opportunity to seal him again. The young monk said, In that case, we will set off immediately. The skinny old monk was about to stand up after he finished speaking, but the next moment, the 3 saints changed color at the same time, because they all sensed that an evil and powerful aura was rapidly approaching them. It's Pasun. He actually came directly towards us. The 3 saints were shocked. A moment later, the devil Buddha Mara has really come. Along with Pasun came incredibly thick and strange black clouds that covered the sky and the sun. So evil. The faces of the 3 saints were extremely solemn. They all looked at the figure shrouded in dark clouds. Mofo Bo Sun. It has 3 heads and 6 arms and a majestic body. 3 different faces presenting 3 different kinds of weirdness. The biggest anomaly in Buddhism, an existence that almost caused the demise of the Western Territories' heritage. Among the current Buddhist sects, it seems that only the 3 of you have the strongest cultivation. The demon Buddha Pasun looked at the 3 saints opposite him, and the man in the middle uttered a deep voice. Amipa. The young monk clasped his hands together and stared at Pasun. The sea of suffering is endless. It is time to turn back. Bo-sun, go back to the place where you were sealed and stop bringing disaster to the world. He wanted to persuade Pasun to return to the sealed place on his own. What a pity. It has absolutely no effect. Bo-sun was born from Buddhism. Only by destroying Buddhism can I disappear from the world. Bo-sun showed an evil sneer. Exterminate Buddhism. When these 4 words came out, the 3 saints all felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Really? The devil Buddha Paksin still has such crazy ideas. In that case, we have no choice but to seal you again. As the young monk spoke, his eyes turned golden. Behind him, the figure of a Buddha emerged. The Buddha has an extremely majestic figure, with a real winding dragon beneath him. The dragon subduing master. The other 2 monks also showed their strength. An ancient green lamp appeared in the fat monk's hand, and a faint Buddhist light appeared and disappeared in the green lamp. The skinny monk changed from his previous frail appearance. His body swelled up, becoming burly and ferocious, and his skin turned golden. Golden body of Arhut. The 3 saints each have their own abilities. Come on, let me see how much ability the younger generations of Buddhism have. Bo-sun waved his hand. The 3 saints attacked at the same time. 3 beams of Buddha's light blasted towards the demon Buddha Paksin. A moment. The devil Buddha Mara was engulfed by the extremely rich Buddha's light. The 3 saints were delighted. Could it be that this demon Buddha Paksin is overconfident? If that were the case, the 3 of them might actually be able to suppress it. It can even be eliminated completely. But the next moment, the 3 saints' thoughts were immediately shattered. Then a black, demonic light appeared. The Buddha's light instantly defeated the 3 people. The devil Buddha Mara appears again. A thick black magic light lingered around his body. He was unharmed. Is this the body of the demon Buddha? The 3 saints looked extremely shocked. Rumor has it that the demon Buddha Paksin is immortal and his body cannot be destroyed by worldly forces. I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it is not false. You guys, I'm a little disappointed. The demon Buddha spoke and gently raised a hand. A black light gathered in his hand. A moment. Black light fell. The 3 saints seemed to have seen the most horrifying scene in the world. Not good. The 3 saints joined forces to resist. But it is still extremely difficult. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 saints all spurted blood. The entire 3 sacred peak collapsed. Inside the tea house, Yi Qingyun finished telling a story from the investiture of the gods. How is it? Isn't this a good story? After Yi Qingyun finished speaking, he looked at Huang Fuxing triumphantly. But Huang Fuxing was already standing there in a daze. The whole person was in a daze, completely confused. The story of investiture of the gods is too shocking for a mortal like Huang Fuxing. It's like entering a completely different world. Master Yi, are you a god who came down from heaven? Huang Fuxing said this in a daze. Yi Qingyun was speechless for a while. I'm a worthless god. Huang Fuxing didn't think so. In his opinion, Yi Qingyun might really be a god who has descended to earth. How else could such a story be told? Only if you have experienced it personally can you describe it so realistically and vividly. Master Yi, is this story true or false? Huang Fuxing asked this. He was extremely curious about the world of conferred gods that Yi Qingyun mentioned. Well, how should I put it? I don't know whether it's true or not. Just treat it as a story for now. Chapter 135, Eating Dumplings. Yi Qingyun left the tea house. Huang Fuxing was still in the tea house, digesting the shock brought by the investiture of the gods. Yi Qingyun asked him to come to the mountain tomorrow, and he would then give the complete investiture of the gods to Huang Fuxing and ask him to tell the story according to the book. After a walk around the market, Yi Qingyun bought a lot of things. Fortunately, there were storage bags used by warriors, so they put everything in the storage bags and brought them back to the mountain. On the way back to the mountain, I saw a woman walking towards me. It turned out to be Bai Sui. Bai Sui didn't expect to meet Yi Qingyun when going down the mountain. She was stunned and then hurriedly saluted. Meet Master Yi. Yi Vingyun si midet. It's Miss Bai. Long time no see. Indeed. It has been a while since Yi Qingyun last saw Bai Sui. Yi Qingyun had a deep impression of this woman. Mainly big. Literally big. There is no other meaning. Yi Qingyun glanced at Bai Sui inadvertently. It is indeed still the same size as before. Mr. Yi, did you just come back from the mountain? Bai Sui asked. Ye Vingyun nodded. Well, I went down the mountain and bought some things. At that moment, Bai Sui followed Yi Qingyun and went up the mountain step by step. When we got back to the top of the mountain, it was already dark. The night breeze makes people feel very cool and comfortable. Let's have dinner together. Okay. Bai Sui naturally would not refuse. Joke. Only the top talents in the Tianwu dynasty are qualified to have a meal with Yi Qingyun. As a disciple of the Jiuling sect, Bai Sui felt greatly honored to have dinner with Yi Qingyun. Moreover, Yi Qingyun's meal is definitely a great opportunity. Must grasp it firmly. It doesn't matter even if I have to eat coarse food. Yi Qingyun naturally would not let Bai Sui eat coarse food. He went to the kitchen, fiddled with it for a while, and soon came out with 2 bowls of dumplings. Here it comes. Yi Qingyun brought a bowl of dumplings to Bai Sui. There's a layer of red oil inside the dumplings, which is spicy and fragrant. Bai Sui looked at the dumplings in the bowl and wondered what this was. Seeing Bai Sui in a daze, Yi Qingyun was a little surprised. You haven't seen this thing before, have you? Bai Sui shook her head somewhat embarrassedly. Seemed a little ashamed. This is called dumplings, a kind of food from my hometown. You should try it. Yi Qingyun said. Good. Bai Sui picked up the chopsticks and picked up a dumpling. As a result, Bai Sui seemed to be unskilled in using chopsticks and accidentally dropped the dumplings into the bowl again. A lot of red oil splashed and stained Bai Sui's chest. Oops, Bai Sui exclaimed. When Yi Qingyun saw it, he quickly went in and got a piece of cloth and subconsciously wiped Bai Sui's chest. As a result, Bai Sui blushed and stepped back in shame. Mr. Yi, this. Yi Qingyun was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Oops, sorry. He quickly gave the cloth to Bai Sui and let her wipe it herself. Bai Sui was really conflicted. When Yi Qingyun took the cloth to wipe his chest, Bai Sui was stunned. She doesn't even know whether she should hide. If I dodge, will it make Master Yi unhappy? But if I don't hide, won't my body? Oops, so embarrassing. Fortunately, Yi Qingyun stopped and did not put Bai Sui into an embarrassing situation. But for some reason, Bai Sui felt a little disappointed. After wiping her clothes, Bai Sui sat back opposite Yi Qingyun. Both of them were a little embarrassed. Eat quickly. The dumplings won't taste good if they get cold. In order to ease the embarrassment, Yi Qingyun had no choice but to speak. Bai Sui got serious this time. Pick up the dumplings carefully and put them into your mouth. The white and tender dumplings are round and plump, dipped in spicy red oil and put into your mouth. As soon as she took a bite, the mixed aroma of vegetables and pork, plus the taste of red oil, immediately exploded in Bai Sui's mouth. Bai Sui's eyes suddenly lit up. What a unique taste. I don't know why, but I felt a different kind of satisfaction in my heart. I finished 1 dumpling in just 2 or 3 bites. Although it was a bit spicy, Bai Sui thought the dumplings were very delicious. It's delicious, Bai Sui couldn't help but say. Yi Qingyun was also chewing dumplings. If it tastes good, eat more. Bai Sui finished a bowl of dumplings very quickly. She was a little embarrassed. I want another bowl. I'll serve you another bowl. Yi Qingyun is very considerate. No, it's very empathetic. He immediately served Bai Sui another bowl. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Bai Sui ate another bowl of dumplings. I put down my chopsticks only after my stomach was a little full, feeling unsatisfied. Thank you, Master Yi, for your hospitality. Bai Sui wiped her mouth, her face full of satisfaction. Suddenly, a warm feeling arises from within the body. Bai Sui was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. Sure enough, another opportunity came up. This meal is not only delicious, but also has great benefits. Soon, this warm feeling flowed throughout Bai Sui's body. Bai Sui only felt that her breath was particularly strong, and her hands and feet became hot. Her face also turned red, like a ripe red apple. Puffs of white smoke rose from Bai Sui's head. Yi Qingyan took a look and wondered why there was smoke coming out of this girl's head. Is it too hot? As soon as I saw Bai Sui's face, it was red. Yi Qingyan became a little worried. There won't be any problem, right? Miss Bai, do you want to take a bath here? Yi Qingyan asked. Bai Sui wanted to shake her head, but for some reason, she hummed. Yi Qingyan's expression also became strange. I really want to take a shower here. How could he control himself? Isn't this an invitation to crime? But since he had already said it, Yi Qingyan felt embarrassed to go back on his word. I'll go get you some bath water. Yi Qingyun awkwardly went to prepare bath water for Bai Sui. Bai Sui sat outside, pinching the corner of his clothes with both hands. I was feeling very nervous, and a little nervous. There is still some anticipation. Even she herself didn't know what she was expecting. All in all, I feel very confused. Soon, the bath water was ready. Miss Bai, come in and take a shower. Yi Qingyan walked out. Good. Bai Sui pursed her lips and followed Yi Qingyun into the house. A wooden barrel appeared in front of Bai Sui. The wooden tub is large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people taking a bath together. There is water in the bucket. Yi Qingyun was also very considerate and sprinkled some flower petals in the bucket. Very atmospheric. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. I'm going to go out first. You wash it yourself. Good. I won't peek. Good. Yi Qingyun went out and closed the door. Bai Sui took several deep breaths before starting to take off her clothes. Chapter 136 Farewell. Crash. There were bursts of water sounds coming from the house. Yi Qingyan stood outside the house, looking serious. He was engaging in a sacred and difficult conversation. Talk to yourself. Yi Qingyan, you are a man. It's okay to take a sneak peek. No, I, Yi Qingyun, am a gentleman after all. How can I do something like peeping at a girl taking a bath? Hee. You actually want to see it very much in your heart. Why are you still pretending to be serious? This is a matter of principle, and if I get caught, I'll really become a pervert. So what if she's discovered? This is your territory, doesn't she know? She must know it in her heart. That's why she's willing to take a shower here. No, I can't do this, I'm still a child. Take a look, just one look. Don't miss this opportunity. You can't even take a look at me. I mean what I say, and I will never go against my principles. You really don't want to watch it? Really not going to watch it? If you don't look now, the bath will be finished soon. Then, I'll just take a look reluctantly. After a tough struggle with myself, Yi Qingyan finally understood a very profound truth. It turns out that I, Yi Qingyan, am also a pervert. Well, it seems that there is no way to go against men's nature. Yi Qingyan gritted his teeth, turned around, and stood at the door. I'll just take a look, no matter what I see, just one look is enough. Yi Qingyan muttered to himself. He was about to squat down. Crash. Suddenly, the door actually opened. Yi Qingyun's face was directly pressed against something soft and hot. It smells so good, so soft. Ah! With a scream, Bai Sui suddenly fell to the ground. She folded her hands in front of her, her face full of panic and shyness. Mr. Yi Qingyun was dumbfounded. What the hell? What did I do? It's over now. My image as Yi Qingyun, a modest gentleman, has been ruined. Yi Qingyun's face flushed, and he coughed dryly. He was just about to speak, but I saw Bai Sui had already stood up. Master Yi, it was Sui who was reckless. Please forgive me, Master Yi. She actually apologized to me? What's going on? Yi Qingyan looked up. Wow, he's wearing clothes. Yi Qingyan thought Bai Sui was not wearing any clothes. He was so scared that he nearly peed his pants. But that touch just now, it's really good. It left Yi Qingyun with an endless aftertaste. I just wanted to ask if you were okay, but I didn't expect you to open the door and come out. Yi Qingyun said embarrassedly. Bai Sui's face was flushed with shame. Yi Qingyan looked at the night outside, and it was already very dark. Miss Bai, how about you stay here tonight? You can go down the mountain tomorrow. Yi Qingyun suggested. But as soon as he said it, Yi Qingyun regretted it. What the hell am I talking about? She is a cultivator, not a weak little girl. So why would she be afraid of the dark? Moreover, the area around Fuyun Mountain is very safe, and even a mortal woman would be safe if she traveled there at night. Once this is said, it is inevitable that people will think of it in the wrong way. I thought you, Yi Qingyun, had some ill intention in wanting to keep her here. Well, okay. Bai Suyi was actually willing to stay here for one night. Yi Qingyun thought to himself, this is not my ill intention. They wanted to stay of their own accord. So, Bai Suyi slept here with Yi Qingyun for one night. Of course not sleeping together. Bai Suyi slept in Guo Xiaoyun's former bed, and not in one room. Even so, both Bai Suyi and Yi Qingyun couldn't sleep at night. Bai Suyi simply didn't sleep. Just sit cross-legged on the bed and practice. But Yi Qingyun didn't know how to practice, and he was really tortured the whole night. He tossed and turned in bed, his mind filled with strange images. At dawn, Yi Qingyun looked sleepy. Bai Suyi practiced all night and felt refreshed. Thank you for the hospitality, Mr. Yi. Su, you will take her leave now. Okay, take care. Bai Suyi went down the mountain. I don't know why. She walked down the mountain very slowly, looking back every 3 steps. It seems that he is nostalgic for the feeling of staying in Floating Cloud Mountain. At noon, Huang Fuxing came up the mountain. Yi Qingyun was so sleepy that he threw a copy of Romance of the Gods to Huang Fuxing and fell asleep. Huang Fuxing didn't dare to disturb him and went down the mountain excitedly with the book. A while later, Yi Qingyun had already fallen asleep, but someone else came up the mountain. This time, many people came. They are Hui Kong and other monks living at the foot of the mountain. All came to the mountain. Each of these monks had a solemn look on their faces. Especially Hui Kong. The look of worry between his brows was extremely intense. They came outside the yard and saw that Yi Qingyun seemed to be still resting. Even though they were anxious, they did not disturb him. Yi Qingyun slept until the afternoon before waking up. When he went outside the yard to relieve himself, he saw Hui Kong and others standing outside. What are you guys doing standing here? Yi Qingyun was startled and said unhappily. Hui Kong fell to his knees with a plop. Son of God, I and the others are leaving now. Yi Qingyun was stunned. Goodbye? Where are you going? Something has happened in Buddhism. As disciples of Buddhism, we must go back. After Hui Kong finished speaking, he bowed deeply to Yi Qingyun. All the monks also bowed deeply to Yi Qingyun. There was a deep sense of heaviness on everyone's face. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun knew that something big must have happened in Buddhism. Otherwise, these monks would not be so serious and come together to say goodbye to him. Well, since you're going back, please take care of yourself. Yi Qingyun didn't ask what happened. To him, these monks were annoying at times. But we have to admit that they are all a group of very pure monks. Staying here is also for the purpose of practicing. Although Yi Qingyun did not think of himself as a Buddhist saint at all, he had developed feelings for them after spending so much time with them. Yi Qingyun doesn't want anything to happen to these monks. Son, once the Buddhist matter is resolved, we will come back to practice with you. After saying this, Hui Kong and others chanted the Buddha's name. Then he turned and left. Yi Qingyun felt somewhat complicated. Once these monks left, the temples at the foot of the mountain became empty. After the monks left, a few more people came up the mountain. It's the old blind man and others. The old blind man, Chu Hanyang, Song Ruer, and the Lu sisters. After returning from the ancient imperial mausoleum, the Lu sisters wanted to follow Yi Qingyun and serve him. But Yi Qingyun still felt that it would be more appropriate for them to stay at the foot of the mountain. If I stayed in the mountains, I wouldn't be able to control myself. Are you guys leaving too? When Yi Qingyun saw them coming together, he said something casually. The old blind man was startled. Master Yi already knows? Chapter 137 Miss. What do I know? Yi Qingyun was also stunned. The old blind man said, We are here to say goodbye to Master Yi. Ye Vingyun Furonit. Where are you going? The old blind man and Chu Hanyang looked at each other. We brothers have to do something that is related to our deceased master. We brothers must find our master's grave. Yi Qingyun was a little surprised. Don't you know your master's grave? The old blind man smiled bitterly. Because my master has revealed too many secrets, he is afraid that his tomb will be destroyed after his death. So he has set up several suspicious tombs. Even the two of us don't know which one it is. Ye Yingyun nodded. All right. He looked at Song Ruer. And you? Song Ruder bowed. Master Yi, I also want to go to the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory. Yi Qingyun was stunned. What are you doing in the West? Song Ruder, I don't know either, but I've been having the same dream these days. In my dream, I always see a strange man with 3 faces and 6 hands. He keeps calling me. 3 faces? 6 hands? Could the person you dreamed of be Neza? Yi Qingyun didn't say aloud what he was thinking. He looked at the Lu sisters again. Where are you two going? The 2 sisters looked at each other. Master Yi, we didn't say we were leaving. Yi Qingyun was speechless. When he saw the 2 sisters coming with the old blind man and his friends, he thought they were also here to say goodbye. Then what are you doing up here? Yi Qingyun asked. Everyone in the temple has left. It's pointless for us sisters to stay down there any longer. So we came to the mountain to serve Master Yi. Both sisters looked a little shy. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. Okay, then you guys stay here. He also felt that it was not a good idea to leave the 2 sisters in an empty temple. Thank you, Master Yi. Both sisters were very happy. Master Yi, we brothers will take our leave first. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang both saluted Yi Qingyun solemnly. Looking back, the fate of the 2 brothers could be said to have changed the moment they met Yi Qingyun, especially the old blind man. He was originally blind and had to spend his whole life in darkness. But thanks to Yi Qingyun's miraculous healing skills, the old blind man regained his sight. The 2 brothers also deeply realized that Yi Qingyun was an existence that they could not imagine. But now, they have to deal with their master's affairs first. Take care, both of you. Yi Qingyun clasped his fists. The old blind man and Chu Hanyang left. The 2 came together and left together. Mr. Yi, goodbye. Song Ruder bowed. Yi Yingyun nodded. You are a woman, so you should catch up with Hui Kong and the others as soon as possible and go to the Western Territory together. You will have someone to take care of you on the way. Well, take care, Mr. Yi. Take care of yourself, too. Song Ruer bowed again and then left reluctantly. When she went down the mountain, she was still holding the Chinese knot that Yi Qingyun gave her. Song Ruer looked back at floating Cloud Mountain with complicated emotions in her heart. Because of her evil body, she was in great pain. Until I met Yi Qingyun, solved her the troubles caused by her evil body. It was like a new life for Song Ruer. In Song Ruer's heart, Yi Qingyun is like her reborn parent. Master Yi, after I go to the Western Territory to meet that person, I will definitely come back. Yi Qingyun stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the temples below. I felt a sense of emptiness in my heart. Fuyun Mountain, which was once bustling with activity, suddenly became deserted. This made Yi Qingyun, who always liked lively atmosphere, a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, the Lu sisters are also here. Looking at this pair of beautiful sisters, Yi Qingyun felt a little comforted. I wonder how my disciple is doing in Beichuan now. He missed Guoxiaoyan a little. Before he knew it, more than 3 months had passed since Guoxiaoyan left Fuyun Mountain and headed for Beichuan. Looking back, the sight of Guoxiaoyan leaving with red eyes seems as if it happened just yesterday. Ye Vingyun Sikit. He was afraid that his apprentice would be bullied in Beichuan. Although Xiao Shi was taking care of him, he was not in front of Yi Qingyun after all, so he could not help but worry. At the same time, Guoxiaoyan, who was in Beichuan, did encounter some troubles. Brother Gua, this is a bottle of top-grade body refining pill. Please accept it. This is an 800-year-old spiritual medicine. You must accept it. This is a heavenly treasure. Please keep it. Guoxiaoyan stood in the Xiao family compound. Many elders of the Xiao family took out various good things and wanted to give them to Guoxiaoyan. The elders of the Xiao family all looked flattering, as if they were afraid that Guoxiaoyan would look down on the things they sent. Not far away, Xiao Zhenan, the head of the Xiao family, and his daughter Xiao Shi watched the scene helplessly. Both father and daughter were quite troubled. Although both father and daughter tried their best to conceal Guoxiaoyan's extraordinary qualities. But gold will eventually shine. Guoxiaoyan's amazing qualities were finally revealed. The exposure happened just 3 days ago. The Xiao family held a competition among their children. This was normal in the past. As a result, Guoxiaoyan also got involved. Originally, Guoxiaoyan himself did not want to participate, but several members of the Xiao family seemed to deliberately target Guoxiaoyan and force Guoxiaoyan to participate. Guoxiaoyan had no choice but to participate in this competition. The results were surprising. Any member of the Xiao family who came against Guoxiaoyan had no way to deal with him. Guoxiaoyan did not make any move. The Xiao family members exhausted their strength one by one and had no choice but to admit defeat. Until the end, Even the Xiao family's recognized geniuses did not have the courage to fight Guo Xiaoyan. Everyone in the Xiao family then realized that this ordinary child brought back by the eldest daughter was actually so terrifying. It's simply a monster. Somehow, the news that Guo Xiaoyan had an extremely powerful master spread like wildfire in the Xiao family. So, these people in the Xiao family regarded Guo Xiaoyan as a hot commodity, and they all rushed to please Guo Xiaoyan. This is how the current scene came about. Guo Xiaoyan was also helpless. He was actually very confused. I have absolutely no idea what this is all about. He was just a child and had no idea how to deal with it. I can only look at these people in front of me helplessly. Well, it would be nice if the master was here. He must know what to do. Guo Xiaoyan also missed the days on floating Cloud Mountain. If I were still in the mountains, I wouldn't have to worry about dealing with these people, nor would I be bullied by them all the time. Every day, all you have to do is grow vegetables, sweep the yard, and cook for the chef. It'd be great if days like this could continue forever. At this moment, an idea emerged in Guo Xiaoyan's mind. I want to go back to Fuyun Mountain. Even if I have to run away, I have to go back. Chapter 138, Do I Know How to Practice? 3 days later, Guo Xiaoyan carried a package and sneaked out of the Xiao family under the cover of night. With firm belief, he decided to go back to Fuyun Mountain to visit Yi Qinyan. As for the Yuanhua tribulation that the old blind man mentioned, he had long forgotten it. After leaving the Xiao family, Guo Xiaoyan walked south for a while. Then he froze. Looking at the endless plain, Guo Xiaoyan finally realized. I don't even know the way. When he came, he followed Xiao Shi in a carriage. Now he wants to go back, but Guo Xiaoyan is alone. How can he find the way back? What's more, Beichuan is very far away from the southern wilderness, at least 10,000 miles away. How could a child under 10 years old travel thousands of miles alone? Guo Xiaoyan felt a little regretful. What he regretted was not that he slipped out of the Xiao family. Instead, I regret not having a detailed map of Beichuan. In this way, you can also find the way back to the southern wilderness according to the map. There's no need to be like this now, where you're in the dark once you leave the Xiao family. What should I do? Guo Xiaoyan thought about it for a while. Look at the night sky. Anyway, Nanwang is south of Beichuan, so if you just keep going south, you shouldn't be wrong. Eventually, we can go back to the southern wilderness. The worst that can happen is that it will just take a little more time. Guo Xiaoyan walked all night. He didn't feel tired at all until the sky gradually brightened. Guo Xiaoyan himself didn't find it strange. After all, not being tired was a good thing. It took 3 days and 3 nights. Guo Xiaoyan finally felt a little tired. It was at this time he saw a ruined ancient city not far away from him. Guo Xiaoyan was overjoyed and hurried towards the ancient city. It doesn't look far, but it actually took me half a day to walk there. When Guo Xiaoyan arrived at the ancient city, he saw many dried human heads placed on the city walls. There are more skeletons. This scared Guo Xiaoyan a lot. He suddenly didn't dare to go in, turn around, and leave. Hey, where did this little doll come from? It looks delicious. A big man in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of Guo Xiaoyan. Guo Xiaoyan cried out in shock and fell to the ground. Behind this big man in black robe, there were 2 other people, both of whom looked very fierce. The 3 of them stared at Guo Xiaoyan as if he were food. Ew, what do you want to do? Guo Xiaoyan was terrified. What are you doing? Hee. The 3 of them sneered. The smiles of these 3 people made Guo Xiaoyan even more frightened. My body couldn't help but tremble. Little kid, do you see those heads on the city wall? Those were put there by the 3 of us brothers after we finished eating. We 3 brothers love to eat human flesh, especially little ones like you. Even though the meat is small, it is extremely delicious. As the 3 brothers talked, they all laughed hideously. Guo Xiaoyan was so frightened that he almost fainted. Eat people. This is too horrible. Am I really going to be eaten here? It's not that he's afraid of death, but dying like this is too painful. I haven't met my master yet. Can you guys not eat me? I don't have much meat on me, and I'm not tasty. Guo Xiaoyan begged. Hey, whether it tastes good or not, you have to try to know. The leading man in black robe walked towards Guo Xiaoyan with a grim smile. Guo Xiaoyan closed his eyes and felt despair in his heart. Master! Bang! A muffled sound. The big man in black robe flew backwards. This scene made the other 2 big men stunned. What's going on? What happened? The big man in black robe who was knocked away fell directly to the ground, dazed. How'd I fly here? Also, why does my chest hurt so much? Look down. Oh shit. A solid fist mark appeared on his chest. Suddenly, severe pain broke out. The big man in black robe screamed and vomited blood. Brother! The other 2 big men hurried over. As soon as he saw the injuries of his elder brother, his face changed drastically. Could it be this kid? They both looked at Guo Xiaoyan was also staring at the three of them in a daze at this moment. His right hand still remained in a punching posture. Did I knock this guy out? Guo Xiaoyan's face was full of doubts. Could it be that these three people are just bluffing? Aren't they great at all? With this thought in mind, Guo Xiaoyan stood up. He walked towards the three people. The three people's faces changed drastically. Don't come over here, a big man shouted. Guo Xiaoyan didn't listen and continued to move forward. If you come over here again, be careful, or we will be rude to you. The other big man simply pulled out the knife from his waist. Guo Xiaoyan was a little scared when he saw the knife. But I still went there anyway. I'll chop you to death. The big man with the knife roared and chopped towards Guo Xiaoyan's head. Guo Xiaoyan closed his eyes again and punched randomly. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound and a scream. The big man with the knife flew out all of a sudden, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. The man with the knife was lying on the ground, looking up at the sky, and he saw stars. Guo Xiaoyan stared at the scene in a daze. Even more confused. Could it be that I was born with supernatural powers? The three people opposite were even more skeptical about life. At this moment, the only big man who had not been knocked away by Guo Xiaoyan was completely scared. Seeing Guo Xiaoyan coming over again, he knelt down on the ground with a plop. Master, spare my life. The big man actually begged for mercy directly to Guo Xiaoyan. An 8-foot-tall, burly man with a face full of flesh was kowtowing and begging for mercy in front of a child who was less than 10 years old, with a look of fear on his face. Such a situation is simply unbelievable. But it happened here. Guo Xiaoyan frowned, then raised his hand again. He gently pushed the big man who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. The big man cried out and rolled out like a rolling gourd. What kind of monster have we encountered? The three brothers were secretly groaning in their hearts. If we had known that this kid was so perverted, the three of us should not have come out. It's okay now. In the eyes of others, the three brothers are like three lambs to be slaughtered. There is absolutely no power to resist. Are you cultivators? Guo Xiaoyan suddenly asked. The three of them were startled, then nodded repeatedly. So what is your cultivation level? Our eldest brother is in the middle stage of condensation pill. We are both in the early stage of Dan condensation. The three of them said in succession. Dan Ning realm. He is already considered a master. You should know that in the Tianwu dynasty, the condensation Dan realm is enough to become a sect elder. But such a warrior in the nascent soul stage had no power to resist Guo Xiaoyan at all. This made Guo Xiaoyan a little suspicious. Could it be that my master has actually been teaching me how to practice for a long time? Just don't you know it? Chapter 139, The Troublemaker, is here. Master Yi, let me rub your shoulders. Master Yi, let me give you a leg massage. Mr. Yi, come and try the cakes I made. Master Yi, is this bowl of noodles exactly the same as the one you made originally? Mr. Yi. Yi Qingyun was completely numb. When he slept at night and dreamed, he felt that someone was calling him Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi. To describe it in one word, it's very uncomfortable. I originally thought that it would be fun to live with two beautiful sisters. He was expecting something to happen. What a result. Nothing happened, but he was almost annoyed to death. The two sisters served Yi Qingyun very diligently, sometimes massaging Yi Qingyun's shoulders and sometimes massaging his legs. They also rushed to cook for Yi Qingyun. At first, Yi Qingyun thought it was pretty good. It was comfortable to have someone to serve him, and he didn't have to do anything himself. But after 2 days, Yi Qingyun couldn't stand it anymore. This is too annoying. Moreover, these two sisters are really clumsy. While watering the vegetable garden, not only did the bucket tip over, but a whole bunch of Yi Qingyun's beloved chives were also stepped on and killed. I was feeding the rabbits and monkeys in the yard and almost poisoned a few of the little guys to death. The little ones were so frightened that when they saw the two sisters coming, they huddled into a corner, hugged each other, and trembled. The most outrageous thing is cooking. Yi Qingyun really didn't know if these two sisters were stupid or not. Cooking is obviously not that difficult, so why is it so outrageous? A pot of rice is either burnt or turned into porridge. I was trying to cook a dish and almost set the kitchen on fire. After much difficulty in stewing a pot of soup, Yi Qingyun took a sip and almost choked to death. He turned around and rushed into the kitchen, only to find that his jar of salt, which was originally full, was only half full. How much salt did you put in? Yi Qingyun almost gritted his teeth when asking Lu Changyue. Lu Changyue had an innocent look on her face. Not much, just 7 or 8 spoons. 7 or 8 spoons. Yi Qingyun fainted. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be poisoned to death by these two sisters in less than a year. Seeing Lu Changyue bringing another bowl of noodles, Yi Qingyun's heart trembled. Torture. Every time it's mealtime, it's pure torture. Yi Qingyun held on to a glimmer of hope and looked down at the bowl of noodles in front of him. Upon seeing it, Yi Qingyun almost vomited. Oh shit, is this shit? A large lump of mushy noodles was soaked in green soup, covered with a layer of chopped chili peppers. An extremely strange smell wafted into my nose. It feels like smelling sewer water. Oh my god. Yi Qingyun wailed in his heart. Oh god, you should just kill these two sisters with a thunderbolt. Stop wasting food and insulting the word cooking. Mr. Yi, do you think this bowl of noodles is exactly the same as the ones you made in the noodle shop? Lu Changyue asked expectantly. She seemed to really want Yi Qingyun to praise her. Ye Vingyun, could you please stop burying me? If I could make something like this, I would rather commit suicide on the spot. Ahem, Changyue. Actually, everyone has something they are good at. Just like you're good looking, this is your advantage. But maybe you're not that talented at cooking. Well, you're so smart. You should understand what I mean, right? Yi Qingyun didn't know how to say it directly, so he could only try his best not to hurt Lu Changyue's self-esteem. Lu Changyue blinked. Then I am doing okay, right? Yi Qingyun. He was a little suspicious, wondering if this woman couldn't understand what people were saying. No way. Yi Qingyun doesn't want to continue living such a painful life. He directly told the Lu sisters not to step into his kitchen again. Yi Qingyun does the cooking by himself. They didn't even need to help with cutting vegetables. He seriously suspected that if he cut vegetables for the two sisters, he would probably pick out the broken knife in the vegetables. A few days later, a large group of people came to the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain. There are as many as 300 people. Each of them holds a weapon. Leading the group was a man in black with a resolute and stern face and an aura of fierceness. Boss, I've already found out that the two sisters are hiding in this mountain. One of the men said to the man in black, apart from those two bitches, are there anyone else on the mountain? The man in black asked in a deep voice. Yes, but he is just a mortal, without any cultivation at all. The subordinate said. When a man in black heard this, he immediately looked puzzled. A mortal? Why would the Lu sisters hide in this mountain with a mortal? But he didn't think much about it. Since we have already chased them here, there is no way we will let the Lu sisters go. Surround the foot of the mountain. We must not let those two bitches escape again this time. Yes, the black-clad man's men immediately surrounded the entire Floating Cloud Mountain. The man in black went into the mountains alone, just reached the halfway point of the mountain. But I saw a rabbit chewing a carrot on the ground. The man in black just took a look, didn't care, and was about to walk over. Unexpectedly, the rabbit suddenly threw the carrot towards the man in black. The man in black was startled and quickly dodged. Then I heard the sound of wind passing by my ears. The man in black immediately looked at the rabbit with sharp eyes. But the rabbit had disappeared. Disappeared without a trace in an instant. What's going on? The man in black frowned, looking somewhat doubtful. It took him a while to calm down. Maybe it's an illusion. He continued to walk upwards. Haven't walked for long. A calf appeared in front of him. Looking at this calf, the man in black was stunned again. Before he could react, the calf rushed towards him with a roar. Court death. The man in black was furious. He raised his hand and struck directly with a fierce palm. But the calf dodged and avoided the palm strike from the man in black. Then he pushed hard on the man in black. The man in black was so frightened that he was knocked flying. Where he landed, he fell heavily. However, the man in black immediately got up and was not injured. He looked forward alertly. The calf was gone. This time, the man in black became even more restless. Why does this mountain feel so spooky? It was like this with the rabbit before, and it is also like this with the calf now. What's going on? Maybe it was the trick of those two bitches. The man in black immediately suspected that it was a trick set up by the Lu sisters, trying to stop myself from going up the mountain. If you don't let me go up, I'll go up anyway. Let's see what tricks you guys have next. The man in black snorted coldly and continued to walk up. Chapter 140. Kill the Demon King with one sword. The man in black didn't believe in evil. He felt that all this was the trick of the Lu sisters, trying to stop me from going up the mountain. The more this happened, the more he wanted to go up. And the man in black became more vigilant. They walked for a while longer. He saw a monkey squatting on a tree from a distance. A little monkey. He was holding a banana and eating it. The man in black smiled grimly. Is this the same trick again? The man in black turned his wrist and a pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. This sword is extremely powerful, and there's a faint sound of a tiger's roar coming from the sword. Tiger Roar Sword. This is the magical weapon that the man in black had obtained with great difficulty. It is made from the bones of ancient monsters. Amazingly powerful. With the Tiger Roar Sword in hand, the man in black felt much more confident. He walked straight towards the little monkey. The little monkey also saw the man in black and squeaked at him. Just swipe. The little monkey disappeared. The man in black fixed his eyes and looked around, but there was no sign of the little monkey. It's just bluffing. The man in black became even more certain that the rabbit and calf he had seen before were just illusions. It doesn't really exist at all. Suddenly, the man in black felt his crotch tighten. He lowered his head suddenly. I saw the little monkey who was eating a banana on the tree just now had crawled under his crotch without me noticing. He also grabbed his crotch. A piercing pain came, and the man in black suddenly slashed at the little monkey with his sword. The little monkey chuckled, dodged nimbly, and ran into the dense forest in the distance. The man in black was furious. He actually had his peaches stolen by a monkey, and it's a real monkey. This is simply a great humiliation. Hiss. The man in black kept gasping for air. It wasn't because he thought the little monkey was so scary, but because his crotch really hurt. Fortunately, the little monkey didn't use too much force, otherwise it would have been crushed. You two bitches, I will tear you into pieces. The man in black roared viciously. It took a full stick of incense time for the man in black to fully recover. He suddenly rushed towards a mountain. I planned to rush to the top of the mountain in one breath. When we were almost at the top of the mountain, the man in black suddenly twitched his nose. He smelled a strange smell. It seems to be the stench of a fox. The man in black didn't think much and continued forward. As he took a step forward, a fox suddenly jumped out from the bushes. The man in black reacted very quickly and slashed at the fox with his sword. The fox dodged the sword easily and swept its tail in front of the man in black. In an instant, an indescribable stench hit my nose. The man in black was immediately dizzy from the smoke, and his stomach was churning. Vomit. He really couldn't stand it and vomited it out. The fox also disappeared in a flash. The man in black vomited for a long time until the stench dissipated and he finally recovered. What the hell is this place? The man in black couldn't help but roared. I thought I could easily capture the Lu sisters here. As a result, since going up the mountain, I have encountered all kinds of strange beasts. And he made himself miserable. The men in black were a little suspicious, wondering if the beasts they met were deliberately teasing them. Could it be that this is actually the territory of the demon clan? Those beasts just now were actually monsters? The man in black began to hesitate. If this is really the territory of monsters, then it would be quite dangerous for me to come here alone. But we are almost at the top of the mountain. Should we just give up? This was also unacceptable to the man in black. Damn it, he cursed. Anyway, we are almost at the top of the mountain, and I would be unwilling to leave if I don't go up. He concluded that the Lu sisters must be hiding on the top of the mountain. With a grit of his teeth, the man in black rushed to the top of the mountain with a sword in hand. I thought I would encounter something strange. Finally, I got to the top of the mountain and took a look. A courtyard and 3 huts. Other than that, there's nothing special. The man in black was a little stunned, but then he showed joy. There's a thatched hut here, which means the Lu sisters must live here. There is absolutely no mistake. I'm afraid there will be an ambush here. After experiencing what happened in the mountain, the man in black also became smarter. The more ordinary a place looks, the more strange it may be. He glanced around vigilantly. Everything is normal. He looked around the yard again. There is a discovery. There was a dog lying in the yard. The dog has yellow hair all over its body and seems to be dozing off, looking very lazy. Under normal circumstances, the man in black would never take a dog seriously. But now, he was actually a little afraid of the dog. It would be bad if the dog suddenly attacked me. It's better to strike first. The man in black made up his mind and slashed at Damao with his sword. Damao didn't even try to hide. He was still dozing on the ground. It was as if he didn't see the man coming towards him at all. When? The man in black swung his sword heavily, chopping it on the dog's head with incredible precision. But the dog's head was intact and didn't even move. Instead, the man in black was knocked flying backwards by a huge force. How is that possible? The man in black was horrified. He glanced at his right hand, and the base of his hand was already cracked. Blood was dripping. The tiger roaring sword was also shaking. It seemed to be afraid of the dog. Damao yawned and looked at the man in black with some helplessness. The man in black was at a loss. Who I am? Where am I? Why would I want to chop a dog? What the hell is this place? Damao was also speechless. He was taking a nap in the yard, and suddenly a man came out with a sword and chopped it directly on the dog's head. If I hadn't been so stubborn, I would have died on the spot. Damao had a good temper and didn't argue with this guy. If I were in a bad mood, I would just slap him into a pulp. At this time, the rabbit and the three demons have all returned. They also saw the scene where the man in black chopped Damao with his sword. Both the rabbit and the three demons were shocked by the courage of the man in black. What a tough guy. This is the real tough guy of the time. Without saying a word, he picked up the sword and went to chop off the head of a demon king. What kind of courage does it take to do this? At this moment, the rabbit and the three demons all had great admiration for the man in black. At this time, Yi Qingyun pushed the door open and walked out. He thought of getting some tomatoes from the yard and frying them with eggs to mix with the rice. Who are you? He saw the man in black outside the yard at a glance. Seeing that the man in black was still holding a sword, he suddenly became nervous. The Liu sisters also came out. As soon as they saw the man in black, they were horrified. Mr. Yi, it's him. Chapter 141, give you some compensation. Master Yi, he is our sister's enemy. My sisters and I opened a noodle shop at the foot of Lietian Peak just to deal with him. I didn't expect this person to chase me here. Master Yi, you must protect us. The Liu sisters chattered in Yi Qingyun's ear. Yi Qingyun finally understood. This man in black is the enemy of the Liu sisters. At that time, he also heard from the Liu sisters that they had a very powerful enemy. But Yi Qingyun didn't care at that time. It seems now, the Liu sisters are truly a nuisance. Their enemies actually found their way here. Yi Qingyun felt a little scared. It's obvious that this guy is not someone you want to mess with. And there are weapons in his hands. What if this involves me? Little did he know that the man in black was also looking at Yi Qingyun. Seeing that there was no fluctuation in Yi Qingyun's cultivation level, he thought that he was the mortal that his subordinates had mentioned. But the Liu sisters seemed to be quite dependent on this person. Moreover, everything here seems extremely unusual. This forced the man in black to guess that this young master Yi was probably not an ordinary person. You two bitches stole the treasures of my Haisha gang, and you want to just walk away like that? Absolutely impossible. The man in black shouted angrily. Boss Long, it was clearly us sisters who got the treasure first. It was you from the Haisha gang who got coveted the treasure and wanted to do something bad to us sisters. Liu Changwes said angrily. You want to take us sisters for yourself, and you want to force yourself on us. You are so despicable. Liu Xingyue scolded. The man in black snorted. So what? The treasure was originally discovered by my Haisha gang, and I've been eyeing you two for a long time. The man in black sneered repeatedly. No woman that I, Long Batian, set my sights on can escape, and you two are no exception. The Liu sisters were both extremely angry. I was even more afraid. Long Batian's reputation is not just boasting. The sisters are no match for Long Batian. The only one to rely on is Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun stared at the man in black with a complicated expression. He's a very handsome guy. Why is he called Long Batian? Sounds like someone who died a quick and miserable death. Ahem, Chief Long, let's just practice peace. Yi Qingyun coughed dryly and spoke with gritted teeth. Long Batian was already afraid of Yi Qingyun. Hearing Yi Qingyun say this, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Harmony is the most important thing. What does this mean? Doesn't he want to take action? So you said that on purpose? What is your name? Long Batian asked cautiously, clasping his fists. My name is Yi Qingyun, just a nobody. Yi Qingyun quickly clasped his fists in return. Yi Vingyun. Long Batian frowned. Why do I seem to have heard this name somewhere before? He thought about it carefully. Then I suddenly remembered. Isn't this the name that was widely circulated in the 7 kingdoms of the southern wilderness some time ago? A debate on Buddhism made Yi Qingyun's name famous throughout the 7 countries. Although it's a bit quiet now, but there are many people who have heard of Yi Qingyun's name. The Haisha gang can be considered a local force of the Tianwu dynasty and often travels among the 7 countries. As the gang leader, Long Batian was also a top figure. It was impossible for him not to know about the Buddhist theory that had caused a sensation in the southern wilderness. Could it be that you are Yi Qingyun, the one who defeated the high monk from the Western Territory in terms of Buddhist theory? Long Batian asked in surprise and doubt. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. That's really me. Long Batian couldn't help but take a breath. This time it wasn't because of the pain in my crotch, but because I really felt that the other person was so terrifying. I didn't expect the other party to be such a big shot. Long Batian was secretly shocked. No wonder this place is so weird. It turns out that such a great person lives in seclusion here. I was careless. I was careless. It turns out to be Master Yi. I apologize for offending you, Master Yi. Long Batian quickly bowed. Yi Qingyun was a little surprised to see the other party being so polite. It seems that the cultivators in this world are indeed quite polite. Even such a wicked person can be treated like this. Long Batian didn't want to be so polite. I am really afraid. He had heard a lot of rumors about Yi Qingyun. Some people say that he is the reincarnation of the Buddha's holy son. Some people also say that Yi Qingyun is an old monster who has lived for 10,000 years, and his cultivation is unfathomable. Anyway, everyone is talking about how powerful Yi Qingyun is. How could Long Batian not be afraid? I didn't expect that the Lu sisters could find such a backer. Long Batian muttered secretly in his heart. Boss Long, why don't we resolve the grudge between these two and your gang? Yi Qingyun said so. He intended to be a peacemaker. Help the Lu sisters resolve this feud. Long Batian said, since Master Yi has spoken, then I am naturally willing, but the two of them must hand over the treasures. Yi Qingyun nodded and looked at the Lu sisters. You took someone else's treasure. Why don't you return it to them? The Lu sisters all looked embarrassed. Sir, we have already refined the treasure. Yi Qingyun was stunned. What the hell? Lu Changyue said, Master Yi, what we took away was a mysterious soul pearl, which can enhance the power of the soul. My sisters and I refined the mysterious soul pearl several days ago. Ye Vingyun. He looked at Long Batian somewhat awkwardly. Boss Long, look at this. Long Batian's expression was also very ugly. He didn't dare to attack Yi Qingyun and could only glare at the Lu sisters fiercely. Zuampazu. In order to obtain the Shuampa pearl, he searched for it for 10 years before he finally determined its location. For some reasons, the Lu sisters were asked to take the Shuampa pearl. What result? The Lu sisters ran away, and the Shuampa pearl was gone. It's really a case of losing both the lady and the army. If Yi Qingyun had not been present, Long Batian would have definitely vented his anger on the Lu sisters. As for how to vent, those who understand will understand. Yi Qingyun also felt a little sorry. If you take someone else's things, you still have to pay some compensation. He thought about it. How about this, Boss Long? Since they took your things, I will compensate you on their behalf. As he spoke, Yi Qingyun took out several things from the house. They were all given to him by Su Changfeng, Dongfang Su, and others. Each one is a treasure. Boss Long, you can pick these things yourself. If you like them, you can take them all. Yi Qingyun said very generously. Long Batian looked at the things Yi Qingyun took out. His eyes were so wide open that it looked like his eyeballs were about to pop out. Are you kidding me? These are all treasures. The value of any one of them is not much less than that of the Shuampa pearl. Isn't this too generous? The Lu sisters were also dumbfounded. Then I was deeply moved. Woo woo woo. Master Yi is so good to us. In order to help us sisters solve our problems, he is actually willing to give away so many treasures. Chapter 142, The Passing of the Three Saints. The Lu sisters were deeply moved. But Long Batian didn't dare to move at all. Of course, he was envious of these treasures. But what if I'm jealous? He didn't even dare to take it. People say it's compensation for you, but you have to be alive to receive it and to use it. Long Batian is not stupid. He felt that this was a deliberate test of himself. If I were really greedy and accepted all these treasures, I would be dead before I even get down the mountain. Absolutely not take it. You can't take it even if you kill yourself. Thinking of this, Long Batian looked at Yi Qingyun and then revealed a flattering smile. Mr. Yi is too polite. It's okay. Take as much as you want. No, I really can't have it. You'd better take it. Otherwise, I'll always feel like I owe you something. Really? That's not necessary. This matter is over. No, you have to take it. Long Batian was about to cry. I've never seen anything like this. I said I didn't want to take your treasure, but you forced me to take it. Isn't this going to kill me? Long Batian really had no choice. He looked at these treasures. In the end, I only took the most ordinary one. This so-called ordinary means that it is relatively ordinary among these treasures. Even if it is placed outside, it is still enough to cause many people to scramble for it. Master Yi, I will only take this one. I will definitely not take any more. Long Batian said with a firm look on his face. It was as if he was telling Yi Qingyun that if he let him take a few more pieces, he would die on the spot. Yi Qingyun was relieved to see that he accepted it. That's good. Long Batian accepted the things, which also meant that he would not embarrass the Lu sisters anymore for Yi Qingyun's sake. The grudge was thus resolved. Mr. Yi, I'm leaving now. Well, no thanks. Long Batian looked deeply at Yi Qingyun, then at the Lu sisters, and then left. When they reached the halfway point of the mountain, Long Batian took a deep breath. Everything that just happened is still fresh in my mind. The details of Yi Qingyun are still unclear. He may not be as scary as the rumors say. Long Batian talked to himself. Just at this moment, a big golden dog slowly came to Long Batian. Behind the big golden dog, there were 3 monsters and a rabbit. The 5 hegemons of floating cloud mountain appear together. Long Batian was shocked. He looked at Damao and the others with great fear. My master is very broad-minded and won't argue with you. Damao started to speak. Long Batian was shocked again. A talking dog. It is indeed a monster. And it seems that the cultivation level of this dog demon is quite high. But since you took my master's things, you'd better stick to your duties. If you have other ideas. Damao didn't finish his words. An indescribable strong pressure suddenly descended. Boom! Long Batian suddenly felt his whole body sink, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. Long Batian was extremely shocked. My heart was filled with fear. I'm afraid the cultivation level of this big golden dog is far superior to mine. It was completely beyond his imagination. Long Batian had no doubt. If this big golden dog wanted to kill me, I would probably die in an instant. It's ridiculous that I used a sword to chop this big golden retriever. It's simply seeking death. Fortunately, the big golden retriever had no intention of attacking him at that time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't even have a complete body left. Call. The pressure disappeared instantly. It comes quickly and goes quickly. Long Batian felt so light all over that he almost fell to his knees. He looked at Damao and the others with great horror. Now, except for Damao, the other monsters all released their own auras. Boom, boom, boom. For streams of demonic aura rose into the sky, shocking Long Batian. Long Batian's expression changed drastically. 4 great demons that can reach the sky. Damao also released his own aura. Boom! The terrifying evil spirit instantly changed the color of the sky. Demon King. Long Batian was so frightened that his whole body was shaking and his face turned pale. He quickly kowtowed to Damao and the others. Mercy! Mercy! Take care of yourself. Damao left these words and disappeared with the other monsters in an instant. Long Batian kowtowed a few times on the spot, then ran down the mountain in a hurry. Arrived at the foot of the mountain. Meet with your men. Boss, on the mountain. Just as the subordinate was about to speak, Long Batian slapped him to the ground. Go. Everyone go. Long Batian shouted anxiously. The men were all confused. What is going on? Why is the gang leader so panicked? It was like experiencing something extremely terrifying. The subordinates did not dare to ask any more questions, and all followed Long Batian and ran away. Moreover, Long Batian ran very fast, and his men couldn't catch up with him. After running for 100 miles, Long Batian finally stopped to catch his breath. After waiting for a long time, the men finally caught up. Boss, what happened? The subordinate asked breathlessly. Don't ask anything. From now on, no one from our Haisha gang is allowed to approach this mountain. Long Batian said in a very stern tone. Buddhism in the western region. A shocking battle ended. The 3 sacred peaks collapsed. Among the rocks, there were scattered Buddhist beads, torn robes, and blood all over the ground. The bodies of the 3 saints fell to the ground. There was a huge bloody hole on their chest. The 3 saints are on their deathbed. Their lives are like a candle in the wind and can be extinguished at any time. The devil Buddha Paksan stood not far away, and all 3 of their faces had sinister smiles. His 6 arms were all stained with the blood of the 3 saints. My Buddha will never perish. The young monk looked up at the sky and said with difficulty, Amipa. The 3 saints chanted the Buddha's name at the same time. Their bodies, under the shining light of Buddha, gradually turned into ashes. 3 seniors. At this time, many Buddhist monks came from afar. They witnessed the passing of the 3 saints with their own eyes, and every monk had an expression of grief and anger on his face. Hui Kong and others who returned to the Western Territory from the Southern Wilderness were also among them. Long live the Buddha! The final voices of the 3 saints echoed between heaven and earth. After the 3 saints passed away, only 3 golden relics remained. The demon Buddha Mara did not seem to want to let go of the 3 relics, and immediately tried to grab them. But then three relics suddenly broke through the air and flew in different directions. The demon Buddha, Pasun, missed his target and a trace of anger appeared on his face. Demon Buddha, you are a Buddhist evildoer. Kill him. Today we will live and die together with this evil creature. In grief and anger, the monks rushed towards the demon Buddha Mara. Aha! The demon Buddha, Paksan, laughed. The Buddha's calamity begins today. Chapter 143, Huikong's outburst. A catastrophe for Buddhism. An unimaginable catastrophe. The three saints passed away, and the monks fought a bloody battle against the devil and Buddha. This earth-shattering battle caused rivers of blood to flow among the Buddhists in the Western Territory. The whole world wept for it. The monks suffered heavy casualties. Buddhist beads were scattered all over the ground. Robes were flying all over the sky. In the desert, the demon Buddha Paksan was stepping on the corpses of monks and holding a monk's neck in his hand. This monk was none other than Huikong. Huikong had been seriously injured and was covered in blood. But even so, he still did not give in and stared at the demon Buddha Pasun with firm eyes. Aren't you afraid of me? The demon Buddha Mara suddenly felt strange and did not kill Huikong immediately. Instead, he asked a question. Huikong smiled. Why should I be afraid of you? The demon Buddha Paksan frowned. I can easily kill you and even destroy your Buddhist sect. Why aren't you afraid? Huikong laughed out loud. You can kill me, but you can't destroy Buddhism. Before he finished speaking, a strong vitality suddenly emerged around Huikong again. Buzz! Waves of golden light burst out from Huikong's body. The demon Buddha Paksan was startled and immediately let go of Huikong. Huikong flew up into the sky. The golden light all around him was extremely strong. Huikong had a solemn expression on his face and clasped his hands together. Behind him, a strange shadow of Buddha appeared. The Buddha's shadow is in an attitude of holding up the sky, exuding an ancient and vicissitudes of life aura. The demon Buddha Paksan's pupil shrank. Could this be the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra? The next moment, Huikong struck out at the demon Buddha Paksan with a palm strike. Boom! The huge Buddha's palm came down, carrying with it a strong aura. This palm strike actually made the demon Buddha Pasun feel a little frightened. He didn't dare to be careless, and a roar came from the face in the middle. Roar! As he roared, black magic light gushed out of his mouth. The demonic light hit the Buddha's palm. Make an astonishing roar. Boom! The Buddha's palm collapsed, but the magic light also scattered. Huikong actually blocked a move by the devil Buddha Mara. This scene shocked the other monks present. The person who was even more shocked was the demon Buddha Mara. His three faces all looked to Huikong. You actually know the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra? Huikong stood in the air. An endless amount of life, energy, burst out from his entire body. Huikong's cultivation level also reached perfection from the original Ningden realm and officially entered the Tongtian realm. So he gained the ability to fly. But the most important thing is that Huikong was finally able to unleash the power of the ancient Buddha's Yoga Sutra. That's right. Huikong was able to burst out with such amazing power at this moment thanks to the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras he learned from Yi Qingyan. Even Huikong himself did not expect that the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra could play such a huge role at this moment. Thank you, Holy Sun. Huikong's gratitude towards Yi Qingyan deepened. If it weren't for this ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra, he would have been completely vulnerable in front of the devil Buddha Mara. Demon Buddha, you will never be able to destroy Buddhism. Huikong looked down at the demon Buddha Mara. Ridiculous. The devil Buddha raised his hand and punched. In an instant, a black fist fell from the sky. Huikong raised his hands, and his life breath turned into infinite Buddha light, illuminating the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The black fist print collapsed and scattered instantly. The demon Buddha Paksan was shocked once again. Where did you learn the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras? He demanded sharply. Huikong snorted. The supreme secret book of our Buddhism can only be known by the Holy Son of Buddhism. I'm not talented enough. I have only learned a little bit of the Saint Sun skills, but it is enough to fight against you, the demon Buddha. The Holy Son of Buddhism? The demon Buddha Pasun was startled and remembered the Buddhist legends he had heard in the past. The Holy Son of Buddhism has come through countless disasters. The Holy Son has been born, and all the Buddhas are paying homage to him. I thought it was just a lie deliberately made up by the old monks in Buddhism. But now, The devil Buddha Mara saw the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra on Huikong, and Huikong himself also revealed the existence of the Buddhist Holy Sun. Could the rumors be true? The devil Buddha Paksin was secretly frightened. Demon Buddha, prepare tout. Huikong attacked again. The boundless breath of life turned into pure Buddha power, and countless Buddha palms came crashing down. The demon Buddha Pasun's eyes turned cold. He never took it seriously. Do you really think I can't kill you? Bosun raised his hand. Boom! The terrifying black thunder fell. Huikong was shocked and quickly used his Buddha's palm to meet the thunder. However, I didn't expect that the black thunder was so powerful. No matter how many Buddha's palms there are, it is difficult to resist. Huikong used all his strength to try to block the black thunder, but he was still hit hard by a black lightning. Huikong's entire body was charred, blood gushed out of his mouth, and he fell downwards. Huikong! The monks were sad. Plop! Huikong fell to the ground, no longer breathing. The devil Buddha Paksin took a look at Huikong's body and felt a little scared. Fortunately, his cultivation is too low and he has not learned the complete ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to deal with him today. The next moment, the devil Buddha Mara captured another monk. Tell me, where is the holy sun of Buddhism? I won't tell you. Snap! The monk's neck was broken. The devil Buddha Mara captured another monk. Where is the holy sun of Buddhism? I won't say. Snap! The devil Buddha Mara didn't say anything and just broke his neck. But after killing more than a dozen monks, no one was willing to reveal the whereabouts of the Buddha's holy sun. The devil Buddha Paksin was also annoyed. He grabbed a monk directly. Instead of asking any questions, he used the soul-searching method directly. Buzz! In an instant, all the memories of the monk were seen clearly by the demon Buddha Mara. Even the memories that the monk himself had forgotten were seen by the devil Buddha Pasun through the soul-searching method. The Southern Wasteland? The Tianwu Dynasty? Floating Cloud Mountain? Finally, the demon Buddha Mara saw what he wanted to see. The place where the holy sun of Buddhism resides. The demon Buddha Marwan threw the monk away and looked towards the south. Why is the holy sun of Buddhism in the southern wilderness? He was a little hesitant. He can do whatever he wants in the Buddhist world. Because he knew clearly in the current Buddhism, no one could be his opponent. But the situation in the southern wilderness is different. Although the current southern wilderness is not as powerful as it was in ancient times. But there might be some powerful hidden people. But the next moment, the demon Buddha Pasun decided to go to the southern wilderness. Anyway, they must kill the holy sun of Buddhism. Otherwise, as long as the holy sun is alive, these Buddhist monks will still have hope in their hearts. In that case, his idea of destroying Buddhism would never be realized. Let you ants live a few more days. The devil Buddha Paksin looks down on the Buddhist land. When I return with the head of your holy sun, what hope do you have? With a whistling sound, the demon Buddha Paksin was already heading towards the south. The monks were shocked. He would have found the sun. What should I do? The holy sun is in danger. Right now, Yi Qingyun, who was in Floating Cloud Mountain, sneezed for some reason. Yi Qingyun rubbed his nose. Why do I feel like something bad is going to happen? Chapter 144. Coming for the Holy Sun of Buddhism. Your Majesty, something big happened in the Western Territory. Tianwu Dynasty, above the main hall. Dongfang Su received urgent intelligence from the border. What happened in the West? Dongfang Su asked quickly. He thought that the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory was here to cause trouble again. The Buddhist sect in the Western Territory has suffered heavy losses, with heavy casualties. A powerful man named Demon Buddha Pasun is heading towards the southern wilds. As soon as these words were spoken, Dongfang Su's expression changed drastically. Molful Bosun, Buddhism suffered a heavy blow. What is going on? Dongfang Su immediately came to the secret room where the classics were stored. Go straight to the scriptures related to Buddhism in the Western Territory. Soon, Dongfang Su made a discovery. Molful Bosun. He was flipping through an ancient book, and his expression became more solemn the more he read. Bang! He suddenly closed the book, with a deep gloom between his brows. Something big is going to happen. From ancient books, Dongfang Su already knew the origin of the demon Buddha Mara. This person can be said to be the greatest disaster to Buddhism. Thousands of years ago, the demon Buddha Mara was born. He was originally just an ordinary monk in an ordinary temple. But because of some special experiences, the devil Buddha Paksin's character changed drastically. He killed all the monks in his temple, and he regarded himself as a devil or Buddha. The demon Buddha Pasun poured the blood of monks on the golden Buddha statue and vowed to destroy all Buddhism in the world. Afterwards, the devil Buddha Mara began his journey to destroy Buddhism. Buddhism faced a catastrophe. Countless monks died at the hands of the evil Buddha Maruan. The entire Buddhist community became a sea of blood. Final, the 9 old monks found a secret treasure of Buddhism that had disappeared for many years. With the help of the power of the secret treasure and the 9 old monks exhausted their lifelong cultivation, they defeated the demon Buddha Pasun and sealed him under the desert. Buddhism was thus able to continue. But the demon Buddha Paksin is immortal and can only be suppressed but not killed. Therefore, before the last old monk passed away, he warned all Buddhists to guard the seal carefully and never let the devil Buddha Mara appear in the world again. But now, the devil Buddha Paksin unexpectedly escaped. Not only will it cause disaster in Buddhism, but will also bring blood and gore to the southern wilderness. Dongfang Su knew all this and knew that something was wrong. So he immediately notified the leaders of the 3 major sects and asked them to come together to discuss countermeasures. The 3 sect leaders arrived soon. Su Changfeng, Gong Sun Yu, and Chen Gongwang gathered in the palace. Your Majesty, why are you so anxious? Why did you call all 3 of us here? When the 3 of them arrived, they looked at Dongfang Su in confusion. Dongfang Su placed the ancient book in front of the 3 people. The demon Buddha Pasun has severely damaged the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory and is now heading towards the southern wilderness. Dongfang Su said in a heavy tone. The 3 of them were stunned. Who is the devil Buddha Mara? They quickly picked up the ancient books and started reading them together. After reading it, the expressions of the 3 sect leaders became exactly the same as Dongfang Su's. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in the Western Territory. Gong Sun Yu said in a deep voice. This demon Buddha, Pasun, is probably at least at the level of spirit refining realm. Chen Gongwang said. Su Changfeng shook his head. Even if you are at the spirit refining realm, it would be hard to describe how terrifying this person is. At this moment, everyone was silent. Buddhism also has strong people in the realm of refining spirits, but now the demon Buddha Bosun is intact, which means that it is difficult for a strong person in the realm of refining spirits to defeat the demon Buddha Bosun. Dongfang Su also said so. So, the cultivation level of this demon Buddha Pasun is probably the Gui Qiao realm. Return to the state of enlightenment. As soon as these 3 words came out, both Dongfang Su and the 3 sect leaders felt extremely heavy in their hearts. Because the level of cultivation at the Gui Qiao realm is truly too terrifying. Moreover, in the southern wilderness today, I am afraid that there are no strong people in the Gui Qiao realm. It is even possible that there is none in the entire world. In the Tongtian realm, one can mobilize a portion of the power of heaven and earth, so one can fly in the air. In the spirit refining realm, one uses the power of heaven and earth to temper the soul, transforming it into a spirit, reaching the point where the soul can leave the body without dying. As for the Gui Qiao realm, it is to absorb all the power of heaven and earth into the acupoints throughout the body, and in the blink of an eye you can exert a powerful force comparable to the power of heaven and earth. This is beyond the imagination of ordinary warriors. The power of his gestures can easily wipe out warriors below the Tongtian realm. This is a matter of great importance. We should notify the other 6 nations and have all the top experts come together to discuss this matter. Su Changfeng suddenly said. Dongfang Su nodded. I've already informed them. Just at this moment, someone else came to the hall in a hurry. Your Majesty, the demon Buddha Pasun is coming towards our border. What? The 4 of them were horrified. The devil Buddha Paksin actually came straight to the Tianwu dynasty? What is going on? Could it be that the target of the devil Buddha Paksin is the Tianwu dynasty? What on earth is going on? Dongfang Su roared angrily. The person who reported it shook his head. I don't know either. Dongfang Su looked extremely ugly. Once the devil Buddha Mara arrives, the Tianwu dynasty will be in danger of destruction. It seems there is only one way. Gong Sun Yu sighed. Several people looked at Gong Sun Yu, and they all knew what method Gong Sun Yu was talking about. In today's Tianwu dynasty, who can resist the devil Buddha Posen? There's only one person left. Yi Qingyun. Perhaps this demon Buddha Pasun is coming from Master Yi. Su Changfeng deduced. How do you know? Dongfang Su asked quickly. According to ancient books, The only thought of the demon Buddha Pasun is to exterminate Buddhism, and everything he did in Buddhism proves that he does have a great hatred for the people of Buddhism. Su Changfeng said in a deep voice, "Don't forget, Master Yi has another identity." Several people were stunned. Then they exclaimed in unison, "The Holy Son of Buddhism." Only then did they suddenly remember that at that time, Yi Qingyun defeated the Buddhist monk Xianjing with Buddhism. Moreover, monks such as Huikong have always regarded Yi Qingyun as the Holy Son of Buddhism and have shown him great respect. Although Yi Qingyun himself has never admitted it, people in the Buddhist community have already regarded Yi Qingyun as the true Son of God. That's right, the demon Buddha Pasun is most likely coming from Master Yi. Dongfang Su became a little excited. The three sect leaders all nodded. They knew that the only person they could rely on now was Yi Qingyun. Tianwu Dynasty, border. The rolling black clouds came, bringing with them boundless demonic power. The power of this demon was so strong that it caused birds to fall to the ground and beasts to crawl on the ground. On a mountain peak, there stood a figure, looking at the black clouds rolling and not far away. This person is Shun Tianhua. Shun Tianhua stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the dark clouds. Such a strong demonic power. Shun Tianhua had a solemn expression, with a gleam of light in his eyes. He sensed that an extremely powerful existence was approaching the Tianwu dynasty, so he came here first, wanting to intercept it. Chapter 145. Three wonders appear together. A strange figure suddenly emerged in the devilish cloud. The demon has 3 faces and 6 arms, and is extremely powerful. It is the devil Buddha Mara. Here it comes. Shun Tianhua's eyes narrowed, and when he saw the appearance of the devil Buddha Mara, he was even more horrified. With 3 faces and 6 arms, it is obvious that he is not an ordinary person. There is also this indescribable demonic energy that made even a strong man like Shun Tianhua feel his breath was suffocated. The demon Buddha Pasun also felt a strong aura. He looked intently and saw Shun Tianhua standing on the opposite mountain. Interesting. The devil Buddha Paxin curled his lips. Then he stood on the sky. The devilish cloud surged behind him, constantly changing. Sometimes he turns into a peaceful young monk. Sometimes she turns into a stunningly beautiful woman. Sometimes he turns into a gloomy and vicissitudes old man, full of a weird feeling. "Who are you?" the demon Buddha Pasun asked. He looked down from above, like a god, questioning a mortal. "I am Shun Tianhua." Shun Tianhua said. The devil Buddha Paxin naturally did not know Shun Tianhua. No interest in getting to know him either. "You want to stop me?" the demon Buddha Pasun asked. "I just don't want you to join the Tianwu dynasty. Please leave." Shun Tianhua responded calmly. The demon Buddha Paxin laughed. "Just you? You want to stop me?" Boom! A powerful demonic force descended. It's like the power of heaven. In an instant, Shun Tianhua felt an extremely strong pressure. My body suddenly became heavy. Shun Tianhua's expression suddenly changed. The power of this pressure was far beyond Shun Tianhua's imagination. Shun Tianhua has encountered countless powerful enemies in his life, but no one has ever been able to bring such a strong pressure to Shun Tianhua. "People from the southern wilderness, if you can withstand 3 of my attacks, I will spare your life." The devil Buddha Paxin is high above. Shun Tianhua laughed at himself. He has been famous in the southern wilderness for many years and has always said this kind of thing to others. But he didn't expect that someone would say such things to him now. "If you can survive 3 attacks, I will spare your life." Shun Tianhua took a deep breath. He knew that the other party was very powerful. But as for holding on for 3 moves, I should still be able to do it. "If you can't survive 3 of your attacks, can you please leave the southern wasteland?" "That depends on whether you have the ability." The words are about to fall. The devil Buddha Paxin has already taken action. One of his arms was raised slightly. A demonic blue dragon took shape instantly. The blue dragon roars. The devil's might. The next moment, the evil blue dragon roared towards Shun Tianhua. Shun Tianhua didn't dare to be careless at all. I dare not even hold back. All his life skills were immediately put to use. Pointed out with 1 finger. The finger light turned into a huge finger. Star-breaking finger. This is the star-breaking finger, one of the 3 unique skills that Shun Tianhua was proud of throughout his life. It is so powerful that it can easily kill a Tongtian realm warrior. There are only a few people in the same realm who can block this move. The star-breaking finger soon collided with the evil blue dragon. In a flash, the evil blue dragon was pierced through the middle by the finger. When the finger light broke out from the dragon's tail, there was still some residual power. Go straight to the demon Buddha Poxin. The demon Buddha Poxin had no expression on his face. Let the remaining power of the finger hit you. However, the demon Buddha Pusun did not move at all, and the remaining power of the finger had no effect on him at all. Shen Tianhua was shocked when he saw this. Good. Next is the second move. Before the devil Buddha Poxin finished speaking, a huge palm had already fallen. This is a red palm, as if it was stretched out from the underworld. Shen Tianhua did not dare to delay and struck out with a palm. Heaven-covering palm. This is also one of Shen Tianhua's 3 unique skills, and its power is even greater than that of the star-breaking finger. When the 2 palms were placed together, the sky and the earth changed color. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a surging air wave swept in all directions. This movement could be felt within 1,000 miles radius. The red devil's hand dissipated. Shen Tianhua's heaven-covering palm was also eliminated on the spot. Not bad, the demon Buddha Pasun said lightly. Not 2 words less. This can be regarded as a compliment from the demon Buddha Poxin to Shen Tianhua. Even thousands of years ago, few people could receive praise from the demon Buddha Mara. Shen Tianhua felt even more heavy-hearted. He has already used 2 of his 3 unique skills, but it is still difficult to shake the demon Buddha Poxin in the slightest. This has made Shen Tianhua realize the gap in strength between the 2 sides. Shen Tianhua had no doubt that if the other party attacked seriously, he would be in great danger at this moment. I have one more move. If you can block it again, I will let you go. The demon Buddha Pasun said. Shen Tianhua took a deep breath. Please enlighten me, master. The demon Buddha Mara stretched out his hand, and a swastika seal appeared. As soon as the swastika Buddhist seal appeared, all the evil spirits around it dissipated. Instead, a pure Buddhist aura emerged. Pure Buddhist energy. The demon Buddha, Mara himself, also became pure and sacred. It was completely different from his previous appearance, when he was full of evil spirit. The devil and the Buddha are in one body, the only one with 3 bodies. This is the true appearance of the devil Buddha Mara. He is a very special existence. Whether it is Buddha's energy or demonic energy, you can use it as you wish. He is a devil and also a Buddha. An immortal Buddha, heart, is an eternal existence. Shen Tianhua was shocked. Even though he was knowledgeable and experienced, it was the first time he saw such a strange creature. It really is beyond the imagination of ordinary warriors. The swastika Buddhist seal fell. Shen Tianhua didn't have time to think about it. The last of the 3 tricks. Unparalleled fist. Unparalleled in the world. With one punch, all other punches in the world pale in comparison. This punch condensed the essence of Shen Tianhua's martial arts throughout his life. Embrace everything. Boom! The pure white fist mark collided heavily with the swastika Buddhist seal. In an instant, the heaven and earth were silent. Shen Tianhua was hit hard, spitting blood and flying backwards. Just as Shen Tianhua landed, the devil Buddha Poxin appeared behind him. I remember you said your name was Shen Tianhua. Shen Tianhua staggered repeatedly, his face pale. If you can connect with my 3 attacks without dying, you have the right to live. After saying this, the demon Buddha Poxin floated away. Shen Tianhua had a complicated expression. For the first time, he felt powerless. Even if all 3 skills were used together, it was still difficult to shake the opponent in the slightest. There is such a strong person in this world. Shen Tianhua looked at the direction where the demon Buddha Poxin left, and suddenly his pupils shrank. Could it be he was going after Master Yi? The direction that the demon Buddha Poxin was heading was floating Cloud Mountain. Shen Tianhua's breathing became rapid. If it's Master Yi, maybe he can suppress this person. The demon Buddha Poxin sped all the way. The rolling evil clouds reappeared. He headed straight for floating Cloud Mountain. A cup of tea. Floating Cloud Mountain is already in sight. This is it. The devil Buddha Poxin showed joy in his eyes. The holy son of Buddhism is here. As long as it is killed, there will be no hope for Buddhism. Chapter 146, The Shocked Demon Buddha. Floating Cloud Mountain is right in front of the devil Buddha Mara. But for some reason, the demon Buddha Mara, who had come with full confidence and the intention to destroy Buddhism, suddenly became shaken when he saw the floating Cloud Mountain. Even he himself found it incredible. The so-called holy son of Buddhism was clearly right in front of him, but he hesitated. Damn it, I came here to destroy Buddhism. All the monks and Buddhas in the world are my targets to be destroyed, and the holy son of Buddhism is no exception. The demon Buddha, Paisun, secretly clenched his fists and immediately strengthened his heart. His purpose in this life was to destroy Buddhism. For this, he is willing to give up everything, even life. Just when the devil Buddha Paksin was about to set off, suddenly, a powerful demonic aura erupted from floating Cloud Mountain. The demonic energy was so strong that even a powerful figure like the demon Buddha Pasun could not help but change color. His 3 pairs of eyes all looked forward. Bursts of golden light emerged from the demonic energy. Such a strong demonic aura. The demon Buddha Pasun was secretly shocked. Under his gaze, a large golden dog walked out from the sky, full of evil spirits. It's Damao. Damao stared at the demon Buddha Paksin. Damao, who is usually lazy, becomes very serious at this moment. More serious than ever before. Because even in the eyes of Damao, the devil Buddha Mara is quite threatening. This is not the place you should come to. Damao made a low sound. The demon Buddha Pasun frowned and stared at Damao. Are you the king of the current demon race? Damao shook his head. I have nothing to do with the demon race. The reason why the demon Buddha Pasun asked this was because Damao's aura was too strong. Only the king of the demon clan could possess such a powerful demonic aura. The devil Buddha Pasun did not know the current situation of the demon clan, so he regarded Damao as the king of the demon clan. Why are you stopping me? The demon Buddha Pasun asked. It has not been easy for you to cultivate till now. I just hope you can turn back and not do things beyond your ability. Damao said lightly. Upon hearing this, the demon Buddha Paksin couldn't help but laugh. Something beyond your ability? Could it be that he meant that the devil Buddha, Mara, could not kill the holy son of Buddhism? It's ridiculous. Haha, it seems that the holy son of Buddhism is no more than that. The demon Buddha Pasun sneered repeatedly. He is afraid of me and doesn't dare to face me. So he asked a powerful demon like you to protect him? When did Buddhism fall to the point where it needed protection from the demon race? It's really ridiculous. It would be better if such a despicable Buddhist sect were destroyed by me, the demon Buddha Pasun, as soon as possible. Damao just looked at him calmly. Is this guy delusional? Come and fight. I have never fought with a powerful demon. Today, let's see how powerful they are. The demon Buddha Pasun's eyes became fierce. A fighting spirit rose. He actually wanted to fight with Damao. Damao snorted, also angered. Suddenly, a huge golden bee's claw fell directly towards the demon Buddha Paksin. The devil Buddha Paksin was shocked and did not dare to be careless at all. The devil's cloud opens the sky. The demon Buddha Paksin roared and waved his 6 arms at the same time. 6 demonic hands rose into the sky, collided with the huge golden beast claw. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden beast claws suddenly disintegrated. The 6 demonic arms released by the demon Buddha Paksin also disappeared into thin air. But the devil Buddha Pasun deeply felt the terrifying power of Damao. You are indeed very strong, the demon Buddha Paksin said sincerely. In the eyes of the devil Buddha Pasun, no opponent, whether in the past or now, can be as powerful as Damao. You can't beat me, so go back to where you came from. Damao persuaded. The demon Buddha Paksin was angry. Do you really think I can't defeat you? Damao sighed. Even if you beat me, so what? You can't be a match for my master. Owner? The demon Buddha Paksin was shocked. Such a powerful demon actually has a master? Then what kind of person is its owner? Who is your master? The demon Buddha Pasun asked immediately. My master is the holy son of Buddhism that you mentioned. Damao said. What? The demon Buddha Paksin was horrified. The holy son of Buddhism is actually the master of this powerful demon clan? This is incredible. This is impossible. The devil Buddha Paksin couldn't believe it. Damao curled his lips. Believe it or not, I can let you go to see my master, but I can't guarantee that you can come out alive. Ow! Do you want to see him or not? If you don't want to see it, you can leave now. After saying that, Damao was about to turn around and go back. Of course I want to see you. The demon Buddha Paksin suddenly stepped forward. Not only do I want to see him, I also want to take his life. Otherwise, what's the point of me coming here? Damao, then come with me. So, the devil Buddha Paksin followed Damao and came directly to the mountainside of floating Cloud Mountain. Damao walked slowly in front, and the demon Buddha Paksin followed behind. The latter was looking at the scenery of Fuyun Mountain. This place is extraordinary, the demon Buddha Paksin said secretly. After coming here, his spiritual Buddha heart became unusually peaceful for some reason. Even the evil aura on the demon Buddha Paksin couldn't help but weaken a little. On the way up the mountain, the rabbit and the three monsters also appeared. The demon Buddha Paksin saw these little guys at a glance. The rabbit and the three monsters were all terrified. The aura of the demon Buddha Paksin is too strong. It can be compared with Damao. This is an unimaginably powerful person. They didn't dare to get close at all and could only watch from a distance, all the way to the top of the mountain. At this time, Yi Qingyun was teaching the Lu sisters to practice yoga. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well teach two beauties some yoga. Not only can it kill time, but it can also make Yi Qingyun feel pleasing to the eye. Especially when guiding the movements, you may get stuck in the oil from time to time. TSK. It makes me feel comfortable just thinking about it. Yes, lift this foot higher. Bend your waist a little more. Just like this, yes, very good. Hold on. Yi Qingyun was teaching with great joy. The Lu sisters made strange poses under Yi Qingyun's manipulation. The two sisters blushed and felt it was very strange. But for some reason, after doing these strange postures taught by Yi Qingyun, I felt very comfortable. It felt warm, as if there was heat flowing through their bodies. Their respective realms also seemed to be growing little by little. So, they studied patiently, not at all perfunctory. This scene happened to be seen by the devil Buddha Mara. He stood there blankly, his face full of shock. This person really knows the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras. Chapter 147, I am the same as you. Ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra. This is not the first time that the demon Buddha Mara has seen this. Before, the devil Buddha Mara had witnessed the power of the ancient Buddha Yoga Sutra on Huikong. At that time, the devil Buddha Mara already knew that Huikong's ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra came from the Holy Son of Buddhism. Come here and take a look now. It is true, and it seems that this Buddhist saint should understand the complete ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra. But why did he teach two women to practice the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra? Is there some hidden meaning behind this? Damao turned his head and glanced at the demon Buddha Paksin. Go ahead yourself. The demon Buddha Paksin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his body shape changed slightly. He did not reveal his true form with 3 faces and 6 arms, but instead transformed into a slightly thin young man. The demon Buddha Mara walked closer. Sir, someone is coming. The first people to discover the demon Buddha Mara were the Lu sisters. Yi Qingyun was startled and looked back. I saw a tall and thin young man standing there. However, Yi Qingyun did not know this person. Who are you? Yi Qingyun asked. The demon Buddha Paksin frowned. Although his appearance had changed, his aura had not changed. Logically, this holy son of Buddhism should know his own identity. Why do you still ask? Moreover, why is there no fluctuation in the cultivation level of this so-called holy son? Simply, just like a mortal with no cultivation. He is definitely not a mortal. The devil Buddha Paksin is not stupid. He would only think that Yi Qingyun's cultivation was unfathomable, and he would not be naive enough to think that Yi Qingyun was really immortal. If he were really immortal, how could you understand the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutras? If he were immortal, how could such a powerful demon clan warrior obey him? Unfathomable. The demon Buddha Paksin became secretly afraid. I'm afraid my true identity has already been seen through by this person. My name is Bo Sun. The demon Buddha Paksin bowed and said in a cold voice. Paksin? Yi Qingyun was stunned. This name is so strange. I don't think I know you. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. Yes, but I know you. The demon Buddha Paksin said in a very forceful tone. You know me? How come I don't know? Yi Qingyun looked confused. You are the holy son of Buddhism, and I have a grudge against Buddhism, so I came to seek revenge on you. The demon Buddha Paksin said very directly. Ye Vingyun. 3 question marks suddenly appeared above his head. What the hell? You have a grudge against Buddhism, so you come to me, Yi Qingyun, to seek revenge? What kind of logic is this? The devil Buddha Paksin moved his feet slightly. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura burst out. The Lu sisters were horrified and collapsed to the ground, trembling. Master Yi, this person is too scary. Lu Changyue said with a trembling voice, her face full of fear. Although Yi Qingyun could not sense any strong aura, looking at the expressions of the Lu sisters, He knew that this guy was not easy to mess with. He was a little scared too, but on the surface, he tried his best to remain calm. Apart from a little weakness in the calves, there was nothing unusual. Maybe you have the wrong person. I'm not some holy son of Buddhism, Yi Qingyun said calmly. The demon Buddha Paksin frowned. How can this person be so shameless? Everyone in the world knows that you are the holy son of Buddhism. I have come to your door, but you don't even dare to admit your identity as the holy son of Buddhism? This is simply outrageous. On normal days, the devil Buddha Paksin would not bother to say much and would just start fighting. But here, the devil Buddha Mara is still relatively calm. No direct action was taken. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. The devil Buddha Paksin raised his hand and grabbed Lu Chongyue, who was slumped on the ground, in his hand. Elder sister, Lu Xingyue was extremely anxious, but she knew she could not save her sister at all, so she could only look at Yi Qingyun for help. Master Yi, save my sister. She could only hope that Yi Qingyun could come to the rescue. In Lu Xingyue's eyes, as long as Yi Qingyun is willing, there is nothing he can't do. Yi Vingyun secretly groaned. I'll use my head to save him. It's obvious that this guy is not a good person. With my weak arms and legs, I don't think I can withstand 3 punches and 2 kicks from him. What should I do? If you don't take action, I will kill this woman first. The demon Buddha Paksin pinched Lu Chongyue's neck with one hand and spoke in a sinister voice. Yi Qingyun was conflicted. How does he make his move? What are you doing with the hoe? Isn't this just seeking death? Yi Qingyun didn't know what to do. Suddenly, his heart moved. Does this guy have a grudge against Buddhism? The person he is looking for is the holy son of Buddhism? Then if I can prove that I'm not the saint of Buddhism, and that I have a grudge against Buddhism just like him, wouldn't that allow the other party to let me go? I'm a logical genius. Yi Qingyun calmed down immediately. He looked at the demon Buddha, Paksin. Do you really think I'm the holy son of Buddhism? The demon Buddha, Pasun sneered. If you're not here, is there anyone else here? Yi Qingyun shook his head. I am indeed not a holy son of Buddhism. The devil Buddha Pasun had a look of disdain on his face. I didn't believe what Yi Qingyun said at all. Not only am I not a holy son of Buddhism, I, like you, also hate Buddhism. These words surprised the demon Buddha Pasun. Do you hate Buddhism? Without waiting for the demon Buddha Pasun to ask, Yi Qingyun continued. The people of the Buddhist sect are the most hypocritical, and the most hateful. What they did for the so-called Buddhism is simply outrageous. These Buddhist monks are the biggest pests, misleading people and causing chaos. Did you see those temples at the foot of the mountain when you came here? The Buddhists imprisoned me here, guarding me day and night, making me suffer here. This is my hatred for Buddhism. Yi Qingyun said so much in one breath. The demon Buddha Paksin was stunned by what he heard. The devil Buddha Paksin really began to have some doubts. This guy claims to hate Buddhism so much. How could he be the holy son of Buddhism? What I hate most about Buddhism is the restrictions on emotions and desires. Yi Qingyun continued. Think about it. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are normal human emotions. Who doesn't have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness? Who doesn't have greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, love, evil, and desire? Buddhism has been talking about precepts and rules, and I don't know how many human tragedies it has caused. Tell me, how come a couple who love each other so well, in the eyes of Buddhism, form is emptiness and emptiness is form? It's outrageous. Yi Qingyun became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he really had a deep hatred for Buddhism. But he did not notice that there was already mist in the eyes of the demon Buddha, Pasun, opposite him. Yi Qingyun's words touched the biggest soft spot in the heart of the demon Buddha Pasun. That is also the reason why the demon Buddha Mara hates Buddhism. 7 emotions and 6 desires. The birth of the demon Buddha Mara was due to the restraint and suppression of Buddhism. It is under this kind of tough suppression that the devil Buddha Mara exists. Chapter 148, Is the World Worth It? The demonic side of the devil Buddha Mara was caused by his rebellion against Buddhism. He is a combination of Buddha nature and devil nature. Not completely evil, but if the Buddha nature in him completely disappears, he will become completely evil. At that time, the devil Buddha Mara will become even more terrifying. Now, he still has Buddha nature in his body. Although he hates Buddhism, at times he would feel confused and reflective. Right now, because of Yi Qingyun's words, the demon Buddha Paksin developed something called memory. He was recalling every little thing he had experienced before he became the demon Buddha, that small and old temple, and the sounds of chanting as if it happened yesterday, and that sweet smiling face. These are the most profound memories of the demon Buddha Paksin. It is also the memory that he has buried deep in his heart and does not want to recall. That's enough. The devil Buddha Pasun suddenly interrupted Yi Qingyun's words. Yi Qingyun's expression froze, and he didn't dare to continue speaking. The demon Buddha Paksin looked at Yi Qingyun with complicated eyes. Since you hate Buddhism so much, why do others say that you are the holy son of Buddhism? Yi Qingyun curled his lips. I never said that I was the holy son of Buddhism. They forced this title on me. Besides, even if I really am the reincarnation of the Buddha's holy son, can't I hate Buddhism? Anyway, I have nothing to do with those Buddhist monks. If you want to kill them, just kill them. It has nothing to do with me. The demon Buddha Paksin fell silent. He originally wanted to come over and kill the so-called holy son of Buddhism directly to cut off the hope of Buddhism. But now it seems that the situation is more complicated than I expected. It is hard to say whether the person in front of me is the holy son of Buddhism. No matter if this man is a Buddhist saint or not, I won't be wrong if I kill him. The devil Buddha Paksin suddenly had such a thought. I'd rather kill the wrong person. Can't let it go either. The next moment, the devil Buddha Paksin let go of Lu Changyue. Lu Changyue sat on the ground, her face pale, feeling like she had survived a calamity. Da Mao was staring at the demon Buddha Paksin from behind, and seeing the murderous look in his eyes, he knew that he wanted to attack. Da Mao walked to the side silently, his eyes fixed on the demon Buddha Paksin. As long as the devil Buddha Paksin dares to take action, Da Mao will definitely stop him. The devil Buddha Paksin stared at Yi Qingyun. The fingers moved slightly. A hint of fierce murderous intent broke out. But at this moment, a cool breeze blew over the mountain. Everything around seemed to have fallen into silence at this moment. The demon Buddha Paksin's pupils suddenly shrank. My heart started beating even more violently. Bang, 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 bang. Time and space seemed to have come to a standstill. The devil Buddha Paksin saw scenes of hallucinations appearing before his eyes. And there is only one result of these illusions. Demon Buddha Bok Sun Vil Di. If he attacks Yi Qingyun, there will be only one outcome. D. The devil Buddha Paksin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. All his strength seemed to dissipate at this moment. For weeks back to normal. Nothing has changed. Yi Qingyun is still the same. Da Mao is still the same. And the Lu sisters are still the same. They felt nothing. Only the devil Buddha Mara. He was completely shocked. This person's strength is far above mine. The devil Buddha Paksin was extremely shocked. He knew that the strange phenomenon of space and time stagnation and the hallucinations he had seen were definitely caused by the person in front of him. There is no one else. He was warning me. It's also giving me a way out. The demon Buddha Pasun breathed rapidly and clenched his fists. That is a kind of unwillingness, even a little bit depressed. He originally thought that his own strength was enough to kill the holy son of Buddhism. Even if there is Da Mao trying to stop us, we can still sacrifice everything and die together. But now it seems that I was too naive. The person in front of him, no matter whether he is the saint of Buddhism or not, is not someone he can kill. So scary. So horrible. I'm afraid he has reached the state of returning to nature and achieving harmony between man and nature. Just like gods and men, the existence of this realm is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even the devil Buddha Mara is nothing more than a slightly larger ant in his eyes. Master, why do you have to do this? The demon Buddha Paksin spoke bitterly. Yi Qingyun was confused. Why are you suddenly calling me an expert? What is going on? I know I can't kill the master, but I still have doubts in my heart. The devil Buddha Mara did not leave. Do you have any questions? Yi Qingyun asked. I want to know, is there really any meaning to existence in this world? When the devil Buddha Paksin said this, there was a look of deep confusion on his face. It's like a poor person trapped in a sea of suffering. He wanted to be free, but he couldn't. He has great strength, but all he can do is kill. The more killings there were, the more empty the demon Buddha Pasun felt in his heart. Another person in the late stage of Chinibyu who feels that the world is not worth living. Yi Qingyun complained his heart. However, Yi Qingyun found it easier to deal with such people. He smiled slightly, put his hands behind his back, and looked like a hermit. Whether or not this world is worth living is not something you should get the answer from me. The demon Buddha Pasun was startled. So where do I look for answers? In the eyes of the demon Buddha Pasun, if even an unimaginable master like Yi Qingyun cannot give him the answer, then who else can tell him? The answer is right under your feet and right in front of you. Yi Vingyun Simidet. Only when you walk through this world and experience it for yourself will you know whether this world has any meaning. The demon Buddha Pasun was suddenly struck hard. The answer is right in front of you and under your feet. What an expert. This gives me guidance and allows me to experience the world. How about this? I'll take you down the mountain and show you the life down there. Yi Qingyun suggested. Good. The demon Buddha Paksan nodded. At that moment, Yi Qingyun took the demon Buddha Paksan and walked down the mountain. Damao followed slowly behind. The Lu sisters did not go with them because they were all frightened by the devil Buddha Paksan. We walked down the mountain and arrived at the market. Yi Qingyun walked side by side with the demon Buddha Paksan. Came to a big willow tree. I saw an old woman in shabby clothes sitting under a tree with a bamboo basket in front of her, which contained a basket of eggs. The old woman looked to be in her 70s, with gray hair and a thin body. A heavy and gloomy air permeated her body. In a house not far away, the atmosphere was festive and the house was decorated with lights and colorful lanterns. Congratulations to the Zhang family for having a new baby. A butler came out in a red robe, his face full of joy. Wow, wow, wow. The baby's loud cry attracted the attention of the neighbors. What a fat white boy. Congratulations to Mr. Zhang and his wife on the birth of their baby boy. The Zhang family's incense can continue. Many people came forward to express their congratulations. The housekeeper also immediately gave the wedding money to those who came to congratulate. The old woman selling eggs carried a basket of eggs and slowly walked to the gate of the mansion. Wait until everyone has dispersed. She just walked to the front. Congratulations to the Zhang family for having a new baby. The old woman trembled as she handed over a basket of eggs that she was going to sell. There was a smile on her face that came from the heart. This basket of eggs is for the young master of the Zhang family to nourish his body. Chapter 149, Human Conditions. The housekeeper quickly and solemnly took the basket of eggs. At this time, the owner of the Zhang family also came out. She was holding a chubby white baby in her arms, and it was crying loudly. Grandma, thank you for the eggs. This is my kid. Let me show you. The head of the Zhang family said to the old woman with a look of joy on his face. The old woman nodded and looked at the baby in the arms of the Zhang family master. Her old face was also full of smiles. Little boy, drink more milk and grow up strong. As the old woman spoke, she stretched out a finger and tickled the baby. The baby stopped crying and opened his round eyes, looking at the old woman curiously. The baby stretched out his little hand and gently grasped the old woman's fingers. Chuck, the old woman is laughing. The baby also giggled. This moment seems like the cycle of life. Birth and withering. There's an overlap at this moment. In the distance, Yi Yun and the demon Buddha Pasun, who were standing side by side, watched this scene. There was also a smile on Yi Yun's face. He looked at the demon Buddha Mara standing beside him. What do you think of it? The demon Buddha Paksan did not say anything. His eyes were just fixed on the scene in the distance. For some reason, the devil Buddha Paksan seemed to feel touched. They were obviously just an ordinary old woman and an ordinary baby, but they made the demon Buddha Pasan feel that the world was so beautiful. He himself found it hard to believe. Do you think that old woman deserved to die? Yi Qingyun suddenly asked. The demon Buddha Paksan shook his head. Where's the baby? The demon Buddha Paksan still shook his head. Ye Yun Simidet. Since you think neither of them deserves to die, then does the human world have a meaning for its existence? The demon Buddha Paksan fell silent. He didn't know how to answer. But I have to say, this scene is indeed beautiful. One has reached the end of his life, and the other has just been born. In the old woman's eyes, this baby might be her former self. And that little baby will become a person like the old woman in 70 or 80 years. You are who I once was. I am your future self. Time passes and life flows. And this is the meaning of human existence. Come on, I'll show you around again. Ye Vingyun greeted. The demon Buddha Paksan continued to follow Yi Qingyun forward. The two came to the market. Everyone here is very familiar with Yi Qingyun, and they all greeted Yi Qingyun. Ye Vingyun naturally responded enthusiastically. Mr. Yi, is this big guy your friend? At this time, a fat woman came in front of Yi Qingyun and the demon Buddha Paksan, and looked at the demon Buddha Paksan with squinting eyes. He's my friend. Yi Qingyun said this with a stiff upper lip and secretly glanced at the demon Buddha Poxin. Seeing that he was not angry, I breathed a sigh of relief. Master Yi, is your friend married? The fat woman asked again. Huh? Yi Qingyun was dumbfounded. What kind of problem is this? You ask a ruthless and evil demon who kills people and destroys the world whether he is married? How do I answer this? Yi Qingyun had no choice but to look at the demon Buddha Poxin. Are you married? The demon Buddha Mara also had a strange expression on his face. He shook his head, but a beautiful smile appeared deep in his heart. This was his former love, but he died because of him. The intention to destroy Buddhism also originated from her. That's perfect. I have several virgin girls here. They all come from good families. Would you like to go with me to see them? The fat woman's eyes lit up, and she immediately wanted to take the demon Buddha Poxin to see her eldest daughter. Yi Qingyun was startled. Aunt Lu, wait a minute. If this angers the demon Buddha Mara, everyone in the market will be slapped to death by him. But then the devil Buddha Mara raised his hand. Aunt Lu looked bewildered and just walked away. What did you do to her? Just let her forget what happened just now. The demon Buddha Pasun said lightly. Yi Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. After walking for a while, Yi Qingyun suddenly pointed at a young couple not far away. Look at them. There was no need for Yi Qingyun to say anything. The demon Buddha Poxin had already noticed this couple. The couple were both in their early 20s and looked like they had just gotten married. The man looks average, but he is tall, strong, and very energetic. The woman looked like an ordinary woman, and her clothes were simple and clean. The man was eating the food the woman brought. You've been working for half a day. Why don't you go back and rest for a while? It's okay. I'm not tired yet. I'll work for a while after dinner and earn more money to go back. Or I can help you with the work. You are a woman. How can you do such a thing? Go back obediently, prepare dinner, and wait for me to come back. Well, then take care of yourself and don't get too tired. I know. Simple and ordinary conversation. A husband who works outside and a wife who does laundry and cooking for him. A very ordinary couple can be seen everywhere. But it is such an ordinary couple that makes the devil Buddha Mara extremely envious. He would rather not have this cultivation or the title of demon Buddha. He just wanted to live an ordinary life with a beloved woman like that man. What a pity. All this has long been impossible. The moment the love of his life died, the demon Buddha Mara was destined to remain only a demon Buddha. This couple is actually very ordinary. You can see them everywhere. Ye Vingyun spoke. Do you think they deserve to die? The demon Buddha Poxin shook his head. But the next moment, the devil Buddha Mara did something that left Yi Qingyun dumbfounded. He just flicked his fingers. The man, who had just finished his meal and was about to move the goods, suddenly fell to the ground. His face was pale and blood was coming out of his mouth. What's going on? Someone come quickly. Something happened. The workers around were also horrified and started shouting. What are you doing? Yi Qingyun was shocked. The demon Buddha Poxin looked indifferent. I want to see if that woman is sincere to her husband. Yi Qingyun was speechless for a while. Soon, the woman came back in a hurry. When she saw her husband's appearance, her eyes suddenly turned red. What's wrong with you? Someone come and save my man. He can't die. The woman's cries were so heartbreaking that they moved anyone who saw her to tears. A doctor from nearby came. After checking the condition of the woman's husband, he shook his head solemnly. I'm afraid it won't work. As soon as these words came out, the woman was struck by lightning. She sat there blankly, looking like an idiot. Everyone sighed. How could a healthy person, who was full of energy just now, die in the blink of an eye? Erwazi just got married to his wife. Why did he just die like that? What should I do if I leave such a daughter-in-law behind? Oh, who could have thought of this? The woman suddenly grabbed the doctor's hand. Can my husband be saved? The doctor looked at him in amazement. I wanted to say there was no cure, but suddenly someone took over his body. There's another way to save his life. That is to use your blood to give him a blood transfusion. It may be possible to save his life. The doctor said to the woman with a dazed look on his face. Chapter 150, a promise worth 1,000 pieces. Blood transfusion? The woman was stunned. A mortal like her had never heard of such a horrific life-saving method. The people around were also shocked. I'll change. Unexpectedly, the woman agreed immediately. As long as it can save my husband's life, I'll give him a blood transfusion. The woman said firmly. A blood transfusion will make you very sick, and it may even kill you. The doctor said. The woman shook her head. It doesn't matter. I will save my husband even if I die. Hearing this, everyone present was moved. It is really a blessing for Erwazi to marry such a daughter-in-law. Yes, Erwazi, the ancestral grave is smoking. This daughter-in-law is so nice. There was no confusion or hesitation in the woman's eyes. Some were just eager. She just hoped to get a blood transfusion for her husband as soon as possible and save her husband. Only this way. There are no other distractions. The demon Buddha Mara, not far away, seemed to be frozen. He controlled the doctor and just wanted to see how much the woman could give for her husband. The result was something that the devil Buddha Paksin had not expected. After all, he underestimated the love between mortals. Even among mortals, there is such unwavering love. This love is enough to move mountains and fill the sea. It can also influence the world-destroying demons like the demon Buddha. Ye Vingyun Sikit. He was also moved by the mortal couple. It's so touching. Yi Qingyun said sincerely. The demon Buddha Paksin gently raised his hand. The doctor returned to normal. He looked around in confusion. What happened to me just now? Everyone looked at him in confusion. At this time, the second child who was about to die on the ground woke up. Husband, the woman exclaimed. Erwazi sat up in a daze, and seeing that everyone was surrounding him, he couldn't help feeling confused. What's wrong with you guys? He looked at his wife crying in front of him, and for a moment he had no idea what was going on. Ma'am, is someone bullying you? Erwazi stood up suddenly, thinking that someone was bullying his woman. Husband, I'm glad you're okay. The woman hugged the second child tightly, her face full of relief and joy. Erwazi hugged his wife in confusion. My lady, I seem to have had a dream. My husband. Yi Qingyun and the demon Buddha Paksin left here. The two of them walked all the way to the tea house. I chose a seat in a corner and sat down. Demao was lying under the table, holding a duck leg in his mouth that he had gotten from somewhere. It tastes so delicious. This caused all the stray dogs at the market to stare at Demao. Brother Mofo, what do you think of this world now? Is it pretty good? Yi Qingyin took a sip of tea. After walking around for a long time and being nervous for a long time, I was really thirsty. The devil Buddha Paksin just looked at the street outside the tea house and did not speak. Yi Qingyin didn't care either. He could see that the demon Buddha Mara must have been touched. Just at this moment, a beggar in ragged clothes came into the tea house. The beggar was leaning on a cane. He looked young and frail. Behind him, he was carrying a bulging cloth bag, and no one knew what was in it. Boss, can I have something to eat or drink? The beggar stood outside the door of the tea house and prayed to the owner. Go as you go. The tea house owner impatiently drove the beggar away. The beggar didn't care and took out a few copper coins from his pocket. This is my last bit of money. Can I have a cake? The tea house owner walked closer and glanced at the beggar with a look of disgust on his face. You said you have hands and feet, and you're not that old. So why did you become a beggar? If you find a good partner, it won't be like this. The beggar sighed. Shopkeeper, you don't know that I'm not a beggar. I came all the way from the north and just want to return home as soon as possible. The shopkeeper was startled. From the north. The beggar nodded. Where's your hometown? Ancient hometown. When the shopkeeper heard this, he was surprised. Guyuan Township is still hundreds of miles away from here. The beggar smiled bitterly. No matter how far it is, I will go back. I promised my friend that I would bring his remains back. I can't break my promise. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression changed. Are the remains of your friend in this package? The beggar hummed solemnly. My friend and I went to the north to make a living, but he fell seriously ill. Before he died, he wanted me to bring his remains back to his hometown. He didn't want to be buried in a foreign land. I was his only friend, so I came back with his remains. I spent all my money on the journey and was robbed by bandits. Fortunately, they didn't kill me and let me live. I had no choice but to beg along the way and barely made it here. As he spoke, the beggar looked at his own dark feet. He smiled self-deprecatingly. Even my shoes were worn out. Luckily, my legs and feet have been fine since I was a child. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to walk back. The shopkeeper looked at the beggar with some admiration. For no other reason, just for a promise, he walked all the way back to his hometown, carrying his friend's remains. This persistence, this friendship, is enough to be praised. Come on, come in and sit down, have some tea and something to eat, and have a good rest here with me. The shopkeeper wanted to let the beggar in, but the beggar shook his head and refused. I'm too dirty, so I won't come in. I'm already very grateful if the shopkeeper can give me some food and drink. No matter how the shopkeeper persuaded him, the beggar just refused to come in. Seeing that he was so persistent, The shopkeeper had no choice but to ask the waiter to bring food and a teapot. The beggar drank the whole pot of tea and gave the few copper coins he had to the shopkeeper. When I return to my hometown and bury the remains of my dear friend, I will definitely come back to thank the shopkeeper. Take care of yourself. The beggar left. He was still leaning on a wooden stick and carrying a bag. Although he was limping, his steps were unusually firm. This scene also fell into the eyes of Yi Qingyun and the demon Buddha Poxin. What a nice guy. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but admire. The demon Buddha Poxin had a complicated expression. My heart was in great confusion. Am I really wrong? Is this world much better than you imagined? But why have I never seen these before? Is it the hatred towards Buddhism that has blinded his eyes? Or is this all just an illusion? Is this an illusion deliberately created by the master in front of me to deceive me? Is this world real or illusory? Brother Mofo, I've always wanted to ask you, why do you have such a strong grudge against Buddhism? Yi Qingyun said tentatively. The devil Buddha Poxin looked at Yi Qingyun. Because Buddhism destroyed everything for me. Chapter 151, the ancient secret known to everyone. Then what? Yi Qingyun looked at the demon Buddha Poxin with anticipation, waiting for this guy to tell his past. Then I vowed to destroy Buddhism. The demon Buddha Poxin said coldly. Is there nothing else in between? Like how did Buddhism ruin everything for you? I don't want to talk about that. Oh well. Yi Qingyun was speechless for a while. After sitting for a while, more and more customers came into the tea house. Soon, the entire tea house was full. Huang Fuxing is here. Today is his storytelling day. Mr. Huang, shall we continue to tell the story of investiture of the gods today? This story is so wonderful. I dream about it every night. I can't wait to know the ending of investiture of the gods. The guests all looked at Huang Fuxing with anticipation. Ever since Huang Fuxing started telling stories about gods, the tea house business has been more popular than ever. The guests who came to the tea house all came to listen to Huang Fuxing's storytelling. As for tea, that was just a side thing. Huang Fuxing came to the stage, smiling, and bowed slightly to everyone. Everyone, sorry for the wait. Today, let's continue talking about the investiture of the gods. Today's episode is called The Birth of Neza at Shintangwen. When everyone heard this, they all became excited. It is said that there is a rare treasure in the Golden Light Cave, which descended to the mortal world to assist the most benevolent. The Zhou family has regained its vitality, so the Zhou family should destroy their own spirits. Taiyuan has always had many pillars, and prosperity has always been accompanied by disasters. When the year of Wu meets the year of Jiazi, the whole government and the country will be in ruins. It is said that there was a general in Shintang Pass. His surname was Li, and his name was Jing. He had been practicing Taoism since he was young, and he worshipped Master Dui from West Kunlun as his teacher and learned the 5 elements escape technique. Because it was difficult to become an immortal, I came down from the mountain to assist King Zhou, became a general, and enjoyed wealth and honor in the world. The first wife, Yin, gave birth to 2 sons, the eldest son Jinjia and the second son Muza. Mrs. Yin is pregnant again, and it has been 3 years and 6 months. A story from the investiture of the gods was slowly told by Huang Fuxing. Everyone was immediately immersed in the dreamlike world of conferred gods. Everyone listened with great interest. Yi Qingyun and the demon Buddha Poxin in the corner were also listening. Yi Qingyun was the only one who was very calm, because he was very familiar with the story of investiture of the gods. However, the devil Buddha Poxin showed a look of shock. Could it be that what this storyteller is talking about are secrets from ancient times? The demon Buddha Mara once found a place to bury Buddha. There, the demon Buddha Mara glimpsed some things that happened in the ancient times. It seems to be somewhat similar to the story told by the storyteller. But this storyteller is just a mortal. How could he know the secrets from ancient times? The devil Buddha, Marwan, recalled the strange phenomena in heaven and earth when he escaped from trouble. Could it be that this person revealed the eternal secret, causing great changes in heaven and earth, allowing me to escape? For a moment, the way the devil Buddha Poxin looked at Huang Fuxing changed. How is it? Isn't this story good? Yi Qingyun asked. The demon Buddha Poxin looked solemn. The story this man tells is no small matter. Yi Qingyun smiled faintly. Of course, that's the story I told him. As soon as these words were spoken, the demon Buddha Poxin suddenly looked at Yi Qingyun. Did this person give this story to the storyteller? Do you know the eternal secret? The demon Buddha Poxin asked. What eternal secret? You do not know? Of course I don't know. What about this storyteller's story? I told him. Then you know the eternal secret. I don't know. What eternal secret? The two had a confusing conversation. In the end, both Yi Qingyun and the demon Buddha Poxin felt a little dizzy. Then Neza arrived about a gate, but he didn't see Ao Guang, and he also saw that all the gates of the heavenly palace were not open. Neza stood at the Jushin gate. After a while, he saw Ao Guang go straight to the Nantian gate. Seeing that the Nantian gate was not open, Ao Guang stopped and waited. Neza sees Ao Guang, but Ao Guang cannot see Neza. Tai Jinren drew a talisman on Neza's chest, called the Invisibility Talisman, so Ao Guang couldn't see Neza. Seeing Ao Guang waiting here, Neza was furious. He took a big step, raised the Chinkuan ring in his hand, and circled Ao Guang's back, hitting him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its food, and Ao Guang fell to the ground. Neza rushed over and stepped on Ao Guang's back. I don't know whether Ao Guang is alive or dead. We will find out in the next chapter. Having said that, Huang Fuxing slammed the gavel. Everyone suddenly woke up. Each of them looked as if they were still not satisfied. Mr. Huang, please tell me another story. Yeah, did Neza kill Ao Guang later? This is such a great listen. I like Neza so much. Everyone felt that it was not enough and wanted Huang Fuxing to say more. But Huang Fuxing was very principled and didn't say anything more after this paragraph. He turned and left. When he turned around, he happened to see Yi Qingyun and the demon Buddha Poxin sitting in the corner. Huang Fuxing came over immediately. Mr. Yi. Huang Fuxing bowed. Huang Fuxing expressed his sincere gratitude and respect for Yi Qingyun. It was Yi Qingyun who changed Huang Fuxing's thoughts and life. It could be said that Yi Qingyun is Huang Fuxing's life mentor. The book is right. Yi Qingyun said with a smile. Huang Fuxing looked a little shy. The story of investiture of the gods is good in itself, and it is also the credit of Master Yi. If Master Yi hadn't given me this story, I wouldn't have been able to tell it to everyone. It was really given by Yi Qingyun. When the devil Buddha Pasun heard this, he was immediately horrified. Who exactly is this Yi Qingyun? Not only is his cultivation level unfathomable, but he also knows eternal secrets? Could he be a person who has survived from ancient times? Otherwise, none of this can be explained. Mr. Yi, who is this? Huang Fuxing looked at the demon Buddha Poxin and felt that this person had an extraordinary temperament and was a little surprised. This is my friend Xiaobo. Wavelet? Upon hearing this name, the demon Buddha Poxin almost couldn't hold back. My name is Huang Fuxing. Brother Bo is polite. Huang Fuxing politely clasped his fists towards the demon Buddha Poxin. The devil Buddha Mara did not neglect it either. You are polite. Huang Fuxing smiled and said, I have some free time today. Please come to my humble abode and sit for a while. Yi Qingyun looked at the demon Buddha Poxin. Next time, we have something else to do today. But Huang Fuxing was very enthusiastic and strongly invited the two to visit him. In desperation, the two of them went. Huang Fuxing's home is not far away. It is an old courtyard. You can tell it's been a long time. Yi Qingyun looked at the old yard and couldn't help asking, You are not short of money anymore. Why don't you buy a better yard to live in? Huang Fuxing smiled and said, I'm used to living here. Then he pushed the door open and walked in. Yi Qingyun and the demon Buddha Poxin were about to follow in. Suddenly, crunch, the door to the next yard opened. A beautiful girl came out. The demon Buddha Poxin looked over subconsciously. I couldn't help but shudder all over. His cultivation was almost out of control. The appearance of this girl was exactly the same as the smile in his heart. Chapter 152, Is there really reincarnation in this world? The demon Buddha Poxin was stunned. He looked at the girl, watched again and again, watched again and again. In the end, the devil Buddha Mara shed tears. He really looks exactly like the person in my mind. The same eyebrows, the same face, the same smile. This is the softness in the heart of the devil Buddha Mara. It is also his biggest regret. I thought we would never see each other again in this life, but I didn't expect. The next moment, the demon Buddha Posen disappeared like the wind. Huh, where are they? Yi Qingyun turned his head. Where is the demon Buddha Poxin who was beside him just now? He looked around quickly. As a result, he saw the devil Buddha Mara standing in the next yard, looking at the girl who had just walked out of the next yard with wolf-like eyes. The girl was also startled by the person who suddenly appeared in front of her. The bucket in his hand fell to the ground. She looked at the demon Buddha Poxin with some horror. her face full of fear. Is it really you? The demon Buddha Pasun's voice was trembling, and his eyes were actually red. I don't know you, the girl said timidly. The demon Buddha Paksin felt as if he had been struck hard, and his entire body began to tremble. She doesn't know me. She doesn't know me. The demon Buddha Paksin muttered to himself, and then he cried and laughed. It's like crazy. Yi Qingyun and Huang Fuxing were both dumbfounded, especially Huang Fuxing. Mr. Yi, your friend. Yi Qingyun was very embarrassed. Well, he was traumatized before, and his brain isn't very well. I see. Huang Fuxing nodded, as if to say that it was just as he expected. This young man does look like he is not very smart. The two of them hurried over. The devil Buddha Paksin was still there crying and laughing. The girl was so scared that she ran back to her yard. Dad, Dad, the girl's father came out. What's wrong? An old man in his 50s, not tall and with ordinary looks. There's a weird guy outside. I'm scared to death. The girl pointed at the demon Buddha, posing outside the courtyard. When the old man saw the crazy look of the demon Buddha Paksin, his face suddenly changed. Where did this madman come from? The old man picked up a stick in the yard and ran towards the demon Buddha Paksin with a fierce look. Yi Qingyun was shocked when he saw this. If this old man angers the demon Buddha Paksin, it will be a disaster. I'm afraid the entire market will be wiped out. He rushed forward. Don't do anything, old man. The old man was startled, but he recognized Huang Fuxing. After all, we're neighbors next door, so we are naturally very familiar with each other. Fuxing, do you know this lunatic? Uncle Qin, this is my friend. Huang Fuxing said quickly. When he heard that it was Huang Fuxing's friend, Mr. Qin put down the stick in his hand, but he still stared at the demon Buddha Pasun with vigilance. What's wrong with you? Yi Qingyun asked the demon Buddha Paksin. The demon Buddha Paksin also calmed down at this moment, but he was still staring at the girl who was peeking out of the yard. She and I are an old friend, and they look exactly like each other. The demon Buddha Pasun said in a daze. Look exactly the same? Yi Qingyun was also stunned for a moment. When the girl saw that the devil Buddha Paksin was still looking at her, she quickly hid back into the house. Yi Qingyun was also afraid that any misunderstanding would arise, so he quickly took the demon Buddha Pasun away. The two of them finally arrived at Huang Fuxing's place. Huang Fuxing poured a cup of tea for them. The devil Buddha Paksin sat on the stool, still in a daze. Yi Qingyun has been paying attention to the demon Buddha Paksin. Seeing that he was still unable to come to his senses, he patted the demon Buddha Pasun. Even if that person looks exactly like your old friend, they're not the same person after all. There's no need to be like this. The devil Buddha Paksin looked at Yi Qingyun. Suddenly, I seem to understand something. Could it be? Is all this the work of this person? He had already seen the person I was concerned about, so he brought me here? Is it just to let me see her again? It must be like this. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that I just happened to meet a woman who looked exactly like her? It must have been a deliberate arrangement. Thinking of this, the demon Buddha Mara recalled what he had seen along the way. He was even more shocked. All of this is the result of Yi Qingyun's painstaking efforts. He is enlightening himself. It also gives you a chance to be free. The demon Buddha Paksin was extremely moved. He finally completely let go the last bit of thought he had about Yi Qingyun. There's no longer any murderous intent. On the contrary, the devil Buddha Pasun only had gratitude and admiration for Yi Qingyun. He said nothing. He stood up directly and kowtowed to Yi Qingyun. This made Yi Qingyun a little overwhelmed. What the hell is this? Why did he kowtow to me just because we had a disagreement? Is there really something wrong with this guy's brain? Huang Fuxing standing by was also puzzled. After bowing his head, the demon Buddha Mara showed a determined look. I have one last question. He asked Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. Tell me about it. The devil Buddha Paksin turned his head and looked towards the yard next door. Although there was a yard blocking his view, with the strength of the demon Buddha Pasun, a mere yard could not block his view at all. He could see clearly every move of the girl. He could even hear every word the girl and her father said. I want to know, is there reincarnation in this world? The demon Buddha Pasun asked. If it weren't for reincarnation, how could there be two exactly the same people in this world? The devil Buddha Paksin's intuition told him that that was the person he had always been concerned about. It's her reincarnation. This question stumped Yi Qingyun. I am not the Monkey King, and I can't go underground to ask the King of Hell whether there is reincarnation. How should I answer this? Before Yi Qingyun could speak, Huang Fuxing on the side spoke. Of course. Both of them were startled and looked at Huang Fuxing. Reincarnation has existed since ancient times. Huang Fuxing smiled. How do you know there is? The devil Buddha Paksin stared at Huang Fuxing. I also heard it from my father. He said that when he was young, he knew a chef and they had a good relationship. As a result, this cook accidentally set the house on fire while cooking for a wealthy family, and he himself was burned to death. My father felt sorry for a long time at that time, but 20 years later, he met another person who looked exactly like the cook. Huang Fuxing looked very confident. My father also said that the man he met later even had the same voice as the cook. If this isn't reincarnation, then what else could it be? A light gradually appeared in the eyes of the demon Buddha Paksin. If reincarnation really exists, then doesn't that mean she really came back? Yes, there is indeed reincarnation. Maybe that girl is the reincarnation of your old friend. Yi Qingyun also spoke quickly. Chapter 153, I'm just lucky. The devil Buddha Paksin believed it. It was as if he had been brainwashed by Yi Qingyun and Huang Fuxing. He firmly believed that the girl next door was the reincarnation of his beloved. So, the demon Buddha Paksin decided to stay, always protecting this girl. Until the end of time, he swore that he would never let his beloved die again. He would use countless methods to prolong her life. Then, Yi Qingyun and Huang Fuxing looked at the demon Buddha Paksin standing outside someone's yard. Huang Fuxing felt that the demon Buddha Paksin was standing there like a guard. But Yi Qingyun just thought he looked like a security guard. What are you doing standing here? I'm going to keep watch over her. Well, people will think you are weird. It doesn't matter. Don't you want to destroy Buddhism? In my heart, she is the most important. Oh, so you won't kill anyone again? As long as no one hurts her, I won't kill anyone. That's good. Yi Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. From this point of view, it was the right decision to bring the demon Buddha Mara here. If I hadn't met this girl, I really wouldn't know how to deal with this guy. It's okay now. As long as the demon Buddha Mara is willing to stay here, then there should be no problem. Yi Qingyun really left, and the demon Buddha Paksin just stayed there. Even when Old Man Qin beat him with a stick, he did not move at all. Even when Old Man Qin pointed at his nose and scolded him, he remained calm. As long as he can look at her, nothing matters to the devil Buddha Mara, even if the girl didn't know him at all. Yi Qingyun returned to the mountain. It turned out that someone was already waiting for him on the mountain, and there's more than one person. Shen Tianhua is here. Donfang Su, Su Chanfeng, and other 3 sect leaders also came. These people all looked nervous and anxious, as if they were waiting for Yi Qingyun to return. Seeing Yi Qingyun coming back, several people immediately came forward to greet him. Huh, why are you all here? Yi Qingyun asked in surprise. Donfang Su and the others looked Yi Qingyun up and down. Seeing that Yi Qingyun didn't seem to have ever fought a big battle with anyone, they all looked surprised. Didn't Master Yi fight against the demon Buddha Paksin? Or is it that the demon Buddha Pasun was not here to find Master Yi at all? But the monstrous demonic energy of the demon Buddha Paksin did appear here before. What is going on? Master Yi, has the demon Buddha Pasun ever come to your place? Dongfang Su asked. You know him? Yi Qingyun said in surprise. Several people shook their heads. Shen Tianhua said bitterly. To be honest with you, Master Yi, the demon Buddha Pasun is an extremely terrifying demon. I fought with him before, but I was no match for him at all. Even you are no match for him. More than that, if he wanted to kill me, 3 moves would be enough. Yi Qingyun was stunned when he heard this. This man is a great demon of the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory. He has killed many monks in the Western Territory. He came here just to target you, Master Yi. Donfang Su said. Master Yi, was the demon Buddha Pasun repelled by you? Su Chanfeng asked with concern. Yi Qingyun touched his head. What are you thinking? How can a mortal like me deal with such a big devil? After hearing this, everyone was speechless. Even at this time, Master Yi was still immersed in understanding the mortals. However, perhaps it is precisely because Yi Qingyun is so focused on understanding mortals that he can achieve such unfathomable cultivation. I was lucky. I took him around the market and met a young girl. The demon Buddha Pasun decided to stay there. Yi Qingyun said so. When everyone heard this, they were all confused. What does this have to do with anything? Yi Qingyun told a few people about his encounter with the demon Buddha Paksin and what happened after he came down the mountain. That's how he stayed there. I don't think anything will happen to him anymore. Yi Qingyun spread his hands and said, Shen Tianhua, Dongfang Su, Su Chanfeng, and the other 2. They originally thought that the demon Buddha Paksin was very difficult to deal with, and they were even worried that even Yi Qingyun might not be his match. And you tell us that you managed to deal with the devil Buddha Mara like this? Isn't this too easy? He really just stayed there? Yes. He said he wouldn't kill anyone again. He did. I'm afraid the devil's words can't be trusted, right? I think he's quite sincere anyway. Sincere? After hearing Yi Qingyun's description of the demon Buddha Pasun, several people showed strange expressions. A terrifying demon who kills people without blinking an eye and almost destroyed Buddhism. But when it came to Yi Qingyun's mouth, it sounded quite sincere. Perhaps only a master like Yi Qingyun could feel that a demon like the demon Buddha Paksin has a sincere side. To be honest, Dongfang Su and the others were a little skeptical, because Yi Qingyun put it too simply. Makes them feel unrealistic. Is it really so easy to deal with such a demon? What if this devil deceived Yi Qingyun and started a killing spree after Yi Qingyun left? What should we do? Several people were a little worried. They hurriedly bid farewell to Yi Qingyun and headed straight for the market. When they arrived at the market, they quickly found the demon Buddha Mara. But when they saw the devil Buddha Mara, they were stunned. I saw an old man holding a stick and cursing at the demon Buddha Paksin. The demon Buddha Mara just stood there, saying nothing, and endured it silently. This scared everyone. Is this still the devil Buddha Mara? Is it true, as Yi Qingyun said, that the demon Buddha Paksin completely changed for a young girl? While the demon Buddha Pasun was enduring the abuse from old man Qin, he had already discovered Shun Tianhua and his companions. I just want to protect the people here. Please leave. The voice of the demon Buddha Paksin rang in their ears. Several people were startled and looked at each other. Then they all left. The devil Buddha Paksin ignored Shun Tianhua and the others who left. His eyes were still on the girl. As long as he could see her every day, he didn't care about anything else. Shun Tianhua and his companions returned to Floating Cloud Mountain. This time, everyone was extremely impressed with Yi Qingyun. I just wanted to kneel down to Yi Qingyun. So cool. It's simply amazing. The demon Buddha Pasun, who made the entire Tianwu dynasty and the entire southern wilderness tremble, was finally dealt with by Yi Qingyun. It took no effort and there were no casualties. Just let the demon Buddha Paksin stay there obediently. This is simply amazing. Master Yi, we all admire you so much. Shen Tianhua and others looked at Yi Qingyun with admiration. Yi Qingyun was a little embarrassed. I was just lucky to meet someone who looked exactly like the person he loved. Otherwise, I would have been crushed to death by him. Chapter 154. Is this something for humans to eat? Good luck. Several people looked at each other. Naturally, they didn't believe it at all. If it happens once or twice, it would be fine. But Yi Qingyun is lucky almost every time. What else does that mean? It was definitely not a matter of luck. Yi Qingyun dealt with the devil Buddha Mara by himself. But since Yi Qingyun was unwilling to admit it, those people naturally wouldn't say anything more. Anyway, everyone knows who solved the problem of the evil Buddha Mara. However, for safety reasons, Dongfang Su, Su Changfeng, and the other two sent some people to guard the market. For no other reason than to keep an eye on the devil Buddha Mara. In case he makes any unusual moves, they can respond in time. Although it might be necessary to ask Yi Qingyun for help at that time. Since you're here, why not stay and have a meal? Yi Qingyun said. Several people listened. Can you stay for dinner? That is an opportunity that you can't ask for. They have all eaten here before and know the benefits of eating at Yi Qingyun's place. This is exactly what chance is all about. Absolutely not to be missed. Okay. Several people nodded repeatedly. Yi Qingyun immediately asked the Lu sisters to prepare meals. Yi Qingyun, on the other hand, started his own business. He cooked himself a bowl of noodles. A very simple bowl of scallion oil noodles. As for Shun Tianhua and his friends, they were faced with a large table of sumptuous dishes. Shun Tianhua and his companions looked at the strange-shaped and colorful vegetables in front of them. I was a little confused for a moment. This doesn't seem to be the level that Master Yi should have. The Lu sisters stood aside, their faces full of anticipation. It is a great honor to be able to cook for these important people. I don't know if these important people will like our sisters' dishes. It will definitely be good. We sisters were all taught by Master Yi. Yeah, that's right. Both sisters had faith. The meal that was waiting for her sisters was well received. Eat quickly. Ye Vingyun greeted calmly. There was a somewhat malicious smile on his face. Good. Shin Tianhua and others picked up their chopsticks. Then they each took a bite. Yi Qingyun stared at the faces of several people, and a perverted smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Gongsun Yu started coughing violently. Next was Chun Gongwang, who took several deep breaths, as if trying to calm his nausea-inducing feeling. Su Changfeng had a conflicted look on his face, with his brows furrowed. Dongfang Su's hand holding the chopsticks was trembling slightly. Shen Tianhua is the calmest one. Even so, his old face changed several times in an instant, and finally he put down his chopsticks silently. How do you guys think it tastes? Yi Qingyun asked deliberately. Dongfang Su forced a smile. It tastes great. Yi Qingyun laughed and looked at Su Changfeng. What do you think, Sect Master Su? Well, it's really good. Where is Sect Master Gongsun? I think it's good too. Master Chen, what about you? I feel. Ugh. Chen Gongwang was about to speak when his stomach churned and he couldn't hold it in any longer. Vomited it out directly. At this point, the other people couldn't hold it anymore. He started a dry heave. The scene was quite embarrassing. Several bigwigs of the Tianwu dynasty were bent over with sullen faces, retching nonstop. Those who didn't know would think that these big shots were collectively poisoned. The Lu sisters were completely stunned. The two sisters looked at each other. I'm somewhat doubting life at this moment. Are the meals we sisters cook really that bad? It actually makes people feel like vomiting after taking one bite? The two sisters were very depressed. After vomiting for a long time, the few of them finally recovered their breath. But his face was still livid. It's really disgusting. They had never eaten anything so disgusting in their lives. What the hell is this? It's even more terrifying than poison. One bite and it's disgusting. After eating a few bites, it becomes difficult to walk. If you eat 3 bites, you will die. Even someone as strong as Shen Tianhua felt that if he ate a few more bites, his cultivation would probably drop. Too cruel. This is not a meal. It's simply poisonous. Several people looked at Yi Qingyun with some resentment. We haven't offended you in any way, so why are you giving us this kind of food? Master Yi, this food is really hard to swallow. Yeah, I just took a bite and my stomach is churning. There's really nothing I can do. Several people could only speak with bitter faces. Yi Qingyun tried hard to hold back his laughter. He glanced at the Lu sisters. Both of them were dejected. They finally realized that they sisters really had no talent in cooking. Not only does he have no talent, he even has a unique ability to make food taste worse and worse. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Yi Qingyun had no intention of actually letting them eat these things. He brought out a large bowl of noodles from the kitchen. There were also many side dishes and a large bowl of black meat sauce. Noodles with soybean paste. Several people's eyes lit up. We are old friends, so don't be polite. Just do it yourself and have enough food and clothing. Ye Vingyun greeted. Several people immediately served themselves a bowl of noodles, and then mixed the noodles with meat, sauce, and vegetables. Soon, snoring sounds were heard in the yard. As the noodles entered their mouths, everyone showed happy expressions. This is what humans eat. What was that just now? Even dogs won't eat it. As I was eating, the big bowl of noodles was finished. Everyone ate to their heart's content. That was so comfortable. Yi Qingyun also enjoyed his meal very much. And just when a few people were about to say goodbye, suddenly, whether it was Shen Tianhua, Dongfang Su, or Su Changfeng and the others, they all felt a surge of energy in their bodies. Several people showed expressions of shock. Immediately following, Shen Tianhua was the first to break through. He broke through from the early stage of the spirit refining realm to the middle stage of the spirit refining realm. This made Shen Tianhua extremely happy. He is already this old, and he still thought that there was no hope of breaking through after reaching this level of cultivation. As a result, there's been a breakthrough now. Shen Tianhua was so happy that he almost jumped up. Dongfang Su also broke through immediately afterwards. He reached the great perfection of Tongtian realm and finally entered the refining spirit realm. He became the second warrior in the Tianwu dynasty to enter the realm of spirit refining, besides Shen Tianhua. Moreover, he was the first emperor in the history of the Tianwu dynasty to successfully enter the realm of spirit refining. Dongfang Su was very excited. He has been longing for the realm of spiritual refinement for a long time. But I always feel like something is missing. Now, just by having a meal at Yi Qingyun's place, he finally crossed this threshold. As for Su Changfeng and the other two, they all reached the great perfection of Tongtian realm. Although they have not yet entered the realm of spirit refining, they're already very happy. After all, they're not too old yet and still have plenty of time to practice. There is hope that I can break through the spirit refining realm in this lifetime. Chapter 155, The Indestructible Body. Shen Tianhua and the other 3 looked at each other. There was joy on the faces of several people. Then, several people looked at Yi Qingyun together. Then bowed solemnly. Thank you, Master Yi. Several people said in unison. Yi Qingyun was confused. Why are these guys thanking me for no reason? Isn't it just a meal? Is it like this? Master Ye's kindness will be unforgettable to us. From now on, whenever Master Yi sends us orders, we will definitely go through fire and water. I will remember Master Ye's kindness deeply in my heart. The more they talked, the more outrageous they became, and they even began to swear that they would work like slaves for Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun became more and more confused. What's wrong with you guys? He couldn't help but ask. Several people were stunned, and everyone was deeply moved. What an expert. This is what a master does. They were clearly given such a great opportunity and such a great fortune. But in the end, he pretended to be completely unaware so as not to give them any psychological burden. So touching. This is simply the virtue of a saint. If they said that Yi Qingyun was the reincarnation of a saint, they would not have any doubt at all at this moment. Mr. Yiwei, Shen Gongwang was about to speak. However, Su Changfeng covered his mouth with his hand. It's okay. We just think Mr. Yi is very hospitable. I see. Yi Yingyun nodded. A few of them didn't stay long and soon said goodbye. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Shan Tianhua and his companions gathered together again. Master Yi has truly reached a state of perfection. Dongfang Su couldn't help but say something. Several people nodded in agreement. Ever since they met Yi Qingyun has never shown any sign of his cultivation. He has always regarded himself as an ordinary person, and his actions are no different from those of ordinary people. If they didn't know very well that Yi Qingyun was definitely not an ordinary person, they would have probably been deceived by Yi Qingyun. We cannot fathom Master Ye's realm. Shen Tianhua said sincerely. He is a master in the spirit refining realm, and now he has made another breakthrough. But when he looked at Yi Qingyun, he still felt that Yi Qingyun's cultivation was unfathomable. It's like a vast ocean, and he, Shen Tianhua, is just a stream. They are completely incomparable. You said that Master Yi has been experiencing the mundane world all the time. Could it be that he wants to transform his mortal body into a celestial being? Su Changfeng suddenly said. When these words were spoken, several people were shocked. Very likely. Gong Sun Yu nodded repeatedly. Using a mortal body to transform into a celestial being is a method that has existed since ancient times. A strong person who has reached a certain level of cultivation has already reached a state that cannot be improved. At that time, some people will give up their cultivation, transform themselves completely into mortals, and experience everything in the world as mortals. Sometimes this process will be very short and can be completed in 3 to 5 months. For some people, it will be a very long time, perhaps even up to thousands of years. Once the opportunity comes and one has an epiphany, not only can one recover one's previous level of cultivation, but one can also go a step further and achieve a celestial body. Only then can one truly comprehend the great truth. From now on, you will be extraordinary. In their eyes, Yi Qingyun must also be in this process. We must not disturb Master Yi from experiencing the mortal world. Dongfang Su said in a serious tone. Once Master Yi has an epiphany, he will be a celestial being, a god to us. Several people showed their approval. They were determined to maintain the atmosphere for Yi Qingyun to comprehend the mundane world. Yi Qingyun must not be allowed to be affected. Buddhism in the Western region. Huikong was carried back by the monks. On that day, the demon Buddha and Mara fought fiercely, and Buddhists suffered heavy casualties. But in the end, quite a few monks survived. Huikong was seriously injured and saved his life with the help of the ancient Buddhist Yoga Sutra. After being carried back, Huikong was in a coma for 7 days and 7 nights. It was the morning of the 8th day. Huikong woke up. During these 7 days and 7 nights, Huikong's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until he woke up, Huikong's injuries have all healed. Not only that, Huikong seemed to have turned a disaster into a blessing. Huikong, what do you think? The monks looked at Huikong with concern. Huikong took a deep breath. I feel good about myself. The next moment, the aura of the Tongtian realm emanated from Huikong's body. When he was fighting against the demon Buddha Paksin, he rushed into the Tongtian realm in one breath. At this moment, he has completely stabilized in the Tongtian realm. Golden light emerges. Huikong's entire body turned golden. The majestic Buddhist aura is astonishingly strong. Everyone was shocked. This is the indestructible body of Vajra. Vast Buddhist energy and bursts of golden light. It was during his 7 days and 7 nights of coma that Hui Kong achieved the extremely rare Vajra indestructible body in Buddhism. A monk gently touched Hui Kong's body. Really, Hui Kong's body became extremely hard. Indestructible. Nothing is broken. This is an extremely advanced martial art in Buddhism, and the people who practice it are rare. It would take hundreds of years to reach the level of just getting a glimpse of the secret. If one wants to achieve great success in cultivation, one must practice for 1,000 years. But what about Hui Kong? In just 7 days and 7 nights, he had already achieved great success. This is simply a miracle. Hui Kong, how did you do it? A monk asked in surprise. Hui Kong shook his head. I don't know either, but I had a dream when I was unconscious. A dream? Everyone looked at Hui Kong in confusion. In the dream, someone said something to me, but I don't remember what that person said. Then, I felt a surge of heat all over my body. Until I wake up. When everyone heard this, they were all amazed. Hui Kong, this must be an opportunity bestowed by the Buddha. Yes, if not, how could I cultivate the Vajra indestructible body to perfection in just a few days? Hui Kong, this is a blessing in disguise for you. Everyone was amazed and showed envy. But Hui Kong did not feel any joy. On the contrary, his expression was very serious. The Holy Sun is in trouble. I must go. Hui Kong wanted to go to the Tianwu dynasty immediately. He was very worried about Yi Qingyun's safety. The demon Buddha Poxin is so powerful that even Yi Qingyun may not be his opponent. Hui Kong knew that his strength was not enough to defeat the devil Buddha Mara. But he had to go. Otherwise you will feel uneasy. Hui Kong, it's useless for you to go. Yes, that demon Buddha Pasun was too powerful. Even the 3 saints passed away. Let's think of another way. All the monks spoke out to persuade him. Hui Kong shook his head. The Son of God said, if I don't go to hell, then who will? Since I, Hui Kong, did not die at the hands of the demon Buddha, it proves that the Buddha asked me to fight the demon Buddha again. Even if I die, I will protect the Holy Sun. After saying this, Hui Kong ignored the monk's dissuasion and flew into the air. Then a golden lotus appeared under Hui Kong's feet. Hui Kong stepped on the lotus and walked southward. Chapter 156 Arrogant Lu Haoyan. The land of Beichuan, a ruined ancient city. The gusts of wind and sand make this ancient city look even more mysterious. On this day, a group of people came outside the ancient city. This group of people were well-armed and seemed to be from an extraordinary force. Leading the group was a young man in black armor, looking very heroic, holding a spear in his hand, with a defiant look on his face. Young Patriarch, the thief, is in this city. Someone pointed at the ancient city ahead and spoke to the young man in black armor. The young man in black armor showed disdain on his face. So you're hiding in such a place. Today, I, Lu Haoyan, will destroy this place. The young man in black armor is named Lu Haoyan, and he is the young patriarch of the Beichuan Lu family. Although the Lu family is not a first-rate family in Beichuan, it can also be ranked among the second-rate. As the young patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Haoyan has outstanding talents and extraordinary cultivation. He can be considered a well-known figure among the younger generation in Beichuan. A few days ago, a caravan from the Lu family passed by here and was robbed by the people in this ancient city. Although no one was killed or injured, a batch of goods from the Lu family fell into the hands of people in the city. When the news reached the Lu family, everyone in the family was furious. Even those first-rate families would not dare to bully the Lu family like this. This is just a dilapidated ancient city, but it has been turned upside down. Lu Haoyan, the young master of the Lu family, immediately brought people here to personally wipe out the people in the ancient city. Lu Haoyan brought everyone from the Lu family here. Lu Haoyan was seen riding his horse forward. Thieves in the city, come out and die. Lu Haoyan shouted loudly. 3 people appeared on the top of the city wall. Brother, someone from the Lu family is here. What can I do? Hurry up and tell Bosqua. Yes, yes, yes. In the ancient city, a young man wearing sheepskin is carefully roasting a sheep. It's a pity that we don't have the seasonings that the chef has, otherwise this lamb would definitely taste good. The young man roasting lamb was none other than Guo Xiaoyun, who had escaped from the Xiao family. After he subdued those 3 guys, he stayed in the ancient city. He also became the boss of the 3 men. It was Guo Xiaoyun who had led 3 people to rob the Lu family caravan. Bosqua, the Lu family's large group of people are here. The robber Wu Lao San ran over and said with a panicked look on his face. Guo Xiaoyan glanced at Wu Lao-san. How many people are here? A lot. At least over 300. Oh, is there anything powerful? Liu Haoyan, the young master of the Liu family, is here in person. Liu Haoyan, how powerful is he? Well, I don't know much about it, but it's very famous in Beichuan. Oh well. Guo Xiaoyan could only put down the roasted lamb temporarily with regret, and then followed Wu Lao-san all the way to the top of the city wall. Boss Guo, the other two bandits both saluted Guo Xiaoyan respectfully. The two bandits were named Liu Daneng and Zhao Sifang. Liu Daneng was originally the boss of two other bandits. Now the position of the boss naturally belongs to Guo Xiaoyan. Guo Xiaoyan took a look at the scene outside. It's really intimidating. The people below also saw Guo Xiaoyan. Little thief, come out here. Liu Haoyan shouted loudly. Why should I come out? Guo Xiaoyan asked in a childish voice. Liu Haoyan was stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect Guo Xiaoyan to respond like this. For a moment, I really couldn't get through. You stole my Liu family's goods. Today I, Liu Haoyan, came here to destroy you. Liu Haoyan then said angrily. Guo Xiaoyan curled his lips. Then if I come out, won't that let you succeed? Liu Haoyan pointed the spear in his hand. Even if you don't come out, I can still kill you in. Guo Xiaoyan felt helpless. He doesn't want to cause trouble. The reason they robbed the Liu family's caravan was because there was really no food left in the city. If we don't get something to eat, he and those three guys will starve to death. No way. Guo Xiaoyan could only rob the Liu family's goods. But no one was killed. It's considered as showing mercy. I didn't expect that the Liu family would come to my door. Boss Guo, let's run. Liu Daneng said with a worried look on his face. Yeah, the Liu family is not easy to mess with. If they kill us, we'll be dead. The other two also said it one after another. Guo Xiaoyan thought, where can I run to? And they all ride horses. How far can they run just relying on their two legs? It is more realistic to drive these people away. You stay here, I'll go out and deal with them. Guo Xiaoyan said. The three were shocked. Boss, don't be impulsive. Guo Xiaoyan had already gone down. Boom. He opened the city gate and walked out. Everyone in the Liu family laughed when they saw it. It actually came out. And he's such a little kid. He looks no more than 10 years old. It turned out to be this kid who robbed their Liu family's goods. Liu Haoyan rode his horse forward and looked down at Guo Xiaoyan. His face was full of disdain. Boy, I'll give you a chance to beg for mercy. Liu Haoyan said with an arrogant look on his face. Guo Xiaoyan looked up at Liu Haoyan. Can I ask what your cultivation level is? Liu Haoyan was stunned. Ask yourself what level of cultivation you have. What does this kid want to do? It's okay to tell you. I'm in the early stage of the condensation pill realm. Liu Haoyan said proudly. The early stage of condensation pill realm. This level of cultivation is naturally not considered to be that of a strong person. But among young warriors, he is already very powerful. After all, Liu Hao is only in his 20s and has already entered the nascent soul stage. So his future prospects are naturally limitless. It's the Dan condensation realm. Guo Xiaoyan nodded, looking thoughtful. Huh? What? Are you scared now? Liu Haoyan sneered. Guo Xiaoyan shook his head. I'm not afraid. Liu Haoyan was stunned again. Then he became furious. How dare this kid tease me? You're looking for death. Liu Haoyan roared. Guo Xiaoyan looked at Liu Haoyan seriously. I advise you to leave. If we really fight, you can't beat me. What the hell? Liu Haoyan was stunned. What crazy talk is this kid talking about? Am I no match for him? It's really hilarious. Boy, if you want to die, I can help you. Liu Haoyan was no longer angry. He felt that this guy had a mental problem. Why should I get angry with a guy with a mental problem? I'm serious. Don't fight with me. If I kill you, your elders will come to trouble me. Guo Xiaoyan did have good intentions. But when Liu Haoyan heard these words, it felt different. Court death. Liu Haoyan finally couldn't bear it anymore. A shot suddenly came directly towards Guo Xiaoyan. Guo Xiaoyan dodged Liu Haoyan's shot with a slight flash. Liu Haoyan leaped up and jumped directly off the horse. You, a fool who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, will know how powerful I, Liu Haoyan, am. Chapter 157. 10-year-old Tontian Realm? Half a cup of tea ago. Liu Haoyan was full of vigor and pride and felt that he was invincible. After half a cup of tea, the spear broke and the armor was shattered. Liu Haoyan lay on the ground with a listless look on his face. His nose and face were bruised, and he was wailing weakly. Guo Xiaoyan stood in front of Liu Haoyan helplessly. I've already told you, you can't beat me. Why are you still fighting? Hearing Guo Xiaoyan's words, Liu Haoyan was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. This is so infuriating. Everyone in the Liu family was dumbfounded. What just happened? How come their young patriarch fell to the ground in the blink of an eye? Is this an illusion? On the top of the city wall, Liu Daneng and the other two were stunned for a moment. Then they were pleasantly surprised. The boss is awesome. The three of them were ecstatic. They thought that since someone from the Liu family was coming this time, they would flee in panic. Unexpectedly, Guo was so fierce that he knocked Liu Haoyan down in just a few moves. There's no need to run away now. Go. Let's rescue the young patriarch. We must not let anything happen to the young patriarch. Although this boy is strong, we have many people and we don't need to be afraid of him. The Liu family members did not just stand there and watch. They quickly rushed over together. In their eyes, Guo is indeed powerful. But there are so many of them, and there are more than a dozen of them in the nascent soul stage. Even if we rely on the human wave tactic, we can kill this guy with a pile of people. Seeing so many people rushing towards him, Guo was really a little scared. But he still went ahead with it. I don't know what happened. Guo felt that these people were moving too slowly. He could see it clearly. Moreover, even if these people's attacks fell on him, he didn't feel anything. Superficial. So, Guo stopped dodging. I just took on these people's attacks and killed each one with one punch. Ouch. My nose. Help. Everyone in the Liu family was soon beaten by Guo and started crying for their parents. It's a mess. Guo is like a god of war. No one in the Liu family could shake him at all. And just one casual punch from him could make the Liu family's warriors hold their heads and scream in pain. That's the gap. There is absolutely no way to describe it. It's like a strong man bullying a group of young children. There is no comparison. Soon, many warriors of the Liu family were beaten to the ground by Guo. Those who were not knocked down were already scared out of their wits. I don't dare come here again. Guo didn't expect that he would become so powerful. He was very surprised. Master, how many skills have you taught me? In Guo opinion, he could have such strength because of what his master Yi Qingyan taught him secretly. It's ridiculous that I didn't know anything about it before. I thought neither I nor my master knew how to practice. It seems now, my master is the most hidden person. No wonder I always feel that master is mysterious, and those big shots are so respectful to master. So this is the reason. My master is the real hermit. Guo did not kill anyone in the Liu family. He doesn't want to kill anyone, nor dare to kill anyone. In Guo eyes, everyone's life is hard-earned. I have no right to easily deprive someone of their life. You guys go back and don't come here again. I won't rob your Liu family anymore. Guo said to everyone in the Liu family very kindly. After saying this, Guo went back into the ancient city. For a long while, Liu Haoyan and others finally got up from the ground. They didn't dare to say anything more and could only leave in shame. Liu family. Everyone in the Liu family was waiting for the triumphant return of young clan leader Liu Haoyan. With the young clan leader leading the team personally this time, I think it will be a big victory. Need I say more? The young patriarch is very powerful and has gone through a lot of trials and tribulations. It's no problem for him to deal with a few petty thieves. Haha, that's right. Let's just wait and celebrate for the young patriarch. No one in the Liu family was worried at all. In their eyes, Liu Haoyan's trip out this time was just an ordinary experience. Besides, we brought so many people with us, there would be no chance of any accidents. Result. Oh no, the young patriarch and his men are back. Someone came in hurriedly to report. Why are you panicking? Now that the young patriarch and his men are back, we should prepare a banquet right away. An elder from the Liu family said. No, the young patriarch and his men returned in disgrace. The man said with a panicked look on his face. What? Everyone in the Liu family was also shocked when they heard this. Coming back in a disgraced state? Did something really happen? But how is this possible? The other party are just a few petty thieves. How could Liu Haoyan not be able to deal with a few petty thieves when he brought so many people with him? Go out and take a look. Everyone in the Liu family hurried out. Finally, I went outside and took a look. As expected, Liu Haoyan and the others all looked dusty and dirty. Especially Liu Haoyan. His face was bruised and he looked in a miserable state. It was obvious that he had been beaten badly. But fortunately, no one was missing. All came back alive. This also made everyone in the Liu family feel relieved. What on earth is going on? The head of the Liu family asked with an angry look on his face. He is Liu Haoyan's father and also the person with the highest cultivation level in the Liu family today. Father. Liu Haoyan knelt in front of the head of the Liu family, looking ashamed. Father, I failed. The thief in Huangyan ancient city was very powerful. I and others were defeated by him. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Lu family's expressions changed completely. Are the thieves in Huangyan ancient city so powerful? Can he defeat all the people Lu Haoyan brought with him? Who is the master in the ancient city of Huangyan? The head of the Lu family asked immediately. I don't know either. I and the others were defeated by a boy who looked only 10 years old. God knows how Lu Haoyan said this. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. Lu Haoyan, who is known as a genius, was defeated by a 10-year-old boy. No one would believe it if they told others about it. A 10-year-old boy? Everyone in the Lu family looked at each other. This is a bit too unbelievable. To say that Lu Haoyan was defeated by some famous master is nothing. But to be defeated by a 10-year-old boy is just too unacceptable. What level of cultivation does that young man have? The head of the Lu family frowned and asked, I don't know, but what? But I feel that the boy has at least reached the Tongtian realm. Hiss. Everyone in the Lu family couldn't help but gasp. A 10-year-old boy has the cultivation level of Tongtian realm? Is this still a human being? Even the most powerful geniuses in Beichuan are not so perverted, right? It seems that you have met a hermit. The head of the Lu family said in a serious tone. Everyone looked at him. The 10-year-old boy you saw must not be his true self. The head of the Lu family said with certainty. He must be an extremely terrifying old monster. Chapter 158, The Lu family, is here again. Father, you have to make the decision for me. Lu Haoyan said with a look of grief and anger. Lu Hanyuan, the head of the Lu family, frowned. In fact, he didn't want to provoke the people in the ancient city of Huangyan again. But seeing his son like this, Lu Hanyuan couldn't swallow this anger. How could our great Lu family have ever suffered such humiliation? This is simply outrageous. That's how people are. Sometimes when you get too excited, you really don't care about anything. People from my Lu family will not be bullied at will. Lu Hanyuan said in a deep voice. Even if that person is a martial arts master, our Lu family is not a pushover. Everyone looked at Lu Hanyuan. Lu Hanyuan just waved his hand. I'll go there myself. Everyone in the Lu family was shocked. The head of the family is actually going to go out in person. This is no small matter. If something happens to the head of the Lu family will be in big trouble. Master, no, please think twice. Don't be impulsive. Someone immediately spoke out to dissuade him. But Lu Hanyuan waved his hand. I have made up my mind. There is no need for you to say anything more. Everyone looked. Okay, there's no point in persuading him. Then please bring more people, master. Someone suggested. Lu Hanyuan nodded. Although he decided to go, he would not be arrogant. After all, the other party is likely to be a master of the Tongtian realm. Although Lu Hanyuan is also at the Tongtian realm, he still needs to bring more people with him, just in case, so as to avoid capsizing in the ditch. Then, Lu Hanyuan left the Lu family with dozens of people. Head straight to the ancient city of Huangyan. In addition to Lu Hanyuan himself, there are 2 Tongtian realm masters. Although they're only in the early stage of Tongtian realm, they're also 2 powerful helpers. The others are all in the nascent soul stage. 3 people at the Tongtian realm and more than a dozen people at the Ningdan realm were already the strongest lineup that the Lu family could offer. After all, the Lu family is only a second-rate family, and it is very difficult to have 3 Tongtian realm masters. Lu Hanyuan and his group rushed straight to the ancient city of Huangyan. By the time we arrived at Huangyan ancient city, it was already dark. Lu Hanyuan looked at the ancient city of Huangyan. His spiritual energy circulated, and he shouted loudly. Thieves in the city, come out and die. The sound shook for hundreds of miles, clearly audible. Inside the city, Guishaoyun, who had finished eating a whole roasted lamb, was preparing to go to bed. Suddenly, I heard a sound coming from outside the city, and I couldn't help but sit up. Lu Daneng and the other 2 ran over in panic. Boss, the Lu family is here again. Guishaoyun was speechless. How come we just chased away one group, and now another one comes? Will this ever end? Let's go and have a look. Guishaoyun could only come to the top of the city wall. A dozen people. Not many. Go back. I don't want to fight with you. Guishaoyun shouted. Don't want to fight? Lu Hanyuan's face darkened. You robbed my Lu family's goods, injured my Lu family's people, and humiliated my Lu family, but now you say you don't want to fight? It's ridiculous. Lu Hanyuan roared angrily, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Boom! The spiritual energy rushed into the sky, shocking the whole area. Lu Daneng and the other two were horrified. Tongtong Tian realm. It's all over now. We have provoked a strong person from the Tongtian realm. Lu Daneng and the other two were scared to death. The three of them were of low strength and had never seen a strong man in the Tongtian realm before. Now facing the strong men of the Lu family, he would naturally feel very afraid. It's okay. I'm here. Guo Xiaoyan comforted the three people. The three of them looked at Guo Xiaoyan in shock. Guo Xiaoyan shouted to the outside of the city, "If I beat you, will you never come again?" Lu Hanyuan and others heard it. I'm so angry. What does this kid mean? Does that mean he is confident that he could defeat them easily? You bastard, get out right now. Lu Hanyuan shouted angrily. Guo Xiaoyan had no choice but to walk out of the city. Lu Hanyuan was a ruthless man who didn't talk much. When he saw Guo Xiaoyan coming out, he jumped up and attacked him directly. The power of this Tongtian realm expert, when he makes a move, is truly extraordinary. The speed was so fast that Guo Xiaoyan was stunned. Bang! Guo Xiaoyan didn't have time to react before Lu Hanyuan hit him in the chest. In this palm strike, Lu Hanyuan used almost 70 of his strength. The confidence is enough to severely damage Guo Xiaoyan. But unexpectedly, Guo Xiaoyan just looked at him strangely, not moving at all. He didn't even let Guo Xiaoyan take a step back. How is that possible? Lu Hanyuan's pupil shrank, and he looked at Guo Xiaoyan in disbelief. Guo Xiaoyan also felt strange. This man's attack was obviously very scary, but why didn't he feel anything when he was hit? Did you use any strength? Guo Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask. This sentence almost angered Lu Hanyuan to death. Lu Hanyuan directly slapped him again. It hit Guo Xiaoyan on the forehead. This palm strike was enough to kill any warrior below the Tongtian realm on the spot. But when it hit Guo Xiaoyan on the head, there was no reaction at all. Guo Xiaoyan was a little angry. He slapped Lu Hanyuan's hand away. What's wrong with you? Why did you hit me on the head? Lu Hanyuan was dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell did I encounter? Could it be that all my cultivation has been wasted? Everyone from the Lu family not far away was also shocked. How come the patriarch couldn't shake the young man with 2 consecutive moves? Could it be that the master of the family was deliberately showing mercy? But looking at the owner's face that looks like he's seen a ghost, it seems like he won't show any mercy. On the top of the city wall, Lu Daneng and 2 others were lying on the ground watching. Seeing that Guo Xiaoyan was still fine after taking 2 attacks from Lu Hanyuan, the 3 of them were shocked. The 3 of them looked at each other. Who are we choosing as our boss? At this moment, the 3 of them were both excited and relieved. The 3 of them originally wanted to harm Guo Xiaoyan. Fortunately, Guo Xiaoyan was kind-hearted and did not do anything cruel to them. Otherwise, the bodies of the 3 of them would have been cold. Lu Hanyuan calmed his twitching heart. No, this kid is too weird. Lu Hanyuan immediately pulled back. He was a little afraid to make another move. You 2 come with me, Lu Hanyuan said to the 2 Tongtian realm masters behind him. The 2 nodded. The 3 of them attacked at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. 3 huge palm prints overlapped each other. It slammed down towards Guo Xiaoyan. So powerful. Even a truly powerful person in the Tongtian realm would be severely damaged. Guo Xiaoyan didn't know how to respond, so he could only put his hands on his head and squat down. There was a loud noise in my ears. Guo Xiaoyan only felt gusts of wind blowing on him. The wind blew him so hard that he fell to the ground. But other than that, there was no other feeling. Wait until the wind dies down. Guo Xiaoyan was surrounded by smoke and dust. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyuan, who was far away, showed a smug look on his face. With the 3 of us joining forces, this kid must be dead. Even if he's not dead, he must be seriously injured. Chapter 159. Chess Game at Night. The words haven't finished yet. The sound of footsteps could be heard from the smoke and dust. Everyone in the Lu family was stunned. They all looked in the direction where the footsteps came from. Guo Xiaoyan walked out of the smoke and dust safely. Don't talk about being injured. Even the clothes on his body were intact. At most, there's a little dust on the face. This scene, everyone in the Lu family was stunned. Lu Hanyuan rubbed his eyes. Am I dazzled? Until Guo Xiaoyan came closer to them. Only then did the Lu family realize the seriousness of the problem. This is a monster. A living monster. A monster that cannot be described by common sense at all. But they happen to meet him. Do you guys still want to fight? Guo Xiaoyan asked helplessly. He really didn't want to fight, because he doesn't want to hurt anyone. If you just wave your hand casually, you will hurt your opponent. Guo Xiaoyan is kind-hearted and unwilling to do anything to hurt others. How could the Lu family dare to continue taking action? Everyone was frightened by Guo Xiaoyan. Plop. Lu Hanyuan knelt down to Guo Xiaoyan first. Master! Lu Hanyuan knelt on the ground and shouted in awe. When the other members of the Lu family saw that the patriarch had knelt, they naturally followed suit. Master! Everyone in the Lu family shouted in unison. Guo Xiaoyan scratched his head. He had no idea how to deal with the situation. Oh, if only the master were here. At this moment, Guo Xiaoyan missed his master very much. And Yi Qingyun on floating Cloud Mountain. Ache. Just after dinner, Yi Qingyun, who was taking a shower, sneezed. Yi Qingyun rubbed his nose and turned to look at the window. They're all closed. Why did I sneeze for no apparent reason? I must have been too busy recently. It must be like this. Yi Qingyun finished a shower, put on his clothes, and walked into the yard. The Lu sisters are chatting. When they saw Yi Qingyun coming out, they all stood up and saluted immediately. Sir. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. I told you not to be so reserved and polite. He has said this many times. But the Lu sisters were still very respectful to Yi Qingyun. Don't dare to overstep the mark even a little. Yi Qingyun had no choice but to go with them. Mr. Yi, it's late. It's time to rest. Lu Changwei said softly. Yi Qingyun shook his head. It's too early. Play for a while before going to bed. Play for a while? The two sisters looked at each other. Everyone was a little at a loss. What does Mr. Yi want to play? Could it be? Are you playing with us two sisters? If Mr. Yi really wants to play, should we sisters agree? Or should we agree? Or should we agree? Ouch. So shy. Yi Qingyun looked at the two sisters with red faces twisting around and couldn't help feeling a little confused. What are you doing? The two sisters immediately returned to normal. Yi Qingyun took out the chess pieces and chessboard from the house. Can you play chess? Yes. That's good. Play chess with me. Oh. Both sisters felt a little lost. It turns out that what Mr. Yi meant by playing was playing chess. This made the sisters wait in vain. Yi Qingyun was indeed bored. I can only play chess to kill time. Yi Qingyun and Lu Changwei sat opposite each other and started playing chess. The game played is naturally Go. There is Go in this world, which makes Yi Qingyun very happy. At least he doesn't need to popularize the knowledge of Go from scratch. Yi Qingyun originally thought that Lu Changyue's chess skills were not very good. But unexpectedly, Lu Changwei was surprisingly good at playing Go. By the middle stage, Yi Qingyun was already stretched to the limit. This time, Yi Qingyun's desire to win was aroused. After all, I was awarded the title of Go Master under the torture of the system. How could I lose to a little girl like you? So, Yi Qingyun became serious. He began to show his true chess skills. A few beautiful backhands quickly reversed the situation, and several traps that had been set up long ago also began to take effect. Lu Changyue's expression changed immediately. Her brows were furrowed and her eyes scanned the chessboard, as if trying to find Yi Qingyun's weakness. Soon, Lu Changyue made a discovery. Mr. Yi is so careless. Lu Changyue was secretly happy. Immediately, a white piece was placed in a position in the corner. Lu Xingyue on the side showed joy. Sister has found Mr. Ye's weakness. The two sisters are equally good at chess, so Lu Xingyue could naturally see the trick behind Lu Changyue's move. Yi Qingyun smiled slightly, took the bait. He made a few more moves, still keeping his composure. Lu Changyue struck while the iron was hot and attacked fiercely at the flaws revealed by Yi Qingyun. It seemed that Yi Qingyun was about to be defeated again. Yi Qingyun made a move. Bang! This move landed in a place that Lu Changyue had never expected. She was startled, and after taking a closer look, she couldn't help but exclaim. How so? Her good situation collapsed in an instant. All of Yi Qingyun's traps surfaced at this moment. All in one go. Lu Changyue's situation is hopeless. She hasn't lost yet, though. But if you continue, at most you will just reduce your losses a little. It is impossible to turn defeat into victory. I lost. Lu Changyue put down the chess piece and said somewhat frustratedly. Yi Qingyun showed a somewhat smug smile. You're not bad. This is the first time I've had so much fun playing with someone. Yi Qingyun was telling the truth. Since coming to this world, he hasn't actually played chess with many people. His own apprentice Guo Xiaoyan is one of them. But Guo Xiaoyan didn't know how to play chess, so Yi Qingyun taught him from scratch, and his chess skills were very poor. Then, when I was at the market, I would play chess with some of the people there. Lu Changyue was the first person Yi Qingyun met who could play chess with him. Mr. Ye's chess skills are extraordinary. I am far inferior to him. Lu Changyue complimented. Yi Qingyun waved his hand and looked at Lu Xingyue. You coming? Lu Xingyue nodded, then exchanged positions with her sister Lu Changyue. Another game of chess. This time, Yi Qingyun still took a steady approach and first saw how strong Lu Xingyue was. Really, both sisters are good at chess, but the styles are quite different. Lu Changyue's style is more aggressive, and she's good at seizing opportunities to attack. Once Lu Changyue gains the upper hand, it will be difficult to defeat her unless there is a big difference in strength. While her younger sister Lu Xingyue's style is more conservative. But it is not blindly conservative, but rather being cautious and careful in every step. By the middle stage, Yi Qingyun had a slight advantage. But Lu Xingyue also had a certain grasp of the situation. Yi Qingyun had a smile on his face. The two sisters have different styles, and he enjoys playing chess with them. There was a pair of eyes above the sky, looking at the chess game below. This man's chess skills do interest me a little. Chapter 160, The Go Master is here. Yi Qingyun looked at the chessboard with a smile on his face. He has already won, but Lu Xingyue on the opposite side doesn't know it yet. Lu Changyue, who was watching the fight from the side, didn't know either. They all thought the situation on the chessboard was evenly matched. Actually, Yi Qingyun has already secured victory. He had already restricted several key points that Lu Xingyue could use to win. It's just hidden temporarily. As long as Lu Xingyue wanted to exert force, Yi Yin would completely block her force point. Lu Xingyue was unable to use her strength. This is Yi Qingyun's way to victory. As expected, as time goes by, the situation on the chessboard gradually changes. Lu Xingyue began to exert her strength. But for some reason, Lu Xingyue always felt that Yi Qingyun had calculated every step she took. No matter how she attacked, she would be restrained. The reign gets more and more annoying. Lu Changyue, who was standing by, noticed something was going on. She recalled the situation on the chessboard and was greatly surprised. It turns out that Master Yi had already seen where my sister's strength was, so he made arrangements early on. Lu Changyue was secretly amazed. Young Master Yi's chess skills are truly far superior to those of the sisters. He had them completely at his disposal. It's so scary. A moment later, I lost. Lu Xingyue put down the chess piece and rubbed his forehead in distress. It was so painful. The further I get to the end, the less I know how to proceed. Yi Vingyun Simidet. You two are both pretty good at chess. If you could combine your styles, you would be much stronger. The two sisters curled their lips. They were not very interested in playing chess. They were just playing to accompany Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun seemed to feel that it was not enough and wanted the two sisters to continue to accompany him. But at this moment, I wonder if I can play a game of chess with you, sir? A hearty laugh rang out. Then a figure in white fell from the sky. An old man in white stood in front of Yi Qingyun and the other two. The old man in white has a kind look and a youthful appearance. The Lu sisters looked alert. Yi Qingyun looked at the old man in white curiously. What's your name, old man? The old man in white waved his hand and said, It's better not to mention my name. Come on, it's been a long time since I met someone as skilled in chess as you. Okay, then I'll keep you company, old man. The two sat down immediately. Although I don't know the identity of this old man in white, he doesn't look like a bad person. What's more, it's just playing chess. Yi Qingyun holds the white chess piece. The old man in white was holding a black chess piece. The Lu sisters stood by and watched. They glanced at the old man in white from time to time. Seeing the old man in white with a glow on his face and a jade-like luster in his eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. This is a master. At this point, the game has already begun. Yi Qingyun plays white first. The two of them fought back and forth, and in a blink of an eye, they had made more than 20 moves. There was a hint of excitement on Yi Qingyun's face. Met an opponent. Yi Qingyun was very happy. He finally met a Go Master. The chess skills of this old man in white are much higher than those of the Lu sisters. Right from the start, Yi Qingyun felt a lot of pressure. Yi Qingyun completely stopped underestimating his enemy and fought him with his true strength. The Lu sisters also looked horrified. They seemed to see two ferocious beasts biting each other on the chessboard. The kind of bite that draws blood. Attack each other. You eat one of my pieces. I'll eat two of your pieces. You kill me. I'll swallow you whole. It's just so cruel. There was no humility at all, just a fierce attack. The two attacked until the middle game, and both sides took away a lot of each other's pieces. But judging from the number of eyes, the old man in white is slightly ahead. If this continues, it seems that the old man in white will win the game. But there was no joy on the face of the old man in white. Instead, his brows furrowed. He vaguely felt that he seemed to be struggling. The old man in white raised his head and glanced at Yi Qingyun. Seeing that Yi Qingyun was still calm, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Has his chess ability not yet been fully exposed? Thinking of this, the old man in white couldn't help feeling helpless. He meditated for a moment, then took a step forward. Yi Qingyun took the next step without thinking. The old man in white thought for a while before taking the next step. But Yi Qingyun just made his move directly. It seems that there is no thought process at all. Beat the slow with the fast. This is a big taboo in Go, because people have thought hard and have come up with countless alternatives and changes. If you make a move without thinking, you will often only see the surface and be unable to delve into the changes along the way. In other words, they're on the third floor, and you're only on the first level. But the methods that the old man in white was thinking hard about were always easily cracked by Yi Qingyun. This was a little hard for the old man in white to accept. Could it be that this young man's thinking is so quick? Can you think of all the changes that will happen to you in an instant? If that is true, then this young man is really scary. As the fight progressed, the old man in white's weakness was revealed. Yi Qingyun launched several ingenious counterattacks in succession, leaving the formation that the old man in white had worked so hard to build with many flaws. The old man in white looked at the large black chess piece on the chessboard that was about to be eaten and sighed helplessly. Then he put down the chess piece. I lost. The old man in white admitted defeat very calmly. Yi Qingyun smiled slightly and bowed to the old man in white. Thank you, old sir. The old man in white shook his head. He didn't give in at all, and it can be said that he tried his best from the beginning. But he still couldn't defeat Yi Qingyun. Can we play another round? Good. The old man in white seemed unwilling to lose to Yi Qingyun. The two continued with the second game. This time, the old man in white played the white chess piece first. Yi Qingyun holds the black chess pieces. But this time, the old man in white obviously changed his tactics. His opening move seemed very bland and unoriginal. He exchanged more than 10 moves in a row, basically practicing Tai Chi with Yi Qingyun. Fight! This time, the old man in white chose to fight. Don't attack fiercely right away. Instead, he relied on pestering and slowly wore away Yi Qingyun's patience. In the opinion of the old man in white, since Yi Qingyun was able to defeat the slow one with the fast one before, it showed that he not only had a quick mind, but also revealed a characteristic. That's impatience. Young people tend to be impatient. The old man in white is a veteran in the chess world, so he naturally has his own way of dealing with impatient chess players. Wear out your patience. Let the opponent reveal his own flaws, and then take advantage of the opportunity. The old man in white had a good idea and implemented it very well. But his opponent did not show any flaws due to his impatience as he expected. Does Yi Qingyun have any flaws? Have. But did he reveal it accidentally? No. There's another chess game in Yi Qingyun's mind. However, in the chess game in his mind, Yi Qingyun was in the position of the old man in white. When the old man in white takes a step, Yi Qingyun will follow suit in his mind. Then the opponent in Yi Qingyun's mind will have a corresponding method. Yi Qingyun seemed to have turned into a computer, and the old man in white was not playing chess with anyone. Instead, you are playing against an emotionless computer. Who can withstand this? Chapter 161, I lost again. The old man in white chose to fight. He wanted to wear out Yi Qingyun's patience, so as to find a way to win. But after more than 10 moves, Yi Qingyun still used fast to beat slow. But there is no flaw at all. Instead, the old man in white became a little impatient. If there is no flaw, how can we fight? His struggle has lost its meaning. No, we must set a few more traps to lure this kid in. The old man in white immediately began to build a trap. The Lu sisters standing by couldn't see anything at all. But what kind of person is Yi Yin? He is a Go master bestowed by the system himself. How can he not even see the trap? This trap is interesting. Yi Qingyun smiled slightly, without saying anything, and still made his moves decisively. He chose to walk into the trap set by the old man in white. Seeing that Yi Qingyun had taken the bait, the old man in white couldn't help but feel happy. This kid finally took the bait. The old man in white smiled inwardly. He lost the first game to Yi Qingyun. Although he didn't seem to care, he was still a little unconvinced in his heart. In this second round, the old man in white was determined to get back at the score. Otherwise, wouldn't the title of the chess saint of the Tang dynasty be unworthy of him? That's right. This old man in white has a great background. He is the chess master of the Tang dynasty in the East. He has been active in the chess world of the Tang dynasty for many years, and there are only a few people who can match him in Go. And there is no one who can defeat him. He is the chess master of the Tang dynasty. But in the first round, The old man in white lost to Yi Qingyan. Even the old man in white didn't expect that he would lose. In the second round, the old man in white showed his true strength. Go all out to restore his dignity as a chess master. The trap was improved step by step, and Yi Qingyun seemed to be gradually swallowed by the trap. Even the Liu sisters nearby noticed something was wrong. Young master seems to have fallen into a trap. The Liu sisters said secretly. I couldn't help but feel a little worried. Even they could see the trap, so how could Yi Qingyun not know it? But he deliberately fell into the trap of the old man in white and pretended to be completely unaware of it. Another dozen moves passed. The situation on the chessboard gradually became clear. Yi Qingyun seemed to have the absolute upper hand. My friend, I'm going to be rude this time. The old man in white stroked his beard and smiled. Yi Qingyun smiled, but said nothing. As soon as the old man in white dropped the white piece in his hand, the situation on the chessboard changed drastically. The trap that the old man in white had painstakingly set up suddenly surfaced. Moreover, these traps are interconnected. As long as one is hit, the following traps will take effect one after another. The old man in white had a somewhat arrogant look on his face. This is the 9-combination trap that he is extremely good at. With this skill, he has defeated many opponents. It looks like I can win for myself today. The old man's trap is really powerful. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but admire. The old man in white was startled. You figured out? Yi Qingyun nodded. The old man in white frowned. Since you figured out, why did you fall into my trap? Yi Qingyun simulated. Because if you want to win, you have to fall into the trap. After hearing these words, the old man in white couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Could it be that this guy really saw the flaw in his trap? This is impossible. Even an experienced chess player would find it difficult to find the flaws in his 9-in-a-row trap. How could this young man see that? But the next moment, the old man in white realized that he was too naive. Yi Qingyun's black chess piece landed in a very strange position. From the perspective of the overall chess game, there is nothing special about this position. But it is precisely this position that can cause earth-shaking changes in the chess game, whether it is the white piece or the black piece that falls. Once the white piece falls, the trap set by the old man in white will be completely formed without any flaws. But the fall of the black piece announced the beginning of Yi Qingyun's counterattack. This move. The old man in white was keenly aware that the landing position of the white piece was very sensitive. But now he had already lost this place, so it was not good to worry about it anymore. Next, it is time for Yi Qingyun to demonstrate his superb chess skills. Yi Qingyun, on the contrary, took advantage of the trap set by the old man in white to lure the enemy deeper into the territory and completely led the old man by the nose. The old man in white's expression changed drastically. His own trap was actually used by Yi Qingyun. This put the old man in white into an extremely embarrassing situation. If he insisted on setting the trap and ignored Yi Qingyun's tactics, then Yi Qingyun would most likely break out of the trap. But if they chase and intercept Yi Qingyun, the trap itself will have more and more loopholes. Neither this nor that works. It's very uncomfortable. The old man in white felt very uncomfortable. He had never felt so uncomfortable in all his years of playing chess. This young man's chess skills are really superb. Young master seems to have turned the situation around. Yes, this old gentleman's trap was completely contained by the young master. The Liu sisters also saw through the trick and couldn't help but be shocked at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was able to counter such a meticulous trap. It's really amazing. The old man in white had a serious expression on his face. He decided to go for it. We can't let Yi Qingyun do whatever he wants like this. The old man in white continued to use the trap as a foundation, trying to eat up Yi Qingyun's white chess piece. As a result, the old man in white discovered that Yi Qingyun's white chess pieces had already escaped. The old man in white didn't believe it and wanted to continue chasing and intercepting. But after trying several times, the old man in white gave up. Not only was he unable to capture Yi Qingyun's white chess piece, he even put himself in a passive position. Yi Qingyun took advantage of the victory and defeated the old man in white's black chess pieces. The game is over. This scene was clearly seen by everyone present. The old man in white is about to lose again. Alas, I lost again. The old man in white also knew that the game was over, so he didn't insist. He put down the chess piece and smiled bitterly. Yi Qingyun clasped his fists slightly. Thank you. The old man in white looked at Yi Qingyun with complicated eyes. My friend, your chess skills are so superb, but I wonder who your master is? Yi Qingyun shook his head. I don't have a master. The old man in white was startled. No, master, but your chess skills are rare in the world. Could it be that you learned by yourself? Ye vingyun similet. It's self-taught. Hiss. The old man in white took a breath of cold air. If he learned this by himself, then this young man's talent is too terrifying, right? The old man in white found it difficult to accept. He has been exposed to Go for 200 years, from the age of 13 until now. The old man in white's chess skills have long reached an extraordinary level, but this is also accumulated over the years. To say that there's a young man who has chess skills that surpass the old man in white, and it is an innate talent. This is really scary. No, I want another round. The old man in white had a fight with Yi Qingyun today. Chapter 162 coming from the Eastern Tang Dynasty. This night is destined to be sleepless. Yi Qingyun and the old man in white reigned for the entire night, until a hint of pale sky appeared in the east. The two of them suddenly realized. It turned out that it was already daybreak. The old man in white sat there, and he seemed to have aged a lot. His complexion was no longer rosy, and his eyes were dull. A face full of helplessness and bitterness. No way. I lost the whole night and lost all my energy and spirit. Yi Qingyun is still as charming and elegant as ever. He won the whole night, but he wasn't proud of it. I am more enjoying the process. It's rare to meet someone with superb chess skills, so Yi Qingyun naturally wouldn't miss it easily. I have to say that this old man in white is very good at chess. If Yi Qingyun had not reached his current level under the torture of the system, he would never have been his opponent. That night, the old man in white demonstrated many different ways of getting down. He even imitated Yi Qingyun's chess moves at one point, which gave Yi Qingyun a headache. What a pity. Yi Qingyun is still one step ahead and always wins. My dear friend, I have never lost as many chess games in my life as I did this night. The old man in white said with a wry smile. Ye vingyun similet. The old man is a very skilled chess player, and I am just lucky. Lucky! The old man in white sighed inwardly. Winning once or twice might be considered luck. But if you can win all the time, it's not just luck, but strength. Without a doubt, Yi Qingyun's strength is above that of the old man in white. The old man in white was already convinced and no longer felt unconvinced. What's your name, young friend? The old man in white then asked Yi Qingyun's name. After all, we have been playing chess for a whole night. It would be outrageous if we didn't even know our opponent's name. Yuniud Ye Vingyun. Yi Qingyun said respectfully. The old man in white nodded. I am Li Fangbai from the Great Tang of the East. Eastern Tang Dynasty? Hearing these four words, Yi Qingyun was stunned, because these four words are so familiar. In the previous world, he had heard these four words many times. When the Lu sisters heard these four words, they were even more shocked. This old man in white is actually from the Tang Dynasty in the East. The entire continent is divided into 5 parts. Apart from mysterious central plains, the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north each have their own characteristics. The land of southern wilderness, which is where Yi Qingyun is now, was once unified by the Great Zhou dynasty. With the demise of the Great Zhou dynasty, there are now 7 dynasties coexisting. The Tianwu dynasty ranks first among the 7 kingdoms of the southern wilderness in terms of both territory and national strength. Needless to say, the western territory of Buddhism is a place completely dominated by Buddhist forces. From the vast Buddhist kingdom to an ordinary temple, the presence of Buddhism can be seen everywhere. Although Beichuan is vast, it is also a cold and harsh place with scattered and fragmented forces dominated by families. Only the East, the land of the East, is currently the only place ruled by a grand unified dynasty. Tang Dynasty, the mighty Tang dynasty, has been passed down for thousands of years, always prosperous. Anyone who comes from the Tang dynasty in the East is proud to be a Tang dynasty citizen. This sense of pride is something that outsiders cannot imagine or understand. Just like Li Fangbai in front of us. When he said that he was from the East, there was a hint of pride on his face. Obviously, Li Fangbai is very proud of being a native of the East. Be proud of it. The Great Tang of the East? I haven't been there yet. Yi Qingyun said with some longing. Li Fangbai's eyes lit up. If you want to go, I can take you there. Yi Qingyun was really tempted. He hesitated for a moment and looked at the Lu sisters. Do you think I should go? The Lu sisters looked at each other. Everything is up to you, young master. Well, asking is the same as not asking. Yi Qingyun curled his lips. Then he looked at Li Fangbai. Old sir, you are from the East. Why are you here? Li Fangbai said. I heard that a Buddhist saint appeared here, so I came here to look for him. The holy son of Buddhism? Isn't that talking about me? Yi Qingyun was secretly complaining in his heart. He touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. What does the old man want to do with that Buddhist saint? His Majesty the Emperor of Tang Dynasty has been a little confused recently, so he would like to ask this Buddhist saint to solve his doubts. Li Fangbai said. Yi Qingyun nodded. I see. Yi Qingyun thought to himself. How could he be able to answer the questions of His Majesty the Tang Emperor? Let's just forget it. Otherwise, when the time comes, not only will you not be able to solve other people's problems, but you will also get into trouble. Ahem, the holy son of Buddhism is not here. You can look for him somewhere else, old man. Yi Qingyun said so. Well, are you willing to follow me to the Tang Dynasty? I'll go there again when I have the chance. Seeing Yi Qingyun say this, Li Fangbai did not force it. He stood up and said goodbye. Then it floated away. Lu Changyue was puzzled and asked, Young master, why don't you tell him that you are the holy son of Buddhism? Yi Qingyun glared at her. I never said that I was a holy son of Buddhism. Li Fangbai flew out of floating Cloud Mountain. But just when he was about to fly somewhere else, he found that there seemed to be a temple at the foot of the mountain. Confused, he immediately came to the foot of the mountain. Really, there's a circle of temples at the foot of the mountain. The largest one is called Shaolin Temple. Li Fangbai was a little confused. Why are there so many temples in this place? Could it be related to the holy son of Buddhism? He immediately guessed. I visited all the temples, but there wasn't a single monk there. However, it seems that there were people living in these temples in the past, and they must have left not long ago. Li Fangbai originally wanted to go up the mountain to ask Yi Qingyun, but after thinking about it, I decided to give up. In his opinion, Yi Qingyun was just a mortal who lived in seclusion in the mountains and did not know how to practice cultivation. Perhaps he has achieved great accomplishments in Go, but mortals are mortals after all, so it is better not to disturb him with the affairs of the cultivation world. Li Fangbai went straight to Zuanjiman. Several years ago, he had met Su Changfeng, the leader of Xianjin sect. Now that I have come to the Tianwu dynasty, I naturally want to find Su Changfeng to reminisce the past and find out the whereabouts of the holy son of Buddhism. After arriving at Xianjin sect and reporting to the disciples of the sect, Li Fangbai soon met Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng came out to greet them personally. Seniorly, it's been a long time since we last met. When Su Changfeng saw Li Fangbai, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise and bowed. Li Fangbai looked at Su Changfeng with a smile and suddenly looked surprised. Master Su, your cultivation has improved a lot compared to a few years ago. When talking about this, Su Changfeng's face was naturally full of joy. No, it's just a lucky breakthrough. A lucky breakthrough? Li Fangbai didn't believe it. He met Su Changfeng several years ago. At that time, Su Changfeng's cultivation was only at the initial stage of Tongtian realm. But now, it is clear that he has reached the great perfection of Tongtian realm. This speed of improvement is already quite scary. Chapter 163, did you just realize it? Su Changfeng welcomed Li Fangbai. Until the sect hall, the two sat opposite each other. Brotherly, what brings you here? Su Changfeng asked curiously. Li Fangbai siga. To be honest, I came here to look for someone. Su Changfeng was stunned. Looking for someone? But I don't know who it is. Li Fangbai, the holy son of Buddhism. Su Changfeng was stunned again. The holy son of Buddhism? Isn't that Yi Qingyun? What did Li Fangbai come to see Yi Qingyun for? What does brotherly want to do with the Buddha's holy son? Su Changfeng asked again. Your Majesty has been confused these days and has difficulty resolving the issue. He learned that the holy son of Buddhism is in the southern wilds, so he sent me to look for him. I also asked this holy son of Buddhism to go to the east and resolve the confusion for your Majesty. Li Fangbai did not hide anything and stated his purpose. Su Changfeng nodded slightly. So that's how it is. By the way, Sect Master Su, do you know where the holy son of Buddhism is now? Li Fangbai asked. I know. Why don't I take you there to meet him? Really? Li Fangbai was overjoyed. Su Jianfen, Smai Fai Li. I know the Buddhist saint, so it's okay for me to take you there. Li Fangbai quickly stood up and bowed to Su Changfeng. Thank you, Sect Master Su. No problem, let's get going. Good. At that moment, Li Fangbai followed Su Changfeng and left Xianjin sect. Go all the way towards floating Cloud Mountain. Li Fangbai was very excited at first, thinking that he would be able to meet the holy son of Buddhism soon. But after flying for a while, Li Fangbai found something was wrong. Why does it seem to be flying in the direction I came from? Li Fangbai was confused. He wanted to ask, but hesitated and held back. After flying for a while, we could see Fuyun Mountain in the distance. Li Fangbai finally couldn't bear it anymore. Master Su, where are we going? Floating Cloud Mountain. Su Changfeng said without turning his head. Li Fangbai pointed to Fuyun Mountain in the distance. Isn't that the mountain you're talking about? Su Jianfen not dead? Yes. Li Fangbai was stunned. What is going on? Didn't you say you were going to meet the holy son of Buddhism? Why go to that mountain? With full of doubts, Li Fangbai continued to follow behind, until the two of them landed on the top of Floating Cloud Mountain. Li Fangbai's expression was very strange. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have missed something before. At this time, the Liu sisters are still in the yard. Yi Qingyun was already very sleepy because he had been playing Go all night. He ate something quick and then went back to his room to catch up on some sleep. When the Liu sisters saw Su Changfeng and Li Fangbai coming, they were a little confused, especially when seeing Li Fangbai. Didn't this old man just leave not long ago? Why are you here again? And with Su Changfeng? Is Master Yi here? Su Changfeng clasped his fists towards the two sisters and asked politely. Although he knew that the two sisters were Yi Qingyun's maids, Su Changfeng always remained respectful to the people around Yi Qingyun. The young master went to sleep. Liu Changyue said apologetically. Su Changfeng was a little surprised. It's only early morning. Why would Master Yi fall asleep at this time? The two sisters looked at Li Fangbai beside Su Changfeng. Seeing the gazes of the two sisters, Su Changfeng couldn't help but look towards Li Fangbai. Li Fangbai looked a little embarrassed. Master Su, I was here last night. You were here last night? Su Changfeng was stunned. Then he became a little annoyed. You've already been here. What are you looking for me for? He thought that Li Fangbai had already met Yi Qingyun and knew that Yi Qingyun was the holy son of Buddhism. But he didn't know that Li Fangbai had just played chess here the whole night and had no idea that Yi Qingyun was the Buddhist saint that Li Fangbai was looking for. I was just here, playing chess with a young man all night. Li Fangbai quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Su Changfeng was stunned at first. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You. He looked at Li Fangbai helplessly and shook his head repeatedly. Li Fangbai looked confused. Master Su, what is going on? Su Changfeng finally figured out. This old fellow Li Fangbai is really slow in thinking about other things except playing chess. He had clearly met Yi Qingyun and played chess with him for a whole night, but he didn't know that Yi Qingyun was the Buddhist saint he had been looking for. It's really interesting. Mr. Yi, this is the Buddhist saint you're looking for. Su Changfeng said. Li Fangbai looked shocked. He had actually already guessed a little bit, but it's a little hard to believe. Hearing Su Changfeng say this, Li Fangbai was still very shocked. How is this possible? Su Jianfen sighed. There are so many temples at the foot of Fuyun Mountain. Have you not seen them? I saw it. Those temples were built by Buddhist monks from the Western Territory. They were built here because their Buddhist saint lived in seclusion here. Li Fangbai looked confused. It turned out that I had actually passed by the holy son of Buddhism. I really think I'm ridiculous. Li Fangbai smiled bitterly. I really don't know what to say. Since Master Yi is resting, let's wait here. We must not disturb Master Yi. Su Changfeng said. Li Fangbai frowned slightly. He was a little anxious and wanted to wake Yi Qingyun up directly. Su Changfeng saw his anxiety. Please be patient. Master Yi is a hermit. We are here to visit him, so we must behave properly. We must not disturb Master Yi. Li Fangbai looked stunned. An otherworldly master? Yes, Master Yi is not only the saint of Buddhism, but also a hermit with unfathomable cultivation. Su Changfeng said with awe. Li Fangbai recalled that when he was playing chess last night, he deliberately tried to feel Yi Qingyun's cultivation. As a result, Li Fangbai didn't even feel any improvement. Yi Qingyun is just a pure mortal. How come in Su Changfeng's mouth, Yi Qingyun is both the saint of Buddhism and a hermit master? You two wait a moment. Master Yi will probably wake up around noon. I'll make tea for you too. Su Changfeng cupped his hands. Thank you both for your help. At that moment, Su Changfeng and Li Fangbai sat in the yard. Wait silently. At this time, only then did Li Fangbai notice the things planted in the yard. These. His face changed drastically, full of shock. Su Changfeng looked strange. You didn't just find out, did you? Li Fangbai was very embarrassed. He was playing chess with Yi Qingyun here last night, and his mind was completely focused on the game. He didn't care at all what was planted in the yard. Only at this moment did he realize that the plants planted in this yard were actually natural treasures that were extremely rare outside. Chapter 164. Another drink. The more Li Fangbai looked, the more frightened he became. Many of these rare treasures were things he had never seen before. Even with the wealth of the Tang dynasty, it might not be comparable to this courtyard. It's so horrible. What kind of person is Yi Qingyan? Li Fangbai felt extremely unfamiliar with Yi Qingyan. Although he had played chess with Yi Qingyan all night last night, Li Fangbai felt as if he had never met Yi Qingyan before. Brother Li, Master Ye's cultivation is unfathomable. He is a celestial being and cannot be guessed. Su Changfeng spoke to Li Fangbai in a serious tone. Li Fangbai was shocked. Su Changfeng actually admires Yi Qingyan so much? Perhaps Mr. Yi already knew your intention last night. He did not reveal his identity. I am afraid he was testing you. Su Changfeng said in a low voice. Test me. Li Fangbai was stunned for a moment, then recalled everything that happened when he played chess last night. He couldn't help but be shocked. He was completely immersed in the chess game at that time and didn't pay too much attention to Yi Qingyan. But now that I think about it, Yi Qingyan's words and actions really seem to have a deeper meaning. It seems that I am too slow to notice the test from a master. Li Fangbai murmurat. Su Changfeng smiled slightly when he saw this. If you could see through Mr. Ye's identity, perhaps Mr. Yi would have followed you to the Eastern Tang dynasty today. Li Fangbai smiled bitterly. I really didn't realize it at the time. The two of them just sat in the yard. Not long after, Big Hair came back with Rabbit and a few other monsters. Last night, Demao took the rabbits down the mountain. As for what they did, only Demao and the others know. When he saw Damao and the others, Su Changfeng immediately stood up with a look of awe. He also bowed to Big Hair and the others. This made Li Fangbai dumbfounded again. What the hell? Why is Su Changfeng so respectful to these beasts? Even if this is a beast raised by Yi Qingyan, there's no need to do this, right? It's too exaggerated. Demao and the others all glanced at Li Fangbai. Li Fangbai suddenly felt creepy. It was as if these beasts had seen through my entire body, inside and out. Especially the look in the eyes of that big golden retriever. It made Li Fangbai's heart tremble even more. What's going on? Li Fangbai was shocked. After Mao and the others left, Li Fangbai looked at Su Changfeng with some shock. Master Su, what just happened? Su Changfeng looked solemn. Don't underestimate them. They're all very powerful monsters. Big demon. Only the demon beasts that have reached the Tongtian realm can be called great demons by human warriors. In other words, those so-called beasts just now were actually big monsters from the demon race. Li Fangbai's face was filled with shock. Moreover, that big golden-haired dog is a local demon king. Su Changfeng said again. What? Li Fangbai was completely dumbfounded. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. Demon king? Master Su, you are not kidding, are you? Li Fangbai asked stupidly. Su Changfeng curled his lips. I have nothing to do. Why would I joke with you? That is indeed a demon king. Remember not to provoke him. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Seeing Su Changfeng's serious expression, Li Fangbai knew that he was definitely not joking. But when I thought that the big golden dog that glared at me just now was actually a demon king, he couldn't stop trembling in his heart. What is the concept of a demon king? That is the king of the demon race. His strength is terrifying and boundless, and his status is extremely respected. But such a demon king and those big demons actually live in this place like livestock? This isn't some sacred mountain or precious place. Could it be related to Yi Qingyan? Li Fangbai was somewhat doubtful about his life at this moment. What kind of person is Yi Qingyan? What is planted in the yard are natural treasures, and what is raised at home are either demon kings or big demons. It's outrageous. The Liu sisters brought up the tea. Su Changfeng immediately drank the tea in one gulp. It seems as if he is afraid of missing a drop. Seeing Su Changfeng like this, Li Fangbai couldn't help but laugh. This Su Changfeng is like someone who has never had good tea. Li Fangbai shook his head. He has only two hobbies in his life. One is playing chess. Another one is tea tasting. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, and tea. Li Fangbai alone took up two. Li Fangbai lowered his head and took a look at the tea in the cup. Why is this tea so green? Could it be the new tea that was just roasted? But the color is too green. Li Fangbai smelled it again. The tea aroma is just SOSO. No, this is spiritual energy. Li Fangbai finally reacted and his face changed drastically. This is not tea at all. This is fucking spiritual liquid. The spiritual energy was too dense and turned into liquid. The spiritual energy contained in such a full cup is simply unimaginable. Li Fangbai looked at Su Changfeng, who had a smile on his face. No wonder he drank it in one gulp. Li Fangbai muttered something then drank the tea in the cup. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy exploded in his body. Li Fangbai himself is also a Tongtian realm warrior, but his cultivation has not been broken through for many years. But after taking a sip of the spiritual liquid tea, Li Fangbai felt that his cultivation, which had been stagnant for many years, seemed to show signs of improvement. If I had a few more cups, I might have a breakthrough. Li Fangbai looked at the Lu sisters somewhat embarrassedly. You too. Could you give me another cup of this tea? Sure. Lu Changyue immediately refilled Li Fangbai's glass. It was still a full cup of spiritual liquid. Li Fangbai's mouth twitched, and he drank it immediately. Can you? Good. I also want to. Good. Under Su Changfeng's contemptuous gaze, Li Fangbai drank 8 cups in a row. He wanted to ask for a 9th cup, but when he saw the strange looks the Lu sisters gave him, Li Fangbai felt that he had gone too far. After drinking so many cups in a row, I would have thought you were the reincarnation of a bucket. However, after drinking these 8 cups of spiritual liquid, Li Fangbai did benefit greatly. He could clearly feel that all the spiritual energy in his body was mobilized. Keep refining these spiritual liquids. My cultivation seems to have a chance to break through to the late Tongtian realm. Li Fangbai was pleasantly surprised. Waited for a while longer. Yi Qingyan woke up. He walked out of the house, sleepily. I saw 2 people sitting in the yard. Sect Master Su and Mr. Li? How did you get together? Yi Qingyan looked at the 2 of them with some confusion. Especially Li Fangbai. Didn't this old man just leave this morning? How come you are back in a blink of an eye? Li Fangbai suddenly stood up and hurried to Yi Qingyan. He was just about to kowtow and pay his respects. Su Changfeng on the side quickly grabbed him. Master Yi, Li Fangbai is an old friend of mine. He wanted to visit the holy son of Buddhism, so I brought him here. Chapter 165, Find a Bodyguard. When Yi Qingyan heard this, he knew he was exposed. He looked at Li Fangbai. The latter looked even more ashamed. I am blind and have made a fool of myself, Master Yi. Yi Qingyan smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. In fact, I am not a Buddhist saint. Others have always believed so. I am too lazy to explain it anymore. Li Fangbai was stunned and looked at Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng winked at him. Li Fangbai immediately understood. This is what a master does. Everyone knows that you are the holy son of Buddhism, but you just refuse to admit it. This is because he does not want to regard himself as the saint of Buddhism, but wants to deal with others as an ordinary person. Master Yi, whether you are a Buddhist saint or not, I hope you can go to the east with me, Li Fangbai said while clasping his fists. Yi Qingyan scratched his head. Your great Tang Emperor is confused, but I can't help you even if I go there. Li Fangbai quickly said, It doesn't matter. Even if Mr. Yi can't solve the doubts for your majesty will not blame him at all. Yi Qingyan was still a little hesitant. He also wanted to go out for a walk, but I don't want to get into any trouble. This is very confusing. Seeing this, Li Fangbai knelt down in front of Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan was shocked and rushed forward to support him. You don't have to do that, old man. Li Fangbai was also anxious. He knelt in front of Yi Qingyan with a determined look on his face. If Master Yi doesn't agree, then I will kneel here until you agree. Su Changfeng, who was standing by, couldn't help but secretly click his tongue when he saw this. He glanced at Yi Qingyan's face and saw that he was not angry at all, so he felt slightly relieved. Li Fangbai, you're getting more and more stupid as you get older. The hermits are all eccentric. If you force them like this and make them angry, how will it end? Su Changfeng was secretly complaining in his heart. Fortunately, Yi Qingyan is broad-minded and does not share the same views as Li Fangbai. Otherwise, Su Changfeng felt that he would be implicated by Li Fangbai. What can Yi Qingyan do? Looking at Li Fangbai kneeling on the ground, Yi Qingyan also had a headache. It seems that we have to go to Datong. Yi Qingyan has always been curious about the mysterious and powerful country of the Eastern Tang dynasty. He wanted to go and see if the Tang dynasty in this world was the same as the Tang dynasty in his original world. Okay, I'll go with you. Ye Wingyun spoke. Upon hearing this, Li Fangbai was overjoyed. Thank you, Master Yi. Thank you, Master Yi. Only then did he stand up. But there are some things I need to tell you in advance. Yi Qingyan suddenly said, Mr. Yi, please feel free to speak. First of all, I want to emphasize that I am not a Buddhist saint. You think I am. I don't know how to recite scriptures or chant Buddha's name, nor do I know any of the Buddhist methods. Yi Qingyan said seriously. Second, I am just a mortal and I don't know how to practice. If you have any troubles, please don't let me get involved. Third, I can't stay in the Tang dynasty for too long. I still have to go back to Floating Cloud Mountain. Don't let you stop me from leaving when the time comes. Of course, Yi Qingyan had to talk to Li Fangbai in advance. He is, after all, only a mortal. Once you are in someone else's territory and you are powerless, if something really happens, you may lose your life. Don't worry, Master Yi. I will escort you on your journey to the east. Li Fangbai said with a solemn vow. Yi Qingyan was still a little worried. Sect Master Su. What do you want, Master Yi? Su Changfeng responded immediately. Or you can come with me. Su Changfeng was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Master Yi, I am the leader of a sect, and I cannot leave. Yi Qingyan thought so too. He is the leader of a sect and has to deal with many things every day. If he really follows me to the Tang dynasty, wouldn't such a huge sect be in chaos? Mr. Yi, do you want someone to accompany you? Su Changfeng asked. Ye Yingyun nodded. He actually wanted to find a bodyguard. Otherwise, he would be alone, and at most he could bring a sister from the Liu family with him, which was really worrying. It would be best if he could bring along some powerful experts. This way I will have more confidence when I go to the Tang dynasty. Su Changfeng thought about it. There's one person Mr. Yi might consider it. Yi Qingyan was a little curious. Who is it? Senior Shun Tianhua. Ye Vingyun nodded repeatedly. Yes. This old man has no sect or affiliation, and he has nothing to do. It would be best if he could come with me. Su Changfeng smiled and said, Then I will go to Yutian Valley again and ask Senior Shun to accompany Master Yi to the Tang dynasty. Okay, thank you for your help. Su Changfeng immediately went to Yutian Valley. After waiting for a while, Su Changfeng and Shen Tianhua had not arrived yet, but someone who surprised Yi Yun came instead. Huikong. Huikong is back. Odisong. Huikong landed on the mountain and immediately came in front of Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan was a little surprised. Huikong, can you fly now? In Yi Qingyan's memory, Huikong has never been able to fly. I didn't expect it to fly down this time. Huikong's face was filled with anxiety. Holy Sun, has the demon Buddha, Pasun, ever been here? Ye Yingyun nodded. He has been here. Huikong was shocked. Holy Sun, have you ever been hurt by him? Not really. Seeing Yi Qingyan speaking with such ease, Huikong couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the Son of God destroyed the devil Buddha, Mara, easily? That's a demon that even the 3 saints can't destroy. Although the Holy Sun's strength is unfathomable, it is unlikely that he can easily destroy the demon Buddha Mara, right? But now Yi Qingyun is safe and sound, and the demon Buddha Paksin must have been destroyed. The demon Buddha, Pasun, is at the market at the foot of the mountain. Do you want to go and have a look? Yi Qingyun's words made Huikong freeze on the spot. The devil Buddha Mara is not dead yet. Huikong's expression changed drastically. Then he showed a determined look. Since the devil Buddha Mara is not dead yet, he must get rid of the devil, even if it means dying together with him. Holy Sun, I will go and destroy that demon right now. Huikong turned around and was about to leave. Yi Qingyun quickly grabbed him. No. The demon Buddha Pasun will no longer do evil. What? Huikong could hardly believe his ears. The demon Buddha Mara, who plunged the entire Buddhist community into gloom and brought chaos to the world, would not do evil again? This sounds even more unreal than a dream. Yi Qingyun quickly told Huikong about the demon Buddha Mara. After listening to this, Huikong fell into silence for a long time. Then, Huikong suddenly knelt in front of Yi Qingyun. The Holy Sun is truly the savior of our Buddhist sect. Yi Qingyun felt helpless. Why are you kneeling again? Li Fangbai on the side was even more stunned. Although he didn't know who the demon Buddha Paksin was, he was not quite sure what Yi Qingyun had done. But it looks like it's very powerful. Chapter 166. The Great Peng Soars with the Wind. Huikong, do you want to go to Datong with me? Yi Qingyun suddenly said. Huikong was stunned. Go to Datong? Ye Yingyun nodded. I'm invited by this old gentleman to go to the Tang dynasty. Why don't you come with me? Huikong looked at Li Fangbai. Li Fangbai showed a kind look and bowed to Huikong. Son, if you want to go to the Tang dynasty, I am willing to follow you. This is exactly what Yi Qingyun wanted to hear. He patted Huikong on the shoulder. Well, let's go together. I'll take you to the Tang dynasty to see the world. Thank you, Holy Sun. Huikong quickly expressed his gratitude. Not long after, Su Changfeng and Shun Tianhua arrived. Master Yi, I am willing to go. Before Yi Qingyun could speak, Shun Tianhua spoke directly. Yi Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. He was still a little worried that Shun Tianhua was unwilling to go. Since Shun Tianhua is willing to go, That's great. With such a great master accompanying him, Yi Qingyun suddenly felt extremely safe. Su Changfeng said goodbye. Yi Qingyun packed some things. After all, we're going on a long journey, so we must bring some things with us. After packing up his things, Yi Qingyun looked at Da Mao and the others. Da Mao, will you come with me? Yi Qingyun asked. Da Mao nodded, then walked to Yi Qingyun's feet and rubbed his head against Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun looked at Li Fangbai. Is it okay for me to bring a dog? The corner of Li Fangbai's mouth twitched. You want to bring a demon king with you? How dare I have any objection? It's okay, even if you take them all away. Li Fangbai said quickly. Ye Vingyun simidet. No need, we still have to leave someone to look after the house. Lu Changyue followed Yi Qingyun to Datong, while Lu Xingyue stayed in Fuyun Mountain. In addition, the rabbit and the 3 monsters will also stay here. You must take good care of my yard and don't make a mess. And remember to feed the rabbits, too. It would be terrible if they starved to death. I have another disciple named Guo Xiaoyan. If he comes back, tell me that he went to Datong and tell him not to worry. But I don't think he'll be back for a while. If anyone comes looking for me, just tell them I'm away on a trip. Yi Qingyun kept reminding him. Lu Xingyue kept nodding in agreement. Yi Qingyun explained many things until there was nothing left to explain. Then let's go. Yi Qingyun said. Good. He immediately flew into the air. Shen Tianhua and Huikong also flew up. Yi Qingyun was left standing on the ground, looking helpless. What's going on with you 3? Knowing that I can't fly, you still try to fly on purpose? Are you kidding me? Master Yi, why don't you fly up? Li Fangbai looked at Yi Qingyun with some confusion. Yi Qingyun was speechless. I can't fly. The 3 of them quickly landed on the ground. It's all a bit embarrassing. They forgot about it. Certainly, none of the 3 thought that Yi Qingyun really couldn't fly. It was because Yi Qingyun was too immersed in his identity as a mortal that he even forgot that he could fly. This is a master. Never forget that you are experiencing the mortal world. This is what it means to truly be part of it. Forget the self and have no self. This level of realm is far beyond the imagination of ordinary practitioners. In order to take care of Yi Qingyun, several people discussed and decided to buy a flying boat. Take the flying boat and head straight to the Tang dynasty in the east. Flying boat is also a tool commonly used by people who practice cultivation. However, it is generally used by warriors below the Tangtian realm. Because once you reach the Tangtian realm, you can fly on your own, and the speed is generally faster than a flying boat. But flying boats also have their advantages. People who practice cultivation need to consume spiritual energy to fly in the air. The flying boat only needs to place 2 spirit stones to provide a source of power for the entire flying boat. Moreover, the flying boat can allow multiple people to fly at the same time and has a certain degree of defense. I will contact His Majesty the Emperor Wu and ask him to send a flying boat over. Shen Tianhua said. Ye Vingyun nodded. Okay. At that moment, Shen Tianhua took out the communication jade slip and contacted the martial Emperor Dongfang Su. The last time they met, Shen Tianhua and Dongfang Su left each other communication jade slips. This time it came in handy. After Shen Tianhua explained the situation, Dongfang Su immediately said that the flying boat would be delivered as quickly as possible. Okay, now we just have to wait for the flying boat to come. Half an hour later, as expected, a flying boat arrived. But when everyone saw the flying boat, they couldn't help but be surprised. This is not a flying boat. It's like a flying palace. Is this Emperor Wu's palace? Li Fangbai said with a look of astonishment on his face. It seems so. Emperor Wu knew that Master Yi was going to travel, so he specially sent his precious dragon boat here. The Baolong boat slowly descended. Then I saw a figure standing on the flying boat. Master Yi, Senior Shun. It was Dongfang Su's confidant Guyu. Guyu, long time no see. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. Guyu smiled and said, His Majesty learned that you're going to travel, so he ordered me to send you the precious dragon boat. Yes, thank you for your help. There are 100 maids and 100 guards on the Baolong boat. They will protect and serve Master Yi all the way. Well, that's not necessary. Leave the flying boat here and take the people back with you. It's okay. I have Senior Shin with me, so I don't need any guards. As for maids, I have them with me too. Oh well, after Guyu brought the Baolong boat over, he took the people on the Baolong boat away. Yi Qingyun and others boarded the Baolong boat. Looking at the pavilions, towers, carved beams, and painted buildings on the Baolong boat, Yi Qingyun was stunned. Isn't this fucking too luxurious? It's a sin. Master Yi, shall we set off now? Li Fangbai asked for instructions. Well, let's go. Ye Vingyu nodded. The Baolong boat slowly rose into the air. Lu Xingyue held the rabbit and looked up from below. Keep an eye on my home. Yi Qingyun shouted at her. Don't worry, sir. Lu Xingyue shouted. The Baolong boat headed eastward. Yi Qingyun stood on the spacious deck, looking at the distant sky and feeling the strong wind blowing towards him. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. I couldn't help but want to recite a poem. When the great rock soars with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. As soon as these words came out, a flash of thunder appeared in the sky. Yi Qingyun was so frightened that he didn't dare to recite the following verses. But just this one line of poetry moved the other people on the flying boat. This poem is so heroic. One day, the great rock rises with the wind and soars up to 90,000 miles. As soon as this poem is uttered, people feel as if they are soaring into the sky and overlooking the world. It was as if I was already in the sky, like a rock soaring thousands of miles. It is truly a rare and wonderful poem. Mr. Yi is truly a man of great literary talent. This poem is really wonderful. It's really memorable. Chapter 167 Arrival at the Tang Dynasty. Li Fangbai and Shun Tianhua took turns flattering Yi Qingyun, although Yi Qingyun knew that these two guys were just trying to flatter him. But I have to admit it feels pretty good to be flattered. Delicious. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but feel a little elated. Ahem. Actually, I'm not good at other things, but I'm pretty good at reciting poems and composing couplets. Li Fangbai smiled and said, Mr. Yi is obviously a man of great literary talent. Of course, Master Yi is very eloquent. Unlike me, Shin Tianhua, who knows nothing about poetry. Shin Tianhua laughed at himself. Lu Changyue at the side also smiled and said, Of course my young master is the best. That sounds weird. Hui Kong did not understand poetry. He only knew how to recite scriptures and chant Buddha's name. However, he could also hear that the two lines of poetry that Yi Qingyun had just recited were indeed very good. Amitabha, the Holy Son is knowledgeable and is a model for all the monks in my Buddhist sect to learn from. Hui Kong clasped his hands together and said. Demao was still in that lazy look, lying on the side, chewing a big bone in his mouth. It looks like it tastes good. The group of people just chatted. The Baolong boat sailed towards the east at a moderate speed. At the speed of the Baolong boat, it would take a month to fly from the Tianwu dynasty to the Tang dynasty in the east. This was calculated by Li Fangbai. He was from the Eastern Tang dynasty and knew very well how far it was from the Tianwu dynasty to the Eastern Tang dynasty. Because we have to bypass the Central Plains. The Central Plains is the most mysterious place in the entire continent. No one, whether from the southern wilds, the eastern lands, the western borders, or northern Sichuan, has ever set foot in the Central Plains. People from the Central Plains only appear once every 500 years, proving that there are still people in the Central Plains. Some people were curious and wanted to go to the Central Plains to take a look. The result is that there is no return. Therefore, there is an unwritten rule in all the four directions. You can't set foot in the Central Plains. Otherwise, there is death and no life. Therefore, to go from a southern wilderness to the east, one has to bypass the Central Plains. This is equivalent to flying a longer distance. Otherwise, it would only take half a month to reach the east by going directly through the Central Plains. Why can't Zhongyuan just go there? Seeing that the Baolong boat began to change direction, Yi Qingyun couldn't help but ask curiously. When talking about Central Plains, the expressions of several people changed a little. Mr. Yi, you don't know that the Central Plains is very mysterious and extremely dangerous. Once a flying boat sets foot there, it will be difficult to get out. Li Fangbai said. Shin Tianhua also nodded. Brother Li is right. The Central Plains is a restricted area and cannot be entered. Amitabha, our Buddhist sect has always had a warning that Buddhist monks must never set foot in the Central Plains. Hui Kong also spoke. Seeing the three of them say this, Yi Qingyun also had a preliminary impression of Central Plains. Very dangerous. Can't get close. Yi Qingyun has always stayed away from danger. Since the Central Plains is so dangerous, it's better to stay as far away from it as possible. There are a lot of supplies on the Baolong boat. Yi Qingyun doesn't have to worry about his daily food and drink. Moreover, the bed on this precious dragon boat was very luxurious, and Yi Qingyun did not feel tired from the journey at all. It's simply the life of an emperor. 1 month later, the Baolong boat has completely left the southern wilderness. Yi Qingyun lay on the edge of the Baolong boat, looking at the ground below. This was the first time he had traveled so far since he came into this world. It was also the first time that Yi Qingyun set foot in a place other than the southern wilderness. I couldn't help feeling a little excited. Others also stood on the edge, looking at the east in the distance. Shen Tianhua looked a bit nostalgic. When he was young, he traveled around and once came to the Tang dynasty in the east. But at that time, he was just a young boy with limited cultivation, and he did not stay in the eastern Tang dynasty for long. Huikong and Lu Changyue were both visiting the east for the first time and were very curious about this strange place. Below are rolling mountains. In the distance, there is an endless vast plain. At first glance, it seems to be no different from a southern wilderness. But whether it was Yi Qingyun, Huikong, or Lu Changyue, they could all feel a different smell in the air. It's a taste that's hard to describe. Compared to the feeling in the southern wilderness, the smell of this eastern land seems to be gentler and more comfortable. Should we continue flying? Yi Qingyun asked. Well, go directly to Chang'an. Li Fangbai said. Chang'an? Yi Qingyun was stunned. Why is this place name exactly the same as the one in my original world? Is this a coincidence? Yi Qingyun couldn't help but become more excited. The Baolong boat continued to fly. But soon, flying boats approached from all directions. And everyone on the flying boat was wearing the same clothes. It seems that he comes with bad intentions. Shen Tianhua and Huikong both became alert immediately. Li Fangbao was very calm. It doesn't matter. These are the border patrols of my Tang dynasty. Really? When these flying boats approached, everyone could see that there was a flag on each flying boat. Dawn! The prominent Tang characters come into view. It means that these people are all from the Tang dynasty. Yi Qingyan looked at these people from the Tang dynasty. They were all wearing dark purple armor and looked quite majestic. Who dares to trespass into the Tang dynasty? Li Fangbai stood up immediately. I am Li Fangbai. As he spoke, he took out a token. When everyone saw the token, they were immediately shocked. It's lordly. Everyone bowed and saluted, and their attitude became very respectful. Yi Qingyan looked at Li Fangbai in surprise. This guy seems to be quite famous. Hurry and report to your superiors. I have been ordered to find the holy son of Buddhism and will go directly to Chang'an. Tell the soldiers along the way not to stop me. Yes. The army of flying boats retreated immediately. Master Yi, we won't be blocked from behind. Li Fangbai also made a special explanation to Yi Qingyun, as if he was afraid that Yi Qingyun would be unhappy. Yi Qingyun didn't say anything either. Now he just wanted to get to Chang'an as soon as possible to see what the connection was between the Chang'an here and the Chang'an in his previous world. The territory of the Tang dynasty was extremely vast. In the entire east, there is only one dynasty, the Tang dynasty. Therefore, the size of the Tang dynasty is as big as the east. Just so arrogant. Compared with the 7 kingdoms of the southern wilderness, the strength of the Tang dynasty can defeat any of the 7 kingdoms of the southern wilderness. Even if the 7 countries of the southern wilderness were combined, they could only barely challenge the Tang dynasty. The Baolong boat entered the territory of the Tang dynasty, but it took more than 10 days to fly to Chang'an. Master Yi, that is Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty. Li Fangbai pointed to the huge city in the distance and introduced it to Yi Qingyun with great pride. Yi Qingyun widened his eyes, a look of shock on his face. You call it a city? Yi Qingyun only saw an extremely huge city. Even though they were in the air, they couldn't see the end. It's so vast. It's like a giant beast lurking on the earth. It's daunting. Chapter 168, Tang Emperor Li Tianmin. Not only Yi Qingyun, Shen Tianhua, Huikong, and Lu Changyue were all deeply shocked by the grandeur and magnificence of Chang'an in the Tang dynasty. They could never imagine that there was such a magnificent city in the world. It's like a small country. This is the capital of the Tang dynasty. Chang'an. This city is so magnificent that it is truly the most magnificent I have ever seen in my life. Shen Tianhua was sincerely moved. Umipa, even the capital of my Western Buddhist country, has never seen such a scene. Huikong was amazed. Lu Changyue was so shocked that she was speechless. She was like a country girl coming to the city and felt that she had never seen the world before. Li Fangbai's face was full of pride. This is the pride of being a Tang dynasty person. Li Fangbai is proud to be in the Tang dynasty. Yi Qingyun looked at this magnificent city. It seems to have nothing in common with Chang'an in my original world. The Baolong boat slowly descended. Did not fly directly into Chang'an City. Landed outside the south gate. When the Baolong boat landed, a large group of people immediately came to meet it. Sir Li, I, General Qin Huai, have been ordered to come and greet you. A handsome young man in white came up on a tall horse, dismounted, and saluted. Li Fangbai nodded. Thank you for your hard work, General Qin. Qin Huai looked at the people getting off the flying boat. Shen Tianhua seems like a hermit. Lu Changyue has a coquettish look on her face. Yi Qingyun was simply ignored by him. Then, Qin Huai's gaze fell on Huikong. Because only Huikong looks like a monk. So Qin Huai subconsciously thought that Huikong was the holy son of Buddhism invited back by Li Fangbai. Qin Huai walked up to Huikong and bowed respectfully. Greetings to the holy son of Buddhism. This bow confused Huikong. He quickly stepped aside. I am not a saint. Qin Huai was stunned. Did I make a mistake? But if this monk is not the holy son of Buddhism, then who else could he be? Qin Huai couldn't help but look at Shen Tianhua. This old man has an extraordinary appearance, an unfathomable cultivation. Perhaps he is the holy son of Buddhism. Qin Huai thought about it and walked in front of Shen Tianhua again. This old gentleman must be the holy son of Buddhism. Shen Tianhua was also stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. I'm not a holy son of Buddhism. Wrong again? Qin Huai was a little embarrassed. It's really rude to always get the wrong person. But who is the holy son of Buddhism? Qin Huai looked at Lu Changyue with some hesitation. Could it be that this woman is the holy son of Buddhism? Seeing that Qin Huai's guesses were getting more and more outrageous, Li Fangbai couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly introduced, this is the holy son of Buddhism. Li Fangbai pointed at Yi Qingyun and said, Ah! Qin Huai was shocked. This ordinary-looking young man is actually the holy son of Buddhism? Seeing Qin Huai so shocked, Yi Qingyun also felt very embarrassed. How? Am I, Yi Qingyun, so ordinary-looking? Although I know that I am not the saint of Buddhism, you can't completely ignore me, right? It's also a bit disrespectful. Li Fangbai quickly pulled Qin Huai aside and whispered something in his ear. After Qin Huai heard this, a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. So that's how it is. Qin Huai understood. It turns out that this holy son of Buddhism is experiencing the mundane world, which is why he appears so ordinary. Qin Huai felt a little ashamed. I'm so timid in front of such a master. It's really embarrassing. Your Majesty has already prepared a banquet in the palace. Please come and attend the banquet, holy son. Qin Huai said respectfully. When Yi Qingyun heard this, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Although I knew that I would meet the Emperor of Tang when I came here. But Yi Qingyun still felt a little scared as he was about to meet the Emperor. Let's go. Now that you are here, you have to meet. We'll meet sooner or later anyway, so there's no need to be nervous. Yi Qingyun quickly prepared himself mentally. The group followed Qin Huai and entered Chang'an City. Only by entering Chang'an can you truly appreciate the charm of this magnificent city. Prosperous is not enough to describe it. What everyone saw was a lively scene that they had never seen before. Every pedestrian coming and going has a smile on his face. It seems like this is paradise. Everyone living here will feel happy. Moreover, there are many people here from other places. There were even some transformed monsters walking among the crowd. But the people in Chang'an City were not surprised at all. It seems to have become commonplace. Chang'an is a place that embraces everything. Anyone who is willing to stay in Chang'an has the opportunity to become a citizen of the Tang dynasty. Even the demon race can have a place in the Tang dynasty. Look, this is the most lively place in Chang'an City. And here, this is the favorite place for all the dignitaries in Chang'an. Li Fangbai continued to introduce things to Yi Qingyun and others. Along the way, Yi Qingyun and others had a feast for the eyes, until we arrived at the palace. The majestic palace, located in the most central location of Chang'an City. But there is a wide moat separating the palace from other places. It's different from the bustle of other places. The palace looks quiet and profound. When Yi Yun and others followed Qin Huai to the palace, the Tang Emperor, Li Tianmin, was already waiting at the second palace gate with civil and military officials. So many experts. Shen Tianhua said with a stern look. He could clearly feel that there were countless powerful eyes staring at them in the palace. None of these gazes was weaker than Shen Tianhua's. In other words, there are at least a dozen masters of the spirit refining realm in this palace. How horrible this is. Huikong also looked solemn. There are too many masters in this palace, and no matter whether they are in the spirit refining realm or the heavenly refining realm, the pressure they feel is almost the same. Lu Changyue was even worse. I could hardly stand. Yi Qingyun on the contrary, had a calm expression on his face and was looking around as if he felt nothing. Damao also followed behind them and glanced at the palace gate casually. This moment, dozens of experts hiding in the palace were all shocked. What does it feel like? Why do I suddenly feel terrified? Could it be that among these people, there are powerful people that we cannot see through? Yi Qingyun and others arrived at the second palace gate, officially met with the Tang Emperor Li Tianmin. Your humble servant, Li Fangbai, pays respect to your majesty. Li Tianmin smiled slightly and supported her with both hands. No need to be polite, old sir. Li Tianmin looked to be no more than 40 years old, with a resolute face and sharp eyes. He stood tall and straight, with an extraordinary heroic demeanor. Just from this man's appearance, one can feel that he is a powerful leader of the time. It makes people feel awe. He stood there, a born king. Chapter 169. Wine and meat pass through the intestines. Your Majesty, this is Yi Qingyun, the holy son of Buddhism. Li Fangbao introduced Yi Yingyun. Li Tianmin was obviously stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Hui Kong was the holy son of Buddhism. Who would have thought that the holy son of Buddhism would be this unremarkable young man? However, Li Tianmin was not an ordinary person after all, and he returned to normal after a short moment of distraction. He showed a kind look and bowed to Yi Qingyun. Li Tianmin pays homage to the holy son of Buddhism. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. Hello, your majesty. Actually, I am not the holy son of Buddhism. After hearing this, Li Tianmin was stunned again. The civil and military officials who accompanied the scene also looked puzzled. What is going on? Sometimes he says yes, sometimes he says no. Li Fangbai quickly came up to Li Tianmin and said something to him in a low voice, just like he did to Qin Huai before. Li Tianmin understood after hearing this. It turns out that this is a master who is unwilling to call himself a master. Mr. Yi, I am sorry for being rude. Li Tianmin smilat. Afterwards, Li Fangbai introduced Shun Tianhua and others. Li Tianmin was very kind and greeted everyone. Even Lu Changyue received a greeting from Li Tianmin. There is no imperial airs at all. It's like a spring breeze. Yi Qingyun had a very good first impression of the Tang Emperor. At least he was a very friendly emperor. I have already prepared the banquet. Please take your seats. Okay. Yi Qingyun was also hungry. Being able to eat in the palace must mean that the food is all delicacies from land and sea. Yi Qingyun was naturally full of expectations. Everyone soon arrived at a hall. Sure enough, there was a large and sumptuous banquet, but they all seemed to be vegetarian. Everyone took their seats as host and guest. Li Tianmin sat in the main seat and raised his glass. I would like to offer a toast to you all and welcome you to the Tang dynasty. Then drink the wine in the glass. Naturally, everyone raised their glasses and drank. Everyone, please feel free to do as you please. Li Tianmin reta. Yi Qingyun couldn't wait any longer. It doesn't matter what the image is. Just start eating. But after eating a few bites, Yi Qingyun stopped and a strange look appeared on his face. What's wrong, Master Yi? Is this vegetarian dish not to your taste? Li Tianmin noticed Yi Qingyun's expression and couldn't help but ask. Yi Qingyun looked conflicted. This vegetarian dish actually tastes pretty good. It's delicious. Indeed, this table of vegetarian dishes is delicious in terms of color, aroma, and taste. You can tell at first glance that it was made by an experienced chef. This was also specially arranged by Li Tianmin. Because he wanted to entertain the holy son of Buddhism, Li Tianmin specially found several chefs who were good at making vegetarian dishes and asked them to prepare day and night for nearly a month. This is how we get this table full of sumptuous and delicious vegetarian dishes. From Hui Kong's shocked expression, it was clear that the vegetarian dish must taste good. But the problem is that Yi Qingyun doesn't like vegetarian food. He prefers meat. This table of dishes looks quite varied, but there wasn't even a shred of meat. Not a single bit of meat or fish. What's the point of eating this? Then, Mr. Yi, do you think something is not right? Li Tianmin asked again. Ye Vingyun similit bitterli. Your Majesty, although this vegetarian dish is delicious, I actually prefer meat. Hearing this, Li Tianmin and other people from the Tang dynasty were obviously stunned. Love meat? As the saint of Buddhism, you love to eat meat? What is going on? Li Tianmin specially prepared this table of vegetarian dishes, and you tell me that the holy son of Buddhism likes to eat meat? Mr. Yi likes to eat meat? Li Tianmin wondered if he had heard it wrong. Ye Vingyun nodded. I'd love to eat meat. I feel uncomfortable if I don't eat meat for a day. Li Tianmin was a little confused. But I heard that Buddhists avoid meat and fish. As he spoke, Li Tianmin also looked at Huikong. Amiba, your majesty is right. Buddhists are indeed not allowed to eat meat. Huikong clasped his hands together and said, but the Holy Sun is a special existence in my Buddhist sect, and the Buddhist precepts do not restrict him. Yi Qingyun also nodded repeatedly. That's right. Isn't there a saying that goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart? Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but remain in the Buddha's heart? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Because this sentence sounds vulgar, but it seems to have a feeling of simplicity and returning to nature. Especially Huikong. As a Buddhist, he has always strictly observed the precepts. But Yi Qingyun's words completely broke his previous understanding of Buddhist precepts. Alcohol and meat are taboos in Buddhism. But Yi Qingyun said, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but remain in the Buddha's heart? Doesn't it mean that drinking alcohol and eating meat is a blasphemy against Buddha? As long as you have Buddha in your heart and do not do evil things, that is cultivation. Huikong stood up suddenly. He came to Yi Qingyun excitedly. Then he knelt down directly in front of Yi Qingyun. Thank you for the teachings, Holy Son. Huikong has gained great insights. Yi Qingyun was simply embarrassed. Everyone looked at Yi Qingyun with admiration. The Holy Son of Buddhism is worthy of his reputation. Every word you say is the true Buddhist mantra. The truth is simple. The Holy Son is worthy of being the Holy Son. Listening to the praises from the people present, Yi Qingyun was full of questions. Didn't I just say that wine and meat pass through the intestines but remain in the Buddha's heart? Is it worth such a big reaction? It seems that this world has not even produced this sentence. Unfortunately, I said it myself. Whatever. My identity as the Holy Son of Buddhism is becoming increasingly unclear. Because Yi Qingyun wanted to eat meat, Li Tianmin quickly asked someone to prepare it. Soon, a large amount of delicacies from land and sea came up. Yi Qingyun's eyes suddenly widened. In one hand, he grabbed a tender, fragrant, and glutinous pork knuckle, and in the other, he picked up a shiny duck. He started to eat it with big mouthfuls. Everyone present was stunned by Yi Qingyun's bold eating style. Is this how a hermit eats? It is truly so unique. Holy Son, I want to learn from you. Huikong also picked up a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth with a determined look on his face. Then he vomited with a wow sound. Huikong, who was used to eating vegetarian food, couldn't adapt at all when he ate meat for the first time in his life. With no other options, Huikong could only eat vegetarian food obediently. Li Tianmin found Yi Qingyun's bold eating style very interesting. He had never seen such a hermit. However, some civil and military officials were not used to it. In their eyes, Yi Qingyun's behavior was simply too rude. They didn't take their emperor seriously at all. A tall man suddenly stood up. Yi Qingyun, you are too rude, he shouted. At this moment, the atmosphere at the banquet immediately became tense. Li Tianmin's face darkened. General Hu, sit down immediately. General Hu clasped his fists towards Li Tianmin. Your Majesty, I don't think this man is some kind of Buddhist saint. He is clearly here to defraud people. Chapter 170, The True Chess Master. Yi Qingyun stuffed meat in his mouth and blinked at the man. I am indeed not a saint of Buddhism. General Hu snorted coldly. Since you have admitted it yourself, what crime should you be charged with? Yi Qingyun swallowed the meat in his mouth. You were the Tang dynasty that invited me here. Why are you punishing me now? Seeing this, Li Fangbai quickly stood up. General Hu, don't be reckless. This Mr. Yi is a distinguished guest of our great Tang. Distinguished guest? How can there be such a distinguished guest? It's totally inappropriate. General Hu looked disdainful. Hu Dingyuan, stop talking nonsense here. Li Fangbai became anxious and quickly looked at Yi Qingyun. It seemed as if he was afraid that Yi Qingyun would get angry. Yi Qingyun didn't look angry at all. But just because he is not angry doesn't mean others are not angry. Shun Tianhua put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Hu Dingyuan with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Huikong suddenly stood up and glared at Hu Dingyuan. How can I allow you to slander me, the Holy Son of Buddhism? Huikong's face was filled with anger and a surge of Buddhist energy. It seemed that he really wanted to teach Hu Dingyuan a lesson. Joke. In Huikong's mind, Yi Qingyun is like the Buddha. He didn't even have time to pay homage to them. So how could he allow people to question him casually? If Huikong hadn't known that this was the Tang Dynasty Imperial Palace, he would have taught Hu Dingyuan a lesson right away. Ridiculous. Hu Dingyuan sneered. That's enough. Li Tianmin slammed the table, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. General Hu, apologize to Master Yi immediately. Li Tianmin said angrily. Your Majesty, I am not wrong. Hu Dingyuan is very tough. Even after Li Tianmin spoke, he still refused to admit his mistake. Li Tianmin's face immediately turned dark. Hu Dingyuan was his most trusted and beloved general, and they had a very good relationship on a daily basis. But at this moment, Hu Dingyuan contradicted him in person, which made Li Tianmin feel embarrassed. Yi Qingyun also noticed it. There is no way to continue this meal. He put down his chopsticks and wiped his hands. Since we are not welcome here, we will leave first. After saying that, Yi Qingyun stood up and left. Neither humble nor arrogant. Stop! Hu Dingyuan shouted angrily. The imperial palace is a sacred place, so how can you come and go as you please? Yi Qingyun paused, frowned, and turned around. You won't let me eat, and you won't let me leave. What else do you want? Of course I have to find out your identities and hand them over to His Majesty for punishment. Hu Dingyuan looked very strong. He just raised his hand. The imperial guards in the palace surrounded them. Shen Tianhua immediately protected Yi Qingyun behind him. Hui Kong also clasped his hands together and looked serious. Li Fangbai was so anxious that he slapped his thigh. Don't do that. No, absolutely not. Li Tianmin frowned, but this time he did not say anything to stop him. There was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Yi Qingyun looked helpless. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come. He felt a little regretful. It turns out that this palace is not a good place. I didn't do anything, but I got into this trouble for no reason. Take it from me. At Hu Dingyuan's command, the imperial guards rushed towards Yi Yun and his companions. Shen Tianhua shouted, just about to take action. Just at this moment, suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. Stop! The ethereal voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. Everyone looked over. Then a young man in white clothes and white hair fell from the sky. Upon seeing this young man, except for Yi Qingyun and a few others who were confused, the rest of the people from the Tang dynasty were all shocked. Greetings to Senior Chess Master. Everyone saluted. Even Emperor Li Tianmin was the same. The white-haired boy fell to the ground and looked at Yi Qingyun. Are you the holy son of Buddhism? Yi Qingyun looked at him with confusion. Who are you? The white-haired boy smiled. I am Yi Tianxing. Li Fangbai ran over quickly. Master. He knelt directly in front of the white-haired young man, Yi Tianxing, his face full of respect. Yi Qingyun was a little surprised. This arrogant-looking white-haired boy is actually the master of old man Li Fangbai. Moreover, everyone calls him the chess saint. Isn't the chess master Li Fangbai? Yi Qingyun didn't quite understand. However, Shen Tianhua on the side showed a look of shock. Could it be? Yi Qingyun looked at Shen Tianhua. Mr. Shen, what's wrong with you? Shen Tianhua said with a look of shock. I have heard of the name of the 7 sages of the Tang dynasty. The 7 sages of the Tang dynasty? Shen Tianhua nodded. Yes, the 7 saints of the Tang dynasty. 7 powerful men who protected the Tang dynasty for thousands of years. And their names were zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, and tea. This white-haired boy, Yi Tianxing, should be the chess master among the 7 sages of the Tang dynasty. The fake chess master of the Tang dynasty Li Fangbai. The real chess master of the Tang dynasty Yi Tianxing. Li Fangbai stood up and said to Yi Qingyun, Master Yi, this is my master Yi Tianxing. He is the true chess master of the Tang dynasty. Yi Qingyun looked confused. You, master and disciple, are both chess masters. Li Fangbai smiled bitterly. Before I became the chess master, my master had already been the chess master of the Tang dynasty for 500 years. It was only after my master retired that I became the new chess master. But in terms of chess skills, I am far inferior to master. Yi Yingyun nodded. So that's what it is. Yi Tianxing was also looking at Yi Qingyun at this moment. Seeing that there was no spiritual energy fluctuation on Yi Qingyun's body, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Yi Tianxing has an extremely high level of cultivation and is one of the top masters in the Tang dynasty. He can easily tell the level of cultivation of anyone whose cultivation is weaker than his. But he just couldn't tell the depth of Yi Qingyun's cultivation. It was as if Yi Qingyun was really immortal with no cultivation. Let me try it out. Yi Tianxing moved his feet slightly. Suddenly, a surge of force burst out. Shen Tianhua and Hui Kong were both horrified, felt tremendous pressure. Lu Changyue suddenly sat down on the ground, her face extremely pale. Instead, it was Yi Qingyun. standing there without any reaction. It's like I didn't feel anything. Yi Tianqing was secretly shocked. This person can actually remain motionless under my pressure. He is truly unfathomable. This moment, Yi Tianqing has already determined that Yi Qingyun's cultivation is probably not inferior to his own. He immediately restrained his pressure and bowed to Yi Qingyun. My name is Yi Tianqing. Yi Qingyun also clasped his fists. My name is Yi Qingyun. Yi Tianqing smiled and said, I heard from my apprentice that Master Yi is an extraordinary chess player. Can we play a game against each other? Want to play chess? Yi Qingyun certainly wouldn't be stage frightened. Okay. Yi Tianqing nodded and turned to look at Li Tianmin. Your Majesty, can you allow me to play a game of chess with this young Master Yi right here? Li Tianmin quickly said, Of course. Chapter 171, Chaotic Chess Moves. As the chess master among the 7 sages of the Tang dynasty, Yi Tianqing's status is the same as that of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Moreover, Yi Tianqing is of a very high generation, so even Li Tianmin, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, has to be respectful in front of Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing waved his hand. A stone table, 2 stone chairs, a chessboard and chess pieces. Everything you need. Please take a seat, Mr. Yi. Yi Tianqing greeted. Yi Qingyun was not at all nervous and sat down directly. Yi Tianqing sat opposite Yi Qingyun. Everyone gathered around. The people of the Tang dynasty all looked excited. Being able to see the Tang dynasty chess master play chess with others in person is a rare opportunity in their lifetime. This boy actually dared to play against the chess master. He really overestimates his own abilities. It would be great if I could have a chance to play against the chess master. It is a great honor to play against the chess master. It can be seen that chess master Yi Tianqing holds a very high status in the minds of people in the Tang dynasty. Almost everyone's face showed awe. Yi Tianqing looked at everyone, watching chess without saying a word. Everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to make a sound, for fear of disturbing Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing looked at Yi Qingyun. Mr. Yi, please go first. Yi Vingyun Simidet. You go first. After hearing these words, Yi Tianqing couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then he shook his head and laughed. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since he was given the first place by others. A guest is a guest. Mr. Yi, please go first. Yi Tianqing insisted on letting Yi Qingyun take the first move. Yi Qingyun is not pretentious either. All right. After saying that, he picked up a white piece and placed it in the center of the chessboard. Tianyuan. This move confused Yi Tianqing, who had dominated the chess world for hundreds of years. Everyone present shook their heads when they saw this. How could this be played by someone who knows how to play chess? The first step is to place Tianyuan. This is something even beginners wouldn't do. Many people looked at Yi Qingyun with suspicion. Does this guy know how to play chess? Your Majesty, I said this man is a fraud. Hu Dingyuan further confirmed his guess. Yi Qingyun looked indifferent, and he looks very confident. Yi Tianqing smiled and didn't say much. He picked up a black piece and dropped it. Yi Qingyun has another son. You come and I go. After a dozen moves, the more people looked at it, the more confused they became. What is Yi Qingyun doing? Why do his moves look so messy? There is absolutely no order at all. It's too messy. I can't play chess at all. Li Fangbai on the side glared at everyone. Everyone then shut up and could only silently complain in their hearts. Li Fangbai's chess skills are the best among those present except for Yi Qingyun and Yi Tianqing. But even he couldn't figure out what Yi Qingyun was doing at this moment. It's like a mess. I have absolutely no clue. Looking back at his master, Yi Tianqing, every step was perfect. In just a dozen moves, an extremely rigorous layout has already begun to show its potential. The gap is immediately apparent. One is an extremely experienced master. At most, one is a novice who has just started playing Go. Shen Tianhua and the other 2 all frowned. What is Yi Qingyun doing? Did he know that he couldn't beat Yi Tianqing, so he gave up on himself from the beginning? But this is not Yi Qingyun's style. Perhaps, Master Ye's chess moves are beyond our comprehension. Shen Tianhua said secretly in his heart. After more than 30 moves, the situation on the chessboard had become one-sided. Yi Tianqing ate 10 of Yi Qingyun's pieces in succession, and Yi Qingyun's chess moves seemed to be still unclear. This moment, even Yi Tianqing himself began to have doubts. Could it be that the person in front of me really doesn't understand Go? But according to what his apprentice Li Fangbai said, this man actually beat Li Fangbai for an entire night. If this was the level he was at, there was no way he could beat Li Fangbai in one night. I'm afraid I can't even beat Li Fangbai in one game. Yi Qingyun still looked confident, and he placed chess so quickly, as if without thinking. Bang! Another piece falls. Yi Qingyun directly picked up the 3 black pieces. Yi Tianqing was stunned. Didn't he even notice when his 3 black pieces were killed? Take a closer look. Yi Qingyunren quietly set up a small trap and ate his 3 black pieces. Yi Tianqing smiled. It seems that I was really careless. Another 4 or 5 hands passed. Yi Qingyun suddenly picked up the 4 black pieces. Yi Tianqing was stunned again. There was actually a trap? When was it arranged? Yi Tianqing began to become alert. He surveyed the entire chessboard to make sure there were no other traps. But soon, Yi Qingyun took action again. Good job. This time he directly picked up 8 black pieces. Yi Tianqing was a little stunned. Everyone present was stunned. What's going on? Before they could even see clearly what was going on, why did Yi Qingyun start taking away the black pieces? Yi Tianqing stared at the chessboard. Finally, I figured out the trick. Trap. They're all traps. What a mess. What a disorganization. It's all fake. From the first hand of Tian Yuan, Yi Qingyun had already started setting traps. But the trap he set was extremely clever. It seems that there are no rules, but as long as a small trap is formed, the next trap will be formed one after another. By the time Yi Tianqing was able to see through these tricks, Yi Qingyun's trap had become completely unstoppable. The overall situation of the chess game has been reversed by Yi Qingyun. The situation is under control. Yi Wingyun Simidet. Thank you. Yi Tianqing smiled bitterly. Mr. Yi is indeed very skilled in chess. You win this game. Wow. There was an uproar among the people present. Their Tang Dynasty chess master actually lost. How could the people of the Tang Dynasty, who have always been so proud of themselves, accept this? Oh my God, the chess master actually lost. Is this a fluke? I think the chess master deliberately showed mercy and let this person win a game. Yes, it must be like this. Master Chess Saint has never met an opponent in hundreds of years. How could he lose to this man? Everyone was unwilling to believe that Yi Tianqing lost to Yi Qingyun. In their opinion, Yi Tianqing must have shown mercy on purpose. He even lost to Yi Qingyun on purpose. Only Li Fangbai knew that his master did not lose on purpose. Perhaps he underestimated his opponent, but Yi Qingyun won the game with his real skills. One more round. Yi Tianqing did not give up. Good. Yi Qingyun was not satisfied either. This time, Yi Tianqing finally got serious. This person is an extraordinary chess player. I can't be careless anymore. Yi Qingyun still plays with white first. It's still the familiar routine. Tian Yuan takes the first move. And this time, Yi Tianqing took it seriously. He followed closely. The black chess piece is directly attached to the edge of the white chess piece. This time, let me see how you can set up a trap without anyone noticing. Chapter 172 Steady as an Old Dog. Yi Tianqing's competitive spirit was aroused by his defeat in the first game. After all, he is the real chess master of the Tang Dynasty. And there are so many people watching. If he lost to Yi Qingyun again, his title of chess master would be unworthy of his reputation. Anyway, we all have to get our ground back. Yi Tianqing became serious. Everyone could see that Yi Tianqing's attitude was completely different from the previous game. There was a sharp look in his eyes. It seemed as if nothing on the chessboard could escape his eyes. Of course, the one who felt it most clearly was Yi Yun, his opponent. At this moment, Yi Qingyun could clearly feel the strength displayed by Yi Tianqing. It's a little different from the first game. It seems that he really underestimated me before. Yi Qingyun said secretly. Yi Tianqing's chess style is very rigorous, yet radical. This kind of chess style that combines both offense and defense is the most troublesome. I tried to find his weakness, but I couldn't find any. And if you continue to fight with him, your weaknesses will gradually be discovered by him. This is very uncomfortable. For an ordinary Go master, it would be very good if he could last until the middle game when facing Yi Tianqing's offensive and defensive chess style. And what about Yi Qingyun? He is also a player with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Moreover, his chess style is more cunning than Yi Tianqing's. Perhaps it was because Yi Qingyun had traveled through time and space, and his way of thinking about chess had some of the style of his previous world. This style has never existed in this world before, so it feels very novel. To put it bluntly, it's a bit unorthodox. Don't take the beaten path. When the game reached the middle stage, Yi Tianqing's expression became a little solemn, because after several attempts, he couldn't find Yi Qingyun's weakness. This was a bit unexpected for Yi Tianqing. No one is truly perfect. Even Yi Tianqing, a chess master, actually has loopholes. A true master is one who can cover up his own loopholes very well. But Yi Tianqing felt that Yi Qingyun really had no loopholes. So stable, as steady as an old dog. What does fit seamlessly mean? What does airtight mean? Yi Tianqing finally got to see this today. The people present looked at the situation of the two people on the chessboard with surprise on their faces. This Yi Qingyun, his chess moves are so steady. It's so stable. I can't see any flaws at all. I wonder if Senior Chess Saint has noticed it. No one dared to say anything and could only silently criticize in their hearts. Li Fangbai looked anxious. He could see that his master had launched several fierce attacks, trying to find Yi Qingyun's weakness. The results were all in vain. On the contrary, the situation on Yi Tianqing's side was slightly affected. Realizing that something was wrong, Yi Tianqing calmed down. He began to take steady steps, no longer in a hurry to find Yi Qingyun's weaknesses. Since there is no weakness, then just stop looking. Directly strengthen your own advantages. Defeat your opponent using the method you are best at. The chess master is worthy of being the chess master. Realize that something is wrong and change your thinking decisively. And my mentality has not been affected at all. This kind of mentality alone is enough for Li Fangbai, his disciple, to learn for a lifetime. This game obviously cannot be easily decided. Yi Qingyun finally felt the pressure. That's right. It was the first time since he traveled to this world that he felt pressure from his opponent in playing Go. This made Yi Qingyun very excited. In fact, having no opponent is the saddest thing. It is actually not much fun to not be able to find an opponent who is equally matched with you and always play chess with people whose level is far lower than yours. And now, Yi Qingyun finally met an opponent who could really fight with him on the chessboard. Yi Qingyun was so happy. He really felt that this trip to the Tang dynasty was a good decision. The fight on the chessboard continues. Yi Qingyun's moves were still quick and without thinking. Before Yi Tianqing makes a move, he always thinks carefully. Yi Tianqing was also a little surprised that Yi Qingyun made his moves so quickly. You can make your moves very quickly before the middle game. But now the middle game is over, and every remaining step is crucial. Don't make a move lightly. But every step Yi Qingyun took was still very precise. It was as if he could see changes in the chess game in an instant. He is truly a formidable enemy. Yi Tianqing, who had been dominating the Tang dynasty chessboard for hundreds of years, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Yi Qingyun could feel the pressure from Yi Tianqing. Isn't it the same for Yi Tianqing? In fact, the pressure felt by Yi Tianqing was far greater than that felt by Yi Qingyun. Just when everyone thought that the battle on the chessboard was difficult to resolve. But the situation suddenly changed. One of Yi Qingyun's white pieces fell to the edge. There is actually nothing wrong with the position of this piece. But Yi Tianqing keenly realized that the position of this piece would lead to a drastic change in the situation. He made his move decisively. Bang! This black spot is like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan. The oil pan exploded immediately. Boom! On the chessboard, it seemed as if two shadows of a dragon and a tiger appeared. Fight between dragons and tigers. The roar of tigers and dragons. The two men made moves one after another. Yi Tianqing soudain décidé. The time is now. He finally seized the opportunity. A complete dragon is formed for black chess, and they launched a fierce siege on Yi Qingyun's white chess pieces. For a while, white pieces were captured one after another. The situation took a turn for the worse. Great! Master is going to win. Li Fangbai looked excited. He was really worried about his master. Fortunately, master is master after all. When it comes to playing chess, master is truly unmatched. Senior chess master is truly amazing. Such a rare opportunity was actually seized by the chess master. In this game, Senior Chess Saint is already a sure winner. All the people from the Tang dynasty present were also surprised. Shen Tianhua and the other two couldn't help but reveal a look of worry. It's not good. This game is very dangerous for the Holy Sun. Mr. Yi, the situation is over. The three of them could see that Yi Qingyun was in a very bad situation. It can even be said that it has already shown signs of defeat. But what about Yi Qingyun? Still the same as before, looking calm and composed. Nothing seemed to be able to change his color. Master Yi, I'm afraid you have to admit it this time, Yi Tianqing said with a faint smile. Yi Qingyun smiled slightly. It's not over yet, don't get too proud. Yi Tianqing was stunned. The chess game is already very clear at this point. Does he still think he can turn defeat into victory? Yi Tianqing couldn't help but shook his head. If he were in Yi Qingyun's current situation, he would definitely admit defeat decisively, because he felt that there was no chance of any comeback. Chapter 173, Killing the Dragon. Can Yi Qingyun turn the tables? At least no one present thought so. Only one person believes that Yi Qingyun can turn the tables. That is Yi Qingyun himself. Can't turn the tables? Does not exist. As long as the base hasn't exploded, there is still hope. What's more, this game of chess is still in Yi Qingyun's control. I've been waiting for this moment when you gain the upper hand. Yi Qingyun gave a mysterious smile. Yi Tianjing Fronet. Are you waiting for the moment when I gain the upper hand? What's he talking about? Yi Tianjing looked at the chessboard again. Upon seeing this, Yi Tianjing couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Could it be? Bang! The white piece falls. An extremely tricky position. A location that no one expected. A position that completely turns the situation around. The black dragon that had already taken shape was cut off in one breath because of this position. The dragon was killed. This move shocked Yi Tianjing. It also shocked everyone present. Because of this move, no one could see it at all. Even Yi Tianjing himself only realized Yi Qingyun's intention when he looked at the chessboard for the second time. And this fatal position appeared completely by coincidence. This position becomes so deadly because a large area of white pieces has been eaten. Before this, Yi Tianjing's black dragon was perfect, and there was no way to counter it. Yi Tianjing's heart was trembling, looking at Yi Qingyun in disbelief. Could it be that he deliberately let his white chess piece be eaten, just to wait for the position of Dragon Slayer to appear? Yi Tianjing couldn't help but gasp. If this is true, then Yi Qingyun is too terrifying. This is like taking every change on the chessboard into account. Moreover, no matter the overall situation or every detail, everything is under Yi Qingyun's control. Such terrifying control over the chess game. It is simply beyond the reach of human wisdom. Looking at his dragon that had been cut off, Yi Tianjing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Master Yi, is this also part of your calculations? Yi Qingyun shook his head. Luck. Luck? Yi Tianjing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Regardless of whether it was luck or not, the situation in this game was completely out of control. And even if it is luck, it is also part of strength. The big dragon was killed, and the black chess advantage was naturally broken. On Yi Qingyun's side, the white chess pieces did not form a big dragon, but it formed a counter-encirclement. Except for the central area, the corners are all surrounded by white pieces. Yi Tianjing cheered himself up, adjusted his mentality, and continued to fight with Yi Qingyun. Although the dragon was killed, but the game is not lost yet. The outcome is still undecided, but Yi Tianjing still has a chance to win. The two continue to fight. The fighting continued until nightfall. The chess box is running out of pieces. The people present were enjoying the game very much, and their emotions kept fluctuating as the situation on the chessboard changed. Finally, Yi Tianjing held a black piece in his hand and looked at the situation on the chessboard for a long time. There are only a few places left to place the pieces. Yi Tianjing frowned and did not move at all. Click. The black chess piece was put back into the chess box. Oh, I lost again, although I am very reluctant to accept it. But Yi Tianjing knew that he had already lost. There is no point in going any further. Senior didn't lose. Yi Qingyun said so. Yi Tianjing's face was full of bitterness. I've already lost. It's just one move short. Even if you lose half a point, it's still a loss. This is the iron rule of Go. Even if the difference is just half a point, losing is losing. There's nothing to argue about. Yi Qingyun clasped his fists. It was pure luck that I was able to win this round. Yi Tianjing waved his hand. You are indeed very strong. I have played chess with many people in my life, and I have lost before. A look of reminiscence appeared on Yi Tianjing's face. I started learning chess at the age of 16, and I lost more than I won before I was 30. After I turned 30, I became a master in chess. There are only a handful of people in the Tang dynasty who can rival me. When I was 50, I had mastered the art of chess. The few rivals I used to compete with were all left far behind me. After I turned 50, I never met anyone who could compete with me. I always felt that no one in the world could compete with me. Having said that, Yi Tianjing looked at Yi Qingyun with a complicated look. There is relief and excitement. I met Master Yi today, and finally I was able to enjoy playing chess again. Just based on this chess skill, Master Yi deserves the courtesy of the Tang dynasty. All the people from the Tang dynasty present looked embarrassed. Hu Dingyuan, in particular, looked ashamed and lowered his head, not daring to raise it. He had previously insisted that Yi Qingyun was a swindler. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyun was recognized by the chess master Yi Tianqing. What else can I say? If he was a swindler, how could he defeat Yi Tianqing in Go? This person is definitely a hermit master. Li Tianmin quickly bowed to Yi Qingyun. Master Yi, I'm sorry for being disrespectful. Please forgive me. Even the emperor apologized, so naturally the ministers followed suit and bowed to Yi Qingyun to apologize. Plop. Hu Dingyuan was even more direct and knelt down in front of Yi Qingyun. Mr. Yi, I know I was wrong. Bang, bang, bang. Hu Dingyuan kowtowed 3 times to Yi Qingyun. That was so quick and neat. Yi Qingyun was still a little angry, but seeing him like this, my anger naturally subsided. Get up. It's just a misunderstanding. Yi Qingyun said lightly. He didn't hold on to it, nor did he put on any arrogant airs. Such friendliness also made everyone in the Tang dynasty feel even more emotional. He is truly an expert. Such magnanimity and broad-mindedness are rarely seen in the world. Yi Qingyun impressed everyone present with his game of Go. He also won the respect of the Tang dynasty's emperor and his ministers. Yi Tianqing seemed to be hesitant to speak. Master Yi, can you play another round with me? The corner of Yi Qingyun's mouth twitched. Want to go further? I'm so hungry that my chest is sticking to my back. Yi Qingyun smiled bitterly and said, or maybe next time. Yi Tianjing simidet. Let's play now. Regardless of whether we win or lose, this is the last game. Is this really the last round? It's definitely the last round. Seeing that Yi Tianqing was so determined, Yi Qingyun couldn't refuse. Okay, but Yi Dingyun posit. Yi Tianqing thought Yi Qingyun was going to put forward some conditions. But I'm a little hungry. Can you bring some food over? How about I play chess with you while I eat? Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyun was just hungry and wanted to eat while defecating. Yi Tianqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Li Tianmin hurriedly greeted him. Quick, bring all the delicious food and drinks to Master Yi. Chapter 174. The Guqin Master and the Poet Master. On a mountain top outside Chang'an City. On the top of the mountain, a woman in green was playing the piano, and the sound of the piano sounded like nature. All the beasts in the mountains, whether tigers or rabbits, are now surrounding the woman in green, listening to the piano music with great meekness. This scene is like the unity of man and nature. It seemed that only this pure piano sound remained between heaven and earth. At this time, a white cloud came flowing over. Above the white clouds stand a graceful figure. This person stepped on the white clouds and reached the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. The piano music stopped abruptly. The woman in green looked at this person. What are you doing here? The voice of the woman in green was extremely pleasant, clear, and melodious, very similar to the sound of her piano. The man who came on the cloud looked to be in his 30s, with an ordinary appearance and a thin face. There's only a pair of eyes as bright as stars. He was wearing a loose white robe, with messy hair hanging behind him, looking quite unruly. Yi Tianqing is playing chess with someone in Chang'an. The man in white robe grinned. What does it have to do with me if he plays chess with others? The woman in green had no expression on her face. But I heard that he has lost 2 games in a row. As soon as these words were spoken, the green-shirted woman's hands that were playing the piano suddenly froze. A hint of surprise also appeared on her beautiful face. What did you say? The man in white robe chuckled, as if he wanted to see such a reaction from the woman in green robe. Yi Tianqing has lost 2 games in a row and is now playing the 3rd game. The woman in green frowned. Impossible. As far as she could remember, there was no one in the entire Tang dynasty who could compete with Yi Tianqing in the game of Go. Even outside the Tang dynasty, it is difficult to find someone who can compete with Yi Tianqing. Lost 2 games in a row? This sounds like a fantasy. No wonder the woman in green didn't believe it. This is true. I just want to go and see the fun. Do you want to go with me? The man in white robe said with a smile. The woman in green remained silent. Good. After a moment, the woman in green spoke. Then let's go and watch it together. I haven't seen Yi Tianqing lose in all these years. We definitely can't miss it tonight. As the man in white robe spoke, he waved his hand and another white cloud fell. He stood on the white clouds and walked away gracefully. The woman in green put away her zither and stretched out her hand. An elegant and beautiful white crane flew over. The white crane bent down, as if asking the woman in green to ride on it. The woman in green gently stroked Baihe's head, then sat sideways on Baihe's body. The white crane let out a long cry, spread its wings and flew into the sky, carrying the woman in green on its back, and flew towards Chang'an. At this time, Yi Qingyun was still playing chess with Yi Tianqing in the palace. This game of chess has been going on for nearly 2 hours. It was almost dawn. The winner has not yet been decided. Yi Tianqing looked serious. In this game of chess, he used all he had learned throughout his life without holding back at all. Yi Qingyun was also extremely serious and did not dare to be careless at all. Toward the end of the fight, Yi Qingyun did not make his move as quickly as before, but began to think. This is enough to prove how powerful Yi Tianqing's chess skills are, and it can make Yi Qingyun start to think seriously. At this moment, Yi Tianqing seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. Then he smiled helplessly. These two guys spread the news pretty quickly. He ignored the two close friends who had arrived and continued to focus all his attention on the game of chess, until a hint of dawn appeared in the east. The chess game that lasted the entire night finally came to an end. This time, Yi Tianqing did not lose, but he did not win either. With Yi Qingyun's intentional or unintentional humility, the two of them ended up in a draw in the end. It wasn't that Yi Qingyun wanted to give it on purpose, but he was afraid that he would win again and make Yi Tianqing angry. Although Yi Tianqing didn't look like a petty person, he had already won 2 games after all, so there was nothing to be proud of if he won one more. It would be better to let go a little and make each other look better. This should be the most satisfying game of chess I have ever played in my life. Yi Tianqing said with a smile. Ye Vingyun Sitirichit Lezidi. He just felt very tired, but it was really fun. 2 old friends, you can come down now. Suddenly, Yi Tianqing shouted towards the sky above. Everyone was stunned. They all looked up at the sky. Ah, what a great game. It's a feast for our eyes. A hearty laugh rang out. Then the man in white robe fell down calmly. This was followed by the cry of a crane, and the woman in green, riding on the white crane, also landed on the ground. Seeing these 2 people, Li Tianmin and others were all shocked. Greetings to the 2 seniors, the Guqin saint and the poet saint. Li Tianmin saluted first. The others also bowed quickly. They were extremely excited. Today is such a great honor that I can see 3 of the 7 sages of the Tang dynasty at the same time. Yi Tianqing looked at Yi Qingyun. Mr. Yi, let me introduce you. He pointed at the man in white robes. This man is called Du Wei. He is my good friend for many years and a poet revered by everyone in the Tang dynasty. The great poet Du Wei, a saint of poetry who dominated the Tang dynasty poetry scene for 300 years. There was once a feat of writing 300 poems in one night. Ranked one of the 7 sages of the Tang dynasty. This is my good friend Zhuge Yuanxin, who is known as the Qin saint of the Tang dynasty. Yi Tianqing pointed at the woman in green again. Zhuge Yuanxin, the Guqin master of the Tang dynasty. She is one of the 7 sages of the Tang dynasty and the only woman among them. There are 7 sages of the Tang dynasty, 3 of whom are good at playing chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, and tea, are all here. For the people of the Tang dynasty, it is an incomparable honor to be able to see the 3 saints at the same time. No wonder Li Tianmin and others were so excited. So, it's you 2 seniors. I'm so sorry for the disrespect. Yi Qingyun cupped his hands. Du Wei looked at Yi Qingyun and smiled. This is the first time I've seen Yi Tianqing lose to someone and go. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. Just luck. This scene makes me want to recite a poem. Du Wei is worthy of being called the poet saint. He wants to recite poetry at this moment. Hurry, hurry, the poet is going to write a poem. Write it down quickly. Li Tianmin immediately called on the civil servants to get ready. This is a rare opportunity. You can hear the poet compose poetry with your own ears. Du Wei touched the stubble on his face. Got it. I have been to the Tang Palace several times. Black and white meet under the moon. Qin Shi Li Yun Wan Shambang. One person sighs and the other is empty. As soon as this poem came out, everyone present applauded. Great, great. This poem really describes the situation just now vividly. The sage of poetry is indeed the sage of poetry. He can write poems that have been passed down through the ages at will. I must write this down. I have added a new masterpiece to my collection of Tang dynasty poetry and prose. Yi Qingyun felt something strange when hearing this. This poem seems to be just average. Mr. Yi, what do you think of my poem? Du Wei looked at Yi Qingyun and asked with a smile. How should Yi Qingyun respond to this? Chapter 175 Poetry Contest. Could he say it sounded like a limerick? Not too bad, though. But if you talk about a masterpiece throughout the ages, it's really not even close to being a masterpiece. At most, it's catchy. Yi Qingyun was very skeptical. Is this the so-called great poet of the Tang dynasty? That's it. That's it. Yi Qingyun felt like laughing deep down. But at this moment, he obviously couldn't laugh. Once you start laughing, you'll be in real trouble. Well, this poem is really good. Yi Qingyun nodded and expressed his approval of the poem. He is very good at reading people's expressions. To exaggerate a little, he can tell a person's mentality when he speaks and whether he is telling the truth. Although Yi Qingyun spoke very naturally, but Due still caught the subtle artificiality on his face. Due thought to himself, this guy is not sincerely praising my poetry at all. Does he think that the poems I, Due, wrote are ordinary? Mr. Yi, how about you comment on this poem I wrote? Due rolled his eyes and spoke immediately. This time, Yi Qingyun was finally stumped by the question. It's not that Yi Qingyun doesn't know how to comment on this poem, it's just that there's really nothing good to comment on in this poem. The meaning is so simple, I'm almost explaining it to you in plain language. What's the review? Do you want to repeat it again? I am really sorry, I am not knowledgeable enough to comment on your excellent work. Yi Qingyun said self-deprecatingly. Ba, holy son, when you came here, didn't you say the poem that says, when the great rock rises with the wind one day, it soars up to 90,000 miles? Hui Kong, who was standing aside, was an honest man, and he directly told Yi Qingyun's past. Yi Qingyun was suddenly embarrassed. I cursed this bald donkey in my heart for not being able to see the situation clearly. This is simply harming yourself. As expected, when Due heard these two lines of poetry from Hui Kong's mouth, his expression changed immediately. One day the great rock soars up with the wind, soaring to 90,000 miles. When the great rock soars with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. What a heroic poem, Due exclaimed, and even his voice began to tremble. As the great poet of the Tang dynasty, he always believed that his poems were unrivaled in the world. Everyone who has heard my poems will worship me. But Due would never be able to compose these two lines of poetry in his entire life. These two lines of poetry alone are enough to surpass all the poems Due wrote in most of his life. The gap is too obvious. To use Yi Qingyun's original description of the world is a dimensionality reduction attack, directly crush from a higher level in all aspects. At this moment, not only Due, but everyone else was also carefully savoring the two lines of poetry said by Hui Kong. These two lines of poetry are so good. Yes, just reading it once gives me a sense of grandeur, of looking out into the world and soaring into the sky. Oh my God, were these two lines of poetry also written by Yi Qingyun? Is this person not only a Go expert, but also a great poet? For a moment, everyone looked at Yi Qingyun in shock. Yi Qingyun was speechless. He felt a little regretful. Why did I recite these two lines of poetry while on a flying boat? I just wanted to show off a little. It's okay now. Completely oversized. Almost impossible to finish. What should I do? Yi Qingyun was overwhelmed. He secretly made up his mind that he would never pretend again. Did you really write these two lines of poetry? Yi Tianqing looked at Yi Qingyun in surprise. Yi Qingyun really wanted to deny it, but given the current situation, no one would believe him even if he denied it. I did it. Yi Qingyun could only smile bitterly and nodded. Yi Tianqing was amazed, then looked at Due. Lao Du, can you come up with something similar to those two lines of poetry just now? This sentence made Due feel embarrassed. Due's face turned a little red. Embarrassment. As the great poet of the Tang dynasty, Due actually felt embarrassed at this moment. If it were in the past, if he were asked to compose poetry, it would be so easy for him, and any poem he wrote would amaze others. But what about now? Want him to compose a poem comparable to the two lines just now? He really can't do it. These two lines of poetry are already flawless. For a moment, Due had no choice but to say so. When everyone heard this, they knew that it would be difficult for Due to come up with a poem that could match these two lines. For a moment, everyone's eyes on Yi Qingyun changed again. Just two lines of poetry can stump the great poet of the Tang dynasty. And after playing 3 games of chess just now, he also defeated their Tang dynasty chess master. At this moment, everyone in the Tang dynasty had the same amazement in their hearts. Who exactly is this Yi Qingyun? Old Due, I didn't expect that writing poetry would be difficult for you sometimes. Yi Tianqing laughed at him without any hesitation. The two of them have known each other for many years and already know each other well, so Due would not be angry when Yi Tianqing mocked him like this. It's just that I feel a little embarrassed. He and Zhuvi Yuanqing came here originally to make fun of Yi Tianqing. Unexpectedly, I ended up losing face a little bit. No, we must save face. Due was a little angry for a moment. He looked at Yi Qingyan. Mr. Yi, since you are also a master of poetry, Due, would like to ask you for advice. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun waved his hands repeatedly. No, I only know a little bit of poetry, but I am not as good as you. Snort. So humble. Due didn't believe Yi Qingyun's words at all. In his opinion, Yi Qingyun must be hiding his incompetence on purpose. The more this happens, the more I want to find out more about him. Mr. Yi, please don't be so modest. Reciting poems and composing couplets are the elegant things that people like us do. I think you all want to see Mr. Ye's elegance again. Due said this naturally to get everyone to cooperate. Senior Du is right. Mr. Yi, please stop hiding it. Yes, we all want to hear your masterpiece again, Master Yi. Please give me more advice, Master Yi. Many people spoke up. Even Yi Tianxing asked Yi Qingyun to write a poem. This can be considered as trapping Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun looked helpless. Shen Tianhua and the others all had helpless expressions on their faces. If there is a fight, they can still help. But when it comes to literary talent, they really can't help at all. Yi Qingyun looked up to the sky and sighed. It seems that outstanding people will cause waves wherever they go. Well, then I can only make a fool of myself. Yi Qingyun had no choice but to agree. Du Wei's eyes lit up. He was waiting for Yi Qingyun to say this. Good. Du Wei immediately became a little excited. How about this? We each give each other topics and write poems based on our own topics. The people present will judge the quality of our poems. How do you think? Ye Vingyun nodded. Okay. Du Wei clapped his hands immediately. Okay then. He thought about it for a moment. Now, it is autumn. So let's write a poem about autumn. Chapter 176, The Lost Poet. Autumn as the theme? Yi Qingyun was stunned. Then a look of pain appeared on his face. It's not that he finds it too difficult, but it is really too simple. Yi Qingyun wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. He felt very uncomfortable holding it back. Autumn as the theme? He can easily dig out a dozen songs from his mind. When others saw Yi Qingyun's painful expression, they thought that Yi Qingyun was stumped right from the start. It seems that this person is not good at writing poetry. Yes, using autumn as the subject directly stumped this person. It's not surprising. Du Wei is the great poet of the Tang dynasty after all. Not everyone can answer the questions he poses. Everyone was talking about it, and they all felt that it was acceptable. At least Yi Qingyun cannot be compared with the great poets of the Tang dynasty in terms of poetry writing. How about it? Can you write a poem within one stick of incense? Du Wei asked. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. One song is enough, right? After hearing this, Du Wei was stunned. Everyone else was also confused. What's the meaning? One song is enough? Can you make several more? Can you do it? Du Wei asked in disbelief. Ye Vingyun nodded. I already have. Everyone looked at Yi Qingyun in astonishment. Yi Qingyun just cleared his throat. Just open your mouth. The moon sets, crows cry, and the sky is full of frost. The maples on the river bank and the fishing fires are opposite my sad sleep. Outside Gusu City, the bells of Hanzhan Temple reached the passenger ship at midnight. As soon as this poem was uttered, everyone present was stunned, especially the great poet Dewey. At this moment, he is no longer the poet saint, but the poet god. Dewey stood there in a daze, his whole body swaying. It was like suffering a heavy blow. Dewey kept reciting the poem that Yi Qingyun had just recited. The more I read, the faster I recite. The more you think about it, the more depressed you become. It's over. No need to compare. Yi Qingyun's poem once again shattered Dewey's pride as a poet. What do you think of my young master's poem? Shen Tianhua asked everyone at a very timely moment. He was also extremely shocked. Before, I only knew that Yi Qingyun was a hermit with unfathomable cultivation. But I didn't expect that Yi Qingyun also had such attainments in poetry. It seems that the master is indeed a master, proficient in everything, and truly unpredictable. In Shen Tianhua's heart, his awe for Yi Qingyun deepened. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at him. What else can I say? Anyone who is not a fool can appreciate the style and artistic conception of this poem. Although the word autumn is not used in the entire poem, the artistic conception it conveys makes people deeply feel the strong autumn atmosphere. The feeling of loneliness and desolation in autumn comes over you. Absolutely exquisite, breathtaking. It simply cannot be described as good. It can definitely be called a famous poem throughout the ages. Everyone in the Tang dynasty knew that this poem was very good. But it would be better if this poem was written by Du Wei. but it came from Yi Qingyan. This made them very embarrassed. If I praise him too much, wouldn't that embarrass Du Wei? Therefore, everyone present could only hesitate and not speak too directly. Well, it was Du Wei who spoke up. He sighed and looked at Yi Qingyun with admiration. Then he clasped his fists towards Yi Qingyun. Mr. Yi, you really impressed me. Yi Qingyun smiled and clasped his fists. No. Sorry for making fun of me. Du Wei shook his head with a serious face. Can you tell me the name of this poem? This poem is called Night Mooring at Maple Bridge. A night mooring at Maple Bridge? What a poem, what a name. So apt. Du Wei was stunned for a moment. Then he praised it highly. This poem is meticulously thought out. In just 4 lines, it contains 6 scenes in one event, allowing us to continue to see a quiet and distant artistic conception. Others dare not comment, nor do they have the ability to comment. Du Wei himself commented on it. He really loves this poem. Fishing lights twinkle by the river in the autumn night, and travelers lie awake listening to the sound of bells in the quiet night. All the scenes are described with great insight. One is still, the other is moving. One is bright, the other is dark. On the riverbank, the combination of the scenery and the mood of the characters has reached a very high level of tacit integration. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Du Wei became more and more excited as he spoke, and finally he shed tears. This made Yi Qingyun a little surprised. Why are you crying? Do you have to be so excited? Old Du stopped talking so much. Now it's Mr. Ye's turn to ask questions. Yi Tianxing said beside him. Only then did Du Wei calm down. Mr. Yi, please ask the questions. Yi Qingyun didn't want to make things difficult for Du Wei. He just wanted to end this meaningless poetry battle as soon as possible. Yi Qingyun looked around casually, then set his eyes on a big peach tree not far away. That's it. Yi Qingyun pointed to the peach tree. Everyone looked towards the peach tree. A very ordinary peach tree. But because it grew in the palace and was well taken care of by the people in the palace, it can be said to have flourished. Although it is autumn, peach blossoms are still in full bloom. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A peach tree. This shouldn't be a difficult question. With Du Wei's ability, he can definitely easily create a top-notch masterpiece. Everyone looked at Du Wei with anticipation. And what about Du Wei? He looked at the peach tree, and for a moment his mind felt empty. Although peach trees are very common, the more common something is, the more difficult it is to write poetry about it. Because writing poetry requires emotion. If one does not have true feelings of his own, the poetry he writes will certainly be of very low quality. What kind of true feelings could Du Wei have toward the peach tree? Even if I wanted to express my admiration for the lushness of the peach trees, I didn't know where to start. Frowning, thinking hard. Finally got some clues. Du Wei pondered for a moment and began to compose poetry. A peach tree is in full bloom. Thousands and thousands of flowers come into view. If I could get rid of my worries, I would just wait for the peach blossoms and willows to bloom. This poem really made Du Wei rack his brains. Even if he succeeded, he himself would not be satisfied with it, because the artistic conception of the previous sentence and the next sentence is slightly different. But this is the limit of what he can do in a short period of time. He could certainly write better poems, but it would take time and effort to do so. What a great poem! I admit defeat. Yi Qingyun admitted defeat decisively, so cleanly and efficiently. Everyone looked at him strangely. We are not fools, so we can naturally tell which poem the two people just wrote is good and which is bad. Yi Qingyun's decisive surrender was a bit too deliberate. Du Wei Luquet biter. Master Yi, I lost. No, I lost. I have never seen anyone rushing to admit defeat. Du Wei stopped arguing about winning and asked, Mr. Yi, can you write a poem about peach trees? Yi Qingyun just shook his head. I can't do it. Chapter 177, The Difficulties of the Poet. I can't do it. Seeing Yi Qingyun's straightforward answer, Du Wei was full of disbelief. Mr. Yi, why don't you write a poem to help me broaden my horizons? Du Wei said so. Yi Qingyun stared at Du Wei. He thought to himself, doesn't this guy understand what people say? I've already said I can't write it, but you still want me to write a poem? Are you stupid? I just can't do it. Ye Vingyun similet bitterli. Yi Tianjing chocolate. Master Yi is too modest. He probably doesn't want to discourage old Du too much. These words directly broke the window paper. Du Wei glared at Yi Tianxing. You are just a chess player, don't talk. Yi Tianjing chocolate. I am better than you. Master Yi can play chess with me, and we can still go back and forth. But you, people call you the great poet of the Tang dynasty, but can the poems you wrote compare with those of Mr. Yi? Du Wei was so angry that his face turned red. Ye Wingyun also secretly, Jurset Yi Tianjing. This guy is so mean. How could Du Wei let it go after you said that? As expected, Du Wei stared at Ye Qingyun. Master Yi, since Yi Tianjing has said so, Du Wei, will really compete with you today. Oh my god. Yi Qingyun was complaining in his heart. How come troublesome things keep happening one after another? I just defeated Yi Tianjing in the game of Go. Now Du Wei has popped up again. Maybe even the Zither Master Zhuge Yuanxin will come out to compete with me? Is my face really so mocking? Mr. Yi, please write a poem on the subject of peach trees. Du Wei continued. If the poem you write can surpass mine, then I, Du Wei, will promise you something. When these words were spoken, everyone in the Tang dynasty present was extremely shocked. The promise of the great poet of the Tang dynasty. This is what countless people dream of. Now, Du Wei himself directly stated that as long as Yi Qingyun's poem could surpass his, he would agree to do something for Yi Qingyun. Even Li Tianmin, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, was very envious of Yi Qingyun at this moment. Of course, this also shows that Du Wei really wants to compete with him. No kidding. What if I can't write a better poem than you? Yi Qingyun asked very cautiously. That's fine, but I will come to visit Master Yi every once in a while and discuss poetry with him more. Du Wei said with a smirk on his face. Yi Qingyun was speechless for a while. This is going to get to me. Absolutely not. It would be better to solve the problem once and for all and make Du Wei completely convinced. Yi Qingyun touched his chin. Oh well. Seeing Yi Qingyun agreed, Du Wei showed some satisfaction. Then please ask Mr. Yi to write a poem. Yi Qingyun glanced at the peach tree not far away. He chose this topic. How could he not be able to compose poetry? Just at this moment, a breeze blew by. The wind blew the peach blossoms on the peach trees. Yi Qingyun's eyes lit up and his heart moved. Pretend to have a flash of inspiration. Got it. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Zulfust. Is it possible for Yi Qingyun to compose poetry easily? Yi Qingyun cleared his throat, pretending to be profound. Everyone, listen carefully. Everyone became serious. The peach blossoms are light and dark, like evenly applied makeup. The spring breeze breaks my heart, blowing off my white clothes. A poem that sounds simple at first glance. But after listening to it, everyone felt that for some reason, this poem contained a faint sense of sadness. The festive peach blossoms, however, impart a sense of sadness and desolation. That's amazing. This poem, how can I describe it? The more I savor it, the more delicious it becomes. Yes, I seem to see a woman in white standing under a peach tree, so sad and touching that it makes me cry. That's wonderful. Everyone praised it. And what about Du Wei? He stood there blankly, muttering Yi Qingyun's poem. No one dared to disturb him, except Yi Tianjing. Old Du, how is it? This poem is far superior to the one you wrote just now, isn't it? Yi Tianjing said with a smile. Du Wei smiled bitterly. He is not a narrow-minded person. It is not shameful for Du Wei to admit failure. In fact, it was a pleasure for him to appreciate such wonderful poems. My poetry is shit compared to that. Du Wei said very directly. This really shocked everyone. The great poet of the Tang dynasty said that his poems were worse than crap. If this were to get out, the entire Tang dynasty would probably be in an uproar. Yi Qingyun quickly cupped his hands. Thank you. Du Wei looked at Yi Qingyun with even more admiration. Master Yi, I want to know if you had a flash of inspiration when you wrote poetry? Or do you have some secret to writing poetry? Yi Qingyun shook his head. It was just a sudden inspiration. Du Wei looked at Yi Qingyun with envy. When I was young like Master Yi, I would always have flashes of inspiration and then write poems. But then, my flashes of inspiration became less and less frequent. Nowadays, this situation almost never happens. Du Wei revealed his secret. This is also the reason why he was able to become the poet saint of the Tang dynasty. The reason why one can become a poet admired by everyone is because of his talent. After becoming the sage of poetry, Du Wei maintained his reputation as the sage of poetry by accumulation. A good poem is definitely not the result of hard thinking. Instead, it came out naturally and effortlessly with a little bit of God-given inspiration. This is the best poetry. Du Wei envied Yi Qingyun for being able to have such a flash of inspiration. Old Du, we are all old. Yi Tianjing patted Du Wei on the shoulder and said with emotion. Neither of them could beat Yi Qingyun in chess. No one can write poetry better than Yi Qingyun. They are truly two brothers in distress. At this moment, I felt a sense of resonance. Zhuge Yuanxin on the side also looked at Yi Qingyun meaningfully. She never said anything, because she doesn't like to talk. Zhuge Yuanxin prefers to express everything in his heart through the sound of the piano. But whether she can understand or not is not her business. Those who understand will naturally understand. She doesn't bother to pay attention to people who don't understand. This person is somewhat like my master, Zhuge Yuanxin said secretly. Mr. Yi, your talent is superior to mine. Yi, Duvai, I'm convinced. Due said sincerely. I promise you, I can do something for you. As long as it's not against the law, I, Dewey, will do it for you no matter how hard it takes. Yi Qingyun was a little embarrassed. Senior Du, there's no need to do this. Yi Tianqing laughed and said, Master Yi, Lao Du is just that kind of person. Once he decides on something, he will not change it. Chapter 178. The piano music that controls people's hearts. Yi Qingyun was helpless. There's nothing else to do. It's better than endless entanglement. As if afraid that there might be some trouble, Yi Qingyun quickly looked at Li Tianmin. Your Majesty, I will take my leave now. He wanted to leave this place quickly. Li Tianmin immediately dissuaded him. Master Yi, I was not hospitable enough before. Fortunately, you three are here too. Please have a seat in the palace with me, and let me treat you well to show my appreciation. He was sincere and wanted to restore his relationship with Yi Qingyun. After all, the previous banquet for Yi Qingyun ended in a bad mood. Fortunately, Yi Tianqing appeared in time, and things turned around. Now that I have finally found the chance, I must take the opportunity to repair my relationship with Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Yi Tianqing smiled and said, Master Yi, why don't you have a drink with the three of us? Yi Tianqing took the initiative to invite. Yes, Master Yi, it's rare for the three of us to get together. This is a good opportunity to communicate with Master Yi. Due also said. Yi Tianqing looked at Zhuge Yuanxin. Sister Yuanxin, what do you think? Zhuge Yuanxin nodded slightly. Oh well. Yi Qingyun could only nod and agree. The three seniors have said so. If he refuses again, it would be really disrespectful to them. Li Tianmin was overjoyed. Hurry up and prepare the banquet. Make sure to use the best in the palace. Yes, everyone hurried to prepare. Li Tianmin immediately invited Yi Qingyun and the three saints to go to the main hall together. Soon, a sumptuous banquet was served. Compared with the previous banquet held to entertain Yi Qingyun, the scale was obviously much higher. There were many things that Yi Qingyun had never seen before. The taste is beyond words. Since Yi Qingyun came to this world, this banquet was the tastiest one except for the meals he had cooked himself. Both Li Tianmin and San Sheng wanted to talk more with Yi Qingyun. But Yi Qingyun seemed more interested in the dishes on the banquet. There is little communication, but more moving of chopsticks. Master Yi, I heard that you are from the southern wilderness Tianwu dynasty? Uh-huh. Then you were born in the Tianwu dynasty? No. Where is Mr. Yi from? Hard to say. It's hard to say? Yes, just pretend I can't say it. Oh, right. Master Yi, can you compose poetry with wine? No, I just want to eat now. Dry food? What do you mean by dry food? Just eating. Haha, the idea of dry rice is quite interesting. Yi Qingyun enjoyed the meal very much. In the end, Sansheng and Li Tianmin just watched Yi Qingyun eat. For some reason, I felt hungry just watching Yi Qingyun eat. Sister Yuanxin, why don't you play a song for us? Yi Tianqing suggested. Due was a little surprised. He glanced at Zhuge Yuanxin and thought Zhuge Yuanxin would be angry. They have known each other for many years, and they know Zhuge Yuanxin's temper very well. Always aloof and cold. Even though they were all one of the 7 sages of the Tang dynasty, they did not dare to provoke Zhuge Yuanxin at will. Not to mention letting Zhuge Yuanxin play the piano in public. This would have been absolutely impossible in the past. Zhuge Yuanxin plays the piano just following his heart. No one can force her to play the piano. Besides, not everyone is qualified to listen to her piano music. If you don't have enough ability and rashly listen to Zhuge Yuanxin playing the piano, you may be in danger of your life. Good. To Due Wei's surprise, Zhuge Yuanxin actually agreed, willing to play the piano in public. This is extremely rare. It is such an honor to be able to listen to the heavenly music of the zither master. Li Tianmin was very excited. Even though he was an emperor, he had only heard Zhuge Yuanxin's piano music once many years ago. But even if it was just that one time of listening, Li Tianmin still couldn't forget it for many years. Now, I finally have the opportunity to hear Zhuge Yuanxin's piano again. Naturally, he couldn't wait. Zhuge Yuanxin took out his own zither, a vermilion zither, phoenix head and crane tail, phoenix head and crane feather harp, one of the three famous ancient harps. This was once the zither of Tang Xianzi, the ancient zither demon. Now it has fallen into the hands of Zhuge Yuanxin, the great Tang dynasty's zither master. Zhuge Yuanxin placed both hands on the strings. Flick gently. It's like mercury pouring on the ground, or like green waves moving gently. The pleasant piano music, like flowing water, immediately flowed out. For a moment, many people present were infatuated. Even the first sound of the piano can have such an effect. Whether it was Yi Tianxing, Du Wei, or Li Tianming, they all closed their eyes and listened quietly. Yi Qingyun looked up at Zhuge Yuanxin, then put down the duck leg in his hand. Give respect, although Yi Qingyun actually wanted to eat more. But after all, he is playing the piano, and everyone is listening attentively. It would be really inappropriate if you were to eat and drink here. Yi Qingyun, also want to save face. How can you do such a shameful thing? We are also cultured people. The sound of the piano flows. A unique piano piece was immediately played. This was a piano piece that Yi Qingyun had never heard before. But there is also a sense of familiarity. It seems a bit similar to Mountain Stream. But in terms of melody changes and progression, it is somewhat inferior to High Mountains and Flowing Water. Of course, this is Yi Qingyun's own opinion. To the others present, this sounded like the music of nature. So wonderful, so comfortable. The ears felt like being gently brushed by countless feathers. It makes people want to lie down and fall asleep immediately. As the sound of the piano continued to sound, an invisible force began to surge around. First, some people with lower cultivation levels were completely immersed in the sound of the piano and unable to extricate themselves. Immediately afterwards, even a master like Shen Tianhua looked bewildered. There were only 4 people who were still conscious. Du Wei and Yi Tianxing can certainly do it. They have high cultivation levels and have heard Zhuge Yuanxin play the piano, so they naturally wouldn't fall into the trap easily. 2 other people. One is Huikong. He clasped his hands together, chanted Buddhist scriptures silently, and Buddha's light surged around his body. Used the firm belief of Buddhism to resist the unique power contained in the sound of the piano. Even so, Huikong still persevered with great difficulty, his bald head covered with sweat. And what about Yi Qingyun? He shook his head and nodded from time to time. I also like to clap and cheer. Zhuge Yuanxin was very surprised. Even Yi Tianxing and Du Wei were only relying on their cultivation to resist. There was no fluctuation in Yi Qingyun's cultivation, but he was able to remain calm under the sound of his own piano. It can even be said that it is not affected by the sound of the piano at all. This is somewhat surprising. Is he a careless person? Zhuge Yuanxin frowned slightly. Any piece of music she plays can make people indulge in it. She can even manipulate people's hearts and make those who listen to the music work for her. But on Yi Qingyun, the sound of his piano seemed to have no effect at all. Chapter 179, I have to show off my skills. Zhuge Yuanxin looked at Yi Qingyun shaking his head there, and felt a little unconvinced for a moment. I'll make you shake your head. Zhuge Yuanxin moved his fingers, and the sound of the piano suddenly changed. The pleasant piano music that just now was like flowing water and clearing the mind, now became sonorous and powerful, and a murderous aura was overwhelming. It's like a sword being unsheathed and fighting on a battlefield. Why did Sister Yuan Xian's piano music change so suddenly? Yi Tianxing and Du Wei, who were originally enjoying the sound of the piano, were startled and looked at Zhuge Yuanxin together. Zhuge Yuanxin had a blank expression on his face. His hands were like butterflies flying flowers. The strings of the zither were flying, and the sound of the zither was bursting. Yi Tianxing and Du Wei looked away. Everyone else has been affected by the piano music, unable to extricate themselves, and unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Only Yi Qingyun and Huikong could remain conscious. Needless to say, Huikong, Buddhism naturally has a way to resist this kind of thing. But Yi Qingyun seemed particularly unique. He didn't seem to be practicing any secret techniques, and there wasn't any fluctuation in his cultivation level. Yet he was able to remain calm and composed under the sound of the piano, not affected at all. That's quite impressive. At this moment, Yi Qingyun also heard the change in the sound of the piano, from gentle to solemn. He opened his eyes and glanced at Zhuge Yuanxin, revealing a bit of suspicion. This song is a bit like House of Flying Daggers. Yi Qingyun himself is also a master of the art of playing the zither. Under the training of the system that has now run away, Yi Qingyun's attainments in playing the musical instrument are definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He is proficient in various piano pieces. Ambush from All Sides is one of them. The song Zhuge Yuanxin was playing at this moment was quite similar to 10 Sides of Ambush. But in terms of intensity, it is still not as good as the Ambush from All Sides. Zhuge Yuanxin was even more surprised to see that Yi Qingyun was still awake. Impossible. This formation-breaking song is extremely powerful. Even a warrior at the Tongtian realm would have difficulty controlling himself. Why is he not affected at all? The more I think about it, the more unconvinced I become. Zhuge Yuanxin emphasized the melody. For a moment, the solemn and murderous sound of the piano filled the entire hall. Plop, plop, plop. Many people couldn't stand the murderous aura in the piano music and fainted on the ground. Hui Kong, who had been persevering with the secret Buddhist methods, finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into the illusion of piano music. In this way, only Yi Qingyun remained conscious. Du Wei and Yi Tianxing also had to practice their respective cultivation to be able to resist the influence of the piano music. The two were also looking at Yi Qingyun. I'm afraid this person is even more unfathomable than we imagined. Du Wei couldn't help but gasp. Yi Tianxing also nodded solemnly. Zhuge Yuanxin has already brought the power of the piano music to such an extent. Among the masters in the entire Tang dynasty, there are only a handful of people who can resist this piano sound. There's probably no other person like Yi Qingyun who can remain unaffected without using his cultivation. So scary. So horrible. Is this the ability of the holy son of Buddhism? It's truly extraordinary. Zhuge Yuanxin frowned, and her hands suddenly stopped. The piano music stopped abruptly. But those who are trapped in the sound of the piano cannot wake up immediately. It will take some time to wake up. Yi Qingyun was startled when he heard the piano sound disappear. Why don't you play it? Zhuge Yuanxin stood up and looked straight at Yi Qingyun. Why are you not affected? Yi Qingyun's face was full of confusion. Affected? Where are the influences? Isn't it just listening to the piano? What other impact could there be? I don't know what you're talking about. Yi Qingyun looked confused. Yi Tianxing suddenly asked, Master Yi, do you also know the art of playing the zither? Yi Qingyun showed a hint of shyness. I understand a little bit. Hiss. Yi Tianxing and Du Wei looked at each other, and both took a breath of cold air. This guy actually knows the art of playing the qin? Is there nothing in this world that he can't do? He is better at playing chess than the chess master. He is better at writing poetry than the poet sage. Now you say you can play the piano? Could it be that the great zither master of the Tang dynasty will also be defeated by you today? This is absolutely impossible. The two of them shook their heads. Everyone drove this terrible conjecture out of their minds. Zhuge Yuanxin directly brought over his phoenix head and crane feather harp. Then he placed it in front of Yi Qingyun. Then let me see it for myself. Zhuge Yuanxin said in a cold voice. Yi Qingyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting here listening to the piano. Will that cause trouble? It's speechless. Not so good, huh? It's nothing bad, just play it. So I really played it? Bomb. Zhuge Yuanxin's eyes widened. She wanted to see whether this person who claimed to know a little bit could actually play the piano. Ye Vingyun Sikit. I have to show off my skills today. At this time, Li Tianmin and others had gradually woken up from the sound of the piano. But before they could fully wake up, the sound of the piano rang out again. Buzz. In an instant, everyone fell into the illusion of piano music again. A song of flowing water in the mountains flowed from Yi Qingyun's hands. The sound of the piano is like the clear spring flowing in the mountain stream, or like the breeze blowing across the mountaintop. Incredibly comfortable. Zhuge Yuanxin was horrified. The piano piece played by Yi Qingyun was very similar to the one she had played before. But for some reason, the music played by Yi Qingyun was obviously better than his own. Both the music itself and the attainments of the person playing the piano seemed to be better than Zhuge Yuanxin. On the other side, Yi Tianxing and Du Wei were also shocked by the music played by Yi Qingyun. How could there be such pleasant music in this world? It's so beautiful. This piano sound is definitely not something that can be found in the human world. Both of them showed an expression of amazement. If Zhuge Yuanxin's piano music can capture people's hearts, then Yi Qingyun's piano music would be enough to shake the world. Compared with Yi Qingyun, Zhuge Yuanxin's attainments in playing the zither are obviously dwarfed by Yi Qingyun. Before the piece, High Mountains and Flowing Water, was halfway played, Yi Qingyun imitated Zhuge Yuanqing and suddenly changed the music. Buzz! Ambush from all sides. The gentle piano music suddenly became extremely sharp. Killing. War. Fight. A shocking battle created entirely by piano music suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Even though Yi Tianxing and Du Wei were highly skilled, they were still affected by the sound of the piano and began to experience hallucinations. The two were shocked. Even Zhuge Yuanqing's piano music could not cause them to have hallucinations. But Yi Qingyun's piano music did it. This shows that Yi Qingyun's attainments in the art of playing the zither are indeed superior to Zhuge Yuanqing's. At this moment, even the powerful men hiding deep in the palace were affected by the sound of the piano. One by one, they emerged from the depths of the palace. Why is the entire palace filled with a murderous aura? This piano music is so scary. Who is playing this music? Could it be Zhuge Yuanqing? Chapter 180, Horrifying Illusion. The Tang Dynasty Palace hides many old monsters. The cultivation base of these old monsters is unfathomable. At least they are at the spirit refining realm. And when Yi Qingyun's piano music resounded throughout the Tang Dynasty Palace, these old monsters who had been in seclusion for many years and had long since lost interest in worldly affairs were all awakened. They were shocked. What a terrible piano sound! With their level of cultivation, it is difficult to block out the sound of the piano. They immediately suspected that it was Zhuge Yuanqing who was stirring up trouble in the palace. Because in the entire Tang Dynasty, there was no one else except Zhuge Yuanqing who had such mastery of the art of playing the zither. But the sound of the piano seems to be a little different from Zhuge Yuanqing's. So, these old monsters all released their spiritual senses, wanting to see who was playing the piano. When their spiritual consciousness arrived at the hall, they immediately saw the situation there clearly. Zhuge Yuanqing is indeed here. But the person playing the piano was not her, but a young man with an unremarkable appearance. This shocked the old monsters in the palace. Who is this young man? How could he have such attainments in playing the zither? They activated their spiritual sense, trying to spy on everything about Yi Qingyun. But when their spiritual consciousness approached Yi Qingyun, my soul, not good. This boy cannot be spied on. Quickly withdraw your spiritual consciousness. Screams rang out from deep within the palace. These so-called old monsters were all injured by an inexplicable force. Their spiritual sense was originally extremely powerful, but the moment they got close to Yi Qingyun, they were all injured. This boy's cultivation is unfathomable, far superior to us. Oh my God, how could there be such a terrifying and powerful person in this world? Could it be that this person is a relic from ancient times? It could even be the reincarnation of an ancient, powerful being. The old monsters were all scared. They were all powerful men in the past of the Tang Dynasty. Any one of them was enough to shock the entire Tang Dynasty. Although they have now retired and are hiding in this palace, their cultivation has become more advanced than before. But they were all shocked by Yi Qingyun. They hid themselves deep in the palace, not daring to do anything beyond the limit. Afraid of angering Yi Qingyun, they had no doubt that Yi Qingyun must have discovered them, which was why their spiritual consciousness was damaged. This is a warning. If they continue to be ungrateful, the consequences will be unpredictable. It is unknown whether this person's arrival in the Tang Dynasty is a blessing or a curse. Yi Tianxing, Du Wei, and Zhuge Yuanqing also noticed something strange deep in the palace. The three of them looked at each other with serious expressions. The cultivation levels of these three people are no less than those old monsters. But at this moment, those old monsters seemed to be injured. The source of their injuries was Yi Qingyun. Buzz. The song is over. The lingering sound. It never ceases to be heard. Everyone present was mesmerized and immersed in the piano music, unable to extricate themselves. Zhuge Yuanqing's expression suddenly changed. Not good. They're too deeply trapped in the illusion. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to wake up. Yi Tianxing and Du Wei also noticed this, and their expressions changed drastically. They had just tried their best to stay awake and not be completely confused by the piano music. But Li Tianmin and his group do not have such powerful skills. Li Tianmin and others were all trapped in an illusion, suffering the torture of illusion. Can't help myself. If it is delayed too long, even the soul might be damaged. It is even possible that the soul will perish on its own. It's pretty good. Yi Qingyun had no idea what was going on. He just felt that he had performed well just now and was very satisfied. But when he looked at Zhuge Yuanqing again, he found that Zhuge Yuanxin was looking at him as if he were a monster. What's going on? Yi Qingyun looked confused. Zhuge Yuanxin's expression was extremely complicated. Master Yi, please show some mercy and help them get rid of the illusion. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun became even more confused. What the hell? Illusion? He had no idea what Zhuge Yuanxin was talking about. Yi Qingyun looked around and found that except for himself and Zhuge Yuanxin, everyone else seemed to be possessed. Everyone has a variety of expressions on their face. Someone was giggling. Some people shed tears silently. Some people's faces were filled with horror. Someone looked angry. In short, these people are obviously in hallucinations, and everything they see is an illusion, but they themselves don't know it, and their emotions are completely controlled by the hallucinations. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. What's going on? Zhuge Yuan was stunned. Isn't it you, Master Yi, who did this? Yi Qingyun really looked aggrieved. I'm just a mortal. How can I have such ability? An ordinary person? Hearing Yi Qingyun say this, Zhuge Yuanxin and the other two all looked strange. If you were immortal, then there would be no mortals in this world. He is obviously an unfathomable master, but he insists on treating himself as an ordinary person. What kind of habit is this? Master Yi, please stop teasing us and quickly help them get rid of the illusion. Yi Tianxing also smiled bitterly. It's okay for others. The problem is that Li Tianmin, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, is also caught in a fantasy at this moment. If something happens to him, it will be a serious matter. Even Yi Tianxing and the other two did not dare to let anything happen to Li Tianmin. It's not just because Li Tianmin is the emperor of the Tang dynasty, but also because the person behind Li Tianmin is the real pillar of the Tang dynasty. It can be said to be the white jade pillar supporting the sky and the purple gold beam spanning the sea of the Tang dynasty. Once that person knew that something happened to Li Tianmin, the entire Tang dynasty would be turned upside down. Zhuge Yuanxin no longer asked Yi Qingyun for help and did it himself. She placed one hand on Li Tianmin's forehead, trying to use her own strength to dispel the illusion for Li Tianmin. Result: instead, Zhuge Yuanxin himself stood there in a daze. A look of confusion also appeared on her face. Seeing this, Du Wei and Yi Tianxing were horrified. Zhuge Yuanxin was also caught in an illusion, and it was when he was dispelling the illusion for Li Tianmin. What a horrible method this is. It is even difficult to dispel the illusion, and one will be affected by it instead. This time, Yi Tianxing and Du Wei were both frightened. If Zhuge Yuanxin can be affected by the illusion, then they will be affected as well. Master Yi, please untie them immediately. Yi Tianxing already spoke to Yi Qingyun in a pleading tone. Yi Qingyun was also very anxious. But the problem was that he had no idea what to do. How do you solve it? Yi Qingyun asked helplessly. Yi Tianxing and Du Wei were both speechless. They couldn't even tell whether Yi Qingyun really knew nothing or was pretending to be stupid. Master Yi, why don't you play another piece of music? One that can wake people up. Yi Tianxing changed his way of saying it. Chapter 181, Li Tianmin's Troubles. The piano music that wakes people up? Many images immediately appeared in Yi Qingyun's mind. For example, 5 dark-skinned men carried a coffin, singing and dancing, creating a joyful atmosphere. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. Let me try. Yi Qingyun was seen putting his hands on the strings and then plucking them. Ding, 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 ding. A cheerful piano music flows out. How cheerful is this piano music? Yi Tianxing and Du Wei couldn't help but jump up. And under the baptism of the piano music, everyone woke up from the illusion one after another. They all looked as if they had just woken up from a dream. What's wrong with me? Why does it feel like I had a very long dream? What kind of music is this? Why does it make me want to dance? Everyone woke up, including Li Tianmin and Zhuge Yuanxin. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. When Yi Qingyun saw that everyone had woken up, he did not continue playing. Zhuge Yuanxin looked at Yi Qingyun with a complicated expression. At this moment, there was no longer any resentment in her heart. All that was left was deep awe. Zhuge Yuanxin had never admired anyone in his life except his master. But now, Zhuge Yuanxin admires Yi Qingyun very much. Mr. Yi, please accept my greeting. Zhuge Yuanxin bowed to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun quickly supported Zhuge Yuanxin. No, no, no. Yi Qingyun inadvertently grabbed Zhuge Yuanxin's hand. A trace of panic appeared on Zhuge Yuanxin's face, and he quickly retracted his hand like a frightened rabbit. This was the first time a man touched her hand. Zhuge Yuanxin felt extremely strange deep down in his heart. Yi Qingyun was also a little embarrassed. He didn't touch the girl's hand on purpose. It was pure coincidence. At this time, Yi Qianqing and Du Wei told Li Tianmin and others what had just happened. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. It turned out that he and others were actually affected by the sound of the piano and fell into an illusion. If Yi Qingyun had not shown mercy and woke them up, they would probably have been in big trouble by now. Li Tianmin quickly bowed to Yi Qingyun. Mr. Yi, thank you for saving me. At this moment, Li Tianmin had completely regarded Yi Qingyun as an extraordinary hermit master. He has unimaginable attainments in the arts of music, chess, and poetry, and his cultivation is unfathomable. How can we neglect such a person? It's simply to be worshipped. Li Tianmin was very excited. This time I really invited the right person. The doubts in your heart will definitely be answered. Your Majesty, I will take my leave now. Du Wei and Yi Tianqing stood up and said goodbye. Li Tianmin still wanted to keep them, but the two had already left in a cool manner. I'm leaving too. Zhuge Yuanxin also left. The reason why they left in such a hurry was purely because they had suffered a considerable blow from Yi Qingyun. The three of them were known as the 7 sages of the Tang dynasty, and each of them was very proud. But in front of Yi Qingyun, they were ruthlessly defeated in their respective areas of strength. Although the three of them didn't seem to care too much, but I still feel very frustrated, especially Zhuge Yuanxin. She even wondered if she had taken the wrong path in practicing the art of playing the zither over the years. The three of them left separately, planning to calm down and improve themselves. As for Yi Qingyun, he stayed in the Tang dynasty palace. Yi Qingyun slept comfortably. I slept until almost noon the next day, then slowly woke up. No way. I played chess all night long. Later he wrote poetry and played the piano. It's a lot of trouble. Now that I finally get some sleep, I naturally want to get a good night's sleep. Sir, you're awake. Lu Changyue was standing aside, and Demao was lying in the corner of the room. Well, didn't you take a break? Yi Qingyun stretched and asked. Lu Changyue looked strange. Sir, I am a cultivator, and cultivation means rest. Yi Qingyun was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. I actually forgot about this. People like Yi Qingyun who need to sleep to restore their energy are very rare in the cultivation world. But there's no way. Who made us mortals? Mortals should eat and sleep. Not long after, people from the palace brought the food. Still a delicious dish. Yi Qingyun enjoyed it thoroughly. After eating, Li Tianmin also came over. Mr. Yi, are you used to living here? Li Tianmin was wearing casual clothes, not the emperor's dragon robe, and asked with great concern. Yi Vingyun Simidet. Everything is fine. Your Majesty is thoughtful. Seeing that Yi Qingyun was satisfied, Li Tianmin also smiled. By the way, Your Majesty said before that he wanted to clear up some doubts, but I wonder what doubts Your Majesty has in mind. Yi Qingyun asked proactively. After all, if you eat and drink for free here, you still have to do something. Although Yi Qingyun knew that he had no special abilities, but there shouldn't be any problem in giving some guidance. When mentioning this, Li Tianmin's expression became complicated. He looked at Lu Changyue, who was standing beside him, and the latter tactfully retreated outside. Only Li Tianmin and Yi Qingyun were left in the room. Of course, there's also Big Hair yawning in the corner. Mr. Yi, to be honest, I have always had a confusion in my heart. Li Tianmin said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, please speak at your pleasure. It's like this. I've been having the same dream for a few days. In the dream, there are many wronged souls asking for my life, saying that I killed them. I had this dream for more than 10 days in a row, and it only stopped half a month ago. But just recently, this dream appeared again, and it made it increasingly difficult for me to concentrate on my cultivation. I almost went astray. Li Tianmin looked distressed. I have thought of many ways and asked many experts for help, but I still can't solve it. I have no choice but to send someone to invite you, Master Yi. Having a nightmare? And there are wronged ghosts seeking revenge in the dream? This sounds really scary. Yi Qingyun frowned. Your Majesty, do all the dreams you have occur during cultivation? Li Tianmin nodded. Yes, it will appear when practicing. That's easy. Your Majesty, if you don't practice in the future, you won't have this dream. Li Tianmin. Yi Qingyun was a little embarrassed. It was just a joke. Your Majesty, please don't mind it. Li Tianmin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm already so disturbed by this dream, and I'm almost annoyed to death. And you're still joking with me. Your Majesty, why don't you practice here once, and let me see what the situation is. Yi Qingyun suggested. Li Tianmin nodded. Good. Li Tianmin immediately sat down cross-legged and began to practice. Yi Qingyun got up a small stool and sat opposite Li Tianmin, watching. Damao walked over slowly and laid down beside Yi Qingyun. Chapter 182 Helpless. When Li Tianmin began to practice, the atmosphere in the room began to change. The spiritual energy surged and began to gather around Li Tianmin. Yi Qingyun is not a cultivator, but he can feel the aura flowing around him. He was a little envious. This is a person who practices cultivation. It's amazing. It would be great if I could practice it myself. Unfortunately not. Blame it on that damn dog system. They teach everything except how to cultivate oneself. In the end, he ran away because he urinated and defecated in public. That's really dog-like. Yi Qingyun looked at Li Tianming intently. Soon, Yi Qingyun saw that there seemed to be a black air between Li Tianming's eyebrows. That is what is called a black forehead. Yi Qingyun was surprised. There really is a problem. A while later, a look of fear began to appear on Li Tianming's face. Yi Qingyun knew that this must be the scene where Li Tianmin saw a ghost demanding his life. Not only that, behind Li Tianmin, a series of green shadows appeared. These green shadows all have hideous and distorted faces, looking like evil ghosts. Yi Qingyun was startled and stepped back repeatedly. It's really a ghost in broad daylight. Damao was still lying on the ground, not afraid of these ghosts at all. On the contrary, I found it very interesting. I wonder if chanting Buddhist scriptures is useful. Yi Qingyun was thinking in his heart and had already started chanting scriptures. Unexpectedly, when Yi Qingyun recited the sutra, those ghosts all looked at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun's scalp felt numb. Can you guys hear me? The next moment, the ghosts all pounced towards Yi Qingyun. Oh my god! Yi Qingyun was so frightened that his legs went limp. Woof! But suddenly Damao shouted. The ghosts immediately screamed and fled in all directions. In a moment, all the ghost shadows disappeared completely without a trace left. Yi Qingyun let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing you're here. Yi Qingyun rubbed the big hairy dog's head. Dogs can really ward off evil spirits. It's a pity that Damao is a yellow dog. If he had a black dog, he would be even more immune to all evil. Li Tianmin woke up from his practice. He looked around in confusion. Mr. Yi, Your Majesty, have you seen a ghost haunting you again? Yi Qingyun asked. Li Tianmin nodded, but was still a little confused. But today, when I was practicing, although I saw ghosts haunting me, I suddenly heard a dog barking, and the ghosts all fled in all directions. As he spoke, Li Tianmin couldn't help but look at the big hair at Yi Qingyun's feet. Li Tianming was stunned. Could it be this dog? Yi Qingyun also said, Your Majesty, it seems that those ghosts are afraid of dogs. Why not keep a dog by your side and see if it works? Li Tianmin nodded. Mr. Yi is right. Afterwards, Li Tianmin immediately ordered to raise dogs in the palace. Not just one or two, but hundreds and thousands. He said he would raise the child, and he did it. This is the courage of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Not dragging your feet at all. What's more, raising a dog is not a difficult thing. In less than half a day, a large number of dogs came in from outside the palace. These dogs are of different sizes and are all of excellent quality. They are not ordinary dogs. Li Tianmin was also very serious and reviewed it himself. Then, all these dogs were raised in the palace. The sound of dogs barking could be heard throughout the palace. It is a great wonder. The most excited one was Damao. With so many dogs, it's simply a paradise for them. Soon, Yi Qingyun saw a spectacular scene. Damao, with a large group of dogs, strolled around the palace all day long. The heroic and proud posture made it seem as if Damao was the king of dogs. Since he raised a dog in the palace, Li Tianmin has not been haunted by ghosts when he practices. Li Tianmin was overjoyed and showed great respect to Yi Qingyun. But the good times didn't last long. 7 days later, the haunting has come again. And this time, the situation is even more serious. 7 days later at night, a scream was heard from the bedroom where Li Tianmin was staying. Everyone rushed into the bedroom immediately. Then I saw Li Tianmin with a crazy look on his face, yelling and screaming there. Green ghost shadows entangled him. No one dared to get close, for fear of hurting Li Tianmin. In the end, Yi Qingyun was invited to come, and Yi Qingyun brought Damao with him. After he called out to Li Tianmin twice, the ghost finally disappeared. After Li Tianming woke up, he looked very tired, with bloodshot eyes. Yi Qingyun knew that something was wrong, so he quickly called Hui Kong and Shun Tianhua over. Work together. Ba. Your Majesty is plagued by resentment. You need to recite sutras and chant Buddha's name every day. Only under the protection of Buddhism can you resolve the resentment. Huikong said so. Li Tianmin shook his head. I have done this before, and it is useless. The East is different from the southern wilderness. In the southern wilderness, there are almost no monks, and the Buddhist atmosphere is extremely dull. But it is different in the East. In the early years, there were many Buddhists from the western regions traveling between the East and the West. 1,000 years ago, there was a story about a holy monk protecting the king of Tang. Therefore, the Buddhist atmosphere in the Tang dynasty was still very strong. Li Tianmin had used Buddhist methods a long time ago, but they had no effect at all. When Huikong heard this, he also looked helpless. Son, I can do nothing. Yi Qingyan looked at Shun Tianhua. What do you think, Mr. Shun? Shun Tianhua smiled bitterly. Even you, a dignified saint of Buddhism, are helpless, so what can I do? However, Shun Tianhua thought for a while and said, most wrong souls are formed by the condensation of yin and resentment. It is better for your Majesty to practice in a place with abundant yang and try to control yin with yang. Li Tianmin still shook his head. A few days ago, I set up a great yang gathering formation in the palace to gather the yang energy of heaven and earth, and practice in the formation, but ghosts still appeared. This, Shen Tianhua was speechless. Buddhism is useless. Yang energy is useless. Even having a dog is useless. What else can I do? Is it really necessary for Li Tianmin to stop practicing for the rest of his life? How is this possible? As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, how many years could Li Tianmin live if he did not practice cultivation? I am afraid that 100 years later, Li Tianmin will face the problem of his lifespan coming to an end. For a dynasty this big, the emperor must live for at least 300 years. Even if you take rare treasures to prolong your life, you can only prolong your survival. Only cultivation is the real thing. So this problem must be solved. Sir, I have an idea. At this moment, Lu Changyue, who was standing behind Yi Qingyun, suddenly said. Yi Qingyun was stunned. Do you have any ideas? Lu Changyue nodded. Then tell me what you think. Sir, since this happened when your Majesty was practicing, could it be that there is something wrong with the technique your Majesty is practicing? Lu Changyue said. When Yi Qingyun heard this, his eyes lit up. Yes. Could it be a problem with the technique itself? Chapter 183, The Secret of the Tang Dynasty Imperial Family. Your Majesty, is there something wrong with the technique you are practicing? Yi Qingyun asked directly. Li Tianmin was stunned. I am practicing the technique that has been passed down from ancient times by the Tang Dynasty royal family. Our predecessors have all practiced it, but none of them have encountered a situation like mine. When Yi Qingyun heard this, he was immediately embarrassed. This is a family martial art that has been practiced by our ancestors, and none of them have encountered a situation like Li Tianmin. That's probably not a problem with the technique. However, because of my special physical condition when I was young, it was difficult for me to practice like a normal person. So my father found me a pill that he said could change my physical condition. After I took it, I could practice. Li Tianmin suddenly said, Your Majesty, do you remember what the elixir is? Yi Qingyun asked. Li Tianmin thought about it carefully. My father never told me the name of the elixir, but I remember it very clearly. This elixir had an extremely strong, bloody smell, which made it almost impossible for me to swallow it. And after I finished eating, I vaguely heard the cries of some wronged souls. Li Tianmin's words made everyone present change their expressions. It seems that the root cause of this ghost haunting has been found. Amiba, can I take a look at it for your Majesty? Huikong spoke. Good. Li Tianmin naturally would not refuse. Huikong immediately came to Li Tianmin and gently grabbed Li Tianmin's wrist, as if he was taking his pulse. Hiss! Huikong suddenly took a breath of cold air, and then looked carefully at Li Tianmin's eyes. Amiba! Huikong suddenly chanted the Buddha's name with a serious expression. Master, do you see anything? Li Tianmin asked doubtfully. Huikong looked tense and shook his head. Your Majesty, there is a cause and effect entangled in your body. Cause and effect entanglement? When these words were spoken, many people present looked puzzled. Huikong continued, the so-called cause and effect, in simple terms, is that whatever a person does, there will be corresponding consequences. No matter what, there will be cause and effect retribution. Good is rewarded with good. Evil is rewarded with evil. The cycle of cause and effect is difficult to escape. Huikong looked at Li Tianmin with complicated eyes. Your Majesty's karma is extremely evil, which is why you are haunted by ghosts like this. Li Tianmin's expression also became solemn. According to Hui Kong, Li Tianmin had done extremely evil things in the past, and the ghost haunting him now was the result of karma. But it's not easy to say this too directly. After all, he is an emperor. Even if he has done something bad, it is not easy to say it directly. The emperor, if he had never done anything bad, could he be called an emperor? Li Tianmin, however, looked confused. I have never done anything seriously evil in my life. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Master Yi, our Majesty has indeed not committed any evil deeds. All the civil and military officials and millions of people of the Tang dynasty can attest to this. The commander of the Imperial Guards on the side said with dissatisfaction. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. The problem may be with that pill. Li Tianmin didn't say anything. If there really was something wrong with the elixir he took in his childhood, then his father, the previous Emperor Tang, must be involved. Your Majesty, I would like to ask, is the Emperor still alive? Yi Qingyun asked tentatively. Li Tianmin nodded. My father is still alive, living out his days in Taiji Palace. Yi Qingyun. Then I'm afraid I'll have to go to the Emperor. After saying that, Yi Qingyun looked at Li Tianmin. Whether to go to the retired Emperor depends on Li Tianmin's opinion. In order to find out the truth about the haunting, it is inevitable to ask the Emperor. But if Li Tianmin is unwilling to involve the retired Emperor, then no one can say anything. Let's go. I'll take you to the Taiji Palace. Li Tianmin hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to go and see his father. Something still needed to be clarified after all. Li Tianmin didn't want to be haunted by this ghost and suffer for the rest of his life. Everyone followed Li Tianmin and soon arrived at Taiji Palace. Taiji Palace is a palace independent of the Imperial Palace, and it was obviously built later. It was the place where successive Tang emperors lived after they abdicated. Li Tianmin's father, the previous Tang Emperor Li Yuan, lived in Taiji Palace. After entering the Taiji Palace, Li Tianmin asked someone to report. Soon, the person who reported the matter came back. Your Majesty, the Emperor is aware of your intentions. Please enter the palace. Li Tianmin took a deep breath and stepped into the hall first. Yi Qingyun and others followed behind. Soon, everyone saw Li Yuan sitting on a large golden bed. Li Yuan has white hair, an old face, and a slightly hunched body, but his eyes are still clear. He was wearing a thin yellow shirt, with his hair hanging down behind him, looking a little sloppy. Father, I am here to pay my respects to you. Li Tianmin bowed. Greetings to the Emperor. Naturally, everyone followed suit and saluted. Although Li Yuan was no longer in charge of the Tang dynasty, he was once the emperor of the Tang dynasty after all. Moreover, Li Yuan made great contributions to the prosperity of the Tang dynasty today. No need to be polite. Li Yuan spoke out. His voice was a little hoarse, but full of energy. Obviously, Li Yuan is not too old. Father, I came here because I have something to ask you. Li Tianmin went straight to the point. You want to ask what kind of elixir I gave you back then, right? Li Yuan indeed knew the purpose of Li Tianmin's visit. A bitter smile appeared on his wrinkled face. There seemed to be a sense of relief in that smile. Everyone looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan slowly stood up and walked step by step to Li Tianmin. Li Tianmin lowered his head, not daring to look Li Yuan in the eye. You are my second son. Do you know why I let you inherit the throne instead of your brothers? Li Tianmin shook his head. I don't know. Because the destiny of the Tang dynasty lies with you. Li Yuan made a shocking statement. Destiny. Boom. Outside the hall, it was a bright day, but suddenly a thunderclap sounded. It startled everyone. The emperors of our Tang dynasty would always ask experts to deduce the mysteries of heaven and find the most suitable prince to inherit the throne. Li Yuan spoke slowly, revealing a big secret of the Tang dynasty royal family. In every generation of princes, there will be one who inherits the mandate of heaven, and he will be the next emperor of the Tang dynasty, without exception. Li Yuan looked at Li Tianmin, his eyes full of guilt. But, in my generation, the destiny I derived is on you. You were born with a defective physique, which makes it difficult for you to practice. You are destined to be an ordinary person, but you happen to be the man of destiny for the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty is destined to be handed over to you. So, as a father, I cannot let you be immortal with a lifespan of no more than 100 years. Chapter 184: The Truth Behind the Haunting. Everyone looked shocked. Even Li Tianmin himself was extremely shocked. When I was young, I was actually a mortal who was unable to practice cultivation. But why did the destiny of the Tang dynasty fall on him? This is too much of a coincidence. If Li Tianmin was a mortal but did not need to inherit the throne, that would be fine. But he was destined to inherit the throne. This creates a contradiction. It seems to be a dead end. In order to prevent the destiny of the Tang dynasty from being affected, Li Yuan decided to defy fate and change his destiny. He wanted to turn Li Tianming, a born mortal, into a cultivator. Father, what did you do? Li Tianmin looked at Li Yuan with some anger. The reason he was angry was that Li Yuan had never told him these things. Li Tianmin didn't even know that he couldn't practice cultivation when he was a child. Now it seems that the pill he took when he was young definitely had a big problem. Li Yuan had a complicated expression. There is sadness, helplessness, and even more self-blame. I, your father, will ask the master who deduced destiny how to change your fate. That master once said there are two methods. One is to transfer your imperial destiny to other princes. But if you do this, your destiny will be taken away from you, and you will die within 3 years. Moreover, the destiny of our Tang dynasty will also be greatly affected, and it will be weakened from generation to generation, making it difficult to create another glorious dynasty for 1,000 years. So your father has chosen another method to allow you to practice. Hearing this, everyone found it a little unbelievable. It is almost impossible for a mortal to become a cultivator. The reason why ordinary people cannot practice cultivation is not only because of their physical constitution, but also because of their souls. The physical constitution can be changed, but the soul is difficult to change. Therefore, if a mortal wants to become a cultivator, he must change both his body and soul. The risks involved are unimaginable. If he failed, not to mention continuing to be immortal, it would be hard to say whether he could even keep his life. This is also why the gap between cultivators and mortals in this world is so huge. They are completely two different worlds. I've been looking through the classics for my father and found a secret method that can allow you to gain the physique for cultivation. But the price is that we have to sacrifice 10,000 children with excellent qualifications, each of whom must not be older than 10 years old. We will use their blood and souls to refine a heaven-defying creation pill. The heaven-seizing pill. Upon hearing the name of this elixir, some people present turned pale with anger. Shun Tianhua seemed to know about this kind of elixir, and his expression immediately became extremely ugly. Mr. Shun, do you know this kind of medicine? Yi Qingyan looked at Shun Tianhua curiously. Shun Tianhua nodded. This is an extremely vicious elixir. Legend has it that it can completely change a person's physique. It is truly heaven-defying. But to refine this kind of elixir, too many lives need to be sacrificed, so those who take this elixir will suffer backlash in the future and will not have a good end. Yi Qingyun took a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but look at Li Tianmin. No wonder Li Tianmin was haunted by ghosts. It turned out that it was caused by the heaven-stealing pill. Those ghosts must be the children that Li Yuan sacrificed in order to refine the heaven-defying creation pill. So miserable. 10,000 children. Each of them has excellent qualifications and should have a bright future. But in order to achieve Li Tianmin's success, he died in vain and was turned into a pill. Just thinking about it gives me chills. As for Li Tianmin, who had swallowed the heaven-stealing creation pill, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife and was extremely uncomfortable. Wow, he was so angry that he vomited blood and was on the verge of collapse. His Majesty, Emperor, everyone was shocked. Li Yuan's face also changed color. He looked at Li Tianmin with concern. Li Tianmin glared at Li Yuan angrily. Father, why are you doing this? That's 10,000 children. How dare you kill so many innocent children? Li Yuanru was hit hard and seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He fell to the ground, his expression dazed. But then he stood up again, with a look of madness on his face. Being a father is for you and for the Tang dynasty. Li Yuan roared. Although he is old, at this moment he is like an angry lion. Li Tianmin shook his head. Are those 10,000 children the people of the Tang dynasty? Li Yuan was stunned. No. Who are they then? Li Yuan Siya. They're from the herdsman tribe on the southwest grasslands. Hearing the word pastoral tribe, some people from the Tang dynasty present immediately recalled events that happened many years ago. The herdsmen on the southwestern grasslands suffered a great disaster and suffered heavy casualties. Especially the children in the tribe, they were almost wiped out. After this incident, the herding tribe was severely damaged and its foundation was almost cut off. Although the nomadic tribe still exists today, they are far less powerful than before and are just a very weak tribe. Looking back now, the disaster that befell the southwestern nomadic tribes was probably caused by Li Yuan alone. It was Li Yuan who killed tens of thousands of children from the Mu tribe and refined the heaven-stealing creation pill for Li Tianmin. It was me who harmed the herdsmen. Li Tianmin felt extremely guilty. Boom! A series of green shadows suddenly appeared from Li Tianmin's body. They were the wrong souls and evil spirits that were haunting Li Tianmin. At this moment, these wrong souls and evil spirits all looked like children, but their expressions were extremely hideous and distorted, and they seemed extremely painful. At this moment, Li Tianmin was no longer afraid of them. All the faults are mine. Li Tianmin let down all his guard. If you want revenge, go ahead. He was prepared to let the wrong ghosts of these children kill him. No! But at this moment, Li Yuan suddenly roared. He pounced on the wrong souls of the children like a mad lion. Even if you become evil spirits, you must not harm the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Li Yuan's palms were as fast as the wind, and he was about to smash these wrong souls to pieces. But unexpectedly, these wrong souls dissipated in an instant and then immediately gathered together again. Moreover, they no longer entangled Li Tianmin, but instead entangled Li Yuan together. Li Yuan was shocked. No, no, don't bother me. Li Yuan screamed in pain. The wrong souls of the children screamed and roared as they entered Li Yuan's 7 orifices. Suddenly, Li Yuan couldn't even scream, and his whole body began to twitch wildly. Everyone watching this scene was horrified. Someone wants to rescue. But Li Tianmin stopped them. This is karma, Li Tianmin said with a very reluctant tone. After all, he is his own father. Seeing him suffer like this, he naturally feels extremely uncomfortable. But Li Tianmin also knew. This was a huge mistake my father made back then. This is Li Yuan's retribution. This is what he deserves. Chapter 185, This is a Rape. The screaming continued. Li Yuan was haunted by many ghosts, which were wreaking havoc in his body. It was visible to the naked eye that Li Yuan's body became thinner. It was as if something inside his body was devouring his flesh and blood. Your Majesty, please save the emperor. Yes, after all, the emperor did this for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Li Tianmin's close ministers could not bear the situation and began to plead for mercy. How could Li Tianmin be so cruel? He turned around suddenly and looked at Yi Qingyun. Master Yi, is there any way to save my father's life? Yi Qingyun was stunned and scratched his head. What can I do? I have never seen such a scene. Yi Qingyun had no choice but to spread his hands. Your Majesty, there is nothing I can do. Li Tianmin didn't say anything, just sighed. An hour later, Li Yuan is dead. At the last moment, Li Yuan calmed down and stopped howling in pain. His body became skin and bones like a mummy. But even so, Li Yuan still did not die. He even rolled his eyes and looked at Li Tianmin. Li Yuan was no longer able to speak, and a few sounds came out of his throat, as if he wanted to tell Li Tianmin something. Li Tianmin had tears in his eyes and held Li Yuan's skinny hand tightly. I watched Li Yuan die. Dead. Li Yuan, the former emperor of the Tang dynasty and now the retired emperor, died here. So sudden. However, no one present felt anything was abrupt, as if all this was taken for granted. After Li Yuan died, wisps of green smoke came out of his body. The ghosts of these children reappeared. But this time, they did not rush towards Li Tianmin again, but each of them showed an expression of relief. Gradually dissipate. Li Tianmin looked at these green ghost shadows and bowed to them. You can go with peace of mind. I will do my best to make up for the mistakes of our father and son. Before he finished speaking, the green ghosts all disappeared. Completely disappeared. Ultimately, the resentment of these ghosts is still directed at Li Yuan. Li Tianmin ate the heaven-stealing pill without knowing it when he was a child. Now that Li Yuan is dead, the resentment naturally ends. I won't delay others anymore. Bury father in the imperial mausoleum. Don't make a big fuss about it. Just hold the funeral in secret. Li Tianmin had a dazed look on his face as he gave orders to his subordinates. Yes, his subordinates immediately took care of it. Li Tianmin thanked Yi Qingyun and others again. Without their help, Li Tianmin would not have been able to find the source of the ghost haunting, let alone know this secret. Yi Qingyun didn't feel that he had done anything. He bid farewell to Li Tianmin and wanted to leave the palace. but he was still persuaded to stay by Li Tianmin. There was no way out. Li Tianmin was too enthusiastic, so Yi Qingyun had to continue staying in the palace. 3 days later, Li Yuan's funeral was held in a low-key manner. Many people in Chang'an City didn't even know when the emperor passed away. Li Tianmin stood in front of Li Yuan's tomb for a whole day and night. It was not until the next morning that the haggard Li Tianmin turned around and left. As he turned and left, all the sadness on his face disappeared. Only perseverance remains. At this moment, he was just the emperor of the Tang dynasty. No emotion can affect his perseverance as an emperor. The first thing Li Tianmin did after returning to the court was to order generous rewards to the herdsmen in the southwestern grasslands. Not only were many supplies bestowed upon them, but a series of preferential policies were also issued to the herdsmen. Although it caused some dissatisfaction, under Li Tianmin's iron will, these orders were still carried out in an orderly manner. The herding tribe, which was originally very weak and sparsely populated, finally lived a prosperous life. In time, the population of the nomadic tribe will grow again. All of these are Li Tianmin's compensation to the herding tribe. Although he knew that the tens of thousands of children who died would never be able to come back to life. But he can do whatever he can. Naturally, these things have nothing to do with Yi Qingyun. He had nothing to do and felt the palace was very stuffy. So he took Mr. Shun and others out for a walk. Yi Qingyun and his friends haven't had a good look around the bustling and prosperous Chang'an City yet. After leaving the palace, the group walked on the busy street. Everything I saw and heard was very new. After a while, Yi Qingyun entered a restaurant. Nothing else. Yi Qingyun just wants to eat. The store is doing good business and is almost full. There are private rooms only on the second floor. Yi Qingyun and others naturally went to the box. Bring me all the best dishes you have here. Yi Qingyun didn't even look at what was going on and just spoke directly to the waiter. When the guy heard this, his eyes lit up. This is a rich lord. He nodded and bowed quickly and went downstairs. Not long after, plate after plate of delicious food was served. The table was filled with food. Yi Qingyun couldn't wait to start eating. But after eating a few bites, Yi Qingyun couldn't help but frown. The taste is okay, but I always feel that it is a little off. However, Shun Tianhua and Lu Changyue enjoyed their meal very much. Huikong can only eat vegetarian food, and he doesn't care about the taste as long as it is edible. After a quick meal, Yi Qingyun didn't eat much, and the group left the restaurant. But just as they were leaving the restaurant, Shun Tianhua glanced behind him inadvertently. Several young men were following them stealthily. Master Yi, we are being watched, Shun Tianhua said. Yi Qingyun was stunned, then frowned. Robbery? Yi Qingyun subconsciously thought that someone was trying to rob them. But then I thought, who would dare to rob in broad daylight in Chang'an City? Don't you want to live anymore? The Imperial Guards coming and going in Chang'an City are not vegetarians. Anyone who dares to commit a crime will be dealt with immediately once caught. Therefore, the public security in Chang'an City has always been excellent. Even petty theft rarely occurs. It's not clear yet. Let's see the situation first, Shun Tianhua said. The group remained calm and continued to move forward. They turned left and right, but the young men were still following behind them. Yi Qingyun and others deliberately walked to a secluded alley. Really? Finally, those young men couldn't hold back any longer. Stop! Several people suddenly blocked the way of Yi Qingyun and others. 2 of them were in front and 2 were behind, blocking Yi Qingyun and the others in the alley. Yi Qingyun was a little confused. What are you doing? One of the young men sneered and looked at Lu Changyue greedily. What's your name, young lady? Lu Changyue was stunned, then looked at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun finally understood. This is not about robbing money. This is fucking rape. Chapter 186, The Night Forced by Life. Yi Qingyun guessed correctly. These young men were indeed attracted by Lu Changyue's beauty. When Yi Qingyun and others arrived at the restaurant, these young men were drinking downstairs. As a result, I saw Lu Changyue. I immediately had an idea. Then, when Yi Qingyun and others left the restaurant, they followed them quietly. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyun and others walked into this remote alley on their own. A few young men finally couldn't bear it anymore and jumped out. Girl, why don't you come with us? We are disciples of the Tianyuan sect. Yes, girl, follow us, and we will ensure that you will have no worries about food and clothing. And we can recommend you to join the Tianyuan sect and become a disciple of the Tianyuan sect like us. These young men spoke up one after another and revealed their origins. Disciple of Tianyuan sect. Yi Qingyun looked at Shun Tianhua in confusion. Shin Tianhua actually knows something. Sir, the Tianyuan sect is one of the top sects in the Tang dynasty. It is said that it has some connections with the royal family. That's right. Since you know we are disciples of the Tianyuan sect, everyone except this girl should get out of here. The young man in white who was leading the group said with pride. Yi Qingyun was a little unhappy. Most of the people from the sects that he met in the Tianwu dynasty were very polite. Why is it that when I come to the Tang dynasty, the people from the sects I meet are so arrogant and domineering? Is it true that the feng shui of a place determines the people who live there? Of course, Yi Qingyun and the others couldn't leave. Even if Lu Changyue was just Yi Qingyun's maid, it was impossible for her to be taken away by the people from Tianyuan's sect like that. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Shen Tianhua looked at them and shouted. It seems like you guys really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. The young man in white shouted angrily and prepared to take action. Shen Tianhua's eyes widened. Do you dare? The aura of a strong man in the spirit refining realm suddenly burst out. Boom! These young men were immediately knocked over by the powerful aura. These people fell to the ground. Each of them looked horrified and looked at Shen Tianhua in disbelief. God refining realm. This old man is actually a powerful person in the realm of spirit refining? This is so unlucky. I originally thought they were just a group of ordinary people, but it turned out that there was a powerful person in the spirit refining realm among them. Humph! Even if you are in the spirit refining realm, we are disciples of the Tianyuan sect. If you dare to touch us, the Tianyuan sect will never let you go. What was unexpected was that even though the young man in white knew that Shen Tianhua was a powerful person in the spirit refining realm, he was still not afraid. Instead, he threatened the Tianyuan sect. Shen Tianhua couldn't help but frown. The Tianyuan sect is the top sect in the Tang dynasty. If we really provoke the Tianyuan sect, there will indeed be some trouble. Certainly, with Shen Tianhua's strength, even if Tianyuan's sect wanted to keep him, it would be unlikely. But then I thought, with Yi Qingyun here, what else is there to worry about? No matter how domineering the Tianyuan sect is, in the eyes of an unfathomable master like Yi Qingyun, they are nothing more than ants. Tianyuan's sect, are all of them despicable and shameless disciples like you? Just then, an angry shout sounded from not far away. Yi Qingyun and others were startled and looked in the direction of the voice. Then a young man with ordinary appearance and ordinary clothes came quickly. The young man was holding a sword in his hand and seemed to be a cultivator. When this person came closer, he glared at several disciples of Tianyuan's sect. Don't be afraid, everyone. I'm Xiao Feng, a disciple of Fuyun Mountain. The young man Xiao Feng said to Yi Qingyun and others. Xiao Feng, hate to see you bullies taking advantage of your power. So what if you're a disciple of Tianyuan sect? Come and fight me if you dare. As he spoke, Xiao Feng placed one hand on the hilt of the sword, as if to draw it. Let's go. The young man in white did not continue to act stubbornly and left quickly with a few people. Xiao Feng was a little surprised when he saw this, but then he became happy. It seems that the disciples of this big sect are nothing special. I, Xiao Feng, am full of righteousness, and I am not afraid of anyone. Having said that, Xiao Feng felt relieved. He was a little weak just now. If a fight really breaks out, it will be embarrassing once I draw my sword. No way. It's because his sect is so poor. Although he was the eldest disciple, he didn't even have a decent sword and could only carry a wooden sword when he walked around. In order to buy a decent sword, Xiao Feng has saved a lot of money, but he is still a little short of his goal. Thank you, brother. Yi Qingyun clasped his fists and said to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng waved his hand. When traveling the martial arts world, I draw my sword to help those who are in justice. This is what I should do. Yi Qingyun nodded repeatedly and looked at Xiao Feng with admiration. This is a true knight. Don't be afraid of strong enemies and dare to draw the sword. Yi Qingyun naturally admired such people. Shen Tianhua, who was standing aside, took a look at Xiao Feng and could already see Xiao Feng's cultivation level. The middle stage of Jiyuan realm. A total weakling. Slightly weaker than those Tianyuan sect disciples. If a fight had really broken out just now, Xiao Feng would have been beaten to death by the other side if I had not taken action. Moreover, the retreat of Tianyuan sect and others was definitely not because of Xiao Feng, but it was because of Shen Tianhua. They dare not provoke a strong man in the realm of spirit refining easily. I can only go back to ask my senior teachers for support. Everyone, you better leave quickly. The people of Tianyuan's sect have always been vindictive. Anyone who provokes them will not have a good ending. Xiaofeng persuaded. Yi Vingyun Simidet. It's okay. We are not afraid of the Tianyuan sect. Xiaofeng frowned. He looked at Yi Qingyun and the others. A beautiful and charming girl, a dazed-looking monk, an old man, and an ordinary young man. You could tell at first glance that he is a person with no background and no ability. Xiaofeng sighed. After all, I saved them, so I should be a good person to the end. How about this? I will escort you out of Chang'an. If you want to go somewhere else, I can also escort you all the way. Xiaofeng volunteered. Yi Qingyun was stunned. Then he showed a strange look. Xiaofeng didn't seem to notice anything yet, and continued, But I can't help you for free, if you can pay me some money. Yi Qingyun's expression became even weirder. This guy is really interesting. Sometimes he is like a chivalrous knight, drawing his sword to help others when he sees injustice. Now he's like a bodyguard, willing to escort them away if paid. Yi Qingyun looked Xiaofeng up and down, nodding as he looked. Seems to understand something. Yi Qingyun showed sympathy and understanding. Life forces me. If he had no money in his pocket, how could a good chivalrous man talk about money? Chapter 187 Liufa Palace. As the saying goes, a penny can make a hero fall. Yi Qingyun didn't really feel anything about this sentence before. It seems now is truly true. Look at Xiaofeng. He is full of chivalrous spirit, but unfortunately he has no money in his pocket. Yi Qingyun thought that compared to Xiaofeng, although he could not practice, he at least had money. When he thought of this, Yi Qingyun felt relieved. Hey, it's actually pretty good to be a wealthy mortal. Seeing Yi Qingyun looking at him strangely, Xiaofeng's face became embarrassed. He was also afraid that people would see that he was poor. Ahem, I'm not trying to make money from you. I just don't want you to think I have any ill intentions. Xiaofeng hurriedly explained. Yi Qingyun nodded in agreement. Yes, we all understand. The more this happened, the more embarrassed Xiaofeng felt. Yi Qingyun stopped teasing him and patted his shoulder kindly. Thank you for your kindness. We will not leave Chang'an. Xiaofeng was a little confused. Aren't these people afraid of revenge from the Tianyuan sect? Xiaofeng was not afraid because he was upright, and Luoxia Mountain was also an inconspicuous small sect. Even if Tianyuan's sect wanted to retaliate, it would not lower itself to deal with a small Luoxia Mountain. So Xiaofeng is like a barefoot person who is not afraid of wearing shoes. Okay then, but if you run into any trouble, you can come find me. I live in Sephora Japonica Lane in the North City. Xiaofeng said so. Huaihua Lane, located in the northern part of Chang'an, is one of the poorer places in the entire Chang'an. The people who live there are generally ordinary people from ordinary families. It is rare to see a cultivator like Xiaofeng living there. This also shows that Xiaofeng is indeed short of money and can only live in a place like Huaihua Lane. After saying goodbye to Xiaofeng, Yi Qingyun and others returned to the street. The group was not affected by what happened just now and was still in a good mood. After walking around for a while, Yi Qingyun saw a large group of people gathered in front, seemingly watching something exciting. He also moved closer. Looking through the crowd, I saw that they were 3 bald monks. If he was an ordinary monk, he would not have attracted so many people's attention. After all, in the territory of the Tang dynasty, Buddhists were relatively common. But at this moment, these 3 monks were sitting in a row, cross-legged, with their hands clasped together, muttering something. Behind the 3 monks, waves of Buddha's light shone on them, making them look extremely sacred and ethereal. It was like the Buddha appearing. Praise my true name and receive my Buddha's blessing. The 3 monks spoke in unison. For a moment, many people present knelt on the ground and chanted together. Namo, the world-honored one. May the Buddha bless me. Namo, the world-honored one. May the Buddha bless me. Namo, the world-honored one. May the Buddha bless me. Almost everyone knelt down. Only Yi Qingyun was still standing, which made him more conspicuous. At this time, Huikong also came to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun pointed at the 3 monks. Is this some kind of ritual of your Buddhist sect? Huikong frowned and shook his head. Amiba, we Buddhists would never do this. When Yi Qingyun heard this, he found it strange. Huikong is a serious Buddhist monk, and also the most outstanding monk of a younger generation in Xichang Ancient Temple. But even Huikong seemed puzzled by the behavior of these 3 monks. This is not right. The 3 monks all raised their heads, and 3 pairs of eyes looked at Huikong. Then, a strange smile appeared on the faces of the 3 monks. Huikong's expression suddenly changed. Amiba, who are you? Why are you blaspheming my Buddha? Amiba, fellow believers, someone is trying to disrupt our Buddha light ceremony. What do you think we should do? Those believers who were kneeling devoutly all turned their gazes towards Huikong. Each and every one of them showed hostility. Huikong was horrified. Donors, please don't be deceived by some unscrupulous people. As soon as he finished speaking, an old woman stood up and cursed at Huikong. Immediately afterwards, one person after another began to curse Huikong. Huikong had never seen such a scene before, and he didn't know what to do after being scolded. The three monks smiled triumphantly. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun signaled to Shun Tianhua. Shun Tianhua nodded and then raised his hand. Boom! An invisible force surged out, and all the believers were knocked unconscious one by one. The scene suddenly became quiet. The three monks were not panicked at all. Instead, he looked at Yi Qingyun and others with a joking look. You who have been abandoned by the Buddha will be punished by the Buddha. Huikong glared at the three monks. Who are you anyway? The three monks sneered. We are the descendants of Liufa Heavenly Palace, and we are here to spread the Buddha Dharma of Heavenly Palace. Liufa Heavenly Palace. Upon hearing these four words, Huikong's expression changed again. You are actually the descendants of Liufa Tiangong. Good. The three monks stood up at the same time, and a colorful mark of light appeared between their eyebrows. This is the unique mark of the descendants of Liufa Tiangong. Huikong found it a little unbelievable. Yi Qingyun, who was standing by, asked curiously, Isn't this Liufa Heavenly Palace related to your Buddhist sect? Huikong shook his head and then nodded. Yi Qingyun was a little confused. Then one of the three monks said, My Liufa Heavenly Palace is not the same as the so-called Buddhist sect today. It is an independent place for Buddhist practice. Huikong looked at the three monks with hostility. You, Liufa Heavenly Palace, have kept believers captive, but have not converted the world. You have trapped these believers in a fanatical trap, causing them to continue to degenerate. That is why you are suppressed by my orthodox Buddhist sect. Ha ha, it's a pity that the so-called orthodox Buddhism you mentioned has now declined. My Liufa Tiangong will surely come out again and take control of Buddhism again. The three monks laughed. Huikong's heart sank completely. The current situation of Buddhism is indeed weak, just as the three monks said. Because the devil Buddha Mara escaped some time ago, the Buddhist community suffered heavy casualties in their efforts to stop the devil Buddha Mara. Even the three great holy monks have passed away. Although Liufa Tiangong has always been excluded by Orthodox Buddhism, it has been secretly accumulating strength to recuperate. The current situation is just the right opportunity for Liufa Tiangong to seize. Not only the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory, but now it has become the territory of Liufa Heavenly Palace. Even in this distant Tang dynasty, the Liufa Palace began to spread rapidly. Liufa Tiangong keeps believers in captivity, and the believer's faith is the source of power for the monks of Liufa Tiangong. The more believers there are, the higher their cultivation will be. You shouldn't do this. Buddhism shouldn't be like this. Huikong shook his head repeatedly. Whatever you say is useless. If you dare to obstruct my Liufa Palace from collecting believers, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 188 Yi Qingyun is in jail. Huikong was also angry. Buddhism has been hurt, and now it needs to recuperate. However, Liufa Tiangong jumped out at this time to disrupt Buddhism and actively recruited believers outside. This is simply going to completely discredit Buddhism. As a Buddhist disciple, Huikong could not sit idly by and watch such a thing happen. You three scums of Buddhism. Today I, Huikong, will clean up the Buddhist sect. Huikong roared, and golden light filled his whole body. This means that the three monks will be attacked directly in Chang'an City. The three monks were shocked when they felt Huikong's breath. So you're at the Tongtian realm, but even if your cultivation is higher than ours, so what? If you dare to attack us in Chang'an City, you will get into big trouble. The three monks were not afraid at all and continued to sneer. Don't be so arrogant. Huikong was too lazy to say anything more and raised his hand to suppress the three monks. Who dares to be so presumptuous here? Just at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Yi Qingyun and others were startled and looked over together. Then a large number of imperial guards surrounded them. The leader was wearing a brocade robe and a black armor. He looked majestic and heroic. Master Su. When the three monks saw this person, they all bowed and saluted. Lord Su also bowed to the three monks. It seems that the two parties know each other. Three masters, Are these people going to harm you? Lord Su glanced at Yi Qingyun and the others. Master Su, these are all vicious people. If Master Su hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid the three of us would have met with an accident. Yes, Lord Su, detain these people immediately to prevent them from endangering Chang'an. Those who blaspheme our Buddha should be punished. The three monks spoke one after another. Lord Nasu nodded. Someone come. What do you want, my lord? Lock up all these thieves and take them back to jail. Yes. The imperial guards immediately came up with chains. Shen Tianhua was about to take action. Yi Qingyun shook his head. Forget it. They're just doing their job. We don't need to resist. Yi Qingyun said so. When Shen Tianhua heard this, he did not resist. Yi Qingyun, Shen Tianhua, and Hui Kong were all put in chains. However, Lu Changyue, who was holding Demao, was not affected. The imperial guards didn't seem to think that Lu Changyue was part of Yi Qingyun's group. Yi Qingyun also winked at Lu Changyue. The latter understood and quietly shrank into the crowd, watching the excitement behind him. Take away. At Lord Su's order, Yi Qingyun and the other two were taken away. He was taken to the prison as if he was being paraded through the streets. These two are cultivators, and they are imprisoned with soul-suppressing chains. This guy is immortal, just lock him up. Lord Su looked at Yi Qingyun and the other two and gave his orders to his men. Yes. Soon, Shen Tianhua and Hui Kong were both wearing soul-suppressing chains, while Yi Qingyun was wearing ordinary iron chains. The soul-suppressing chains are instruments of torture specifically used against those who practice cultivation and can suppress the flow of spiritual energy to a great extent. Once a cultivator puts on the soul-suppressing chains, his full strength will be reduced to 1/10 of what it was, making it difficult for him to display his full strength. However, the soul-suppressing chains are of little significance to cultivators who have reached the Tongtian realm. Because warriors in the Tongtian realm can call upon the power of heaven and earth, they rely less on their own spiritual energy. So neither Shen Tianhua nor Hui Kong cared too much after putting on the soul-suppressing chains. But Yi Qingyun, a mere mortal, felt uncomfortable wearing the heavy iron chains. Yi Qingyun could only sit in the corner of the cell, not daring to move. The iron chain hurts my body when I move it. Not long after, the three monks appeared outside the cell. They looked at Yi Qingyun and his companions with pride. Do you know what kind of backers my Liufa palace has in Chang'an? The three monks all looked arrogant, as if they had nothing to fear. Isn't your backer Lord Su? Yi Qingyun asked curiously. He is nothing. The backer of my Liufa palace is the imperial master of the Tang dynasty. The three monks revealed their real backers. The imperial master of the Tang dynasty. This is indeed a very important person. No wonder the monks of Liufa Temple dared to recruit believers so openly on the streets of Chang'an City. The reason why a commander of the imperial guards like Lord Su would protect the monks of Liufa Palace is because of this Lord Imperial Master. I'm not afraid to tell you that the National Master is also the successor of our Liufa Palace, and even more so our senior brother. The three monks looked arrogant and condescending. The Tang Dynasty's Imperial Master, who holds a very high status, is not only the backer of their Liufa Palace, but also the eldest senior brother of Liufa Palace. With this relationship, half of Chang'an can almost be said to be the world of Liufa Palace. Hui Kong looked solemn. He didn't expect that the power of Liufa Tiangong had become so great. Even the position of the Tang Dynasty's Imperial Master fell into the hands of Liufa Tiangong. This is very bad. You are the enemy of our Liufa Palace, and there is only one outcome for you. That's death. After the three monks finished speaking, they left triumphantly. Hui Kong looked very depressed. Don't worry. Although Liufa Palace is powerful, we still have a backup plan. Yi Qingyun comforted. Ba, if Liufa Palace is already like this in the Tang Dynasty, one can imagine the situation in the Western Territory. It turns out that Hui Kong was not worried about the Tang Dynasty, but about Buddhism in the Western Territory. Although Liufa Tiangong had great power in the Tang Dynasty, the Tang Dynasty was not under the control of Liufa Tiangong after all. As long as the Tang Dynasty is still in the hands of Li Tianmin, Liufa Palace will not be able to turn the tables. But the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory is different. The Buddhist sect in the Western Territory was severely damaged by the demon Buddha Paksan. All the temples suffered heavy losses, and even the Buddhist country suffered heavy casualties. Faced with the powerful Liufa Palace, the current strength of Buddhism is no match for the Liufa Palace. I am afraid that the current Buddhism has long been dominated by Liu Fa Tiangong, and other Buddhist forces have been suppressed. No, after this matter is over, I must go back to the Buddhist sect and rescue my fellow Buddhist practitioners. Huikong said so. Yi Qingyun nodded. It's good to go back and take a look. Son of God, please come back to Buddhism with me. Huikong said again. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. To be honest, he is not very interested in Buddhism. They're all bald, and they eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures every day. It's really boring. It's nowhere as fun as the prosperous and bustling city of Chang'an. Holy Son, Buddhism now needs you to revitalize it. Only when the Holy Son returns to Buddhism can he take charge of the situation for us. Holy Son, Huikong begs you to return to Buddhism. Yi Qingyun looked at Huikong helplessly. Why is this guy getting more and more excited as he talks? Okay, after we finish things here, let's go to the Buddhist temple. Yi Qingyun said so. But let me make it clear in advance that I am just a mortal and may not be able to help you Buddhists in any way. Chapter 189 Things got out of hand. Huikong had long been accustomed to Yi Qingyun's behavior of claiming to be immortal. He would never regard Yi Qingyun as a mortal at all. As long as Yi Qingyun agrees to go to the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory, Huikong will feel confident. Buddhism must be saved. Of course, now that they are behind bars, they still have to save themselves first. At this moment, in the luxurious and magnificent Imperial Master's Mansion. This is a mansion built specifically for Qi Tianmiao, the imperial teacher of the Tang dynasty. It's luxurious. It's like a small palace. At this time, in the lobby of the Imperial Master's Mansion, a middle-aged man with a goatee was sitting upright. The middle-aged man was wearing a golden robe, a Buddhist crown on his head, and a string of vermilion Buddhist beads in his hand. The whole person looks noble and imposing. This person is Qi Tianmiao, the guardian magician of the Tang dynasty. Qi Tianmiao, the national master, is the contemporary successor of Liu Fa Tiangong and also the eldest disciple of Liu Fa Tiangong. 10 years ago, he came to Tang to meet Li Tianmin. Qi Tianmiao had profound knowledge of Buddhism. He preached to Li Tianmin and other royal people for 3 days and 3 nights, which made Li Tianmin and others trust him very much. It happened that there was a drought in the southwest, and the people were suffering terribly. Qi Tianmiao then built the Temple of Heaven and prayed for rain. After 7 days and 7 nights, the drought-stricken areas in the southwest welcomed an unprecedented heavy rain, which solved the drought in one fell swoop. As a result, Qi Tianmiao gained an extremely high reputation in the Tang dynasty. Less than a year later, Qi Tianmiao was canonized as the national protector by Li Tianmin. Although Qi Tianmiao rarely appeared in the past 10 years, every time he took action, he was able to bring considerable benefits to the Tang dynasty. Qi Tianmiao's reputation is very high both in the court and among the common people. It was also from Qi Tianmiao that the disciples of Liu Fa Tiangong began to travel in the Tang dynasty. Today, Liu Fa Palace has gained considerable influence in the Tang dynasty. There are hundreds of thousands of believers. At this time, there were 3 monks standing in front of Qi Tianmiao. They were the 3 monks that Yi Qingyun and his friends had met on the street before. The 3 monks were extremely awed in front of Qi Tianmiao, with respectful looks on their faces. Big brother, there was something unexpected during today's Dharma assembly. One of the monks said cautiously, What happened? Qi Tianmiao opened his eyes slightly and glanced at the 3 monks. The 3 monks were immediately trembling with fear. He immediately told Qi Tianmiao everything that had happened before. After hearing this, Qi Tianmiao showed disdain on his face. The Western Territory Buddhism is now under the control of my Liu Fa Heavenly Palace. How can he, a mere person, hinder my Liu Fa Heavenly Palace? Brother is right. That person is simply overestimating his own abilities. That's right. Now that our Liu Fa Palace is more powerful than the sky, monks like him should surrender long ago. Big brother, why don't we just kill them? The 3 monks said one after another. He even suggested killing Yi Qingyun and others directly. Just kill them. They're just a few ants. No one will care if they die. Qi Tianmiao waved his hand and didn't care at all. It seems that for the people in Liu Fa Palace, killing is just a common thing. This is completely contrary to the orthodox Buddhist doctrine of compassion and prohibition of killing. Yes, the 3 monks withdrew immediately. Qi Tianmiao took a sip of tea, and Buddha's light flowed in his eyes. In a few years, my Liu Fa Palace will be even more influential in the Tang dynasty. By then, Even the Tang dynasty royal family will be wary of my Liufa palace. Qi Tianmiao said secretly. He was ordered to come to the Tang dynasty and went to great lengths to obtain the position of imperial teacher. But his goal is not just to get the position of national teacher. Instead, the goal is to bring the entire Tang dynasty under the control of Liufa Heavenly Palace. I thought it would take hundreds of years to achieve this. But unexpectedly, the opportunity would come now. First, Buddhism was severely damaged by the demon Buddha Pasun, and Liufa Tiangong took advantage of the situation to rise in the Western Territory and easily ruled the entire Western Territory. As for the Tang dynasty, as long as Qi Tianmiao continues to develop believers, coupled with the power of Liufa Palace in the western border, within 100 years, Liufa Palace will most likely control the entire Tang dynasty. Once my Liufa Palace controls the Western Territory and the Eastern Territory, then my Liufa Palace will have controlled nearly half of the world. How powerful! Ha ha ha! Qi Tianmiao couldn't help but laugh out loud, and he was already imagining the bright future of Liufa Palace in his heart. At the same time, Lu Chanyue hurried to the palace holding Damao. However, halfway through the run, Damao suddenly jumped down and disappeared in a flash. Lu Chanyue didn't have time to look for Damao. She knew that Damao was not an ordinary dog and should be fine. After returning to the palace, Lu Chanyue immediately went to ask for a meeting with Li Tianmin. Li Tianmin was handling state affairs and was a little surprised to learn that Lu Chanyue wanted to see him. But he still met Lu Chanyue. Your Majesty, young Master Yi and his men are in trouble. As soon as Lu Chanyue saw Li Tianmin, she said this to Li Tianmin. Li Tianmin was stunned. Something happened. With Yi Qingyun's unfathomable strength and the company of a powerful spirit-refining realm expert, what could possibly happen? At that moment, Lu Chanyue told Li Tianmin what had happened. After hearing this, Li Tianmin was very surprised for a moment. Got caught? Yi Qingyun and his friends were actually captured by the Imperial Guards and was imprisoned in the Sky Prison? And it was because of a conflict with the disciples of Liufa Tiangong? This is no small matter. Moreover, with the strength of Yi Qingyun and others, if they don't want to be detained, they can just leave. But they didn't even put up a fight and were willingly thrown into the prison? This must be intentional. Li Tianmin understood it after a little thought. This is what Yi Qingyun wanted to see his attitude. If he indulged Liufa Tiangong, Yi Qingyun would definitely be very disappointed. With Yi Qingyun's methods, it would be hard to imagine what he would do. Li Tianmin was shocked. He immediately realized that this was an extremely serious matter. It seems that Liufa Palace has gone too far recently. Li Tianmin said in a deep voice. The close ministers on the side looked at each other and did not dare to speak. In fact, they had long realized that Liufa Palace was too rampant. With the protection of the national teacher Qi Tianmiao, these disciples of Liufa Palace were able to run rampant in the Tang dynasty. Even some high-ranking officials did not dare to provoke the disciples of Liufa Tiangong. But no one expected that the people of Liufa Palace would be so domineering that even Yi Qingyun was arrested. If we delay any further, I'm afraid something serious will happen. Send someone to the prison immediately and invite Master Yi and the others out. Li Tianmin did it. Yes, someone immediately went to do it. But less than half an hour later, the person sent by Li Tianmin came back. Why so fast? Where are the people? Li Tianmin frowned. The man said with a bitter face, Your Majesty, I went to the heavenly prison, but what? Li Tianmin shouted. But they won't let anyone go. They said that without the order from the Imperial Master, no one can be released. Chapter 190 Li Tianmin is furious. What? When Li Tianmin heard this, he was stunned. The heavenly prison won't release anyone. And he also said that without the order of the national master Qi Tianmiao, no one can be released. This is simply outrageous. Is it Qi Tianmiao or himself, the emperor, who is in charge of the Tang dynasty? Li Tianmin was so angry that his face changed immediately. The close ministers around him were all silent, and no one dared to speak. Everyone could see that Li Tianmin was very angry at the moment. If you speak carelessly at this time, you might get into trouble. Bang! Li Tianmin slammed the table and stood up. He smashed the table into pieces. All the ministers trembled and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please calm down. Li Tianmin's face turned extremely pale. Calm down? How could he calm down? As an emperor, the most taboo and annoying thing is that there is someone in your own country whose words are more effective than yours. Li Tianmin originally thought that this kind of thing would never happen to him. It's okay now. It really happened to me. Li Tianmin didn't curse out loud, which showed that he had very good self-control. What a great patriotic mage. What a great Qi Tianyao. Li Tianmin was so angry that he started laughing. The ministers were even more frightened and trembled like sieves. Li Tianmin looked at the person who had delivered the message before. Didn't you say that I asked them to release them? The man's face turned pale. Your Majesty, I have said it, but they just won't listen. They insist that they only obey the orders of the Imperial Master. Boom. This time, Li Tianmin was completely ignited. How the hell is this going to happen? Only listen to the national teacher? Is it Qi Tianyao who has the final say in the Tang dynasty? Or is it me, Li Tianmin, who has the final say? It's simply unforgivable. Originally, Li Tianmin still remembered some of Qi Tianyao's kindness to the Tang dynasty. Now it seems that this guy is simply a cancer. If he continued to stay in the Tang dynasty, he would have to give up his throne to Qi Tianyao in a few years. Absolutely not. I have to show up. I will go to the prison myself. Li Tianmin made a prompt decision and decided to handle the matter personally. Yes, the close ministers naturally followed suit. They looked at each other for a few seconds, and both understood. I'm afraid that things are about to change in Chang'an City. Li Tianmin and Qi Tianyao, the battle between two heavens. This moment finally broke out. Li Tianmin is very decisive and efficient. He will set off as soon as he says so, without any delay. He brought a large group of people directly to the outside of the heavenly prison. When the guards outside the prison saw the emperor coming in person, they were so scared that they immediately knelt down and saluted. Li Tianmin didn't even look at it and walked straight in. Your Majesty, this place cannot. One of the guards even dared to stop them. Puff! Before he could finish his words, a man in black armor behind Li Tianmin drew his sword and chopped off the guard's head with one blow. Seeing this, the other guards dared not to stop them. They were so scared that they pissed their pants and knelt on the ground trembling. Drag them all away and behead them. Li Tianmin's face was extremely gloomy. Yes, several guards cried and shouted, but it was of no use. All were dragged out and beheaded. For a moment, the smell of blood filled the entire gate of the prison. After killing several guards, Li Tianmin calmed down a little. But the anger in my heart has not diminished in the slightest. He did not go directly into the heavenly prison. Let the head of the prison come out, Li Tianmin shouted. The man in armor immediately rushed in with a knife. Not long after, angry shouts were heard from inside the prison. How dare you? Who dares to cause trouble in the prison? Then there was another sound of fighting. A moment later, the man in armor came out carrying a fat man with big ears. Throw the fat man to the ground. When the fat man looked up, he saw Li Tianmin with a gloomy face. His Majesty? The fat man was startled, and then his face turned pale with fright. He thought someone was causing trouble outside the prison. Unexpectedly, it was Emperor Li Tianmin who came in person. This scared him to death. Your Majesty, why? Why are you here? The fat man lowered his head and asked in a trembling voice. Why am I here? Didn't you say that you wouldn't release them without the Imperial Master's order? Even my orders don't work here, do they? Li Tianmin said with a sneer. The fat man's eyes flickered and he stammered, not knowing how to explain it all. Why? In your eyes, the person who is in charge of the Tang dynasty is not me, but the Imperial Master? The fat man shook his head repeatedly. No, of course. Your Majesty is the one in charge. How dare you disobey my order? Li Tianmin roared suddenly. The fat man was so scared that he was shaking all over. Behead him. Yes. The man in armor put the knife directly on the fat man's neck. The fat man was horrified. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, I have been accepted as a disciple by the Imperial Master, and I am now also a disciple of the Liufa Heavenly Palace. Your Majesty, you can't kill me. It would be better if you didn't say that. When Li Tianmin heard what the fat man said, the anger in his heart surged up. Liufa Heavenly Palace. It's Liufa Palace again. Even the officials in charge of the heavenly prison became followers of Qi Tianyao and became disciples of Liufa Heavenly Palace. This is simply outrageous. Kill. Puff. At the command, the fat man's head fell to the ground. Blood was all over the ground. Li Tianmin hurried into the heavenly prison and soon found Yi Qingyun and the other two. Master Yi, I'm sorry to scare you, Li Tianmin said with an apologetic look on his face. Yi Qingyun waved his hand. We are fine, but your Majesty, Liufa Palace seems to be a little too rampant. Li Tianmin looked ashamed. This is all my fault. I failed to properly manage Liufa Palace, which led to this happening. Yi Qingyun didn't say anything. After all, this is Datong's own business. He was just reminding Li Tianmin. As for what Li Tianmin did, he didn't want to care. After leaving the heavenly prison, Yi Qingyun and the other two returned to the palace. Lu Changyue had already been waiting at the palace gate. When he saw Yi Qingyun and the other two coming back, he ran over directly. Damao appeared from somewhere and followed Yi Qingyun slowly. "Sir, are you all right?" Lu Changyue asked with concern. "Of course it will be fine," Yi Qingyun said with a relaxed look. He didn't say that his wrists were peeling from the chains. On the other hand, Li Tianmin did not go to the National Master's mansion. Instead, he returned to the court. "Pass on my order and have the Imperial Preceptor Qi Tianyao come to the palace to meet me immediately." The decree was immediately transmitted to the Imperial Master's mansion. Qi Tianyao had just received the news of the incident in the heavenly prison, and before he had time to digest it, the Imperial edict arrived immediately. "Big brother, I'm afraid it's not good." Several Youfa Tiangong disciples stood by, all with worried looks on their faces. Chapter 191, Renovation of Liufa Palace. Qi Tianyao frowned. He knew something was wrong without anyone reminding him. Li Tianmin actually went to the Tianlao in person and was furious and beheaded the person in charge of the Tianlao. This was something even Qi Tianyao had never thought of. Could it be that the 3 people detained today are of great importance? Qi Tianyao couldn't help but guess so. He immediately looked at the 3 monks. "Do you know the origins of those people you met during the day?" Qi Tianyao asked sternly. The 3 monks looked at each other. It shouldn't be anything special. Should Qi Tianyao's face suddenly turned ugly. "Now that His Majesty has personally gone to the prison to get the person out, you still say there is no background?" The 3 monks were so frightened that they immediately knelt on the ground. "Big brother, we really don't know." "Yes, senior brother, one of those 3 is a monk, one is an old man, and the other is a mortal. They don't look like they have any background." Qi Tianyao looked extremely ugly. It doesn't look like there is any background. Then why did His Majesty go to the prison to release him personally? The 3 monks were speechless. "Useless stuff." Qi Tianyao cursed, but quickly calmed down. "There's no point getting angry now. We still have to find a way to stabilize Li Tianmin." Qi Tianyao was actually very wary of Li Tianmin. Although Qi Tianyao is now the guardian magician of the Tang dynasty and has hundreds of thousands of followers. But Qi Tianyao knew very well that Li Tianmin was still the one in charge of the Tang dynasty. In fact, all his power was given to him by Li Tianmin. If Li Tianmin wanted to take it back, Qi Tianyao would immediately go from being a high and mighty national guardian wizard to being nothing. Before he had enough confidence, Qi Tianyao knew that he must not fall out with Li Tianmin. "His Majesty did not come to me. I guess he is waiting for me to explain to him." Qi Tianyao frowned. "If I don't go, I'm afraid His Majesty will take action against me next." Thinking of this, Qi Tianyao had made his decision. Enter the palace immediately. Moreover, the imperial edict had just arrived, and Qi Tianyao had no time to hesitate. However, before entering the palace, Qi Tianyao asked his fellow apprentices to make preparations for both scenarios. "Gather believers immediately. The more the better. Let the believers gather together and say that they hope I can give a lecture." Yes, several fellow apprentices immediately went to take care of it. After preparing for this, Qi Tianyao calmed down and came to the palace leisurely. According to convention, Qi Tianyao could enter the palace on horseback without having to dismount. But today, when he arrived at the palace gate, Qi Tianyao was about to ride in as usual. But the guards at the palace gate stopped Qi Tianyao. Why are you stopping our national teacher?" Qi Tianyao frowned and asked unhappily. The guard bowed. "Please forgive me, Imperial Master, but His Majesty has just issued an order that from now on anyone entering the palace must dismount and walk." As soon as these words were spoken, Qi Tianyao's face suddenly changed. "Isn't this directed at myself? It seems that His Majesty is quite dissatisfied with me." Qi Tianyao said to himself. He did not insist, but dismounted and strode into the palace. Soon, Qi Tianyao arrived outside the hall. "Your Majesty, the Imperial Master has arrived." In the main hall, Li Tianmin received a report from his subordinates. "No hurry, let him wait outside for a while." Li Tianmin looked normal and continued to discuss state affairs with his ministers. Qi Tianyao stood outside the hall and waited silently. This wait lasted for an hour. In the past, as soon as Qi Tianyao arrived, he would be immediately invited into the main hall and given a seat. But today, Li Tianmin deliberately left him here. It goes without saying that this is Li Tianmin criticizing himself. Qi Tianyao looked calm and not panicked at all. The ministers in the hall noticed something strange. They exchanged glances, as if trying to find out what had happened. Finally, announced that the imperial master Qi Tianyao is coming to the palace. Li Tianmin finally decided to let Qi Tianyao in. Qi Tianyao immediately stepped into the hall. National Master! Greetings to the Imperial Master. The Imperial Master is well. Many ministers showed respect to Qi Tianyao and saluted him one after another. Li Tianmin saw it and sneered in his heart. He had already written down the names of all the ministers who had greeted Qi Tianyao. Qi Tianyao smiled and kept returning the greetings to everyone. Finally, he came to the center of the hall. Qi Tianyao pays respect to His Majesty. Qi Tianyao knelt down and saluted. The voice was loud and steady, without any panic or strangeness. Li Tianmin smiled slightly. How is the Imperial Master these days? Qi Tianyao raised his head. Your Majesty, I'm doing well these days. Thank you for your concern. Li Tianmin nodded. The Imperial Master is the protector of our Great Tang. He has made great contributions to the prosperity of our Great Tang. The whole of our Great Tang respects the Imperial Master immensely. Qi Tianyao waved his hands repeatedly. This is all due to your Majesty. Everything I have done is also for your Majesty. At this time, Qi Tianyao dared not be proud of his achievements. Li Tianmin narrowed his eyes slightly. But recently, I heard that there are many more followers of Liufa Temple in Chang'an City, and they seem to have caused a lot of trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, many ministers in the hall changed their expressions. Some people even looked a little nervous, because some of them secretly joined the Liufa Palace. The rapid increase in the number of believers in Chang'an City was also partly due to the efforts of these ministers. Without them, it would take a long time to develop hundreds of thousands of believers relying only on the dozen or so disciples of Liufa Tiangong. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be made public. After all, they are all ministers of the Tang dynasty, and they are ministers who can come to the court to pay homage to His Majesty every day. Although he was an important official of the Tang dynasty, he secretly joined the Liufa Palace. What is going on? Are you loyal to Li Tianmin, or are you loyal to Liufa Palace? Your Majesty, the number of believers has increased because the Tang dynasty is becoming more and more prosperous. The believers are not only believing in our Liufa Palace, but also adding blessings to your Majesty. The more believers there are, the more prosperous the Tang dynasty will be. Qi Tianyao said with a pious look on his face. Li Tianmin smiled and said, the national teacher is really thoughtful. This is what I should do. The two of them talked back and forth, and it really sounded like that was the case. But the perceptive people present had already smelled something unusual. But I still think that the number of believers is a bit too much. Really? Li Tianmin's tone suddenly changed. There was also a cold look in his eyes. Besides, there are too many Liufa Tiangong disciples in your Imperial Master's mansion. Send half of them back to the Western Territory. As soon as these words were spoken, Qi Tianyao's expression suddenly froze. Li Tianmin didn't even look at him, but glanced at the ministers. All those who have worshipped in Liufa Heavenly Palace, please stand up. Chapter 192, Qi Tianyao's Backhand. As soon as these words were spoken, all the ministers changed color. Especially those ministers who have already joined Liufa Palace. Their faces turned pale. After Li Tianmin finished speaking, he looked at these ministers indifferently. The hall was in complete silence. The ministers looked at each other. After waiting for a long time, no one came forward. Li Tianmin chuckled. Is there no one among you who has joined the Liufa Palace? Still no one spoke. No one took the initiative to stand up. Li Tianmin's face darkened. With a wave of the hand, a scroll appeared in his hand. In this scroll, there are many names of people who have secretly joined Liufa Palace. The ministers were shocked. Li Tianmin even got the list? Qi Tianyao, who was standing aside, was originally relatively calm, but when he saw the list in Li Tianmin's hand, he was shocked. Is everything I do watched by His Majesty? He couldn't help but guess so. If that's true, it would be horrible. Now, let me ask you again, has anyone joined the Liufa Palace? If you have, come forward now, and I will give you a lighter sentence. If you refuse to repent, I will punish you severely when I read your name. Li Tianmin's tone became extremely stern. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. Moreover, a group of imperial guards appeared outside the hall at some point in time. Everyone is armed to the teeth. It seemed that as long as Li Tianmin gave an order, these guards would rush into the hall and kill at will. Such a scene really scared the ministers. Taking the initiative to come forward can result in a lighter sentence. If we wait for Li Tianmin to read out the names on the booklet, we will probably be dead. What else can I do? All I can do is stand up and admit it. Your Majesty, I admit my guilt. A minister stood up tremblingly and knelt in front of Li Tianmin. Good, there's one. Li Tianmin looked at the others. Your Majesty, I admit my guilt. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my guilt. His Majesty. The ministers stood up one after another and knelt before Li Tianmin. They all begged for mercy and confessed their guilt. I just hope Li Tianmin can be lenient with them. Soon, 16 ministers knelt in front of Li Tianmin. Among them, the highest-ranking official was a minister of war. 16 ministers knelt there and kowtowed to Li Tianmin. Everyone was shaking with fear. Li Tianmin didn't look at them. Instead, he glanced at the other ministers. Is it really gone? The ministers were silent. I'll ask you one last time. Are there any more? Plop, plop. 2 more ministers could no longer hold back. Come immediately and kneel down to beg for mercy. 18. Li Tianmin nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Then, in front of the ministers, he slowly opened the scroll in his hand. But he threw it to the ground again. Everyone looked over and was immediately shocked. The scroll was completely blank. Not to mention the name, there's not even a word. At this moment, everyone present changed their expressions. Got fooled. Li Tianmin used this trick deliberately to fool everyone. Especially the 2 people who stood up last, they were filled with regret. If I had known this would happen, wouldn't everything have been fine if I had just held on a little longer? It's okay now. Because he was too scared, he was tricked out. Li Tianmin's gaze finally fell on these 18 ministers. My subjects can only be loyal to me. And you secretly became disciples of Liufa Tiangong. Do you all want to become monks? Qi Tianmiao quickly stood up. Your Majesty, the ministers just hope to comprehend more Buddhist principles. They are still loyal to your Majesty. Master, I don't think I asked you to speak. Li Tianmin glanced at Qi Tianmiao. Qi Tianmiao was suddenly speechless. His expression was a little ugly. The ministers were even more shocked. Today, Li Tianmin's attitude towards Qi Tianmiao is very wrong. Is it true that today, not only those ministers who secretly worshipped Liufa Palace will be dealt with, but even Qi Tianmiao will be dealt with by Li Tianmin? If this were true, the entire Tang dynasty would probably be in turmoil. Someone come. Exist. The palace guards rushed in immediately. Give them 18 tonsures. Yes. Without any explanation, all 18 ministers were pinned to the ground. The imperial guards took daggers and began to shave the heads of these ministers. The ministers were all shaking violently, and their faces turned pale. Who dares to move? After a while, all 18 ministers became bald. I have to say the imperial guard shaving skills are pretty good. If I say shaved it's shaved, it means shaved it's shaved, not even a single hair is left. Do you know your sins? Li Tianmin suddenly asked. Admit your guilt. Admit your guilt. I admit my guilt. Your Majesty, please have mercy. The 18 people quickly begged for mercy. Li Tianmin nudda. Since you have acknowledged your guilt and have taken the initiative to come forward and confess, I will give you a lighter sentence. 18 people were ecstatic. They no longer ask for forgiveness, but only hope for leniency. Everyone will be stripped of their official positions, their property will be confiscated, and the entire family will be exiled to Mabe until they die. The 18 people were horrified. The ministers in the court were also greatly shocked. Can this be called lenient punishment? He lost his official position, his property, and his entire family was exiled to the northern desert. This is only slightly better than confiscating property and exterminating the entire clan. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, I really know I was wrong. Your Majesty. 18 people began to howl. They were exiled to Mabe and the entire clan. What is this Mabe place? It is a completely barren land, and there are many monsters and beasts. How many people who are exiled there can survive? Take them away immediately. Yes. Li Tianmin waved his hand, and the 18 ministers were taken away. This tactic is called killing the chicken to scare the monkey. In this way, even if other ministers want to do something secretly in the future, they will have to think about the consequences. National Master, there are too many believers in Liufa Heavenly Palace. I think it is not appropriate. You should restrain yourself in the future. Li Tianmin turned and spoke to Qi Tianyao. Qi Tianyao bowed. Since your majesty has said so, I will no longer preach in the future, and the believers will naturally disperse gradually. Li Tianmin nudda. He was about to say something else. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside the hall. Your majesty, many people have gathered outside the palace. They are all urging the imperial master to come out and give a lecture. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Tianmin's face suddenly changed. He suddenly looked at Qi Tianyao, but the latter looked calm, as if he had no idea at all. Disperse them. Li Tianmin fronath. Your majesty, this won't work. There are too many people. There are already tens of thousands of them. Chapter 193 People's Petition. What kind of scene would it be when tens of thousands of people gathered in front of the palace gate? There were so many people that it was impossible to get through. There was almost no vacant space in front of the palace gate. Most of those gathered here are civilians from Chang'an City. There are also a very small number of people from big families. They gathered here, clamoring to invite the national teacher Qi Tianyao to give a lecture. And the number of people is increasing and is still increasing. The number of guards at the palace gate is several times more than usual, and they're guarding the palace gate tightly. Otherwise, these people would probably rush directly into the palace. Although there are many martial arts masters in the palace, they can easily suppress these people with just one move. But the problem is that it is impossible to do it. With so many people gathered here, if they were to take action and cause casualties, it would be a serious matter. Not only will the imperial palace be in chaos, but the entire city of Chang'an will also be in chaos. The dignity of the royal family will also be greatly affected. Therefore, unless these people really want to gather together to rebel or even attack the palace, otherwise, the masters in the palace can only watch silently in the dark. Among the crowd, several disciples of Liu Fa Tiangong were feeling proud. They were the ones who instigated these people. Such a huge momentum is enough to prove the status of their Liu Fa palace in the Tang dynasty. We want to see the imperial master. Please ask the imperial master to give us a lecture. If we cannot hear the teachings of the Grand Master, we will kneel here forever. Yes, kneel down and don't get up. The crowd was growing more and more excited. The shouting continued. Soon, a large group of people began to kneel on the ground. Immediately afterwards, all the people knelt on the ground and asked the national teacher Qi Tianyao to give a lecture. Such a scene made the palace guards extremely helpless. The only thing we could do was to send someone in to report. At the same time, Yi Qingyun, who was drinking tea in his residence, also saw Hui Kong running over. What's wrong? Yi Qingyun looked at Hui Kong in surprise. Hui Kong looked solemn. Son, something big has happened. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun immediately put down the teacup in his hand. What happened? Hui Kong immediately told Yi Qingyun what was happening outside the palace. When Yi Qingyun heard this, he was also dumbfounded. So many people gathered together to listen to the teachings of some national master. Hui Kong nodded, his brows furrowed. Obviously, he was extremely worried because Liu Fa Tiangong was so deceptive. Shen Tianhua also came at this time. Master Yi, there are more and more people outside the palace. It will soon be over 100,000. Shen Tianhua said this as soon as he came in. It seems that this Liu Fa palace really has some influence in Chang'an. Ye Vingyun Sikit. Hui Kong, son, the Liu Fa palace is so reckless in recruiting believers, but does not teach them the true Dharma. Instead, it deceives people and allows them to be used by the Liu Fa palace. This is really abominable. Yi Qingyun scratched his head and thought, it's no use telling me. There was nothing I could do to stop them. Shen Tianhua said, in my opinion, this should be done deliberately by Liu Fa Palace in order to protect Qi Tianyao's position as the national teacher. Oh, why do you say that? Yi Qingyun asked. The Emperor of Tang should be thinking about rectifying the Liu Fa Palace, and Qi Tianyao's position as the imperial master will inevitably be affected. And since he did this, the Emperor of Tang will not punish Liu Fa Heavenly Palace for the sake of these people. Shen Tianhua said so. Yeah, that makes sense. Yi Qingyun deeply agreed with this. No, I cannot allow those people to be bewitched by Liu Fa Heavenly Palace. Hui Kong looked determined, then turned and ran out. Yi Qingyun was dumbfounded. What is he going to do? We should go and tell the people the true face of Liu Fa Palace. Shen Tianhua said. Yi Qingyun was speechless for a while. Liu Fa Temple has been in the Tang dynasty for many years. How could it have so many believers? Could Hui Kong alone persuade them with just a few words? Hey, let's go take a look, Yi Qingyun said helplessly. At that moment, Yi Qingyun, Shen Tianhua, and Lu Changyue went towards the palace gate together. Li Tianmin and others also went there at the same time. With such a big thing happening, Li Tianmin naturally couldn't sit still anymore. Quickly lead people to the palace gate. Qi Tianmiao was naturally among them. A group of people stood on the tower above the palace gate, looking at the large black crowd below. Li Tianmin's face turned very ugly. Qi Tianmiao, on the other hand, looked calm and composed. There was a gleam of pride in his eyes. Luckily, I kept this trick. Otherwise, I would not be able to keep my position as the imperial master today, Qi Tianmiao said secretly. Nearly 100,000 people. They all knelt outside the palace gate, blocking the entire entrance. And pleadings continued to be heard. Hearing those pleading voices, Li Tianmin felt so much hatred in his heart. These people seemed to only have the imperial master Qi Tianmiao in their eyes, and not the emperor Li Tianmin at all. This is definitely the biggest provocation for an emperor. But Li Tianmin couldn't get angry. National Master, these people are asking you to give a lecture, Li Tianmin said with a playful tone. Qi Tianmiao bowed and said, Your Majesty, I will not preach again. Li Tianmin snorted. How can that be? If you don't start preaching, how can these people disperse? They will really keep kneeling. I'm afraid that even if some people kneel to death, they will not disperse. Everyone could hear that there was anger in Li Tianmin's words. Your Majesty, you are joking. As long as Your Majesty gives an order, these people can be dispersed, Qi Tianmiao said lightly. Li Tianmin suddenly looked at Qi Tianmiao. The latter, on the other hand, looked at his nose with his eyes and at his heart with his nose, and his expression did not change at all. Just at this moment, Hui Kong ran out from the palace gate. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the city wall. As soon as Qi Tianmiao saw Hui Kong, he immediately frowned. Using Liu Fa Tiangong's unique pupil technique, he could already tell which sect of Buddhism Hui Kong belonged to. Xichang Ancient Temple. This is a major Buddhist sect in the Western Territory. When it was at its peak, it was powerful enough to suppress the Liu Fa Heavenly Palace. However, now, all the Buddhist sect have become very weak, and Liu Fa Tiangong was able to take advantage of the situation and control the entire Western Buddhist region. What does this person want to do? Qi Tianmiao was somewhat confused. Hui Kong came before those people. Seeing them kneeling down and begging one by one, Hui Kong felt extremely sorry for them. As a Buddhist, what he hates most is people in the Buddhist sect using Buddhism to deceive people. This is completely contrary to the Buddhist philosophy. Buddha saves the world, but he also wants to make sure people know everything clearly, instead of misleading people like this and allowing them to be completely exploited by the Liu Fa Heavenly Palace. Amipa. Hui Kong clasped his hands together and chanted the Buddha's name. The Buddhist lion's roar sounded quietly, and immediately the Buddhist sound filled the ears. People, you have all been deceived by Liu Fa Palace. Chapter 194. 10,000 Buddha's Heavenly Sound. When they heard Hui Kong's voice, the people were stunned at first, and then they all looked at Hui Kong. Hui Kong's face was full of compassion. People, Liu Fa Palace is trying to deceive you and let you be used by Liu Fa Palace to achieve their ulterior motives. Please wake up and don't let yourself be used by Liu Fa Palace again. After Hui Kong finished speaking, he looked at the people, hoping that they could see the true face of Liu Fa Palace. Pity. Hui Kong's thoughts were too simple. Liu Fa Tiangong has been developing in the Tang dynasty for so many years, with hundreds of thousands of believers, and they are fanatical. Especially since he could change things with just a few words? What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you slander Liu Fa Palace? How despicable. Kill him. Kill him together. This must be a fake Buddhist disciple, deliberately smearing the great Liu Fa Palace. As expected, the people were all angry. They all cursed Hui Kong. Some people even threw rotten vegetable leaves, rotten eggs, and other things at Hui Kong. Hui Kong was immediately thrown into a state of humiliation, but he was unwilling to give up, still constantly persuading. Hui Kong thought that as long as he was sincere, these people would surely understand. When Yi Qingyun, who was inside the palace gate, saw this situation, he couldn't help feeling helpless. Is this guy a fool? How dare he go out like this? Shen Tianhua also sighed, but he still had some respect for Hui Kong. Knowing clearly that these people were difficult to persuade, he still dared to take the risk and step forward to dissuade them. Even though he was cursed and bullied by the people, Hui Kong remained calm, and his faith never wavered. This is what a true monk is. Compared with Hui Kong, those so-called disciples of Liu Fa Tiangong are far inferior. On the city wall, Li Tianmin and others were also watching this scene. Li Tianmin felt extremely sorry to see Hui Kong being treated like this by the people. Qi Tianmiao, on the other hand, had a look of indifference on his face. He was even more disdainful in his heart. This young monk from the Xichang ancient temple really overestimates his own abilities. He actually dares to go against my Liufa heavenly palace. Qi Tianmiao was very confident about his reputation in the Tang dynasty. How could Hui Kong alone shake it? Hui Kong tried to persuade them for a while, but saw that it had no effect at all. Instead, it made all the people angry. He was also a little confused. Did I really do something wrong? Shouldn't I come out to dissuade them? Hui Kong's mind was shaken. I couldn't help but look back. But he saw Yi Qingyun looking at him. Hui Kong was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes became firm again. The sun is watching me. Hui Kong's breathing was rapid. The Holy Sun must have high hopes for me. I must not waver, and I must not let the Holy Sun be disappointed in me. Thinking of this, the Buddha's light shone brightly around Hui Kong. Immediately afterwards, Hui Kong flew into the air. He was actually sitting cross-legged in midair. When the people saw this, they all looked at Hui Kong in shock. Hui Kong clasped his hands together and recited the Heart Sutra. As the scripture sounded, a shadow of Buddha appeared behind Hui Kong, and the appearance of the Buddha's phantom was exactly Yi Qingyun. Of course, Yi Qingyun himself couldn't see it at all, but others saw it clearly. When Qi Tianmiao saw this, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. This person's Buddhist cultivation is so profound. Qi Tianmiao was a little frightened. He is the eldest disciple of Liu Fa Tiangong. Although the Buddhist philosophy of Liu Fa Tiangong is different from that of Orthodox Buddhism, but there are still some similarities. Hui Kong's appearance at this moment is a reflection of the extremely high level of Buddhist practice. Moreover, the phantom of the Buddha behind Hui Kong was something Qi Tianmiao had never seen before. Which Buddha is this? Why so young? The people looked at the shadow of Buddha behind Hui Kong. Many people showed fanatical expressions. It seems that in their eyes, as long as it is a Buddha, he is worthy of their worship. It's the Buddha appearing. Kneel down quickly. May Buddha bless you. Amitabha. Amitabha. Hui Kong's move really worked. It shook the status of Liu Fa Tiangong in the minds of these people. Seeing this, Qi Tianmiao couldn't help it. How can this be? How can I let others affect my status? At that moment, Qi Tianmiao leaped forward. A lotus platform appeared out of thin air beneath his feet. Qi Tianmiao sat on the lotus platform, floating higher. For a moment, the Buddha's light was brilliant. Seeing Qi Tianmiao, the people below all became excited. National Master. It's the National Master. Master Imperial Master. Please preach to us. We all want to listen to the supreme Buddhist teachings of the National Master. Obviously, compared with Hui Kong, the people still have more faith in the national teacher Qi Tianmiao. No one paid any attention to Hui Kong anymore. Qi Tianmiao has a gentle smile, kind eyes, and a solemn appearance. Behind him, a colorful light emerged. It made him look ethereal and sacred. Buddha, have mercy on me. A loud voice came out of Qi Tianmiao's mouth. For a moment, the believer's eyes were filled with tears. Just 4 simple words seemed to contain some special power. It can soothe everything in their hearts. Let them find peace and happiness. Hui Kong was horrified. This person has actually cultivated the 10,000 Buddhas' heavenly sound. The sound of 10,000 Buddhas. It is an extremely profound secret method in Buddhism. It is able to gather the great Buddhist teachings in sound, so that all those who hear the sound will be influenced by the Buddhist teachings. However, it is also very difficult to practice the 10,000 Buddhas' heavenly sound, and it requires extremely high attainments in Buddhism from the practitioner. Hui Kong had also practiced the 10,000 Buddhas' heavenly sound, but up to now he had only mastered it slightly. Compared with Qi Tianmiao's realm, it is really far behind. No wonder this person can deceive so many people. It turns out that it is because of the 10,000 Buddhas' heavenly sound. Hui Kong felt very heavy in his heart. Qi Tianmiao looked at the people below with a kind gaze. Today, our master will give a lecture to you all. As soon as these words were spoken, the people were extremely excited and cheered loudly. Li Tianmin on the city wall had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Such a scene was even more popular than when he, the emperor, went on tour. How could Li Tianmin not be angry? But now it is impossible to stop Qi Tianmiao from preaching. If they really tried to stop it by force, the people below would probably storm the palace in anger. Can we kill all these people together? Before I start preaching, I will pray for a reign of good fortune for you all. Qi Tianmiao held one hand in a flower-picking gesture, raised his eyes slightly, and looked towards the sky. Please have mercy on me, Buddha, and grant Chang'an a downpour of sweet rain. Then, Qi Tianmiao recited a passage from Buddhist scriptures. Soon, dark clouds began to roll over the sky. A heavy rain is coming. Chapter 195, jumping back and forth. Turtle, this national teacher, can really pray for rain. Yi Qingyan looked at the sky covered with dark clouds and was horrified. It was the first time he saw someone who could control the wind and rain. This guy's a fucking god. This person's methods are indeed incredible. Shen Tianhua also frowned, obviously shocked by Qi Tianmiao's ability to call the wind and rain. At this time, the people outside the palace gate were all very excited. The imperial master has appeared. Master, please bless us. Please bless me, imperial master. The people knelt on the ground with great piety and bowed down to Qi Tianmiao. Seeing this, Huikong felt even more heavy-hearted. But at this moment, he was unable to shake Qi Tianmiao's reputation in the hearts of the people, because Huikong simply does not have the ability to call the wind and rain. Crash! A heavy rain really came. The whole Chang'an was shrouded in rain. The people were bathed in the rain, and no one wanted to hide from it. In their view, this was the blessing bestowed upon them by the imperial master Qi Tianmiao. Being able to bathe in the sweet rain is definitely of great benefit. Some sick people simply stood in the rain, praying that the rain could cure their illnesses. On the city wall, Li Tianmin looked at Qi Tianmiao with cold eyes. The latter was still sitting on the lotus platform. Although he was in the heavy rain, his body was not stained by the rain at all. Qi Tianmiao looked at the people below with a smile on his face. This method of praying for rain is naturally not about calling the wind and summoning rain, but it was an arrangement he had made long ago. Qi Tianmiao had already sent people to set up formations around the city of Chang'an. As long as he give a little push, the formation will take effect immediately. The water vapor from all directions in the sky condenses and gathers into a heavy rain. The so-called ability to call the wind and rain is nothing more than the effect of the formation. And once this rain is over, it will not rain again in Chang'an City for 3 months. This is exactly the effect Qi Tianmiao wanted. By praying for rain, he made these ignorant people believe in him, in order to consolidate their position. Seeing the people kneeling and paying homage to Qi Tianmiao in the rain, Huikong felt even more heavy-hearted. He quickly came to Yi Qingyan. Holy son, I am incompetent and can only ask you to help me. Yi Qingyan, are you kidding me? They can already call the wind and rain, and you want me to take action? What can I do? Pull Qi Tianmiao down from the lotus platform and give him a beating? I can't even fucking beat him. Huikong, we really can't beat them, so let's just forget it. Yi Qingyun said somewhat helplessly. Huikong looked compassionate. Holy son, no one except you can save these people. Please help. As he spoke, Huikong knelt down in front of Yi Qingyun. Ye Vingyun Sikit. It's no use even if you kneel down to me. Master, I think only you can deal with Qi Tianmiao. Lu Changyue, who was standing by, actually said the same thing. Yi Qingyun stared at her. The latter stuck out his tongue and said no more. Master Yi, in my opinion, Qi Tianmiao's ability to call the wind and rain is not his own ability, but some trick which is flashy but not practical. Shen Tianhua spoke. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. But I'm just a mortal. What can I use to deal with him? Mortal? Shen Tianhua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Master Yi has truly reached a state of perfection, maintaining his mortal status at all times. I have never forgotten it. At this time, Li Tianmin also came down. Master Yi, I really cannot tolerate Qi Tianmiao's behavior. Please help me, Master Yi. Li Tianmin boit tu Yi Yingyun. Yi Qingyun's head is bigger than 2. What is going on? Why are you all counting on me? I'm such a fucking mortal. Why do you always think I'm so capable? It's really a headache. Mr. Yi, as the holy son of Buddhism, you should protect the reputation of Buddhism. Li Fangbai, the chess master's disciple, also advised. Qi Tianmiao's behavior has damaged the reputation of Buddhism. Master Yi, you can no longer stand by and watch. Yi Qingyun was also a little annoyed. You all want me to take action, but what should I do? Will the rain stop as soon as I go out? As Yi Qingyun spoke, he actually took 2 steps toward the palace gate. Just stood in the rain. But a jaw-dropping scene appeared. As soon as Yi Qingyun stepped out, the heavy rain that had just been pouring down suddenly stopped. The rain stopped in an instant. This time, everyone was confused. The people looked at the sky in confusion. Why did the rain stop all of a sudden? Yeah, it just rained a little while ago. Did the Imperial Master take back his magical powers? Qi Qianmiao, who was sitting on the lotus platform, also looked stunned. He looked up at the sky and saw that dark clouds were still gathering, which meant that there was still plenty of moisture in the sky. But why did the rain stop suddenly? Qi Qianmiao quickly and quietly took out the communication jade slip and asked several of his fellow apprentices, "What happened? Why did the rain stop?" "Brother, we don't know either. Didn't you close the formation?" "That's not true, senior brother. The formation is still running. Quickly check. Is there something wrong with the formation?" "Brother, we have all checked it out. There is absolutely no problem with the formation." "Then tell me, why did the rain stop?" Qi Tianmiao was a little angry. "Brother, this..." A hesitant voice came from a jade slip, and it was obvious that there was no way to answer Qi Tianmiao. Qi Tianmiao was extremely angry, but he quickly regained his composure. "My fellow citizens, this rain will stop here." Qi Tianmiao had just finished speaking. Yi Qingyun below took 2 steps back into the palace gate. Crash! The rain started falling again for no apparent reason. Qi Tianmiao even forgot to use his spiritual energy to resist the rain, and suddenly he was soaked all over. "He is stupid. I just said that the rain would stop, but it started raining again. What are you doing? Did you hit me in the face on purpose?" The people became even more confused. Why did it start raining again just as the Imperial Master finished speaking? There was a hint of suspicion in the way they looked at Qi Tianmiao. It feels like the Imperial Master is acting strange today. Yeah, could it be that the Imperial Master is not in good condition? Very likely. The people were talking about it. Yi Qingyun, who was inside the palace gate, also felt very strange at this time. "That's really strange." He rubbed his head vigorously. "Why did the rain stop when I went out? And it started again when I came back in?" With the attitude of giving a try, Yi Qingyun walked out of the palace again. "As soon as I went out, the rain has stopped. Coming again. It's raining again." Yi Qingyun suddenly became playful, jumping back and forth inside and outside the palace gate. "I'm coming in. I'm out again. Hey, I'm in again. Hey, I'm out again." This made Li Tianmin and others dumbfounded. Chapter 196, I have a few questions. "Mr. Yi, what are you doing?" Everyone looked at Yi Qingyun in confusion. "I don't know, but I just think it's fun." But everyone noticed it. As soon as Yi Qingyun goes out, the rain will stop. And as soon as he comes in, the rain will continue. At this moment, Yi Qingyun was jumping back and forth at the palace gate. The rain outside was intermittent. The entire Chang'an city was stunned. What's going on today? Why is it raining sometimes and sometimes not? What are you doing? I don't even know whether I should hang the clothes out to dry. On the lotus platform, Imperial Master Qi Tianmiao was completely stunned. At this moment, he didn't know how to explain it all, and the people below finally couldn't stand it anymore. "Master, what's going on with the rain?" "Yeah, what's going on? Why is the rain intermittent?" How could Qi Tianmiao answer the questions coming from below? He had no way of answering it. Quickly remove the magic circle. There was no other choice, but Qi Tianmiao could only ask his fellow disciples to remove the magic circle. The magic circle was removed immediately. The dark clouds in the sky also dissipated. Qi Tianmiao breathed a sigh of relief. He calmed himself down and regained his previous composure. "My fellow citizens, this rain is extremely hard to come by. It was obtained by our national master at the cost of 10 years of his life. The reason why it is intermittent is that Chang'an City is too big, and the sweet rain cannot fall on the entire Chang'an. It can only be spread everywhere, so that the whole Chang'an can be blessed by the sweet rain." Good job. This Qi Tianmiao is really good at speaking. With these words, the reason why the rain was intermittent was completely covered up. After hearing this, the people also felt that it made sense. There is no more doubt. Now, let our national teacher preach the Dharma to everyone. Qi Tianmiao quickly ended the embarrassing topic of praying for rain. Prepare to start preaching right away. Preaching is his real means of bewitching people. The 10,000 Buddhas' heavenly sound, combined with the unique Buddha scriptures of his Liufa heavenly palace, is enough to make these people extremely convinced of Liufa heavenly palace. The people all showed expectant expressions, and each of them was eager to listen to the Dharma. Qi Tianmiao immediately began to preach. He opened a Buddhist scripture in his hand and recited the scriptures. This scripture is rather obscure and most people simply cannot understand it. But even though these people didn't understand, they were still fascinated by it. It's like listening to something beautiful. Chi Tianmiao would recite a passage from a sutra and then explain the meaning of the passage to everyone. Everything he said was conveying a thought to the people. That is, as long as you believe in Liu Fa Tiangong, you can get the protection of Buddha. In coordination with Chi Tianmiao's 10,000 Buddha's heavenly sound, these people all showed fanatical expressions. When Yi Qingyan looked at this scene, two words suddenly popped up in his mind. Brainwashing. That's right. Yi Qingyan felt that this situation was like brainwashing. He couldn't bear to watch it anymore. This brainwashing is too blatant. Moreover, they brainwashed these ordinary people in front of the emperor of a country. It's simply outrageous. If Yi Qingyun were the emperor, he wouldn't care whether you were the imperial teacher or not, and would just kill you, Chi Tianmiao, with one single knife. Holy son, you have profound Buddhist knowledge. Please save these poor people. Hui Kong pleaded. Mr. Yi, I also beg you, can you stop Chi Tianmiao from deceiving these people? Li Tianmin also said. Yi Qingyun frowned. He wanted to stop it too. But what should we do? Yi Qingyun kept thinking. Suddenly, he has an idea. Hui Kong, can you let me fly up? It's best to have something that looks more intimidating. Yi Qingyun asked. Hui Kong was stunned and nodded. What do you want to do, holy son? I will cooperate. Yi Qingyun, you don't have to do anything, just let me fly up. Good. Hui Kong took action immediately. Then a swastika Buddha seal appeared under Yi Qingyun's feet. The swastika Buddha seal was under Hui Kong's control, carrying Yi Qingyun and slowly flying up. Yi Qingyun almost fell down and tried to steady himself. Can fly. It's quite fun. Yi Qingyun was a little excited. Soon, Yi Qingyun flew to the opposite side of Chi Tianmiao. Chi Tianmiao was stunned when he saw a person suddenly flying up in front of him. Looking closely, Chi Tianmiao frowned. There's a hint of Buddhism in this person, but he seems to have no cultivation and is just an ordinary person. Chi Tianmiao could tell at a glance that Yi Qingyun had no cultivation at all and was just an ordinary person. But why would such an ordinary person fly in front of me? The people below also saw Yi Qingyun. I have absolutely no idea what this is all about. May I ask who you are? Chi Tianmiao asked politely. Yi Qingyun pointed at Chi Tianmiao. Master, I have a few questions for you. Chi Tianmiao was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. Haha, if you have any questions, you can ask them after the lecture. Yi Qingyun shook his head. I can't listen to what you are saying, so I have to ask you something now. After hearing this, Chi Tianmiao frowned. This guy is here to cause trouble. However, Chi Tianmiao did not show any anger. What's your problem? Hooked. This is exactly what Yi Qingyun wanted to hear. He was secretly happy. The first question is, if a very evil person does a good deed, can he be considered an evil person or a good person? And if a very good person does an evil deed, can he be considered a very good person? As soon as these words came out, Chi Tianmiao's heart sank. It turns out that he comes with bad intentions. Chi Tianmiao was not an ordinary person. After little thought, he got the answer. If a very evil person does a good deed, but he has done too many evil things, one good deed does not change the fact that he is an evil person. On the contrary, if a kind person does something bad, it may be unintentional, or it may not be his original intention. After all, he has done many kind things, so he is still a kind person. Yi Qingyun shook his head repeatedly. Wrong. Oh, why not? The difference between a good person and a bad person does not lie in how many bad or good things a person has done. Good is good, evil is evil. Let's deal with each matter at its own pace. Yi Qingyun looked at Chi Tianmiao. Don't do good deeds, even if they are small, and don't do bad deeds, even if they are small. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a loud bang in the sky. Immediately afterwards, countless ancestral halls, temples, and clan halls in the Tang dynasty suddenly lit up with white lights. Straight to the sky. What's wrong? What happened? Why is there such a strange phenomenon? Rays of white light gathered in the sky and intertwined with each other. Then they shone together in the city of Chang'an. To be precise, it was shining on Yi Qingyun. Chapter 197 Conspiracy. These white lights, coming from countless directions, all enveloped Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun himself didn't notice anything. But everyone present was shocked when they saw this scene. Oh my God, this is the glory of the saint. It is definitely the glory of a saint. My ancient books of the Tang dynasty have always recorded it. I never thought I would be able to see the glory of a saint in this lifetime. Many people were very excited. Because these rays of white light are the glory of the saints recorded in the ancient books of the Tang dynasty. There are saints in heaven and earth. The words of the sages are earth-shaking and contain supreme truth. Whenever the words of a saint come into the world, they will bring forth the saint's brilliance and shine through the ages. The light emanating from Yi Qingyun's body was exactly the same as the radiance of saints described in ancient books. Qi Tianyao also looked at Yi Qingyun in disbelief. Is this person a saint? He was horrified and guessed in his heart. And below, Li Tianmin and others were completely dumbfounded. They all knew that Yi Qingyun was a mysterious hermit with extraordinary means that were difficult to predict. But no one expected that Yi Qingyun could actually speak like a saint. Could it be that Master Yi is a living saint? Li Tianmin was shocked. Your Majesty, ancient books record that when the Tang dynasty was first founded, a saint came to the world and shone upon Emperor Gaozu. Later, an expert calculated the fate of the country and said that if a second saint appeared in the Tang dynasty, the fate of the country could last for another 1,000 years. Yes, Your Majesty, this is the second time the saint has shown his glory, proving that the Tang dynasty still has 1,000 years of national prosperity. This is God's blessing on the Tang dynasty. Many ministers spoke up, and each of them was so excited that they were about to jump up. Li Tianmin was also breathing rapidly, his face full of excitement. The glory of the saint once appeared in the Tang dynasty, and now this saintly glory appears for the second time. The Tang dynasty will have at least 1,000 years of national prosperity. This is naturally a great, joyous event. Yi Qingyun could not see the white light on his body, nor did he know how excited the people present were at the moment. He just looked at Qi Tianyao opposite him, wondering why this guy looked so stunned. Could it be that he was so simple that he was speechless just because of what I said? Isn't that too bad? Do not refrain from doing good deeds because they are small, and do not do bad deeds because they are small. This was a warning from Yi Qingyun's original world. It was known to everyone and had been passed down for thousands of years. This sentence well explains the question raised by Yi Qingyun himself. Qi Tianyao recovered from his shock. He looked at Yi Qingyun deeply. A murderous intent emerged in my heart. This person is strange and unpredictable. I'm afraid he has bad intentions. Qi Tianyao really wanted to take action directly and kill Yi Qingyun. But in front of so many people, Qi Tianyao knew that he couldn't do anything. Amitba, what you said is indeed reasonable. I am grateful for your advice. Qi Tianyao acted humble and willing to learn. But that's not all. Yi Qingyun then asked, You are the imperial teacher of the Tang dynasty, but I don't know what you have done for the Tang dynasty. Qi Tianyao was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. Isn't this exactly what we want? Qi Tianyao looked at the people below. Fellow citizens, you should tell him about the contributions that our national teacher has made to the Tang dynasty. The imperial master prayed for rain for the Tang dynasty many times, saving the people from suffering from drought. The imperial master also used a spell to subdue a rebellious monster. The imperial master cured a plague in the southwestern border area. National master. The people spoke out one after another and told everything Qi Tianyao had done. Yi Qingyun remained calm when he heard this. My dear donor, this is what I have done for the Tang dynasty. Although it is just a small thing, I have done my best. Qi Tianyao said so. Yi Qingyun curled his lips. It seems that the imperial master has really done a lot for the Tang dynasty. Qi Tianyao smiled. Not worth mentioning. Yi Qingyun suddenly said, So, the imperial master should be considered a great philanthropist, right? Qi Tianyao was stunned. Some don't know how to answer. Yi Qingyun chuckled. Mr. Shun. Shen Tianhua immediately appeared beside him. What do you want, sir? Yi Qingyun pointed at the people on the ground. Follow my orders and prepare to kill. Shen Tianhua was stunned. My lord, are you saying kill these people? Good. Shen Tianhua's expression changed. He had no idea what Yi Qingyun wanted to do. But since Yi Qingyun said so, Shen Tianhua didn't ask any more questions and just fell to the ground. The people suddenly panicked. Li Tianmin also frowned as he watched this scene, feeling full of doubts. Qi Tianyao was a little angry. Why do you want to hurt innocent people? Yi Qingyun snorted softly. I just want to kill someone. Are you going to stop me? My master will never allow you to kill innocent people. Qi Tianyao said righteously. Ye Vingyun nodded. Well, if you want not to kill anyone, just end your life yourself. What the hell? Qi Tianyao's face changed drastically. End it yourself? How is this possible? In order to save these ants, you have to commit suicide? There is no way Qi Tianmiao would do that. In his eyes, these so-called believers are nothing more than a group of ants that can be used by him. The lives of a group of ants? It's not even as big as one of my fingers. Not to mention life. Qi Tianmiao looked extremely ugly. He had already vaguely realized what Yi Qingyun wanted to do. Master, why are you hesitating? Yi Qingyun looked at Qi Tianmiao with a puzzled look. Aren't you doing your best for the Tang dynasty? Now is the time for you to show your usefulness. Qi Tianmiao gritted his teeth. A slight smile appeared on Yi Qingyun's face. Mr. Shun, get ready to take action. Good. Shun Tianhua received the order and immediately captured a civilian. The commoner was caught in Shun Tianhua's hand and screamed in fear. Master, save me. The people were also in a panic. Master, please save them quickly. National Master, suppress these evildoers immediately. We don't want to die. The people's prayers continued. Qi Tianmiao also wanted to take action directly. But at this moment, he was not sure of Yi Qingyun's strength. On the surface, Yi Qingyun looks like an ordinary person, but for some reason, Qi Tianmiao feels that Yi Qingyun is unfathomable. If I really were to attack Yi Qingyun, I would probably die even faster. What should I do? It was obvious that Qi Tianmiao had fallen into Yi Qingyun's trap. The so-called open conspiracy is to set a trap for you openly. And he told you the trap. But there is nothing you can do, or fall into a trap, or we just turn the table over. If you want to save people, you have to end your life yourself. But how could Qi Tianmiao be willing to end his life on his own? But Qi Tianmiao couldn't let Yi Qingyun kill people. Once someone is killed, the person that the people will resent is not Yi Qingyun, but him, the national teacher who watched him die without rescuing him. Chapter 198, True Face Revealed. This move of yours, young master, is truly brilliant. At the palace gate, Lu Changyue had already seen what Yi Qingyun was going to do, and she couldn't help but exclaimed in joy. Li Tianmin and others also noticed it. They all admired Yi Qingyun's wisdom. He actually came up with such a brilliant plan. If it were them, they would probably not be able to figure it out even if they racked their brains. Perhaps this is the gap between the hermits and them. Their brains are just smarter than ours. Only Hui Kong, the sincere monk, still looked confused. Miss Lu, what does the Holy Sun mean by this? Why do you want to hurt these innocent people? He couldn't help but ask Lu Changyue. You and I both know that the young master will not harm these innocent people. Lu Changyue explained, but the state teacher didn't know that the threat from the young master would put the state teacher in a dilemma. If you want to save the people, you must end your life. If he values his own life and is unwilling to save these people, then his position in the eyes of the people will collapse. When Hui Kong heard this, he was immediately struck by Yi Qingyun's beauty. The wisdom of the Holy Sun is truly beyond our reach. Right now, Qi Tianmiao was indeed caught in a dilemma. He was very angry, staring at Yi Qingyun. Where did this guy come from? It's really abominable. What should I do? Seeing that Qi Tianmiao was still hesitating, Yi Qingyun decided to add fuel to the fire. Mr. Shun, take action. Shen Tianhua took action immediately. He slapped the commoner directly on the head. The commoner screamed and died on the spot. When everyone saw it, they were so frightened that their souls almost died. Murder! Murder! Master, help me! Master, why don't you save us? When they saw people being killed, the people were immediately in a panic. I will kill anyone who dares to move. Qi Tianmiao roared, and at the same time a force spread out, covering the entire place. All the people were unable to escape. All are trapped here. Now, the people are even more afraid. They cried and begged Qi Tianmiao to save them quickly. Qi Tianmiao was still somewhat skeptical as to whether Yi Qingyun would really kill someone. Take a look at this time. Good job. Just kill if you say so. This time, Qi Tianmiao's last bit of hope was extinguished. Master, if you don't end your life now, all these people will die because of you. How could you bear it? Yi Qingyun said sarcastically. You have killed innocent people so recklessly. The Tang dynasty will never forgive you. Qi Tianmiao said so. He couldn't help but look at the Tang dynasty imperial guards below. I hope the imperial guards can take action to deal with Yi Qingyun. Pity. Under Li Tianmin's instructions, the imperial guards would not take any action at this moment. No one in the entire palace will take action. It is enough to just watch Yi Qingyun's performance. Damn it, why doesn't anyone come out? Do they collude with each other? Qi Tianmiao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The shouting of the people below made him even more upset. Stop making noise. Suddenly, Qi Tianmiao yelled at the people. The people were stunned. What's going on? Why would the imperial teacher, who is always kind and gentle, treat them with such an attitude? Yi Qingyun was waiting for the moment when Qi Tianmiao could no longer hold back. Master Imperial Master, are you going to watch your followers being killed? Qi Tianmiao's face was ferocious, and the coldness in his eyes was fully revealed. Who cares about the lives of these ants? Qi Tianmiao roared. His voice was loud and unrestrained. Everyone present heard it clearly. The people were all dumbfounded. Ant? It turns out that in the eyes of the national teacher, we are just ants? Plop. Some people couldn't accept this fact and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Some people couldn't believe it and shook their heads. No, it must not be like this. Master, you lied to us, didn't you? The Imperial Master must have lied to us. We must trust the Imperial Master. It can be seen that among Qi Tianmiao's followers, some are still quite fanatical. Even when they heard Qi Tianmiao call them ants himself, they still refused to believe it. You bunch of ants, shut up. Qi Tianmiao roared again. At this moment, even those fanatical believers were confused. Qi Tianmiao stared at them with grim eyes. You are nothing but a bunch of useless trash. In my eyes, you are not just ants, but pigs. Do you really think that my Liufa palace needs you? If I didn't want to be the national teacher, I wouldn't care about your life or death. These words are like a thunderbolt. The people were completely stunned by the bombardment. Li Tianmin and others in the palace all showed expressions of surprise. Qi Tianmiao's true face was finally revealed, and he confessed it without even asking. National Master, your words are really too chilling for the people. Yi Qingyun said lightly. Heartbroken? Do I care about the feelings of these pigs? Qi Tianmiao sneered repeatedly. Don't even mention that they have hundreds of thousands of people. Even if they have millions of people, they are not as powerful as one finger of Qi Tianmiao. You want me to sacrifice myself to save them? You're just dreaming. Kill as many as you want. I don't care how many you kill. Ye Vingyun nodded. Huikong, let me down. Good. Huikong immediately cast a spell, allowing Yi Qingyun to slowly fall down. Yi Qingyun walked in front of Shun Tianhua. Mr. Shun, the person is not dead, right? Shun Tianhua smiled and said, Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I know what I am doing. He helped up the civilian who had just died and patted him gently on the back. The people who had just died woke up again. It turned out that he was just knocked unconscious by Shun Tianhua. Qi Tianmiao was shocked when he saw this. Not good. He immediately realized that he had been fooled. People, this Qi Tianmiao is just using you. He doesn't care whether you live or die. Yi Qingyun said loudly. At this time, Li Tianmin also came out. I have seen through Qi Tianmiao's conspiracy and will immediately revoke his status as the protector of the nation. Capture all the Liufa Tiangong disciples. Yes, sir. The Imperial Guards took immediate action. Start capturing all the Liufa Tiangong disciples in Chang'an City. The people woke up as if from a dream. Only then did they realize that the national teacher whom they had always believed in so fanatically was actually so cold and heartless. They don't treat these devout believers as human beings at all. How abominable. I didn't expect that we were all deceived. These people must be severely punished. The people began to curse. Upon seeing this, Qi Tianmiao quickly fled into the air. Where are you going? Unfortunately, someone had already blocked the surrounding sky. The four powerful men in the palace dressed in black all have the cultivation level of the spirit refining realm. Each of them has aura that is no less powerful than Shun Tianhua. Qi Tianmiao's face changed drastically. He knew it was difficult for him to escape. Chapter 199, Zen Master Dahui. With four people in the spirit refining realm taking action, Qi Tianmiao would naturally have only one outcome. Surrender. No way. Qi Tianmiao himself was only at the Tongtian realm. The fact that four people in the spirit refining realm came out to stop him was a sign of their high regard for Qi Tianmiao. If a fight breaks out, even 10 Qi Tianmiaos will be beaten to death on the spot. It would be better to just surrender. This way at least lives can be saved. As for what to do next, Qi Tianmiao has also thought it through. As long as Liufa Palace is still there, his senior masters can come to rescue him. Qi Tianmiao was captured and immediately imprisoned. Li Tianmin then announced Qi Tianmiao's crimes to the world. For a moment, the Tang dynasty was shocked. Because Qi Tianmiao has many followers spread all over the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Qi Tianmiao's rash capture caused a great stir. But as more details spread, coupled with the means Li Tianmin used overtly and covertly, those discordant voices soon disappeared. The disciples of Liufa Heavenly Palace were also hunted down on a large scale. Hundreds were caught in 3 days. Those Liufa Tiangong disciples who escaped the disaster could only hide for the time being and dared not show their heads again. How glorious they were in the past, respected and loved wherever they went. But now he has become a rat crossing the street and dares not show up at all. It's true that things change over time. Inside the palace, Li Tianmin specially hosted a banquet to entertain Yi Qingyun in order to thank him. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Tianmin expressed his gratitude and thanked Yi Qingyun in various ways. When Yi Qingyun finally returned to his residence, he even felt that he was not full. Li Tianmin is such a jerk. He just wants to eat, but he made so many unnecessary things. I'm not even full. Yi Qingyun touched his belly and said helplessly. Lu Changwei on the side chuckled. Sir, I have something to eat. Yi Qingyun was startled. I thought Lu Changwei did it herself. He had experienced Lu Changyue's cooking skills, and the food was simply not edible. Lu Changyue took out a package from the storage bag like a magic trick. When you open it, there are several big buns and a big, golden and crispy pig's trotter inside. Yi Qingyun's eyes lit up. Where did you get this from? Lu Changyue was a little proud. At the banquet just now, I saw that the young master hadn't eaten anything, so I secretly brought some back. Yi Qingyun was overjoyed. Great! Yi Qingyun immediately finished the steamed buns and pork knuckle. When you are full, you feel comfortable. Yi Qingyun burped and threw the pig trotter with a little meat left in his hand to Damao. Master, how come you were so powerful? How could you think of such a way to deal with Qi Tianyao? Lu Changhua looked at Yi Qingyun with some admiration. Yi Qingyun shook his head. In fact, I was just taking a gamble. If this guy was smarter and kept his composure, I might have been the first to reveal the truth. That still shows that you were smarter, Lu Changhua said. Yi Qingyun also smiled. In fact, he himself knew that the reason why Qi Tianyao was taken down was mainly because Li Tianmin had long been dissatisfied with Qi Tianyao. If it weren't for this reason, Qi Tianyao would never have been conquered by Yi Qingyun in just a few words. Even if Yi Qingyun had not done what he did today, Li Tianmin would have taken action against Qi Tianyao sooner or later. What Yi Qingyun did was just to give Li Tianmin a reasonable and legitimate opportunity to take action. This greatly reduced the difficulty for Li Tianmin to deal with Qi Tianyao and Liufa Tiangong. That's why Li Tianmin was so grateful to Yi Qingyun. A few days later, the news that Qi Tianyao was imprisoned and the disciples of Liufa Palace were arrested also reached the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory. Among the Buddhist sects in the Western Territory at this time, Liufa Palace was the most powerful, and almost half of the Buddhist forces were controlled by Liufa Palace. But unexpectedly, just when Liufa Palace was in high spirits, bad news came from the east. Qi Tianyao, the chief disciple of their Liufa Palace, was actually imprisoned. Moreover, even other disciples of Liufa Tiangong were being hunted down. Now the reputation of Liufa Palace in the Tang dynasty is completely ruined. This made everyone in Liufa Palace very angry. A magnificent palace, exuding luxury and nobility everywhere. No one could imagine that this was actually a palace of Buddhist forces. This place is where the Liufa Heavenly Palace is. At this moment, inside the Liufa Heavenly Palace, 9 monks wearing golden robes stood in a circle. These 9 monks all have extraordinary abilities and a long-lasting aura. Qi Tianyao has been imprisoned, and the layout of my Liufa Palace in the Tang dynasty for so many years has been destroyed in an instant. This happened too suddenly. We were not prepared at all. Otherwise, we would have been able to intervene in time. What on earth is going on? Buzz. A golden light fell. The 9 monks all looked upwards. Then they all showed respectful expressions. Master, a monk who looked neither male nor female, sat on the platform. The monk looked very young and had a very beautiful face. At first glance, it was difficult to tell whether he was a man or a woman. And this person's identity is the palace master of Liufa Palace. He is also the master of these 9 monks. His Buddhist name is Zen Master Dahui. Amipa. Zen Master Dahui chanted the Buddha's name. Those eyes as clear as the sea looked towards the east. With this one glance, it seemed as if he could see through thousands of mountains and rivers and see the situation in the distant Tang dynasty. Master, Qi Tianyao has been imprisoned by the Tang dynasty, and my Liufa Palace's layout in the Tang dynasty has been destroyed. Yes, Master, what should we do? Should we go negotiate with the Tang Emperor? Several monks kept speaking. I will handle this matter, Zen Master Dahui said. The 9 monks were startled and then terrified. Zen Master Dahui, who has not been involved in worldly affairs for many years, actually wants to personally take care of this matter. Master, let the 9 of us go. Zen Master Dahui shook his head. An extraordinary person appeared in the Tang dynasty. He could speak the words of a saint and was also called the Holy Son of Buddhism. Speaking the words of a saint, the Holy Son of Buddhism? Hearing this, the 9 monks were shocked. They had also heard the legend of the Holy Son of Buddhism, and not long ago they also heard that the Buddhist sect in the Western Territory had found the legendary Holy Son of Buddhism. But they never took it seriously and thought it was just a statement made by the Western Buddhist sect to deceive the world. But unexpectedly, Zen Master Dui said that the Holy Son of Buddhism was in the Tang dynasty. Master, I'm afraid it's fake. A monk asked doubtfully. Zen Master Dahui smiled slightly. Whether it is true or not, I will go to Datong to meet this Holy Son of Buddhism. The 9 monks were in awe. Zen Master Dahui went there to verify the authenticity of the Buddhist saint. Then I will go with Master. The 9th monk suggested. No need, just follow me, empty appearance, empty color, empty smell. The 3 monks who were called bowed in unison. I will obey Master. Afterwards, Zen Master Dahui slowly floated up. The 3 monks, Kongxiang and Dahui, immediately followed Zen Master Dahui and headed straight to the east. Chapter 200. My name is Ma Daming. Yi Qingyun finally moved out of the palace. He felt that the palace was just like that. It's really suffocating to stay here for too long. So, at the invitation of Li Fangbai, Yi Qingyun moved into a house in the east of Chang'an City. This house covers a large area and is considered one of the best houses in Dongsheng. It used to be the residence of a prince of the previous dynasty. Later, because he committed a crime, he was demoted to another place, and the mansion remained vacant. When Yi Qingyun and others moved here, the house had already been cleaned and tidied up, and bought a lot of household items. Although it is an old house, it does not look old at all, but rather looks brand new. Yi Qingyun was very satisfied with this house. What a big yard! How big was Yi Qingyun's yard when he lived in Fuyun Mountain? Compared with this big mansion, it's like the difference between a doghouse and a mansion. Who doesn't like living in a big yard? Yi Qingyun asked himself if he was some kind of master who liked to live in seclusion. He is a vulgar man. Hee, I just like this kind of big yard. Shun Tianhua, Hui Kong, and Lu Changyue all moved in together. They haven't forgotten Mao either. In the front yard of the house, a very luxurious dog kennel was specially built. Pity, Mao didn't really like living in that doghouse. It likes to sleep everywhere. That's what freedom is. There were also many servants and maids in the mansion, who were responsible for taking care of Yi Qingyun and others' food and daily life. Yi Qingyun originally wanted to return to the Tianwu dynasty as soon as possible. As a result, he was really reluctant to leave. Forget it. Let's stay for 2 more months. It's not easy for me to come out. This is how Yi Qingyun comforted himself. So he stayed there with peace of mind. But the good times didn't last long. Trouble started within 2 days of moving in. Many people knew that Yi Qingyun lived here and came to visit him. What kind of people are coming? They were either high-ranking officials of the Tang dynasty or members of the royal family. Anyway, the people who come here are either rich or noble. This made Yi Qingyun very busy. He was shy at first and didn't want to turn people away. After all, they all came with gifts. Even if Yi Qingyun wanted to refuse, he had to let them in for the sake of the gifts. What a result. These people came in waves. It's like it's never over. From morning to night, the threshold of Yi Qingyun's house was almost kicked down. After several days, Yi Qingyun really couldn't stand it anymore. He asked Shun Tianhua to close the door tightly and hang up a sign. Sorry, no reception. This way, we can finally have peace and quiet. 2 more days passed. Several people came to the gate of the house. Leading the group was an old man in a black robe and a long beard, followed by several young men with anxious expressions. The old man in black robe looked at the 2 conspicuous words, Yi Mansion, on the gate and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. He turned around and glanced at the young man behind him. You are a bunch of troublemakers. When you go in, admit your mistakes. Yes, several young people were dejected. They are disciples of Tianyuan's sect. And this old man in black robe is Ma Daming, the current leader of Tianyuan's sect. Why did Ma Daming bring these disciples to Yi Mansion? The story goes back to a few days ago. Yi Qingyun and others encountered several disciples of Tianyuan's sect on the streets of Chang'an. Because they coveted Lu Changyue's beauty, they almost had a conflict with Yi Qingyun and others. It was just a small matter and no one took it seriously. Ma Daming also knew about this, but he didn't care at all. But later, with the imprisonment of the national teacher Qi Tianmiao and the expulsion of Liu Fa Tiangong, Yi Qingyun began to be familiar to the people of the Tang dynasty. Some people say that Yi Qingyun is the saint of Buddhism and came to the Tang dynasty specifically to resolve the Liu Fa palace. Some people also say that Yi Qingyun is a master with unfathomable cultivation and was invited by Emperor Li Tianmin from afar. There are even more outrageous claims that Yi Qingyun is a powerful figure hidden by the Tang royal family and has been guarding the Tang dynasty for 1,000 years. But no matter what, Yi Qingyun is famous. Ma Daming also wanted to curry favor with Yi Qingyun, so he asked some acquaintances to get portraits of Yi Qingyun and others. Upon seeing this, Ma Daming's disciples were dumbfounded. Aren't these the people they met on the streets of Chang'an before? Exactly the same. When Ma Daming asked this question, he was shocked. He hurried to inquire about it. Then Ma Daming confirmed it. The people that his disciples provoked on the streets of Chang'an were Yi Qingyun and his gang. This scared Ma Daming. How could his disciple have provoked such a powerful being? Nothing much to say. Ma Daming was very decisive. He immediately selected several expensive gifts and brought these worthless disciples to the Yi mansion. Prepare to personally apologize to Yi Qingyun and others. You have to make amends. Although this is just a small matter, what if someone remembers it? Even the national teacher Qi Tianmiao was dealt with by others. Although his Tianyuan sect was considered a first-rate sect in the Tang dynasty, he would definitely be in trouble if he provoked such a hermit master. This feud must be resolved. Ma Daming took a deep breath and came to the gate of Yi Mansion. At a glance, he saw the sign hanging in front of the mansion gate. Sorry, we don't accept you. Ma Daming was a little embarrassed, but he knocked on the door anyway. Crunch! The door of the mansion opened and a servant came out. What do you do? The servant asked arrogantly. Although he is just a servant, he has seen the power of his master in the past few days. No matter whether they are high-ranking officials or wealthy families, they all have to bow and nod in front of their masters. So the servants also became arrogant. Young man, please let me know that Tianyuan sect master Ma Daming is here to visit. Ma Daming felt so aggrieved. I am just a servant, but I still have to apologize to others with a smile. This was simply impossible in the past. Master of Tianyuan sect? Ma Hemi. Ma Daming. What Ming dynasty? Ma Daming. Martha what? Ma Daming. Ma Daming almost couldn't hold it anymore. Are you fucking kidding me? You must be kidding me. If he didn't know that he couldn't take action here, Ma Daming really wanted to smash the servant's head with one punch. Okay, I get it. Daming, right? Ma Daming. The servant went to report. But he was not looking for Yi Qingyun, but Shun Tianhua, master of Tianyuan sect. When Shun Tianhua heard that this person was coming to visit, he couldn't help but frown. He recalled meeting a disciple of Tianyuan sect on the street a few days ago. I think Yi Qingyun should be informed of this matter. So he went to find Yi Qingyun. Master Yi, Tianyuan sect master Ma Daming, is here to visit. Shin Tianhua found Yi Qingyun fishing in the yard. Master Tianyuan, why are you here? Yi Qingyun stared at the pond and asked without turning his head. I guess he's here to make amends for what happened a few days ago. Shin Tianhua said with a smile.